In a poor mountain village, Gu Zhouyuan unexpectedly transmigrated into the body of the third son of a poor farming family. The original owner of this body was greedy and insatiable from a young age. Although his family worked hard to support his education, he used that hard-earned money to indulge in wine and women, and even abused his family members. His father died early, and his family's financial situation deteriorated. Yet, he continued to do as he pleased, and those around him had long since grown disgusted with him. When Gu Zhouyuan woke up after transmigrating, he discovered that he had not inherited the identity of a wealthy and noble family, but had instead been assigned to a poor farming family. Just when he thought he would continue living a miserable and despicable life, a sudden surge of memories made him realize that this body's past was far more complex than he had imagined. Gu Zhouyuan was given a system that allowed him to obtain in-game currency by touching special items. He soon discovered that he could obtain food and other resources through this system, and the world before him seemed to be more complex than he had imagined. The activation of the system became the key to changing his situation, and he decided to use this newly acquired power to completely transform his life. Gu Zhouyuan froze, a virtual semi-transparent panel suddenly appearing before his eyes, the main image of which was the room he was in. The firewood Gu Dedi had carried back was enlarged, with 2 pieces of wood, each about the thickness of a forearm, highlighted in red, top-quality mulberry wood, worth 800 mul coins. He suppressed his excitement, smiled, and used the excuse of moving firewood to rush towards the dry wood, touching the 2 mulberry logs with his back to the door. A mechanical voice sounded in his mind, confirming the sale. The wood instantly disappeared, and his balance updated to 800. Confused, the panel transformed into a shopping mall similar to Pinduoduo. On a whim, he bought 5 coins worth of chocolate, which immediately appeared in his hand, increasing his balance to 795. Suppressing the urge to burst into laughter, Gu Zhouyuan composed himself and sat back down at the table. The firewood by the door was still neatly arranged. Gu Dedi and his eldest sister, Gu Zhaodi, exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. This was their lazy, good-for-nothing third brother. On the table was only a bowl of wild vegetable porridge for Gu Zhouyuan. His eldest sister and second brother sat there quietly, while Si Dan stared intently at the porridge, swallowing hard. "Why aren't you eating?" he asked, puzzled. Combining the original owner's memories, he quickly understood. Poor families usually ate 2 meals a day, but the Gu family had reduced it to 1 meal a day because of his extravagance. After eating the thin wild vegetable porridge at noon, although they were starving, they could only make it until tomorrow. Gu Zhouyuan showed little interest in the bowl of shitty porridge, and with a smile handed it to Si Dan, only to be startled, and the boy waved his hands repeatedly, his face turning pale. The original owner of this body had used it as bait to beat and humiliate him. Helpless, he deliberately put on a stern face. "This porridge looks like pig swill. I'm still recovering from my injuries. How can I eat this?" Gu Zhaodi lowered her head, her eyelashes concealing her sadness, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Gu Dedi stood up and carefully took out a bundle of dry grass from his bosom. Inside were 5 green bird eggs the size of cherries. 4 of the eggs' eyes lit up, and Gu Zhaodi's face also lit up with joy. The family was struggling to even make porridge. These bird eggs could nourish Xiao Yuan and help him recover quickly. Gu Zhouyuan had a sudden thought and snatched the bird eggs. "I'll cook these bird eggs and eat them." Gu Zhaodi was shocked, afraid that he would waste the hard-won bird eggs, and quickly got up. "Xiao Yuan, I'll cook them. All 5 are for you. Stand there and don't move. Don't think I don't know you want to steal them." He scolded fiercely, grabbed a handful of wild vegetables, and rushed into the kitchen, slamming the door shut. Gu Zhaodi's eyes welled up with tears, but she swallowed the words she was about to say. Gu stepped forward to comfort her. "I'll go to the bamboo forest behind the mountain to look for bird nests again tomorrow." Si Dan trembled beside her, fearing his third brother's wrath. In the kitchen, Gu Zhouyuan looked at the 5 bird eggs and felt they weren't enough to satisfy his hunger. He spent 10 coins to buy 10 free-range chicken eggs from the shop and broke them up with the bird eggs. The wild vegetables in his hand were identified as porcelain by the shop and were worth 5 coins, but he didn't sell them to avoid suspicion. In the simple kitchen, there was only yellowish coarse salt and half a small bowl of vegetable oil. He added oil, salt, and pepper, and since he didn't know how to use a tinderbox, he bought a lighter. He lit a thin twig, heated the oil, poured in the egg mixture, and with a sizzle, the aroma of fried eggs instantly filled the air. The 3 siblings outside sniffed hard, and Si Dan swallowed hard. "It smells so good." Gu Zhaodi's heart sank. Rapeseed oil is extremely precious. At most, only 2 drops are used when cooking at home, and half a bowl of oil is enough to last for 2 months. This fragrance probably means that all the oil has been used. She was so anxious that she paced around, but she was too afraid to push open the door. Gu Zhouyuan tasted the fried egg. It was quite good, but he was worried about how to hide the seasonings he had bought. He suddenly remembered the virtual panel, opened it, and found that used oil and salt could also be recycled, although the price was significantly reduced. He took out an unopened box of chocolates. The panel showed a recycling price of 4 coins. He couldn't help but complain that the system was a scalper, taking 20 off with every transaction. Then he noticed the available for sale section in the upper right corner of the panel. With a thought, the items in his hand and the seasonings on the stove disappeared, and the number in the available for sale section changed to 6. After cleaning up the scene, Gu Zhouyuan opened the kitchen door and walked out. The eyes of the 3 people at the table all shifted downwards and landed on the small bowl full of fried eggs in his hand. Gu Zhouyuan placed a small bowl of wild vegetable omelet on the table and said with a smile, "You 3 can share that wild vegetable porridge." Dan hurriedly ran into the kitchen and took 2 broken earthenware bowls, quickly dividing the porridge into portions. This was a delicacy in his eyes. He had never been full since he could remember, and even his wish was for an endless supply of vegetable porridge. But his eyes still couldn't help but glance at the omelet. Gu Zhaodi and Gu Dedi were full of doubt. How could 5 bird eggs turn into a whole bowl of fried eggs? Dan was slurping up the porridge that was even thicker than at noon when a large piece of fried egg suddenly fell into the bowl. He looked up in surprise and saw that Gu Zhaodi and Gu Dedi also had fried eggs in their bowls. "What are you all standing there for? Eat." Gu Zhouyuan pretended to be dissatisfied. "I'm not a pig. How can I finish this whole bowl?" Gu Zhaodi lowered her head and took a small bite. The aroma of the fried egg mixed with the salty sweet taste of her tears spread in her mouth. Although her third brother's tone was still cold, she inexplicably felt that he had changed. Gu Dedi's expression was complicated. In times of famine, human life was as worthless as grass. He had seen people starve to death and people sell their children for food. Fortunately, after being adopted by the Gu family, his adoptive parents treated him very well. He had always regarded himself as the pillar of the family, and he didn't care even though his third brother used to often insult and beat him. His third brother's behavior at this moment was so unusual that it alarmed him. Dan, on the other hand, was simple-minded and wolfed down his food, mumbling so delicious. "Third brother, how did those few bird eggs make so many fried eggs?" Dan asked, emboldened, after finishing his meal and receiving another fried egg. Gu Zhouyuan coughed tactically. "I put in a lot of wild vegetables." "Then why was there only a little bit of tune and bird eggs when Big Sister made them last time?" "Big Sister probably ate them." "Then what about the egg soup that Mother made?" "Even eating can't shut you up." Gu Zhouyuan was embarrassed and angry, and Dan quickly shrank his neck and fell silent. Gu Zhaodi and Gu Dedi smiled at each other. Their third brother had really changed. As the sun was setting, Lu hurried home. She had gone to her parents' home to borrow money for Gu Zhiyuan's head injury treatment, only to be met with ridicule from her mother and second sister-in-law. Fortunately, her father and 2 brothers secretly gave her 2 qian of silver, and her eldest sister-in-law gave her 2 jin of millet. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan emerge unharmed, she was overjoyed and tears streamed down her face. "You're all right, Xian? You scared your mother to death." Gu Zhouyuan stepped forward to take the straw bag from her hand, and Lu's heart tightened. This 2 caddies of millet mixed with wild vegetables could last for half a month. She wasn't worried about giving it to her third brother, but she was afraid he would waste the grain to buy wine like before. Just as she hesitated, she saw Gu Zhouyuan let go of her hand and say with a grin, "Mother, you must be starving after walking such a long way. Come in quickly, I'll make you something to eat." Lu wondered if she had misheard. This third son, who always cursed his parents for being incompetent, was actually concerned about whether she was hungry and even wanted to cook for her. After a moment's thought, she realized that her third brother wanted the millet in the straw bag. She gave a wry smile and handed it over, planning to go up the mountain tomorrow to find more wild vegetables and fruits to prepare. Gu Zhouyuan took the cloth bag with a puzzled look. Seeing that it contained millet, he assumed his mother thought it was for cooking. "Don't go into the kitchen," he instructed, then ran into the house with the millet. Lu sighed deeply and was led into the main room by Dan and Gu Zhaodi, one on each side. "Eldest sister, what delicious food do you think third brother will make this time?" Dan's words made Lu frown, looking at her eldest daughter with confusion. In the kitchen, Gu Zhouyuan pondered how to cook with the ingredients he had on hand: 2 pounds of millet, half a basket of purslane, and supplies from the shop that he couldn't openly take. He grabbed 2 handfuls of millet, rinsed them clean, added water, brought it to a boil over high heat. then simmered it over low heat until thick. He then bought 3 eggs from the shop, beat them into an egg wash, and poured it into the porridge. He also spent 7 coins to buy a packet of brown sugar and sprinkled it in. Afterward, he took out the seasonings and simply stir-fried a plate of purslane. In the main room, Madame Lu listened to her children recount the day's delicious food, a smile on her face but a pang of sadness in her heart. It was just a few bird eggs to share, yet the children were so content. Just then, Gu Zhouyuan brought in millet porridge. "Mother, try my millet porridge." Lu sure trembled as she picked up the ceramic bowl, oblivious to its scalding heat. Gu Zhouyuan quickly snatched it to check, only relieved to see that her hand was merely red. In his previous life, he had been an orphan and had never experienced kinship. This family's simple and genuine care warmed his heart, making him realize that he hadn't appreciated his good fortune in his previous life. "Third brother, the porridge smells so good. And there's even egg." Si Dan's eyes lit up as he stared at the porridge bowl. Gu Zhouyuan casually explained, "I left 1 bird egg." Si Dan suddenly understood, then curiously asked, "The millet and the egg are both yellow, so why is the porridge gray? It must be burnt." Gu Zhouyuan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but Gu Zhaodi quickly tugged at his ear to relieve him. Lu Shi, however, didn't care at all. This was the first time her son had cooked for her. She took a trembling bite and her eyes widened instantly. There was no burnt taste, only a rich, sweet aroma. "Mom, is it delicious?" Gu Zhouyuan and Sidon asked in unison. Lu nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling. Sidon, still somewhat skeptical, ladled out a bowlful and shared it with his older sister and brother. After tasting it, he excitedly shouted, "So sweet." Gu Zhaodi was also pleasantly surprised. Sugar was a luxury for poor families. She had only ever eaten sweet sorghum stalks. Gu Dedi sipped her porridge, wondering where the sweetness came from. The family ate happily, having not eaten so well and comfortably in a long time, feeling as if they were in a dream. Gu Zhouyuan was enjoying the warmth, but suddenly he became distressed. There were only 2 bedrooms in the house, and he, his second brother, and Sidon had to squeeze onto a 1.2-meter wide bed. How were they going to sleep at night? He covered his forehead in anguish. As dawn broke, the rooster's crow awakened Datong village. Gu Zhouyuan opened his eyes, lifted Si Dan's stinky foot off his stomach, touched the marks on his face from the reed mat, and gritted his teeth. He wanted cotton mattresses, a new house, and his own room. Farmers get up early. He went out of the house and saw that his mother, Lu, had already dug up a basket of purslane. This year, the weather was abnormal. In mid-February, a month of continuous rain caused flooding, and after April, not a drop of rain fell. The land dried up, and wild vegetables such as shepherd's purse and wild amaranth withered and died. Only drought-resistant purslane could survive, becoming the poor people's means of storing grain to survive. Lu said worriedly, "If it doesn't rain during Xiaoman, the wheat grain filling will be affected, and this year's harvest is probably ruined." Gu Zhouyuan frowned. Floods followed by drought can easily trigger locust plagues. But there is no solution for the time being, so he changed the subject and asked about the whereabouts of his family. "Your eldest sister and Chunmei went deep into the mountains to find wild vegetables. They've dug up all the ones on the back hill. Your second brother went to fetch water early this morning, but 2 of the 3 wells in the village are dry. Only the old well has water left. There are many people fetching water, so he hasn't returned yet," Lu said, spreading out the wild vegetables. Gu Zhouyuan remembered that the mulberry wood he sold last time was carried back from the back hill by his second brother, so he said he wanted to go for a walk in the back hill, ignoring his mother's advice that there won't be any good firewood if there are no wild vegetables, and turned to leave. On the way, Ergo, who was weeding in the field, saw him and teased, "Old Gu, you can still get out of bed and take a walk after getting hit by a stick. You're pretty tough." Zhao Daji next to him chimed in, "This is going to be a future scholar. Be careful he doesn't chop off your head." A burst of laughter rang out in the field. The original owner had a terrible reputation, and the villagers always loved to mock him. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled and replied, "Brother Dajin, a scholar can't just kill people like that." Zhao Dajin was stunned. In the past, Gu Laosan would have already cursed him out, but now he was so calm. He sneered, "You've spent so much money on studying, and you don't even know a few words. Do you really think you can pass the imperial examination? Things are unpredictable. As long as I keep studying, there will always be a chance." Gu Zhouyuan didn't take it seriously. Seeing that he wasn't angry, Ergo became even more smug and cursed. "Your whole family will starve to death sooner or later. Only your mother, who's lost her mind, would believe you're good at studying." These words thoroughly enraged Gu Zhouyuan. He still had a smile on his face, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. When he walked to Ergo's side, he took him by surprise, grabbed his hair, and slammed him onto the ridge like a dead dog. After awakening the system, Gu Zhouyuan's body became stronger and stronger. He knelt on one knee against Ergo's chest, grabbed Ergo's neck with his left hand, and slapped Ergo's face with his right hand while laughing. "Can't you talk properly? You've been tearing up my family's ancestral graves and cursing my mother. Do you think I'm stupid?" Ergo struggled to get up, but Gu Zhouyuan held him firmly in place. "You're the one who's barking like a mangy dog." Gu Zhouyuan grinned, revealing his white teeth, and slapped Ergo with each sentence, deliberately adjusting the angle to make both sides of his face symmetrical. Finally, he punched Ergo in the nose, causing him to bleed profusely and become powerless to struggle. "Don't bring up my family. With me here, they won't starve." Gu Zhouyuan leaned close to Ergo and warned him, enunciating each word clearly. He then released his hand, dusted off the dirt, and still wore a harmless smile on his face. The villagers were utterly astonished. This was no longer the Gu Laosan who could be easily manipulated. His feigned ferocity, once a joke, now sent chills down their spines, and they all avoided his gaze. Gu Zhouyuan, hands behind his head, walked briskly towards the back of the mountain. He hadn't gone far when the system notified him. Ding! Wild Pinellia ternata found. And a patch of plants was highlighted in red on the panel. Gu Zhouyuan crouched down and found that the Pinellia ternata resembled miniature taro leaves. After pulling it up, the system didn't offer a price, and he suddenly realized he needed to dig up the rhizomes. After digging out 2 grayish-brown tubers, the system displayed Wild Pinellia ternata, value 0.5 mol coins, and the fruit disappeared after he confirmed the sale. He secretly bought a small shovel and diligently dug up the Pinellia. Third son of the Gu family. The fruit of the taro tree is poisonous and cannot be eaten. Aunt Wong from next door suddenly shouted, startling him. "Don't worry, Auntie, this is a medicinal herb. The county pharmacy buys it. I dug it up to exchange for grain," Gu Zhouyuan explained. Although Aunt Wong was suspicious of his quick speech today, she didn't pay much attention and went deeper into the woods on her own. After digging for half an hour, Gu Zhouyuan harvested 3 or 4 caddies of Pinellia ternata, which he sold for 105.5 mol coins. After deducting the expenses for eggs, seasonings, and a small shovel, he had 828.5 mol coins left. He followed the path cleared by the villagers into the deep mountains, hoping to find mushrooms to make soup, but he found nothing due to the drought and dared not risk getting lost. Just as he was getting bored and looking around instead of digging up some roadside Pinellia, a woman's cry suddenly came from the quiet forest. "Help!" Gu Zhouyuan shuddered, his hair standing on end. It was his older sister's voice. Gu Zhouyuan crouched low and ran frantically towards the sound of cries for help, his mind racing. His older sister's continued cries for help likely meant she wasn't being held hostage. She was more likely facing a wild animal or trapped. He bought a machete from the mall as he ran for self-defense. Slowing his pace, he approached, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A 200-kilogram wild boar was frantically rooting at a tree as thick as a water bucket. 2 meters up in the tree, the eldest sister, Gu Zhaodi, was clinging tightly to the branch and supporting Chunmei, who was pale with fright. The tree trunk was already teetering on the verge of collapse. "Big sister, hold on, I'm coming to save you," Gu Zhouyuan shouted anxiously. Gu Zhaodi was terrified and screamed at him to leave quickly, afraid of implicating her brother. Gu Zhouyuan's heart pounded. He knew the saying, first a wild boar, second a bear, third a tiger. Wild boars had thick skin and sharp tusks, and the machete in his hand might not be able to break through their defenses. But he couldn't bear to watch his sister die. He hurriedly checked the shop. A compound bow cost 1,200 coins, and while the recurve bow was cheaper, he couldn't aim it properly with his arm strength. He only had a little over 700 coins left. Chunmei cried and begged him to run away and told him where the money was hidden. Gu Zhaodi even threatened to jump off a tree to force him to leave. Gu Zhouyuan felt both anxious and heartbroken. This silly older sister, even after being mistreated by the original owner of the body, was still willing to die to protect him. He secretly wiped his eyes. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding. High-quality wild sanghuang detected. He was overjoyed. Wild sanghuang is a precious medicinal fungus, and the higher the quality, the more astonishing its value. Without hesitation, Gu Zhouyuan turned around and ran towards the tree where the sanghuang was. Gu Zhaodi thought he was finally going to escape, and with a mix of relief and sadness, she climbed back up the tree branch to snuggle up to Chunmei. Chunmei regretted not being able to go to the county market, while Gu Zhaodi took out a cloth bag containing a bird's nest with 6 bird eggs, 2 of which were broken. This was a large mulberry tree, with the sanghuang, a type of medicinal mushroom, growing low down, within easy reach of Gu Zhouyuan. The system notification appeared. Wild, high-quality Sang Wang, valued at 4,500 mall coins. He immediately sold it, instantly increasing his balance to 5228. After careful consideration, he spent 5,000 coins to buy a well-tuned 60-pound compound bow, paired with 10 triangular high-carbon steel arrowheads, a configuration sufficient to deal with wild boars and even brown bears within its effective range. At this moment, the tree tilted even more violently, and Gu Zhaodi and Chunmei screamed and closed their eyes, awaiting their death. Suddenly, the wild boar let out a shrill scream and charged into the forest like a madman. The two opened their eyes in astonishment and saw Gu Zhouyuan emerge from behind the tree, having already put the compound bow into the sales area, and holding a traditional bow that he had bought for 99 coins in his hand. "Big sister, come down quickly." Gu Zhouyuan reverted to his carefree self, teasing Chunmei for wearing out her pants climbing the tree, and then solemnly declared, "A life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body." Chunmei blushed with embarrassment. She used to find his teasing annoying, but now, having faced death together, she felt no resentment whatsoever. Gu Zhaodi looked at her brother, her heart filled with relief. This most unreliable person had risked his life to save her. "The bow and arrows were relics from a hunter I found in the forest," Gu Zhouyuan explained to the two women beforehand, addressing their concerns. Gu Zhaodi was still shaken and tried to pull him away, fearing the wild boar might return. Gu Zhouyuan, however, laughed and said, "Big sister, we're going to have a good meal tonight." He followed the trail of blood, leading the two women deeper into the forest. After about a mile, they finally saw the wild boar's carcass lying in the bushes, its chest pierced by an arrow. Looking at the enormous 400-pound animal, Gu Zhouyuan was at a loss. How are we going to move it back? Gu Zhaodi, however, was overwhelmed with happiness. In a poor year, being able to eat meat was already a luxury, and 400 pounds of meat was comparable to winning the lottery. At this moment, the system notified him, wild boar meat, valued at 8,000 mall coins. Gu Zhouyuan felt that the purchase price was too low, and since the two women were present, he couldn't sell it privately. So he suggested dismantling the pig, taking the meat back, and discarding the head and internal organs. "No way." Gu Zhaodi shook her head vigorously. "The pig's head weighs 30 or 40 pounds, and the offal is also meat. We can't waste it." Chunmei chimed in. "If the three of us work hard, we can definitely carry it back." In these years of food shortage, they really couldn't bear to throw away even a single bit of meat. "This boar is so heavy." Chunmei gasped, hands on her knees. The three of them, drenched in sweat, finally managed to drag the 400-pound wild boar to the forest path. Gu Zhouyuan rubbed his hands, blistered from the rope, feeling like his back was about to break. He had a system but couldn't use it, forced to drag it by hand, his heart filled with resentment. Looking up, he saw a man squatting in the woods by the roadside, digging for bitter lettuce. It was none other than the original owner's second uncle, Gu Mansong. Back then, because Gu Zhouyuan was born, his grandmother wanted to send away his adopted eldest sister and second brother, but his father insisted on not doing so, so the family separated and lived separately. "Second uncle." Gu Zhouyuan quickly stepped forward to greet him. Gu Mansong looked up and saw it was him. He took out 2 kudzu roots from the bamboo basket and handed them to him. "I heard you were beaten up. I wanted to go see you. Take these kudzu roots back and cook them." Gu Zhouyuan couldn't refuse. He could feel the mixed feelings of regret, anger, and disappointment in his second uncle's eyes. He had no choice but to put the kudzu roots in his pocket and quickly said, "Second uncle, I hunted a wild boar. I would like to ask you to help me bring it home." "You hunted a wild boar?" Gu Mansong's voice suddenly rose, his face full of disbelief. Following Gu Zhouyuan closer, he saw Gu Zhaodi and Chunmei looking around by the roadside, as well as the huge wild boar on the ground. He was stunned for a long time before putting his hands together and praying, "God bless." He immediately took out a rope, tied it to the wild boar's hind legs, and took the lead in dragging it down the mountain in high spirits. Gu Zhouyuan got up early to fight, dig for Penelia on the mountain, rescue his older sister, and shoot a wild boar. After struggling to drag the boar down the mountain, he arrived home around late afternoon. The villagers he met along the way gathered around him. "This wild boar is enough to eat until the new year. It would be worth more than 10 bushels of grain. Could he have picked up someone else's leftovers?" Some people were also curious about when he had learned to shoot arrows. The various opinions revealed the different kinds of people in the world. Second Uncle Gu Mansong and Chunmei insisted on leaving. The simple and honest farmers always helped each other without expecting anything in return, and their repeated attempts to persuade them to stay were in vain. Gu Zhouyuan closed the door, shutting out the noise from outside. Lu, who was boiling water in the kitchen, advised Xiaoyuan, it would be good to take this wild boar to the county to sell tomorrow and exchange it for some grain and money. Mother, it's getting hot. Pig offal will definitely spoil if left overnight, and then the pork won't fetch a good price. Gu Zhouyuan scooped a ladle of hot water into the wash basin and secretly squeezed some dish soap to scrub it. Why don't we cut it up now? Offal is delicious too. Tomorrow I'll take half a pig to sell and keep the other half for home. Lu Shi was gentle by nature, and seeing his resolute attitude, she didn't say anything more. Second brother, though tall and thin and seemingly frail, skinned and gutted the wild boar cleanly and efficiently. Fourth egg followed behind like a little tail, busily carrying basins and pouring water, his body brimming with energy at the thought of soon eating delicious pork. By the time they finished butchering the wild boar, it was completely dark. Gu Zhouyuan chopped off a pig's hind leg and took it to his second uncle's house. Lu Shi watched her son's retreating figure, feeling both heartache and relief. This child used to be cold-hearted, but now he finally understood how to be considerate. Over the years, his second uncle had helped their family a lot, and although his third uncle was good, his third aunt had always been petty and calculating. Farmers are reluctant to spend money on lamp oil, so they go to bed as soon as it gets dark. Gu Zhouyuan stood outside the old house and called out. The old lady, who was a light sleeper, woke up first and muttered, I'm afraid he'll ask his second uncle to help sell the pigs tomorrow. She was still thinking about making a black pancake for Xiaoyuan and Sidon, but when she mentioned her eldest sister and second brother, who were outsiders, her tone was still resistant. The old man lit the oil lamp and had just opened the door when he saw Gu Zhouyuan carrying a pig's leg and laughing. Grandpa, I hunted a wild boar and brought a leg to honor you and Grandma. This pig's leg can sell for a lot of money. Take it back and exchange it for millet to make ends meet. The old lady immediately complained. Aunt Gu Wangshi's eyes lit up, and she chimed in with a shrill voice. This is a gift from the eldest grandson to his elders. We can't let the child's heart be broken. Gu Zhouyuan ignored her and only said to the old lady, the wild boars are quite large. We can sell the rest to get a lot of grain. The old lady wanted to continue rambling, but the old man coughed twice to interrupt her and urged her to go make pancakes. As soon as Uncle Guman's song came out, he picked up a pig leg to take back. This year's drought makes the harvest uncertain, and we should save some money for emergencies. Madame Wang was anxious. This is for our elders. How can you have the right to dispose of it? Gu Zhouyuan smiled and smoothed things over. Uncle Gu helped me get this pig down from the mountain, and the pig leg is his reward for his hard work. Aunt Sun also advised, there's no need to talk about hardship fees for your own uncle. You should use the money to exchange for food. We need to make the most of our resources. Don't be so polite, Aunt Sunday. I've often come here to freeload when I was hungry, Gu Zhouyuan said earnestly. I was ignorant before, but now I know that I'll be good to those who are good to me. Uncle Sun and the old man exchanged a glance, their faces full of satisfaction. After returning from the old house, Gu Zhouyuan cut off another 8 or 9 caddies of pork and delivered it to Chunmei's house. Gu Sanner, thanks to you for saving Chunmei. How could your auntie accept your pork? Chunmei's mother, Aunt Zhang, said politely, but pushed the pork further onto the table. In those days, pork was precious, and ordinary families could only afford to cut off half a caddy during the new year. The temptation of 8 or 9 caddies of meat was simply irresistible. We can't accept this. Chunmei grabbed the pork and shoved it into Gu Zhouyuan's hand. I lured the pig here. You saved me. I haven't even thanked you yet. How can I take this meat? Gu Zhouyuan dodged to the side, grinning. Thanks to you for luring the wild boar here, I was able to catch it. You're like the earthworm for fishing, a major contributor to catching the boar. You deserve a share of this meat. You're the bait for catching the pig. Chunmei's face turned green with anger. Gu Zhouyuan retorted seriously, not just anyone can catch a pig. It also likes young and pretty girls. Chunmei's pretty face instantly turned red. Being said this in front of her mother, she was both ashamed and angry, spat, and rolled her eyes. Gu Zhouyuan stopped worrying and smiled as he bid farewell to Aunt Zhang, saying, I still have things to do at home, so I'll head back now. Aunt Zhang politely insisted that he stay and cook bean flour soup. Gu Zhouyuan recalled the scene of receiving red envelopes in his previous life and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was stared at by the mother and daughter as if they were looking at a fool, and his old face turned red as he ran away. Chunmei chased after him carrying the pork, but Gu Zhouyuan didn't turn around and shouted, After we finish eating the pork, we'll have to trouble Chunmei to go up the mountain to fish for pigs again. Get lost. Chunmei stomped her feet in anger. Back home, Lu had already prepared a stew of pig offal, and the family was waiting for him. Gu Zhouyuan was already starving, But as soon as he picked up a piece of pig liver and put it in his mouth, he frowned instantly. This stew was just a mixture of pig offal boiled together with only coarse salt. The earthy smell of wild boar meat mixed with the stench of the offal almost made him vomit. His family, on the other hand, were wolfing down their food, clearly extremely hungry and no longer caring about the taste. Xiao Yuan, why aren't you eating? Lu asked in confusion. Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly put down his chopsticks and made up a lie. I ate at Grandma's house, and I'm full. He added, I read in a book before that some Chinese herbs can be used as spices to cook meat. I picked some on the mountain today and wanted to try adding flavor to the pig offal. In the kitchen, Gu Zhaodi focused on tending the fire. Gu Zhouyuan instructed her to keep the recipe a secret and not to peek at it. He repeatedly washed and blanched the pig offal, spent 8 mall coins to buy the braised meat recipe, only to find that many spices were not available in this world. So he simply bought ready-made braising spice packets and secretly opened them and put them in his sleeve. While his older sister wasn't looking, Gu Zhouyuan added ginger slices, scallion knots, cooking wine, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and a spice packet in that order. After boiling over high heat for 10 minutes, he turned to low heat and simmered it. The rich aroma of braised meat gradually filled the air. Even though Gu Zhaodi was already quite full, she couldn't help but swallow hard. It smells so good. Si Dan, who was outside the courtyard, sniffed the rich aroma of meat in the air. Lu Shi and Gu Dedi couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't wait for it to soak up the flavor. He picked up a piece of freshly cooked pig liver and took a bite. It was so hot that he gasped for breath, but he couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. It was full of soy sauce flavor and had no fishy smell at all. He scooped out some of the braised meat, chopped it into a large bowl, and brought it out of the kitchen with Gu Zhaodi. The bright red color and complex, rich aroma instantly attracted the whole family. Sidon was the first to pick up a piece of pig intestine and stuff it into his mouth, mumbling so delicious. Gu Dedi tasted a piece of pig's stomach, which was tender, juicy, and flavorful. Studying is still the best. Lu sighed as she ate. Xiao Yuan, are you really not going to Nanhu Academy? Nanhu Academy was a private school in the county, with a tuition fee of 1 tael of silver or the equivalent in grain per year. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head and refused. My family doesn't have the money to support me. Lodging and meals are expenses. Lu wanted to persuade him further, but seeing his firm attitude, she had no choice but to give up. The braised food on the table was quickly devoured. Gu Zhouyuan added more braising spices to the pot, along with pig's head, heart, tail, and trotters, and continued cooking. Gu Dedi brought firewood, and Gu Zhaodi helped start the fire. Even at 9 p.m., no one was sleepy. Gu Zhouyuan reminded everyone that they needed to go to the county to sell meat the next day, and urged Gu Dedi and Sidon to wash their feet before they went to rest. He slept exceptionally well that night. The rooster's crow awakened the village. After washing up, Gu Zhouyuan saw that Gu Dedi had already moved half a pig into the yard. Uncle Yotsai's ox cart hasn't left yet. I'll go and call him when we set off. Gu Yotsai's ox cart would take people to the county town during the off-season, charging 2 coins per person. Gu Zhouyuan went into the kitchen and cooked pure millet porridge, and also made a cold purslane salad, which was refreshing and helped cut through the greasiness. Sidan ate while lowering his voice with worry. Third brother, did you break into mother's cupboard? If we eat like this, will we only be able to eat wild vegetables in a couple of days? He had never seen anyone in the village have enough pure millet porridge for breakfast, and he was afraid that if he enjoyed it for the next couple of days, he would go hungry later. What are you worrying about with me here? You won't go hungry. Gu Zhouyuan flicked Sidan's forehead in annoyance. Sidan was still full of doubts. The bird eggs and wild boar were obtained by chance, and his third brother didn't know how to save money. How would the family survive once the meat was gone? Gu Zhouyuan ignored his petty thoughts, got up, went into the kitchen, scooped out a large bowl of braised meat, and took it to the old house. At this moment, his second aunt, Sun, was picking wild vegetables with her daughter, Xiaohua. Xiaohua sniffed hard. Mom, I smell meat. Sun rolled her eyes at her. You're only thinking about the pig leg Xiaoyuan gave you. Your father is going to sell it to buy millet and salt. Picking wild vegetables, second aunt, Gu Zhouyuan smiled and stepped forward, the ceramic bowl in his hand instantly catching Xiaohua's eye. The aroma of meat was coming from there. Sun was taken aback. Usually, Xiaoyuan would come asking for food, so this was quite unexpected. We made some braised meat at home, and my mother asked me to bring some over to try, Gu Zhouyuan explained. Xiaohua used to be terrified of her third brother, who always looked at people with a sidelong glance and was always bullying others. But today, his tone was gentle and he wasn't fierce at all. She mustered up her courage and asked, Third brother, can I have a piece of this meat first? Gu Zhouyuan picked up a piece of pig's head meat and held it to her mouth. Xiao Hua subconsciously bit it, and her eyes widened instantly. The meat was tender and delicious. Gu Zhouyuan then grabbed a piece of pig's tail for her. Sun smiled and told Xiao Hua to call her grandparents. Grandpa and Grandma, third brother has brought meat. Xiao Hua called out, jumping up and down. The old lady initially scolded her for being unsteady, but upon hearing the words, bringing meat, she immediately perked up, snatched the pig's tail from Xiao Hua's hand, sniffed it, and beamed with joy. Gu Zhouyuan handed the ceramic bowl to the old lady, who complained, life should be lived frugally. How can we afford to eat so carelessly? These are all offal and pig heads and feet that can't be sold for a good price. They won't last more than 2 days, so I'm cooking them for everyone to try, Gu Zhouyuan said unhurriedly. The old lady nodded, secretly pleased. Her eldest daughter-in-law was actually being filial to her, and Xiao Yuan had become clever. Her only regret was that she hadn't been able to get rid of those 2 outsiders from her eldest daughter's family. The old lady took the large bowl. Inside, the braised pork offal was a glossy red, its aroma enticing. Just then, Dezhu and Erju, returning from fetching water, walked into the yard. Dezhu wiped his sweat and nodded in greeting, while Erju eagerly pressed. Little San, when did you learn to shoot arrows? Did you really kill a wild boar yesterday? I've always known how. You just didn't know it, Gu Zhouyuan said dismissively. Erju looked unconvinced. You can't even chop wood. You're too narrow-minded. Gu Zhouyuan adopted the original owner's signature arrogant demeanor. The school doesn't just teach reading. It also teaches the 6 arts of a gentleman. Rights, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. This profound boast actually made Erju feel a bit of admiration. Afterwards, Gu Zhouyuan and his second uncle, Gu Mansong, rode in Gu Yotsai's ox cart to sell meat in the county town. Gu Zhouyuan paid 18 won for the ox cart. His second uncle paid for it in advance. Gu Yukai reminded him, it's hot, so we need to sell the wild boar meat as soon as possible. Restaurants need a lot. Gu Mansong nodded in agreement, but Gu Zhouyuan felt no pressure. In those days, meat was scarce, and wealthy people in the county town had no trouble buying it. The ox cart swayed for over an hour, arriving in the county town at noon. Relying on his memories from his school days, Gu Zhouyuan parked the ox cart directly in front of the imposing Yuanqing restaurant, the very place where his original self had met with disaster for his infatuation with the owner's daughter. He got off the cart to go inside and discuss business, but was stopped by the waiter Zhao Kai. You poor wretch, trying to do business, beggars have to wait for the leftovers at noon. You're looking down on people. Can you afford to ruin our business? Gu Zhouyuan's arrogance intensified, startling Zhao Kai. At this moment, the manager, Wu Shuiping, stepped forward and asked with a forced smile, what business does this sir want to discuss? I have wild boar meat. I'll add a specialty dish to your restaurant, Gu Zhouyuan said bluntly. Wu Shuiping's heart skipped a beat. Yuanqing Restaurant and Laifu Restaurant were mortal enemies, and he was just worried about not having any new ingredients to surpass them. He followed Gu Zhouyuan out and saw half a wild boar on the ox cart. The pig's skin was grayish-black, and its hair was stiff and long. He confirmed that it was genuine wild boar meat. Just as he was about to ask the price, a voice suddenly rang out. Father, don't buy this scoundrel's pork. Gu Zhouyuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young woman in a pink silk dress walking towards him. She had fair skin and a pretty face, but her eyebrows were furrowed and her expression was displeased. She's not bad-looking, but she has a meanness about her, he thought to himself. The newcomer was Wu Jiro, the daughter of Wu Shuiping, the restaurant owner. She stood with her hands on her hips and scolded Gu Zhouyuan. You shameless bastard. Even if I were blind, I wouldn't be interested in you. The restaurant was located in a bustling area, and the commotion quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. The unsuspecting onlookers pointed and whispered about Gu Zhouyuan. Seeing this, Gu Mansong and Gu Yukai quickly lowered their heads, trying to minimize their presence. Gu Zhouyuan, with his thick skin, chuckled and said with feigned regret, the girl is quite pretty. How come she's blind? Wu Jiro had never been so humiliated, and her face flushed red. I burned your disgusting love poems long ago. Are you still not giving up a toad, trying to eat swan meat? She was eager to show everyone that she had been harassed by a pervert. Unexpectedly, Gu Zhouyuan turned the tables on him. If the love poems are burned, there's no evidence. I can say that you wrote me love letters but failed to win my heart, and that you hated me because of that. Wu Jiro was originally the daughter of a merchant, skilled at seducing men and raising fish in her pond. The original owner of this body was just a small shrimp in her pond. Only because the young master Zhao saw her love poems did he plot to have the original owner beaten to a pulp in order to protect the big fish. Now, seeing Gu Zhiyuan's sharp tongue and aggressive nature, she is finding it hard to cope. Seeing his daughter being wronged, Wu Shuiping roared, "If you spout nonsense again, I'll have someone knock all your teeth out." Before he finished speaking, Gu Monsong immediately grabbed a stick and stood beside Gu Zhoyuan, while Gu Yukai also drew his long knife, ready for action. "Your young lady started this mudslinging, and now I'm spouting nonsense just because I'm talking back." Gu Zhoyuan cried out. "Just because you're rich and powerful doesn't mean you can ignore the law and hurt the poor at will." These words instantly ignited the resentment of the onlookers towards the wealthy, and everyone rallied in support. "He who injures someone without cause should go to jail. We'll be your witnesses." Wu Jiro and Wu Shuiping panicked at the sight, and manager Wu angrily retorted, "Aren't you afraid of death? Don't you know whose territory this is?" "I'm terrified of dying," Gu Zhoyuan exclaimed dramatically, then said coldly, "If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll make sure you don't lose your pants." The crowd burst into laughter. Wu Jiro gritted her teeth and pressed on. "There are so many restaurants in the city. Why did you have to come to my place? What else could it be but a persistent thief? I studied at Nanhu Academy, so I'm familiar with this area." Gu Zhoyuan retorted speechlessly. Such a pretty young girl. How can her thought process be so peculiar? Unexpectedly, Wu Jiro blushed and said righteously, "Give up on that idea. No amount of flattery will work." Gu Zhoyuan completely lost his patience. This woman's narcissism was beyond imagination. Wu Jiro sensed something was off about Gu Zhoyuan's words, but couldn't figure out what it was. Gu Zhoyuan, too lazy to argue with her, saw the crowd of onlookers and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Genuine wild boar from the mountains, 30 coins a pound. Delicious braised, stewed, or minced. As much as you want, we'll cut." Caught off guard, many onlookers with spare cash and a craving for wild game rushed forward to inquire about prices. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat are common in the city, but wild boar meat is a rare find. "Give me 2 gene of 4-leg meat." An elderly man with white hair was the first to place an order, followed by shouts of 3 gene of pork belly, half a gene of fatty meat, and 1 gene of skinless hind leg meat. Gu Zhoyuan hurriedly called his second uncle, Gu Monsong, to cut the meat, while Gu Yukai helped weigh it. The two of them busily handled the task. Wu Jiro was dumbfounded, never expecting that Gu Zhoyuan would be selling pork in front of his own restaurant. Manager Wu, regaining her senses, angrily shouted at the waiters. Afu and Ague overturned their stall. The two men rolled up their sleeves and rushed over, but were startled by the sharp knife that Gu Monsong wielded when it struck a pig's rump with a loud thud, and hesitated 3 meters away, not daring to approach. Manager Wu was furious and cursed loudly, but he was afraid of the gleaming knife and dared not do it himself. He could only point at Gu Zhoyuan and shout, "Who gave you permission to sell things in my restaurant? I'm a zhang away from your restaurant." Gu Zhoyuan greeted the customers without turning his head, then deliberately took 4 big steps outward, causing Gu Yukai to move the ox cart half a step, and said in a serious tone, "Now that I'm a zhang away, it's not your property anymore." Wu Jiro was so angry her liver hurt. This is no different from not moving it at all. The difference is huge. You can't expect your peeing area to be just a few feet away, can you? Gu Zhoyuan's words drew laughter from the crowd. The men felt relieved, while the women despised his crudeness. Gu Zhoyuan had no interest in arguing. He was focused solely on selling meat. Pointing to the wild boar hook, he chuckled at a bald, middle-aged man. "Brother, this is good stuff. Stew it with goji berries, and you know how potent it is." The man instantly understood, paid, and hurried away. He then started hawking the remaining 2 highly nutritious meatballs, sparking a frenzy. An elderly man with white hair clutched one pill tightly, retorting, "You only need to replenish it if it doesn't work." A tough woman snatched another pill from him, saying bluntly, "There are capable people in the family." She even clenched her fist in a show of defiance, which frightened the men present into tightening their crotches. "That Gu fellow, he's got a tough life." Zhao Fugue swaggered over with 2 henchmen. He had previously ordered his men to knock Gu Zhoyuan unconscious, thinking the man was surely dead. He had been living in fear these past few days, and seeing that Gu was alive and well, his fear instantly turned into anger. He slapped the tall henchman across the face. "Didn't you say he was dead?" The henchman covered his face and argued. "If you smashed the back of his head with a stick, he'd be an idiot if not dead. How could he recover so quickly?" Enjoying the attention of the onlookers, Zhao Fugue, indulging in his urge to show off, kicked his henchman and then mocked Gu Zhoyuan. Giving up your studies to sell pork instead, seeing Gu Zhouyuan remain composed, he waved his hand and ordered, "Overturn his stall and give him a few more whacks." Gu Zhouyuan's eyes turned cold. He wanted to settle both old and new scores, but he put on a smile. The crows on the roof of Yuanqing restaurant have been cawing nonstop. "So it's young Master Zhao who's here." These words were a veiled insult to the three of them, and Manager Wu Zhiro, and Zhao Fugue all turned pale. Zhao Fugue roared, "Do you know whose territory this is?" Gu Zhouyuan feigned ignorance. Manager Wu said this is his territory. "Why don't you smell the other parties you're in first, so that your territories don't overlap?" The crowd roared with laughter. Zhao Fugue, after being whispered to him by Manager Wu, realized he'd been called a dog and flew into a rage. "Kill him." Gu Monsong immediately grabbed a stick and stood in front of Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan shouted, "With Uncle Kai protecting the stall, we'll take care of these small fry." Gu Zhouyuan felt no pressure. He had plenty of experience in street fights from his previous life. He secretly sold his compound bow and bought electric knuckle dusters from the mall. Shopkeeper Wu signaled Afu and Agwe to each grab long sticks and surround them. Gu Monsong was strong and muscular. He swung his stick at Agwe's buttocks, while he blocked Afu's blow to the head. A conflict was about to break out. Gu Zhouyuan dodged the short henchman's kick by sidestepping, and in the instant he passed him, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to the man's ear, sending him sprawling to the ground. He finished him off easily in a single exchange. His eyes turned coldly to the tall henchman, Wang Debao, the very same person who had knocked the original owner unconscious with a single blow. Although Wang Debao was wary, his confidence soared due to his past achievements, and he slowly approached, short stick in hand. Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and stretched his neck. His enhanced physique from the system gave him plenty of confidence. Zhao Fugue was smug at the sight. This Wang Debao was a ruthless thug hired by his father at a high price. He was agile and vicious. He was waiting for Gu Zhouyuan to be crippled. Shopkeeper Wu and Wu Zhiro also looked gloating. The former was waiting to see the poor boy suffer, while the latter was secretly pleased that her two suitors were fighting for her. Gu Monsong was entangled by Afu and Agwe and was unable to break free after being hit twice. When Gu Yukai saw this, he picked up a meat cleaver and was about to step forward, but was stopped by the onlookers. Wang Debao lowered his waist and held his breath, then swept his stick horizontally towards Gu Zhouyuan's head. Gu Zhouyuan deliberately staggered as he crouched to dodge, pretending to fall. Zhao Fugue laughed loudly, while Wu Zhiro looked at him with sarcasm, thinking he was easily defeated. Just as he fell to the ground, Gu Zhouyuan braced himself with his left hand to propel himself into the air, kicking Wang Debao in the neck head first. Immediately afterward, he took a running start, leaped into the air, spun twice to gather momentum, and delivered a fierce whip kick to Wang Debao's head, before landing with a beautiful somersault. Wang Debao's eyes glazed over as he fell straight to the ground, leaving the onlookers stunned by the dazzling, dance-like fighting techniques. Gu Zhouyuan was using the Brazilian capoeira, a style of combat known as murder disguised as dance. Gu Zhouyuan dusted himself off and turned to the trembling Zhao Fugue. Zhao Fugue gave a few threats, his tone fierce but his heart weak, then turned and ran off at full speed. Gu Zhouyuan, still seething with anger, immediately gave chase, hearing Zhao Fugue's mocking voice beside him. "Young Master Zhao, where are you in such a hurry?" Zhao Fugue accelerated desperately, but heard the words "thunder fist" behind him. Then a sharp pain shot through his back, followed by an ecstatic numbness. Gu Zhouyuan had already sold the composite bow and replaced it with electric knuckle dusters. Zhao Fugue's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Gu Zhouyuan's punch, delivered with his electric knuckle duster, sent a tingling, stinging pain through him like never before. "You'd better not mess with me. When I go crazy, even I'm afraid of myself." Gu Zhouyuan didn't want to say anything more and turned to leave. The system shop had been upgraded and the hot weapons section unlocked. With his immense power, he had no intention of getting entangled with this spoiled brat. But Zhao Fugue threatened, "Your family is in Datong village, and you have an older sister and a younger brother." Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow, took out a portable high-voltage stun gun, and smiled gently. "You've got a problem with your brain. I'll give you an electrotherapy treatment." Zhao Fugue's survival instinct kicked in, and he moved back, but Gu Zhouyuan pressed the switch, and he was once again knocked unconscious by a strong electric shock, collapsing to the ground. The crowd behind them was already petrified, and the fighting stopped. Wu Zhiro, hiding behind Manager Wu, cried out in a trembling voice, "How dare you kill young Master Zhao? He's just unconscious. He'll wake up in a couple of days," Gu Zhouyuan replied casually. Wu Jiro grew bolder and stepped forward, coldly saying, "You seriously injured someone in the street. I'm going to report you to the authorities and have you imprisoned. Your ability to distort the facts is truly remarkable." Gu Zhouyuan sneered, turning to the crowd. "I was just selling pork peacefully when young Master Zhao came up and tried to kill me." Everyone witnessed it. The crowd instantly erupted, accusing Zhao Fuguei of all sorts of misdeeds, not paying for wontons, assaulting a vendor, harassing a widow, and then turning around and accusing him. Gu Zhouyuan clasped his hands in thanks, then teased Wu Jiro. "You're so biased towards him. Could it be that you're having an affair with him? You're talking nonsense." Wu Jiro was filled with shame and indignation. Gu Zhouyuan changed the subject, pointing at the unconscious Wang Debao. "How could a weak man like me provoke 3 armed men besides? Young Master Zhao sent him to murder me," which he admitted himself. "The villagers can all testify to my head injury." He stared at Wu Jiro, smiling broadly. "Your family is in business. You should know better. In a fight versus murder, who suffers more if the matter is reported to the authorities?" Gu Zhouyuan knew the laws of this era were flawed, but if truly driven to a dead end, he was willing to fight to the death. Wu Jiro bit her lower lip, filled with astonishment. How had this man become so difficult and bad? After the crowd dispersed, Gu Zhouyuan and his 2 companions began to tally up their earnings from selling pork. Over 200 jin of pork had all been converted into copper coins, filling their bamboo baskets to overflowing. Gu Monsong's hands trembled as he counted the money. In his nearly 40 years of life, he had never handled so much money. Gu Yukai helped string the copper coins into 6 large bunches, leaving 158 loose coins, and he too was filled with excitement. "Second uncle, this is yours." Gu Zhouyuan handed over a string of cash. Gu Monsong hesitated, saying he had only helped move the wild boar and it wasn't worth that much. "This pig leg was originally meant for my elders. You can take it back to the old house and either give it to grandma or divide it among the families. You can decide what to do." Gu Zhouyuan hung the money on his arm, and only then did Gu Monsong stop refusing. Gu Zhouyuan grabbed the remaining 58 coins and handed them to Gu Yukai. "Uncle Yukai, this is your reward for helping me sell meat and weighing it." Remembering Gu Yotsai's loyalty in wielding the knife and risking his life during the fight, he insisted on giving it to him. Gu Yukai quickly declined, but Gu Zhouyuan forced it into his hand. He then took out 18 coins to return the fare, but Gu Zhouyuan nonchalantly boasted, "It's only 18 coins. I have plenty of money." As he spoke, he picked up 2 strings of coins and shook them, making a clattering sound, perfectly replicating the original owner's arrogant manner. Gu Yukai had no choice but to silently take back the money. The 3 went to the grain store to buy grain. When they passed the money exchange, Gu Monsong suggested that Gu Zhouyuan exchange his 5 strings of copper coins for silver. The 65 jin copper coins were too conspicuous and would easily attract thieves. Although Gu Zhouyuan didn't mind, he found them inconvenient to carry, so he exchanged the copper coins for 5 small silver ingots weighing 1 liang each, which were much lighter to carry in his pocket. In the grain store, millet had risen to 4 won per jin, and rice to 10 won per jin, much more expensive than in the first month of the lunar calendar. Gu Yukai asked in surprise why, and the shop assistant, without looking up, said, "The year before last there was a cold disaster. Last year there was little rain, and this year there was flooding and drought. The harvest was poor, so the price of grain naturally rose. Buy as much as you can now, because it might rise to 6 won tomorrow." The shopkeeper scolded the talkative waiter. Gu Monsong and Gu Yukai exchanged a glance, their faces full of worry, their previous joy completely gone. Gu Zhouyuan, however, didn't care at all and said loudly, "Weigh out 20 caddies of millet, 10 caddies of white rice, and 5 caddies of white flour for me." The waiter's spirits lifted. He hadn't expected these 3 seemingly unsophisticated men to be so extravagant. Gu Monsong hesitated, thinking to himself that Xiao Yuan was getting a little cocky after being poor for so long. White rice and white flour were things only the rich could afford, and white rice at 10 coins a pound was truly a luxury. But seeing that his nephew had changed a lot, this little bit of extravagance was normal, so he ultimately didn't say anything to persuade him. After leaving the grain store, Gu Zhouyuan first went to the soy sauce and vinegar store and bought soy sauce and vinegar that had been sun-dried for 180 days. The taste was a pleasant surprise for him, as he was used to technologically advanced seasonings. He couldn't find the spices he needed for cooking at the general store, so he had a bright idea and went to the pharmacy, where he finally found cinnamon. Many spices, such as star anise and chili peppers, were nowhere to be found. He bought an ounce of cinnamon and left in a hurry. Remembering his eldest sister's patched-up clothes, how she had only two worn-out outfits to change into at such a young age. Gu Zhouyuan turned and headed towards the fabric shop. Gu Monsong and Gu Yukai followed him around the city, secretly amazed by how fast he spent money. But since the money belonged to Gu Zhouyuan, they didn't say anything. Gu Zhouyuan abandoned the expensive silk and chose mid to high-grade hemp cloth at 450 won per bolt. One bolt could make 5 to 8 sets of clothes. He bought one bolt each of the dirt-resistant blue and black, enough for the whole family to replace. Seeing this, the shopkeeper added some scraps of floral fabric for mending. Gu Monsong and Gu Yukai also each bought a foot of coarse cloth, 12 won per foot, 3 won cheaper than buying it in small quantities, planning to go back and mend clothes and make shoes. Afterwards, Gu Zhouyuan went to a pastry shop to buy some pastries for Dan, visited several shops to buy odds and ends, and even bought a large bamboo basket to put all the miscellaneous items in, making it convenient to smuggle in his own goods. Back at the village entrance, the old women under the big locust tree gossiped sourly. Old Gusan got rich by picking up a wild boar, and he's showing off by buying 2 bolts of hemp cloth. He'll squander it all sooner or later. Gu Zhouyuan pretended not to hear and walked straight home. Before even entering the courtyard, he saw Dan squatting on the ground collecting dried purslane. He quietly moved the things behind the gate and shouted, Dan. Dan, no longer afraid of him as before, ran over expectantly and asked how much the pork had sold for. Gu Zhouyuan teased him by guessing 800 coins, 500 coins, and 100 coins. Seeing his little face fall, he took out 3 small silver ingots and threw them to him. Dan had never seen silver before and wondered if they were stones he had picked up. Gu Zhouyuan was speechless and then grabbed a cloth bag of copper coins and threw it to him. Dan opened it with trembling hands and saw a bag full of copper coins. His eyes widened instantly. During this trip to the city, Gu Zhouyuan spent a total of 1,311 won, 255 won for rice and flour, 900 won for cloth, 60 won for pastries, 35 won for cinnamon, 8 won for bamboo baskets, and 53 won for miscellaneous items, leaving him with 3,789 won, of which 3,000 won were small silver ingots, and the rest were loose silver and more than 200 copper coins. Dan held the cloth bag full of copper coins, his mouth agape. Just a few days ago, his family was penniless, and his mother had to borrow money from his uncle to save his third brother. Now, not only had his third brother changed, but he had also earned so much money. He felt like he was in a dream, and he suddenly slapped himself. Only when he saw a red mark on his face did he laugh out loud. It's true. Gu Zhouyuan felt both heartbroken and amused, and rubbed his head. Just then, Gu Dedi returned carrying firewood, and Dan hurriedly rushed over to show off. Second brother, look. Third brother made a lot of money. Gu Dedi unloaded the firewood and saw the copper coins in the cloth bag. Although he felt that most of the pig should have cost more than that, and that Xiao Yuan had probably spent some money at the restaurant again, he was still very pleased that he could have money left over from the past, compared to when he would come back and make a fuss after spending all his money. He grinned. You're back. Lu's voice came from the doorway, with Gu Zhaodi following beside her. Lu stamped the dust off her shoes. Some grasshoppers appeared in the wheat field. Your older sister and I spent the whole afternoon catching them. Gu Zhouyuan's heart sank. Droughts are often followed by locust plagues, but the people obviously hadn't realized the danger and just thought they were ordinary grasshoppers. Dan's shout interrupted his thoughts. Mother, look at the money third brother made from selling pork. Lu Shi took the cloth bag. Although she guessed that her son had probably spent most of the money, she was still very pleased to have brought home some copper coins. Gu Zhouyuan scratched his head and held out his hand. Mother, I still have some loose silver. Lu accepted the silver pieces blankly, and the crowd gathered around the loose silver in her palm. These loose silver pieces are about 5 qian, worth 500 won, Gu Zhouyuan explained. Including the copper coins, the family now had nearly 800 won in savings, going from being penniless to having some wealth. Everyone's breathing quickened. Dan picked up a piece of loose silver, his eyes shining. This is silver? I've never seen it before. Mother, please keep this money for household expenses. I spend money recklessly, and I don't feel comfortable leaving it with you, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Lu's eyes reddened, and she nodded repeatedly. My little Yuan has grown up. Mother will save it for you to get married. I still have 3 taels left, mother. Please save it too. Gu Zhouyuan added somewhat embarrassedly. The 3 taels of silver completely stunned everyone. Lu Shi held the silver in a daze. Apart from her husband's old pension money, which had long been squandered by Xiao Yuan, she had never handled so much money before, and tears streamed down her face. Gu Dedi and Gu Zhaodi quickly took her arms, and Gu Zhaodi took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Gu Zhouyuan was at a loss when he saw Si Dan pick up a silver ingot and stuff it into his mouth. He slapped Si Dan on the head. Are you starving? What are you doing gnawing on silver? I heard silver is soft. I wanted to bite it and try it, Si Dan replied weakly. Gu Zhouyuan rolled his eyes and coaxed him into asking where he would hide silver. Si Dan racked his brains, thinking of under the bed, through holes in the wall, and into his shoes, before his eyes lit up. I'll sew the silver into my ox-nose trousers. Gu Zhouyuan looked at Si Dan with a half-smile. Gu Dedi couldn't help but chuckle, while Gu Zhaodi pretended not to hear. Si Dan realized how absurd his method of hiding silver was and quickly put the silver down. Gu Zhouyuan cleared his throat and began to tell the story of the imperial treasury soldiers hiding silver in the valley, explaining that the ingot in 1 ingot of silver was the same as the buttocks in Buttock's Groove. Si Dan was so frightened that he threw away the silver as if he had been burned, rubbed his hands vigorously, and never mentioned testing whether the silver was soft or not again. As the laughter subsided, Gu Zhouyuan told his mother to put the silver away. Lu Shi happily hid it carefully. Gu Zhouyuan closed the courtyard gate, revealing the goods behind it, and everyone froze again. Si Dan rushed over, touching the fabric in amazement. Mother Gu was both delighted and distressed. It's not a holiday. How much money must have been spent to buy so much hemp cloth? Gu Zhaodi's eyes sparkled, but she only dared to peek at it secretly. She had never worn new clothes before, and always wore the styles of Gu Zhiyuan's discarded old clothes. Elder sister, how many outfits can one bolt of cloth make? Gu Zhouyuan asked, pulling her aside. It can make 5 long robes, and the scraps can be used to make 2 short shirts, Gu Zhaodi replied. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. This cloth is for you. You and your mother should make 3 sets of ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, each. Gu's mother and Gu Zhaodi were shocked. Gu's mother quickly declined, saying, what would an old woman like me need so many clothes for? You and your siblings can have a set made, and the rest can be used for winter clothes. 40 years old is no old woman. Wearing new clothes will make you look 10 years younger. Gu Zhouyuan laughed, which pleased Lu Shi. Gu Zhaodi stammered. I don't need new fabric. I'll just alter your old clothes. Gu Zhouyuan's nose stung with tears, but his tone was firm. You'll never have to wear old clothes again. Make them for yourself this time, and I'll buy you fabric to make you a floral jacket for winter, so you can be the most beautiful sister in the world. These words sounded like a promise and a declaration. Gu Zhaodi stared blankly at her third brother, who had grown up overnight. Tears welled up in her eyes and flowed like streams. The heartwarming feeling of being cared for caught her off guard. Happiness came too suddenly. Gu Zhouyuan tore off a piece of cloth to wipe his eldest sister's tears, his clumsy movements resulting in her tears and snot smearing together. Gu Zhaodi was both angry and helpless, snatching the cloth away to wash her face in a corner of the yard. Si Dan earnestly taught his third brother. To wipe tears, you have to fold the cloth and gently wipe with the pointed end, even demonstrating, which Gu Zhouyuan teased him for being a warm-hearted man. Seeing his third brother's unfriendly gaze, he quickly stuffed the cloth back into the bamboo basket. Gu Zhouyuan moved the bamboo basket over and took out the various scraps of cloth given to him by the shopkeeper. These are perfect for decorating clothes. Gu's mother and Gu Zhaodi were delighted. These scraps of cloth came in a variety of colors and were a treasure to poor families. Then he pulled out a straw bag of rice. This is 20 jin of millet. Everyone was amazed. For them, who had suffered from hunger for many years, grain was the most reassuring sustenance. Gu Dedi quickly and carefully held the rice bag, afraid of bumping or damaging it. There's still 10 jin of white rice. Gu Zhouyuan took out a small straw bag. The glistening white rice made Gu's mother overjoyed. In those days, only gentry and officials could afford to eat white rice. 5 jin of wheat flour. The rough earthenware jar hit the ground, and everyone was already in a daze, as if dreaming. Gu Zhouyuan casually said, there's still pork at home. We'll make dumplings with it tonight. Si Dan cheered instantly. Really? Pork dumplings? I've only ever had vegetarian dumplings once, and that was on New Year's Eve after saving up 10 days' worth of dried wild vegetables. I'll make sure you eat dumplings until you're sick of them. Gu Zhouyuan promised with a smile, but Si Dan quickly shook his head. I wouldn't get sick of them even if I ate them every meal. Gu Zhouyuan opened the food box, took out a mung bean cake, and handed it to his mother. The shopkeeper said this is his best-selling item. Lu Shi took a bite, savoring the sweetness she had never tasted before. He then handed a juju paste pastry to Gu Zhaodi, who pointed to the words on the pastry and asked softly, are there 4 characters on this? Gu Zhouyuan taught slowly and deliberately. Zhao, Ni, Fong, Su. Fong is the Fong in square, and Erniyu's wife's surname is also Fong. Sidon came over and said, "So it's that simple." Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, "From now on, I will teach you to recognize characters for an hour every day. Eldest sister and second brother will learn together too." Gu Zhaoti's eyes lit up, but then dimmed instantly. How could she, an abandoned wild girl, be worthy of learning to read? Gu Dedi also declined. "There's too much chores at home, like carrying water and chopping wood. I don't have time to learn." Gu Zhiyuan's smile faded, and he said seriously, "Second brother, this is our shared home. I can't let you do all the work alone. You've never been an outsider. You're my own second brother, and so is eldest sister." Gu Dedi was reserved by nature, and his expression seemed normal, but his arms, which were holding the sack of corn, became increasingly stiff, and his knuckles turned white from the force. He never imagined that his third brother, who always mocked him as a daughter, would call him his second brother and the eldest son in the family. Over the years, he had worked tirelessly, enduring beatings and scoldings, always considering himself a dependent. These words made him grin, yet tears streamed down his face. His mother wiped away her tears, feeling that this crooked sapling had finally straightened out. Gu Zhaoti, already a sobbing mess, was embraced and teased by Gu Zhouyuan. "Jealous of your second brother? I respect you even more." She chuckled and lightly punched him. Gu Sidon couldn't understand why everyone was crying. He just stared at the snack box, swallowing hard, inwardly blaming himself for not getting any. Just then, Xiaohua's voice came from outside the door. He said nervously, "Quick, hide the snacks. She's definitely here to freeload." Gu Zhouyuan rolled his eyes at him. Gu's mother opened the courtyard gate, and Xiaohua poked her head in, carrying a small bag woven from green grass. "Third brother, I brought you some mulberries to try." "The mulberries in Jialongu have all been picked?" Sidan questioned. Xiaohua proudly said, "There are still some on the treetops, but only I can climb up and reach them." Gu Zhouyuan picked up a mulberry and put it in his mouth, praising, "It's quite sweet." Then his smile faded, and he seriously warned, "Don't climb trees to pick them anymore. It's too dangerous." Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before realizing that her third brother was worried about her. Gu Zhouyuan pushed aside the 4 eggs blocking the bamboo basket and pulled out a pair of titanium steel antique-style tassel earrings. He had bought them for a small amount of money at the mall, and the iron exterior wouldn't cause ear infections. He handed them to Xiaohua. "Thanks for the mulberries. These are for you." Xiaohua was so startled that she dropped her earring on the ground. After picking it up, she hesitated and handed it back, saying, "It's too valuable. I can't accept it. It's not gold or silver. It's not worth much." Gu Zhouyuan pretended to be angry. "If you don't want it, I'll give it to Arya." Xiaohua was anxious. Arya was her lifelong enemy. How could she let her have her? She pulled out the soap thorn from her earlobe, put on the earring, and gently shook her head. As the tassels swayed, the little girl smiled exceptionally brightly. Xiaohua skipped home, and Gu Zhouyuan gave her a box of pastries to take to the old house. He also gave a separate box to see Dan, who was full of resentment. "Mother, try on this bracelet." He took out a pair of imitation sandalwood bracelets. Lu scolded him for wasting money, but she couldn't hide her joy. She happily put it on her wrist and examined it repeatedly. Gu Zhaoti was concealing her envy when a vintage sandalwood hairpin with the design of begonia and spring appeared before her eyes. The hairpin was adorned with small flowers and round beads at the end, and its unique design made her feel incredibly happy. She was struck by the sudden happiness, and tears streamed down her face. She hugged Gu Zhouyuan and wiped her tears on his clothes. She looked up and smiled, saying, "Xiaoyuan, I really like it." Dinner was pork and scallion dumplings. Gu Zhouyuan personally mixed the filling, finely chopped pork leg meat with a ratio of 30% fat to 70% lean, with added minced scallions and ginger, salt, MSG, soy sauce, oyster sauce, pepper, and sugar to enhance the flavor. He then beat 2 eggs and stirred them clockwise, drizzled in scallion oil, and mixed in scallions. The filling was very authentic. But when it came to kneading the dough, he kept making mistakes. Pour in half the water. Too much water, add flour. Add more water if the dough is too dry. Originally, 2 gin of flour was enough, but in the end, 5 gin of flour was reduced to just a small bowl. Lu felt sorry for him, but thinking of her son's joy, she refrained from stopping him. "Well done. Make some for Grandma and the others too." Gu Zhouyuan smoothed things over with a straight face, and everyone immediately showed their respect. It turned out that everything was under his control. The whole family pitched in and quickly finished making dumplings, even adding more filling halfway through. "Sidan, taste it to see if it's cooked." Gu Zhouyuan scooped up a dumpling and handed it to Sidan. Sidan stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Gu Zhouyuan asked in surprise, "Isn't it hot? Is it cooked?" He actually answered, I don't know. Gu Zhouyuan had no choice but to scoop up another one. Sidan took a bite and was panting from the heat, but he mumbled, "It's cooked." After the dumplings were cooked and portioned out, Gu Zhouyuan tasted one and his eyes lit up. The additive-free flour, soy sauce, and pork tasted even better than in his previous life. Lu and her siblings also praised it repeatedly as the most delicious thing ever. Sidan was about to take the remaining dumplings when Gu Zhouyuan patted him on the shoulder. "Take them to Grandma and the others first. Then you can eat them when you get back." Sidan was reluctant, and he dawdled with the dumplings, looking back every few steps as he headed towards the old house. Chapter 27. This distribution is unfair. Seeing Gu Saidan's pathetic state, Gu Zhouyuan said irritably, "There are still so many dumplings left to cook. What are you panicking about? I guarantee you'll eat your fill today." Gu Saidan's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace, eager to finish the task and return to eat meat dumplings. "Hey, don't sneak a snack on the way," Gu Zhouyuan called out with some concern. There was no sign of Gu Saidan anywhere. The kid's two short legs were swinging incredibly fast, like a 100-meter sprint. The table was very old, and it creaked and groaned incessantly whenever it was moved. The family sat around the broken table, the dim light of the oil lamp, both yellow and warm. "Xiao Yuan, do you really not want to go back to the academy?" Lu asked softly, placing her chopsticks on the bowl. Xiao Yuan himself didn't want to go to school, and she accepted the reality that Xiao Yuan wasn't cut out for studying, plus the family simply couldn't afford his tuition. But Xiao Yuan's changes in the past few days can only be described as a complete transformation, and he even has several more taels of silver in his hands. Her mind started working again. After all, when the child's father was alive, he had high hopes for Xiao Yuan, believing that the family should produce a scholar so that they could bring glory to the family in the future. "Mother, why are you bringing this up again?" Having finally managed to travel through time, he had no intention of taking the imperial examination route. Isn't it better to be free and unrestrained outside? What kind of crazy person would want to crawl into a cage and be treated like a beast of burden? He was about to refuse when he saw the disappointment flash in his mother's eyes. He couldn't bear it for a moment, so he said vaguely, Let's talk about it after the new year. I feel like I've been studying a bit haphazardly before. I'll study at home first, review and solidify what I've learned." Hearing him say this, Lu breathed a sigh of relief and felt a surge of joy. She picked up a dumpling and put it in Gu Zhouyuan's bowl. Okay, eat more. You've lost so much weight these days." Gu Zhouyuan glanced at his slender eldest sister and second brother, then looked down at himself. "Where did you lose weight? You're the tallest and strongest in the whole family." Seeing his expression, Gu Zhaodi burst out laughing. Gu Daddy's cheeks were stuffed full as he focused solely on eating. It's no exaggeration to say that this was the best meal he had ever eaten in his life. The second best meal was that braised pork. The third item is naturally bird eggs from the wild vegetable stall. Mrs. Lu smiled with satisfaction and then put a dumpling on her plate for each of her eldest daughter and second son. In the old house, Sidan put down the dumplings, only managing to say one thing. "Grandpa and Grandma, these are dumplings that my third brother asked me to bring." He didn't even bother to put away the bowls that had been brought over before rushing home. Now this bowl of dumplings is placed right in the middle of the table. 14 people were crammed around the not-so-big table. White flour dumplings. The Yuz eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She was actually already married, but happened to be visiting her parents today. She lived in the Gu family until she was 17 and had never eaten white flour dumplings before. Her husband's family was even worse off than the Gu family. Their daily porridge was so thin you could see your reflection in it, let alone eating dumplings. "It smells so good." Siju squinted his eyes, greedily inhaling the fragrance in the air. "Wipe your drool off." Erju shoved Siju with a hint of disdain, even though he himself was swallowing hard. Siju didn't even turn his head, just wiped his mouth haphazardly with his sleeve, his eyes still fixed on the dumplings. Arya was a woman of action. She quickly grabbed a dumpling and was about to run outside. With 13 people crammed together, where was there any space for her to squeeze out? Her eyes darted around, and she reached out and stuffed the dumpling into her mouth. Arya was indeed quite capable, but old Madame Gu was not a slow-witted person either. She had already recovered from her brief moment of astonishment. She slapped away Arya's hand, which was about to be brought to her mouth, snatched the already crushed dumpling, and roared angrily. "You greedy, gluttonous brat, you have no manners at all. You're like a starving ghost reincarnated. Were you starving at home? Didn't we just have dinner?" As he spoke, he tapped Arya on the forehead a few times. Arya rubbed her forehead, completely unconcerned about her grandmother's beatings and scoldings. She was just disappointed that she didn't get to eat the dumplings. The strategy just now was wrong. We should have just put it in her mouth. That way, Grandma definitely wouldn't have been able to react. Xiaohua was somewhat gloating. Arya was a tiger, daring to steal food right under Grandma's nose. What was she thinking? Sanyo is 5 years old and barely taller than the table. He pointed at the dumplings in the bowl and shouted, "Grandma, I want to eat that, I want to eat that." Grandma Gu's gloomy face immediately brightened. She smiled and picked up a dumpling, bringing it to Sanyo's lips. "Here, Sanyo, eat slowly. There will be more after you finish this one." Xiaohua and Daya exchanged a glance, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. Arya rolled her eyes. They were used to this kind of scene. Grandma was extremely sexist, favoring boys over girls. She thought all the girls were a waste of money and that it was a waste of food for them to eat, even a single bite. Grandma Gu picked up her chopsticks and placed a dumpling on Huinyang's plate, who was standing quietly. "Huinyang, have one too." Seeing that her parents-in-law, uncles, and aunts hadn't touched their chopsticks, Huinyang quickly waved her hand and said, "Grandma, I just had some porridge. I'm not hungry." Grandma Gu feigned anger and said, "You don't want to eat it, but my great-grandson in your belly wants to eat it. Hurry up and take it." Huinyang could only murmur, "Thank you, Grandma," and then stretched out her hands to receive the dumplings. The 4 pillars and 2 girls immediately turned their attention to Huinyang. Huinyang felt rather awkward under everyone's gaze. She blushed and took a bite of the dumpling. His eyes immediately lit up. The pork filling was so delicious that the rich, savory aroma instantly filled her mouth, making her eyes squint with delight. Siju smelled the enticing aroma and unconsciously chewed along with Huinyang. "Second brother's wife, go get a few bowls. These dumplings will stick together if you don't pick them up soon." Sun responded and went into the kitchen to bring out 4 or 5 earthenware bowls. One by one, the dumplings were placed into the earthenware bowl, and Grandma Gu counted them as well. There were 37 dumplings in total. Daju, Erju, Siju, and Sanyu. For boys, 3 each, plus Huinyang is pregnant, so we'll have 3 more. After thinking for a moment, Grandma Gu finalized the distribution plan. Wang's expression changed, as if she wanted to say something, but then she heard old Madame Gu continue. "The second son's family and the third son's family, each with 3 children." The old lady paused, did some mental calculations, and then said, "There are still 10 dumplings left. My husband and I will take 7, and the remaining 3 girls can each have 1. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected to get 1 this time. Dia pursed her lips and remained silent. Arya protested angrily. "Siju and Sanyo aren't even as old as me, so why do they get 3 while I only get 1? Xiaohua and Arya usually didn't get along, but at this moment, she also began to admire her nemesis. On what grounds? This was also the question she had always wanted to ask, but had never dared to ask. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The preference for sons over daughters was a common phenomenon in this era, and nobody thought there was anything wrong with it. Grandma Gu's face visibly darkened. Chapter 28. It's so hard to live in this world. Before old Madame Gu could even erupt in anger, Arya's mother, Madame Wang, grabbed Arya's ear, twisting and turning it while shouting, "You brat, how dare you talk to your grandma like that? You have no manners at all. Have you forgotten all the manners I taught you?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mom, let go. My ear is about to be twisted off." Arya cried out in pain, tilting her head to the side. When old Madame Gu saw that Madame Wang had disciplined Arya, her expression softened slightly. Madame Wang glared at Arya, but her eyes darted to her mother-in-law out of the corner of her eye, and she scolded. "Whatever you're thinking, don't shout it out. Talk to your grandma nicely, and she'll definitely listen. Don't you know that everyone in the surrounding area knows that your grandma always wins people over with virtue?" "Winning people over with virtue? Who is it? Is it their old lady?" Everyone in the room rolled their eyes. Old Mrs. Gu was extremely pleased to receive such flattery from Mrs. Wang. She nodded and said, "That's right. Home is a place where reason prevails. If you have any opinions, please feel free to voice them. Mother, we've been pulling weeds and catching grasshoppers in the fields these past few days, and we're exhausted. We're too tired to eat just thin porridge. Could you put a handful more millet in tomorrow's porridge?" Seeing that his mother was giving the masses a voice, Gu Manton became excited and raised his hand, shouting out. Mrs. Wang was almost driven to her death by her husband. Whether the porridge is thin or thin is a family matter. Nobody else is mentioning it, so why should you be the bad guy? The most urgent task is to secure benefits for my own family. She stomped hard on Gu Manton's foot, then, seeing her mother-in-law's face darken again, forced a smile and said, "Mother, don't listen to his nonsense. He doesn't know the cost of firewood and rice because he's not in charge of the household. You have to manage the food, clothing, and daily necessities of this whole family. You have to be careful with the grain you put into the pot. Then he turned to Gumantin and cursed. If you were in charge of the grain, let alone drinking thin gruel, you wouldn't last more than a few days before the whole family starved. Grandma Gu released the Dantian energy she had just accumulated, which she was preparing to use to unleash her lion's roar technique. She nodded expressionlessly. Third brother's wife, you understand how hard it is for me, unlike your man, who can neither satisfy nor tame me. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Gumantin. Gumantin, what exactly happened? Didn't you tell us to feel free to voice our opinions? How come I ended up being both criticized and insulted? Xiaohua watched as her third uncle's family took turns making a noisy scene. She didn't quite understand what was going on, but she was happy to watch and enjoy being a bystander. Seeing that she had already set the tone, Madame Wang smiled and tentatively said, Mother, look at the dumplings that my sister-in-law's family sent. You two can keep them for yourselves and don't worry about their grandchildren. They are a gift from my sister-in-law to you and father. Grandma Gu raised an eyebrow. What are you saying? When have my husband and I ever eaten alone? I just said that my husband and I only took 7, and the rest. Before she could finish speaking, Madame Wang interrupted. Why don't we split the rest between our 2 families, the second brothers and our own, half and half? Grandma Gu was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Madame Wang with a half smile. So all that flattery you was just waiting for me to find out? So you're just like Arya, thinking I didn't distribute the dumplings fairly, is that it? Old Mrs. Gu said coldly. No, Mrs. Wang waved her hand. I just think it would be easier to divide the money between your 2 sons, each taking half. As for the younger generation, we parents can divide it among them. Grandma Gu was furious upon hearing this. It was a challenge to her authority. First it was Arya, then Gumantin, and now it's Wang Shi. One by one. Are you 3 from the 3rd branch of the family planning a rebellion? Grandma Gu took a deep breath, about to start scolding. Gu Mansong exchanged a glance with his wife, Sun Shi, then quickly stepped forward to support old Madame Gu, and said loudly, Mother, I feel you made the right decision. There couldn't be a better way to divide things. Old Mrs. Gu's fierce momentum immediately subsided, and she pointed at Madame Wang and Gumantin. Look at how sensible the second son's family is. Unlike you third sons, who are always running around and making a mess of the house. Wang was so angry that her chest ached. The second son's family got a bigger share and benefited, so of course he was sensible. Just as she was about to make a scene, Mrs. Sun tugged at her sleeve and whispered in her ear. Third aunt, don't argue with Grandma. Let's divide it the way you suggested later when Grandma is asleep. Wang's eyes darted around, her face beaming with smiles. She stepped forward, took old Madame Gu's hand, and said ingratiatingly, You've misunderstood. I only suggested this to save you some trouble, Mother. Now that I think about it, I was wrong. Mother's way of dividing things is better. That's right. Mother must have her reasons for dividing it this way, Sun Shi echoed. It took a lot of effort to calm the old lady down. Grandma Gu carried 7 dumplings and followed Grandpa Gu into the room. Gumantin watched as his second brother and sister-in-law put dumplings into his wife's bowl and, somewhat confused, quickly stopped them. Second brother and second sister-in-law, what are you doing? Gumansong smiled and said, I think his third aunt's method is better. Half for each family is very fair. Gumantin was about to refuse when Wang suddenly pulled him behind her. Wang stared at the chopsticks used to pick up dumplings, counting them in her mind. Previously, my family only received 11 dumplings, but now we have 15. My mother-in-law is so biased. As the old saying goes, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Indeed, good things must be earned through one's own efforts. Xiaohua, Dezhu, Erzhu, and Sizhu siblings were already used to it. My parents have always been like this, always giving in to my third aunt, and often teaching them, suffering a loss is a blessing. Xiaohua doesn't actually agree with the idea that suffering a loss is a blessing. She only knows that suffering a loss often makes her go hungry. However, when she touched the earrings in the bag, her slight displeasure immediately disappeared. The earrings that third brother gave me, none of you have them, humph. Besides, since it was distributed by Grandma, I could only eat 1 dumpling. There are 15 dumplings in her family now, and there are 7 people in her family. Her parents will most likely give her 2 dumplings. Queen Yang was also a kind and gentle person. She smiled at Dezhu, who had no expression on his face. Dazhu tugged at his stiff facial muscles and gave a barely perceptible smile. Mother, we won't starve to death. The speaker was a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. She was so hungry that her eyes were sunken, and her head looked huge against her thin limbs. I dug this up on the mountain. It looks like the kudzu root that Aunt Gu gave me last time. The girl struggled to carry several plant tubers, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Widow Luo took the things from her daughter's hands, and her eyes flickered. She recognized this thing. In fact, most people in the mountains would recognize it. Kudzu vine, this stuff is poisonous. In the past, during famines, some people couldn't bear the hunger and ate this bitter kudzu vine, which poisoned them to death. She had a hard life. Less than a year after she married him, her husband fell to his death while harvesting wild honey on the mountain. The orphan mother and daughter were left to suffer in this world. The mother-in-law thought it was because she was unlucky and had caused her husband's death. She was kicked out of her husband's home, and she and her daughter depended on each other for survival. She was young and quite pretty. A young widow without support is like a fish thrown ashore, unable to breathe and attracting stray cats and dogs. The idlers and vagrants in the village spent their days loitering in front of their own houses. Especially the two rascals at the end of the village, who would knock on the door and climb over the wall in the middle of the night, had been chased away by her with a broom countless times. We've been out of food for some time now. Although they often went hungry in previous years, the mother and son were able to survive by eating wild vegetables and fruits. This year, however, it has become even more difficult to make a living. First, there was continuous rain, and then there was drought. Everyone knows that this year's harvest will not be good, so everyone has a sense of crisis. The villagers have already dug up all the wild vegetables in the area, so if you want wild vegetables, you have to go into the mountains. She had suffered from malnutrition for many years, and her body finally collapsed from exhaustion a few days ago. This cold came on suddenly and fiercely. She was wrapped in the quilt, feeling alternating between chills and fever, and her body was so exhausted that she had no strength left. The only reason we've managed to get through these past few days is because 5-year-old Chunsheng catches grasshoppers in the fields and cooks them. It's so hard to live in this world. She stared blankly at the bitter kudzu in her hand. Take another gentle look at your well-behaved daughter. Let's eat our fill one last time. That's what she thought. Chapter 29 Poisoned. Looking at her children who had eaten their fill, Lu was enveloped in a long-lost sense of happiness. Ever since the mistress woke up from her coma, everything seems to have changed. The dark clouds that had been hanging over their house were blown away, and suddenly life became hopeful again. Zhaodi, I'll scoop out 2 bowls of millet for you to take to your sister-in-law Luo. As her family's life improved day by day, Lu thought of Luo Yadu, who was also an orphan and widow. There's always trouble around a widow's door, and Lu and widow Luo were kindred spirits in their misfortune. Although Lu has 4 children to raise, her eldest and second eldest children are already grown up and can help with household chores. With the help from the old family home, her family would have been doing all right if it weren't for the third son's previous outrageous behavior. The man in widow Luo's family was the only son in the family, and her mother-in-law was a shrewish and mean-spirited woman who bluntly said that widow Luo had caused her son's death. They kicked Luo Shi and her money-losing maid out of the house. Luo had considered taking her daughter back to her parents' home, but her sister-in-law was the head of the household and would never allow such an unlucky married-out daughter as her to return. Finally, the village headman took the lead and assigned a man from the village to build a thatched hut for them not far from the Luo family's old house, so that the Luo mother and daughter finally had a place to live to shelter from the wind and rain. Madame Gu was kind-hearted, and since the other woman was also a widow like herself, she often sent her son and daughter over to help carry water and chop firewood. The two families have a very good relationship. A lot has happened in the family recently, and Lu hasn't visited Luo's house for quite some time. She thought back for a moment and realized that it had been about 7 or 8 days ago when she gave Chunsheng a small piece of kudzu root. Since then, she hadn't seen widow Luo and her daughter much. In order to save lamp oil, rural families turn off their lights and go to bed very early. Gu Zhaodi carried a small bag of millet and walked along the dark village road, relying on her memory. Gu Zhouyuan followed behind. Because Luo was a young widow, she was afraid of being gossiped about, so Gu Zhaodi usually took over any errands or messages Lu needed to run. But since it was dark outside, Gu Zhouyuan was worried about Gu Zhaodi, a girl all by herself, so he came along too. Widow Luo's house wasn't too far away, only a 10-minute walk during the day, but at night, when you couldn't see the road, it took almost 20 minutes to get there. Sister Luo, are you asleep? Gu Zhaodi patted the courtyard gate. No one answered from inside. Gu Zhaodi knocked on the door a few more times and called out in a louder voice, Sister-in-law Luo, it's me, Zhaodi. Are you asleep? Still no one responded. Chunsheng, it's your sister Zhaodi. Gu Zhaodi's voice rose again, but there was still no movement in the house. However, the people in the neighboring house were awakened by the noise and turned on their lights. Gu Zhaodi glanced at Gu Zhouyuan beside her and asked in confusion, Is sister-in-law Luo not home? Maybe. Then let's come back and check again tomorrow. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. There seems to be a strange smell. He took a deep sniff. It smells like the sour, rancid odor of fermented, spoiled food. Gu Zhaodi turned around and murmured, I haven't heard anything about where Sister Gu went. When she was going through the hardest time, none of her relatives would associate with her. How come she suddenly went out and started living elsewhere? Gu Zhouyuan stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. He turned his head to look at the tightly closed courtyard gate, and his expression changed. I felt something was off earlier, and now I finally know where the problem lies. There was no padlock on the outside of the gate. The gate was bolted from the inside. Combined with the strange smell he had just caught, Gu Zhouyuan had a bad feeling. He thought for a moment, then took 2 steps back, took a running start, and leaped over the earthen wall. Gu Zhaodi felt a surge of anxiety, wondering what Gu Zhouyuan was up to. Sister Luo is a young widow in her early 20s. If people find out, they'll gossip about her. But Gu Zhouyuan's various changes in the past few days have made her believe that Xiaoyuan must have his reasons for doing this. She looked nervously at her neighbor's house with the lights on, mentally preparing herself for how to respond if someone came over. The sour, foul smell grew stronger and stronger. Gu Zhouyuan's expression was solemn. He had now remembered what the smell was. It was the smell of vomit. He rushed to the only window, taking 3 steps at a time, and reached out to lift the straw curtain. The room was pitch black, and you couldn't see anything, but the smell hit you right in the face. If you listen carefully, you can even hear faint breathing sounds. He looked around, bought a small flashlight from the mall, and shone it into the room. Inside the room, a woman was lying on the bed, her head sticking out from the side of the bed, drooping limply. There was also a little girl lying on the floor next to the bed. Both of them were deathly pale, and there was a lot of vomit on the ground. This is poisoning. Gu Zhouyuan ran to the door and slammed it so hard that he smashed the flimsy wooden door to pieces. Gu Zhaodi was startled by the loud noise coming from the courtyard. She called out anxiously, What's wrong, Xiaoyuan? Gu Zhouyuan had no time to spare. He had already rushed into the house. He checked the breathing of the 2 people inside the room and found that they were both still alive, but unconscious. He breathed a sigh of relief. Should he ask his older sister to come in and help? After hesitating for a moment, Gu Zhouyuan gave up on the idea. Items in the online store cannot be displayed. I opened the system store and bought 2 packets of saline solution to rinse the vomit from their mouths and noses. Then I picked up the little girl from the floor and put her on the bed. He was not a professional doctor and could not determine what kind of poison the 2 people had. He looked around the room, trying to find some clues. Finally, 2 pieces of food that had not yet been eaten were found on the bamboo sieve on the table. He brought up the system panel again and pointed it at the 2 suspicious plant roots. After a few days of getting used to it, his system panel is no longer passively triggered, but only appears when he actively summons it. Ding! Wild cassava found. Cooked. Value: 0.01 mall coins. Sell. It was cassava. Gu Zhouyuan then realized what was happening. Cassava is usually poisonous. Cassava roots, stems, and leaves all contain a toxic substance called cyanogenic glycosides. Gu Zhouyuan remembered that in the world before he transmigrated, cassava was an imported product that was introduced in the 19th century. How come cassava has become a native variety in this world? He also remembered that the cassava harvest season is in autumn and winter, but it's only spring now. Where did Sister Luo's family get the cassava? Actually, he was just making a fuss over nothing. Cassava is a perennial woody plant, and its tubers are available all year round. They are just buried in the soil. He didn't have time to think too much at that moment. Although it has been confirmed that it is cassava poisoning, he is completely clueless and has no idea how to help the person. Other transmigrators automatically max out their medical skills, so why is he completely clueless? In my past life, I barely even caught a cold, so naturally I never thought about studying medicine. With no other option, he bought a book called The Complete Guide to Poisoning and Antidote from the mall. Fortunately, he found a treatment for cassava poisoning after only flipping through a few pages. Looking at the splattered cassava on the ground, he realized he had vomited up most of the cassava he had eaten. However, Gu Zhouyuan still followed the instructions in the book, bought cobalt editate and sodium thiosulfate, and gave each of the widow Luo and her daughter an injection. The book actually said to use intravenous infusion, but that would take a long time, making it difficult to keep Gu Zhouyuan's secret, so he changed the method. Having almost finished everything, Gu Zhouyuan relaxed, only to hear the commotion coming from outside. Gu Zhouyuan quickly tidied up the scene, walked briskly into the yard, and opened the gate. Chapter 30: Catching Adultery at the Door. As the courtyard gate creaked open, the noisy sounds outside immediately ceased. Gu Zhouyuan saw 7 or 8 people gathered outside, and an old man was holding a torch. Gu Zhaodi was surrounded by people, her face flushed, as if she had just had an argument with someone. You good-for-nothing Gu Zhaodi. So what were you doing standing outside this Jinx's door so late at night instead of sleeping? Turns out you were guarding the door for your third son. The one who spoke was a thin old woman with a face full of wrinkles. Gu Zhouyuan searched his memory and remembered that this was Widow Luo's mother-in-law, Granny Hu. Granny Hu put one hand on her hip and pointed at Gu Zhaodi with the other, looking fierce. Gu Zhaodi's pretty face turned bright red with anxiety, but she was speechless with grievances. The key issue is that she doesn't know what Gu Zhouyuan went into the yard to do. Since things had come to this, he could only wave his hand and explain hastily. No, it's not what you think, Aunt Hu. My mother asked me to bring some millet to Sister Luo. As he spoke, he raised the bag of millet in his hand and showed it to everyone. If you're delivering millet, then deliver millet. Why aren't you inside the house? And what is your Gu Laos and doing climbing over the wall into that widow's house? The old man with the torch spoke up, saying that this man was Widow Luo's father-in-law, and the villagers called him Old Kwai Hu. The elderly couple, Mr. and Mrs. Hu, had always suspected that this vixen who had caused the death of their son was restless and would certainly not be able to remain a widow at such a young age. So he kept a close eye on this little slut, waiting for the day he could catch her red-handed and drive her out of the village, and maybe even extort some money from that wild man. Gu Zhaodi's knocking on the door earlier was a bit too loud. Hu Laoquai heard the noise, and the old couple peeked through the crack in the door for a while. After seeing Gu Zhouyuan climb over the wall and go in, the two of them deliberately waited for a while, thinking that they would let the two lovers have their fun and then go to catch them in the act. I just didn't expect that this slut would be having an affair with the third son of the Gu family, but it wasn't too unexpected either. A broken pot is a perfect match for a broken lid. I heard that Gu Laosan just sold a pig and should have some money on hand. This time, we must rip him off completely. Just as Gu Zhaodi was about to answer, a sarcastic voice sounded from the side. You're really something, Gu Laosan, having your sister keep watch while you're having an affair. You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Gu Zhaodi stamped her foot and said urgently. I'm talking nonsense. The facts are right in front of us. Do you think we're all blind? Widow Luo has been pretending to be a chaste and virtuous woman all this time, but it turns out she's been playing such a trick. Bah! As Erlazy spoke, he spat a mouthful of saliva onto the ground. Widow Luo had porcelain-white skin and a voluptuous figure, and he had long coveted her. However, his repeated attempts to get her to agree to his proposals were all rejected by Widow Luo. Sometimes, when he brought her money or food, she would throw it away. Recently, he finally lost his patience and several times sneaked into Widow Luo's yard under the cover of darkness, but Widow Luo chased him out with a broom each time. This woman always kept scissors by her pillow, saying that if she couldn't kill the scoundrel, she would stab herself in the neck. Erlazy stared at the piece of fatty meat, but couldn't bring himself to eat it. Little did he know that the third son of the Gu family had already devoured it all. This fueled his jealousy, and his eyes seemed to spit fire as he looked at Gu Zhouyuan. Huh! He spat on the ground again, seething with anger. Where the hell are you spitting? The spittle was blown away by the wind, and Gu Zhouyuan quickly dodged it. He glanced at Erlazy and said with disgust, Hey, Erlazy was just looking for an opportunity to mess with Gu Zhouyuan, and here comes this guy. So what if I spit on you? You're having an affair with a widow. Everyone who sees you will spit on you. Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled twice. You think I'm having an affair just because you say so? Come on, try spitting on me again if you dare. The situation inside the house was clear at a glance. He wasn't in a hurry to prove his innocence. Since he was bored anyway, it would be nice to tease the monkey to relieve his boredom. The key point is that he had just treated Widow Luo and her daughter, and the medicine had not yet taken effect. If someone else barges in and tries to provide haphazard treatment, things will only go wrong. Now is the perfect time to stall for time. Erlazy never took Gu Zhouyuan seriously. He yelled ha, and was about to spit a mouthful of phlegm at Gu Zhouyuan. But when her gaze met Gu Zhouyuan's calm and indifferent eyes, she suddenly felt a little scared for some reason. Ergo, who was watching the commotion, pulled him aside and shook his head at him. Ergo and Erlazy Su have a good relationship because they are both from the heir generation. He had been beaten up by Gu Zhouyuan a couple of days ago, and seeing that his brother was about to suffer the same fate, he decided to lend him a hand out of a sense of chivalry. Erlazy, seizing the opportunity, spat a mouthful of phlegm at the ground and feigned displeasure, saying, Ergu, why are you pulling me? This womanizer deserves to be taught a lesson. Gu Zhouyuan glanced at Ergo with a half-smile. Ergo's eyes darted around. Gu Zhouyuan's ferocity that day had left him with a serious psychological trauma, and his nose was still throbbing. Granny Hu and Old Kwai Hu huddled together, whispering and plotting something. A short while later, Granny Hu stepped forward and grabbed Gu Zhiyuan's clothes, shouting, "Gu family third son, how long have you been having an affair with that Luo woman?" Gu Zhiyuan swung his arm, causing Granny Hu to stumble. He said calmly, "I didn't flirt with her." Granny Hu wouldn't listen. She jumped around on the spot, brandishing her claws. "What are you pretending to be so scholarly for? You say you didn't seduce her, so you don't? That slut is still my Hu family's daughter-in-law. Don't you know that adulterers are to be drowned in a pig cage?" Gu Zhiyuan nodded expressionlessly. Granny Hu's face lit up with joy. "Did he admit it?" Gu Zhiyuan said indifferently, "I really didn't know that it involved drowning in a pig cage." "Fine, don't think that just because you're the village head, you can do whatever you want just because you're the second uncle of the Gu family. I'm going to report you to the county government and have you drowned in a pig cage and lose your head." Granny Hu was furious at Gu Zhiyuan's nonchalant attitude. "And you shameless Ma Boliu, you'll be going to jail too." Granny Hu cursed for a long time, but Gu Zhiyuan was unmoved. So she changed her target, pointing at Gu Zhaodi and spitting as she cursed. In ancient times, Ma Bo Lu, also known as Ma Bo Lu, Ma Ba Lu, or Ma Bai Lu, referred to a person who facilitated illicit relationships between men and women. In modern terms, he was a pimp. Gu Zhiyuan's eyes narrowed. He didn't want to argue with an old woman, but this old woman dared to insult his older sister. He raised his hand and slapped Hu Laokuai, who was cheering him on, across the face, leaving everyone present stunned. Hu Laokuai covered his burning cheek, looking completely bewildered. Old Mrs. Hu lunged forward, trying to tear at Gu Zhiyuan, but Gu Zhaodi gritted her teeth and pulled old Mrs. Hu aside. "Who said they wanted to drown my son Xiaoyuan in a pig cage?" Grandma Gu led the way, walking briskly, followed by a large group of Gu family members. Seeing this commotion, Granny Hu calmed down. She whispered to Hu Laokuai, who was still stroking his face, "Go, call the eldest and second eldest brothers over too." "Hey, is it about having more people?" Gu Manton scratched his head and grinned. Hu Laokuai put his foot back in place after he had just lifted it. The Gu family is the largest surname in Datong village, and when it comes to people, they have never been afraid of anyone. Granny Hu looked around and suddenly realized that she was here to catch her husband in the act of adultery. She was in the right, so what did she have to be afraid of? She immediately straightened her hunched back and shouted loudly to the growing number of villagers who had gathered around. "Fellow villagers, you be the judge. This young master of the Gu family stayed up all night, climbing over the wall into my daughter-in-law's room, and even made his sister, Gu Zhaodi, stand guard outside for him. We caught him, and he even hit us. According to our old customs, shouldn't adultery be punished by being drowned in a pig cage?" She spoke passionately, her spittle flying everywhere. The villagers who were watching began to whisper among themselves. Given the timing, the location, and the complicated reputation of the mistress in the Gu family, this matter is highly credible. Rural people have few entertainment options, so they are particularly fond of all kinds of gossip, among which the most talked about topic is naturally the affairs between men and women. Chapter 31. Filling a half bucket of manure? Lu, who rushed to the scene, suddenly felt dizzy. Her son, Xiaoyuan, had only changed his ways a few days ago, so how could this have happened? Grandma Gu didn't care about any of that. If anyone dared to touch her eldest grandson, she would fight them to the death. She found a central position, assumed a fighting stance, and began to criticize Granny Hu. "My eldest grandson is a perfectly innocent, unmarried young man. How could he possibly be involved with your daughter-in-law? Trying to extort money from my Gu family? You're dreaming. Even if those two slept together, it's your daughter-in-law who seduced my precious grandson. It's your Hu family's corrupt family values that are at fault. You're getting the benefits and then complaining. You can't even control your own woman, yet you're trying to pin the blame on someone else." Grandma Gu always sided with her relatives regardless of right or wrong, and when it came to throwing tantrums and being unreasonable, she was unmatched in Datong village. You. Granny Hu tried to retort several times, but she couldn't find a way to break through old Madame Gu's impenetrable offensive. "Oh my dear grandson, you must be starving. Why are you behaving like that lazy bum? How did you end up with a widow? Are you after her age, or do you just want a ready-made young lady?" Grandma Gu was still slapping her legs and stamping her feet. Her lazy's face turned black. "What do you mean by being just like me? Widow Luo was such a beautiful and charming young woman. Any man would be tempted by her. What? You're complaining now? It's like your Gu Sanner has suffered some great injustice. Gu Sanner's reputation in the village isn't necessarily better than mine." Erlazy was cursing inwardly. If he hadn't been so unable to argue with the old lady, he would definitely have gone to argue with her. Gu Zhouyuan stared wide-eyed, also astonished by his grandmother's fighting prowess. What nonsense is this? This is getting worse and worse, ruining Widow Luo's reputation. The key point is that her grandma is like a rapper with incredibly fluent speech. She finished her long string of lines in less than half a minute, and he couldn't stop her. He quickly grabbed Grandma Gu's arms and said repeatedly, "Grandma, Grandma, it's not what you think. Sister Luo and I didn't do anything." "What? You haven't gotten her yet? Then why did you sneak out in the middle of the night, climbing over the wall and slipping through the door to find some young widow to chat with?" Old Mrs. Gu's rhythm was disrupted, and she looked at Gu Zhouyuan in confusion. Gu Zhouyuan was truly defeated by the old lady's fierceness. Sister Luo and her daughter have been poisoned and are still unconscious. Gu Zhouyuan quickly said the gist of it. If he kept going on like this, who knew what the old lady might say next? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room fell silent. They thought that Widow Luo had been caught in a scandal and was so ashamed that she was hiding in her house, too ashamed to face anyone. They never expected this to happen. Granny, who was skeptical, several times she wanted to rush into the courtyard, drag that shameless slut out, and scratch her seductive face that attracted bees and butterflies. Gu Zhouyuan remained stuck at the doorway, and she tried to rush through several times but failed. At this moment, Gu Zhouyuan had already walked away from the door and stood next to old Madame Gu. Granny, who stormed into the courtyard, followed closely by old Kuai Hu, and then by curious villagers. Lu finally came to her senses. She grabbed Gu Zhouyuan's arm, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, "Xiao Yuan, tell your mother what happened. You scared your mother to death." Gu Zhouyuan briefly recounted the events, removing the parts that couldn't be said. The Gu family members all breathed a sigh of relief. "Then, what about Sister Luo and the others? Is there any hope for them?" Gu Zhaodi asked anxiously, remembering the crucial question. Everyone then panicked. "Eating bitter kudzu will kill you," Gu Erju said. "Last year, someone in Qinghe village ate bitter kudzu and had to be given several ladles of manure soup to save them." Gu Mansang's expression was also solemn. "I'll go scoop half a bucket of manure over right now." Gu Manton turned and ran home. "Hey, third uncle." Gu Zhouyuan tried to stop him, but Gu Manton had already disappeared. Just thinking about being forced to drink excrement soup made Gu Zhouyuan shudder. They should be fine now. I've read some medical books before and have already treated Sister Luo and her daughter according to the methods in the books. Gu Zhouyuan reassured everyone. Then, Granny, who led a group of people straight into the inner room. The door had already been smashed to pieces by Gu Zhouyuan. As soon as she entered the room, Granny, who saw Widow Luo and her daughter lying on the bed. The two men were pale, and there were two large puddles of vomit on the ground. Granny, who had already believed about 70 to 80% of what Gu Zhouyuan said about the poisoning. But she still went over and pinched Widow Luo hard a few times. It was confirmed that Widow Luo was indeed unconscious. Erlazy had come into this house twice, and each time he was chased away with a broom. This was the first time he had walked into this room openly and honestly, and he looked around with his eyes. Two white objects in the ceramic bowl on the table caught his attention. He picked up a kudzu root and smelled it. The smell was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't immediately tell what it was. It was definitely not kudzu root. He thought for a moment, then squeezed through the crowd of onlookers that filled the room and went to the kitchen. On the floor of the kitchen, he saw a small patch of brown stuff, which looked like peeled tree bark. Upon closer inspection, his expression suddenly changed. "This is kudzu bark." He grabbed a handful of kudzu bark and ran into the inner room. Widow Luo and the others ate bitter kudzu, he shouted as he squeezed his way in. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room changed their expressions. Although this bitter kudzu tree looks very similar to kudzu root, it is inedible. "Oh right, manure soup. Hurry up and scoop up some manure," someone shouted from the crowd. A middle-aged man reacted quickly and hurried to Widow Luo's outhouse. He returned shortly afterward, empty-handed. The man spread his hands. "There's nothing in the chamber pot." Gu Zhouyuan and his group had already gathered in the courtyard. He had intended to stop him, but then he realized that others wouldn't listen to him, so he shut up. Seeing that the man hadn't found any manure, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for Sister Luo. But before he could even relax for a moment, he heard Gu Manton shouting loudly, "The manure is coming. The manure is coming." He was carrying a wooden bucket, which was more than half full of sewage. Gu Zhouyuan's face fell. "Third uncle, wait a moment." When Gu Manton heard Gu Zhouyuan call him, he responded and ran towards Gu Zhouyuan with the manure bucket in his hand. As he hurried along, the excrement rippled and splashed out droplets from time to time. Gu Zhouyuan's face turned green. He pinched his nose and waved his hand from afar, saying, "Third uncle, put the bucket down first, then we'll talk." Gu Manton stopped and put down the manure bucket as instructed. The middle-aged man from before suddenly grabbed the manure bucket that Gu Manton had just put down and ran into the house. Gu Zhouyuan sighed softly. He could persuade the Gu family, but he couldn't persuade anyone else. The original owner was a joke in the village. If he had told people that there was no need to pour sewage in, he would have already treated the two people in the house. People would definitely think he's gone mad. Sister Luo, you'd better pray for yourself. After you finish this half bucket, you probably won't be hungry for 3 days. Gu Manton clapped his hands and walked towards Gu Zhouyuan. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong? Why did you call your third uncle? Gu Zhouyuan took 2 steps back and waved his hand, saying, It's all right, third uncle. I think I heard my second uncle calling you. Guman Song, I didn't. Chapter 32, A Bittersweet Taste. Widow Luo was ultimately not forced to drink the dung soup. Just as the 2 elderly women helped Widow Luo up and pried open her mouth to pour the golden juice into it, Widow Luo opened her eyes just in time. This made Gu Zhouyuan breathe a long sigh of relief. But some people still felt unsatisfied. Take Gu Sidon and Gu Area, for example. They finally managed to squeeze to the window, their faces full of anticipation. They were so excited to finally witness the scene of being forced to drink excrement, something they had only ever heard about in after-dinner stories. Now, these 2 clowns reluctantly slipped out of the crowd, their little flames of anger extinguished. Hu Chunxing woke up 2 minutes later than Widow Luo. Widow Luo was stunned to find herself still alive, but then she mustered her strength to thank her neighbor who had come to help. Now that Widow Luo is all right, everyone gave her some words of advice, telling her to take good care of herself, and then they left one after another. The elderly couple, Granny Hu and her husband, gave each other a cold look and turned to leave without offering a word of comfort. She really is a jinx. She can't find peace anywhere. As she reached the door, Granny Hu turned back and glared fiercely at Widow Luo. Grandma Gu also invited everyone in the old house to go home and sleep. Third uncle, Gu Zhouyuan called out to Gu Manton, who had already left the hospital. You forgot about that. He pointed to the half-full bucket of manure in the room. Oh right, we can't waste this manure. It will take me half a month to save up this half bucket. He slapped his forehead and hurried back to pick up the manure bucket. Gu Zhouyuan pinched his nose and hid at a distance. Huiyu, why did you eat bitter kudzu? Don't you know that stuff is poisonous? Now only Gu Zhouyuan's family remains. Lu Shi sat by the bed, took Luo Widow's hand, and asked with concern. Widow Luo's maiden name was Huiyu. I just didn't recognize it at first. I thought it was kudzu root. She forced a smile. Gu Zhouyuan noticed that Widow Luo's eyes were darting around, and her face showed no sign of relief at surviving the ordeal. Instead, the sorrow between her brows was so deep that it was impossible to dispel. He had already guessed the whole story in his heart, but he remained expressionless on the surface. He took out 2 pieces of rice cake from his pocket, which he had just bought at the mall. He handed a piece to Chunxing, the little girl who was lying straight and staring at the ceiling. Chunxing has been silent since she woke up. She blames herself for digging up the wrong thing on the mountain, which almost caused her mother to be poisoned and die. Suddenly, a pastry appeared before her, and the rich aroma of rice wafted into her nostrils. She hadn't eaten properly for several days, and the bitter kudzu root she had for dinner that night made her vomit bile. Now she felt unbearably hungry and couldn't help but swallow. She didn't reach out to take it, but turned her head to look at her mother. Widow Luo usually received a lot of care from Gu Zhouyuan's family, and she knew that the Gu family had always lacked food and clothing. She had already resolved to die and was unwilling to owe anyone any more favors. She shook her head at her daughter. Chunxing received the signal from his mother, turned his little head slightly, smiled at Gu Zhouyuan, and said, Thank you, Uncle Zhouyuan, I'm not hungry. Lu felt a lump in her throat and gently coaxed. Chunxing, eat quickly. You've eaten so many poisonous things, it's no different from being seriously ill. How can you recover if you don't eat? Seeing the little girl stubbornly shaking her head with her eyes slightly closed, Gu Zhaodi also said gently, Look how pale your mother's face is. If she doesn't take good care of herself, she'll definitely develop health problems in the future. If you don't eat, your mother definitely won't eat either. Be good, listen to me, and eat the pastries. These words had an effect. Chunxing opened his eyes and looked at Widow Luo. He saw that his mother's face was unusually pale and her eyes were lifeless. She struggled to get up, and Gu Zhaodi quickly reached out to help her. A determined glint beyond her years flashed in the little girl's eyes. She took the rice cake, brought it to her lips, and took a bite. It's sweet, fragrant, soft, and chewy, absolutely delicious. She finished the rice cake in a few bites and said gratefully, Thank you, Uncle Xiaoyuan. After speaking, he turned his gaze back to his mother. Gu Zhouyuan handed another piece of rice cake to Widow Luo. Widow Luo felt the hopeful look in her daughter's eyes, and she smiled helplessly. We already have a lot of debt, so one more won't matter. Time is running out, so we'll just have to do whatever our daughter wants. She glanced around at the Gu family members gathered around the bed and silently made a vow in her heart. If there is an afterlife, she will definitely serve as a slave to repay this kind family. However, life on Earth is too bitter, and she doesn't want to come back in her next life. She took the rice cake and took small bites, but the delicate and delicious cake tasted like nothing to her. Even Gu Sidon could feel that the atmosphere in the room was very oppressive. He looked away from the pastry on Widow Luo's lips and took out a few candies from his pocket. Those were given to him by Gu Zhouyuan. He only ate 2 of them and hadn't been able to bear eating the rest. He picked up a candy, peeled off the wrapper, and held it to Hu Chunxing's mouth. Ah, open your mouth. Your Uncle Danner is giving you a piece of candy. No matter what troubles you, eating this candy will make you forget everything. Chunxing didn't react for a moment and reflexively opened his mouth. My mouth was instantly filled with sweetness. Sweeter than ever before. Unbelievably sweet. Her eyes narrowed with happiness. Seeing her like this, Gu Sidon became happy too. Right? There's nothing that a piece of candy can't solve. If there is, then eat too. Here, sister-in-law, have one too, cheer up. Gu Sidon peeled another one and handed it to Widow Luo. You little rascal, Gu Sidon. Didn't you say you'd finish the candy this morning? You even came here to trick your older sister out of a piece. Gu Zhouyuan patted Si Dan on the shoulder and said with a forced smile. Gu Sidon's face paled, and he said with an embarrassed smile, well, I thought I had finished eating, but when I touched my pocket just now, I found that I still had some left. Looking at the candy in her hand, Widow Luo felt a lump in her throat. Gu Zhaodi carried the small bag of millet and placed it by the bedside, saying, if Mother hadn't asked me and Xiao Yuan to bring millet today, Sister Luo and Chunxing would have been in danger. When Widow Luo woke up, she found the room crowded with people. She guessed that she and her daughter had been rescued, but she didn't know the details. She was also puzzled as to how anyone could have discovered that they were poisoned at this time. Now, after hearing Gu Zhaodi's explanation, I understand that there is another reason behind this. Gu Zhaodi gave a brief account of the whole story. Widow Luo never expected that Gu Zhouyuan, who was usually carefree and irresponsible, would be so decisive when faced with a problem. When she heard that Gu Zhouyuan had been misunderstood by her mother-in-law, who wanted to arrest the 2 of them and drown them in a pig cage, her pretty face was flushed. As if possessed, she looked down at her clothes, which were slightly disheveled but still intact. Gu Zhouyuan's face darkened. What did this mean? Did I look like the kind of despicable person who would take advantage of someone in distress? Widow Luo also realized that her subconscious action was inappropriate. The main reason is that she is a young widow, and it's not like she's only been coveted by the men in the village for a short time. What's more, Erlizy had climbed over the wall and entered the house a while ago. Although she chased him away, he was still traumatized. In addition, Gu Zhouyuan was not considered a gentleman by anyone. Therefore, before her mind could give any instructions, her body had already reacted instinctively. Feeling deeply guilty, she dusted off her clothes to hide it, then looked up at Gu Zhouyuan and smiled. Xiao Yuan, you saved your sister-in-law and Chunxing, but you also got smeared by others. Your sister-in-law really doesn't know what to say. Chapter 33, I can remove the poison of the bitter kudzu. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. Having just eaten rice cakes, Widow Luo had regained some strength. With Gu's mother's help, she got up and pulled a small wooden box out from under the bed. The wooden box contained little jewelry or valuables, only 2 thin pieces of paper. Widow Luo picked up the 2 pieces of paper and seemed to recall something, staring blankly for a long time. Mother, what's wrong? Chunxing called out. Widow Luo's thoughts were interrupted. She placed the 2 pieces of paper in Gu's mother's hand and smiled slightly, saying, these are the deeds to the house and land of this property. I'm giving them to you, Annie. Except for Gu Zhouyuan. Everyone in the room had a change of expression. Mother Gu exclaimed in surprise, how can this be allowed? Widow Luo tucked her stray hair behind her ear and said softly, if it weren't for the care I received from my aunt's family all these years, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it through. I always wanted to thank my aunt properly, but I felt I owed her more and more. There was really nothing of value in the house except for this house deed and land deed, which were worth a few copper coins. She smiled sadly. To be honest, even this house was built with the help of my aunt and my younger siblings from the Gu family. Even if Gu's mother was slow to notice, she realized that Widow Luo's emotions were not right. She shoved the contract back into Widow Luo's hand and said urgently, Hui Yu, no matter how hard or tiring life is, You can get through it by gritting your teeth. Look at Chunxing. What a sensible girl she is. You can't do anything rash. Children from poor families are often precocious, and Chunxing understood this at this moment. She rushed over, hugged Widow Luo, and began to sob. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't stand this scene. He cleared his throat, leaned down, and said to the sobbing Chunxing, "Chunxing, tell Uncle Xiaoyuan, where did you dig up that kudzu tree?" Everyone was immersed in a sorrowful atmosphere, and Gu Zhaodi was already teary-eyed. They were all stunned when Gu Zhouyuan asked this question out of the blue. Hu Chunxing answered while sobbing, It's on the back mountain, halfway up the mountain." "Is it a lot?" Gu Zhouyuan asked again. "Many," came the reply from Gu Dedi. "Everyone in the mountains knows that this bitter tree is poisonous, and no one wants to touch it. Over the years, this stuff has become more and more abundant." Gu Dedi often went up the mountain to chop firewood, so he knew several places where bitter kudzu was rampant. Gu Zhouyuan felt much more at ease. His only fear was that cassava was a rare commodity in this world. He turned and went out, looked around, and closed the courtyard gate. When he returned, intending to close the door behind him, he remembered that he had smashed the dilapidated wooden door to pieces earlier. He touched his nose and coughed to cover his embarrassment. "I have something to tell you all," he said in a low voice. Seeing his appearance, everyone became nervous and moved closer to him, their steps becoming softer. Even Widow Luo and her daughter snapped out of their grief over the separation of life and death and turned their gazes toward Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan bent down and said in a seductive voice, "I have a way to remove the poison from the bitter kudzu." "What?" The room was completely silent, but everyone was shocked. Everyone knows the ominous reputation of the bitter kudzu tree. In years of famine, people would rather gnaw on the bark and eat dirt than touch the bitter kudzu tree. This stuff can temporarily fill your stomach, but the poisoning reaction that follows is 100 times worse than hunger. Now Gu Zhouyuan claims he can remove the toxicity of the bitter kudzu. They all doubted whether they had misheard. "Third brother, let's go dig now." The person who trusted Gu Zhouyuan the most was actually Dan. The third brother's performance these past few days has been so outstanding that little fourth egg has developed a sense of admiration for him. The bitter kudzu trees are everywhere on the mountainside, so we'll never go hungry again. He had been worried that once the wild boars at home were gone, he might have to go back to the old days of eating coarse food and sometimes going hungry. "Xiaoyuan, you said you can remove the poison from the bitter kudzu tree. Is that true?" Lu didn't want to doubt her son, but the matter was just too shocking. If even Gu's mother asked that question, then it goes without saying that Widow Luo would ask as well. It was as if someone had told her that the rocks and mud from the mountain could be used to make steamed buns. She couldn't help but be skeptical. Gu Zhouyuan also knew that his words were hard to believe. He strategically touched his forehead, his mind racing, and switched to deception mode. "Mother, if this were before, would you have believed me if I said I could kill a wild boar with one arrow?" Gu's mother was taken aback. Indeed, she had previously preferred to believe that Xiaoyuan could eat a whole pig in one meal rather than believe that he could kill a pig with one arrow. Gu Zhouyuan didn't wait for her to answer and continued to ask, "I can braise pork offal and also make dumplings with pork and scallion filling." This time, not only Gu's mother, but also Gu Zhaodi fell into deep thought. "I can also detoxify and save lives. I don't need dung soup." Gu Zhouyuan gestured towards Widow Luo with his mouth, reminding everyone that this living example was right in front of them. Previously, the Gu family members only knew that Gu Zhouyuan had changed, but they hadn't thought about it in detail. Now that they've pieced together what's happened to Gu Zhouyuan these past few days, they suddenly realize that Gu Zhouyuan's performance can only be described as miraculous. Seeing that everyone was stunned by him, Gu Zhouyuan continued to ask, "Aren't you curious about why this is?" Everyone nodded in agreement. With his back to the oil lamp, Gu Zhouyuan's expression was obscured. Only his deep voice could be heard as he said softly, "Actually, when I was injured and unconscious, on the verge of death, some things happened." Gu's mother's heart clenched suddenly. Gu Zhaodi and Gu Dedi also looked nervous. Gu Saidan's expression changed. If you were to ask who among these people felt the most deeply, it would undoubtedly be Gu Saidan. He clearly remembered that his third brother had stopped breathing that day, but then he suddenly woke up for some reason. Gu Zhouyuan turned around and adjusted the lamp wick, instantly brightening the room. Only then did everyone notice the warm smile on his face. "In a daze, I saw a beautiful fairy sister. She said that I had been too muddled in this life and owed too much to others in the world. Before I died, she taught me many skills and told me to repent and start anew." Gu Zhouyuan was talking nonsense with a straight face, but everyone believed him completely. In those days, ordinary people still believed in ghosts and gods. This explanation makes sense of all his previous changes. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. Third brother, was that fairy sister standing by the bed? It's a pity I didn't see her. The fairy sister comes to steal people's souls. Only the dying can see her, so of course you can't, Gu Zhouyuan casually made up. Isn't it Oxhead and Horseface that steal souls? Doesn't the fairy sister have a horse face? Sidan asked with great interest. People are curious about the afterlife. Now that his third brother has actually seen the Soul Reaper, who wouldn't be excited? Gu Zhouyuan was speechless. He narrowed his eyes and ignored Sidan. Before Sidan could ask further, Gu's mother pulled him close and whispered, "Don't ask so many questions, it's a secret." Chapter 34, Digging Up kudzu trees on the mountain. With divine intervention and considering Gu Zhouyuan's recent changes, the Gu family naturally believed Gu Zhouyuan's claim that he could remove the poison from the kudzu vine. Widow Luo visibly regained her vitality. People in this era were naturally superstitious and believed in ghosts and spirits. Gu Zhouyuan spoke with great conviction, and coupled with the emotional influence of the Gu family, she had no reason not to believe him. Even if we take a step back and say that she's already been driven to the brink of death once, now that there's another path at her feet, what reason does she have not to take it? Kudzu can be eaten as food. If this can be done, Chunxing will never go hungry again. Thinking of the vines covering the mountains and fields, her heart burned with excitement, and she wished she could grab a shovel and go up the mountain to dig them up right now. In fact, everyone else reacted similarly. No one could remain calm upon hearing the news, as people only feel at ease when the grain is safely stored away. Gu Zhouyuan finally managed to persuade everyone to wait until dawn before going up the mountain. Firstly, it's not safe to go up the mountain at night, and secondly, people avoid the bitter vine like the plague, so no one would bother to fight over it. After all, they would need to put in a lot of effort to go up the mountain tomorrow, so Gu Zhouyuan took his family back to rest after agreeing on a time. That night, only Gu Zhouyuan and Sidan slept soundly. Everyone else was too excited and tossed, and turned until late at night before finally falling asleep. Finally, dawn broke, and Lu and Gu Zhaodi got up with dark circles under their eyes to prepare the tools they would need for their ascent up the mountain. Guda opened the courtyard gate and saw that Widow Luo and her daughter were already waiting outside the courtyard. Gu Dedi hurriedly ushered the two into the courtyard. Huanyang, why are you up so early? Lu was quite surprised. She saw that Widow Luo's hair was covered in dew, and knew that the two of them had been standing outside the door for a while. I just got here too, Widow Luo said with an embarrassed smile. She hadn't slept all night, constantly thinking about the vines and creepers on the mountain. She was afraid that if she closed her eyes, she would wake up and find that it was all just a dream. Gu Zhaodi was busy starting a fire in the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Ordinary families used to eat 2 meals a day, and there was no such thing as breakfast. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't stand not eating breakfast, so he got up to make breakfast for him these past few days. He had been up all day yesterday and went to bed late. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to get up in the morning, so he specifically told Gu Zhaodi that it would be a lot of work to go up the mountain today, and she should make sure to eat a full breakfast. Gu Zhaodi didn't know many different dishes to make, but her specialty for breakfast was wild vegetable porridge, which was quick and easy to prepare. But even though it's the same wild vegetable porridge, it's completely different from the wild vegetable porridge Gu Zhouyuan ate at home before he transmigrated here. Xiao Yuan had said that the wild vegetable porridge was unpalatable and caused a sore throat, so Gu Zhaodi replaced the rice bran and wheat bran in the porridge with wheat flour. I only scattered a handful of wild vegetables, but I added twice as much millet as usual. Most importantly, Gu Zhaodi was unusually generous and put a large bowl of minced meat into the porridge. The enticing aroma made Gu Zhaodi realize that it wasn't that her cooking skills were lacking. As long as she was willing to use the right ingredients, she could also make delicious food. Gu Dedi went to call Gu Zhouyuan and Sidan to get up and have breakfast. Widow Luo felt a little embarrassed. It was so awkward for her and her daughter to stand there while others were eating. Actually, it's not her fault. How could she have known that the Gu family, who used to only eat 1 meal a day, were now eating breakfast like the wealthy families in the city? She glanced at Chunxing, then decided to go home first and come back after the Gu family finished eating. Huayu, where are you going? Lu stopped Widow Luo, who was about to step out. I forgot to bring my basket. I'll go back and get it, Widow Luo replied with a smile. Why take a basket? I have one at home. Lu knew exactly what Widow Luo was thinking. Without waiting for Widow Luo's reply, she took Chunxing's hand with one hand and put her arm around Widow Luo with the other and walked into the house. Don't be so polite with your auntie. I brought the food I made for you too, Lu said as she walked. Before Widow Luo could refuse, Gu Zhouyuan rubbed his eyes and walked over with a smile, saying, It's just some wild vegetable porridge, nothing precious. We can just dig up some kudzu from the mountain and have a meal at your house. Widow Luo finally stopped making excuses, her eyes sparkling. Yes, there's so much food on the mountain. She's a person who has a future. There's plenty of time. She can repay them slowly in the future. Mom, this vegetable porridge is so delicious. Zhao Chunsheng was so happy that his eyes narrowed as he ate such delicious porridge for the first time. Widow Luo nodded. The bowl of vegetable porridge had made her dizzy too. Of course it's delicious. It has pork and flour in it. Gu sighed and slurped up a mouthful of the porridge and said smugly, "Flour and meat?" The little girl was stunned. She had never eaten these two foods before, and pitifully, she had never even seen them. She no longer ate in big gulps like before, but instead picked up the bowl, took a small sip of the porridge, and savored it carefully in her mouth. Widow Luo felt a lump in her throat and cast grateful glances at the Gu family. I don't know if the soil on the mountain is loose or not. Should we bring shovels or pitchforks? Gu Zhouyuan sensed that the next part might be more emotional, so he quickly changed the subject. This tactic proved effective. Widow Luo perked up. This year's drought has made the soil on the mountain quite hard. I think a pitchfork is better than a shovel. The pitchfork is about the same size as a shovel, with 3 sharp teeth, and it is indeed less strenuous than a shovel when used to dig cassava. Then we won't bring the shovel. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Second brother, bring the machete and the rope too. We probably can't fit much in the basket. Gu Dedi said, hey, put down the empty bowl, got up and went to the yard to loosen the rope tied to the firewood, and then tidy it up. Gu Zhaodi also put down her chopsticks and put the bamboo basket and the carrying basket together, making a total of 2 carrying baskets and 3 baskets. Seeing that everyone else was already busy, Chunxing didn't have time to savor the taste of the meat and flour. She picked up the bowl and slurped down the porridge. After quickly tidying up, the group headed up the mountain. Along the way, we encountered many villagers who were heading up the mountain early to dig for wild vegetables. They were all somewhat surprised to see the large group of people from the Gu family. Sister-in-law Gu, what's all this commotion about? Aunt Wang, a neighbor, asked as she came over. Lu kept walking and casually said, since we have nothing else to do, let's go up the mountain and see if we can find something to eat. Aunt Wang scoffed. There are only a few wild vegetables left to eat on that mountain. With all these baskets and hampers, you'd probably have to peel tree bark to fill them up. Aunt Wang used to argue with the Gu family a lot because of Gu Zhiyuan scoundrels. She lives next door, and for the past few days, she has been able to smell the aroma of food and meat wafting from the Gu family's house every day. It made the youngest son, Jinbao, so envious that he cried every day, insisting on eating the same meat as Saiden's family. Now look what's happened. This family must have been feasting for days, and they're out of food. So, the whole family went up the mountain to peel tree bark. Chapter 35. The mountains and fields are full of grain. Along the way, quite a few villagers shared the same thoughts as Aunt Wang, but Lu casually brushed them off. Most people in the village know about the grove of kudzu trees that Chunxing mentioned. The plants there are poisonous, and people who travel through the mountains always take a detour. The group of people were already panting heavily when they reached the mountainside. Just looking at this vast expanse of kudzu trees filled everyone with enthusiasm. These patches were all grains. Gu Dedi saw a thick kudzu tree in front of him, picked up a pitchfork and started digging. The pitchfork was inserted into the soil, and after a few twists and turns, the soil around the base of the kudzu tree loosened. Gu Zhouyuan grabbed the branches of the kudzu tree and pulled hard, pulling a large bunch of kudzu tubers out of the soil. There were 7 or 8 thick and long kudzu roots, and Gu Zhouyuan felt that at least 2 of them were broken off in the soil. Everyone's eyes lit up. Gu sighed and rushed over, broke off a branch, and put it into his basket. Be careful not to get the juice in your eyes or on the wound, Gu Zhouyuan warned. Widow Luo looked delighted. She picked up a pitchfork and led Chunsheng to dig on the other side of the forest. This was hard work, and even though Widow Luo was usually very capable, she was already sweating profusely after digging up just 2 kudzu vines. Seeing this, Gu Zhouyuan walked over and said, my second brother and I will be in charge of digging. Sister-in-law Luo and Chunsheng, could you help break them up and pile them together? Mother and my eldest sister are too busy. Widow Luo wiped the sweat from her brow and nodded in agreement. I'll help Xiao Yuan and the others with their work first. I've already dug up 2 trees, which look like they weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds. After Xiao Yuan and the others finish digging, she and Chunsheng will go down the mountain a little later to dig up more and take it home. The joy of a bountiful harvest filled everyone's hearts. They were tired but happy. Before they knew it, it was noon. While the others were still full of energy, Gu Zhouyuan was already feeling very hungry. Looking at the cassava piled up like a small mountain, It must weigh 400 or 500 pounds. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes darted around. While everyone else was busy and no one was paying attention to him, he ran to the side and bought roasted cassava and steamed cassava from the mall. He came carrying a basket on his back, which was covered with a cloth. At this point, he pretended to take the prepared cassava out of the basket. He called out, "Let go of them, come and eat." As expected, Gu Sidon was the first to rush over. "Third brother, what is this?" Fourth egg sniffed and smelled a pleasant fragrance. "This is food made from cassava. Oh, cassava is also called kudzu." Gu Zhouyuan covered the basket with a cloth again. Everyone else gathered around as well. At first, Widow Luo was a little hesitant as Lu pulled her along, but now that Gu Zhouyuan said that the food was made from kudzu, she quickened her pace. Although she didn't doubt Gu Zhouyuan, she was still a little uneasy. Now that Gu Zhouyuan had presented the facts, she was naturally excited. It is common knowledge that kudzu is poisonous and cannot be eaten. Gu Zhouyuan was afraid that they would have any concerns, so he wanted to set an example for them by eating one first to put their minds at ease. He had just reached out his hand when Gu Sidon grabbed a piece of steamed cassava and took a big bite. It's soft, sweet, and delicious, much better than wild vegetable porridge. Dan's eyes lit up. He hadn't finished eating the steamed cassava in his hand, and he reached for the roasted cassava with his other hand. Roasted cassava flour is powdery and has a slightly charred aroma. Dan prefers roasted cassava. Seeing Dan like this, everyone's last bit of worry disappeared, and they all picked up cassava and started eating. It's not bitter at all. Everyone's eyes lit up. "Mom, it's so delicious. 100 times better than what we ate last night." Chunxing blinked her big eyes, looking at Uncle Xiaoyuan with eyes full of admiration. Seeing that everyone was enjoying their meal, Gu Zhouyuan swallowed the roasted cassava in his mouth and said with a smile, "Cassava needs to be processed before it can be eaten. This is a cassava that I accidentally dug up when I went up the mountain a couple of days ago, and I have already processed it." Pistol. Oh no, cassava really is edible and delicious. Everyone couldn't help but look at the pile of cassava tubers that looked like a small mountain, and then look around at the vast cassava forest. My heart instantly burned with excitement. Although people believed Gu Zhouyuan's claim that cassava could be detoxified and used as food, it had never been truly verified. Just like Xiao Ming, who has always had excellent grades, everyone believed he could get into Tsinghua University, but he still felt a little uneasy before he received the admission notice. After finishing their meal, everyone was full of energy and ignored what Gu Zhouyuan was saying about the health tips of not engaging in strenuous exercise half an hour after eating. Head straight to the cassava field and start digging. Everyone was so engrossed in the battle to seize the grain that they didn't notice the passage of time. As it was getting dark, Gu Zhouyuan called for everyone to stop. Looking at the huge pile of cassava, everyone was stumped. It weighs at least 1,000 kilograms. How to transport it down the mountain is a big problem. Gu Dedi took out the rope from his basket. "I'll bundle the cassava into bundles. I can carry 100 jin down the mountain in one trip. If I make a few more trips, I'll be able to carry it all. It takes an hour to get home from here empty-handed. You'd have to carry it more than 10 times. Do you think you're some kind of workhorse?" Gu Zhouyuan objected. "What should we do? This is all grain. What if someone takes it if we leave it outside?" Gu Zhaodi said anxiously. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, "This cassava has been growing on the mountain for who knows how many years, but has anyone taken it away to use as food? Yes, if others don't know how to remove the toxins, this cassava is probably unwanted even if given away. The most important thing in detoxifying cassava is to soak it in water. This amount of cassava requires a lot of clean water," Gu Zhouyuan said unhurriedly. "With the drought lasting for days, there's only one old well in the village with water, so there's no use bringing the cassava back." Everyone's faces turned anxious. Pulling it back was no use. What could they do? The grain was about to be harvested, but they couldn't eat it. It was incredibly frustrating. "Second brother, where did you get the spring water for us to drink today?" Gu Zhouyuan gestured for everyone to calm down and asked Gu Dedi. "Go another mile north along the mountain path, and there's a deep pool there that's never dried up," Gu Dedi answered truthfully. "We'll come back tomorrow and transport all the cassava to the deep pool. Once it's processed, we'll bring it home," Gu Zhouyuan decided. On the way down the mountain, Gu Zhouyuan smiled at Widow Luo, who kept turning back to look at him, and said, "Don't worry, Sister Luo, the cassava is safe on the mountain." Widow Luo's reason told her that Gu Zhouyuan was right, but she just couldn't feel at ease. It's like she suddenly discovers that the iron fork in her hand is actually made of gold. Although others don't know, she certainly won't leave the fork in the yard as casually as before. "Please don't tell anyone that cassava is edible, Sister Luo. We don't want some unlucky person to get poisoned and then blame us." Gu Zhouyuan gave his instructions. Chapter 36, Bringing the Old House In. Cassava is safe to leave on the mountain, but we dare not leave those baskets or bamboo hampers there. Aunt Wang waited at her doorstep, wondering what kind of food the Gu family could find on the mountain. Seeing that everyone's baskets were empty, she couldn't help but laugh loudly. Oh dear, we've brought so many tools up the mountain all day. How come we haven't even dug up a single wild vegetable? We dug up a lot. Let's leave them on the mountain to dry overnight, Gu Zhouyuan said with a beaming smile. Aunt Wang refused to believe it, thinking Gu Zhouyuan was just being stubborn and bragging. Where did you dig it? I'll go dig some tomorrow too, carrying a basket. Aunt Wang asked, feigning interest. Gu Zhouyuan seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in her words, and took the basket off his back and carried it in his hand. We dug up some really good stuff, and of course we'd want to keep the good stuff for ourselves. Can I tell you about it? Gu Zhouyuan said casually before entering the room. He's being stubborn and faking it. Aunt Wang looked at the Gu family's courtyard gate that slammed shut, opened her mouth but had nothing to say, and spat on the ground. Nothing was said that night. The next day, as dawn broke, Gu Zhouyuan got up early, slung his basket over his shoulder, and headed to the old house. Old house. Xiaohua and Siju squatted at the corner outside the courtyard, roasting grasshoppers. A 13-year-old child is at the age where they can eat a lot. At home, we eat 2 meals of vegetable porridge a day, which are just clear broth and water. After 2 urinations, my stomach is empty. The siblings were starving, so they went to the field early and caught a bag full of grasshoppers, which they then threw into the fire to roast and eat as a treat. Siju, that's a piece of charcoal, not a grasshopper. Why did you put it in your mouth? Xiaohua scolded. Siju spat out the black ash from his mouth and rummaged through the ashes, searching for a cooked grasshopper. He said urgently, "We have to hurry, or San Nio will start crying again when he sees this." "Let him cry if he wants. Just ignore him," Xiaohua said indifferently. "If he cries, Arya will go to Grandpa and Grandma to complain, and we still have to share some with him." Siju picked up a grasshopper, blew off the grass ash, and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. "I won't give them to you. If you want some, go catch them yourself in the field. Arya caught so many bamboo worms last time, but she didn't give us a single one," Xiaohua said angrily. Gu Zhouyuan walked up behind the two with a smile. Noticing someone behind her, Xiaohua said without turning her head, No, I've finished it all." "Third brother." Gu Siju noticed Gu Zhouyuan. Xiaohua then turned around and said, "Third brother, you're here." With a beaming smile, she picked up a roasted grasshopper from a pile of ashes and handed it to Gu Zhouyuan. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan hesitate, she quickly took the charred grasshopper to her lips and blew on it, as if that would clean it, and then handed it to Gu Zhouyuan again. Gu Zhouyuan squatted down, put his mouth close, and bit the grasshopper. "Is it delicious?" Gu Xiaohua asked expectantly. "Delicious," Gu Zhouyuan nodded repeatedly. Siju stared blankly at his third sister. "How dare my third sister? Wasn't she the one most afraid of my third brother? Look, after you've eaten your delicious food, your third brother has brought some delicious food for you too." Gu Zhouyuan took out 2 roasted cassava tubes from the bamboo basket. "What is this?" Siju asked curiously, looking at the dark stick. "This is roasted cassava. Try it, it's delicious." Gu Zhouyuan gave each of them a cassava. Soft, chewy, and sweet. The pleasure of eating carbohydrates is incomparable to eating insects. After taking a bite of roasted cassava, every cell in my body seemed to be cheering and jumping for joy. After finishing the cassava, Siju patted his belly contentedly. Xiaohua knew that her third brother must have something to do at the old house, so she rushed ahead of him to clear the way. "What? You're saying that kudzu vine is edible?" Old Master Gu was shocked. Yesterday, Gu Zhouyuan and his family went up the mountain to dig for wild vegetables in a big way, and the news had spread throughout the village. Of course, everyone in the old house had also heard about it. Now that Gu Zhouyuan has come to say that they spent a whole day digging up kudzu vines on the mountain, even Grandpa Gu thinks they've gone mad. "That's right. We ate kudzu root yesterday at noon, and we're perfectly fine," Gu Zhouyuan replied with a smile. Seeing that everyone was still skeptical, Gu Zhouyuan lifted the cloth on the basket and took out the roasted and steamed cassava inside. Isn't this the roasted cassava that third brother just gave us to eat?" Siju's eyes lit up. It turned out that third brother had so many more. "This is made from kudzu root. It's delicious. If you don't believe me, ask Siju and Xiaohua. They just ate one outside." Gu Zhouyuan began to give examples. Gu Monsong and Madame Sun were immediately alarmed. Their 2 children had eaten poison. What were they going to do? Siju's face turned pale. Had he just eaten kudzu root? He wondered why his third brother had become different from before, but he never expected that he had become even more vicious. He clearly didn't offend third brother, So why would third brother want to poison him? He was on the verge of tears. Oh, right, the manure soup. Yesterday, my third uncle rushed off to rescue Widow Luo, and then went home to fetch some manure. Flushing someone with feces can save a life. He grabbed Gu Monsong's arm and said urgently, "Third uncle, quick, quick, force-feed me manure." Xiaohua was much calmer. She now had a kind of blind worship for her third brother. Besides, didn't third brother just say that they ate kudzu root at noon yesterday? So much time has passed, and they're still doing fine, aren't they? Gu Zhouyuan stopped Gu Monsong, who really wanted to go out and scoop up manure, and glanced at Gu Siju, who was pacing anxiously, with a complicated expression. I really don't know how to describe this kid. You could say he's brave, but he's terrified of death. You might call him a coward, but he'd eat shit. We really did eat kudzu yesterday. After several processing steps, the kudzu is no longer poisonous, Gu Zhouyuan said solemnly. These words were like a ray of light in the darkness, igniting hope in the hearts of the four pillars. Really? After the toxins are removed from kudzu, is it called cassava? His hopeful gaze, as if grasping at a straw, made Gu Zhouyuan dizzy. Yes, that's right. The cassava you were given has no toxins at all. Don't rush to pour the manure. Gu Zhouyuan nodded hurriedly, afraid that if he waited any longer, the kid would rush to the manure bucket without thinking. Grandpa Gu and Grandma Gu exchanged a glance, and in their hearts they were already 60 to 70% convinced. 2 days ago, Widow Luo and her daughter were poisoned, and Xiao Yuan saw the terrible state of their condition. He shouldn't be so foolish as to knowingly bring his whole family to test the poison on themselves. Arya was the most feisty. Knowing that Xiaohua had already eaten one outside, she was not to be outdone. She grabbed a piece of steamed cassava and was about to stuff it into her mouth. Pia chirp, Wang slapped Arya's hand away. She grabbed Arya's cheeks, exasperated, and said, "Are you starving? That's kudzu root. It can kill you if you eat it. Are you out of your mind?" But third brother and the others were fine after eating it, and Xiaohua and the others were fine after eating it too. Arya was quite unconvinced. Chapter 37, Soaking in Water. Did you see your third brother eat it with your own eyes? Madame Wang tightened her grip, making Arya grit her teeth. Then it can't be wrong for Xiaohua and Siju to eat it, right? Arya kept shaking her head, finally managing to break free from the clutches. Wang choked, then looked at the lifeless Siju, her eyes darting around, and said, "Let's wait and see. If Siju and Xiaohua are not poisoned after another hour, it will prove that Xia Yuan was right." Xiaohua. For pillars of destiny, does that feeling of waiting to die become even stronger? Gu Manton, I think it's safer to bring the manure bucket. Although Gu Zhouyuan felt that his third aunt's words were somewhat cold-hearted, upon closer reflection, they made some sense. Better to die for your fellow Taoist than for me. But he didn't want to waste time, so he picked up a piece of roasted cassava and swallowed it in a few bites. Wiping her mouth, she said to Grandpa Gu, "Grandpa, let's go up the mountain first. Anyway, Annie has chosen the right time. If I'm not poisoned to death, we'll dig cassava. If I am poisoned to death, you can dig a hole and bury me there." Old Master Gu sensed the impatience in Gu Zhiyuan's words. He glared at the troublemaker Wang and picked up a piece of cassava. "Grandpa believes you," he said, taking a bite of cassava. It wasn't as bitter as I expected. It was mealy and quite sweet. He raised an eyebrow, finished the cassava in his hand in a few bites, and then reached out to pick up another piece. Siju felt relieved. His third brother and grandfather had both eaten, so he should be fine. Gu Monsong has witnessed Gu Zhiyuan's transformation over the past few days, and he now has great faith in his nephew. He also ate a roasted cassava. The dry, mealy cassava brought him a long-lost feeling of fullness. Mrs. Sun and old Mrs. Gu each ate a piece of steamed cassava. It was soft and sticky and very delicious, but a little dry. San Nyo was already drooling with desire, but Wang Shi grabbed him by the back of his collar and kept him by her legs. Gu Manton pretended not to see his wife's warning look. He quickly grabbed a piece of cassava, stuffed it into his mouth, and bulged his cheeks out. With the two families reunited, and including Widow Luo and her daughter, the group was more than twice the size of yesterday's. "Brother Gu, the whole family has come out. Did they find a gold mine on the mountain?" someone joked. "Haha, no, just going into the mountains to dig up some wild vegetables and herbs," Grandpa Gu said with a chuckle. "The trees on the mountain have been stripped bare of leaves, so where would there be any wild vegetables?" the man said. "They probably want to go into the old forest, because that's the only place where you can still find food," someone else analyzed. "Impossible. Even a strong young man would be exhausted after going into the old forest. There are poisonous insects and miasma in there. The old and the young all came with them. How could they possibly go into the deep mountains?" They might have found a mushroom nest. With the weather this dry, there's no way there would be any mushrooms. I bet they went to chop firewood. Do you use baskets to carry the firewood you chop? Villagers kept pointing and whispering on the way up the mountain, and Aunt Wong was among them. When she saw that people from the Gu family's old house had also gotten involved, she realized that things were not as simple as she had thought yesterday. She remained calm and waited until Gu Zhouyuan and his group had walked far away before following them at a distance. When the people in the old house saw that huge pile of cassava, they were all stunned. More than half an hour has passed since they ate the kudzu root, and no one has shown any signs of poisoning. Little Flower and Four Pillars are also very lively. They have personally verified that kudzu can indeed be used as food. So now, all the kudzu trees on this mountain that no one cares about will become food for the family. With a roar, Gu Manton charged into the cassava grove. Without even using a pitchfork, he grabbed the thick branches of the cassava trees and began to pull them out. Gu Mansung hurriedly grabbed a pitchfork and went over to help. Under Gu Zhiyuan's command, Gu Zhaodi, along with her second aunt son and old Master Gu, formed a group responsible for cutting off the branches of the vines, leaving only a thick trunk. He was in a group with Gu Dedi, Deju, Ershu, and Sanshu, and they were responsible for digging cassava. The rest of the people were responsible for cutting off the cassava tubers, transporting them, and piling them up. Hey, Xiao Yuan, do you still have any of that kudzu root? You know, that roasted cassava? Give some to your third auntie. And your little sister Arya and Sanyu haven't had any yet. They'll be too tired to work later. Wang Shi said to Gu Zhouyuan with a fawning smile. She actually regretted it as soon as she got to the mountain. Everyone else who ate the kudzu vine was fine, but she and her two children didn't eat it. She still had some pride, so she didn't have the nerve to back down to Gu Zhouyuan at the time. After working for a while, she was so hungry that her stomach was practically sticking to her back. Sanyo was also complaining about being hungry, so she went to find Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and leaned on the handle of the iron fork, panting. We do have some cassava left, but Auntie, why don't you observe it a little longer and wait another 2 hours to make sure we haven't poisoned you before you eat it? Wang pretended not to notice Gu Zhouyuan's sarcasm. She picked a cassava leaf and fanned Gu Zhouyuan with it, her smile growing even brighter. How could that be? What kind of person do you think your third aunt is? Look how hungry your little brother Sanyo is. She kicked Sanyo, who was still sitting on the ground crying, trying to make him cry even harder. Unexpectedly, Sanyo stopped crying when he felt pain and stared blankly at Wang Shi, thinking that his mother was getting impatient and was going to get serious with him. Gu Zhouyuan found it somewhat amusing. His third aunt's personality was truly unlikable, but his third uncle treated him quite well. He took some cooked cassava from his basket and handed it to Wang. Wang's face immediately lit up with a smile. She took the cassava, picked up the 3 oxen, and walked towards the shade of the tree. There were so many people today that the cassava forest on the mountainside was completely dug up in less than 2 hours. Adding to yesterday's more than 1,000 jin, the total is nearly 3,000 jin. The group ate cooked cassava to restore their strength. They hurried to get all sorts of tools to the pond and transported the fresh cassava to it. Come on, let me teach you how to peel cassava. Gu Zhouyuan held a cassava in his left hand and a machete in his right, demonstrating for everyone. He used a knife to cut the cassava skin in a spiral motion, then used the tip of the knife to lift it, revealing the snow-white flesh of the cassava. The method is very simple. Everyone here is used to farm work, and they all learned it after watching Gu Zhouyuan demonstrate it once. After they finished peeling the skin, Gu Zhouyuan casually chopped it into small pieces. The middle of the pool was a deep green, and Gu Zhouyuan judged that the pool must be bottomless. As the saying goes, deep waters are green, which explains why, despite the drought that has lasted for so many days and the drying up of many rivers, there is still water here. Fortunately, the water around the pool wasn't very deep, only about a meter deep, and it was very clear, allowing you to clearly see the pebbles at the bottom. Gu Zhouyuan led everyone to soak the peeled and chopped cassava in shallow water. Modern cassava is an improved variety. It can usually be eaten after being boiled and soaked overnight. Some don't even need to be soaked. You can just peel and cook them before eating. Gu Zhouyuan wasn't quite sure about the wild cassava, so he decided to soak it for a few more days. Let's soak it for 7 days. Chapter 38, The Lovely Aunt Wang. After a flurry of activity, it was already dark when I got home. Aunt Wang, we came back empty-handed again today. We need to let the wild vegetables dry on the mountain for a while longer. Seeing that Aunt Wang was waiting at the door just like last night, Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but tease her. Aunt Wang wasn't in the mood to argue with him. She ran quickly to the gate of Gu Zhouyuan's house. Because they were so close, Gu Zhouyuan could see the solemnity on Aunt Wang's face that he had never seen before. Gu family's mistress, tell Aunt Wang, what were you doing digging up kudzu vines on the mountain today? Huh? How did you know? Gu sighed and interjected from the side. Aunt Wang's face stiffened. She waved her hand and said, don't worry about how I know. Just tell me why you went to dig up the kudzu. Today, she followed Gu Zhouyuan, but she didn't dare to get too close. She could only see the Gu family members working in the grove of kudzu trees on the mountainside from a distance. She was restless all day at home and had no motivation to do anything. Finally, Gu Zhouyuan and the others returned, and she naturally had to ask them what was going on, otherwise she probably wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. Gu Zhouyuan was still pondering how to deal with Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang had lost her patience. You can't eat that kudzu root. It'll kill you. Tell Aunt Wang the truth. Is there no food left at home? Aunt Wang leaned closer and whispered, no. Gu Zhouyuan was a little surprised. Aunt Wang's thinking was quite unconventional. There's nothing to be ashamed of if you don't have food. Just tell me if you're having trouble. I'll take you to talk to the village head. If any family in the village has surplus food, they can lend a hand. Otherwise, your family will starve to death. You mustn't touch that vine. Eating that stuff will cause your intestines to rupture and your stomach to rot. It'll be terrible. She became more and more frightened as she spoke, her lips turning white. Aside from being a bit gossipy and having a sharp tongue, Aunt Wang is actually not a bad person at heart. Does Aunt Wang have any surplus grain? I wonder if she'd be willing to lend a hand to my family. Gu Zhouyuan joked. I don't have much food left either. When Aunt Wang heard him say this, her face changed, she stopped talking and ran home. Gu Zhouyuan watched her retreating figure with amusement and shook his head. After exchanging glances for a few seconds, Gu's mother and the others burst into laughter. Gu Zhouyuan collapsed onto the bed, not wanting to move at all. Gu Zhaodi and Lu went to the kitchen to cook dinner. Just then, someone knocked on the courtyard gate, and Gu sighed and ran to open it. Aunt Wang, what brings you here? Sidan's surprised voice rang out. Aunt Wang had a fight with Gu Zhouyuan's family before, and the two families haven't visited each other for a long time. Gu Zhouyuan got up and went outside, where he saw Aunt Wang holding a small earthenware jar that was half filled with wheat. Gu's little third son, Aunt Wang's family, doesn't have much grain left. Take this wheat and listen to Aunt Wang. No matter how hungry you are, you can't dig up vines to eat. God will always give people a way to survive. Aunt Wang kept talking. Looking at this middle-aged woman who was usually a bit annoying, Gu Zhouyuan suddenly found her quite adorable. He quickly pulled Aunt Wang into the house and sat her down. Aunt Wang, I was just joking with you. I have grain at home. Last time I sold a wild boar and bought a lot of grain in the county. Aunt Wang was skeptical. She knew that Gu Zhouyuan had hunted a wild boar a few days ago. Logically speaking, that pig should have been able to be exchanged for a lot of grain. Everyone in the village knows what kind of person Gu Sanner is. He's the kind of person who'd spend 1,000 or 10,000 if he had them. He could only buy grain and bring it home if the sun rose in the west. Then what were you doing digging up kudzu vines on the mountain today? Even pigs don't eat that stuff. Aunt Wang stared intently into Gu Zhouyuan's eyes, trying to find a flaw in his statement. The idea is to clear a piece of land on the mountain. With a large family, more land means more harvest, right? Gu Zhouyuan poured Aunt Wang a cup of tea. It wasn't that he intentionally hid it. Given Aunt Wang's behavior tonight, Gu Zhouyuan wouldn't mind telling her that cassava was edible. But that would definitely require a lot of explaining, and others might not even believe it. Let's wait until later. When the time is right, we can tell her then. There's plenty of wasteland at the foot of the mountain. Why would you climb up to the mountainside to clear it? Aunt Wang still didn't believe it. It's dry this year. There's a big pond not far from the mountainside, so it's convenient to get water. Besides, even if I didn't want to live anymore, my mother and Sidon wouldn't join me in this nonsense, would they? Besides, you saw it today, my grandfather and second uncle went to help. Gu Zhouyuan tried his best to cover up the lie. That's true. Aunt Wang nodded, realizing that she had misunderstood. Then I'll go back. She stood up, looked at the earthenware jar on the table, and hesitated to speak. How could Gu Zhouyuan be so ignorant? He put the earthenware jar back into Aunt Wang's hands, signaling her to wait for him a moment, and then turned and went to the kitchen. A little while later, he picked up a piece of cured meat and handed it to Aunt Wang. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. Aunt Wang refused to accept it. This piece of pork was worth far more than the half can of wheat in her arms. After some back and forth, in the end, Gu Zhouyuan could only resort to his universal mantra. This isn't for you. It's for the kids, so they can have a taste. Aunt Wang happily carried the salted meat home in the end. Nothing was said that night. The next day at daybreak, Widow Luo brought Chunxing to Gu Zhouyuan's house. Not wanting to take advantage of the Gu family for another meal, Widow Luo and her daughter each carried a bowl of wild vegetable and millet porridge, eating as they walked. When they arrived here, there was still a little bit left in the bowl. In rural areas, it's not unusual for people to visit each other while eating. Gu Zhouyuan wasn't used to brushing his teeth with willow twigs. Every time he got up, he would hide in a secluded place, take out his toothpaste and toothbrush, and secretly brush his teeth. He breathed out a puff of air, feeling his breath was very fresh, and said with a smile to Widow Luo, "Sister Luo, let's not dig cassava today. There's nowhere to soak it if we have too much." The deep pool wasn't too small or too big. It should be fine to soak 3,000 caddies of cassava in it. The water body could handle it and would gradually purify and regulate itself. However, if there were too many cassava, Gu Zhouyuan was worried about polluting the water source. Widow Luo was somewhat disheartened. She was driven mad by poverty and terrified of hunger. She wished she could keep digging and digging on the mountain until all the cassava was gone. There are no secrets that stay hidden forever. While others haven't discovered that cassava is edible yet, let's get as much as we can. Once everyone knows, it'll all be gone. Xiao Yuan, can your sister-in-law go up the mountain later? There should still be some broken pieces in the soil in the field we dug yesterday. We have nothing else to do anyway, so Chun Sheng and I will go and look for them. Fearing that Gu Zhouyuan would be unhappy, she quickly added, "Don't worry, I won't go to the cassava grove next to the mountain. I'll only look in the field that was dug up yesterday." Gu Zhouyuan smiled but didn't answer her. Instead, he gave her a breakdown of the costs and benefits. "We dug up about 3,000 caddies of cassava in the 2 days between the day before yesterday and yesterday. I'll give 300 caddies to your family, Sister Luo. Is that all right?" Widow Luo secretly regretted that she was never satisfied. Xiao Yuan must think she was a greedy woman and was trying to distance herself from her. Chapter 39, Washing the Black Chicken. "No need for so much," Widow Luo said, her face pale, but forcing herself to stay alert. "Chunsheng and I dug up 30 or 40 caddies the day before yesterday, so you can take 30 caddies, sister-in-law." "How can that be? We were able to dig so many cassava pods these past 2 days, thanks to you and Chunsheng. We should divide the spoils according to the amount of effort we put in. That's fair and just," Gu Zhouyuan said, shaking his head. Widow Luo waved her hand. "Only you know how to handle this stuff. I'm already very grateful to you for bringing my sister-in-law along so that my daughter and I have something to eat. It's only right that I help your family with some work. How could I possibly want to share the cassava? Sister-in-law, don't be so polite. As the saying goes, even close brothers should keep clear accounts. If you don't follow my instructions, I won't dare to ask you to dig cassava anymore." Gu Zhouyuan's smile faded, and he said seriously, "Huh? You mean you'll take us with you when you dig cassava in the future?" Widow Luo asked incredulously. "Yeah, what's wrong? Sister-in-law, you want to go solo?" Gu Zhouyuan asked with a surprised look. No. Widow Luo realized she had misunderstood. Heaven knows how nervous she had been just now. Just as Widow Luo was relieved, she started to worry about the cassava soaking in the water on the mountain. "I'm worried it will sink to the deep water. I'm worried it will be stolen. I'm worried it will be eaten by fish." Gu Zhouyuan saw through her thoughts. He hurriedly drank a bowl of vegetable porridge and was about to go up the mountain with Widow Luo. He hadn't walked far when he returned home, pulling his eldest sister, Gu Zhaodi, along with him. Widow Luo is only 21 years old this year. He's afraid that if he takes such a young woman to the mountains to explore the woods, they'll be on the front page of the village tomorrow. They called Gu Zhaodi, and the 4 of them went to the pool together. Seeing that the cassava from yesterday was still lying safely in the water, Widow Luo and Gu Zhaodi were relieved. "Are you relieved now?" Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. He glanced at the pool without thinking and suddenly noticed a fish floating in the deep, green water. Widow Luo and the others followed his gaze. "A big fish," Chunxing shouted, pointing to the surface of the water. "How did this fish die?" Gu Zhaodi asked curiously. "It's not dead. Look, its fins are still moving." Widow Luo observed carefully. Gu Zhouyuan shaded his eyes with his hand and stared intently for a while. "It's a grass carp. It probably ate some cassava and got drunk." Gu Zhouyuan went into the water and scooped the fish out. He tested the water temperature and then gave up the idea. The weather in May wasn't particularly hot, and the water in this deep pool was bone-chillingly cold. Given Gu Zhouyuan's current physical condition, going into the water shouldn't be a problem. However, with Widow Luo and the others present, it wouldn't be good to be soaking wet. Just as the group was fretting, the drunken fish, belly up, slowly swam to the shore. Gu Zhouyuan grabbed the fish by the gills and lifted it ashore. "This fish must weigh at least 10 pounds, Gu Zhouyuan laughed. Gu Zhaodi braided a straw rope and strung the fish together. "Xiao Yuan is really amazing. He always makes a catch when he goes up the mountain. Last time it was a wild boar, and this time it's such a big fish. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand modestly and said, it's mainly because he has good character and is low-key. Gu Zhaodi found his antics quite amusing. Widow Luo also covered her mouth and chuckled. Xiao Yuan, it's still early. Shall we go for a walk in the bamboo forest? We found a nest of bird eggs there last time we found the land. Gu Zhaodi said expectantly. She's eaten a lot of good food lately, but for some reason, she always misses the wild vegetable stall and bird eggs from that night. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Big sister, lead the way. I'm an expert at raiding bird nests. Gu Zhouyuan's shop has plenty of eggs. Free-range eggs only cost 1 shop coin each. But I just couldn't find a good reason to take it out. He decided to go to the bamboo forest today and let 2 old hens out. From now on, all the eggs you buy in the mall will be laid by these 2 wild hens. Others launder money. He wants to launder eggs. Once they reached the bamboo forest, Gu Zhouyuan suggested that everyone split up to look for bird nests. He walked for a while towards a place where bamboo was lush. Once he could no longer see anyone else, he spent 120 mall coins to buy 2 free-range speckled chickens. He cleared his throat, tilted his head back, and yelled, Come quick, I've caught 2 pheasants. Gu Zhaodi and Widow Luo were overjoyed and rushed over to Gu Zhouyuan. 2 chickens on the ground had their feet pinned down by Gu Zhouyuan. One of the chickens, probably startled by Gu Zhouyuan's shout, struggled desperately. Before Gu Zhouyuan could react, the chicken broke free of its restraints and flapped its wings, taking flight. Gu Zhouyuan chased after the other chicken for a couple of steps, but seeing that the chicken was running away very fast, he gave up. Hey, this time the speckled pheasant really looks like a wild chicken. Gu Zhouyuan said sullenly. Pheasant! Pheasant! Chunxing shouted as he saw a pheasant fly more than a meter high. Widow Luo and Gu Zhaodi split up and formed a pincer movement to surround the pheasant. The pheasant landed on the ground, probably knowing that its fate today depended on whether it could break through the encirclement. It dodged a lunge by slithering away. It clucked to encourage itself, stretched its head out, and darted quickly through the woods. The bamboo forest is so dense that a person is destined to outrun a chicken. After chasing for a while, Gu Zhaodi and Widow Luo returned empty-handed. Gu Zhouyuan bought another chicken at the mall to fill the gap. Holding a chicken in each hand, he laughed happily. Look, I've caught 2 pheasants. Actually, there were 3 in total, but 1 escaped. He was extremely annoyed. Widow Luo exclaimed with delight. Xiao Yuan, you're amazing. Zhao Di and I couldn't even catch 1 chicken, but you caught 2 by yourself. Gu Zhaodi was also very happy. She tied the chickens up tightly with straw rope and then noticed something strange about them. She wondered. This chicken is different from the wild chickens I've seen before. It looks more like a domestic chicken. Gu Zhouyuan's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to be nonchalant and said, Do domestic chickens look like this? No, that's not it. Grandma's chickens are yellow, but these 2 are black and white, Gu Zhaodi said, shaking her head. Gu Zhouyuan breathed a sigh of relief. The yellow ones were free-range chickens, while the ones he bought were speckled chickens, with black and white stripes of uniform width all over their bodies. There are many varieties of pheasants. You just haven't seen this one before, Gu Zhouyuan said casually. Gu Zhaodi was only curious and did not suspect anything. She looked at the pheasants with delight. This trip was really worthwhile. Her original intention was to find bird eggs, but she never expected to catch 2 big pheasants. Sister-in-law Luo was very envious of Gu Zhouyuan's good luck. However, she was only envious and didn't feel resentful. Just now, a pheasant had flown past her, but she just didn't have the ability to catch it. Is this a rooster or a hen? Gu Zhouyuan asked knowingly. Gu Zhaodi picked up a chicken, observed it for a while, and said, I've never seen this chicken before, but judging from its small comb, it should be a hen. Chapter 40 The 17-Year Cycle, Locust Plague. Are both hens? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Gu Zhaodi nodded. They should all be female. Then let them all lay eggs. It's a pity we didn't catch a rooster, otherwise we could have chicken tonight. Gu Zhouyuan seemed a little regretful. What he regretted was not buying more chickens. But there's nothing he can do about it. He only has 2 hands, and it would be too incredible to catch 7 or 8 pheasants at once. On his way down the mountain, Gu Zhouyuan saw some common herbs and picked some of them, stuffing them into his basket. They're all unwanted herbs like milkweed, ground husk, and Euphorbia helioscopia. Sometimes he would break off branches and bark from trees of unknown species, which made Widow Luo and the others look at him with admiration, marveling at how much he knew. In reality, Gao Guzhou knew absolutely nothing about traditional Chinese medicine. He was just giving him a heads up. If we stuff some things in now, it won't seem so strange when he takes out some odd things from the basket later. For example, The chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns used in the braised fish and sauerkraut fish dishes will be picked from the mountains. That's correct. I've never seen pickled cabbage before. Where did it come from? The wild pickled vegetables in the forest are so wild, it's normal that you haven't seen them before. As the saying goes, those who see it should share it. So Gu Zhouyuan gave half of the fish to Widow Luo to take home. As for the 2 pheasants, Gu Zhouyuan wanted to give one away, but Widow Luo absolutely refused to take it. Third brother, why didn't you call me when you went up the mountain? Gu Sidon said with a resentful look. My third brother caught 2 pheasants on the mountain, but my eldest sister said one of them escaped. Humph. If we take him along, that chicken definitely won't be able to escape. I didn't see you when I woke up this morning. I don't know where you ran off to. Gu Zhouyuan untied the straw rope binding the chicken and replaced it with a thin rope, which he then tied to the chicken's feet. Si Dan cried out that he was wronged. I got up early and went to the fields with Sister Xiaohua and Brother Si Zhu to catch grasshoppers. As he spoke, he took a small bamboo basket, opened the lid a crack, and presented it to Gu Zhouyuan. The bamboo basket contained a handful of grass and a dense swarm of grasshoppers. There are so many grasshoppers in the field, Si Dan said excitedly. I caught so many in just one field. Gu Zhouyuan's expression was solemn. It seemed that this wave of locust plague was unavoidable. He grabbed a handful of grasshoppers and threw them to the speckled chicken. Si Dan felt a little sorry for them. These grasshoppers were meant to be caught and cooked for food. It was such a waste to feed them to the chickens. However, now that we have enough grain and meat at home, roasted grasshoppers are just a snack. Anyway, there are plenty of grasshoppers in the field now. If they run out, we can just catch more. He also grabbed a small handful of grasshoppers and held them to the chicken's beak, muttering, eat more and lay more eggs. I'll catch more for you later. Gu Zhouyuan recalled seeing a short video like this in his previous life, which said that raising ducks could control locusts. Lu Shi's record of locust control from the Qing dynasty states, locusts cannot fly yet, but ducks can eat them. A flock of hundreds of ducks can be placed in a rice paddy, and the locusts will be wiped out in an instant. This is also a method of locust control in Jiangnan. This means that before locusts form a large army and migrate in overwhelming numbers, ducks can eat the larvae and eggs. However, Gu Zhouyuan understood that using ducks to control locusts had limited effectiveness and could only be used as a small-scale, regional measure, with prevention being more important than treatment. Even so, Gu Zhouyuan still wanted to buy some ducklings to try it out. We can't just sit and wait for the locust plague to strike. We have to do something about it. Even if the ducks can't control the locust plague and the fields yield no harvest, we can still harvest a flock of fat ducks. At this moment, Gu's mother, Lu, also returned from outside. She said worriedly, there are so many grasshoppers in the field that we can't catch them all. Everyone is saying that this time it might be like 17 years ago, with a locust plague. 17 years ago, a drought was accompanied by a locust plague, and the entire Tally County was affected. The soil in the ground cracked into pieces, and when you pinched it with your hand, it was like sand that drifted away in the wind. People peeled off the bark, crushed it, and ate it. The leaves became a rare commodity, and a single leaf could sell for 20 coins. At that time, there were countless people starving to death, and later, the horrific phenomenon of people eating each other emerged. Exchanging children for food was commonplace. Some mountain people turned into bandits, capturing refugees on remote roads, killing them, and eating their flesh. Gu Zhaodi frowned. She had heard from the villagers that she was born in Lantian County, the area most severely affected by the disaster. Her parents were unable to support her, so they gave her to Gu Zhouyuan's family. At that time, the village head of Datong village acted decisively and called on the villagers to harvest the wheat while it was still green, so the disaster in Datong village was not particularly severe. Mother, quickly give me the money. I'll go to the county to buy some grain right now. Gu Zhouyuan's expression was solemn. Before the news of the locust plague spread, there were some things he needed to plan ahead of time. Lu was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood Gu Zhouyuan's worries. She hurriedly went inside to get the silver. Xiao Yuan, Didi, hurry up and grab the bamboo basket. Come with me to the city. Gu Monsong walked over quickly, his voice preceding his arrival. Second uncle, what's wrong? Gu Zhouyuan's heart skipped a beat, realizing that things were probably heading in the worst possible direction, but he still asked. Your Uncle Kai just came back from the county. He said there's a lot of talk in the city about a locust plague this year, and many people at the grain stores are scrambling to buy grain, Gu Monsong said quickly. Second uncle, what's the price of millet now? Lu asked as she came out of the house, holding a purse in her hand. Yukai said that when he first came to the city, the price was 6 won per caddy, but when he left, The price was changed to 8 won per caddy. As he said this, Gu Mansang's face became even more anxious. Lu hurriedly stuffed the purse into Gu Zhiyuan's hand. Quickly, go buy grain. Exchange all this silver for millet. Gu Zhiyuan said, hey. And he and Gu Dedi each grabbed a large basket and ran outside with Gu Mansang. Xiao Yuan, buy some more salt. Lu called out as she reached the door. Understood. Gu Zhiyuan replied, turning back without stopping. Gu Mansang's ox cart was waiting under the old locust tree at the entrance of the village, and several people were already sitting on it. As soon as Gu Zhiyuan and the others got into the car, Gu Yukai shook the reins, urging the old ox to hurry up and go. Third uncle. Gu Zhiyuan greeted Gu Manton in the car. Gu Manton nodded. Xiao Yuan, remember, don't buy white rice or white flour, buy only millet. If there's no millet, buy beans, understand? Okay, I understand. Gu Zhiyuan readily agreed. Third son of the Gu family, if you're going to the oil and salt shop, could you please bring me some salt? Aunt Wang said, lifting the basket onto her lap. Gu Manton looked bewildered. We're of the same generation, so who are you referring to as my aunt? Gu Zhiyuan knew his third uncle was trying to misunderstand, so he quickly explained, Third uncle, Aunt Wang was calling me, it was me. Aunt Wang, I also need to buy salt. How much do you need? I'll bring it to you. He turned to Aunt Wang and said. Gu Manton suddenly realized, and he glanced at Aunt Wang, his face serious. I am Gu Laosan, and he is Xiaosan. Chapter 41 Difficulty in Buying Grain. When they arrived in the county, the streets were bustling with people, and everything seemed no different from when Gu Zhiyuan and his group had come last time. However, upon closer observation, Gu Zhiyuan noticed that most people on the street were in a hurry, lacking that leisurely feeling. They arrived at the grain store where they had bought rice and flour last time, riding in an ox cart. There were many people crowded at the entrance. The grain store, however, remained tightly shut, with a wooden sign hanging on the door bearing the words written in bold, large characters with a brush. Sold out for today. Gu Zhiyuan and the others hurriedly jumped off the ox cart. Most of the people at the door were carrying burlap sacks and bamboo baskets, crowding around the door and talking to the people inside. Gu Zhiyuan and the others squeezed to the front and saw a small window open in the wooden door on the side of the grain store. Today's grain prices were displayed next to the small window. White rice costs 25 yuan per jin, 500 g. Millet costs 12 coins per pound. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Yukai wiped the sweat from his face. When I went back half a day ago, millet was only 8 won a jin. In such a short time, it has risen to 12 won. Aunt Wang touched the money in her pocket and hesitated. Why is it so expensive? I'll wait until it goes on sale before I buy it. Someone nearby scoffed. Huh? You still think it's too expensive? You're lucky you can even buy it. After tomorrow, it might go up to 50 coins, and you might not even be able to get your hands on one. Through the small window, an old man coldly watched the commotion outside. Gu Zhiyuan stepped forward and said, Grandpa, could you open the shop door? I need to buy rice. The others immediately joined in, all saying they wanted to buy rice. The old man inside the gate said indifferently, Nonsense. What else would people be buying if not rice? Vegetables. If you want vegetables, you have to go to the market. Gu Zhiyuan choked for a moment, but he still smiled ingratiatingly. Grandpa, could you sell me some? My family is waiting for rice to cook. The old man said expressionlessly, It's all sold out. If you want to buy rice, please come back early tomorrow. Go home, all of you. There's no point in crowding around here. Someone in the crowd shouted, I'm buying a lot, all in cash. Immediately, others chimed in. Yes, we have cash. Why don't you sell us some? The old man sneered. Once it's sold out, it's sold out. Even if you bring me gold, I can't conjure up any more grain, let alone cash. Gu Mansang was stunned when he heard this, and hurriedly asked, What about the other grain shops? Have they sold out too? Of course it's all sold out. A group of people lined up to buy grain this morning, all saying there was going to be a locust plague. Later, more and more people came to buy grain, and our grain store sold out by noon. Other grain stores were about the same. Otherwise, would all these people be gathered here? They would have gone to other grain stores to buy grain long ago. After saying that, the old man slammed the small door shut. Gu Mansang and his companions were still unwilling to give up. They split up and rushed towards other grain stores. Before long, they returned dejectedly. As expected, all the other grain stores sold out. Even with money, we can't buy food. What are we going to do? We don't have much food left at home, Aunt Wang said anxiously, slapping her thigh. Gu Yukai comforted him. If we go early tomorrow and come back before dawn, we should be able to buy millet. What I'm afraid of is that the news of rising grain prices will spread further and further, and then even more people will want to buy grain. said a man who had come with him in the village in an ox cart. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang became even more anxious and almost cried. The three members of the Gu family, uncle and nephew, remained relatively calm. Gu Mansang and Gu Mantin were thinking of the kudzu trees on the mountain. Oh no, Xiao Yuan said it was cassava. They dug up 3,000 jin of cassava from just one patch of cassava grove on the hillside behind the mountain. There's more than just that one cassava grove on the back hill. Datong village is not just one mountain. Xiao Yuan is truly a timely help. With so many cassava, there was no way the family would suffer from famine. The food supply was even more plentiful than in any other bumper harvest year. Gu Zhouyuan simply didn't care. With the system's shop at his disposal, even if the price of grain skyrocketed, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Seeing the bewildered expressions on Gu Yukai and Aunt Wang's faces, Gu Zhouyuan's heart stirred slightly. Gu Zhouyuan doesn't have a saintly heart. He knows to let go of the urge to help others and respect their fate. But then she remembered that last night, Aunt Wang had shared the little grain she had left with Gu Zhouyuan's family. Uncle Kai dared to draw his knife and fight to the death when he was in danger. Every face before him was so vivid, and he asked himself honestly, he couldn't bring himself to stand idly by and watch from the sidelines. Do good deeds and don't worry about the future, he murmured. He mentally prepared his answer, then cleared his throat and said, well, I can get some food. Aunt Wang immediately stopped rambling. She picked at her ear, as if wondering if she had misheard. What? Gusaner, what did you just say? I told you I could buy food, Gu Zhouyuan repeated with a smile. The others also looked on incredulously. Gu Mansang pulled Gu Zhouyuan aside and whispered, Zhouyuan, you said you could buy grain. Is that true? Of course it's true, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. At a time like this, we can't joke around with everyone. Aunt Wang's voice suddenly rang out beside her. Unable to contain her curiosity, she followed the two and eavesdropped. Everyone else gathered around as well. I used to study in this county town, and I made a good friend there. His family runs a horse caravan, so asking him to help me get some grain shouldn't be a problem. Gu Zhouyuan had already prepared this explanation. Once they understood what had happened, everyone was relieved. Xiao Yuan, that price? Aunt Wang asked hesitantly. She had just been worried about not being able to buy any grain, and she thought to herself that no matter how much it cost, even if it rose to 50 won per jin tomorrow, she would still grab some. Now that the food supply has been secured, she's wondering if it could be cheaper. Actually, you can't blame her. As the saying goes, greed is human nature, insatiability is human nature, and the reluctance to part with the last drop is a real thing. I'll have to ask my friend to find out, but I reckon the price will definitely be cheaper than at the grain store, Gu Zhouyuan said after thinking for a moment. They were overjoyed to receive such a reply. However, Gu Zhouyuan drawled. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, thinking that something unexpected had happened again. My friend has a rather eccentric personality and doesn't like meeting strangers. You guys wait here for me. I'll go find him by myself. Gu Zhouyuan patted Gu Yukai on the shoulder. Uncle Yukai, lend me the ox cart. Let's meet at the entrance of Yuanqing restaurant, where we met last time. Gu Yukai was stunned for a moment. What Yuanqing restaurant? He was illiterate and had no idea about Yuanqing or Fangqing. Gu Zhouyuan sighed. It's the place where we sold pork last time. Oh, I understand. Gu Yukai nodded. Gu Zhouyuan drove the ox cart, wandering aimlessly. Finally finding a secluded, deserted alley, he summoned the system shop. Chapter 42 Division. The system shows that he only has 503 mall coins. He hasn't sold much to the mall these days, except for one transaction involving mulberry wood. He secretly resolved to hurry up and recharge his account in the store. Rice costs only 2 mall coins in the mall, but millet costs 6 mall coins. He was quite troubled. If he bought all white rice, he was afraid it would frighten Aunt Wang and the others. But he felt it wasn't worth paying a higher price for the cheap millet of this world. After much deliberation, he decided to buy 200 jin of rice, 10 jin of millet, and 10 jin of coarse salt. He loaded everything onto the cart and drove it to Yuanqing restaurant. 200 jin of grain, not too much, not too little, were packed into 3 cloth bags, one large and one small. I spent 15 on that cloth bag. The snakeskin bag was cheaper, but it doesn't exist in this world, so it would be hard to explain if I took it out. Gu Zhouyuan felt uneasy about walking around the streets with several bags of grain so conspicuously. These are extraordinary times. We mustn't let anyone target us. So he made another straw mat and covered the grain with it. Yuanqing restaurant doesn't seem to have been affected much. There are still quite a few customers. Gu Zhouyuan saw Gu Yukai talking animatedly to everyone from afar. As I got closer, I heard him talking about the fight from last time. You don't know what happened to that young Master Zhao. He was chased by Xiao Yuan and was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Gu Yukai was so excited when he got to the point that he started gesturing wildly and his face was flushed. Aunt Wang and the others held their breath, clearly captivated by the suspenseful plot. Gu Monsong watched with a smile. It hadn't been long since the fight, but now that he thought about it, Xiao Yuan's fight was indeed quite impressive. Gu Zhouyuan got off the ox cart and walked over, coughing twice. Aunt Wang and the others immediately abandoned the storyteller Gu Yukai and surrounded Gu Zhouyuan. Xiao Yuan, how are you? Gu Sanner, did you see your friend? What did he say? Xiao Yuan, can you help us get some grain? Shu. Gu Zhouyuan made a shushing gesture. There were too many people around, so it wasn't appropriate to say too much. Sure enough, a few passers-by with sharp ears slowed down and listened intently when they heard the words, got grain. Gu Monsong gave a signal, and everyone shut up and walked towards the ox cart together. When they saw the pile of things bulging on the ox cart, everyone tried their best to suppress their excitement. Gu Monsong slightly lifted the straw mat on top and saw the shape of the cloth bag, guessing that it probably contained grains such as rice and wheat. He glanced at Gu Zhouyuan, who nodded. The group tacitly boarded the ox cart, without even lifting the straw mat, and instead tucked the edges of the mat under their bottoms. They remained silent the entire way. After leaving the county town, we arrived at a remote mountain road. Stop for a second, Uncle Kai, Gu Zhouyuan called out. Gu Yukai stopped the old ox. Gu Zhouyuan carefully looked around to make sure there was no one else nearby. Then he lifted the straw mat on the cart. Aunt Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. So much white rice. But she quickly calmed down. She had just heard at the grain store that white rice was selling for 25 coins a pound at noon. At that time, someone in the crowd offered 30 coins per caddy, wanting to buy some rice from the person who bought it. I wonder how high the price has gone now. She should buy corn instead. No matter how expensive corn is, it's still much cheaper than white rice. There wasn't much millet, just a small bag. She asked nervously, how much is this millet per pound? 8 coins a pound, Gu Zhouyuan replied casually. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. The wooden sign at the grain store clearly states that millet costs 12 won per jin. The millet that Gu Zhouyuan got is now 4 coins less per pound than the grain store. I'll buy the whole bag. Aunt Wang rushed to the bag of corn and shouted to Gu Zhouyuan. No way, you can't buy everything. I want to buy some too. A young woman from the same village, who hadn't said much along the way, finally spoke up. First come, first served. You can buy the white rice over there. Aunt Wang wouldn't listen to reason, and pointed to the 2 large bags of white rice next to her. How much is rice per pound? The man in our group asked cautiously. 15 coins, Gu Zhouyuan replied. The price was set according to the price at the grain store when Uncle Kai returned from the city that morning. Gu Zhouyuan wasn't too familiar with that man, but according to seniority, Gu Zhouyuan should call him Uncle Chao VI. Chao Liuzi reached into his robes, pulled out a small cloth bag, and counted the money inside with trembling hands. With a total of 305 coins, he gritted his teeth, kept only 5 copper coins, and poured the money onto the ox cart with a clatter. Old Gu, he called out habitually. Feeling that it wasn't quite right, he changed his mind and, like Gu Monsong and the others, shouted, Xiao Yuan, count it. It's 300 coins in total. I'll buy 20 jin of white rice. Aunt Wang looked at Chao Liuzi in disbelief. This stingy man was actually willing to buy so much white rice. It was white rice, a fine grain that rural people would never dare to eat. On second thought, she understood. The lowest price at the grain store was 25 won per jin, and you still couldn't buy it. Gu Zhouyuan's place only costs 15 coins per caddy. Even if you don't eat it yourself, you can still make a profit of 10 coins per caddy just by reselling it. Her eyes lit up, and she realized that the millet she was holding in her arms didn't smell so good anymore. She hurriedly called out, Gu Sanner, leave me 20 jin. Oh no, leave me 30 jin. No, no, no. I want 50 jin. I'll give you the money when I get home. Seeing her like this, Chao Liuzi hesitated whether to order several dozen more kilograms of white rice. But his deep-rooted frugality made him abandon the idea. The young woman had just married into Datong village last year. Gu Zhouyuan didn't know her at all, but Gu Zhaodi was familiar with her and called her sister-in-law Chung. Sister-in-law Chung seemed to be an introverted woman. Before she could even speak, her face turned red. Gu, Xiao Yuan, I also want 20 caddies of white rice. She took out a purse embroidered with plum blossoms, poured all the copper coins inside into her hand, and counted them twice. Here's a total of 82 coins. Can I get the rest for you when I get home? She blushed as she handed the coins to Gu Zhouyuan. It's all right, you can pay me anytime. Gu Zhouyuan accepted the copper coins, didn't bother to count them, and casually tossed them into the bamboo basket. Gu Yukai also bought 30 jin, 15 caddies, and paid in cash. Seeing that 200 jin of white rice had already been divided up, and there was hardly any left, Gu Manton became anxious. Xiao Yuan, leave some for our own family. How can they possibly eat so much white rice? He pointed at Aunt Wang, who was still clinging to the sack of corn, and said, Sister Wang, when did your family start eating white rice? And you bought so much at once. Are you planning to resell it and make a profit? When someone pointed out what was on Aunt Wang's mind, she jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chapter 43. Are we not going to live our lives anymore? Gu Manton, don't make false accusations. My whole family needs to eat. Is 50 caddies of white rice a lot? I would like to buy millet, but I don't have any. She spat as she spoke, as if suddenly remembering something, and turned to Gu Zhouyuan, saying, Gu Sanner, why is it all white rice? There's so little millet. Gu Zhouyuan touched his nose. My friend said that corn is in high demand, so the supply is tight. Hearing him say that, Aunt Wang quickly lay back down and tightly protected the sack of millet. Gu Manton rolled her eyes, turned away, and refused to look at her. We had a scale on the vehicle, so we simply weighed the rice and grains here. 200 caddies of white rice, minus 50 caddies for Aunt Wang, 30 caddies for Gu Yukai, 20 caddies for Uncle Chow, and 20 caddies for sister-in-law Chung, leaves a total of 80 caddies. 10 pounds of millet were bought up by Aunt Wang. Gu Manton kept a straight face the whole way. Xiao Yuan was too honest. How could he sell it for such a low price? At the very least, it should be the same price as the grain store. He must keep a close eye on Aunt Wang. If she dares to engage in illegal buying and selling, he will not let her off the hook. Gu Mansong didn't say anything, but Xiao Yuan must have his reasons for doing this. He now trusts Gu Zhouyuan unconditionally. Upon arriving in the village, since everyone had bought several dozen kilograms of grain, the ox cart did not disperse at the final stop, under the big locust tree at the village entrance, as it had done before. Instead, it took each person home one by one. Aunt Wang looked delighted as she got off the cart to carry the grain, but when she went inside to get the money, she looked as if she had lost her parents. She watched with immense heartache as a large bag of copper coins ran from her house to the neighbors. She quickly closed the door, clutched 2 bags of grain, and only then did her wounded heart find solace. Mother, you bought so much white rice. Did you find a gold ingot on the way out? My precious son Jean Bao was overjoyed. With so much white rice, it looked like he could have white rice for dinner. He's never eaten white rice before in his entire life. My aunt, who married and moved away, said that eating white rice will make you grow tall and fair-skinned. Once I become tall and fair-skinned, let's see if that Sedan next door still dares to call him Yam Egg. Aunt Wang didn't have time to pay attention to him. She stuffed the white rice under the bed, pulled the sheet to the side of the bed, and then put it down to cover the area under the bed. Just then, the front door was pounded loudly. Aunt Wang thought for a moment, still not reassured, and then brought over some miscellaneous items and piled them outside the rice sack before finally nodding in satisfaction. Open the door. It turned out that Wang Degui and his 2 daughters had returned from the fields. Why are you closing the door in broad daylight? Wang Degui asked suspiciously. Aunt Wang looked around outside the door for a moment, then reached out and closed the door again. Wang Degui had no idea what the old woman was up to, and he wasn't in the mood to ask. He sighed and said dejectedly, the wheat in the fields will die if it is not watered soon. The 2 rivers next to the wheat fields have dried up. Before, we could still draw some well water to irrigate the fields, but now there is only 1 well left in the village with water. The village head ordered that well water must not be used for irrigation. Each household could only carry 2 buckets of water a day for their own drinking and use. If anyone was found to be breaking the rules and secretly carrying water to irrigate their land, their household would be forbidden from using the well water again. Aunt Wang's mouth was slightly open as she finally managed to process what Wang Degui had said. So we're just going to watch the wheat wither and die? The village head is really domineering. That well is an old well in the village. It's not like he dug it. Aunt Wang said indignantly. What do you know, you silly old woman? 2 of the 3 wells in the village have dried up. If the village head doesn't protect the last well under the big locust tree, then forget about the wheat. Everyone will die of thirst. Wang Degui glared at Aunt Wang. You don't know anything. All you do is babble nonsense all day long. Aunt Wang wasn't angry when her husband scolded her. She'd gotten used to it over the years. Isn't there a big pool on the north side of the back mountain? The old folks in the village say that the bottom of that deep pool is connected to the Dragon Palace, and the water will never dry up. If all else fails, we can go up the mountain and fetch water to irrigate the fields. Aunt Wang quickly came up with a solution. It takes more than an hour to carry a load of water from the pool and back. How many trips can you make in a day? What good is that load of water if you just use it to water the fields? Wang Degui said irritably. Aunt Wang choked and stopped talking. If this won't work and that won't work, then what do you suggest we do? Sigh, Wang Degui sighed again. Now it's not just a water shortage problem. The more we catch grasshoppers, the more we see. It looks like, just like everyone's been saying lately, we're really going to have a locust plague. If a locust plague really breaks out, why bother carrying water to irrigate the land? In the end, it'll just feed the locusts anyway, Wang Degui said dejectedly. Oh, by the way, you went to town to buy grain today. How much did you buy? Wang Degui was somewhat unaccustomed to his usually talkative wife's unusual silence. Aunt Wang picked up a small cloth bag and threw it on the table. Wang Degui opened the bag and saw it was a sack of millet. He picked it up, weighed it in his hand, and nodded, saying, I have 10 jin, 5 kilograms, of millet. Everyone's saying the grain prices at the county grain store have gone up. How much did you buy this millet for per jin? Aunt Wang got excited again. She picked up the big bowl on the table, scooped up a bowl of water, and gulped it down. She wiped her mouth, pulled over a stool, plopped down, and began to recount, embellishing her account of what she had seen and heard at the grain store that day. When she said that corn was priced at 12 coins per pound and that it was still hard to buy, even though some people in the crowd were shouting to pay more for the rice, they still couldn't get any. Wang Degui, Dou and Air and I were all stunned. Millet was 12 when per jin, and white rice was 25 when per jin. How could anyone live like this? Wait, where did these 10 jin of millet come from? Did they also buy it at a high price? The thought that this bag of millet might have cost over 100 coins made Wang Degui feel as if his heart was bleeding. Before he could even react, Wang Jinbao, who had been holding it in for so long, finally couldn't take it anymore. He pointed under the bed and shouted, My mother bought a lot of white rice and hid it under the bed. She asked me to cook white rice for dinner, but she wouldn't agree. Wangda was so angry he couldn't speak. He bent down and pulled aside a pile of clutter, and sure enough, pulled out a large bag from under the bed. Wang Ernie went up to help open the bag, revealing grains of translucent white rice inside. Wang Defa felt dizzy and slammed his fist on the table, shouting angrily, You spendthrift old woman, what are you doing buying so much rice? Are you trying to ruin your life? He was going crazy thinking about how his family had saved up so much money over the years, only to have it all squandered by this wretched woman. What a tragedy. He stomped his foot, on the verge of tears. Aunt Wang watched coldly as her husband gradually collapsed, and she even felt a sense of satisfaction. Humph, let's see you strut in the door and start scolding me. Feeling the time was right, she cleared her throat and said in an affected tone, Why don't you ask me how much all this rice cost? Wang Degui was already furious, and when he heard his spendthrift wife bring this up again, he exploded. Chapter 44 Wild Ginseng. He picked up the corn sack on the table and was about to throw it at Aunt Wang's face. He raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then put the pocket back. This bag of grain is so expensive, we can't use it to smash this slutty old woman. Aunt Wang raised her arm to parry, and seeing that the man still had some sense of reason, she stopped her impulse to escape from the house. Wang Degui spun around in place and picked up a long bench. Dou and Air and I quickly hugged him tightly, crying, Mom, run. Aunt Wang turned and ran outside. Once she got outside, she realized, Why did I run away? I didn't squander any money. That's what she thought, but seeing the man's furious expression still made her a little scared. She peeked into the room from the doorway, only her head visible. I bought millet for only 8 coins a pound. Huh. Wang Degui was taken aback. Say it again, how much is it per pound? 8 coins. Aunt Wang was very satisfied with her husband's reaction. She straightened up and stepped into the house with one foot. And what about this bag of rice? How much is it per pound? Wang Defa put down the bench in his hand, and Dai and Air and I also let go of it. They all looked at Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang immediately became smug and walked into the house, sitting down on a bench. Under Wang Degui's increasingly impatient gaze, he slowly extended one finger and said arrogantly, 15 coins. Wang Degui's breathing became rapid. He heard from someone in the village today that Gu Yukai came back from the county this morning with news that grain prices in the city had risen. It is said that millet sells for 8 coins per pound, and white rice for 15 coins per pound. As this woman just mentioned, millet in the grain store has risen to 12 coins, and white rice is selling for a high price of 25 coins. There's a consensus in the village that a locust plague is imminent. Everyone knows that grain prices will definitely skyrocket. Now this woman is actually saying that she bought grain at such a low price. Where exactly did she find this bargain? Aunt Wang recounted in detail how Gu Zhouyuan had used his connections to buy grain. Wang Degui and his daughter were all stunned. I never would have guessed that the third son of the Gu family had this skill. Looking at the white rice again, Wang Dagui's eyes were filled with excitement. Buying at such a low price means you'll make a profit as soon as you get it. This isn't just white rice, it's pure silver. The same thing is happening in several other places in Datong village. The families who bought grain with Guzhou today were all lamenting the soaring prices of grain, and were also grateful that they could buy such low-priced grain from Guzhou. Of the remaining 80 jin of white rice, Guzhou gave 50 jin to the old house and kept only 30 jin for himself. He has a system store, so he doesn't have to worry about food or anything like that. Cassava also needs to be soaked in water for several days. I had planned to buy some ducklings to put in the wheat field, but I was busy buying grain in the city and didn't have time for it. The next morning, Guzhou went for a walk in the mountains. After buying rice and salt, I only had 3 mall coins left in the system. Guzhou kept the system running the whole way, and he took care of everything that the system indicated could be purchased, such as Pinelia ternata, wolfsbane, and datura. After a whole day of work, the system balance finally reached 250. Should we just buy some ducks directly from the system? After thinking about it, he gave up the idea. Let's just go to the city and buy some ducklings, so we don't have to make up excuses about where they came from. But where will the money to buy the ducks come from? When other people transmigrate, they start by digging for wild ginseng. How come I've been here for so many days and gone into the mountains several times, but I haven't seen a single ginseng hair? Oh right, he slapped his forehead. If he couldn't find wild ginseng, couldn't he buy some that wasn't wild? He opened the system store and searched for ginseng. The cheapest cultivated ginseng, as thick as a radish, is actually sold by weight, at only 66 yuan per kilogram. He always felt it was somewhat unethical to sell ginseng of this quality. The pharmacy owner must be questioning his life choices. These garden ginsengs are as thick and robust as those that have been growing for thousands of years, yet their medicinal effects are pitifully weak. Guzhou still had some conscience. After searching for a long time, he finally chose a 30-year-old forest ginseng and spent 150 mall coins. Forest-grown ginseng refers to ginseng seeds planted in the mountains and forests, mimicking the growing environment of wild ginseng, and then left to grow on its own. This kind of ginseng looks almost identical to wild ginseng, making it perfect for ripping off, or rather, selling to others. He carried the ginseng and swaggered through the village. Soon, the news that the third son of the Gu family had dug up wild ginseng on the mountain spread throughout the entire village. Gu Sanner, where did you dig up this ginseng? Was it in the old forest? A villager asked. I can't tell you that. It's a geomantically auspicious place. After I sell this ginseng, I'll go there to look for more. Maybe I can dig up 10 or 8 more. Guzhou said warily. The man choked. He had originally wanted to ask where the ginseng was dug up, so he could try his luck. Unexpectedly, Gu Sanner, who used to be so silly, has suddenly become clever today and even knows how to keep a secret. Bah, you want to dig up another 10 or 8? Do you think ginseng is like a white radish in your own garden, something you can have as many as you want? This wild ginseng is probably about 40 years old. If we sell it at Huachuntang in the county, we should be able to get a lot of money, said Wei, the village doctor, stroking his beard. Old Gu, my mother is dying. The doctor said she needs wild ginseng to prolong her life, preferably 40-year-old wild ginseng. I'll pay you 1 string of cash. Can you sell me this ginseng? Zhao Goxing chased after him, shouting. Before Guzhou could speak, someone in the crowd shouted, 1 string of cash. How dare you ask for that? I'll offer 2 taels of silver. Gu Lao-san, sell me the ginseng. Seeing that someone was undermining him, Zhao Goxing retorted angrily. I bought it to save my mother, so what is your mother about to die too? The man flew into a rage and raised his fist to teach Zhao Goxing a lesson when he saw a figure flash behind Zhao Goxing. He lowered his fist and said gloatingly, it doesn't matter whether your mother is saved or not, but you're probably beyond saving. Zhao Goxing had no idea what this person was rambling on about. He pursed his lips and tried to catch up with Guzhou. Suddenly, his ear was grabbed tightly, and he heard his mother shouting in his ear. You heartless little beast. When did I become unwell? Are you cursing me to die sooner? Buying ginseng to keep me alive? Even if I ate ginseng like it was food, I still couldn't stand being angered by you. You little bastard. Gosheng's mother was enjoying the commotion in the crowd when suddenly her son started counting down the days to her death. At that moment, many villagers around her turned to look at her, which made her so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. It hurts. It hurts. Mother, let go. My ear is about to fall off. Zhao Goxing screamed in agony. Seeing his older brother being brutally beaten by his mother, Zhao Ergu in the crowd didn't try to stop the fight. Instead, he shrank back into the crowd. Chapter 45 Buying Ducklings. It's said that Gu Laosin has recently had some incredible luck. Last time he went up the mountain, he picked up a wild boar, and this time he dug up a wild ginseng. Haven't you heard the saying that those who survive a great calamity are destined for good fortune? He was on the verge of death that time, but somehow he came back to life. People who return from the underworld are always lucky. Auntie, aren't you jealous? Why don't you die once and see what happens? Maybe you'll find a gold ingot next time. Get the hell out of here. There are all sorts of rumors circulating in the village. The news of Gu Zhouyuan finding wild ginseng caused quite a stir, and of course, everyone in the Gu family knew about it. The people from the old house are now gathered in Gu Zhouyuan's courtyard. Xiao Yuan, do you want me to go to the county with you to sell this wild ginseng? Gu Mansong was very excited. No need, second uncle, I'll go sell them myself. You and third uncle go up the mountain today to cut some bamboo. I want to divert the water from the deep pool down the mountain, Gu Zhouyuan quickly said. If his second uncle were with him, many things would be very inconvenient to do. Of course, diverting water down the mountain was not an excuse for him to get rid of his second uncle, but a decision he made after careful consideration. The combination of drought and locust plague is basically unsolvable, but he will do his best to find a solution. As the saying goes, do your best and leave the rest to fate. Giving up without doing anything is not his style. Having gone through all that, Gu Zhouyuan now carries considerable weight in the Gu family. Gu Manton and Gu Mansong nodded in agreement. Grandma Gu instructed, take the rich man's ox cart and hide the wild ginseng close to your body. Don't do what you did before, carrying it around in the market. The harvest is bad now, and greedy people are capable of anything. I understand, Grandma, Gu Zhouyuan replied with a smile. Xiao Yuan, could you ask your friends in the caravan to buy some more millet? If you can't get millet, some white rice will do. Aunt Wang, the third aunt, seized the opportunity to interject. She has always been shrewd, and naturally knew that grain prices would continue to rise. Although the imperial granaries would eventually release grain at a fair price, after layers of exploitation by officials at all levels, very little of the grain actually reached the hands of ordinary people. Gu Zhouyuan has a way to get such low-priced grain, so why not take advantage of the fact that others haven't realized what's going on and smuggle grain into his home as fast as he can? This child is clueless. She's holding a treasure trove but doesn't know how to use it. Let her, as the elder, worry about it. She handed Gu Zhouyuan a small purse containing all her savings. Here is 1 tael and 8 mace of silver. Please exchange it for grain for your aunt. Millet or white rice will do. Gu Mansong frowned and glanced at Gu Manton. Gu Manton pulled Wang Shi aside. Why are you buying so much grain? Xiao Yuan, don't listen to her. In truth, he knew exactly what his wife was thinking. He wasn't stupid. Once he bought the rice, he could resell it and stockpile it for a while, and the price would double. It was faster than robbing money. But he also knew that he couldn't put Xiao Yuan in a difficult position. It was fine once, but if Xiao Yuan kept having to ask people for favors, their friends would definitely get annoyed. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, after I sell the ginseng, I'll go see my friend, but I can't guarantee that it will work out. After all, you all know how good the grain market is right now. Wang nodded repeatedly. I believe you can do it. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled. We arrived at Huachuntang in the county town by ox cart. The shopkeeper examined the ginseng that Gu Zhouyuan had taken out carefully. Yes, the year is probably around 50 years ago. Although forest-grown ginseng is grown without human intervention, the environment is still carefully selected and is certainly not as harsh as the growing environment of true wild ginseng. Therefore, the rhizome of a 40-year-old forest ginseng plant is about the same size as that of a 50-year-old wild ginseng plant. The shopkeeper carefully picked up the ginseng and brought it to his nose to smell it. He frowned slightly, as the medicinal smell of the ginseng seemed a little weak. Gu Zhouyuan asked, how much silver do you think this 50-year-old ginseng is worth? The shopkeeper thought for a moment, then extended his index finger and thumb, making an 8-shaped gesture. 8 taels of silver. Gu Zhouyuan pondered. To say that 100 mall coins could be exchanged for 8 taels of silver was almost 80 times the original amount. He should be satisfied. But as the saying goes, if you ask for an exorbitant price, you should bargain down to the bottom. The shopkeeper will definitely leave some room for negotiation. If he's too agreeable, it might arouse suspicion. The shopkeeper is being a bit arrogant towards newcomers. My 50-year-old ginseng should be worth at least 20 taels of silver. Normally, 20 taels of silver is a reasonable price for a 50-year-old wild ginseng, but yours has a slightly weaker medicinal flavor, probably due to the floods followed by drought this year. It's a pity, it's only worth 8 taels of silver now. TSK, what a pity, the shopkeeper said with a regretful expression. Gu Zhouyuan looked into the shopkeeper's eyes and smiled. add a little more. 10 taels, no more than that. 18 taels. 12 taels. 17 taels. No more than 15 taels, that's all. If it doesn't work, you can try other pharmacies. The shopkeeper pushed the wild ginseng back to Gu Zhouyuan. All right, 15 taels it is, deal. Gu Zhouyuan grinned. The price had exceeded his expectations. After leaving Huichuntang, Gu Zhouyuan asked Gu Yukai to take him to the workshop that sells chicken and ducklings. Inside the reed-woven fence, little yellow fluffy balls huddled together. I asked the owner about the price. The smallest ducklings were 6 coins each. There were ducklings in the fence next to it, a month old, with feathers already growing on their wings. The owner said they would cost 13 coins each. Although Gu Zhouyuan preferred the fluffy ducklings, he bought the ducks intending to let them eat grasshoppers in the fields. So he still chose to buy a larger duck. For a tael of silver, the owner gave us a total of 80 ducks and 2 goslings as a bonus. On the way back, I passed the grain store, and sure enough, the entrance was still crowded with people in a chaotic manner. Gu Zhouyuan stood on the ox cart, straining to see the wooden sign on the grain store's door. But he was too far away to see clearly the price of grain for today written on it. I pulled an old man aside to ask him something and found out that white rice had risen to 28 won per jin, while millet was 15 won per jin. The locusts are growing slower than yesterday. After all, the locust plague has not yet truly arrived. The reason why everyone came to grab grain was because of herd mentality. They all thought that since everyone else was grabbing it, they should follow suit. Otherwise, it would all be taken away by others. As for the matter of buying grain that his third aunt mentioned, Gu Zhouyuan decided to put it aside for now and just say that he hadn't been able to buy any when he got back. The food is readily available in the store and can be taken out anytime, so the people in the old house won't go hungry. However, he was afraid that his third aunt might get involved in grain reselling, which would cause too much trouble and lead to a lot of problems. Chapter 46. Someone is starving to death. After everything was arranged, we returned to Datong village around 3:30 p.m. On the way, I heard that something had happened to Granny Sun's family in the village. It seems like he's been starving for 3 days. He's about to die. No one was home. They'd probably all gone to Granny Sun's house to watch the excitement. Gu Zhouyuan kept dozens of ducks in the yard and blocked the gap under the gate with wood to prevent the ducks from escaping. He also walked in the direction of Granny Sun's house. Granny Sun's house was located at the west end of the village. As Gu Zhouyuan walked there, he saw other villagers also heading in that direction. Upon seeing Gu Zhouyuan, someone asked, "Gu Sanner, did you sell your wild ginseng? How much silver did you get?" "It's not worth much. It only sold for 15 taels of silver." Gu Zhouyuan answered truthfully that he didn't need any of the "don't flaunt your wealth" stuff. He wants everyone to know he's rich now, so that the items in the mall will be officially recognized. The man's eyes turned red with envy. 15 taels. Many people couldn't save up 15 taels in their entire lives. What exactly happened to Granny's son? Gu Zhouyuan changed the subject. "I heard that Granny's son hasn't eaten for 3 days and is on her deathbed." The person perked up and temporarily broke free from their feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred. To be honest, Grandma's son's family has had a really tough time. Her son died of illness 2 years ago, leaving behind a little grandson. She is not in good health either, and she can't do heavy work in the fields. The whole family relies on her 12-year-old grandson. This year's harvest is already bad, and there are rumors of a locust plague these days. Grandma's son probably doesn't want to be a burden on her grandson, so she's going on a hunger strike to starve herself to death. Gu Zhouyuan listened quietly without saying a word. In feudal society, the lives of ordinary people at the bottom of society were not guaranteed, and there was more than just one Granny Sun in this world. The man continued talking. Dr. Zhao came to see her yesterday morning and said that Granny Sun's illness was in her heart rather than her body. That kid Mu too knelt down and begged Granny Sun to eat something. But Granny Sun just kept her eyes closed and wouldn't say a word. Alas, after holding on until today, it's finally over. The man looked sorrowful. As they were talking, they arrived at Granny Sun's house. The entrance was surrounded by layers upon layers of onlookers. Gu Zhouyuan saw Gu Zhaodi and Chun Mei outside the crowd. The two of them were unmarried young women, so naturally they wouldn't squeeze through the crowd. "Xiao Yuan, you're back." Gu Zhaodi smiled and walked over quickly. "Yes," Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "Our mother and second brother inside. Mother and Daddy just went back. Didn't you run into them?" Gu Zhaodi plucked 2 strands of hair that had fallen from Gu Zhiyuan's shoulder. "No, we probably took the wrong turn. There's more than one way to get here. It's normal to take the wrong turn." "Xiao-san, how much did you sell your wild ginseng for?" Chun Mei asked curiously. 15 taels. 15 taels of silver. You've struck it rich, Xiao-san. Chun Mei exclaimed excitedly. 15 taels. She had saved up for so long to save up a dozen or so coins. 15 taels? She would have to save up 1,000 of those for so long. Seeing the girl's sparkling eyes, Gu Zhouyuan found it amusing and couldn't help but tease her. Yeah, we've struck it rich. My mother says that now that we're wealthy, she wants to ask a matchmaker to find me a wife. When Chunmei heard him say he wanted to find a wife, but his eyes were fixed on her, her pretty face immediately turned red. You shameless homewrecker, what nonsense are you spouting? You're incorrigible. Gu Zhouyuan was somewhat puzzled and was about to tease Chunmei a few more times. Suddenly realizing where they were, it was really inappropriate to be laughing and joking around here. Ahem, he coughed twice. What's the situation inside now? Hearing him get down to business, Gu Zhaodi's smile faded. Dr. Wei said that Granny's son is starving and is almost at her limit. If she can eat something today, then with proper care, there shouldn't be any major problems. Chunmei interjected. But anyone can see that Granny's son is determined to die, and there's no way she'll eat anything today. A mental illness requires a mental cure, Gu Zhouyuan murmured. I'll go in and take a look. Gu Zhouyuan pondered for a moment, said this to the two of them, and then squeezed into the crowd. He was tall and had been eating well lately, so he squeezed into the room in no time. Granny's son lay flat on the broken wooden bed, her eyes tightly closed, motionless. A boy of 11 or 12 years old was sitting by the bed. The boy neither cried nor made a fuss, probably because he had already cried all his tears. There was no sign of Dr. Wei in the room. Instead, there was a bowl of cold gruel on the bedside table. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan squeeze to the front, Mutu glanced at him, then looked down at his grandmother. His dearest grandmother was dying, which was a devastating blow to him, but others just watched it as a spectacle. Do you know how to catch grasshoppers? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Son Mutu was stunned for a moment. Others came over and tried to persuade Grandma to think more positively and urged her to eat something. Some expressed regret and told him not to be too sad. Why is this person so strange, coming over to ask him such a bizarre question? However, he had heard of this man's reputation. He was the third son of the Gu family, a country bumpkin, so he decided to ignore him. Do you want to save your grandmother? Gu Zhouyuan asked again when he didn't answer. Son Mutu suddenly looked up. Yes. Like a drowning person grasping at a last straw, he didn't care whether Gu Laosan was making fun of him or not. If you want to answer, do you know how to catch grasshoppers? He returned to that strange question and answered, yes. From now on, when you go to the fields to catch grasshoppers, you can trade 1 pound of grasshoppers for 1 pound of millet with me, okay? Gu Zhouyuan stared into Mutu's eyes. The wooden man's eyes were filled with disbelief. Before he could reply, someone in the crowd shouted, Gu Saner, are you telling the truth? A pound of grasshoppers for a pound of millet. Grasshoppers can be eaten as a vegetable, but they can never be a staple food. Moreover, many people develop rashes after eating grasshoppers. Gu Zhouyuan's statement that grasshoppers could be exchanged for grain was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. That's right. 1 pound of grasshoppers can be exchanged for 1 pound of grain, Gu Zhouyuan affirmed. Me. I'm the best at catching grasshoppers, someone shouted from the crowd. Anyone can catch them. You can do it with your hands, right? The grasshoppers I caught were fat and big. I'll exchange a pound of grasshoppers for half a pound of rice. Someone else exclaimed that involution is truly everywhere. The room was noisy, but Gu Zhouyuan ignored it and just stared at the wooden board. Although Mutu was very tempted, his grandmother was currently lying in bed, and his biggest wish right now was to save her. He had just thought this person could save Grandma, but for some reason, the topic of exchanging grasshoppers for food came up. Just then, Granny's son, who looked like a dead person, suddenly spoke. Change. Let's change. Chapter 47 Grasshoppers for Grain. Everyone in the room gaped in astonishment. Granny's son, who was already on the verge of death, suddenly let out such a howl. Son Mutu rushed over immediately. For 3 days, no matter how much he cried and begged, his grandmother kept her eyes closed and didn't utter a word. But Gu Zhouyuan only needed to ask one question to get his grandmother to speak. He was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Grandma, how are you feeling? Are you hungry? There's some porridge here. Eat some quickly. Granny's son wiped away Mutu's tears with trembling hands. She shook her head, turned to look at Gu Zhouyuan, and said in a hoarse voice, Do you mean what you just said? A pound of grasshoppers for a pound of grain. Of course it counts. 1 pound of grasshoppers for 1 pound of millet, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. I'll take as many as you have. Granny's son's cloudy eyes were now shining brightly. The crowd inside the room became restless again. If Gu Zhouyuan had said this before, they would have thought he had gone mad. But the news that Gu Zhouyuan bought cheap grain in the city yesterday has already spread throughout the entire Datong village. Now that he says he wants to exchange grain and has confirmed it repeatedly, it means that it's most likely true. Grandma, son, are you feeling a little hungry now? Gu Zhouyuan bent down and asked gently. Oh, yes, I'm really hungry. Wood, bring the porridge over. Grandma's starving. Granny's son smiled slightly and patted Wood's hand. Wood beamed with joy, wiped away his tears, and hurriedly took the bowl of porridge. Gu Zhouyuan said, go heat it up. Grandma can't eat cold food right now. Mutu quickly did as he was told, picking up the porridge and squeezing into the kitchen. Before leaving, Gu Zhouyuan took out 5 jean of millet from his pocket and placed it by Granny's son's bedside. As for why he stuffed the millet into his clothes, he had no intention of explaining it to everyone. Consider these 5 caddies of millet as an advance payment to you. Remember, you owe me 5 caddies of grasshoppers, he said to the wooden man with a smile. Mutu nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Brother Gu. I'll go to the fields to catch grasshoppers tomorrow. As Gu Zhouyuan walked out, the crowd naturally parted to make way for him. Many people followed him, asking if they could also exchange grasshoppers for food. Gu Zhouyuan only said to wait 2 days and then reply to everyone after he had asked the buyer. Gu Zhaodi and Chunmei were still waiting outside the crowd. Although the two of them didn't go inside, everyone was spreading the word about what happened inside. It was Gu Zhouyuan who saved Granny's son. Xiao Yuan. Gu Zhaodi stepped forward and followed Gu Zhouyuan back, her face full of pride. Xiao Yuan is really amazing. He saved Sister Luo and Chun Sheng a couple of days ago, and today he saved Granny's son. Xiao-san, why are you collecting grasshoppers? Chunmei had wanted to ask him for a long time, but there were too many people and she couldn't squeeze in. Now she could no longer suppress her curiosity. My friend from the caravan asked me to buy it. He's going to transport it to the capital and sell it in restaurants. Gu Zhouyuan started making up friends out of thin air again. Do people in the capital go hungry? Do they eat grasshoppers too? Chunmei didn't understand. In her opinion, grasshoppers were something only poor people who were starving ate. What are you thinking? The wealthy gentlemen in the capital are tired of the usual delicacies and just like to eat all sorts of strange and novel things, Gu Zhouyuan explained. She was tired of eating delicacies. She didn't understand the world of the rich. After a moment of silence, she asked again, I also have a lot of grasshoppers in my field. Would you buy them? She was a little uneasy, because when others asked Gu Zhouyuan if he would buy grasshoppers, Gu Zhouyuan had given them the runaround. But subconsciously, she always felt that in Gu Zhouyuan's mind, she should be different from others. So she asked the question, her heart pounding, waiting for Gu Zhouyuan's answer. Sure, Gu Zhouyuan replied casually. In his online store, grasshoppers are sold for 22 yuan per kilogram. Millet only costs 6 small coins. He made a fortune in one go, and it can also control the number of locusts to some extent. Actually, white rice is cheaper, but the market price of white rice is too high right now, and he's afraid that if too much white rice suddenly appears in the village, it will attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Chunmei got the answer she wanted, and her heart beat even faster. She asked hesitantly, Then why did you say we should wait until later to talk about other people's grasshoppers? Gu Zhouyuan was still weighing the pros and cons in his mind when he casually replied, Can you be the same as others? Chunmei's pretty face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She bit her lower lip lightly, and her breathing became rapid. You've helped me catch pigs before. Gu Zhouyuan continued. Get out. Chunmei immediately went berserk, raising her foot to kick Gu Zhouyuan's buttocks. Gu Zhouyuan reacted quickly, twisting his waist to dodge. He took a few quick steps forward, keeping a distance from this girl who had inexplicably gone mad. When they got home with Gu Zhaodi, they heard a cawing sound coming from the yard before they even entered. Upon entering the yard, I saw Si Dan feeding the ducks with a handful of grass. Every now and then, it would grab a couple of grasshoppers from the small bamboo basket and throw them on the ground, which would attract the ducks to scramble for them. Gu Zhaodi's face lit up with surprise. My goodness, how come there are so many ducks? Xiao Yuan, did you buy all of these ducks? Yes, I plan to herd these ducks into the wheat fields later so they can eat grasshoppers, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Huh? Gu Zhaodi exclaimed in surprise. Aren't grasshoppers used to barter for grain? How can they be used to feed ducks? Upon hearing this, Gu Sidon put the grasshoppers he was feeding the ducks back into the bamboo basket, stood up, and asked, What kind of grasshoppers are you exchanging for grain? Gu Zhaodi recounted what had happened. Gu Sidon was filled with regret. He had just fed the ducks a lot of grasshoppers, which, in terms of calculation, was at least a pound of millet. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, You can't catch more than 2 pounds of grasshoppers even if you try for a long time. They might even trample the wheat. Let's let the ducks find grasshoppers. Once the grasshoppers are gone, the wheat will be harvested in abundance, and the ducks will grow big and fat. Gu sighed and followed his third brother's lead and began to enjoy the moment. When ducks grow up, they will lay duck eggs. If there are 80 ducks, they will lay 80 duck eggs a day. My goodness, third brother, our family will have an endless supply of duck eggs in the future. Yes, that's right. So I'm entrusting you with the important task of herding the ducks, Gu Zhouyuan said to Sidan. Sidan was very happy to be entrusted with such an important task and nodded in agreement. Remember, when you see the ducks start eating the wheat, you need to herd them back, Gu Zhouyuan instructed. Sidan nodded like a chick pecking at rice, imagining the days when he could eat as many duck eggs as he wanted, and grinned foolishly. Gu Dedi returned at this moment, carrying a large bundle of bamboo. Gu Zhouyuan went up to help unload the bamboo. Second brother, why are you cutting down so many small bamboo shoots? Guda picked up the cloth draped around his neck and wiped the sweat from his face. When mother saw that you bought so many ducks, she told me to go to the foot of the mountain to cut some bamboo, so that we can make a duck pen tomorrow. Chapter 48, Gu Zhaoti's Blind Date. Oh, right, we should make a duck pen. Gu Zhouyuan nodded repeatedly, rubbing his feet against a puddle of duck droppings in disgust. Mother Lu returned home from outside, beaming with joy. Mom, what's made you so happy? Gu Zhouyuan asked with a smile. I just came back from weeding in the field. I chatted with some people on the way, and they all praised you, Xiao Yuan, for being so successful. Lu was so happy that her eyes narrowed. Every mother in the world is happy to hear others praise her child. What's more, people used to look disgusted when they mentioned Xiao Yuan, but now they praise him to the skies. Because Xiao Yuan used to be such a troublemaker, she couldn't hold her head up in public. Now these people are chatting with me casually, and their words are tinged with flattery. Gu Zhouyuan smiled sheepishly. I'm not as good as they say. We haven't finished the half fish from yesterday, so we're keeping it salted. Since the fish was pickled, it couldn't be used to make sauerkraut fish, so Gu Zhouyuan chopped it up and made braised fish. The staple food is rice cooked with millet and white rice. A layer of cured pork was placed on top of the rice. The oil from the cured pork, when heated, drips into the rice, creating a fragrant aroma that blends with the rice's and pork's flavors. Gu Zhaoti also made a cold dish of bitter lettuce. Now that her family is better off, she's willing to use soy sauce and vinegar as seasonings. The cold dish was very delicious. The family thoroughly enjoyed the meal, which included fish, meat, and a balanced mix of vegetables. Xiao Yuan, let me take your measurements. We'll cut the fabric tonight and make you a robe, Gu Zhaoti said, taking out a soft measuring tape. Gu Zhouyuan never let her take his measurements before. She always made clothes for him by eye. Sometimes, if something is done slightly inappropriately, it will be met with insults from Gu Zhouyuan. Now she pulls Gu Zhouyuan up from the bench. Like manipulating a marionette, Gu Zhouyuan was instructed to raise his arms, stretch his legs, and squat down, and he complied with all of these commands. Big sister, Gu Zhouyuan raised his hands, letting Gu Zhaoti measure his bust size. You're 18 this year, right? Haven't any matchmakers come to your door to propose marriage? Looking at his gentle and virtuous eldest sister, Gu Zhouyuan thought to himself that whoever marries her in the future must have saved the galaxy in their past life. Gu Zhaoti blushed slightly, pretending not to hear, and continued measuring her shoulder width. Third uncle's eldest daughter is only 16 years old and already married. Eldest sister, you're so beautiful. Shouldn't you still be an old maid at home? Gu Zhouyuan asked curiously. Gu Zhaoti still didn't answer him, but suddenly tightened the soft measuring tape on his neck. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Zhouyuan was being choked so hard he couldn't breathe. Gu Zhaoti said gently, You feel your neck is too tight, right? Then I'll loosen it a bit when I'm making the clothes. Looking at his serene and gentle eldest sister, Gu Zhouyuan felt a chill run down his spine. After taking the measurements, Gu Zhaoti returned to her room, presumably to cut the fabric. Gu Dedi and Sidan secretly laughed. Second brother, what's wrong with eldest sister? Gu Zhouyuan was a little confused. Xiao Yuan, have you forgotten? Your older sister went on a date with someone before. Gu Dedi coughed and stopped laughing as he answered. Huh. Gu Zhouyuan was even more confused. He sat down, covered his head, and began searching through his sealed memories. After a while, he opened his eyes. He remembered and understood why his older sister had reacted that way. Gu Zhaoti was known for her gentle and charming appearance, and everyone in the surrounding villages knew about her. Last year, a matchmaker did come to propose marriage. The man is from Xia village, which is not too far from Datong village. The man was a scholar named Li, and the matchmaker praised him to the skies. They say that young Master Li is handsome, dashing, elegant, with bound feet, 6 feet tall, and 6 feet in waist circumference. It's likely that she used all the idioms she learned from plays on that man. Hearing that the other party was a scholar, Lu was naturally very satisfied. In the city, men and women cannot meet before marriage. They rely entirely on the matchmaker's words. People in the countryside don't have so many formalities. The two families agreed to meet at the matchmaker's house to get to know each other. Upon meeting him, the young Master Li, though not as exceptionally handsome as the matchmaker had described, was still fair-skinned and refined. Lu immediately agreed to the marriage. Gu Zhaodi was a meek and mild-mannered girl who always let her mother make the decisions. She found that the young Master Li was fairly good-looking and had a very proper manner, so she approved of the marriage. Just as the two families were about to finalize the exchange of betrothal gifts, Gu Zhouyuan, who had rushed over from the county school after receiving the news, objected. He said that Gu Zhaodi was raised by his parents and that the man should pay a sum of money to buy her out. The engagement was delayed because of his interference. However, the man clearly liked the beautiful Gu Zhaodi very much. He often asked people to pass on messages to Gu Zhaodi, and sometimes he would find excuses to come to Datong village to see Gu Zhaodi. Gu Zhouyuan was studying in the county town and knew nothing about these things at home. One day, after drinking too much, he went to Yingshanla to relax. He got into a fight with someone at Yingshanla because he was fighting over a prostitute named Xiaolan. The matter eventually reached the authorities, and both men involved in the fight were arrested. When Gu Zhaodi and the others finally received the news and borrowed money to redeem the people at the yamen, they discovered that the person who was vying for Gu Zhouyuan's affections was actually young Master Li. This caused quite a commotion. Gu Zhouyuan was half awake, and upon hearing that this person was young Master Li, he put his arm around young Master Li's shoulder and called him brother-in-law. He also said that the flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, and that family members did not recognize each other. He said that next time he went to Ingshun Tower, he would never look for Xiaolan. Xiaolan was his brother-in-law's woman, and that was Gu Zhouyuan's mistress. Young Master Li's face turned green. He was too ashamed to face Gu Zhaodi again. Actually, this whole thing was all thanks to Gu Zhouyuan's troublemaking. Otherwise, Gu Zhaodi would be walking into a fire pit. According to the yamen runners, this young Master Li is a regular customer of Xiaolan's. Most of this memory occurred after Gu Zhouyuan was drunk, so it's normal that he can't remember it now. He's now kicking himself and is frantically trying to find a way to make amends. He gently opened Gu Zhaodi's door and saw her sewing by the light of an oil lamp. The dim light of the oil lamp shone on her smooth, jade-like face, flickering between light and shadow. "Big sister," Gu Zhouyuan said with a fawning smile as he walked over. "Are you sewing clothes?" Gu Zhaodi replied softly. "Are you tired?" Gu Zhouyuan asked, trying to make conversation. He even took out the folding fan he used to show off, opened it with a whoosh, and vigorously fanned himself next to Gu Zhaodi's face. It's May now, and it's still a bit chilly in the mornings and evenings. Gu Zhaodi felt a chill run down her spine and involuntarily shivered. Gu Zhouyuan keenly noticed his elder sister's need. He pulled the thin blanket from the bed and draped it over Gu Zhaodi, fanning himself even more vigorously with his folding fan. He then forced a fawning laugh and said, "That's much better now, isn't it?" Chapter 49 Duck Pen. Seeing him trying so hard to please her, Gu Zhaodi found it amusing. She put down her work and twisted her slightly sore neck. Gu Zhouyuan immediately put away his folding fan and started massaging her shoulders. "Take a break if you're tired. How's the pressure? Do you want me to put in more effort?" Gu Zhaodi couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. She nudged Gu Zhouyuan gently with her elbow. "Stop acting strangely." "Big sister, you're not angry anymore?" Gu Zhouyuan asked excitedly, his hands still moving. "What do I have to be angry about?" "It wasn't your fault," Gu Zhaodi said softly. Her feelings were very complicated. She had almost gotten married and drifted further and further away from this family. She hadn't thought there was anything wrong with it before, since she was an oddball in the family anyway. Looking back now, she suddenly feels terrified of getting married. "I'm afraid that I'll become a complete outsider in this family from now on. I'm afraid I'll never be able to sleep in the same bed with my mother again." She was afraid that her second brother would speak to her with a sense of distance. She was afraid that Si Dan would never again cling to her leg and act cute. She feared that Xiao Yuan would never massage her shoulders like he does now again. She turned to look at Gu Zhouyuan, then suddenly smiled. "Xiao Yuan, thank you." Gu Zhouyuan was taken aback, then understood. "You're thanking me for helping you discover the true colors of that scumbag, right?" Gu Zhaodi's gaze was intense. "Thank you for becoming so wonderful." "Yes," she nodded vigorously. The next morning, Gagaga, giggle, Gu Zhouyuan was awakened by the noise of chickens and ducks outside. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door, seeing Gu Dedi busy in the yard, with a small pile of sawn bamboo of about the same length already on the ground. Was I making too much noise and waking you up? Gu Dedi said apologetically. No, I've already had enough sleep. Gu Zhouyuan walked over and asked, Second brother, are you making a duck pen? Gu nodded. It's not good to keep so many ducks locked up in the yard. We don't even dare to open the gate. Yeah, and it poops everywhere, Gu Zhouyuan chimed in. Where's Sidon? Didn't I tell him to herd the ducks to the field yesterday? Gu Zhouyuan woke up and didn't see Sidon. His older sister called him to cook. Gu Dedi wanted to build the duck pen outside the courtyard wall, with one side against the wall and the other 3 sides made of bamboo sticks stuck into the ground one by one, just like a fence for a vegetable garden. I'd like to dig a small pond in that low-lying area on the west side of the yard, and then fence it off to raise ducks, Gu Zhouyuan said after thinking for a moment. Gu Dedi put down the saw and wiped the sweat from his brow. In his memory, the villagers raised chickens, ducks, and geese in their yards. He had never seen anyone like Xiao Yuan raise 70 or 80 animals at once. If there's not enough room to keep them in the yard, then a fence is built outside the yard. Xiao Yuan suggested digging a pond to raise ducks, which he found quite intriguing. That low-lying area always floods when it rains, so you can't grow any crops there. It's been lying fallow for a long time. You could dig a pond there. Gu Dedi thought for a moment and nodded. Gu Zhouyuan brought over a bowl of water and handed it to his second brother. Gu Dedi took the water and drank it in 2 gulps, then placed the bowl on the stool beside him. It's just that it's not next to the yard. I'm afraid someone will come and steal the ducks at night, Guda said, expressing his concern. That is a problem, since he can't install surveillance cameras. If we get a dog and buy 2 geese, that should be fine. Everyone in the countryside knows the names of the 3 notorious bullies of the village. A local dog and a goose are a powerful combination. Even the most wicked people will give way. Today's breakfast was pure millet porridge without any wild vegetables, cooked until thick and fragrant. It tastes delicious with pickled radish. Gu Zhouyuan said that breakfast should be substantial. Just drinking porridge is not enough. You also need to eat boiled eggs. Where can I find eggs at home? Gu Zhouyuan then went to the chicken coop to look for eggs and found 6 eggs. Sidan was very puzzled. I've checked the hen house every morning for the past 2 days, but I haven't found any eggs. You definitely didn't look carefully enough. Really? Gu sighed and scratched his head, beginning to doubt himself. I've had breakfast. Gu Zhouyuan picked up a bamboo pole with a white cloth strip tied to it and called out to the ducks, preparing to drive them to their own wheat field with Sidan. Sidan opened the courtyard gate and was stunned. Hey kid, get out of the way. What are you doing blocking the door? Gu Zhouyuan said, herding the duck. Seeing that Sidan was still standing there motionless, Gu Zhouyuan walked over and kicked him in the butt. Turning his head, he saw a row of people squatting outside his own courtyard wall. Everyone in the village heard that Gu Zhouyuan wanted to trade grain for grasshoppers. Although yesterday he only said he would collect grasshoppers from son Muda's family, and that others would have to wait for news. But some villagers still got up early to catch grasshoppers in the fields, hoping to try their luck. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan's courtyard gate was closed, they all waited outside. Brother Gu, look at these grasshoppers of mine. They're huge and lively. Do you think they can be exchanged for millet? A villager asked with a simple smile. Brother Gu, my grasshoppers are all big-bellied. These grasshoppers with eggs are the best when roasted. Please take mine. Another villager in his 30s squeezed through the crowd and said. The villagers used to call Gu Zhouyuan Gu Laosan, Old Third Gu, and some even mocked him for being pedantic, calling him Master Jiren, a scholar who passed the imperial examinations. Now, everyone, regardless of age, calls him Brother Gu-san, Third Brother Gu. Gu Zhouyuan remained silent, lost in thought. Exchanging grasshoppers for grain is a win-win-win situation. They caught grasshoppers to suppress the locust plague. The villagers could exchange these goods for grain. His online store savings will also increase. In this way, the impending locust plague will have a negligible impact on Datong village. After all, even if the locust plague doesn't come, drought will still lead to a poor wheat harvest. Now, even pests in wheat fields can be exchanged for grain, and some people even hope that there are as many pests as possible in their fields. Xiao Yuan, if you can change it, then change it. If you can't, then don't. Don't make things difficult for yourself. In the distance, Grandma Gu and her 2 daughters-in-law walked this way. Grandma, Gu Zhouyuan greeted Sidan. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan did not respond, and with old Madame Gu interfering, everyone thought that the idea of exchanging grasshoppers for grain was doomed to fail, or at least not today. Then someone picked up a basket and prepared to leave. Then Gu Zhouyuan said, 1 pound of grasshoppers and 1 pound of millet. I'll take it. The crowd was overjoyed and rushed forward. holding up their bamboo baskets and shouting that they should weigh their own grasshoppers first. Line up properly, don't push. Anyone who pushes or shoves will not be accepted. Grandma Gu quickly restored order. The noisy crowd immediately formed a queue. Gu Zhouyuan gave the old woman a thumbs up. Grandma, please have a seat. Gu Daddy brought over a stool. Old Mrs. Gu glanced at him and sat down. Go to my house and get the scale, then have your grandfather find it for you, said old Mrs. Gu to Gu Daddy. Okay, I'm going right now. Gu Daddy ran off as fast as he could. Grandma actually spoke to him. Chapter 50: Hiring people to dig a pond. Grandma Gu personally oversaw the process, directing the Gu family to select, weigh, and exchange the grain, all in an orderly manner. Gu Zhouyuan bought the food at the mall last night and stuffed it under the bed. Everyone happily carried the mill at home. The news spread quickly, and then waves of people came to exchange grain. Gu Zhouyuan had no choice but to announce that starting tomorrow, they would only be buying grasshoppers in the late afternoon, Shinshur, and would not be able to serve customers at other times. The villagers were incredibly enthusiastic, and some even went into other people's fields to catch insects, which led to a fight between the two families. Some people are already planning to go to the next village tomorrow to do a good deed and help people catch grasshoppers for free. Of course, Gu Zhouyuan was unaware of all this. He was currently digging a pond with Gu Daddy. Gu Zhouyuan designed a pond that was 60 centimeters square and about 1 meter deep. He thought it was simple, but when he actually started doing it, he realized that the workload was just too huge. The two of them dug for almost half an hour, their hands blistered, but they had only dug a small hole. Gu Zhouyuan immediately decided to call in reinforcements. He ran into the yard and shouted to the man selling grasshoppers. Looking for people to dig holes, 30 coins a day. People signed up immediately. I'll go dig. Zhao Yozi jumped up and shouted. He worked as a porter at the county dock, earning only 25 coins a day. But by working right at his doorstep, he could earn 5 more coins a day. Only a fool wouldn't do that. Me too. I'm signing up too, someone else said, raising their hand. Count me in too. Aunt Wang shouted from the wall between the two adjacent courtyards. Aunt Wang, Brother Gu wants people to dig a pond, not to dig wild vegetables. You want to go? Can you even handle a shovel? Someone mocked. Don't look down on women. Aside from having an extra thing in your crotch, you're not necessarily better than me in any other way. Aunt Wang sneered. Everyone burst into laughter. Gu Zhaodi lowered her head, her face flushed, pretending not to hear anything. Gu Zhouyuan stopped laughing and said to Aunt Wang, I'm sorry, Aunt Wang. I only need a man for this job. You can ask Uncle Wang to come and help. Aunt Wang said angrily, Your Uncle Wang went to Lantian County to build houses for people. He only earns 25 coins a day. If I had known you needed people, I wouldn't have let him go. The women present all ran home to call their men to come and sign up. Xiao Yuan, your grandpa, second uncle, and third uncle are all catching grasshoppers in the field, as are De Zhu and Air Zhu. We only have men in our family. Why waste money like that? Old Mrs. Gu scolded. She turned to Wang and said, Third son's wife, go to the field and call all the men back. Tell them that Xiao Yuan needs some help. Wang's expression changed. Although you can only catch about 2 pounds of grasshoppers a day in the fields, at least you can exchange them for some grain. The old lady asked everyone in her family to come and help her sister-in-law's family. Since it was helping, it was obviously a free service without any payment. She noticed the old woman looking at her and reluctantly said, Hey, before going to the field to call for help. Gu Sanner, can you count my ergo in too? Granny Zhao asked with a smile as she stood at the courtyard gate. Zhao Ergu followed behind her, but Ergu was timid and hesitant to step into the courtyard. He used to look down on Gu Laosan the most and would always make fun of him. Now it seems that Gu Laosan has suddenly changed. His mind has become sharper, and his skills have improved as well. He was traumatized by Gu Zhouyuan's beating that day. I caught a pound of grasshoppers today, but I don't dare to ask Gu Zhouyuan to exchange them for grain. He mixed the grasshoppers with his mother's, and his mother would use them to exchange for grain. He heard that Gu Zhouyuan was hiring people to dig a pond, offering 30 coins a day. He wanted to come, but he didn't dare, afraid that Gu Zhouyuan would beat him up again. Now that his mother had stepped in to ask on his behalf, he was a little uneasy, already prepared to be ridiculed by Gu Zhouyuan. Sure, Gu Zhouyuan's voice rang out. Zhao Ergo wondered if he had misheard. He only came to his senses when Granny Zhao pulled him up. Gu. He hesitated for a few moments, unsure what to call Gu Zhouyuan. Should he call him Gu Laosan as before? That didn't sound quite right. Should he call him Gu Sange like everyone else? He couldn't bring himself to do that either. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled. Just call me Gu Zhouyuan. Gu, Xiaoyuan, can I come and sell grasshoppers tomorrow too? He looked up at Gu Zhouyuan and asked. Of course, Gu Zhouyuan replied. Then I'll bring my dog, Goshing, too. Granny Zhao exclaimed excitedly. She knew that both of her sons had clashed with Gu Zhouyuan. Since Gu Zhouyuan is willing to take Ergo, there's no reason why he shouldn't take Gosheng. To everyone's surprise, Gu Zhouyuan said calmly, Zhao Gosheng doesn't want it. Why? Granny Zhao was dumbfounded. For no reason, I just don't like Zhao Gosheng. Gu Zhouyuan was very straightforward. Actually, Zhao Ergu and he didn't have much of a conflict. Zhao Ergu simply disliked the old Gu Zhouyuan, which is understandable, because Gu Zhouyuan himself disliked the old Gu Zhouyuan. However, Zhao Ergu's way of expressing his displeasure was a bit excessive and appeared somewhat harsh. But that day, in order to swindle him out of the ginseng, Zhao Gosheng made up a lie, saying that his mother was about to die. Gu Zhouyuan hated people like that the most. Gu Zhouyuan selected 15 strong and sturdy men, plus his second and third uncles, Dazhu and Erzhu, and his second brother and himself, making a total of 21 people. With more people, it's easier to get things done. The 60 cubic meter pond was half dry in less than a morning. At noon, Gu Zhouyuan went home and personally cooked a working lunch for everyone. Actually, he wasn't good at cooking for everyone, which Gu Zhaodi could handle perfectly well. But he was so tired from digging that he was too embarrassed to admit he couldn't go on, so he made an excuse to leave. 2 large pots of millet rice were cooked. The pots at home weren't big enough, so Lu and Sun cooked it at the old house. The dish is a stew made from a mixed pot of ingredients. Salted pork belly is rendered to release its fat, then scallions, ginger, and garlic are added and stir-fried until fragrant. Soaked dried wood ear mushrooms and wild vegetables are poured in, along with wild cabbage from the mountains. Water is added and the stew is brought to a boil over high heat. The aroma wafts out even before you lift the lid. The people digging the pond were all stunned. This meal was far too lavish. The daily wage of 30 coins was already quite high, so it was normal not to provide meals. They were all from the same village and assumed they would be going home for lunch. Gu Zhouyuan insisted on having them stay for dinner, and they assumed it would be a bowl of wild vegetable porridge for each of them. Who knew that we would have dry rice for lunch? They can show off 3 big bowls of this rice even without any side dishes. There's also a big pot full of vegetables and meat in the pot. These burly men suddenly became shy, each only taking a small half bowl of rice and daring to only pick up some wild vegetables and wood ear mushrooms as side dishes. Aren't you hungry? Or is the food not to your liking? Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Chapter 51, 15-day construction period. I've had enough to eat, Wei Liuzi stammered. You need to eat well to have the energy to work. There's still a lot of work to do this afternoon. If anyone is too hungry to work and tries to slack off, I won't pay them, Gu Zhouyuan said sternly. No, don't worry, boss, we'll definitely work hard, Gu Manton shouted at the top of his lungs. He deliberately called Gu Zhouyuan boss, which made everyone laugh. He wasn't going to stand on ceremony with Gu Zhouyuan. While others were still being coy, he had already finished a bowl of rice. He got up and filled his bowl with rice again, then piled a large amount of vegetables on top of the rice and began shoveling it into his mouth. His mind was incredibly clear. He wanted to be the first to eat his fill. Once these people stopped being so polite, he might not be able to beat them. Gu Mansang's reaction was not much worse than his. Seeing how unsightly the 2 brothers were eating, everyone abandoned their inhibitions, picked up their bowls, and dozens of chopsticks reached into the pot together. Everyone enjoyed the meal, and their bellies were completely full. After putting down their chopsticks, everyone eagerly prepared to continue digging the hole. Gu Zhouyuan stopped him, saying that eating too much and then doing physical labor might cause stomach prolapse. He mandated that everyone must find a place to rest for half an hour before starting work. Everyone exclaimed, Brother Gu is so kind-hearted. Other employers would love to hire workers to do their jobs and earn their own living. He treated us to good food and drink, and then insisted that we rest well before starting work again. Everyone secretly resolved to work hard in the future and live up to the kindness shown to them. The digging of the pond was carried out even faster in the afternoon than in the morning. Gu Zhouyuan made a last-minute decision to expand the pond where he raised ducks into a fish pond. In his plan, the fish pond would have a total area of 2 acres, a depth of 3 meters in the center, and a depth of 1 meter on the sides, forming a slope. Gu Zhouyuan loves to eat fish, and his favorites include sauerkraut fish, boiled fish, and Wanzhou grilled fish. We can put some crucian carp, grass carp, and snakehead in there, and fish out for a fishing trip when we have free time. It sounds wonderful. How much water would such a big fish pond need? The wells have all dried up. Where are we going to get so much water? Let's wait for it to rain. If it doesn't rain this year, it'll probably rain next year. Everyone was talking at once, saying all sorts of things. I plan to dig an opening at the pool halfway up the mountain, dig a small ditch, and lay a pipe using bamboo to bring the water down the mountain. Gu Zhouyuan said. Taking advantage of the large number of people available, Gu Zhouyuan plans to complete all these projects at once. Bringing water down from the mountain would take so much time and manpower. Anyway, there's not much work to do in the fields, and with so many people here, what's there to be afraid of? The crowd stirred again. Actually, upon closer examination, digging ditches from the mountain to bring water down the mountain is not an impossible task. The problem is that the project is quite large, and there's no one to lead or organize it. Besides, even if someone made such a suggestion, probably no one would buy it, since no one is willing to spend money or effort for nothing. When the time comes, whoever contributes more labor, whose reservoir is closer to whose house, and so on, there will be too many ridiculous and troublesome things to do. Boss, do you need us to do the work of digging ditches to bring in water? Someone asked loudly. Sure, if you're willing, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Is it still 30 coins a day? After all, digging a shallow ditch and laying bamboo on it is much easier than digging a pond, so it doesn't seem worth 30 coins a day. Still 30 a day? Gu Zhouyuan nodded. 30 coins a day seems like a lot, but given the current skyrocketing grain prices, it can only buy a little over 1 jin, 500 grams, of white rice. The crowd cheered. Digging fish ponds and diverting water from the mountain can't be done in less than 20 days. In this way, each of them can earn at least 600 coins. Good food, high wages, and it's right near my home. I can even go home and cuddle with my wife at night. The employer was easygoing, always smiling, and never beat or scolded his employees. They never dared to dream of doing this kind of work before. They're willing to keep doing this forever, even if it means moving this mountain. They worked until it got dark before everyone went home. The Gu family's old house. Others can earn 30 coins a day, and you work yourself to the bone all day, only to earn enough for one meal. Hearing that Gu Zhouyuan's family still had more than half a month to work on, Wang Shi became anxious. She could tolerate working for free for one day, but who could bear working for free for 20 days? What are you babbling about? I'm Xiao Yuan's uncle. If I don't help his family, who will? He brought over such a huge pig leg a few days ago. How could you just take it for free? How could you just eat those dumplings for free? And why did he insist on bringing us along with the cassava from the mountain? Gu Manton pointed at Wang's nose and launched into a tirade. Well, if 4 of us from the whole family go to help, that's too many people. There won't be anyone left to chop wood and carry water at home, Wang argued, though her tone was less forceful than before. If that doesn't work, I'll go with Dazhu and Erju to help Xiao Yuan tomorrow, and Lao San will stay at home, Gu Mansong said after thinking for a moment. Grandpa Gu waved his hand and said, You all go tomorrow. I can handle the chores at home. Let's save the eldest son's family a little money. 30 coins a day? Xiao Yuan is really being ridiculous. There are plenty of people who would do it for 20 coins a day. That wild ginseng sold for 15 taels. I'm afraid it's all gone to pay the wages. With that, he let out a long sigh. Father, you're getting old. How can you do the work of carrying water and chopping wood? Let Mansong stay here and give all the rough work to him. Wang said anxiously. Whoever wants to work for free can go ahead. Our family isn't going to be taken advantage of. Leaving the child's father at home allows him to free up his hands to go to the fields to catch grasshoppers. Grandpa and Grandma, have you had dinner yet? Gu Zhouyuan's voice rang out. Not yet. Old Mrs. Gu said as she got up to greet her, giving Mrs. Wang a glare as she passed by, her words carrying a strong warning. Gu Zhouyuan placed a small cloth bag on the table. Xiaohua brought over a stool for Gu Zhouyuan to sit down. When Wang opened the cloth bag, she found that it contained copper coins. Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, Grandma, second aunt and third aunt worked at my house all day today. Here is their wages, a total of 60 coins. Mrs. Sun was very surprised. Wang was all smiles. Grandma Gu's face fell, and she said somewhat unhappily, What do you mean by wages? I just helped you weigh some things. I didn't do any work. Why should I ask for money? Hurry up and put it away. People will laugh at us if word gets out. You've been busy inside and outside all day. What do you mean you didn't put in any effort? All the men in the family have done a lot of work, and you didn't ask for any wages, did you? Wang thought to herself, but after opening her mouth, she ultimately didn't dare to say it aloud. Then old Mrs. Gu continued, If you needed those 3 caddies of grasshoppers, I would have given them to you. I shouldn't have taken 3 caddies of millet from you, but your mother insisted on giving them to me, so I accepted them. If I were to take your money as well, that would be outrageous. Chapter 52, So we also get wages. Wang was so angry she was about to vomit blood. The old lady's heart was completely biased towards him. Xiao Yuan collects grasshoppers and sells them to others. So why doesn't he ask for payment and instead drags his whole family into helping his sister-in-law's family earn money? What's even more infuriating is that, apart from her, no one in the family thought there was anything wrong with what they were doing. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, "Grandma, listen to me. Collecting grasshoppers is a business of mine. As the saying goes, even close brothers should keep clear accounts. There will be many more times when I need everyone's help. If I only take advantage and never give back, who will be willing to help me in the future? Don't you agree?" Gu Zhouyuan asked patiently. Grandma Gu thought about it and agreed. Today, her third son's wife had already started making a fuss. If this continued, the family would definitely develop a rift. Xiao Yuan is right. He's a businessman after all. His vision is much broader than ours, who toil in the fields. Madame Wang nodded repeatedly. Grandma Gu glared at her fiercely. That's too much money. The work is all easy. 15 coins would have been enough. Wang gritted his teeth. How could he possibly lower the price himself? I'm so unlucky to have married into the Gu family. They're all dim-witted. The work is relatively easy, but it's mentally taxing. It's no easier than digging a pond in a day. 30 coins a day isn't much, Gu Zhouyuan explained. He took a bite of the wild fruit Xiaohua had given him. It was so sour that he squinted. Xiaohua covered her mouth and laughed. Upon hearing him mention digging a pond, Wang's initial joy vanished instantly. She forced a smile and said, "Xiao Yuan, look, your uncles have all gone to help you dig a pond. There's no man around the house, and some of the heavy work is too much for us women to do. We were just discussing this. You see, tomorrow, your third uncle won't go digging the soil. He can stay home and do the work." Seeing that Gu Mantin was about to say something, Wang quickly pinched his waist. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "It's all right. It's okay if third uncle doesn't go. I have 20 people on my side." He swallowed the remaining wild fruit whole, gulping down several mouthfuls of sour saliva. He said to Madame Wang, "Since Uncle San isn't coming to work for me tomorrow, I'll settle his wages for today." Huh. Both Wang Shi and Gu Mantin were stunned. Wages? So there were wages too. Gu Zhouyuan took out a money pouch from his pocket, counted out 30 coins, and placed them on the table. "Well," Wang panicked, "there's not much heavy work to do at home. Your grandfather just said he can chop wood and carry water. It costs 30 coins a day. Even if you give 15 coins to the old lady, you'll still have 15 coins left. In 20 days, her secret stash of money will increase by 300 coins. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, "Grandpa is so old. How can we let him do such heavy work? I think it's better to keep Uncle San here." No. Look, your family needs help, and your second uncle's family sent 3 people, but your third uncle's family isn't sending anyone. If the villagers find out, won't they gossip about your third uncle behind his back?" Her eyes darted around, and she said urgently, "Why don't we let Daju stay at home? Your third uncle will come and help you tomorrow." "Daju, I also want to earn wages. I can give 15 coins to grandma and 10 coins to mother, and I'll still have 5 coins left. That's much more than I can earn by chopping and selling firewood." Grandma Gu patted the table, signaling everyone to be quiet and listen to her. "How much work can there be at home? If you can't carry water, can't you just lift it? The firewood in the yard is piled up as high as the yard wall. We could burn firewood for a month without cutting any. Do you know how much firewood 30 coins can buy? Besides, it's right at our doorstep, not some distant place. They'll be back by nightfall. If there's anything we can't do during the day, we can wait until they get back tonight. Tomorrow, all 4 of you will go and work," the old lady declared decisively. Xiaohua stuck her tongue out at Gu Zhouyuan. Once Grandma got angry, who would dare to disagree? Gu Zhouyuan noticed that the small basket next to Xiaohua was filled with quite a few red fruits. It was the wild fruit that had almost made his teeth ache from the sourness. He recognized the fruit, but couldn't quite place it. "Xiaohua, give me that basket." Gu Zhouyuan wanted to take a closer look. Little Flower, carrying a small basket, walked over and said with a grin, "What's wrong? This goat milk fruit is so sour. Do you like it, third brother?" Goat milk fruit. Gu Zhouyuan remembered that this thing was also called goat milk fruit in his previous life. This fruit is too acidic, low in sugar, and very astringent, so most people wouldn't eat the fresh fruit directly. Locals in Yunnan often sprinkle salt and chili peppers on the goat milk fruit and eat it mixed with the sauce. They are usually processed into fruit juice, canned fruit, or other food products. Fresh fruit doesn't seem to be cheap. He opened the system store and scanned the goat milk fruit in the basket. Ding! 800 grams of wild, pollution-free goat milk fruit found, valued at 56 mall coins. So, at 35 yuan per gene, 500 G, it's quite expensive. His eyes flickered as he manipulated his mind and clicked no on the panel. Xiaohua waved her hand in front of Gu Zhouyuan's eyes, Third brother, what's wrong? Are you sleepy? Gu Zhouyuan snapped out of his daze and pointed to the goat milk fruit in the basket, asking, "Did you pick these fruits, Xiaohua?" "That's for sure." Arya scoffed. She loves to run into the mountains to find wild fruits. These goat's milk fruits are sour and astringent. I don't know what she's going to do with them. You're lazy and greedy, yet you have the nerve to laugh at others. Didn't you eat the wild fruits that third sister picked? I don't know who it was last time who stole third sister's wild berries. Siju glared, standing up for her sister. Who cares to eat her worthless wild fruit? I'll go up the mountain and pick some for her next time. Arya sneered. Ignoring the bickering two, Gu Zhouyuan picked up the small basket and smiled at Xiaohua, saying, "Can I have this basket of goat milk fruit?" Xiaohua's eyes lit up. "Third brother, do you like sour food? I'll give you all of it." "Third brother, don't be fooled by how pretty the goat milk fruit looks. It's really hard to eat. Nobody in the village picks it. Only Xiaohua picks it and treats it like a treasure. But after a few days, nobody eats it and it gets thrown away." Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan seemed very happy, Arya kindly reminded him. Xiaohua was very flustered, her face slightly red, afraid that her third brother would think that what she picked was unwanted trash. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and patted Xiaohua's head. He then counted out 16 coins from his purse. He took Xiaohua's hand and placed the copper coins in her palm. "Third brother will buy these goat milk fruits of yours." Xiaohua's hand trembled. She had never had a single coin in her life, and this small handful of copper coins really startled her. Chapter 53, Collecting Mountain Goods. Arya opened her mouth wide. She must be dreaming. How could anyone be willing to pay for this goat milk fruit that everyone despises? Sun and Gu Monsong exchanged a glance, both somewhat incredulous. When Wang looked at the money in Xiaohua's hand, her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Xiaohua was stunned for 10 seconds, then quickly handed the copper coin back to Gu Zhouyuan, shaking her head and saying, "Third brother, I don't want money. If you like it, I'll go up the mountain again tomorrow to pick more. There are plenty of goat milk fruit on the mountain." Gu Zhouyuan pushed away her hand as she returned the money. "Keep the money. You said there are still many goat milk fruits on the mountain, right?" "Yes, I know a place in Beishan where there are lots of goat milk fruit trees." Xiaohua nodded. "From now on, whenever you pick goat milk fruit, give it to third brother. He'll buy it from you for 10 coins per pound," Gu Zhouyuan said. The price of 10 coins per caddy was a price he set after careful consideration. After all, this place is different from the 21st century. Wild fruits are not worth much in this world, and setting the price too high would seem abnormal. Seeing that Xiaohua still refused to accept the money, Gu Zhouyuan said seriously, "You should know by now that third brother is doing business with someone. The merchant who buys grasshoppers, he also buys goat milk fruit. I'll give you 10 coins for a pound of goat milk fruit, but you can sell it to him for more than 10 coins, so don't think that third brother is losing out. Actually, you're helping third brother make money." Xiaohua looked at Gu Zhouyuan intently and finally realized that what her third brother said was true. She happily accepted the copper coins. "Mother, this is from my third brother." Xiaohua handed the copper coins to Madame Sunday. "How much should I give him?" She knew that her father and third uncle had to give half of the money they earned working outside to her grandmother. The money that the eldest and second eldest brothers earned from selling firewood had to be given half to their grandmother first and the rest to their mother. As for how much her mother withheld, there was no fixed amount. Sometimes she would give her eldest brother and the others a penny, and sometimes she wouldn't give them a penny at all. The girls had never had any money before, so she didn't know what the standard for handing it over was. Unable to make the decision herself, Mrs. Sun turned to old Mrs. Gu. After thinking for a moment, Grandma Gu said, "The usual rule, pay half." Mrs. Sun quickly counted out 8 coins and handed them to old Mrs. Gu. She kept 4 of the remaining 8 coins. Xiaohua asked incredulously, "Are all 4 of these coins mine?" Madame Sun smiled and nodded, saying, "This is money your third brother gave you to take care of you. From now on, after giving your grandmother the money you make from selling goat milk fruit, you should keep half of the rest." Xiaohua jumped up with joy. 4 coins. She actually had 4 coins. And there will be many more 4 coins in the future. Arya's eyes reddened with envy. She also wanted to have her own private savings. "Third brother, I can also pick goat milk fruit. Will you buy mine?" She looked at Gu Zhouyuan expectantly, feeling unusually nervous. Gu Zhouyuan felt even closer to Xiaohua. But apart from being a bit reckless, Arya doesn't seem to have any major problems. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and asked Xiaohua, "Arya also wants to go up the mountain to pick goat milk fruit. Are you afraid she'll steal all your fruit?" Xiaohua puffed out her chest. "I'm not afraid. She's so lazy, she never goes up the mountain, and when she picks wild fruit, she can only pick up the leftovers behind me." Gu Zhouyuan saw that Xiaohua did not resist him accepting Arya's fruit, because Arya had mocked her before. He patted Xiaohua's head, then turned to Arya and said, "It's also 10 coins per pound. Take as much as you can." Arya finally felt relieved. She tugged at Wang Shi's sleeve and asked, "Mother, will you keep half of the money I earn for me, just like second aunt?" What Wang wanted to say was, "You wish." But now that Arya can earn money by picking fruit, her family has an extra source of income, and she is in a great mood. In addition, she didn't want to lose face in front of her second sister-in-law, so she gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll give you half of it." "Third brother, would you accept wild fruits picked by men?" Siju asked cautiously. Everyone burst into laughter. "Oh, you can pick wild fruits too," Gu Zhouyuan teased. Siju became smug. "I don't usually pick goat milk fruit. That stuff doesn't taste good. I prefer jujube, ground cherry, and Akebia quinata. But these fruits are not available now. It's not the season. Right now there are prickly pears, crabapples, and mulberries on the mountain. My favorite is the prickly pear." He knew the 4 pillars of destiny like the back of his hand, even though he had never heard of many of these things before. Gu Zhouyuan had a flash of inspiration. He stood up, took a goat milk fruit in his hand, and smelled it. A faint fragrance entered his nasal cavity. He grinned at the 4 pillars and said, "I want all those wild fruits you mentioned." He then addressed the people in the room, saying loudly, "You can bring any mountain produce from here, whether it's wild fruit or herbs, and whether you know them or not, to exchange for money with me. As for how much money it can be exchanged for, I can only determine that after I have seen the items." Gu Zhouyuan had dug up enough Pinellia ternata on the mountain. He would be busy with many things in the future and probably wouldn't have time to go into the forest to recharge his online store. You can quietly be a middleman at home, continuously recharging your account while also generating income for others. Everyone was so excited they couldn't speak. There were many wild fruits in the mountains, but only a few were edible, and the villagers used them as snacks to satisfy their cravings. Now, these fruits, whether they taste good or not, can be sold for coins. Dazhu and Erju usually chop firewood on the mountain and come across all kinds of Chinese medicinal herbs, most of which cannot be sold for money. In the minds of people in the mountains, only things like Ganoderma lucidum, Polygonum multiflorum, and ginseng can be exchanged for money at pharmacies, but these medicinal materials are rare and hard to come by. Now things are much better. From now on, no matter how valuable they are, we can dig up any medicinal herbs we come across and bring them down the mountain. Over the next few days, everything proceeded as planned. Gu Zhouyuan would provide some guidance at the construction site, and then take an ox cart to the county to pick up the grain he bought in the system's online store and bring it back to the village. The locust's terrifying reproductive capacity couldn't keep up with the villagers' catching speed. The more they caught, the fewer grasshoppers remained in the fields. Some shrewd villagers have already gone to other villages to buy grasshoppers. At first, they were 1 coin per pound, but now the price has risen to 2 coins per pound. Gu Saiden's plan to raise ducks was thwarted because there weren't enough grasshoppers for the ducks to eat. 5 days later, the fish pond was dug, basically meeting Gu Zhouyuan's requirements. The next step was to go up the mountain to dig ditches and bring in water. The cassava in the deep pool had been soaking for 7 or 8 days. Gu Zhouyuan took some home, cooked it, and fed 2 cassava roots to the chickens and ducks to confirm that the toxins had been removed and that it was safe to eat. Then he took the remaining cassava and went to the village head's house. "Xiao Yuan, you're here to see your second grandfather, right? He was just praising you to Uncle Yofu, saying that thanks to you, our village should be able to get through this crisis." The village head's wife smiled and ushered Gu Zhouyuan into the house. Chapter 54 reveals methods for removing toxicity. As they were talking, the village head came out of the room and smiled when he saw Gu Zhouyuan. "Little Yuan, what's up? You don't usually come to visit us." Gu Zhouyuan used to be a universally disliked person, and the village head would always scold him whenever he saw him. Gu Zhouyuan usually avoids the village head when he sees him, so he would never go to the village head's door to make trouble for himself. "I do have something to report to you." Gu Zhouyuan scratched the back of his head. Perhaps it was the fear of the village head that was ingrained in the original owner's bones, but Gu Zhouyuan always felt a little uncomfortable in front of the village head. He placed the cassava he was carrying on the table. "Look what this is." The village head and his wife looked at the cassava, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint what it was. The village head's wife picked up the cassava and smelled it. It had a faint, refreshing aroma. "It looks like kudzu root, but kudzu root smells like the woody smell of tree roots." The village head shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Gu Zhouyuan didn't intend to keep him in suspense. He stated directly, "This is kudzu." The village head's wife was so frightened that she quickly threw the cassava she was holding back onto the table. The village head frowned slightly. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing with the kudzu? It looks like it's cooked. You're not planning to eat it, are you? Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, that's right. It's meant to be cooked and eaten. I've processed it, so it's no longer poisonous. This terrified the village head and his wife. You can't eat this, child. Last year, someone in Qingtian County was poisoned to death after eating kudzu vine. Have you forgotten? The village head's wife said anxiously. Gu Zhouyuan comforted him. If you don't treat the kudzu root, it will kill you, but I've already removed the toxins from this cassava. Oh, the kudzu root. The village head and his wife exchanged a glance, their faces both showing disbelief. Gu Zhouyuan immediately picked up a piece of cassava and took a big bite. The village head tried to stop him, but Gu Zhouyuan had already swallowed it. Gu Zhouyuan wiped his mouth. Our whole family ate this kudzu root, not today, but 8 days ago. The village head stared blankly for a moment, his mouth slightly agape. Then a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yuan, are you telling the truth? You really have a way to remove the poison from the kudzu? Gu Zhouyuan nodded solemnly. Not only my family, but also my grandparents, my second uncle and third uncle's whole family. They all ate kudzu. Oh right, and Sister Luo and Chunqing also ate it, and more than once. The village head was excited. How did you remove the poison from the kudzu? Could you tell me in detail? He already believed what Gu Zhouyuan said, because he understood old Master Gu. He knew that Brother Gu wasn't the type to act recklessly. Even if Brother Gu made a mistake, his sister-in-law wouldn't drag the whole family into his foolishness. So this is most likely true. However, he also had some concerns. In these times, every family is tightening their belts to make ends meet. If someone were to master such a unique secret method, they would definitely keep it as a money tree and would never easily reveal it to others. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and said, since I've come to see you today, second grandfather, I naturally want to tell you how to handle this, and I also want you to promote this method to everyone. The village head had never heard the word promotion before, but he roughly understood what Gu Zhouyuan meant, and he was excited. Gu Zhouyuan continued, but as you know, second grandfather, the kudzu vine is highly poisonous. If not handled properly, it can kill people. If anyone is lazy and skips a step, they can't blame me if they get poisoned. The village head nodded hurriedly. Of course. I'll announce the method when the time comes. If any lazybones don't follow the method, they deserve to die. Then, Gu Zhouyuan explained the steps to the village head one by one. Peel, soak, change the water, boil, then change the water again. The steps are not very complicated, but they are time-consuming and laborious. No wonder no one has discovered this method to remove the toxicity of kudzu over the years. I heard that Gu Zhouyuan and his group had dug up all the trees and kudzu groves on the back mountain and had been soaking them in the pool for 7 or 8 days. Now all the kudzu vines have lost their toxicity and have become edible food. The kudzu vines we just ate were from that batch. The village head was even more excited. He believed in Gu Zhouyuan's method of dealing with the vines, but he was still somewhat unsure about implementing it on a large scale throughout the village. Now Gu Zhouyuan has dispelled his last remaining concerns. There were a full 3,000 caddies of kudzu soaked in that water, which proves that the method of large-scale processing of kudzu is also feasible. The thought that the poisonous creature that everyone feared, which had once ravaged the mountains and fields, had now become a delicious food source filled him with excitement. Gu Lijing and Gu Guangzong. This time, they may be recorded in history, truly bringing glory to their ancestors. Before leaving, Gu Zhouyuan saw the village head staring at the cooked cassava on the table, looking like he wanted to eat it, but didn't dare to. Gu Zhouyuan then picked up another piece and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it while nodding and making smacking noises. Seeing this, the village head also mustered his courage and made up his mind. He gritted his teeth, picked up a piece of cassava, and took a bite. His eyes lit up immediately. This kudzu root was so delicious. It's soft and chewy, and tastes so much better than kudzu root. The next day, Gu Zhouyuan's water diversion project has officially commenced. Gu Zhouyuan was gathering all the helpers together by the pond for a meeting. The main purpose of the meeting was to finalize the route for the irrigation canal on the mountain. The village head and his son, Gu Youfu, walked over. Uncle Village Head, Grandpa Village Head. Everyone greeted each other loudly. The village head waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Go and get a few people from our village here. Tell them I have something to announce, and at least one person from each household must be present. A stir ran through the crowd as everyone speculated about what this supposedly big event was. In the past, when something happened, the villagers would gather at the big locust tree at the village entrance. Now they probably know that many of the men in charge of the household are helping Gu Zhouyuan with his work, So the village head chose Gu Zhiyuan's place as the meeting location. Gu Monsong and Gu Zhouyuan exchanged a glance, and Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Yesterday, Gu Zhouyuan left the village head's house and went to the old house to tell everyone there that he was going to announce the method for handling cassava. Of course, not everyone agrees. Gu Zhouyuan then told them, "Do you think you can monopolize the cassava on the mountain by not telling others the method? Impossible. The work of digging and processing cassava is too extensive to be kept secret indefinitely. It doesn't matter if everyone goes hungry during a bad year. But if you and your family are well fed while others are hungry, some might even starve to death. Then someone will overturn their rice bowls and smash their pots, leaving everyone with nothing to eat. As the saying goes, it is not scarcity that is to be feared, but inequality. In time, they will be isolated and ostracized by the villagers, and eventually they will have nowhere to stand." Chapter 55. All these changes are because of you. Gu Zhouyuan asked the villagers who were helping him to go to the village to call for more people. Datong village is not very big, with a total of more than 100 households. In a short while, more than 200 people arrived. There wasn't enough room to stand by the pond. It was so crowded that some people were pushed into the water. Gu Zhouyuan simply had everyone stand under the pond. Since there was no water in the pond now, having more people would make the soil more compact, preventing water leakage later. The village head announced that Gu Zhouyuan had mentioned a way to remove the poison from the kudzu tree. Unsurprisingly, the crowd immediately erupted in uproar. "Village head, are you telling the truth? Have you tried the poison?" Granny Zhao shouted at the top of her lungs. The village head snorted coldly and glanced at Granny Zhao. "I've tried it. And look, she's still not dead." The villagers burst into laughter, but Granny Zhao didn't seem to mind. The village headman reached out and pressed down, and the crowd gradually quieted down. He coughed and said loudly, "It's true that kudzu vines are edible. You don't need to doubt it. As long as it's handled properly, cassava will be our staple food. Li Zheng's prestige in the village is beyond question." The villagers were all excited. Let's go up the mountain and dig up some kudzu." "Wait for me. I'm going home to get a shovel. They're everywhere on this mountain. What's your rush?" "That's great. We won't go hungry this year of famine." Many villagers were so excited that they turned around and ran home. The village head roared angrily. "Do you even know how to handle this? What's the point of rushing to dig it back?" The villagers then quieted down, saying, "So how exactly was it handled? Village head, you should tell us." The village head glanced at Gu Zhouyuan, who was standing quietly in the crowd, and smiled, saying, "This method was thought up by Gu Zhouyuan. His explanation is the most comprehensive. Let him teach you." Gu Zhouyuan was taken aback. Wasn't it agreed that the announcement would be made in the name of the village head? That way, everyone would be more willing to believe it. Actually, he underestimated himself. In the eyes of the villagers, he was no longer the same Gu Laos and he used to be. The villagers are forgetful. They will remember whoever brings them tangible benefits. Now, Gu Zhouyuan's prestige in Datong village is probably second only to the village head. The village head tossed and turned all night, thinking it over and over, and finally decided that Gu Zhouyuan would teach the villagers how to deal with the kudzu vines. Firstly, as he just mentioned, the method was devised by Gu Zhouyuan, who was most familiar with the details. Since it was relayed by someone else, there were bound to be omissions. Secondly, he simply couldn't bring himself to steal credit from his juniors. "All right, Gu Sanner." Aunt Wang charged toward Gu Zhouyuan aggressively. "I saw you digging up kudzu vines on the hillside behind the mountain that day, and I was worried for ages. Turns out you already knew this stuff was edible. They even lied to me, saying they went to the mountains to clear land. I was wondering why someone would go up the mountain to clear land when there are plenty of wastelands at the foot of the mountain. Pa, so young, and you never utter a word of truth." Aunt Wang became more and more excited as she spoke, spitting all over Gu Zhouyuan's face. Gu Zhouyuan smiled apologetically. "Back then, cassava, kudzu, hadn't been properly processed yet. If I had told you that kudzu was edible, you wouldn't have believed me, and you would have scolded me to death." Aunt Wang thought it made sense. If Gu Zhouyuan had said that kudzu was edible that night, she would have thought that the boy didn't want to live anymore. "Sister-in-law Wang, stop arguing. Let Brother Gu teach everyone the method." "That's right. Brother Gu is our benefactor, so don't make things difficult for him." Two women stepped out from the crowd and pulled Aunt Wang away. Gu Zhouyuan walked to the front of the crowd, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "The method for processing kudzu is actually very simple, but since it is something we eat, for safety's sake, I think we should have the village head make the arrangements, dig it up together, process it together, and then distribute it according to the number of people." Most villagers agreed with this method. Because of the notorious reputation of the vine tree for so many years, The villagers always felt uneasy about dealing with it themselves. This method is good. It puts their minds at ease. Those families that disagreed were mostly families with many sons. They felt that sharing the same pot of rice was unfair to them, and that each family should dig its own niche to maximize its own interests. There are different opinions among the people, and the village head naturally has to listen to them. Moreover, there are currently 20 people working for Gu Zhouyuan, which conflicts with the cassava digging work. The village head discussed it with Gu Zhouyuan and came up with a plan. Every household contributed manpower and labor, with able-bodied men earning 1 unit of labor and women earning 8 units. Children aged 10 to 14 are considered half a worker. There are a few widowed and elderly families in the village. We will help them if we can. If we really can't help, we will set aside a portion of the harvested cassava specifically to take care of these families. Whether to dig up kudzu vines or help Gu Zhouyuan with his work, it's entirely up to the individual. In the end, 6 people left Gu Zhouyuan's side. They were all from families with few brothers, hoping to get some kudzu as food by working. But 6 more people immediately joined, including Gu Youfu, the village head's son. After all, the daily wage of 30 coins was very tempting. Gu Zhouyuan paid the 6 people for the 5 days' wages. They each received 200 coins and began to regret their actions. Who knows how much kudzu vine can be dug up in a day on the mountain, and no one knows how to eat it. But these heavy copper coins are real. With money, you can buy anything. But at this point, they were too embarrassed to ask to go back. As for those people who filled their vacancies, they looked at them like they were idiots. Asking them to give up their positions now is absolutely out of the question. The villagers went home, took their shovels and bamboo baskets, and gathered at the nearest grove of kudzu trees. Gu Zhouyuan's group first went up to the deep pool on the back mountain and fished out the cassava that had been soaking for several days. Seeing the snow-white kudzu vines, I heard that they are no longer poisonous and can be used as food. The crowd couldn't help but cheer. Brother Gu, thank you, someone said, choking back tears. Yes, if it weren't for you, we might not have made it through this year. Someone echoed this sentiment. Some of these people experienced the locust plague 17 years ago, and the tragic scene is still vivid in their minds. Some people may not have experienced it firsthand, but they have heard their parents talk about it. That day, seeing that Granny's son was on the verge of starvation, some people began to worry about themselves. When the locust plague strikes, no one can guarantee that they will be more respectable than Granny's son. Everything is different now. Grasshoppers in the field can be exchanged for millet, and the locusts, the most hateful insects in the locust plague, now seem somewhat cute. The kudzu vine, which everyone used to avoid, has now become a source of sustenance. In this famine year, they no longer lived in constant fear for their lives, and could even earn 30 coins a day. All these changes are because of this young man in front of me. The way everyone looked at Gu Zhouyuan was almost fanatical, a fanatical faith. Chapter 56, he had an affair with widow Luo. Because Lu and Gu Zhaodi had experience digging cassava, the village headman assigned them to direct the villagers. This cassava forest is also on the back mountain, but it's farther away than the cassava forest on the mountainside. You have to climb a long way up the mountain. When they arrived, the villagers were already panting heavily. Looking at the vast expanse of lush green forest before them, everyone was very excited. The cassava here has been growing for who knows how many years. Each cassava stalk is very thick and sturdy. Before the village head even gave the order, some people were already getting impatient. They picked up shovels and started digging, kicking up clouds of dirt. Hey, I was wrong, Sidan shouted. What's wrong? The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. First, use a machete to cut off the cassava stalks, leaving only a section to pull out, about like this, about half a person's height. Lu picked up the machete and cut off the branches on the cassava. Gu Zhouyuan always called kudzu vine cassava, and now she's gotten used to calling it that too. The village head nodded and assigned a group of people to cut cassava stalks and then haul them out of the forest. The group responsible for digging cassava consisted entirely of strong and robust men. As soon as a cassava plant is dug up, a member of the support team immediately comes up, cuts off the cassava tuber with a machete, throws it into a basket, and carries it away. Sidan led a group of teenagers to dig up cassava that had broken off in the mud. The cassava was all gathered in an open space. Lu and Gu Zhaodi took the lead, teaching the women waiting there how to process cassava. The women sat in 2s and 3s, some on stones, some on wooden stumps, and most of them just plopped down on the ground. They used sickles, machetes, and even kitchen knives. Watching Lu peel the cassava skin easily by slicing it down with a knife, rotating it in her hand, and then using the tip of the knife to flick it off, it was clear that she was quite adept at peeling the cassava. All the aunties and sisters-in-law learned it at a glance. Lu said. While you're at it, chop the cassava into small pieces so that it can be soaked thoroughly in water. It's easy. I thought it would be difficult. It's just peeling and chopping, similar to cutting vegetables at home, someone said. Lu laughed and said, That's right. It's just like chopping vegetables, but be careful not to get the cassava juice in your eyes or mouth. The whole forest was bustling with activity, and everyone was busy as bees. Madame Luo, your knife isn't sharp enough. Would you like me to use this one? I just sharpened mine this morning yesterday. Widow Luo was sitting on a wooden stump peeling cassava when Erlaizi's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Erlaizi was assigned to the cassava digging group by the village head. He dug for a while until his back and legs ached, so he tried to find a way to slack off. He used the urination escape trick 3 times. This time, he used the excuse of needing to defecate. He saw Widow Luo sitting there from afar. Her round buttocks, slender waist, and snow-white neck made his heart itch uncontrollably. Widow Luo was introverted and not very close to the other villagers, except for Gu Zhiyuan's family. She and Chunxing and her daughter sat on the outermost edge of the crowd. At this moment, Chunxing ran off to work with Sidon and the others. Seeing Widow Luo sitting there alone, Erlaizi thought his chance had come, so he sneaked over like a dog. Widow Luo was startled, but then she thought that it was broad daylight and there was a crowd not far away, so Erlaizi probably wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. She pretended not to hear Erlaizi's voice and continued with her work. Erlaizi's eyes scanned up and down Widow Luo. Widow Luo felt a stinging sensation all over her body, so she turned around and faced away from Erlaizi. Erlaizi stared intently at Widow Luo's buttocks for a couple of seconds, then bent down and said with feigned concern, Look at all the blisters on your hands. Let me see them. I'll blow on them for you. Widow Luo felt nauseous. She raised an unpeeled cassava and glared at Erlaizi, saying, Get out of here. Erlaizi didn't care at all. He grinned and said, Don't you feel that your brother cares about you? You've been a widow for so long without a man to comfort you. Look at your hands. They're all cracked and peeling. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Widow Luo's hand. Enraged, Widow Luo picked up the cassava in her hand and smashed it against Erlaizi's forehead. With a bang, the cassava shattered into pieces. Erlaizi covered his forehead, his eyes flashing with malice. Are you having an affair with Gu Laosan? You're talking nonsense. Widow Luo was so anxious that tears were about to stream down her face. The commotion had already attracted the attention of the crowd over there, with old Mrs. Hu and her 2 aunts being the closest. One of the aunties wanted to come and see what was going on, but was stopped by Granny Hu. She wanted to see what kind of trouble this jinx could cause. Today she'll seize the opportunity to use something against her, and since the village head is here, she can kick her out of the village without the village head having anything to say. I'm talking nonsense. Erlaizi grinned, snorting through his nose. Do you think I didn't see it? You've been secretly watching Gu Laosan the whole time. I suspected it that night. Gu Laosan is very good at climbing over walls. It must have been more than the first time he climbed over your wall. You two must have been fighting each other long ago. The more he talked about it, the more convinced he became that it was true. The thought of the woman he longed for day and night, yet who was willingly throwing herself into someone else's arms, made him feel like he had been cuckolded. Widow Luo's face flushed red and then turned pale. Suddenly, she stood up, holding a wood-chopping knife, ready to fight Erlaizi to the death. When Erlaizi saw that the woman had gone mad again, his expression changed and he retreated repeatedly. But she wouldn't let it go. What are you pretending for? Just because you've done shameful things doesn't mean no one can talk about them. Do you think you're some kind of pure white lotus? Should we ask the village head to have a memorial arch erected for your chastity? As Widow Luo listened to Erlaizi spewing filth, she bit her lower lip tightly, and tears streamed down her face. He wanted to kill this disgusting scoundrel and then slit his own throat, but he couldn't catch up with him. She cried, panting, You're bullying me so much. People had already put down what they were doing and gathered around. Aunt Wang is always at the forefront of gossip. She didn't know what had happened, but seeing Widow Luo crying with tears streaming down her face, and then looking at Erlaizi's lewd face, she was struck by the sight. She stood in front of Widow Luo and said to Erlaizi, Why aren't you digging cassava? What are you doing here with us women? Are you horny again, trying to harass sister-in-law Luo? The sun's still high in the sky, and you can't even control what's in your pants? If you really can't hold it in, grit your teeth, get a piece of pork from the county, and have some fun with it. Afterwards, you can wash the pork and still eat it. The group of women watching burst into laughter. Widow Luo looked grateful. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Erlaizi was a reckless fellow. Even when Aunt Wang scolded him with barbed words, he still smiled. Aunt Wang, you can't control what happens between me and my lover, can you? Luo Nyangzi and I have been together for a long time. She's just being a little temperamental with me. What business is it of yours? Chapter 57 Shameless. Aunt Wang choked, glanced suspiciously at Heir Lizzie, and then looked back at Widow Luo. Seeing the Widow Luo's shameful and indignant expression, she felt that Heir Lizzie was definitely talking nonsense. But who can say for sure about things between men and women? Some people may look respectable, but they do all sorts of dirty things behind the scenes. She wasn't familiar with Widow Luo and didn't know what kind of person Widow Luo was. She watched as old lady who stood at the front of the crowd, watching the play with great interest, and a surge of anger rose within her. Hey, sister-in-law who are you, is your daughter-in-law? Are you just going to stand by and watch her get bullied? Granny who curled her lip. This Jinx has an inextricable entanglement with Heir Lizzie, so it can't be said that Heir Lizzie bullied her. Aunt Wang was furious. This old woman who was truly a peculiar character. But the Hu family didn't care about this matter, and as an outsider, she had no right to interfere. She glanced at Widow Luo with pity, shook her head, and walked back into the crowd. Widow Luo gripped the wood-chopping knife tightly in her hand, her teeth clenched. Seeing the Hu family's attitude, Erlazy immediately got excited. He chuckled mischievously twice. Madame Luo, look at our relationship, even Aunt Hu has no objections, so you don't need to worry about anything anymore. He spoke with such conviction that the villagers who came over later, unaware of what was going on, immediately began whispering among themselves. Widow Luo watched helplessly as a filthy mess was dumped on her head, and she felt a surge of anger and bitterness. Once a widow's reputation is lost, it can never be regained. Her knuckles, gripping the wood-chopping knife, had turned white. She glanced at Granny Hu not far away, as if searching for a last shred of support, and called out hopefully, "Mother." Granny Hu sneered. "Don't call me mother. I'm not your mother. You've already killed my son. Do you want to kill me too? I want to see how long you and that scoundrel have been hooking up. I don't want my poor son to be cuckolded while he's still alive." Widow Luo's face was ashen. A widow's husband's family should be her support in the village, but now that support is weighing on her back, trying to crush her. She smiled sadly, raised the wood-chopping knife in her hand, and slowly slashed her own neck. A stir ran through the crowd. Just as Aunt Wang was about to step forward to snatch the knife, she heard a child's innocent voice cry out, "Mother, don't you want chunching anymore?" Widow Luo's hand paused for a moment, and the woodcutter's knife had already cut a bloody mark on her snow-white neck. As she watched Chunxing rushing towards her, her eyes slowly filled with tenderness. Chunxing was terrified. She grabbed Widow Luo's leg and cried out, "Mother, we have food now. We don't have to go hungry anymore. Don't leave me." Widow Luo's tears streamed down her face. She gently patted Chunxing's head and said softly, "Chunxing, your mother also wants to live a good life and watch you grow up. But someone was driving my mother to her death. Some things were more important than my mother's life." She thought to herself. Erlazy was also terrified, but seeing that Widow Luo had put down her knife, he became bolder again. He put on his signature sly grin and said, all right, that's just how you old women are. You act like you're going to die over the smallest thing. I know you care about your image, and I shouldn't have talked about us in front of so many people. You've gone too far," a sharp rebuke rang out. Everyone turned around and saw Gu Zhaodi walking quickly towards them. Having already processed over 1,000 kilograms of cassava, the village head, along with Gu Zhaodi and Lu, led a group of people to transport the cassava to the pool halfway up the mountain. Lu and the village head were still at the pond directing the villagers to soak the cassava, while Gu Zhaodi was asked to come back first to transport the next batch of cassava. Gu Zhaodi saw a large number of villagers gathered here from afar, and she knew that something must have happened. As they got closer, they overheard Heir Lizie's shameless words. "Hee, where did you come from, girl? What business is it of yours to meddle in my private affairs with Madame Luo?" Heir Lizie said in a roguish tone, smoothing his hair. Gu Zhaodi was originally a gentle person, but seeing so many people looking at her, she couldn't help but blush. But seeing the despair on Sister Luo's face, her eyes sharpened. She took 2 deep breaths to encourage herself, pulled Widow Luo behind her, and said with her head held high, "How could sister-in-law Luo possibly be interested in you? If she were really like what you say, would she have thought of committing suicide?" The villagers started whispering among themselves. "Yes, Widow Luo is so beautiful. Several young men in the village have their eyes on her. How could she possibly be interested in Heir Lizzie? I saw Erlazy harassing Widow Luo earlier, and Widow Luo hit him with a broom." Seeing that the favorable situation was about to turn around, Heir Lizzie glared hatefully at Gu Zhaodi. A lewd smile appeared on his face. "Zhaodi, you're still young. There are some things you don't understand. When it comes to things between men and women, it's not just about looks. I may not be good-looking, but I'm very good in that area. At first, Luo Nyangzi didn't know how powerful I was, but after she tasted the sweetness of it, she fell in love with me. The words were so vulgar and offensive that some young women and wives in the crowd blushed and spat in unison. As he spoke, Luo Nyangzi became increasingly disgusted and shameless, and she was so angry that she almost fainted. She tugged at Gu Xiaodi's sleeve, not wanting Gu Xiaodi to suffer humiliation along with her. Gu Xiaodi was a pure and innocent young woman who had never married. To Erlizzi, these words were nothing short of blatant lewdness. Her pretty face turned ashen, and she pointed a trembling finger at Erlizzi, cursing, "You're talking nonsense. Nothing good can come out of a dog's mouth." She had never been in conflict with anyone, and her vocabulary of swear words was pitifully small. She was so furious that even the most vicious curses couldn't have been uttered like this. These two sentences had no effect on Erlizzi. Using them on him was almost like praising him. He looked at Zhao Di, who stood tall and graceful, her fair face flushed red with anger, her large, jewel-like eyes misty and beautiful. His lustful thoughts rekindled, and he said flirtatiously, "Sister Zhaodi, why are you so angry? Could it be that you've also fallen for your brother and are jealous of Lady Luo?" Aunt Wang was furious. She didn't know Widow Luo well, but she did know Gu Xiaodi well. Zhao Di is always very polite to everyone. Her personality is impeccable. Erlizzi is really something today. That bastard managed to make Gu Xiaodi so angry. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to start yelling. Gu Xiaodi gritted her teeth, her first thought being, Let's go. Let's go back and find Xiao Yuan. You scoundrel, are you tired of living?" Old Mrs. Gu's voice rang out. Gu Xiaodi turned her head and saw old Madame Gu squeezing through the crowd from behind. Chapter 58, The Domineering Old Mrs. Gu. With many children and grandchildren in the family, the elderly couple didn't need to lift a finger to dig cassava. They had plenty of labor. Many people in the village had gone up the mountain, and she was really bored staying in the village, so she slowly climbed up the mountain to take a look. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the mountain, they saw Erlizzi bullying Gu Xiaodi. Everyone in Datong village knows how protective she is of her own. Although Gu Xiaodi was the eldest daughter's grandchild, she was surnamed Gu and called herself Grandma. She may not like Gu Xiaodi, but she cannot allow any outsiders to bully her. Grandma Gu stood imposingly in front of Erlizzi, shielding Gu Xiaodi behind her. "You little rascal, you've really made something of yourself. You dare to bully my Xiaodi? Do you feel like life is meaningless and want to try dying? Your grandfather died not many years ago and is buried on this mountain. If you do this, go and dig up your grandfather's grave, lift up his coffin lid, and lie down in it to squeeze in with him. It will save your father from having to make a coffin for you later. It will also be more convenient when you visit the grave in the future. You can kowtow to your son and kneel to your father at the same time." Grandma Gu launched into a long, powerful speech. Gu Xiaodi didn't cry even after being humiliated by Erlizzi. But seeing her grandmother protecting her behind her, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She covered her mouth tightly to keep herself from making a sound. Widow Luo felt a mix of emotions. She envied Gu Xiaodi immensely, and she envied the Gu family that Gu Xiaodi relied on, whose members were all incredibly reliable. Erlizzi's face stiffened, and he was somewhat embarrassed. He retorted, "I only call you Grandma Gu out of respect. Don't take advantage of your age. If you insult my grandfather and father again, I won't be polite to you. Oh my, I didn't realize you were such a filial son. Last time you fought with your father and knocked his head out, it was my old man who went to call Dr. Wei." Old Mrs. Gu chuckled. "Why weren't you filial back then? Your father must have been no better than you, raising such a despicable person." At this point, old Mrs. Gu paused for a moment, looked at Erlizzi, and clearly said, "I insulted your father, so why don't you show some politeness to me?" Gu Xiaodi was afraid that Erlizzi would get angry and do something to hurt Grandma. She walked over to old Mrs. Gu and looked at Erlizzi warily. Grandma Gu clearly understood Gu Xiaodi's thoughts. She reached out, grabbed Gu Xiaodi's hand, and pulled her closer to her. But she continued to fire off. "I'm not an old lady, but if you lay a finger on me today, my Gu family will skin you alive." Erlizzi hesitated and didn't dare to speak. None of Grandma Gu's sons and grandsons were here, but there were many people with the surname Gu in the crowd. Don't be fooled by the fact that these people seem indifferent and just watching the show. It's because old Mrs. Gu has gained the upper hand. The Gu family in Datong village has always been a close-knit group. If they see old Madame Gu being taken advantage of, these people will definitely come out to help. He knew that the face he had lost today was gone forever. He prepared to slip away, but before leaving, he wanted to say something harsh to save face. "I admit defeat today, and from now on." Before she could finish speaking, Old Mrs. Gu raised her stick and began to beat Lizzie mercilessly. The stick in her hand was a prickly pear tree she had picked from the roadside when she was tired from climbing the mountain, which she used as a walking stick. What about the future? This isn't over yet, and you still want to talk about the future? Are the girls of the Gu family just meant to be bullied? Old Mrs. Gu said, hitting and cursing at the same time. In a moment of impulsiveness, Lizzie decided to risk everything and beat up the hateful old woman. He glanced around and saw that all of Gu's sisters-in-law and aunts in the crowd were staring at him with unfriendly expressions. He had a premonition that as soon as he made a move, these women would swarm him and tear him to pieces. He dared not make any more moves and could only squat on the ground, covering his head, letting old Madame Gu's stick hit him. Fortunately, the old lady was old and soon became breathless. He crouched low and tentatively lifted his foot to try and leave. Trying to run away, old Mrs. Gu shouted, "Go apologize to my Zhaodi." Erlazy stood up shakily, bent over and shrugged as he walked up to Gu Zhaodi, forcing a smile as he said, "Sister Zhaodi, I was wrong today. I just love to talk nonsense. Please don't hold it against your brother, okay?" Gu Zhaodi didn't even want to look at him. She turned her head away in disgust and said, "You, what brother and sister nonsense? Don't talk nonsense." Yes, look at my lousy mouth." He slapped his own mouth hard. "Then, I'll be leaving now." He said this to Gu Zhaodi, but his eyes were secretly glancing at the old lady Gu. "You need to apologize to sister-in-law Luo and explain clearly whether you slandered her today," Gu Zhaodi said, pulling Widow Luo in front of her. Grandma Gu looked bewildered. She had arrived late and didn't know what Widow Luo had to do with this. Gu Zhaodi recounted the whole story to old Madame Gu. Upon hearing this, old Mrs. Gu immediately flew into a rage. She picked up the stick and started whipping him mercilessly, yelling, "You little beast! I thought you were just trying to get the upper hand verbally, but you almost caused a scene. Xiao Luo is a widow. You've tarnished her reputation. That's no different from taking her life." She hit him a few times and then stopped, leaning on the stick and panting. Gu Zhaodi quickly patted her on the back to help her catch her breath. At this time, the people who were in charge of soaking cassava at the pool gradually returned. As soon as Wang and Sun returned, they saw their old lady hitting someone with a stick. They tried to squeeze into the crowd. "Old Kuai Hu, Xiao Luo is your daughter-in-law. Are you just going to watch Lizzie throw mud at her like that?" Seeing that the elderly couple, Hu and his wife, were calmly watching the show, Grandma Gu became even angrier and pointed at Hu Lao Kuai, shouting, "Oh my, sister-in-law Gu, you're really meddling. You said that Jinx is my daughter-in-law, and I haven't said anything about my family's affairs. Why are you, an outsider, meddling in other people's business?" Granny Hu crossed her arms, raised her head, and sneered. Seeing that Granny Hu dared to argue with her, old Madame Gu's eyes sharpened. As the old saying goes, if the road is uneven, everyone will tread on it. The filthy things your Hu family has done are truly worse than those of pigs and dogs. Even if Xiao Luo were a complete stranger, let alone your daughter-in-law, you wouldn't be able to stand idly by if you ran into her. Your whole family are shallow-minded fools. Did Lizzie humiliate Widow Luo? He humiliated your Hu family. He flirted with your woman right in front of you two idiots, and instead of slapping him, you were just laughing like fools. I suspect that when you two were born, the midwife twisted your umbilical cords and twisted your brains too. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Isn't that the truth? No matter how much you dislike your daughter-in-law, it's your own business when you close the door. But helping outsiders flirt with their own daughter-in-law is something no normal person would do. Chapter 59, I Want to Sever Ties. After finally squeezing to the front, Sun and Wang saw their mother-in-law displaying her power, so they stopped rushing and stood in the crowd, content to eat their melons. Sun thought to herself, her mother-in-law is still so frightening when she gets angry. Wang's eyes lit up. When will I be able to argue as fiercely as my mother-in-law? She carefully observed old Mrs. Gu's tone of voice and even her body language, secretly learning from her. Seeing the villagers pointing and whispering about her, Granny Hu became anxious. She put her hands on her hips and said, "Flies don't land on eggs without cracks. Why doesn't Lizzie say that someone else is having an affair with him, but he insists on talking about her? She's itching for something and wants to have an affair. My son is dead. How can we, an old couple, control her?" As she spoke, she pointed and stomped her feet, spitting everywhere. Old Mrs. Gu smiled disdainfully. "That night when you framed my Xiao Yuan, you didn't say that. Didn't you say you were going to drag my Xiao Yuan to be drowned in a pig cage? What, you're happy now that it's Erlazy? Did you like Erlazy because he's ugly, or because he's skinny and has a good physique? You just wanted to marry your daughter-in-law to such a despicable wretch." Granny Hu's face turned pale and then red. Since ancient times, the practice of having extramarital affairs has been something that officials will not investigate unless the people report it. If it gets out of hand, it is not an exaggeration to say that the person will be arrested and drowned in a pig cage. The reason why Granny Hu threatened to have Gu Zhouyuan drowned in a pig cage last time was simply to extort some money from him. She knew she was no match for old Mrs. Gu in an argument, and seeing old Mrs. Hu shrinking her neck like a quail, not daring to utter a sound, she simply sat down on the ground and began to wail and scream. "My son, why did you leave in such a hurry? Why didn't you take me with you? It would have saved me from being bullied in this world." Old Mrs. Gu had seen all sorts of situations, so she didn't bother with this crazy woman. She looked at Gu Zhaodi and said, "In the future, when you encounter problems, don't rush in recklessly, or you'll suffer losses. Wait for our own people to arrive. Then we can do whatever we want." She slammed the stick she was holding onto the ground. Sun and Wang came over and stood on either side of her. That aura was like that of a female general who had won a battle. Having never heard her grandmother care about her like this before, Gu Zhaodi's eyes welled up with tears, and she was so moved that she couldn't speak, only nodding repeatedly. "Why isn't anyone working? What are you all doing gathered here?" Not far away, someone walked this way, and the one walking at the front was the village head. Uncle Village Head. Grandpa Village Head. The villagers who had been watching immediately made way for them. The village head frowned and walked to the center of the crowd. Everyone chimed in, recounting the whole story to him. The village head's face darkened as he looked at Lizzie and said, "Today, in front of me, you'd better explain yourself clearly. Did Widow Luo have an affair with you?" Lazie's mind raced as he pondered how best to say it. The village headman, seeing his eyes darting around, snorted coldly and said, "You must tell the truth. Don't take advantage of my old age and failing eyesight. If you make up some nonsense and tarnish someone's reputation, or even cause someone's death, then I won't even send you to the authorities. The village rules of Datong Village can handle you." Lazy was so shocked by the village head's words that he broke out in a cold sweat. He swallowed hard, swallowing the words he had just prepared. He had no choice but to be honest and tell the whole story of how he coveted Widow Luo's beauty, and how, when he tried to flirt with her but failed, he spread rumors that the two of them had been having an affair. He even told the village headman in detail about his inner thoughts at the time and how Granny Hu had instigated him. The villagers watching all started whispering among themselves. "That scoundrel is truly despicable. How can a young widow bear such a stigma? This guy is like a dog in heat, flirting with women wherever he goes. Which family with a daughter or wife wouldn't be wary of him? If you ask me, Granny Hu is heartless. Widow Luo is still keeping vigil for her son Husan. How could she not help her daughter-in-law, but instead help that scoundrel Lizzie? TCH, that old woman keeps saying that Widow Luo cursed her husband Husan to death. She probably just wants to force Widow Luo to her death." Old Mrs. Hu was sitting on the ground wailing, but now she saw that everyone was talking behind her back. She fell backward, spinning around on the ground, throwing a tantrum. The village head looked disgusted and took 2 steps to the side. Now that Lazy was facing the light, the village headman noticed the bruises on his face and asked in surprise, "What happened to your face? Did you get into a fight?" Lazy glanced fearfully at old Madame Gu, or more precisely, at the stick in the old lady's hand. The village head immediately understood. His sister-in-law's skills were as good as ever. His lips twitched violently, he coughed, and said to Lazy, "You harassed a respectable woman and spread rumors. According to the village rules of Datong Village, you should have been beaten 100 times and locked up at home for half a year. But judging from your appearance, you've probably already been punished with a cane." At this point, he glanced again at the stick in Grandma Gu's hand, which was probably made of prickly pear wood and was quite straight. He suppressed the urge to grab the stick and continued, "You're punished by digging cassava on this mountain. No work points." Lazy's face fell, but he dared not resist. The village head looked at Widow Luo again and couldn't help but sigh. Widow Luo was truly pitiful. She lost her husband at a young age, was kicked out of her home by her husband's family, and was also disliked by her own family. "I have nowhere to live with my 6-year-old daughter." If it weren't for Gu Lijing stepping in and having the villagers build a thatched hut for Widow Luo, the mother and daughter would probably be long gone. Widow Luo hugged Chunchung, then straightened up and looked at the village head, saying softly, "Grandpa Village Head, I want to sever ties with the Hu family." The crowd erupted in cheers. Granny Hu stopped spinning around and lay on the ground, propping herself up with one arm. She raised her head and stared blankly at Widow Luo, as if she couldn't believe her ears. "I kicked this jinx out of my house. My Hu family doesn't want her anymore. What right does she have to tell the village head that she wants to sever ties with my family? She stood up abruptly and reached out to poke Widow Luo in the face. Just as the village head was about to reprimand her, Widow Luo slapped Granny Hu's hand away. Granny Hu looked incredulous. This woman had always been someone she could easily manipulate. When she first married into the Hu family, Granny Hu set rules for her. She had been married into the Hu family for a year and was tormented by Granny Hu for that entire year. Even after being kicked out of the Hu family, Granny Hu would still come to cause trouble from time to time. Her fear of Granny Hu must have been ingrained in her very being. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a fierce glint appeared on Granny Hu's dry, old face. She raised her hand and reached out to grab Widow Luo's face, wanting to tear that vixen's face apart. Chapter 60 Delivering Meals. A hint of fear appeared on Widow Luo's face, but she stubbornly refused to back down. From this day forward, I will never back down an inch in front of this old woman. Widow Luo thought to herself. Repeated forbearance did not earn me any goodwill or support. Instead, it only resulted in others taking advantage of me more and more recklessly. The village head kicked Granny Hu in the waist, sending her tumbling over. He flew into a rage. You dare to hurt someone right in front of me, you old hag. Do you think you're something special? Old Kwai Hu ran over and helped Old Lady Hu up. Granny Hu clutched her back and cried out in pain. Ouch! Ouch! My back is broken, ouch! The village head's authority in the village was absolute. Things have gotten a bit better in the last 2 years, but in earlier years, the village heads had the right to set up their own punishment halls and punish those who violated village or clan rules by imprisonment, kneeling, caning, and other forms of punishment. If a woman commits immoral acts, a young girl loses her virginity, or commits serious crimes such as rape or theft, the village head or clan chief may beat, hang, or drown the person. Granny Hu and Heir Lizzie almost drove Widow Luo to her death today, and now they're about to hit her again. Gu Lijing kicked her once, which was already considered restraint. The village head snorted coldly. Widow Luo married into your Hu family, so she is now Hu Luo of your Hu family. As the saying goes, those who share the same surname share the same virtues, and those who share the same virtues share the same heart. If your Hu family cannot protect her, then it is only right that she sever ties with your Hu family. I will talk to the old patriarch of your Hu family today after I go down the mountain, and ask him to open the ancestral hall as soon as possible and remove the name of Hu Luo from the genealogy. Although Granny Zhao was unwilling, she dared not refute under the powerful pressure of the village head, and could only clutch her waist, groaning incessantly. Widow Luo took Chuanxing's hand and knelt down before the village head. Thank you, Grandpa Village Head. Grandma Gu helped up Widow Luo and her daughter, comforting them. Don't cry, children. You're finally free from suffering. Things will only get better from now on. All right, you've all had your fun. Stop standing around and get to work. There's still so much cassava to dig up. The village headman waved his hand sternly to shoo them away. The villagers all dispersed, but they kept whispering among themselves as they walked, reminiscing about the melons they had eaten that day. Gu Zhaodi and Widow Luo sat together peeling cassava. Sister Luo, are you planning to establish a female household? Either is fine, but to register a female household, I need to go to the county government office to change the household register. I've never been to the county government office before, so I'm a little scared. Widow Luo picked up a piece of cassava that had fallen outside the basket and put it back in. It's okay, Xiao Yuan has been there. I'll have him help you later. Gu Zhaodi smiled as she looked at Chunxing. The little girl dared not leave her mother's side for a moment. She was picking up the cassava peels that Widow Luo had peeled off and piling them up in a heap not far away. Chunxing, you'll have to change your name to Luo Chunxing from now on, Gu Zhaodi said with a smile. Chunxing was very clever. She smiled sweetly and said, Luo Chunxing is nice. It sounds much better than Hu Chunxing. In the midst of our busy work, the sun was already setting in the west. People delivering meals arrived one after another. Wash your hands thoroughly. Don't eat the cassava juice, it'll poison you, the village head shouted. Several buckets of water were placed by the edge of the woods. The village head had them carried from the pond. The villagers rushed to wash their hands. Don't push, line up. Don't wash in the bucket. Use a ladle to scoop it out, the village head shouted, trying to maintain order. After washing their hands, the people wiped themselves haphazardly on their clothes and then went to find the people who delivered their meals. Lu and Sidon, who deliver meals to the Gu family. They went straight home to cook at the pond and didn't go up the mountain with the village head and the others, so they were unaware of the conflict that had occurred on the mountain. Gu Zhaodi lifted the bowl that was upside down on the ceramic bowl as a lid and immediately smelled a fragrant aroma. A large bowl of millet rice, topped with several large slices of steamed salted pork and served with some pickled vegetables. Widow Luo, holding on to Chunsheng whose throat was bobbing, was about to find an excuse to leave. Madame Lu hurriedly called out, "Huiyu, quickly take Chunsheng to wash his hands, or the food will get cold and won't taste good." As he spoke, he placed the two large bowls on the wooden stump in front of him. Widow Luo was shocked and waved her hands repeatedly. "No need. Auntie, we're not hungry." "What nonsense are you talking about, child? You've been working all day. How could you not be hungry? Go wash your hands quickly, or you won't have the energy to peel cassava all day if you're hungry." Every household on the mountain received meals delivered to them, but Widow Luo's family consisted only of herself and her daughter. Lu discovered that both of them were on the mountain, so naturally there was no one at home to cook. Relying on her mother-in-law, Granny Hu, was absolutely impossible. When Lu was cooking, she added an extra handful of rice. Widow Luo was very uneasy. She had already troubled this family too much, and the debt of gratitude she owed was growing, which she feared she would never be able to repay in this lifetime. Sidan had already scooped a ladle of water over. "Give me your hand." She did as she was told, washed her hands, and then helped Chunsheng wash his hands as well. Gu Zhaodi helped them lift the lids of their bowls and handed them a pair of chopsticks. "Eat up. The marinade Xiao Yuan made makes this salted meat so delicious." Widow Luo gave a nasal hum and took the chopsticks. "Keep this kindness in your heart. I also reminded myself, I should bring my own food tomorrow morning, and I absolutely cannot eat other people's food at noon." With his mother's permission, Chunsheng immediately picked up the bowl and began to eat heartily. In her memory, she had never eaten rice, let alone such a large piece of meat. She was a small, thin girl, yet she quickly finished all the food in that large earthenware bowl. There wasn't a single drop left in the bowl. It was even cleaner than if it had been washed. Sidan was also engrossed in eating, while observing Chunsheng as if afraid of being outdone by the little girl. Unfortunately, he's been eating too well lately. He's had this corn rice and salted meat several times already, so his cooking speed is always a little bit slower than Chunsheng's, just a little bit. Seeing that the group was enjoying their meal, Mrs. Lu was very pleased. She took out a small bamboo tray from the food basket, on which were slices of steamed cassava. Gu Zhouyuan had all the cassava that had been soaking in the mountain pool transported down the mountain. The cassava had already been processed, so Lu steamed some and took it up the mountain. After finishing 4 eggs and a large bowl of rice, I felt like there was still room in my stomach. He grabbed 2 pieces of cassava, put one in his own mouth, and handed the other to Chunsheng. The Gu family and the widow Luo and her daughter had eaten cassava before, so eating it again now didn't evoke any special feelings. It was still the same soft, chewy, and fragrant treat. They didn't find it strange, but some people did. Among the other villagers eating on the mountain, one exclaimed in surprise, "Is this cassava? It looks delicious." After the cassava was transported down the mountain, Gu Zhouyuan gave each of the villagers who helped him with the work 2 jin, 1 kilogram, of cassava to try. These families all had someone to cook for them. Hearing that the cassava had been processed and was no longer poisonous, the family members cooked it and gave it to their relatives who were digging for cassava on the mountain. Chapter 61 Taste the Taste of Cassava. Ergo's wife, give me a bite. A woman, her eyes gleaming, reached out her chopsticks to grab a bite from the other person's bowl. Ergo's wife quickly turned around and dodged. "No, I only have a few pieces too. Eat your vegetable porridge instead." "Lucky wife, can I have a piece to try? I'll trade you some vegetable dumplings, okay?" A man said with a fawning smile. Gu Youfu's wife covered the bowl. "I don't want to eat your wild vegetable dumplings. Everyone who worked for Xiao Yuan got cassava. Who told you to quit on your own? However, it's all thanks to your withdrawal that my family was able to get a job. We earn 40 coins a day and could even eat cassava." That man was one of the 6 people who left Gu Zhiyuan's water diversion team that morning. He regretted it then, and now, after being hit by Gu Youfu's wife's barrage of attacks, he was even more filled with remorse. His wife and mother scolded him, saying he wasn't smart enough. With such high wages and a full meal included, there were no openings for others, but he quit on his own initiative. Some villagers got to taste cassava by asking for it or exchanging it with people they had good relationships with. These people were showing off as they ate the cassava, deliberately displaying expressions of enjoyment. The other villagers were getting anxious. They kept saying that cassava was edible, but they had been digging on the mountain for so long and hadn't even tasted whether it was bitter or sweet. 4 eggs, can I have a taste? Aunt Wang asked with a smile as she approached, holding a bowl of vegetable porridge. Gu Sidon was half lying on the small bamboo tray containing cassava, shaking his head like a rattle drum. His family had argued with Aunt Wang's family. The night they came back from digging cassava, Aunt Wang even came over and made fun of them. Aunt Wang's smile froze. This Si Dan didn't give her any face at all. Gu Zhaodi pulled Si Dan up, took 2 pieces of steamed cassava from the bamboo tray, and put them into Aunt Wang's bowl. Gu Sidon and the others were unaware of what had happened before, but Gu Zhaodi had heard about it from Widow Luo. Previously, when Widow Luo was falsely accused by Heir Lizzie and was isolated and helpless, only this seemingly worldly and slick woman dared to stand up for her. Aunt Wang was overjoyed. She picked up a piece of cooked cassava, took a bite, and exclaimed, delicious. Even better than brown rice. She thought for a moment and then said, could you give me 2 more pieces so my daughters, Doenai and Aranai, can have some? Doenai and Aranai stood not far away. Although they also wanted to try what the cassava tasted like, they couldn't help but blush when they saw their mother so shamelessly asking for some. Gu Zhaodi smiled and picked up several more pieces, which Aunt Wang quickly handed over her bowl to take. She thanked him, walked away with her head held high, and picked up a piece of cassava as she went. She looked left and right at the village women who had nothing to eat, and smiled smugly. Lu and Sun were also surrounded by some people. The meal was prepared at home by Daju's wife, Huang Yang, and delivered up the mountain by Master Gu. Each of them carried a large bowl of boiled cassava, sprinkled with chopped chives. Unable to resist the pleas of her cousins, Sun gave away pieces of cassava from her bowl. Wang ignored everyone. Want some? Sure, bring something in exchange. Vegetable paste? No way. Dark, lumpy skin? No way. Wild vegetable dumplings? No way. Boiled eggs? No. Wait, this can be changed. With many people, things get done. In less than a day, almost all the cassava here had been dug up, not even counting the time spent watching Heir Lizzie and Widow Luo. Now all that's left in the field are some thin cassava stalks and a few fish that escaped the net and were broken in the mud. About 3,000 caddies of cassava were processed and transported to the pond, and at least half of them were still unpeeled. The unprocessed cassava was piled into 5 heaps of varying sizes, and the villagers beamed with joy at the sight of these piles of grain. It's getting late, and it will be dark by the time we get down the mountain. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, half the men and half the women will come here to continue processing the cassava. The rest of you, come with me to the West Mountain to dig for cassava. The village head arranged the tasks for tomorrow. Should we leave some people here to watch over the cassava, in case someone steals it? Aunt Wang looked at the grain scattered all over the ground, feeling very uneasy. The village head thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, no need. It's cold on the mountain at night, and we'd have to send someone down to get bedding, which would take a lot of time. It's not safe to be on the mountain in the dark either. What if someone steals our cassava? Granny Zhao squeezed to the front and asked. Yes, this is all grain that we worked so hard to dig out of the soil. We can't let thieves take it, a villager chimed in. I'm not afraid of the cold or the dark. I'll stay and watch the grain. Is there any other brother who wants to come with me? A man shouted. I'll stay. Me too. Several people raised their hands. They were all terrified of hunger. Putting themselves in their shoes, if they knew there were thousands of kilograms of grain on the mountain, unattended, they too would be tempted to have wicked thoughts. The village headman made several gesturing gestures to quiet the noisy villagers down. Right now, only people in our village know that cassava is edible, so if anyone's going to steal it, it'll be someone from our village. But these cassava are meant to be shared among everyone, so I believe people in our village wouldn't do such a thing, right? The village headman shouted the words "is it?" as he spoke. Yes, the villagers shouted in unison. The village head nodded in satisfaction and said, however, as the saying goes, one should always be wary of others. To prevent a single bad apple from spoiling the whole bunch, please go back and keep an eye on each other. If you find any problems, come to my house to find me. The crowd responded in agreement. By the time we reached the foot of the mountain, it was already getting dark. Everyone on Guzhou Yuan's side had already finished work and gone home. When the village had arrived at Guzhou Yuan's house, he saw that the yard was covered with straw mats and piled high with snow-white cassava. Second grandfather, please come in and sit down. Gu Zhouyuan came out of the house to greet him. Xiao Yuan, have all the cassava in this yard been detoxified? The village head followed Gu Zhouyuan into the house and sat down. Second grandfather. Second grandfather. The 4 people inside greeted each other. The village head smiled and nodded in response. That's right. The cassava has been soaking in the pool for 7 days. Now, as long as it's cooked thoroughly, it's no longer poisonous. By the way, when I told you about soaking for 7 days, I meant soaking in a deep pool for 7 days. If you're soaking it in a wooden tub at home, you'll have to keep changing the water, Gu Zhouyuan said after thinking for a moment. I understand. The village head nodded. Speaking of the water damage, that's why I came here today to talk to you about it. Gu Zhouyuan sat down opposite the village head, pretending to listen attentively. We dug up about 6,000 jin of cassava today, and we will continue to dig in Shishan tomorrow. You said that it's best to soak only about 3,000 caddies at a time in the pool, otherwise it might pollute the water. It takes 7 days to soak each batch before the next batch can be soaked. Fresh cassava isn't like wheat or millet. I'm afraid it will rot if it's just piled up there. Chapter 62, Gaining a Good Reputation. Gu Zhouyuan listened and nodded. Second grandfather's concerns are correct. Fresh cassava does not keep well. The village head came today hoping to hear if Gu Zhouyuan had any good ideas, but now that he heard Gu Zhouyuan seemed to have no solution either, he couldn't help but feel troubled. He thought for a moment and tentatively suggested, "How about we don't go up the mountain to dig tomorrow? We can wait until we finish this batch before digging for the next one. The cassava is growing in the soil, so it won't rot, right?" Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. "Cassava isn't our own crop, so we can't harvest it whenever we want. We didn't know this thing was edible before, so we let it grow for years without anyone interfering. But things are different now. Everyone knows that cassava can be used as food. It grows on the mountain and is unclaimed. Whoever grabs it first gets it. Even if you can stop the people in Datong village from digging, can you stop people from other villages from stealing from them?" Seeing that the village head seemed to want to say something, Gu Zhouyuan smiled and continued. "You might say that other villages don't know that cassava is edible, so they won't come to dig it up. But you should know that secrets don't stay hidden forever. Many of the women in the village are daughters who married into the village from other villages. Can you control what everyone says?" The village head opened his mouth, then lowered his head dejectedly, clearly feeling dejected. "We can't decide whether to dig up the cassava or not. What should we do?" Gu Zhouyuan, however, looked relaxed. "I have another way to process cassava. It doesn't require soaking, and it keeps well." Before he could finish speaking, the village head suddenly looked up at him, his eyes filled with hope. "What is it?" Gu Zhouyuan, being stared at by the village head, swallowed hard and continued. "It's just a bit time-consuming." He stopped being mysterious and revealed the method directly. "Just peel and slice the cassava, then dry it in the sun. Dried cassava can last for a year or two without spoiling." The village head's eyes lit up. "This is a good idea. There's a drought and water shortage right now, so drying things out is a great solution. So how do you eat the dry cassava? Just boil it. Do you need to soak it?" the village head asked impatiently. "After being exposed to the sun, all the toxins in the cassava are removed. It can be cooked and eaten directly, or ground into powder to make cassava cakes, or filled with fillings to make cassava rice cakes or steamed buns. There are so many ways to eat it." The village headman beamed. "Then tomorrow I'll lead the whole village to harvest the cassava before the other villages realize what's happening." "Second grandfather," Gu Zhouyuan called out, and the excited village head turned around to look. "What's wrong?" "I want our Datong village to go all out to harvest for 7 days, and then you can report the cassava processing method to the county government and have the county magistrate promote it throughout the county. What do you think?" Gu Zhouyuan said with a serious expression. The village head was taken aback for a moment. Then he understood. Looking at the upright young man in front of him, he felt a sense of awe and respect. This year is destined to be a year of famine, so instead of keeping the method of processing cassava to himself, he shared it so that everyone in the village could have something to eat. Now he wants to let more people know about this method so that more people can survive. He, the village head, had just been thinking about how to get the villagers to keep the secret. Compared to the young man in front of him, he felt a little embarrassed. But that trace of shame was instantly dispelled by the pride welling up in his chest. This outstanding young man is from his village, and he is a family man. He patted Gu Zhouyuan on the shoulder forcefully, nodded, and walked out of Gu Zhouyuan's house laughing. In reality, Gu Zhouyuan was not as noble as the village headman thought. He simply felt that Datong village couldn't possibly keep this secret forever, and rather than being forced to compromise in the end, it would be better to tell it out on his own initiative and gain a good reputation. Lu came out of the kitchen. "The food is ready. Your second grandfather has left? Why didn't you invite him to stay for dinner?" Gu Zhouyuan spread his hands helplessly and said. He didn't say anything. He just suddenly laughed and left. Lu was completely confused, but she didn't delve into it. She nodded and said, "Dinner's ready." Gu Zhaodi had already set out the bowls and chopsticks. White rice porridge with dried radish and cooked cassava. Gu Zhouyuan really enjoyed this light dinner, which was similar to his eating habits in his previous life. Gu sighed and felt that this meal was nothing special. It had both dry and liquid dishes, but no meat or eggs. Overall, it's neither good nor bad, just passable. This kid used to enjoy simple wild vegetable porridge with gusto, but now that he's only had a few good days, he's already being picky. After dinner, Gu Zhou early childhood education class began. On the wall next to the dining table hangs a smooth, polished wooden board. Gu Zhou held a sharpened piece of charcoal in his hand and wrote on the wooden board, "If not taught, nature will change." At the beginning of life, human nature is good, a lesson I taught a few days ago. Gu Sidon learned the fastest among them, perhaps because he was the youngest. Gu Zhaodi and Si Dan and the others all sat upright. After being taught several times, all of them could read it. Try to understand the meaning of the phrase, "If you don't teach, your nature will change yourselves." Si Dan, you tell me. Gu Zhou pointed at Gu Si Dan. Si Dan, whose name was called by the gentleman, stood up. He lowered his head and pondered, muttering to himself, "If I don't teach him, if I don't teach him." Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he looked up and exclaimed, "I know. If the dog at home stops barking, don't worry, it must have been taken away by Grandma." Gu Zhou was utterly bewildered. "This, go means if," he said through gritted teeth, pointing to the character O on the wooden board. He casually wrote the character for dog next to it, and said in a deep voice, "This is the dog for puppy." Gu Zhaodi covered her mouth and chuckled. Gu Dedi's face turned bright red as he tried hard not to laugh out loud. Gu Sidon scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and chuckled awkwardly twice. "Hey, by the way, third brother, didn't you say a while ago that you wanted to raise a puppy to watch the ducks? Why are you still raising one now?" Si Dan suddenly remembered this. These days, most families are barely able to feed themselves, let alone have enough to eat to feed dogs. Gu Zhou inquired around and found that only about 10 households in the entire village kept dogs, and none of the dogs had given birth to puppies this year. When the living environment becomes harsh, animals will stop reproducing. Gu Zhou suddenly remembered this sentence from his past life. Gu Zhou thought that he might as well just buy a dog from the mall, but he was afraid it would be difficult to explain where it came from. "I'm going to the county town to transport grain tomorrow, so I can pick up a dog while I'm at it." He snapped out of his daze, glared at Si Dan, and shouted, "We're teaching him to read right now. What are you talking about raising a dog for?" Si Dan shrank his neck, stuck out his tongue, and slowly sat back down in his seat. Gu Zhou cleared his throat. "This sentence means, if children are not properly educated from a young age, their kind nature will turn bad." The three siblings listened attentively. After washing the dishes, Lu looked at this scene and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 63, Dividing Cassava. "Brother Gu." Someone knocked on the courtyard gate and called out from outside. Because the duck pen wasn't finished yet, the dozens of ducks were still being herded out to eat grass and insects during the day and kept in the yard at night. Therefore, the gate to Gu Zhou's courtyard was always closed. Lu went over and opened the courtyard gate, where she saw Granny's son with her grandson, Mutu. "Aunt's son, Mutu, have you had dinner yet?" Lu Shur stepped aside to invite them into the house. Grandma's son chuckled. I've eaten. Grandma's son, how are you recovering?" Gu Zhou put down his charcoal pencil and walked over to ask. Gu Zhaodi and Gu Dedi each brought over a stool. Grandma's son nodded and thanked him. "I'm much better now. I can eat and sleep well. It's all thanks to you, Brother Gu. You saved this old woman and also saved this kid, Mutu." Gu Zhou waved his hand and said, No, you can just call me Xiaoyuan. That's what my grandma calls me." After a pause, he continued, "Don't talk about saving them or not. Collecting grasshoppers is a business I run. That's how I make money." Grandma's son chuckled and said, "You silly child, still trying to comfort me. I've lived most of my life, and I'm practically buried up to my chin. Can't I see through this little thing? I'm not going to talk to you about repaying or not repaying you with my old bones. I suppose you've lived a life without any disasters or hardships, and you don't need this old woman's help." Gu Zhou waved his hands repeatedly, saying in a flustered manner, No, I wouldn't dare. No need. Grandma's son pulled the wooden figure over, saying, "I am grateful for your kindness, so let my little grandson repay it slowly in the future, and also repay my share." Son Mutu immediately lay down on the ground and began kowtowing repeatedly. Gu Zhou quickly stepped forward and helped the log up. She scolded, "You're a grown man now. You can't kneel on the ground so easily, understand?" Son Mutu looked at Gu Zhou and obediently nodded. "I don't kneel to just anyone. Grandma said that I should respect you like my own father from now on." Gu Zhou's face darkened, his mouth gaped open, and he was so frightened that he couldn't utter a single word. Si Dan had been copying the words on the wooden board onto paper. Hearing Son Mutu's words, he turned around and asked in confusion, "If third brother becomes your father, then shouldn't you call me Uncle Si Dan?" Gu Zhou's face darkened even more. The next day, Gu Zhouyuan instructed Gu Dedi to lead the helpers to continue digging the irrigation canal on the mountain. He went to the village head's house early in the morning, and the two discussed that from now on, the cassava dug up would be transported directly down the mountain without being soaked in the pond. On the one hand, there are too many toxins, and there is a fear that they will completely ruin the water in the deep pool. On the other hand, freshly soaked cassava will rot if not eaten within a few days, so it must be dried before it can be stored as food. Gu Zhouyuan invited everyone from the old house, as well as Widow Luo, to his home. We're getting ready to start dividing the cassava. It was just borrowed from the village head's house. It's a large scale used in the village for weighing grain. Everyone already knew yesterday that cassava had been transported here, but seeing these piles of cassava still filled them with excitement. Gu Zhouyuan pretended to take out a small ledger, appearing very professional. Actually, the notebook contained lyrics by Wu Bai that he wrote when he was bored. Now we're using it as a fake ledger, since nobody here can read anyway. He read aloud from the notepad. I heard you say, the sun rises and sets. Sister Luo and Chunsheng worked for a day and a half, a total of 3 workdays, and were given 300 jin of cassava. He picked up a carbon black pen and scribbled something haphazardly on the notebook. Gu Zhouyuan had promised to give her 300 jin of cassava long ago, and Widow Luo had refused before, but it didn't work out. Now she didn't say anything more and happily accepted the 3 large baskets full of cassava. Gu Zhouyuan closed the ledger and laughed. The rest, Grandpa and Grandma, you can take half of it. Everyone was a bit confused. What kind of account book is this? I thought there would be detailed work days for each person, and then the work would be allocated reasonably according to the level of contribution of men, women, the elderly and children. Is it really this simple and crude? Gu Sidon really wanted to see how his third brother kept those accounts. He had learned quite a few characters in the past few days, so he slowly walked over and tried to take the notebook from his third brother's hand, but Gu Zhouyuan slapped it away. Gu Monsong hurriedly said, Xiao Yuan, you're not dividing it properly. You're giving too much. Gu Manton chimed in, that's right. We didn't go the first day, and you guys dug up over 1,000 caddies. How can you divide it in half among your families? Wang felt a sharp pain in her heart. How could these 2 brothers be so clueless? Gu Zhouyuan said calmly, did you keep accounts? Gu Monsong and Gu Manton looked at each other, puzzled. What was Xiao Yuan saying? I don't quite understand. Gu Zhouyuan waved the ledger in his hand. I've kept the accounts. That's what it says in the ledger. Gu Monsong. Gu Manton. Wang immediately felt relieved. She had long known that the Gu family was dim-witted, but now it seemed that Xiao Yuan was even more dim-witted. Gu Zhouyuan looked at the people who had started moving cassava, thought for a moment, and instructed them. Cassava spoils easily, so just keep enough for a few days. Dry the rest so they can be stored for a long time. You can also grind them into powder and make glutinous rice cakes later. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sidan asked again, Third brother, you told Grandpa Village Head yesterday that we can peel and dry them directly without soaking them in water. Since drying them will remove the toxins, why do we soak them in water for 7 days? Gu Zhouyuan said in a serious tone, soaking it in water and then drying it makes it safer and tastes better. Sidan said, oh, indicating that he understood. Gu Zhouyuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I won't tell you. It's because I didn't think of these things at the time. After distributing the cassava, Gu Zhouyuan drove Gu Yotsai's ox cart, which had several empty bamboo baskets on it, all covered with straw mats. Brother Gu, are you going to the city? An old woman from the village called out. Yes, ma'am. We're taking grasshoppers to the city to exchange for grain. Gu Zhouyuan said, pointing to the empty basket on the truck. Oh, that's great. By the way, Brother Gu, could you please bring me back 2 ounces of salt? No problem. Once in the city, Gu Zhouyuan wandered around the streets aimlessly, passing by an oil and salt shop where he bought 2 ounces of coarse salt. He wanted to look around on the street first to see if he could buy a local dog. Unfortunately, there probably aren't any pet stores in this world. Gu Zhouyuan wandered around for ages but didn't see any dogs for sale. Looks like I'll have to buy one from the store. He walked to the same secluded alley as before and searched through them all. Tibetan Mastiffs? They're too fierce and eat too much. No way. Huskies? He keeps dogs to guard the house, not to destroy it. No way. A Labrador? Such a kind dog, overly friendly to people, even sees thieves as family. No way. As for Tai Ritian, that scoundrel is not even worth considering. After much deliberation, Gu Zhouyuan spent 200 mall coins to buy a country dog. They are hardy and easy to raise, won't get sick from the change of environment, and are excellent at guarding the house. The key is that you don't have to rack your brains to make up lies to explain the source when you get home. Chapter 64 Insatiable Desire. We went into the pastry shop. My older sister likes sweets, so I brought her some pastries to take home. There are many workers in the family, and their daily meals consume a lot of vegetables, rice, and noodles. Then I went to the vegetable market entrance in the West Market. There weren't many kinds of seasonal vegetables available now, so I bought whatever I could find: eggplant, cucumber, chives, and garlic. Tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, and the like have not yet been introduced to the world for cultivation. We'll find an excuse to introduce these species ahead of schedule later. The truck came with empty baskets, but returned with baskets full of rice, flour, and vegetables. As soon as Gu Zhouyuan arrived at the big locust tree at the village entrance, a group of elderly people who had stayed in the village surrounded him. "Brother Gu, why did you buy so many vegetables? And half a pig too. My goodness, how much money did this cost?" With so many helpers at Brother Gu's house, he must eat quite a lot every day. Those people only get 30 coins a day, and they still eat so well. In the village, anyone building a house receives free help, and a meal is provided at noon. Those with more money would make some dark-colored steamed buns, which were considered the best food available. Some families' lunch consisted of wild vegetable dumplings and vegetable porridge. It's unheard of to have both meat and vegetables like Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled and said, "It's all hard work, so we need to eat well to do the job well." The straw mats on the baskets had all been torn off by the old women. "There's so much millet. It must weigh over 100 pounds, an elderly woman with white hair exclaimed. Everyone else's eyes lit up too. Most of these elderly women have never been to the city in their lives, and therefore have no broad perspective. "I've seen this much grain before, but it's all harvested from our own fields, and the tax collectors come and take away most of it in no time. If this family buys so much grain, how rich must they be? You made money collecting grasshoppers, huh? Otherwise, how could you spend money so lavishly?" A sarcastic voice rang out. "I didn't know they made so much money selling grasshoppers for a pound. And you're all so grateful." Erlazy's mother sauntered over, her hands tucked into her sleeves and her shoulders hunched. This old woman is just like Erlazy, lazy and idle. She had previously complained that digging cassava was too tiring, and she and Erlai kept pushing each other, each wanting the other to go up the mountain to dig cassava so that they could rest. Finally, the two decided to settle their differences by playing rock, paper, scissors. Erlazy lost and reluctantly went up the mountain to work. Later, he even harassed Widow Luo. He is now in a state of labor reform. Upon hearing her say this, the group of elderly women immediately began to whisper among themselves. What Erlazy's mother said seems to be true. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer grasshoppers to catch, and sometimes a person can't even catch a pound in a day. I heard that wealthy people in the capital like to eat grasshoppers. Those gentlemen are very generous, so these grasshoppers might be quite valuable. A pound of millet yields only a small amount, while a pound of grasshoppers requires almost half a basket. It seems like a bad deal to trade them like this. Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow. That's right, these grasshoppers are quite valuable. The gentlemen in the capital are willing to pay a high price to buy them. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder. Erlazy's mother immediately became smug. Look, I told you, we worked ourselves to the bone catching grasshoppers in the fields, and he made a killing by selling them." Gu Zhouyuan smiled without saying a word. He pulled the straw curtain over the bamboo basket and drove off to go home. Two old women blocked the ox cart, their faces bearing fake smiles. "Gu Sanner, how much are your grasshoppers per pound? Where do you sell them?" Gu Zhouyuan smiled even more broadly, but he didn't answer. He just glanced at the group of people in front of him. Only two old women jumped out to stop the car. The others were just whispering among themselves. An old woman came over and tugged at the old woman who was stopping the car, saying somewhat angrily, "Why are you asking about these things? Brother Gu is only willing to exchange grain with you because he's kind-hearted and wants to help us. Have you forgotten that your grandson was so hungry at night that he gnawed on the bedboard?" Erlazy's mother chuckled twice. "Kind-hearted. If you were truly kind-hearted, you wouldn't be making money off our fellow villagers." She spared no effort in stirring things up, trying to incite more people to join the group. She couldn't stand seeing others do well, and on top of that, Erlazy had been beaten to a pulp by the old lady of the Gu family and had to work on the mountain for free every day. She didn't dare to seek revenge on old Madame Gu, so she picked on Gu Zhouyuan, an easy target. Sure enough, the old woman flung her hand away. "What are you pretending to be a good person for? Your eldest and second sons both work for Gu Sanner. He bribed you with 60 coins a day." Another old woman who stopped the car chimed in. "We're exhausted from working in the fields, our backs ache, and all we can get in a day is a few grasshoppers to exchange for a little bit of millet. That's barely enough for our whole family to eat some thin gruel." She pointed to the ox cart and said, "Look at them. They don't have to do anything. Yet they buy all this big fish and meat, and they even have so many people helping them out. Even a wealthy man wouldn't be this extravagant. Erlazy's mother raised her arms and shouted, "That Gu Laosan is a leech, sucking the blood of our fellow villagers." As she spoke, her eyes darted around at the still swaying crowd. "Suck your grandma's leg," Granny's son shouted angrily. Son Mutu went up the mountain to dig cassava with the village head and the others, while Granny's son caught grasshoppers in the wheat field. There weren't many grasshoppers in the field, and I didn't catch many even after trying for a while. She thought of going to the wasteland at the foot of the mountain, where it was overgrown with weeds, and there should be quite a few grasshoppers. She saw a crowd gathered under the big locust tree in the distance. She wasn't one for crowds. She was truly starving and just wanted to catch more grasshoppers to trade with Xiao Yuan for some food. She walked with her head down, passing through the crowd, just as she heard Erlazy's mother shout, "Gu Laosan is a leech." She was furious and threw down the bamboo basket before rushing over. Erlazy's mother was stunned. "Are you crazy? Why are you cursing at me?" Granny's son glared at him. "What blood has Xiao Yuan sucked from you? Without him, you'd all starve to death like this old woman sooner or later. What blood do you have for him to suck?" The onlookers nodded in agreement. Granny's son was right. What could these poor mountain people possibly have to offer others something to smoke? Erlazy's mother was afraid of old Lady Gu, but not of Granny's son. She put her hands on her hips and said, "He bought our grasshoppers at a low price and then sold them at a high price. Look at his family. They raise ducks and dig fish ponds. Where does all this money come from? It's all earned by us catching grasshoppers one by one. Don't you think he's sucking our blood?" Those wavering people started nodding again, and Erlazy's mother wasn't wrong. If it weren't for them catching grasshoppers, Gu Zhouyuan's family wouldn't be living such a good life. Chapter 65. Please, get the hell out of here. Granny's son's eyes turned red with anxiety. "You ungrateful wretches. Those grasshoppers are ruining the crops in the fields, but none of you have the ability to sell them for a high price." The mother-in-law who just spoke up for Gu Zhouyuan, both of her sons, Denyo and Ernyo, worked for Gu Zhouyuan. She retorted indignantly, "Isn't it just jealousy? They can't stand to see others doing well. They eat their food and then curse others. A bunch of shallow-minded old women. Hey, what are you two pretending to be good people for? So eager to show your loyalty? If I'm an ingrate, you two are just lapdogs. All you do is wag your tails." Erlazy's mother said disdainfully, and then rolled her lower eyelids with her hand, making a mocking expression. The short old woman who stopped the car also said, "We didn't say anything bad about him. We just wanted to know where to buy grasshoppers." Granny's son wanted to go up and argue with her, but Gu Zhouyuan stopped her. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and looked around, saying, "We're all from the same village. I can tell you where I collect grasshoppers." Granny's son and Aunt Denyo's expressions changed. "This child is too kind. If you act like this, these ingrates will only think you are weak and easy to bully, and they will become even more ruthless." "Xiao Yuan, don't say it," Granny's son said anxiously. Erlazy's mother was a little stunned. Was this kid a bit dim-witted? How could he say something like that? If it were her, she would take this secret to her grave, even in death. The other villagers watching also had their eyes light up. Although exchanging grasshoppers for rice was already a good deal, wouldn't it be even better if they could sell them for a higher price? Humans are always greedy. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, "I can tell you where they buy grasshoppers at high prices. Is there anyone else who wants to know?" "Everyone, stand on Erlazy's side. I will never accept anything from your family again." Hearing this, some of the eager buyers became hesitant. Things were actually quite good now, and they didn't know if selling to others would be a reliable option. Two old women stepped out of the crowd and stood next to Erlazy's mother. "It's a fool not to make money when there's opportunity. If I can sell it at a high price, of course I'll sell it at a high price. Who cares if you buy it? Then I'll go and collect grasshoppers from other people, make a lot of money, and buy rice and meat to fill an ox cart." "Only 4? That's all?" Gu Zhouyuan asked. A murmur rippled through the crowd, but ultimately no one stepped forward. "Okay, then I'll tell you exactly where they're collecting grasshoppers." Gu Zhouyuan nodded. The 4 old women, who had a premonition that they were about to make a fortune, had burning eyes, and even the silent villagers' hearts began to race. Gu Zhouyuan stood on the ox cart shaft and shouted, "The McDonald's in Beijing. They're buying grasshoppers at high prices." Everyone was dumbfounded. How come there's a restaurant in our county called Beijing McDonald's? That's such a strange name. Which restaurant in the county sells chicken, the one that sells it in the capital? Is it in the East Market or the West Market? The short old woman asked loudly. "Oh, it's not in our county." Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. "It's in the capital. The restaurant is called McDonald's." The short, old woman panicked a little. "The capital? You're not kidding me, are you?" Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, I don't have time to joke with you. The capital is only about 3,000 miles away, not far at all. Go sell it there, the price is higher. The four old women were almost in tears. 3,000 miles isn't far. These old bones of theirs will probably be buried there by the time they reach the capital. Everyone present finally realized that Gu Zhouyuan was making fun of them. Granny Sun and Aunt Degno breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at each other, and both wanted to laugh. Erlazy's mother threw a tantrum, saying, "You clearly sold grasshoppers in the county, so why are you making us sell them in the capital?" "Oh," Gu Zhouyuan said calmly. "The county will eventually sell them in the capital anyway. I'm afraid you'll feel like you're selling them at a loss. Let's go to the capital, they're more expensive there." "No, we just want to sell it in the county town." "Tell us where," the short old woman said, pulling on the ox's reins. "Get out of here." Gu Zhouyuan's smile vanished. "You can sell wherever you want. Why should I tell you? You're all so spoiled." The two old women who stepped forward later turned pale. The family now relies entirely on catching grasshoppers and exchanging them for food with Gu Zhouyuan to survive. This time, he won't accept their food, and they'll probably be scolded to death by their family when they get home. One of the old women said, trembling, "Brother Gu, can we sell the county town to you instead of the county town itself?" Gu Zhouyuan was amused by his anger. He said with a forced smile, "That's definitely not going to work. My price is so cheap, how could I possibly bleed you dry?" The other old woman was almost in tears. She pleaded, "No, no, we're willing to let you suck our blood." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was wrong and quickly changed his words, saying, "You didn't suck our blood, you were helping us." Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow. "I don't want to help you anymore. What can you do about it? Am I just bored out of my mind?" To be Mao's savior. They're eager to help others, holding their heads high, and will seize any opportunity to bite you back. Now that I've stopped playing, they've lowered themselves and are begging for mercy. The short old woman burst into tears with a loud, "Ah," and she tried to go up and pull at Gu Zhouyuan's clothes. Gu Zhouyuan reached out and lifted his clothes to dodge her grabbing hand. Tears and snot streamed down her face as she wailed, "You can't do this. If we don't get the grain, my whole family will starve to death. My old man will beat me to death when he gets back." Gu Zhouyuan remained unmoved and coldly said, "Starve to death? Then please die somewhere far away." Old Mrs. Who collapsed to the ground, wailing and crying. The other old woman who stopped the car stood there blankly, as if her soul had been taken away, unable to utter a single word. Those who had wavered before were secretly relieved that they hadn't stood up back then, otherwise they would have cried along with these people. The instigator, Erlazy's mother, has become docile now. She previously thought Gu Zhouyuan was an easy target, someone she could manipulate at will. Later, after winning over a few greedy people with a few words, she felt even more that Gu Zhouyuan was not only a pushover, but also a simpleton. Now I realized they were just teasing them. She knew Gu Zhouyuan would definitely hold a grudge against her, so she didn't plan to do what those old women did and try to appease her. Because speaking softly is useless, it will only invite ridicule. She tried to run away as soon as she could. When the short old woman saw her trying to run away, she jumped up from the ground in a flash. He grabbed Erlazy's mother by the hair and yelled, "It's all your fault, you bitch. If you hadn't stirred things up, I wouldn't be like this." The other three old women also came to their senses. "Yes, we originally just came to see what good things Brother Gu bought from the county. Back then, everyone was happy and laughing. How did things end up like this?" It was this vicious and malicious woman, Erlazy's mother, who stirred up trouble as soon as she arrived. We've been bewitched by her too. They stared intently at Erlazy's mother, venting all their despair and resentment on this instigator. One of them took the lead, and the three of them pounced on Erlazy's mother and started tearing at her. He appeared to be insane. Chapter 66, Second Cousin Arrives. Gu Zhouyuan had no interest in watching a few old women bicker. He drove his ox cart around the pile of people lying on the ground and went home. My family is all busy on the mountain. The ducks aren't in the yard. I wonder where Si Den has sent them to graze. Gu Zhouyuan carried the 2 baskets of grain into the room where he was sleeping. Meat and vegetables are kept in the main room, while the yard is the territory of chickens, ducks, and geese. If left in the yard, they would probably be eaten clean. The little dog was probably a bit uncomfortable in the unfamiliar environment and kept following Gu Zhouyuan's heels. This is a little yellow dog, a fluffy ball of fur. When it runs fast, it sometimes falls down and rolls on the ground. What should we name the puppy? Gu Zhouyuan pondered. Since it's a yellow dog, let's call it by that name, as is customary. Beginner, right? Xiao Bai, sit down. Sit down. Gu Zhouyuan tried calling out twice. Little White wagged its tail, obediently lay down, and then rolled over, turning its belly up. Actually, There are a lot of cassava on the mountain, but it can't withstand so many people from the whole village digging them up. Now the cassava doesn't need to be soaked in water. More than 200 people went to various hilltops to dig. It is estimated that they will dig for another day at most tomorrow, and the cassava in the several hilltops within the Datong village area will be basically finished. In reality, the amount distributed to each household in the end may not be that much. Datong village has more than 140 households and a total population of about 1,000. If each person can get 30 to 50 jin, 15 to 25 kilograms, of food, they would be grateful. Gu Zhouyuan had plenty of grain, but he only kept 20 or 30 caddies of cassava for himself. He sold the rest to the market when no one was around. After these days of trading grasshoppers and this cassava harvest, the balance in the system has exceeded 10,000. Mall coins can't be used like silver, and he can't keep buying ginseng to resell. They need to come up with a long-term way to make his hidden wealth appear under a legitimate reason. Auntie, just as I was thinking, I heard someone calling from outside. Gu Zhouyuan stopped tickling Xiaobai's belly, stood up, and looked towards the door. Gu Zhouyuan felt that this person looked somewhat familiar, and he frowned as he searched his memory. Connecting this to what he had just said outside, Gu Zhouyuan finally remembered who this person was. This is his second cousin, Lu Erbao, the second son of his maternal uncle. This second cousin has only visited a handful of times over the years. The most recent time was apparently when the original owner's father was buried. Second cousin, what brings you here? Gu Zhouyuan greeted him as he stepped forward. Lu Erbao had never liked his third cousin. He had heard from his family that his third cousin was lazy, good for nothing, and a spendthrift. He forced a smile and said, Xiao Yuan, I'm here to see my aunt. I have something to tell her. Gu Zhouyuan used his toe to knock the little white dog next to him over. The little white dog scrambled to its feet and ran over to rub against his feet again. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled and said, My mother isn't home. She went up the mountain with my eldest sister and the others. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan was the only person in the house, Lu Erbao understood what was going on. My aunt's family is probably out of food. Last time my aunt went to his house to borrow money, my aunt gave her 2 caddies of millet. So many days have passed, and those 2 pounds of millet should have been finished by now, no matter how thrifty you are. My aunt is definitely up in the mountains digging for wild vegetables now. A look of disgust flashed across Lu Erbao's face. The whole family, even Si Dan, had gone out to dig for wild vegetables. It was a shame that his third cousin, such a big guy, was just staying at home teasing the cats and dogs. He couldn't even maintain the fake smile on his face, and said coldly, When your aunt comes back, tell her that Chunhua is getting married the day after tomorrow and invite her to the wedding banquet. Gu Zhouyuan didn't know what had gotten into his second cousin. Why was he suddenly so cold, like someone owed him money? He nodded in agreement. Second cousin, come in and sit down. Lu Erbao waved his hand expressionlessly. No, since the message has been delivered, I'll head back now. With that, he turned and walked out. Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly said, Why are you leaving so soon? Aren't you going to stay for dinner? Lu Erbao acted as if he hadn't heard, and walked even faster. Dinner? Your family is starving. What are you going to eat for dinner? He does nothing and just loafs around waiting to die. He probably doesn't even know if there's any food at home. Gu Zhouyuan scratched his head. This guy's got a screw loose. He shook his head and walked into the house, not paying attention to his footing, and stepped on Little White's tail. Ouch, ouch! Little White cried out in pain. Gu Zhouyuan quickly lifted his foot and apologized. Oops, I'm sorry I stepped on you. Why do you keep crawling under my feet? He looked around and decided to make a nest for Little White in the southwest corner of the yard. Several bamboo planks were nailed together from bamboo strips, and the planks were pieced together to form a doghouse, which was then lined with some dry grass. When we put Xiaobai into the doghouse, it shook its head and came out again. When Xiaobai saw the 2 goslings that came with the duck purchase, it pounced on them. The frightened gosling waddled and ran away in the yard. Gu Zhouyuan walked over, picked up Xiaobai, and said to it, You can only bully them now. In a few months, it's hard to say who will be bullying whom. Little Whitey let out 2 sobs as a form of response. When we put Xiaobai back in its kennel, it ran out again, perhaps because it wasn't used to its new home. Just as Gu Zhouyuan was about to grab it, he saw it pick up one of Gu Zhouyuan's shoes that was drying in the yard and go back to its kennel. Over the past few days, Gu Zhouyuan has been able to roughly estimate the time without a watch. He glanced at the sun. It was around 4 p.m. The people on the mountain should be finishing up and heading down soon. He turned and went into the kitchen, where he cooked a small pot of cassava as his main meal for the evening. They then took 2 more eggs out of the hen house. These 2 pheasants are now able to lay eggs normally, but how many they lay a day, that's uncertain. If Gu Zhaodi or Sidon went to the hen house to collect eggs, they would get 2 a day. If Gu Zhouyuan were to handle the eggs, he could potentially catch 6 or even 10 a day. After thinking for a moment, Gu Zhouyuan put the eggs back in the henhouse and bought 10 more eggs from the mall. I'm going to cook some stir-fried eggs with chives when my mother and the others come back. I also bought eggplants today, so I'll get another one with minced meat and eggplant. He has now poured all the seasonings he bought at the mall into small earthenware jars. Gu Zhaodi and the others all assumed that Gu Zhouyuan had mixed all that pepper, oyster sauce, and other seasonings himself. Gu Zhouyuan had just finished picking the chives when he heard a flock of ducks quacking outside. Chapter 67. What kind of girl does the eldest sister like? He looked out of the yard and saw Gu Sidon holding a long bamboo pole, herding the ducks back. There were too many ducks, and Si Dan was a little overwhelmed. Gu Zhouyuan went out to help, but when the ducks saw him rushing over, they scattered in all directions, and the scene became somewhat out of control. Si Dan's face fell, and he hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Go back, go back." Gu Zhouyuan wondered if ducks could understand human speech. Then he saw Si Dan looking anxious and waving his hands at him. He then realized that the kid thought he was in the way and wanted him to go back into the yard. After a flurry of activity, the ducks were finally herded into the yard. Si Dan put down the basket on his back, which was filled with some old wild vegetables. These wild vegetables are so tough you can't even chew them. What are you going to do with them? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Chop it up and feed it to the chickens and geese, especially the big and small yellow geese. They love eating wild vegetables. It's clear that Sidon takes excellent care of these chickens, ducks, and geese, and even knows their individual tastes and preferences perfectly. By the way, Da Huang and Huang are the names given to the 2 goslings by Sidon. Now you know why Xiaobai is called Xiaobai even though it's a yellow dog, right? It wasn't that Gu Zhouyuan had a bad sense of humor, but rather that Da Huang had already been registered by another user. The 2 old hens with 4 eggs were named Big Flower and Little Flower. One day, when Xiaohua came to play at our house, Sidon shouted. Xiaohua laid another egg. After a brief moment of confusion, Gu Xiaohua exploded, chasing Si Dan around the yard for a full 20 laps. Later, the 2 hens were renamed Big Black and Little Black. In short, the names we give our chickens and geese somehow always have a dog-like quality to them. As for the real dog, it was terrified by so many ducks and was hiding in its kennel, trembling with fear. Si Dan noticed the new doghouse in the yard. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over. Finally seeing the puppy he had been longing for, Si Dan was so happy that he danced with joy. Third brother, has the puppy been named yet? Si Dan asked excitedly. Take it, name him Xiaobai, Gu Zhouyuan said calmly. Huh? Third brother, what kind of name did you come up with? Fourth egg was speechless. You got a good name. Gu Zhouyuan rolled his eyes. The courtyard gate was pushed open, and Lu Shi and Gu Zhaodi walked in. You must be tired. Come inside and rest. I've already prepared dinner. I'll cook 2 dishes soon, and we can eat. Gu Zhouyuan took the wood-chopping knife and basket from their hands. Lu nodded with satisfaction. Stepping into the house and seeing the well-behaved child, all the fatigue of the day seemed to vanish instantly. When Gu Zhaodi saw the puppy being pressed and rubbed on the ground by Si Dan, she exclaimed, "Oh," and squatted down to pet Xiaobai. This is the puppy that third brother brought home, Si Dan said. Big sister, do you know what third brother named this puppy? Si Dan paused for a moment, then said, You'd never guess. Without waiting for Gu Zhaodi to guess, he said with a hint of disdain, Third brother calls it Little White. It's clearly a yellow dog, but third brother insists on calling it Little White. I don't know what he was thinking. He was very puzzled. Then what do you suggest we call it? After listening to his constant complaints, Gu Zhouyuan was on the verge of losing his temper. Si Dan replied matter-of-factly, It's a yellow dog, so of course it's called Big Yellow. As soon as he said it, he realized something was wrong and quickly corrected himself, saying, Calling me Xiao Huang is fine too. Gu Zhouyuan said with a forced smile, A dog is calling 2 geese brothers, and even taking the youngest position. Have you considered how they feel? Little Whitey barked twice at that moment. Gu Zhouyuan said, Look, Xiaobai is protesting. Si Dan was speechless. At this moment, the courtyard gate was opened again, and Gu Dedi carried in an iron shovel. Second brother, look at Little White. Fourth egg shouted. Gu Dedi was taken aback, then realized he was referring to the puppy on the ground. Although he found the name a bit strange, he wasn't the type to pry, so he smiled and nodded. Chubby is good. Stop the few people who wanted to cook and tell them to rest and wait for their meal. Gu Zhouyuan washed the chives and eggplants, then took Si Dan to the kitchen. For eggs were simmering in the pot. Cut the chives into sections, beat all 10 eggs, and add some pepper to remove any fishy smell. Third brother, hurry up. The pot's already red hot. Fourth egg shouted. Gu Zhouyuan quickly poured oil into the pot. Then quickly fry the eggs, add oil and chives, stir-fry until they change color, pour in the frying eggs, season, stir-fry briefly, and serve. With swift and fluid movements, a dish of stir-fried chives and eggs was cooked in just over 2 minutes, not counting the preparation of the ingredients. Minced meat and eggplant is a bit more difficult to make than chives and eggs, but it only took a little longer. The 3 people waiting outside were exhausted after a long day and were already starving. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen made their hunger even more unbearable. As soon as the food was served and Lu took her first bite, Gu Sidon suddenly picked up a piece of stir-fried eggs with chives and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. Every dish that third brother cooks is delicious. Sidan squinted his eyes and enjoyed it. Gu Dedi also took a bite of the stir-fried eggs with chives. It was fresh, fragrant, and delicious. Gu Zhaodi picked up a piece and ate it in small bites, then sighed. Xiao Yuan really should open a restaurant in the county. Sidan quickly stuffed another piece of eggplant into his mouth. It's hot. He spat the eggplant into the bowl, and his tongue stuck out from the heat. Slow down. Who's going to take it from you? Lu said, both distressed and reproachful. Mother. Gu Zhouyuan picked up a piece of cassava and ate it. My second cousin came to our house today. Lu was clearly not in a hurry to react. He's my second cousin from my second maternal uncle's family, my cousin Bao, Gu Zhouyuan explained. Oh, Lu nodded. When did he arrive? Is there something he needs? They left in less than an hour. They said Chunhua is getting married the day after tomorrow and invited you to dinner, Gu Zhouyuan replied, swallowing the cassava in his mouth. Lu nodded. It's hard to believe Chunhua is getting married. I still think of her as a little girl. She thought it over in her mind and said, Chunhua is 16 this year, which is the age for her to get married. As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Zhaodi and sighed softly. Gu Zhaodi kept her head down as she ate, seemingly oblivious to everything, but her ears appeared to have turned slightly red. Don't worry, Mom. My sister is so beautiful. Do you think she won't be able to get married? Gu Zhouyuan saw his mother's worry and comforted her. Gu Zhaodi rolled her eyes at him. Once I work hard to earn money and prepare a generous dowry for my eldest sister, I'll marry her off to a very good family, Gu Zhouyuan said with a grin. What kind of girl do you like, sis? I'll keep an eye out for her. Gu Zhouyuan was still talking nonstop. Gu Zhaodi was both ashamed and angry. She glanced under the table and stomped hard on Gu Zhouyuan's foot. Ouch! Big sister, why did you step on me? Gu Zhouyuan cried out in pain. Gu Zhaodi angrily took a bite of cassava, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Chapter 68 Lack of Manners. Just as Gu Zhouyuan predicted, the cassava digging was completed after another day. The village headman had strong laborers carry all the cassava down the mountain in one day. The women, meanwhile, were in the village, waiting to peel and slice the cassava. The water diversion project on the mountain is still ongoing, led by Gu Dedi and his team. Gu Zhouyuan only went to the site twice and offered some suggestions for improvement. The village head discussed it with Gu Zhouyuan and decided that once all the cassava was processed, they would go to the county government office to find the county magistrate and reveal the method for processing the cassava. The next day, Lu got up very early and took Gu Zhouyuan and Sidon to her maternal home, Lu family village, to attend Chunhua's wedding banquet. In ancient times, the leaving home banquet was not a wedding banquet, but rather the last meal a young woman ate at her parents' home. After marriage, she becomes part of the groom's family. If she returns to her own family, she becomes a relative of the bride's family. According to custom, the bride's parents are not allowed to be present at the wedding ceremony. Therefore, the bride's family would host a banquet for close relatives and friends before the bride left home. Sidan had never been to a wedding banquet before. He insisted on going along to broaden his horizons and also get to eat some good food. Gu Zhouyuan didn't want to go. He had no relatives in his previous life and didn't know how to get along with his extended family. Lu insisted on taking Gu Zhouyuan with her. She probably wanted all her relatives to see that her son was no longer as bad as they said. He was now incredibly outstanding. Because of their family background, Gu Zhaodi and Gu Dedi have never been well received by their maternal grandparents' family. Even when they are invited to a banquet, they are unwilling to make themselves uncomfortable. Liujia village is quite far away. It's all on foot. The mother and her 2 children hurried as fast as they could, and by the time they arrived at their destination, it was already past midnight. Gu Zhouyuan saw that there were already quite a few people at the entrance of his grandmother's house. Uncle Lu Dajiang greeted the guests at the door. Seeing his younger sister Lu coming from afar, he quickly apologized to the people in front of him and strode over to greet them. Big sister, you're here, Lu Dajiang said with a big smile. He was closest to his younger sister before she got married. He knew that his sister's family had been having a very difficult time in the years since his brother-in-law passed away. He wanted to help, but his sister was visiting her parents' home less and less often, and his own family was also struggling financially, so he really didn't have the means. Uncle, Gu Zhouyuan and Si Dan called out in unison. Lu Dajiang patted Si Dan's head and nodded with a smile at Gu Zhouyuan. The eldest sister's hardships stemmed largely from her nephew. To be honest, he really disliked Gu Zhouyuan. This nephew is all talk and no action, greedy and lazy, with no real skills, yet looking down on everyone. But everyone in the family knows that Gu Zhouyuan is the apple of his younger sister's eye. Therefore, although he was dissatisfied with Gu Zhouyuan, he was still polite on the surface. Your father and mother are in the inner room. Go and chat with them for a while, Lu Dajiang said with a smile. Oh, his aunt has finally arrived, a shrill voice rang out. Second Aunt Lu Dingshi smiled. Today she wore a newly made apricot-colored ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, with blush and lipstick on, and swayed her hips as she weaved through the crowd. Lu walked over and said with a smile, Second sister-in-law, congratulations. Ding snorted twice. Her second aunt came early today and helped with all the arrangements at home. Her eldest aunt, on the other hand, was very busy and didn't arrive until almost noon. Her words were barbed and sarcastic, but Lu remained calm. She was used to it long ago. Lu Dajiang was displeased, but Ding was his sister-in-law after all, so he couldn't openly reprimand her. He could only change the subject, saying, Sister, you must be tired from walking such a long way. Come inside and sit down to rest for a while. Ding scoffed. Everyone else is busy running around without complaining about being tired, but his aunt is really destined to enjoy life. Your Xiao Yuan will definitely pass the imperial examination and become a scholar in the future. Then you'll be the mother of a scholar, and you'll have someone to serve you every meal. Lu's expression changed, and she had an urge to turn around and go home with her 2 children. But then she remembered that today was Chuanhua's big day, and her second brother had taken good care of her. She gritted her teeth and stubbornly endured it. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled and bowed to Madame Ding, saying, Thank you for your kind words, second aunt. I will strive to pass the imperial examination and live up to your expectations. I have no expectations whatsoever. Ding was stunned. The mistress of the Gu family was still as stupid as ever, unable to distinguish between good and bad words. She had dressed up carefully today and naturally didn't want to waste time here. She walked towards the crowd and drawled, Hey, Uncle Lu, why are you only arriving now? Gu Zhouyuan and his group walked into the house, and Lu greeted the people she knew along the way. The inner room. Grandma Lu sat on the edge of the bed, holding Chuanhua's hand, and said something. 3 people were sitting on the stool next to him. Gu Zhouyuan recognized them as her second aunt and her family of 3. So, sitting here chatting is what my second aunt meant by busy doing chores. Gu Zhouyuan rubbed his face vigorously, somewhat speechless. Lu smiled and walked to the bedside, first calling out, Mother. Gu Zhouyuan and Si Dan also greeted, Hello, Grandma. Grandma Lu lifted her eyelids slightly and nodded almost imperceptibly. Auntie, you look different, Chunhua said in surprise. Last time my aunt came to our house to borrow money, she seemed. She was illiterate and didn't know the idiom depressed and gloomy. In short, his eyes were empty, devoid of any vitality. But today, my aunt exuded a calm and serene aura. Has she changed? Lu looked herself up and down. It's probably because I'm wearing this new dress. It's made from fabric that Xiao Yuan bought. The people inside didn't believe it at all. Grandma Lu pursed her lips and said, She came to our house to borrow money last time. How come she has money to buy new clothes now? Did she find a gold ingot? Lu's eyes lit up, and she took the opportunity to tell them about Xiao Yuan's glorious deeds, letting them know that Xiao Yuan had changed. Then Zhou Wankai, the second aunt's husband who had been silent all along, spoke up. He's such a grown man, yet he doesn't know how to greet his elders. He really has no manners. Zhou Wankai was an old student who had taken the imperial examinations for many years, but had never passed the county-level examination. His original name was Zhou Wankai, but he felt that the stench of money was too strong and was affecting his path to the imperial examinations, so he changed his name to Zhou Wankai. Lu swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She realized that her brother-in-law was talking about her son, Xiao Yuan, and her daughter, Sidon. Is this your second aunt's husband? Hello, nice to meet you, Gu Zhouyuan said with a grin. Zhou Wankai snorted coldly. You've studied for several years, yet you have no manners at all. This must be my cousin. What's his name again? Gu Zhouyuan asked with a grin. My name is Zhou Yaozu. My second aunt's eldest son, Zhou Yaozu, is just like his father, acting all high and mighty. Gu Zhouyuan straightened his face and shouted, You don't even greet my mother, let alone your aunt. How can you be so ill-mannered? Is this how your father taught you? Chapter 69 Giving Gifts. Everyone in the room was stunned. Zhou Wangsai's face turned pale and then flushed. Gu sighed and muttered, exactly. They're covered in poop themselves, and they're complaining about how smelly other people's farts are. Although his voice was soft, the room was extremely quiet at the moment, and everyone could hear his complaint clearly. Lu pretended to be angry and said, Fourth egg, don't be disrespectful. Gu Zhouyuan patted Si Dan's head and gave him an approving look. Eldest sister, I heard that Xiao Yuan was beaten by the young master of Master Zhao. How could you offend young Master Zhao? Second Aunt Lu Qiaoqin, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow. Judging from what second aunt is saying, does that mean that not being beaten to death will displease young Master Zhao? You haven't been around the city much, so you don't know how powerful Master Zhao is. It's said that he often drinks with the officials and the county government. Lu Qiaoqin said with great seriousness. It's all right. He'd be kneeling if he ran into me now. Gu Zhouyuan smirked, completely unconcerned. Don't do anything reckless. Lu Qiaoqin thought Gu Zhouyuan was just bragging. But he still warned. If you offend Master Zhao, he can ruin you with a flick of his finger. Besides, your second aunt's husband and Yaozu are still studying in the county. Don't drag them into this. Gu Zhouyuan pursed his lips and found a stool to sit down. Are you kidding me? You want to condemn me to eternal damnation? I'm a cheat code, you know? Grandma Lu felt disgusted by Gu Zhouyuan's carefree and irresponsible attitude. She said to Gu's mother, Lu, take them out and see what chores are available, and help them out. Lu's eyes flickered, and she stood up as instructed, nodding and saying, then I'll go out. Gu Zhouyuan and Si Dan followed. Upon reaching the door, Gu Zhouyuan turned back and said, my mother and I are going to wander around for a bit. Remember to call us when it's time to eat. Grandma Lu was stunned for a moment, then gritted her remaining 3 or 5 teeth, slammed her hand on the bedboard, and said angrily, this is getting more and more outrageous. I haven't seen my maternal grandfather and aunt. They're probably cooking in the back. Lu couldn't stay idle after all, so she went to the kitchen to help with cooking, and Gu Zhouyuan couldn't stop her no matter what he did. Bored, he sat by the door with Si Dan, propping his chin up and watching people come and go. Finally, the banquet began. Second brother and sister-in-law, let me give you the gift money first. Zhou Wangkai coughed and stood up from his seat. They're all family. Why should we give them gifts? Ding's face lit up with joy. Zhou Wangkai took out a string of coins from his pocket, totaling 20 coins. The relatives and friends sitting in the seats all started talking about it. In rural areas, people usually give 4 or 5 coins when attending a wedding banquet, but this time Zhou Wangkai gave 20 coins. Wangkai is truly generous. Scholars are just different from us common folk. That's right. He was a student who passed the preliminary exam, and he almost passed the county-level exam. Hearing these praises, Zhou Wang became somewhat smug. He deliberately took out the gift money before the banquet started, when everyone had arrived. His family was not well off, but he was extremely concerned about his image. There's a piece of pork skin drying at home. I use it to wipe my mouth every time I go out. His lips were smeared with grease, and he went out smacking his lips, deliberately complaining to people. The meat stew today was too dry. It got stuck in my teeth. Having achieved his goal, and amidst the flattery of his relatives, he said smugly, I can only give 20 coins. I hope my second brother and sister-in-law won't mind. Lu De disliked his second brother-in-law somewhat. He was very flamboyant and didn't seem like a down-to-earth farmer like them. Ding happily accepted the copper coins. Zhou Wangkai glanced smugly at Gu Zhouyuan, then looked at Lu Shi and said, I wonder how much my sister-in-law will give. Don't give too much, or it will embarrass my family. He knew that his wife's sister's family was dirt poor, and he had heard that they had even come to her parents' home to borrow money and grain last time. The 2 Gu family boys embarrassed him today, and now he has found an opportunity to humiliate them properly. Lu looked troubled. Her mistress had given her 5 taels of silver from selling ginseng last time, and with the money from selling wild boar before, she already had more than 8 taels of silver. Her family had always received a lot of help from her eldest and second eldest brothers. Last time, the 2 of them even pooled together 2 qian of silver for her. She had discussed it with Gu Zhouyuan before she came, and they planned to give half a tael of silver as a gift, firstly to repay the favor, and secondly to boost her second brother's confidence in front of Madame Ding. She originally intended to give it to her second brother and sister-in-law secretly when no one was around. But now Zhou Wangkai has interfered and put us in this predicament. If she were to take it out in public, her younger sister might lose face. It wouldn't matter if she took 20 coins, but the key issue is that she only had half a tael of silver on her, plus 5 copper coins and change. Seeing that Lu seemed quite troubled, Zhou Wankai chuckled and asked, "Did you forget to bring the gift money, eldest sister?" Lu thought, "Why not just take 5 coins, so as not to make things difficult for my younger sister's family? I'll give my second sister-in-law half a tael of silver privately later." Then Lu Xiaoqin sneered, "Big sister, you really are something else. You're just here to freeload, aren't you? Are you really starving? You even brought your 2 sons here to eat for free." Lu stared in astonishment at her younger sister, whom she had grown up with since childhood, unable to believe that she would say such a thing. Ding said with a forced smile, "Her aunt is probably starving too." Lu Dea was shocked to see his younger sister being humiliated like this, and he realized that the instigator was her second younger sister's family. With a cold face, he wanted to take 20 coins and secretly slip them to his younger sister so that she could save face. After searching his pockets, he could only find 6 coins. He didn't dare ask his own wife for it. Ding had always been domineering in front of him, and in addition, Ding's older brother and sister had all given him a gift of 10 coins. Comparing the two, he knew he was going to get another scolding tonight. He looked around and saw his older brother, Lu Dajiang, who also looked anxious. The two exchanged glances, nodded, and walked together toward the door. Just as she reached the door, she heard Gu Zhouyuan laugh and say, "Mother, I saw you preparing the wedding gift money this morning. Did you lose it?" Lu Xiaoqin burst out laughing. "Hey Xiaoyuan, if you don't have money, just say you don't have money. What kind of excuse is that?" Lu didn't know why her well-behaved and quiet younger sister, who had followed her around since childhood, had become so sharp-tongued and mean. "It's ridiculous that I was just thinking about her feelings." She took out a small silver coin from her bosom, smiled, and took Ding's hand, handing the coin to her. "I've been rummaging around in my bosom for a while, but the coin is too small. I hope you won't find it offensive, second sister-in-law." The Ding family was dumbfounded. Half a tael of silver? The 2 brothers, Lu Dajiang and Lu Dei, who were collecting copper coins at the door, were also stunned. Immediately, Lu Dei straightened his back, strode over, took the silver from Ding's hand, and shouted loudly to old Master Lu, who was sitting at the table. "Father, put it in the book. Aunt Lu Xiaoyun, gift, 500 coins." Chapter 70 Favoritism. Zhou Wansai's family left halfway through their meal, making up an excuse to go home. After the meal, everyone left one by one. Grandma Lu finally found an opportunity and pulled Lu aside to ask her questions. "Xiaoyun, why did you give so much as a gift? Where did you get the money?" She hadn't called Lu by her childhood nickname for many years. She always called her his aunt, like the children did. Lu recounted how Gu Zhouyuan caught wild boars and dug up ginseng. Everyone was astonished. After a brief silence, Uncle Lu Dajiang patted Gu Zhouyuan on the shoulder. "Even if you encounter a wild boar, you'll still go to save your sister. You're a real man." Second uncle laughed and said, "I underestimated you before. You even killed a wild boar. Well done." Aunt Chung said, "Xiao Yuan looks different from before." Ding felt a mix of emotions. She was very happy to have received half a tael of silver as a gift today. But her sister-in-law's family, whom she had always looked down upon, were so lucky to have earned so much money, which made her feel very unbalanced. She smiled and said, "No one can be so lucky all the time. You can't encounter wild boar or ginseng every day. Xiao Yuan still needs to find a job, otherwise the family will just sit around and eat up their savings. These few taels of silver won't last more than a few years." The cheerful atmosphere was extinguished by her pouring cold water on everyone, leaving them all stunned. Lu Dei glared at him. "Can you please say less? Xiao Yuan is all grown up now and can support this family." Today his older sister really made him proud, and now he speaks with more confidence. "Wasn't I also thinking of his aunt's family?" Ding rarely saw a man being fierce to her, and for a moment she was a little scared. Grandpa Lu tapped the table impatiently and said, all right, stop arguing." He looked at Gu Zhouyuan and said earnestly, "Actually, what your second aunt said makes some sense. Even if you have some money, don't spend it recklessly. You're all grown up now, and you'll need money for things like getting married in the future." He turned to Lu and said, "And you, why did you give so much as a gift today? 10 or 8 coins would have been enough." Lu nodded with a smile. "Father is right. I understand." When the old man mentioned the matter of giving gifts, Mrs. Lu remembered the huge sum of 500 coins. She looked at Ding and coughed suggestively. "Grandma, are you catching a cold?" Ding sure, and she clearly didn't have much in common. Old Mrs. Lu said irritably, "When are you going to hand over the money you received as gifts today?" Only then did Mrs. Ding realize what was happening, and she took out the cloth bag containing the gift money. With a touch of heartache, she said to Grandma Lu, "Grandma, I don't want any of the other gift money. I'll give it all to you." But could you leave the money for his aunt to me? Grandma Lu was both angry and amused. All the gifts from everyone combined didn't amount to as much as Xiaoyan's. Are you kidding me? She couldn't be bothered with Ding. She didn't say a word, but simply stretched out one hand. With a pained expression, Ding picked up the cloth bag containing the money and placed it in old Mrs. Lu's hands. The bag of money weighed several kilograms, and Grandma Lu was caught off guard, staggering under its weight. Fortunately, Lu Dajung helped her up. Grandma Lu gritted her teeth in anger, but when she thought that the thing crushing her was a copper coin, she became happy again and wished that the injury on her hand would be even more severe. It's just like what modern people say. Just shower me with money. It's the same idea. When Ding saw the old lady put the money on the table, she hugged it to her chest with both hands. She reminded the old lady, "Grandma, according to our family rules, I'm half of it." Grandma Lu's face fell, and she said unhappily, "Didn't all that food cost money today? And Xuanhua's new clothes, that cost a lot of money too." Ding was alarmed. From what the old lady was saying, it seemed that she wanted to keep all the money. Old Mrs. Lu was displeased to see her second daughter-in-law on the verge of collapse. But he still opened the bundle, counted out 50 copper coins, and said, "Here, these 50 coins are for you." With a long face, Ding grabbed the copper coins and muttered, "Giving only 50 coins is too stingy." Old Mrs. Lu, with her sharp ears, flew into a rage upon hearing this. "What do you need so much money for if you're not in charge of the household? Do you know how much food a family of more than 10 people needs to eat every day?" She pointed to the rice jar in the corner. "Yesterday, I went to the county to buy millet, and it actually sold for 15 coins a pound. I only bought 20 pounds with 300 coins, and today the rice jar is almost empty." She patted the bundle and said through gritted teeth, "Do you think this money is my old woman's secret stash? If it weren't for me running this household, you'd all probably starve to death." After Mrs. Lu finished speaking, the atmosphere became heavy. "Yes, this year is destined to be a famine year. Grain is frighteningly expensive. I really don't know what to do in the future," said Madame Chung with deep concern. Lu Dajung nodded. "If there's no harvest in the fields, no matter how expensive the grain is, we have no choice but to bite the bullet and buy it. In the end, if we have no money, we can only eat grass roots and gnaw on tree bark. Why don't we harvest the wheat now? Even though the grains are still shriveled, it's better than feeding the grasshoppers in the field," Lu Day suggested. Everyone looked at old Master Lu. Only he could make the decision. Grandpa Lu looked up at the roof. This decision wasn't easy to make. He was afraid of being struck by lightning if he cut down the crops before they were ripe. But Lu Dajiang is right. Not cutting them is like feeding grasshoppers, unless a miracle happens. He was torn between defying the opinions of all farmers and waiting for divine intervention. Old Mrs. Lu was in a bad mood and started gossiping again. His second aunt's husband was the most reassuring. He worked at some college in the county town, doing odd jobs, and earned more than 300 won a month. He also got 2 meals a day. He could just take some home with him and have something to eat. Unlike us, who toil in the soil and have to rely on the whims of nature for our livelihood. At this point, she glanced at Gu Zhouyuan and sighed. "Look at you. You've spent a lot of money on your studies, but you haven't achieved anything. Those wild boars and stuff, that's all dead money. Once it's gone, it's gone. Look at your second uncle. He was able to pass the imperial examination and make a living in the city." As usual, she kept rambling on, spouting a lot of nonsense. But the core message was that her second daughter had married well. "Mother," Lu Dajiang said discontentedly, "even if my younger sister's family is doing well, they're only willing to give 20 coins as a gift, aren't they? They just know how to manage their money." Old Mrs. Lu sneered. Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow. "This old lady is quite something, isn't she? Her heart is completely biased towards her belly button." Gu's mother, Lu, patted Gu Zhouyuan's hand and smiled at him, indicating that she was all right. Chapter 71, Telling My Uncle's Family. Third brother. Si-Dan tugged at Gu Zhouyuan's sleeve and called out softly. Gu Zhouyuan bent down. Si-Dan whispered in his ear, "Are you going to take their grasshoppers or not?" Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. "I won't accept it." He couldn't possibly collect grasshoppers all over the world. That would be too conspicuous, and the source of such a massive amount of grain would be difficult to explain. My uncle's family has no chance of keeping the secret. It's only a matter of time before it's exposed. At present, we can only take care of Datong village. The grasshoppers in Datong village are becoming increasingly scarce as they are caught. In a few days, when there are no grasshoppers left in the village's fields, he will stop buying them. As the saying goes, help those in urgent need, not the poor. He had already heard that some people in the village were making a living from this, which had deviated from his original intention. He's not Superman who wears his underwear on the outside. Saving the world isn't his mission. Gu Sidon had no idea how much he was thinking. He stuck out his tongue and thought to himself, third brother really does hold grudges. Grandma and second aunt made third brother angry by talking to each other, so he made them go hungry. Seeing the Lu family members looking so gloomy, Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, if you don't have any food, you can go up the mountain to dig up cassava to eat." "What is cassava?" Grandpa Lu asked. It's kudzu." Gu Zhouyuan forgot that this wasn't Datong village, and they didn't know that kudzu was cassava. The faces of the people, which had been filled with hope, all changed at once. "Xiao Yuan, this kudzu vine can kill people, you can't eat it. If you're really hungry, come find your uncles, the whole family will think of a way, we can get through this." Cheng's face turned pale with fright, and she grabbed Gu Zhouyuan's hand anxiously. Ding sneered, "Didn't you hear, sister-in-law? He's telling us to dig up the kudzu vines and eat them. So he knows they're poisonous and wants our whole family to die." Grandma Lu's face was also very unpleasant. She said coldly, "I admit that I've been a bit harsh with you sometimes, but it's not enough to make you hold such a grudge." The Lu brothers and their grandfather were also very surprised, wondering what Gu Zhouyuan meant by those words. Seeing that her parents, brother, and sister-in-law had all misunderstood, Lu quickly explained, "Xiao Yuan has a way to remove the poison from cassava." "What?" The crowd was incredulous. "Him? He can't even tell the difference between kudzu root and kudzu tree, let alone remove poison." Ding said sarcastically. How dare they question the third brother? Si Dan couldn't stand it anymore and blurted out, "Third brother can remove poison. Everyone in our village has tried it. You don't know anything." To everyone's astonishment, Lu recounted the events that had been taking place in Datong village these past few days, including the digging of cassava. Although Lu Dajiang already believed it, he still couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Yuan, is this true?" Gu Zhouyuan took out a cooked cassava from his pocket and handed it to Lu Dajiang. "The people in our village have been eating kudzu for many days. This is processed, non-toxic kudzu." Fourth egg. "Third brother, when did you bring cassava? And why are you stuffing it in your clothes?" Gu Zhouyuan, "I took it from home this morning, in case I got hungry on the way." Actually, he had just bought the cassava at the mall. He then took out another one from his pocket and handed it to his second uncle, Lu Dai. "Try it. It's delicious," he said, taking out another one and taking a big bite. Si Dan stared at his third brother's chest, mouth agape, completely dumbfounded. Lu Dajiang mustered his courage, took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Delicious, delicious." Lu Dai took a bite and gave a thumbs up. "It's not bitter at all. It's really edible." Grandpa Lu was itching to try one, and he said to Gu Zhouyuan, "Are there any more? Give Grandpa one to try." Gu Zhouyuan reached into his robes. He saw Gu Sidon staring at his chest with curiosity, waiting to see him take something out of his pocket. He touched his nose, coughed, and said, "Well, that's all. I only brought 3. Gu Zhouyuan explained the method of processing cassava in detail twice, and then had Lu Dajiang and the others repeat it to make sure they all remembered it. The reason for telling them about cassava was that in a few days, the head of Datong village would report the method of processing cassava to the county magistrate. The county magistrate will definitely promote this throughout the county, and may even report it to the imperial court. He asked his maternal grandfather's family to take advantage of the time gap and dig up as much cassava as possible before everyone knew it was edible. Actually, although there seems to be a lot of cassava on the mountain, it's only because it's poisonous and useless. When it becomes food and everyone scrambles for it, each person actually gets only a few pounds. Just like in Gu Zhouyuan's previous life, crayfish, which were once abundant, were later supplied to meet market demand only through aquaculture. Let my uncle's family hoard as much as they can at home first. What does it matter to others whether they hoard less or more? Because discussing these matters took up a lot of time, Lu realized that it was already early afternoon after everything was settled. For the first time ever, Old Lady Lu tried to persuade us to stay, saying, "The journey is long, and it will probably get dark by the time we get halfway there. It's not safe to walk on mountain roads in the dark. Let's stay here for the night and go back tomorrow morning." Lu nodded in agreement. The next day, Gu Zhouyuan's family got up early, said goodbye to his maternal grandfather's family, and headed towards Datong village. My uncle and the others didn't try to stop them, because they were all eager to get up the mountain to dig cassava as soon as possible. "It's so comfortable at home," Gu Zhouyuan said, sitting in the yard basking in the sun and rubbing Xiaobai's head. "Third brother, you're back." Siju ran over and called out. "Hurry up, second grandfather, the village head, told us all to gather at the big locust tree, and he specifically asked me to come and get you." "What's the point of gathering here? After walking for half a day on the mountain road, Gu Zhouyuan was feeling lazy and didn't want to move at all. Time to distribute the cassava. Siju squatted down and patted Xiaobai's head. Oh, Gu Zhouyuan stood up, supporting himself on his knees. Let's go. Calling his mother, Lu, and Sidon, Gu Zhouyuan and his group headed towards the big locust tree. The area under the big locust tree was crowded with people, and some teenagers had climbed up the tree, laughing and playing around. When the village head saw Gu Zhouyuan and his group approaching from afar, he called to the villagers to make way for Gu Zhouyuan to come to the front. Second grandfather, Gu Zhouyuan called out to the village head. The village head nodded, gesturing for Gu Zhouyuan to stand next to him, and then announced loudly, "The cassava has been weighed, totaling 31,100 jin." The villagers cheered. The village head took out an account book. He was one of the few literate people in the village. He looked at the ledger and said, "We worked for 4 days in total. The men were counted as 1 work point per day, the women as 8 work points, and the children as half a work point. A total of 235 people went to work, totaling 795 workdays. The village will allocate 500 jin, 250 kilograms, to help families in need. That means each workday can receive 38 jin, 14 caddies, of cassava." The villagers all cheered. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes flickered. 1 workday is worth 38 jin, 14 caddies, and a man who completes 4 workdays can receive 152 jin, 71 caddies, of cassava. It may seem like a lot, but in some families, only one man works, and there are many people in the family, so this amount of cassava is not much at all. If you do the math, 31,100 jin of cassava divided by the village's 1,400 plus people means that each person only gets 22 jin of cassava. This is fresh cassava. Once dried, it weighs less than 10 pounds. Indeed, trying to survive a famine by relying on a single type of food is basically a pipe dream. Chapter 72. The Gu family cannot divide the cassava. It was noisy under the big locust tree. "Quiet down. Be quiet," the village head shouted. "Those whose names I call, come and collect your cassava." The noise gradually subsided. "Zhao Dajin, for workers, 152 jin of cassava," the village head read from the ledger. The villagers at the scene stirred again, all looking at Zhao Dajin in the crowd. Zhao Dajin walked ahead with a beaming smile. The village head pointed to the place where cassava was piled up, where someone was weighing the cassava. "Go there to get yours, and after you've received it, put your fingerprint on the book." Gu Zhaodi, 3 people and 2 tasks, received 121 jin of cassava. The village head shouted loudly. Amidst the noisy crowd, a gruff voice rang out. "Village head, I have something to say." Gu Zhouyuan looked over and saw that the person speaking was a man in his 30s or 40s with a stubble beard. Gu Zhouyuan recognized the face, but couldn't quite place who it was. "Hudafa, what's the matter?" The village head nodded. Gu Zhouyuan remembered that Hudafa was Hu Laokuai's eldest son and widow Luo's brother-in-law. Hudafa walked to the front of the crowd, followed by about 10 people, including men and women, half of whom were members of the Hu family. Hudafa stepped forward and said to the village head, "Gu Zhaodi's family and Gu Guanxian's family have already dug up a lot of cassava. Now they're coming to share our cassava. Village head, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" An old man following behind him chimed in. "They hired more than 20 people to help carry it home. It looks like it weighs at least 3,000 or 4,000 pounds. The villagers were quiet for a moment, then immediately started whispering among themselves again. "I saw it too, thousands of kilograms of cassava. And that's what we got today, my goodness. What business is it of yours if they dug up the cassava themselves? But the cassava comes from our village. It's a bit much that they ate it all themselves, and then tried to share it with everyone else." The village head was both angry and amused. He looked at Hudafa and his group and said, "So what do you mean?" Hudafa felt the wonderful feeling of being supported by others. He straightened his clothes and said calmly, "It's very simple. Either the Gu family brings out the cassava they dug up before and we all share it, or their family isn't included in this cassava distribution." Gu Zhouyuan clicked his tongue. As the saying goes, a little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment. Sometimes, he realized that human nature is indeed complex and ugly. Grandma Gu was furious. "Things on the mountain are ownerless. Whoever digs them up owns them. My family came up with the idea and put in the effort, so why shouldn't we get a share?" Ding also said, "That's right. You should bring out the wild vegetables you dug up on the mountain and share them with everyone. But you don't have my xiaoyuans. Do you want this cassava? I'll dig it up and eat you to death." Upon hearing this, the villagers started discussing it again. "Yes, if they don't tell us how to process the cassava and keep it for themselves to dig up slowly, we won't get a single pound." That's right. This cassava grows on the mountain, and no one has dug it up all these years. It's all thanks to Brother Gusen that we have so much food stored up. Looking at Hudafa and his gang of ingrates, Gu Zhouyuan chuckled and said, I hunted a wild boar a few days ago and also dug up a ginseng. Do you want me to share it with you? Hudafa could tell that Gu Zhouyuan was mocking him. He rolled his triangular eyes and said, No need for that. But this time, your family can't get any more cassava from everyone. Gu Zhouyuan looked at Hudafa as if he were looking at an idiot. You're the village head? Do you think your word carries any weight? Who do you think you are? What are you trying to prove here? The cassava I dug is from my own family. Is that so hard to understand? He grinned. Hudafa's expression changed, and he pointed to the people behind him, saying, It's not just me who thinks this way. This is what everyone thinks. Gu Zhouyuan gradually lost his patience. Do I have to listen to what you bunch of scoundrels have to say? Today, I'm not only going to share the cassava, but I'm also going to take 1,000 jin of it as payment for telling you how to remove the toxins. A commotion erupted in the crowd. The village head looked at Gu Zhouyuan, but said nothing. He understood Gu Zhouyuan's anger. If it were him, he would definitely be even angrier than Gu Zhouyuan. Why should we give you more than we dug out? We worked so hard to find this. Old Kwai who jumped 3 feet high and shouted angrily. Only he knows the method to remove the toxicity of cassava, the village head said coldly. He glanced at the restless villagers, his face full of disappointment. Don't look at me. I still don't know how to detoxify the cassava. Xiao Yuan was supposed to announce it after the cassava was distributed, but now it seems that's not certain. In fact, Gu Zhouyuan had already told him how to handle the situation, but today he was utterly disappointed with these selfish villagers, and he wanted to support Gu Zhouyuan. The villagers were all in a panic. They only knew that cassava needed to be soaked in water, but they had no idea what the specific steps were afterward. Who would dare to try to detoxify it themselves? This is a deadly poison. Hudafa, this is all you're doing. A villager shouted angrily at Hudafa. The whole family are troublemakers. They shirk their duties and cheat when it comes to work, and they always try to take more than their share when it comes to food. Originally, everyone was happily dividing the cassava, but this troublemaker interfered, and now he's angered Brother Gu, so he's unwilling to reveal the method. Now cassava is no different from a fire poker. No, it's even worse than a fire poker. Those who were not from the Hu family and were following behind, Hudafa also slunk away. Brother Gu, don't take it to heart by arguing with Hudafa. Most of us remember the good things you did for us. Someone gently advised Gu Zhouyuan. I just said that Brother Gu was trying to help everyone out of kindness, and yet some people still want to turn around and bite him. Bah, what a scoundrel. Can my family get a share of cassava? Gu Zhouyuan ignored the villagers and leaned forward to look down at Hudafa and asked. Hudafa's face turned ashen. Looking at the excited villagers, he swallowed hard. Yes, yes. Gu Zhouyuan nodded in satisfaction. He stood up and shouted to the villagers. I need another 1,000 jin of cassava. As for whether you all contribute the 1,000 jin or old whose family contributes, you can discuss it and decide. The villagers were stunned for a moment. Then all looked at the Hu family, their eyes flashing with fierce light. Gu Zhouyuan quietly watched the villagers. At this moment, greed and selfishness are intertwined with kindness and gratitude. Who can truly distinguish who is human and who is a devil? Chapter 73, let's talk about the future. Big sister, second brother, and fourth egg. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? After dinner tonight, Gu Zhouyuan didn't teach his siblings to read and write as he usually did. Instead, he asked them about their hopes for the future. Gu Zhaodi rested her chin on her hand and began to ponder. The future? It seems she has never thought about the future. Not only her, but most women in this world have never considered their future either. A woman's life is simply about finding someone to marry, having children, raising them, and that's how her life ends. The thought of getting married in the future filled her with a sense of panic. I don't even know what the person I married looks like, or whether my mother-in-law is mean and unkind. Big sister, big sister. Gu Zhouyuan's call brought her back to her senses from her chaotic thoughts. Seeing that the three brothers were staring at her intently, she couldn't help but blush. She smoothed a few stray hairs that were covering her eyes and said softly, Actually, I like making clothes. I don't necessarily have to wear them. Just touching the fabric and sewing it into clothes stitch by stitch makes me very happy. Sometimes, I would think to myself, would it look better if I changed the collar like this and changed the style of the cuffs? Sometimes when I was digging for wild vegetables in the mountains, I would also use thatch to make small clothes from the leaves of the paper mulberry tree. After saying that, she looked a little embarrassed and lowered her head awkwardly, saying, I was just talking nonsense. Gu Zhouyuan laughed. It's great that you like making clothes. I'll open a ready-made clothing shop for you in the future and get you all kinds of fabrics. You can have whatever kind of clothes you want made. Gu Xiaoti's eyes sparkled as she began to imagine, based on Gu Zhiyuan's description. Second brother, what about you? Gu Zhouyuan asked Gu Dedi. Gu Dedi smiled. Ly. I like chopping wood. Gu Zhouyuan rubbed his forehead. I'm not asking you to choose between carrying water, farming, and chopping wood. I'm not asking what kind of work you like to do. I'm asking if you've ever had a wish or longed for a certain kind of life. Guda frowned. My wish. My wish is for my family to be together happily, just like we are now. I've got it. He looked up and said, when I'm chopping wood, I like to look at those strange wild grasses that I've never seen before. Sometimes I even think that these things might actually taste pretty good, but people just don't know that and are too afraid to eat them. He scratched his head. I'm bad with words, so this probably doesn't count as one of those wishes you mentioned, right? Do you enjoy discovering new species? Gu Zhouyuan smiled knowingly. I understand, second brother. When I have the strength, I'll buy the back mountain and let you grow rare plants there. At that time, you'll have papayas, pumpkins, zucchini, tomatoes, peanuts, sunflowers, peppers, sweet potatoes, corn, strawberries, pineapples. There will be plenty of new species for you to raise. Gu Zhouyuan was secretly pleased. Third brother, I want to open a restaurant in the future. Gu sighed and raised his hand and said, Oh, Gu Zhouyuan said indifferently. No, third brother, aren't you going to open a shop for me? Gu sighed and felt that his third brother's reaction was different from what he had expected. You're just a glutton, Gu Zhouyuan said irritably. After discussing their dreams before class, Gu Zhouyuan took on the role of teacher Gu once again. Today's lesson is arithmetic. Gu Zhouyuan was holding an abacus in his hand. He had bought it at the mall, but he said he bought it in the county town. 1 up, 1 down, 5 down, 4 down, 1 down, 9 up, 1 down. 2 up, 2 down, 5 down, 3 down, 2 down, 8 up, 1 down. The three-seated people recited along with Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan learned these abacus formulas in elementary school, but he has almost completely forgotten them. In preparation for this lesson, he bought a book of mnemonic devices from the mall in advance and hid away to memorize them for more than an hour. As he recited, he hesitated, wondering whether he should simply teach them Arabic numerals and then have them memorize addition and multiplication tables. Gu Dedi loved math class the most. He learned arithmetic very quickly. But today his face was masked with pain. Why do we have to memorize text for math class? Wah! Third brother. Xiao Hua called out from the courtyard. I'm here. Come in and tell me what's up, Gu Zhouyuan called out loudly. Then you see Xiao Hua carrying a small basket on her back, followed by Siju and Arya, each carrying a basket on their own. Let's go to the courtyard instead. Gu Zhouyuan put down the abacus. The house wasn't big, and it felt a bit crowded when the group came in. Third brother, look. These are the ones I picked. They're all prickly berries. The cassava on the mountain has all been dug up, and Xiao Hua and her friends finally have time to go up the mountain to find other mountain products. Gu Zhouyuan leaned closer and looked into the bamboo basket, discovering that it was filled with bright red berries. He brought up the store panel and scanned it. Ding! 750 grams of wild, pollution-free raspberries found, valued at 120 mall coins. Sell now. No. This stuff is really good. It tastes sweet and sour and also has medicinal value. Gu Zhouyuan was overjoyed. The Materia Medica states, raspberries can help men with kidney deficiency and impotence to achieve firmness and length, and women who eat them can conceive. I won't sell it to the mall anymore. I'll keep it for myself. I need to take care of myself while I'm young, Gu Zhouyuan thought to himself. Gu Zhouyuan picked up the bamboo basket, pretended to weigh it in his hand, nodded, took out some copper coins from his pocket, counted them, and said, It weighs 1.5 gene in total. Here's 21 for you. Take it. Xiao Hua took the copper coin with trembling hands. She went up the mountain to pick wild fruits at the crack of dawn today. If her third brother likes even goat milk fruit, he must like wild prickly pear even more. People in the mountains love to eat wild raspberries. There aren't many left on the mountain, and only she knows a few hidden places where they still grow. She searched all day and only managed to collect this few blisters. Of the 20 coins, 5 were her secret stash. Arya stared wide-eyed at the copper coins in Xiao Hua's hand. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and asked, Arya, what did you pick? Arya was unusually shy. She put the basket on the ground and removed the weeds covering it. Gu Zhouyuan looked down and saw that there were many different kinds of colorful and miscellaneous items inside. Siju chuckled. A handful of goat milk fruit, a handful of prickly pear, a small handful of prickly pear, and oh, there's a whole bunch of snake prickly pear. This stuff has been licked by snakes. Are you trying to poison third brother? Arya blushed after being rebuked. She doesn't usually like going up the mountain. They used to laugh at Xiaohua for always running up the mountain and bringing home only unpalatable fruit. She was quite excited to learn that she could exchange wild fruits for money with her third brother. She believed that the mountains were full of wild fruits, and that the mountains and fields were a treasure trove of money. When she woke up, she found that Xiaohua and the others had already gone up the mountain. She was somewhat disdainful. Why the rush? Those wild fruits aren't something you can just pick and fill a basket with. But when she got to the mountain, she found that not only were there no wild fruits, but even the edible wild vegetables and tree leaves had been almost completely picked clean by the villagers. Chapter 74. What should I do? She was unwilling to give up and slunk down the mountain, only to be mocked by Xiaohua when she returned. So they went into the woods to search. He would put any fruit he saw into his basket. She blushed and looked at her third brother, saying, "Third brother, do you want these?" She was prepared that if her third brother didn't want it, she would pick out the prickly thorns and eat them, and take the rest home to feed the chickens. Forget it, I'll just throw it away. I don't even know if snake-infused chicken is safe to eat. I don't want it to poison the only 2 chickens I have left. Gu Zhouyuan picked up the bamboo basket. The mall panel showed that it contained 8 or 9 kinds of fruits, including snakeberries, rami, raspberries, and prickly pears. He poured the wild fruits into his bamboo basket and then handed the empty basket back to Arya. Sure, Gu Zhouyuan smiled. But the stuff is too mixed up. It's not as valuable as Xiaohua's prickly flowers. Here, I'll give you 5 coins. Arya's eyes lit up. There were actually 5 coins left. She blankly accepted the money Gu Zhouyuan gave her, counting it out one by one and dividing it. Half for Grandma, and the rest for me and my mother. I tried counting several times, but I still couldn't count them all. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and took out 3 more copper coins for her, saying with a smile, "Here are 3 more coins for you. No need to count them. After you go back and hand them over to the government, you will still have 2 coins of your private savings." Xiaohua and Arya happily clutched the money in their hands and said crisply to Gu Zhouyuan, "Thank you, third brother." Gu Zhouyuan nodded, then turned to Siju and asked, "And you? What wild fruits did you pick this time?" Siju said smugly, "I didn't pick wild fruits. I dug up medicinal herbs." Oh, Gu Zhouyuan's interest was piqued. "Let me see." Siju pulled the weeds covering the basket off to the ground, took out a plant root from it, and exclaimed, "Third brother, look, I dug up a giant ginseng, even bigger than the one you dug up the other day." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhaodi and the others who were reciting abacus formulas gathered around. Siju grinned, shook his legs, and swayed his head, just like a smug Wang Yusheng. "Brother Siju, this ginseng must be at least 500 years old." Sidan was stunned. The ginseng in Siju's hand had grown into a human shape, and its 2 legs were ridiculously thick. Xiaohua covered her mouth in disbelief. No wonder Siju had been so mysterious all the way, refusing to let her touch his basket. It turned out he had dug up a 500-year-old ginseng. "Third brother, name your price, and I'll sell it to you for a lower price." Siju waved his hand and said generously. He had already passed by on the way. His third brother's 40-year-old ginseng sold for 15 taels of silver. His 500-year-old ginseng was worth at least. He calculated for a long time but didn't know how to convert it. But in short, it should be worth more than 100 taels. "Let's charge third brother 100 taels then. He's been very good to them, so let him make a little money too. From today onwards, I'm a wealthy man with 100 taels of silver. First, I'll build a big brick house, and in 2 years, I'll find a beautiful wife." Life is great." Gu Zhouyuan touched his nose, trying hard not to laugh. "Well, if you want to sell it, I'll buy it for 1 coin. Gu Siju's smile froze. "How much?" One coin." He looked at Gu Zhouyuan in disbelief. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and affirmed, "That's right, 1 coin." Gu Dedi had just sensed something was off about this ginseng, so he picked it up and examined it closely. As he looked at it, he couldn't help but laugh. He had seen this thing many times when he was chopping firewood. People in the mountains called it mountain radish because it was poisonous and could not be eaten. The huge disparity was driving Siju to the brink of collapse. Sidon asked the question that Siju most wanted to ask on his behalf. "Third brother, this ginseng is so big. Why did you only give Siju 1 coin?" Gu Zhouyuan said helplessly, "Because it's only worth 1 coin to me. If I sell it to someone else, it'll be worthless." Seeing that the group was even more puzzled, he carefully placed the ginseng on the table and smiled. "Because this is not ginseng, but a poisonous wild radish. It turns out my second brother knows this stuff, which saves me the trouble of explaining. This so-called ginseng, also known as wild radish, is actually scientifically called Phytolacca acinosa. Its name sounds elegant, like that of a refined gentleman, but its entire body contains toxins. In his previous life, Gu Zhouyuan saw on the news that someone had dug up what he thought was wild ginseng and cooked it into soup, only to be poisoned. Siju's dream of becoming a tycoon was completely shattered. He stared blankly at the giant ginseng, his eyes lifeless and dejected. Gu Zhouyuan opened the system shop again, and it did indeed show that this was Shanglu, worth 1 shop coin. Just as he was about to put the panel away. Ding! Wild, pollution-free grass jelly, Misona chinensis, detected. Gu Zhouyuan looked at the area marked in red by the system. That was the weeds that Siju had covered with his basket, which Siju had just thrown to the ground. The leaves look a bit like mint, so this is the herb of immortality. In his previous life, Gu Zhouyuan pursued a female CEO who loved milk tea, especially grass jelly milk tea, but she was afraid that the milk tea sold outside was unhealthy. Gu Zhouyuan then crammed on how to make all sorts of milk tea and started making loving milk tea for the beautiful general manager at home, such as traditional grass jelly and brown sugar pearl coconut milk grass jelly. However, he bought dried Misona chinensis online, some of which were grayish and some were dark, requiring soaking, washing, and boiling. This was the first time he had ever seen such a fresh herb. Are there many wild grasses here? Gu Zhouyuan asked, patting the dejected Siju. Siju looked up at Gu Zhouyuan, his eyes slowly focusing. He looked at the pile of grass that Gu Zhouyuan pointed to, nodded weakly, and said, "That's not grass. There's a lot of it in the shady area behind the mountain. Can you go and pick them for me? I'll give you a penny a pound, okay?" Gu Zhouyuan asked. Okay. Siju nodded repeatedly. Although the 100 taels of silver were lost, at least there was another way to make money. I'll save up 1 coin at a time, and one day I'll have saved 100 taels. The house and the beautiful wife will still be mine then. Gu Zhouyuan picked up the herb and rubbed it with his fingers. Soon he felt his fingertips covered in a sticky liquid. I haven't figured out what I want to do yet. He had considered selling braised meat before, but with his knowledge of seasonings and cooking skills, he was sure his braised meat would be a huge hit. He has the system at his fingertips and came to this world to enjoy himself. He doesn't want to be busy doing business like a dog. Looking back now, I think selling sweet soup would have been better. It can be found on Xianchao Mountain. The starch used in it can be tapioca flour. Tapioca flour can also be used to make tapioca pearls and milk tea. In this famine year, who has spare money to drink sweet soup? He'll set up a small stall then, making things like grass jelly, sago pudding, and walnut milk. If you set the prices too high, you're guaranteed to have no business. He would then get some rare items from the mall to sell, and use the dessert shop to transfer all the money through legitimate channels, making sure the illicit money was completely clean. He had a beautiful dream, but he didn't realize it yet. Whether it's a famine or not has absolutely nothing to do with the rich. The city gentry will still live a life of luxury. The dessert shop he wants to use for leisure will keep him so busy he won't have a moment to rest. Chapter 75 Immortal Grass Jelly. The next day, Gu Dedi went up the mountain to dig an irrigation canal, as usual. Mother Lu is cooking. Gu Zhaodi was cleaning the fairy herbs. Gu Zhouyuan had never made grass jelly with fresh grass jelly before. He bought a book called The Complete Guide to Cooking from the mall and looked at the methods in it. Actually, the method of preparation is very similar to that of dried Misona chinensis. Once the water in the pot boiled, Gu Zhouyuan threw in a small handful of baking soda. Actually, wood ash clarification solution would also work. Put the washed Misona chinensis into a pot and cook until it is very soft. Let it cool slightly, filter out the leaf residue with a burlap slurry, and pour it back into the pot. In a separate bowl, mix the tapioca flour with water until smooth. Third brother, why are you putting so much flour in? Gu sighed and asked curiously. When he woke up in the morning, he heard that Gu Zhouyuan was going to make a delicious sweet drink, so he quickly drove the ducks to the wheat field to graze. He even asked Granny's son, who was catching grasshoppers, to keep an eye on things for him, and he hurriedly ran back, afraid of missing out on the delicious food. This isn't flour, it's tapioca flour, Gu Zhouyuan replied without looking up. This is tapioca flour? It feels smooth to the touch, he said, pinching up a little tapioca flour and rubbing it between his fingertips. When did you make tapioca flour? You made this a few days ago when you were putting the ducks on the water. I said to you, why do you talk so much nonsense? You're like a chatterbox, Gu Zhouyuan said impatiently. Actually, I bought the tapioca flour from the mall. Si Dan chuckled dryly twice, and then shut his mouth. Pour a bowl of cassava water into a pot and boil it together with the herbal jelly water. Mother, turn the fire down a bit, Gu Zhouyuan said. Okay, I know. Gu Zhouyuan kept stirring the pot with a wooden spoon to prevent it from sticking and burning. According to the instructions in the book, when you see bubbles coming out of the pot, You should ask your mother to take all the firewood out of the stove, leaving only one stick. Simmer over low heat until the liquid in the pot becomes somewhat transparent. Pour the herbal jelly soup into the wooden basin while it's still hot. Gu Zhouyuan clapped his hands and laughed. Done. Sidan came over and looked at the grayish-green soup with some disappointment. Every time his third brother made something, it was so delicious that he wanted to swallow his tongue. But this time, it seemed that his third brother had made a mistake. After all that, all you did was boil a pot of water? It looks like a vegetable porridge without any rice. How can this taste good? He couldn't help but ask. Seeing the kid start asking questions again, Gu Zhouyuan glared at him. Not yet. It's still lacking the feel of time. What time did it taste like? For Eggs heard it, but didn't understand. Before he could ask another question, Gu Zhouyuan had already turned and walked out. Gu Zhaodi and Lu looked at the soup in the wooden bucket and studied it for a while, but they couldn't figure it out. Gu Zhouyuan took a few cassava roots that had been soaked in water and went back to the kitchen. Mother, please boil these cassava for me. Put 3 large ladles of water in and simmer them slowly, Gu Zhouyuan said. Lu lit the fire as instructed, and Gu Zhaodi quickly cleaned the pot and then ladled 3 ladles of water into it. Throw the cassava pieces into the pot and cook them. Gu Zhouyuan then began researching how to make pearls using tapioca flour. Go to Grandma's house and borrow 2 wooden basins. We don't have enough basins at home. Gu Zhouyuan added another ladle of water to the pot and said to the tag-along Gu Sidan. Sidan nodded and ran outside. By the time Sidan returned, the water in the pot had boiled. Gu Zhouyuan cleaned the wooden basin that Sidan had brought back and poured some tapioca flour into it. Then I scooped a ladle of boiling water from the pot, added a piece of brown sugar to melt it, poured it into the tapioca flour, and stirred it quickly with a wooden spoon. Once it was slightly cooler to the touch, Gu Zhouyuan threw away the wooden spoon and started kneading the tapioca flour dough with his hands. It felt a bit mushy, so I added a little tapioca flour. In the end, the dough was about the same consistency as dough for making steamed buns. I cut off a piece of dough, rolled it into a long, thin strip, and then pinched it into small pieces. Third brother, are you making dumplings? These dumplings are too small. Sidan noticed that the technique was the same as when he rolled out the dumpling wrappers last time, so he couldn't help but ask. We're not making dumplings, we're making glutinous rice balls. Gu Zhouyuan picked up a small dough ball, rubbed it a couple of times in his palm, and a round little glutinous rice ball was born. Gu Zhaodi learned it in no time. She went to the yard to wash her hands, and then came over to help make the dumplings. I know how to do that. Sidan's eyes lit up. I used to play with Kai Gua and the others, peeing and playing in the mud. We'd roll the mud into balls, and I was the fastest and roundest at it. After saying that, he ran outside, probably to wash his hands. Gu Zhouyuan's lips twitched. Do all the kids here like to play such interesting games? Sidan came back in a flurry of activity and immediately rolled up his sleeves to grab some fans. Gu Zhouyuan quickly stopped him, saying, No, you can just watch from the side. You can leave these dumplings to me and my older sister. Fourth Egg thought third brother didn't believe in his skills, so he raised his head and said, I really can roll them, even rounder than you. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. I know you can. Could you go to Grandma's house again and borrow a few bowls for me? Sidan was a little itchy to do it, but he still obediently went to Grandma's house to borrow a bowl. Gu Zhaodi's face turned bright red, and she only burst out laughing after Sidan left. Lu laughed, then put on a stern face and said, I don't know where Sidan learned to play like that. He's so dirty. When he comes back later, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. When Sidan returned with 3 bowls, Gu Zhouyuan and Gu Zhaodi had already finished making the glutinous rice balls. The table was covered with brown, soybean-sized tapioca balls, which looked quite appealing. There's only one pot at home, so we have to wait for the cassava to cook the pearls first. Xiao Yuan, how much longer do we need to cook it? I think the cassava is done, Lu said, looking at the steam rising from the pot lid. Gu Zhouyuan lifted the lid to look at the pot, then put it back on. It needs to cook for another half an hour. According to the Complete Guide to Cooking, the soup is considered cooked when it has a sticky texture. After the cassava was cooked, Gu Zhouyuan scooped it, along with the broth, into another wooden basin. Have Gu Zhaodi wash the pot, and then pour water back into it, and bring it to a boil. Gu Zhouyuan poured the cassava pearl embryos into the pot, covered it, and cooked it for more than 10 minutes. Then he turned off the fire in the stove and let it simmer for another 20 minutes using the residual heat. Finally, remove the fully cooked pearls and pour them into a wooden basin to cool them in cold water. Gu Zhouyuan picked up a pearl dumpling and put it in his mouth. It's chewy and bouncy, he nodded repeatedly. Sidan stared longingly, drooling, but still couldn't shake his problem-solving instincts. Third brother, what's a oil bomb? Oh, Q bouncy means soft and bouncy. It's the hometown dialect of my friend who runs a horse caravan, Gu Zhouyuan said casually. Dan nodded, his eyes fixed on the pearl dumplings in the bowl. Are they delicious? Can I try one? Wait a minute. This is just a small amount. Let me check if the herbal remedy is ready. Gu Zhouyuan squatted down and poked the grass jelly in the basin with a wooden spoon. He found that the grass jelly had solidified and looked very tempting. Chapter 76, Tapioca Syrup. When Gu sighed and saw that the pot of soup had turned into something like tofu, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Gu Zhaodi and her mother also found it very amazing. Gu Zhouyuan took a kitchen knife, cut a piece from the wooden bucket, put it in a bowl, and then used chopsticks to roughly break it into small pieces. I picked up a piece of candy and put it in the bowl, then added some tapioca pearls. A bowl of coarse pearl grass jelly is now ready. Gu Zhouyuan took a bite and nodded, saying, "It tastes all right." He then made a bowl for each of Gu's mother and the others. The weather in May was already quite hot and dry. The moment the grass jelly entered their mouths, everyone felt a refreshing coolness. Grass jelly has a light fragrance and a smooth, delicious taste. Tapioca pearls are chewy and bouncy, and the brown sugar adds a rich sweetness. This beauty is indescribable. Gu Zhaodi's eyes narrowed with happiness. Lu nodded as she ate. The bowl for Dan was made last, which made him very anxious. As soon as he picked up the bowl, he slurped down a big mouthful, exclaiming, "Delicious, delicious. Everything third brother makes is delicious." Gu Zhouyuan was not very satisfied. "It's a pity I can't put milk in. It just feels like something's missing." After thinking for a moment, Gu Zhouyuan brought over the wild fruits that Arya and the others had collected yesterday. Crush the goat milk fruit, put it in your own bowl, and stir it a couple of times. Sweet and sour, it tastes just like it. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes lit up. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan put goat milk fruit into the bowl, Gu Zhaodi was inspired and put prickly pear juice in it, as she preferred the taste of prickly pear. Seeing that the response was positive, Gu Zhouyuan announced one of his decisions. "What do you think about me setting up a stall in the county to sell this grass jelly?" Setting up a stall in the county. The Gu family, along with Lu's maternal family, had no one who had ever been in business for 8 generations. Gu Zhouyuan's plan truly shocked the group. However, Lu was a gentle person. She believed that a woman should obey her husband after marriage and her son after his death. These were rules ingrained in her bones. She would do whatever Xiao Yuan said. Gu Zhaodi now has a blind worship for Gu Zhouyuan, and she feels that any decision made by Xiao Yuan must be right. As for Dan, as a newly minted superfoodie these days, he has already tested this grass jelly, and it will definitely make money if sold in the county. Seeing that no one objected, Gu Zhouyuan continued, "Of course, I don't just make grass jelly. The tapioca syrup in the pot is also very delicious. I'll gradually add new syrups later." "Xiao Yuan, how much do you plan to sell this bowl of grass jelly for?" Lu asked, placing the empty bowl on the table. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said, 10 coins a bowl, please." The group was shocked once again. In this kind of year, who would be willing to spend 10 coins to buy a bowl of sweet soup? Gu Zhouyuan didn't care at all. He didn't care whether anyone bought it or whether he made a profit. He only needs a pretext. So what if he loses money? He can just buy 2 bottles of soda in the mall, drink them, and sell the empty bottles as glass. He can make up for all the losses. Actually, he doesn't care what business he does, since he doesn't rely on this to make money. The reason he chose to make beverages was that replicating these drinks according to the methods of his previous life made him feel as if he still had a slight connection with the world he once knew. When Gu Dedi returned home in the evening, Gu Zhouyuan made him a bowl each of cassava soup and grass jelly. Gu Dedi prefers tapioca syrup. Men really do prefer the pleasure that carbohydrates bring. In my past life, the majority of milk tea consumers were women. He naturally wouldn't object to Gu Zhouyuan's desire to sell sweet soup. Xiao Yuan had asked them what they wanted to do in the future, and selling sweet soup was probably the life Xiao Yuan wanted. The irrigation canal has been dug to the foot of the mountain, and it should be completed in another 2 days, Gu Dedi reported on the progress. "Yes, it's faster than I expected." Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "I heard from people on the mountain that you don't collect grasshoppers anymore?" Gu Dedi asked after finishing the last mouthful of soup in his bowl. "Yes, I won't accept them." Gu Zhouyuan bent down and spread out the pearl dumplings, replying without looking up. "Some people in the village are complaining about you behind your back, saying that you cut off their food supply," Gu Dedi said after a moment's hesitation. "Let them talk. These city folks are tired of eating grasshoppers. What can I do?" Gu Zhouyuan said indifferently. Gu Zhouyuan's original plan was to catch grasshoppers to protect the grain. The grasshoppers in Datong village have been almost completely caught, but the wheat in the fields hasn't improved. The wheat grain filling stage was over, and the ears of wheat were still shriveled. He didn't intend to do any more useless work. A small favor is appreciated, but a large one breeds resentment. I had expected people to criticize him behind his back. Human nature can never withstand the test. Of course, there are also people who know how to be grateful, and they will remember it in their hearts. He realized that kindness must come with an edge, and he would no longer care about the lives of those who couldn't understand the situation. Anyone who enjoys using moral blackmail is immoral. Third brother, can I go to the county with you to set up a stall tomorrow? Sidan asked. He had just herded the ducks back into the yard when he heard his third brother talking to his second brother, so he rushed over. Gu Zhouyuan glanced at him. What will happen to the ducks if you leave? Ducks, I'll ask my older sister to let them out for me. Sidan clapped his hands and said. He's never been to the county town, let alone done business there. He believed that his third brother would definitely take him along, since doing business required someone to help out, and he was the most clever one in the family. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head and said, No need, I can go by myself. Just kidding. He was convinced that his sweet soup wouldn't sell. If Sidan followed him, wouldn't that expose his deception? Fourth brother got anxious. Third brother, how about I get up at midnight to herd the ducks, and you take me with you? Gu Zhouyuan shook his head vigorously. Your task is to raise ducks and fatten them up. Guda frowned and said, How can you go alone? I won't be able to get away for another 2 days. How about I ask my older sister to help you tomorrow? It shouldn't be too busy on the first day of setting up a stall. I'll ask you for help when business picks up and I can't handle it all. Gu Zhouyuan said this, but in his heart he thought, I'm afraid there won't be a day when I need your help. Seeing his resolute attitude, Gu Dedi didn't say anything more. Sidan continued to plead and try to persuade Gu Zhouyuan, but Gu Zhouyuan ignored him. Gu Zhouyuan prepared all the ingredients he would need for his stall tomorrow. We don't have that many bowls and chopsticks at home, so I'll go to the county tomorrow to see where I can buy some. If all else fails, just buy some ceramic bowls and bamboo chopsticks from the mall. Before it got completely dark, he went to Uncle Yotsai's house and told him that he would ride in his ox cart to the county the next day. Chapter 77, Setting Up a Small Stall. Early the next morning, Gu Yotsai's ox cart stopped in front of Gu Zhouyuan's house. He helped Gu Zhouyuan load several wooden basins containing ingredients onto the ox cart. Xiao Yuan, where are you going to sell your sweet soup? How about the West Market? Gu Yukai had never heard of selling sweet soup before. Would anyone actually buy this stuff? I'm not going to the West Market. It's too crowded there, Gu Zhouyuan replied casually. He then carried an empty basket covered with a curtain, declined Gu Yotsai's help, and huffed and puffed as he lifted it onto the ox cart, as if the basket contained a lot of things. Gu Yukai was a little confused. Isn't doing business all about going to places with lots of people? Find a place with fewer people. Gu Zhouyuan blurted out, but then realized that what he said was indeed a bit abnormal. His face flushed red, and he quickly changed his mind, saying, Let's go to the East Market instead. There's a morning market there, and more people. Gu Yukai actually had to go up the mountain to work with Gu Deshang today. However, since Gu Zhouyuan needed to use the ox cart, they decided to let him give him a ride, and even give him a day's work credit. Gu Yukai felt a little uneasy accepting the 40 coins he was paid for each ride. He said he would return to work after dropping Gu Zhouyuan off at his destination. Gu Zhouyuan did the math for him. It would take an hour to go to the county, and 2 round trips would take 4 hours. By the time he made the round trip, a whole day would have passed, and he wouldn't be able to get any work done. After a bumpy ride in an ox cart, we finally arrived in the county town. Because Datong village is quite far away, and the streets are bustling with people, the better spots have already been occupied by stalls. Gu Yukai looked anxious. What should we do? There are no good seats left. Gu Zhouyuan, however, was overjoyed, as if he had gotten a great deal. He said, It's all right. Good wine needs no bush. My sweet soup is delicious, and it will sell well no matter where it's placed. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan's confidence, Gu Yukai also felt relieved. Gu Zhouyuan found an empty space at the end of the street. The two put all their belongings from the car on the ground. Gu Zhouyuan said to Gu Yukai, Go ahead and do your work. Just come pick me up around 3 p.m. Gu Yukai waved his hand and said, I don't have anything to do, so I'll stay here and help you look after the business. Gu Zhouyuan's face darkened. If you stay here, I can't slack off. Besides, it's not convenient to do shady business. Go wander around by yourself. There are monkey shows in the West Market. You can go and take a look. Seeing that Gu Yukai still wanted to refuse, Gu Zhouyuan said impatiently, This is my first time setting up a stall, and I feel a little embarrassed to have you here. Gu Yukai suddenly realized that it was true. Sometimes it was indeed difficult to relax when there were acquaintances present. He nodded and walked toward the ox cart. All right, I'll be in the West Market area. I'll come pick you up then. As soon as Gu Yukai left, Gu Zhouyuan got busy. The first thing we had to do was borrow a table. That's right, because no one in the family had ever run a small business before. None of them thought that setting up a stall would require a table. Auntie, could I borrow one of your 2 tables? I'll need it for most of the day. Can I pay you 2 coins? The adjacent stall sells wontons, but it probably didn't get a good spot either, so it didn't do much business. Both tables were empty. The slightly plump woman paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "Take it and use it. Here are 2 more stools for you." The table is just sitting there empty anyway, so earning a couple of coins is not bad. It's still some income for the day. Gu Zhouyuan thanked her and took out 2 coins to hand to the woman. He placed small items such as pearl dumplings and sugar jars on the table and bought some ceramic bowls and bamboo chopsticks from the mall. He took out these modern ceramic bowls, each with the words "microwave safe" written on the bottom, from a basket covered with a straw mat, and placed them on the table. Once he was ready, he plopped down on a stool, pulled out a thread-bound copy of Gu Wang Yin, and began reading it with great interest. The plump auntie at the next stall had nothing else to do, so she kept watching Gu Zhouyuan as he busied himself. By the end, she still didn't know what the young man was selling. She couldn't help but ask, "Young man, don't you have a cover?" Gu Zhouyuan looked completely bewildered. "What cover-up? Looks like there isn't any," the plump aunt muttered, pointing to her wonton stall. Gu Zhouyuan looked in the direction the plump aunt was pointing and saw a stick stuck next to the wonton stall with a small rectangular flag hanging from it. The white flag had turned yellow, and a bowl of steaming wontons was painted on it with a brush. Gu Zhouyuan suddenly realized that the pretend was actually just a signboard. The plump woman asked, "Is this your first time setting up a stall?" Seeing Gu Zhouyuan nod, she shook her head and said, "You don't have a signboard, and you don't shout out your wares. You just sit there. Who would know what you're selling?" Gu Zhouyuan chuckled sheepishly. "Auntie is right. I had a cover-up. I was just busy and forgot." As he spoke, he began rummaging through the bamboo basket. "I bought a triangular white flag and a charcoal pencil at the mall. Lay 2 white flags on the table and write Gu's Sweet Soup Shop on them with charcoal." After thinking for a moment, he wrote on the other side of the flag, 10 coins a bowl. He ran to the roadside, found a stick, and tied the flag to the stick with a thin rope. "I dug a small hole in the ground with a stick, then stuck the stick upright in the soil and tamped it down with soil next to it." Gu Zhouyuan clapped his hands, looking at the signboard fluttering in the wind with great satisfaction. The plump auntie was stunned. This facade was written on the spot. "You can write? What do you write?" the plump aunt asked curiously. "Gu's Sweet Soup Shop, 10 coins a bowl." Gu Zhouyuan read aloud, pointing to the signboard. "What kind of sweet soup costs 10 coins?" the plump auntie asked through gritted teeth. The fat aunt swallowed back the question. "Are you crazy?" Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, "Let's try selling them first, and then adjust the price later." After saying that, he sat down again, picked up the book, and started reading. "I need to buy a chair and bring it over tomorrow, and also get a cushion. This little stool is too uncomfortable to sit on," Gu Zhouyuan thought. The plump aunt was astonished by Gu Zhouyuan's actions. If this could actually generate business, it would be a miracle. After a while, probably because people were hungry from shopping, the plump auntie's wonton stall finally opened, and people gradually came to eat. "Young man, what are you selling here?" someone asked curiously while eating wontons. "Sweet soup," Gu Zhouyuan replied with a smile as he looked up. "What kind of sweet soup?" "I'll get my wife a bowl to try later," the man said loudly. His wife chided him. "Why are you drinking sugary water?" "I'm not thirsty." Despite saying that, the feeling of being pampered by a man made her smile. "It's all right. You like sweet soup, don't you?" The man waved his hand dismissively. "A bowl of sweet soup doesn't cost much." The plump woman's lips twitched. She wanted to say something, but held back. Chapter 78 is now open for business. Gu Zhouyuan closed the book and stood up. He stretched his back, which was a little sore from sitting for so long, and kindly reminded him, "I have 2 kinds of sweet soup here, but they are a bit pricey. Are you sure you want 1 bowl?" "I want it." His wife was looking at him with tender eyes, and he didn't even ask about the price. His main point was to be generous. People squatting nearby eating wontons nodded in agreement. This man was truly good to his wife. Only the plump aunt silently wiped away the sweat from the man's brow. Gu Zhouyuan lifted the lid of a wooden basin, scooped up a spoonful of cassava syrup, and kindly reminded him again. "This is cassava syrup, 10 coins a bowl." The wonton in the man's mouth fell plop into the bowl. 10 coins a bowl." He swallowed hard and said dryly. "Then, how much does the other kind cost?" Gu Zhouyuan opened another wooden lid, scooped up a spoonful of grass jelly, and pointed at it, saying, "This is grass jelly, A bowl is also 10 coins. The man froze on the spot. Everyone else sighed in dismay. This lousy sweet soup is selling for 10 coins a bowl. Isn't this robbery? The man looked at his wife and chuckled awkwardly. You just said you weren't thirsty, right? Although the young wife felt a little embarrassed, she was still a woman who lived a simple life. She felt a little reluctant to spend the 1 or 2 coins on a bowl of sweet soup, but she drank it anyway. But she simply couldn't accept that a bowl of sweet soup sold by the roadside cost 10 coins. She nodded with a straight face and said, "I'm not thirsty." The man laughed and said, "Young man, my wife isn't thirsty and doesn't want any sugar water." "Sorry." Gu Zhouyuan shrugged and said, "It's okay." He sat back down on the bench, the book in his hand on the 7th chapter. Plum Blossom, affectionate, and with her beloved friend, suddenly enters the world of pleasure. Zhong Sheng, unintentionally, visits a famous girl, and they first become lovers. I was captivated by the exciting plot of the book and read it with complete absorption. Then a voice rang out. "Did you write the words on this sign?" Gu Zhouyuan was engrossed in his book at a crucial moment when he said without looking up, "Selling sweet soup. 10 coins a bowl." The voice sounded somewhat displeased. "Of course I know you're selling sweet soup, and I know it costs 10 coins a bowl. Isn't that written on your signboard?" Gu Zhouyuan then looked up and saw a fair-skinned young man dressed as a scholar standing in front of him, with 2 attendants behind him. "Oh, how many bowls would you like, sir?" Gu Zhouyuan asked with a professional smile. "Is this person deaf?" The scholar frowned and said, "I was just asking you. Did you write the words on this sign?" "So it wasn't a dessert shop after all." Gu Zhouyuan nodded and said, "Yes, I just wrote it down randomly. Please forgive my blunder." The scholar, seeing that he could write and speak eloquently, immediately became interested. "You've been to school? I've never seen this handwriting before. May I ask which teacher you studied under?" Gu Zhouyuan laughed heartily. "I studied reading at Qingshan Academy for a few years before, but my family couldn't afford the tuition, so I returned to my hometown to farm. As for my calligraphy, since I don't have money to buy a brush, I've been practicing with charcoal for years. As a result, I've produced such a grotesque and ridiculous piece of writing, which is quite laughable." Gu Zhouyuan wanted to get rid of the person as soon as possible so he could continue reading Liu Bei's article. The scholar's eyes lit up, and he wanted to discuss with Gu Zhouyuan in detail the topic of practicing calligraphy with charcoal. Gu Zhouyuan seemed to sense the man's intentions. He chuckled twice and said, "Brother, I still have business to do, so I won't chat with you." "Oh no, I mean, idle talk." The young man then realized his mistake and said, "I was being presumptuous." He smiled and said, "Could you please get me a bowl of sweet soup, young man?" Gu Zhouyuan said, "This sweet soup costs 10 coins a bowl." "It's all right. There are 2 types. Which one do you want?" "Casual." Gu Zhouyuan scooped up a bowl of cassava syrup, mainly because it was more convenient than grass jelly, which required preparation. Su Mufeng didn't actually like drinking sweet soup. He just wanted to chat with the young stall owner about calligraphy, but didn't want to disturb his business. Having bought this bowl, he had a reason to chat with the young man for a while longer. I took the bowl. Inside was a yellowish-white substance, probably the tuber of some kind of plant. The brown broth emitted a sweet aroma. After hesitating for a moment, he took a small sip. The moment he tasted it, his eyes widened instantly. "Because my younger sister loves sweets, the kitchen often makes desserts and sweet soups. He would sometimes drink a bowl of it, but it was usually just brown sugar water with a couple of red dates added at most." The soup in the bowl was surprisingly delicious. Unlike the bland brown sugar water, it was thick and viscous, almost like rice porridge, and its rich flavor amazed him. He took another bite of the plant tuber in the bowl. It was soft, sweet, and incredibly delicious. "Young man, what's this soup made of?" he asked, looking up. Gu Zhouyuan was looking around listlessly, watching the pedestrians coming and going on the street. Hearing the question, he was somewhat speechless. "This soup is called cassava syrup, and as the name suggests, it's made from cassava." Su Mufeng's handsome face flushed slightly, and he smiled sheepishly. "That's right. I forgot for a moment. This is called cassava syrup." But what is cassava? He seemed to have never heard of it before. However, he was too embarrassed to ask in detail. It was normal for a scholar like him, who was not good at distinguishing between grains, not to have heard of some plants. He would just ask the rest of his family when he got back. "Oh, young Master Su, what brings you to sweet soup?" A teasing voice rang out. Su Mufeng turned his head upon hearing the sound. A group of 4 or 5 young men and women, all dressed in fine clothes, looked like sons and daughters of wealthy families. The person who spoke was dressed in a crimson brocade robe and exuded an air of cynicism. Su Mufeng blushed and said awkwardly, "Brother Ho, are you all right?" "Actually, I came to buy sweet soup for my sister. She insisted on having the sweet soup here." It's hot and she's thirsty, so I also asked you for a cup of sweet soup to cool off. The young master surnamed Ho feigned realization and smiled at a woman beside him, saying, Brother Su still dotes on his sister as much as ever. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled. I also envy Sister Sia for having such a warm-hearted brother. Young Master Ho joked. Miss Qinglian may not have a considerate older brother, but she does have a gentle fiancé. Miss Qinglian blushed and stopped talking. Gu Zhouyuan saw a group of people standing in front of his stall, chatting endlessly like young masters and ladies. He was quite impatient, but of course there's no reason to turn away customers in business. He then put on a fake smile and said, Ladies and gentlemen, my little stall sells sweet soup. Would you like to try a bowl? The crowd listened to the stall owner soliciting business without paying any attention. Young Master Ho said, I've never tried sweet soup from a roadside stall before, but since Sister Sia likes it, I suppose I should try it today. Chapter 79 Young Master Ho invites guests. Gu Zhouyuan nodded, pointed to the signboard, and, as usual, reminded everyone. 10 coins a bowl. Only then did the young master notice the words on the signboard. He was somewhat surprised that the food from this small roadside stall was so expensive. But he came from a wealthy family, so naturally he didn't care about such a small amount of money. He gestured with his hand, drawing a semicircle over the group of people in front of him, and said nonchalantly, Give each of us a bowl, and put it on my tab. Gu Zhouyuan's face fell, and he said somewhat reluctantly, I have 2 kinds of sweet soup, both priced the same. Which one would you like? Which one tastes better? Young Master Ho asked. They're all delicious. Gu Zhouyuan gave the vendor's standard answer. Just like asking the vendor if a watermelon is sweet when buying it. Of course it's guaranteed to be ripe and sweet. Then give each person 2 bowls. Young Master Ho thought for a moment, too lazy to rack his brains to choose. Mo Yen said, There is no such thing as choice phobia. It's just because of poverty. There is no such thing as indecisiveness. It's just because of cowardice. Gu Zhouyuan wholeheartedly agreed. He really wanted to slap himself. If he had just asked a few more questions, how did the orders double? Excluding Su Mufeng, there were a total of 5 people later, and if each person had 2 bowls, that would be 10 bowls. The plump ant was stunned. In just a short while, she had sold more than 10 bowls. She charges 3 coins for a bowl of wontons, and she can't even make 100 coins a day. This ridiculously expensive dessert actually has people willing to buy it. She looked at the young man who was setting up his stall for the first time with envy. To her surprise, she didn't see the smugness she had imagined on Gu Zhouyuan's face. Instead, he looked aggrieved. Gu Zhouyuan first served each of them a bowl of cassava syrup. Then they started making grass jelly. Gu Zhouyuan had not prepared any guest seats at all. These young masters and ladies certainly wouldn't stand there eating with their bowls in hand. That would be beneath their dignity. Seeing the young stall owner pouting as he busied himself, it seemed he wasn't going to care whether they had a place to sit or not. When young Master Ho saw that someone had finished eating wontons at the fat ant's table and had just gotten up, he ran over and took the seat of honor. The others' eyes lit up, and they all went to find places to sit at the surrounding stalls. The stall owners were all quite puzzled when they suddenly saw someone carrying a bowl and sitting on their stools. However, seeing that these people were all dressed in fine silks and satins, they were clearly not people to be trifled with, so they turned a blind eye to them. They sat down and ate the cassava soup. The first sip made them just like Su Mufeng. They were all surprised by the smooth and sweet taste of the soup. Especially Miss Qinglian and another young woman. They were truly amazed by this bowl of sweet soup. Women have a natural sweet tooth, but they had never tasted such delicious sweet soup before. They savored it carefully, already looking forward to another type of sweet soup that was still being made. Gu Zhouyuan finished making 5 bowls of grass jelly, and when he looked up, everyone was gone. His face darkened. He thought he'd encountered someone trying to skip out on the bill. Fortunately, young Master Su was still standing there, taking small bites of cassava syrup. Where are the others? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Su Mufeng turned his head and pointed to several places. Look, there it is. And there's one over there. And one over there. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and shouted. Come over here quickly. The grass jelly is ready. The first one to rush over was actually Miss Qinglian. She handed the empty bowl back to Gu Zhouyuan and picked up the grass jelly from the table. The bowl contained small, dark green pieces that looked rather strange. As she lifted the bowl, the lumps trembled and shook. A small wooden spoon was thoughtfully placed on the side of the bowl. She picked up a spoon, scooped up a piece, and put it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up, and she let out a muffled groan. This so-called grass jelly was surprisingly smooth and refreshing. It probably contained brown sugar, and the sweetness was just right, refreshing and not cloying. Stirring the food with a spoon, I saw some small reddish-brown balls at the bottom of the bowl. I picked a few and put them in my mouth. I don't know what these little balls are made of, but they are chewy and bouncy, which feels quite unique. Qinglian was just marveling that the cassava soup was the best soup she had ever eaten. I didn't expect her favorites to be updated so quickly. Between the two, she preferred the texture of grass jelly. Everyone else picked up their bowls and tasted it, and they all praised it highly. In this sweltering summer, a bowl of grass jelly instantly dispels the heat. Grass jelly tastes better chilled, but there are no refrigerators in this world, so Gu Zhouyuan added some mint powder to it. With costs rising, Gu Zhouyuan plans to raise prices tomorrow. Seeing the reactions of the others, Su Mufeng also started to feel hungry. He said to Gu Zhouyuan, "Brother, give me a bowl of grass jelly too." "Put it on his tab," he said, pointing to the ravenous young Master Ho. "And that bowl of cassava soup I just had, that's on his tab too." Gu Zhouyuan nodded and took a bowl to serve the grass jelly. Su Mufeng took out 20 coins from his purse and placed them on the table. Gu Zhouyuan looked at him in confusion. "Wasn't it young Master Ho who invited you?" "Give each of my 2 attendants a bowl as well. I'll pay in cash," Su Mufeng replied with a smile. The 2 attendants were delighted upon hearing this. This damn weather is so hot, and they're all dressed so warmly. They've been swallowing their saliva nonstop while watching others eat grass jelly. The name grass jelly contains both grass and jelly, which sounds refreshing and cooling. But 10 coins a bowl was too expensive, and the 2 of them couldn't bear to spend that much money to buy it. The 2 thanked Su Mufeng. One of the short, stocky followers called out, "Hey buddy, I want grass jelly, not tapioca syrup." "I want grass jelly too," the tall, thin attendant exclaimed. After Gu Zhouyuan's experiment was successful yesterday, he prepared some more goods last night. However, there weren't many bowls. There were about 30 bowls of grass jelly, but a large pot of tapioca soup was cooked, probably around 70 or 80 bowls. His original intention was to spend the day on the street, selling whatever was available to customers, and then returning the unsold items to the mall at a lower price. He sold 14 bowls in a short time, which gave him a new understanding of people's spending power in this world. If he had a thorough understanding of history, he would have discovered an eternal truth. The cold of winter belongs to the poor, because the rich live in a spring-like world all year round. Disaster years often make the poor poorer and the rich richer. "Hey bro, can you deliver this sweet soup?" Su Mufeng asked, putting down the empty bowl. Gu Zhouyuan was taken aback. They were offering takeout service too? He shook his head. During the Song dynasty, when the catering industry was thriving, some restaurant owners with a keen business sense launched food delivery services. People in the city often only buy food from shops in the city and do not keep vegetables at home. Back then, from royalty to ordinary people, many were too lazy to cook at home, and ordering takeout became a common practice. It can be done in no time, and the summons will be carried out at any time. The restaurant will send delivery drivers to your door and supports cash on delivery. Chapter 80 is sold out. This sweet soup is sure to suit my sister's taste, but it can't be taken away. What should we do? Su Mufeng was very disappointed. "Young master," the short, stout attendant reminded him, "why don't we just take the bowls with us?" Su Mufeng's eyes lit up, and he asked Gu Zhouyuan, "Can I take this bowl with me?" Gu Zhouyuan was taken aback, then said, "Okay, the bowls are 10 coins each." A rough pottery bowl that costs 2 coins in the mall can be resold for 10 coins, which is much more cost-effective than selling it for sweet soup, and it also saves you the trouble of washing the dishes. Su Mufeng naturally didn't care about this small amount of money. He readily took out a small piece of silver and handed it to Gu Zhouyuan. "Give me 6 bowls, I want to take them with me." Gu Zhouyuan had seen it on TV. The ancients could tell how many taels or coins of silver apiece was just by flipping it in their hands. He tried to toss the loose silver in his hand, but didn't notice anything amiss. He then asked, "Young Master Su, how much does this silver weigh? Is it worth the money for my sweet soup?" Su Mufeng was speechless for a moment, while the short, fat attendant beside him angrily said, "You brat, you can't count. My young master gave you 2 qian of silver, enough to buy you 20 bowls of sweet soup." Gu Zhouyuan chuckled twice and said, "I'm just a poor country bumpkin, I don't know much. Please don't take offense, young Master Su. I've just opened for business and I don't have any change to give you." Young Master Su smiled and said, "It's all right, no need to look anymore." Gu Zhouyuan cupped his hands in greeting. Young Master Su is so magnanimous. After seeing the group off, Gu Zhouyuan checked the accounts. Young Master Su packed 6 bowls, his attendant packed 2 bowls, and he also bought 6 ceramic bowls, earning a total of 220 coins. Young Master Ho and his party of 5, plus Young Master Su, each had 2 bowls, for a total of 12 bowls. Yes, even after Gu Zhouyuan received 220 coins from Young Master Su, he still charged young Master Ho the 2 bowls of sweet soup. The unscrupulous nature of these businessmen has begun to emerge. Miss Qinglian and another woman each packed a bowl of grass jelly to take away. In the end, young Master Ho paid the bill of 160 coins. The plump woman next door was green with envy. Since there were no more customers on her side, she ran over to Gu Zhouyuan, flashing a smile that revealed 16 teeth. Young man, your sweet soup is making a lot of money. You've sold so much in just a short time. Gu Zhouyuan counted his copper coins as he replied, I don't make much money. This brown sugar costs 40 coins per pound, and my secret recipe herbal jelly is made with precious health-preserving herbs. After deducting these costs, I can't even make 2 coins left. Before the Song dynasty, sugar was a luxury that only officials and wealthy families could afford. After entering the Song dynasty, with the comprehensive development of the sugarcane industry, sugar was widely consumed and used in the daily lives of ordinary people in the lower classes. Cane sugar was an important raw material and condiment in food processing and production during the Song dynasty. Su Shi wrote in his poem, following the rhyme of the previous poem, in youth, hardship is like eating watercress. In old age, leisure is like eating sugarcane. He likened his leisurely retirement life to eating sweet and juicy sugarcane. Judging from the various prices recorded in Rongzhai essays, white sugar was probably 4 times the price of rice at that time, while the price of brown sugar was slightly lower. The plump ant thought for a moment and said, That's true. You put so much brown sugar in that bowl of sweet soup. It hurts me to see it. If it doesn't sell, we'll lose a lot of money every day. As expected, profitable businesses are not easy to run, and the plump ant's envy lessened somewhat. Gu Zhouyuan put all of today's earnings into his wallet and sat back down to continue reading. At noon, he ate a bowl of wontons at the fat ant stall, which cost 3 coins. Some people came to ask what kind of sweet soup the so-called sweet soup shop sold. The people asking questions were no longer just wealthy young men and women, but also ordinary people with ample funds. Some people didn't care about the price and ate a bowl, while others thought it was too expensive and left after asking. In short, business was intermittent, but sales continued. Just after 1 p.m., Gu Yukai came to find Gu Zhouyuan. When I arrived, I happened to see Gu Zhouyuan serving cassava soup to a plump middle-aged woman. He exclaimed happily, Xiao Yuan, your sweet soup really sold out. Yes, quite a lot of people are buying it. Gu Zhouyuan handed the sweet soup to the middle-aged woman. He lifted the lid of the cassava syrup container, and Gu Yukai saw that the syrup was almost empty. The other wooden basin was completely empty, indicating that it was all sold out. The plump middle-aged woman slurped up her cassava soup, gave Gu Zhouyuan a thumbs up, and mumbled, Delicious, delicious. After finishing the sugar water in her bowl, the woman wiped her mouth and asked, What's in that empty basin? Oh, that's grass jelly. We made less today, and it's already sold out, Gu Zhouyuan replied. Are you still setting up your stall here tomorrow? I'll bring my sisters to try your sweet soup. The woman was looking forward to the sweet soup she hadn't yet tasted. Many guests have asked this question today. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and nodded, saying, I'll come again tomorrow, to the same place. The woman nodded in satisfaction, took out 10 copper coins, and placed them on the table. Seeing that there were about 3 or 4 bowls of sweet soup left in the bucket, Gu Zhouyuan scooped 1 bowl out and gave it to Gu Yukai. Uncle Kai, are you thirsty? Here, have this bowl of sweet soup. Gu Yukai waved his hands repeatedly. No. This bowl costs 10 coins. You should keep it for Xiao Yuan to sell. We're family. Why are we keeping score over a bowl of sweet soup? Besides, this episode is almost over, and I doubt anyone will buy the remaining bowls of sweet soup. Gu Zhouyuan handed over the bowl. His attitude was firm, so Gu Yukai could only wipe his hands and take the bowl. After just 1 sip, he exclaimed, Xiao Yuan, is this made with our cassava? It's so delicious. The plump auntie perked up her ears. Cassava? What's cassava? Gu Yukai realized he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly covered his mouth and gave Gu Zhouyuan an apologetic smile. Gu Zhouyuan smiled to show that everything was all right. He turned to the plump woman and said half-jokingly, This is my secret recipe, but I can't tell you. The plump auntie curled her lip. That stuff requires so much capital investment. Even if you told me, I wouldn't do that kind of business. Gu Zhouyuan packed his things onto the ox cart and returned the wooden table and benches to the plump ant. Thanks to Annie's table today, Gu Zhouyuan said gratefully. It's all right. It won't stop me from selling wontons, and I even got 2 coins from you. The plump auntie said, waving her hand. Gu Zhouyuan picked up a clean bowl from the fat ant's table and walked towards the ox cart under the fat ant's questioning gaze. Gu Zhouyuan ladled out a bowl of cassava syrup and returned to hand it to the plump ant. This is the leftover sweet soup from today's sale. I'll give it to you, auntie, to try. The plump auntie happily accepted the bowl with both hands. Thank you, young man. I've never had such a precious sweet soup before. Thank you so much, brother. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite. After Gu Zhouyuan got on the ox cart, the plump aunt took a small sip and then put the bowl on the table. This sweet soup is so delicious that she wants to take it home and let her 3 daughters try it. Chapter 81 Planning. The ox cart passed a furniture shop, and Gu Zhouyuan went in and bought 2 sets of tables, chairs, and benches. It's not appropriate to keep borrowing the fat auntie's table. The dessert soup sold well today. If Gu Zhouyuan is willing to wait a little longer, I believe the remaining bowls will also sell out. This was completely unexpected by Gu Zhouyuan. Now that he has gained recognition, he has abandoned his initial casual attitude. I plan to run this business well, and even if I don't want to do it anymore in the future, my family can run it. As the weather gets hotter, drinks like grass jelly lose their flavor when heated. Furthermore, if sold at the market all day, the food may spoil. Gu Zhouyuan then went to the pharmacy and bought 2 more caddies of Glauber's salt. Why buy Glauber's salt? It is naturally used to make ice. The use of saltpeter in ancient China has a long history. It was used in medicine during the Warring States period and was initially written as xiaoshu. The pu xiao mentioned in the Shinnong Benqiao Jing of the Eastern Han Dynasty, which says it can transform 72 kinds of stones, is actually saltpeter. Gu Zhouyuan had inquired and learned that this world had already mastered the technology of making ice from saltpeter. However, making ice with saltpeter is not as simple as it is described in some novels. Its conversion rate is low, and its ice production is ridiculously low. The principle behind making ice with saltpeter is that when saltpeter dissolves in water, it absorbs a large amount of heat, which lowers the water temperature until it freezes. It takes a lot of saltpeter to turn into a little ice. Moreover, the ice formed when saltpeter dissolves in water is inedible. A copper basin needs to be placed inside the basin containing the saltpeter solution, and clean water needs to be placed in the copper basin. In this way, the water in the outer basin freezes first, and then the temperature of the water in the copper basin is lowered. It is easy to imagine how much energy this would result in. Moreover, how to store the ice produced is another problem. It's not practical to make ice on the spot when you need it. However, Gu Zhouyuan doesn't need to worry about these things. He just wanted to tell people, I can make ice. When the time comes, we can just buy as much ice as we need from the mall. The ox cart swayed and rattled as it made its way to the village. Gu Zhouyuan sat on the ox cart, pondering these trivial matters. The villagers sitting under the big locust tree at the village entrance, enjoying the cool shade, all perked up when they saw the ox cart approaching. I heard that Gu Laosan went to the city to do business. He said he was selling some kind of sweet soup. I also heard it from Sister Wang. Si Dan was bragging to her son Jin Bao that his 3rd brother went to the city to make a lot of money. Why sell sweet soup? Who would buy that stuff? You'd just pee after drinking it. With that money, I'd rather go get a bowl of wontons. The money you have for wontons probably won't even cover his sweet soup. Do you know how much a bowl of his sweet soup costs? 10 coins. 10 coins. My God, who's crazy or stupid enough to spend 10 coins on a bowl of sweet soup? Gu Zhouyuan heard all the villagers' discussions. This was something Si Dan had tacitly approved of. He just wanted the villagers to know that he had made money in business. Later, when he built houses and so on, the money he used all came from somewhere. Auntie, are you enjoying the cool air here? Aunt Shilian, have you had dinner yet? Gu Zhouyuan greeted everyone along the way. The villagers responded with smiles. Brother Gu, I heard you set up a stall in the county. How's it going? Aunt Shilian asked. Sales were pretty good. We made a little less last night, so we packed up and came back early. Gu Zhouyuan pointed to the empty wooden basin. The villagers were all stunned. They were just laughing at Gu Zhouyuan for overestimating himself and trying to do business. Is business really that easy? Just then, Gu Zhouyuan's 2 large basins were completely sold out. At 10 coins a bowl, how much money do you make? Are all city people stupid and rich? They're scrambling to buy such expensive desserts. My husband told me that a gentleman in the city can spend an ounce of silver on a single meal. Then I'll make a pot of sweet soup tomorrow and sell it in the county. I'll sell it for 8 coins a bowl. Do you know how to make sweet soup? You can even burn a thin porridge. Ha ha. The villagers looked on with envy and chatted with each other. Gu Zhouyuan returned home, and Gu Yukai helped unload the things from the ox cart. 3rd brother, did you sell them? Si Dan was restless today, thinking about selling sweet soup. He even lost one of the ducks, but luckily Gu Zhaodi helped him find it in the end. Lu and Gu Zhaodi also stared intently at him. Although the sweet soup was delicious, they were really unsure whether they could sell it. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and showed the money bag in his basket. They're all sold out. Oh, 4th egg cheered. I knew third brother would make money. Gu Daddy smiled with satisfaction. Mother, did Siju and the others bring any immortal herbs today? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Based on customer feedback today, grass jelly is clearly more popular. I delivered it. I came with Xiaohua. I delivered a total of 10 jin, 5 caddies. Lu pointed to a bamboo basket in the yard, which was full of fairy grass. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Then let's hurry up and cook. We still need to make sweet soup after dinner. Gu Sidon had already counted the bag of money. His face flushed with excitement, and he shouted, 680 coins. And a single silver coin. Oh, that's a 2-qian silver coin, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. I made a total of over 1,200 coins today, and spent some on tables, chairs, and seasonings. Actually, he only sold a little over 900 coins worth of sweet soup today. The rest came from selling bowls and the money from the tips given by young Master Su. Anyway, his goal is money laundering, so it doesn't matter if I say a little more. The men all had burning eyes, and they sold 1,200 coins in one day. We already had cassava at home, but brown sugar is quite expensive. Even after deducting various costs, we could still make a profit of a few hundred coins. Good heavens, their family is going to become incredibly wealthy. Lu and Gu Zhaodi quickly went to the kitchen to cook dinner, while Gu Dedi began to clean the herbal remedies. Gu Zhouyuan moved the newly bought table to a place where it wouldn't get in the way. He said to Gu Dedi, who was scooping water, second brother, after the irrigation canal is finished, help me see who in the village knows how to build a stove. We need to build another stove, which will be used specifically for making sweet soup. My second uncle knows how. I'll invite him over, and I'll help him out. It'll be done in half a day, Gu Dedi said, pressing the fairy herb into the water and turning back. That would be great. I heard that my third uncle is a carpenter. Could you talk to him tomorrow and see if he can make 2 new wooden barrels and pick out some sturdy wood? Gu Zhouyuan said after thinking for a moment. Wooden buckets take up less space than wooden basins and have better heat retention. Okay, I got it, Gu Dedi replied. Because I was in a hurry, I made a pot of mixed noodle soup for dinner. Render the fat from the pork belly, add water, then add dough balls made from wheat flour, and finally throw in some wood ear mushrooms and wild vegetables. It didn't look very appealing, but it tasted delicious. Chapter 82 Ice Making. After dinner, the whole family began to divide the work and cooperate. First, Lu boiled a pot of water, and then began to simmer the herbal remedy. Under Gu Zhiyuan's guidance, Gu Zhaodi kneaded the tapioca flour into a dough. After carefully washing his hands, Si Danzi was in charge of making the dumplings. Gu Zhouyuan then took Gu Dedi and began experimenting with making ice. There's really nothing much to experiment with. Just put a small basin inside a large basin, and fill both basins with water. Then, saltpeter powder was poured into the large basin of water. The saltpeter dissolved, and the water in the basin slowly cooled down, eventually forming a thin layer of frost. Gradually, a thin layer of ice formed in the small basin. Gu Dedi was incredibly impressed. In the sweltering summer heat, Xiao Yuan had actually managed to make ice. Si Dan and the others also put down what they were doing and gathered around. Si Dan reached out and touched the ice in the basin. Ouch! It's so cold. Gu Zhaodi, with her keen intellect, immediately grasped the key point. Xiao Yuan, do you want to add ice to the grass jelly? The name grass jelly contains the character for jelly, so it must be cool and refreshing. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and then shook his head. Grass jelly does taste better when it's chilled, but the ice shouldn't be put into the grass jelly, otherwise it will dilute the flavor. The ice is placed outside the bucket to chill the sugar water. At this point, Gu Zhouyuan suddenly remembered that the wooden basin had poor thermal conductivity and was not very effective at chilling food. But it's not quite there yet. He can't exactly make 2 stainless steel buckets. He'll go to the blacksmith shop when he has time and see if he can order 2 iron buckets. The ice produced was only a thin layer, but that was enough for Gu Zhouyuan to deceive others. Tomorrow I'll make my own ice in my room, and that will result in lots of big ice blocks. Third brother, can I go with you to sell sweet soup tomorrow? Gu Sidon asked again. Actually, he had just been rejected by his third brother that morning, so he didn't have much hope this time either. Gu Zhouyuan readily agreed. Great. Fourth Egg looked up in disbelief. Third brother, what did you just say? I told you to come with me to set up the stall tomorrow. I can't manage it all by myself, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. He's going there to slack off today, so of course he can't bring anyone with him. Tomorrow will be different. If we're going to do business properly, we'll naturally need to bring our assistants. Happiness came too suddenly, and Si Dan was still a little unable to accept it. He stammered. Then what about my ducks? Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment. Ask your friends if any of them are willing to help you herd the ducks. Just tell them you'll give them an egg a day. After a couple of days, once the duck pen is set up, You won't have to worry about the ducks anymore. Dan's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, giving an egg for letting a duck graze for a day is sure to be a hot commodity. Sanlu would definitely agree. But no, Sanlu is too wild. He often runs away and gets lost himself. If I let him herd ducks, I don't know how many he would lose. Fatty doesn't run around, but that guy is lazy. He won't move once he's lying down. If a duck eats in one place, it's bound to go hungry. He muttered to himself, agonizing over what kind of successor to choose. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and said, "Let Ernie from next door release them. She's quick and efficient and likes ducklings. Yes, Ernie is the one. She's reliable." Gu Zhouyuan ignored him and busied himself filtering the herbal juice and pouring it into a wooden basin. After washing the pot, Lu started stewing cassava again. Third brother. This time it wasn't Dan calling. Judging from the voice, it should be Xiaohua. Dan glanced at Gu Zhouyuan and whispered, "Third brother, what should we do?" Gu Zhouyuan was stumped by his question. What do we do about what? What if Sister Xiaohua learns our secret recipe? Dan asked warily. Maybe I should find an excuse to send her away. This kid is quite cautious, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. What you said makes a lot of sense. I'll go out and take a look. He went out and opened the courtyard gate, only to find that Xiaohua was not alone outside, but also old Madame Gu and his second uncle, Gu Mansong. Gu Zhouyuan greeted them one by one and invited them into the house. Grandma, have you had dinner yet? What brings you and uncle here so late at night? We've already eaten, Xiaohua replied from the side. Grandma Gu cut to the chase and asked, Xiaoyuan, I heard that you sell sweet soup in the city. Is that true? Gu Zhouyuan nodded and said, That's right. It's the small stall I set up in the market on the east side. Listen to Grandma. Don't sell that awful sweet soup anymore. Grandma Gu said earnestly. Why? Dan and Gu Zhouyuan asked in unison. Even Gu Dedi, who was carrying benches for everyone, straightened up with a puzzled look on his face. Why? I heard from Granny Zhao that your sweet soup is made with brown sugar, which is extremely expensive. Isn't it a waste of money to use that stuff to boil water? Old Mrs. Gu sat down on the stool, looking regretful. But I sell them for a high price, 10 coins a bowl. Gu Zhouyuan still didn't understand what the old lady meant. That's exactly why it's a problem. Grandma Gu was getting anxious. The harvest is bad now. Who would want to spend 10 coins to drink a bowl of sweet soup? Your business is guaranteed to lose money. Gu Zhouyuan wanted to say that even in good years, farmers are reluctant to drink it. Seeing that he didn't speak, old Madame Gu softened her tone and said, Don't be afraid of losing face. Tell Grandma the truth. How much money did you lose today? I didn't lose money. I sold them all. Gu Zhouyuan scratched his itchy nose and said helplessly, Still making things up. There are no outsiders here. Everyone is starving. Who has the spare money to drink sweet soup? Old Mrs. Gu was so anxious she wanted to hit someone. You can never earn money beyond what you know. The poor people naturally assumed that 10 coins could buy rice to feed a family for 2 days, and that drinking a bowl of sugar water was not worthwhile. There's a joke that goes like this. 2 old farmers, tired from working in the fields, took a break and indulged in the luxurious life of an emperor. One person said that the emperor must have been eating white flour buns to his heart's content every day. Another person said that the emperor must have used a golden hoe when he went to the fields. Although the story is absurd, it also reveals the limitations of the thinking of people at the bottom of society. Do you think rich people are as happy as you imagine? Wrong. You can't even imagine the happiness of the rich. Second Uncle Gu Mansong also gently advised, Xiaoyuan, I know you dug up ginseng and sold it for some money, but you hired so many people to help you. After more than 10 days, you probably don't have much money left. We farmers just want to live our lives honestly. Why would we do business? Those city people are cunning and shrewd. Trying to make a penny out of them is not an easy thing. Gu sighed and tried to interject several times, but failed each time. His eyes darted around, and he turned and ran to the kitchen, returning with a money bag in his hand. He threw the bag onto the table with a thud. Hey, this is the money third brother earned today. Chapter 83 Business is booming. The house suddenly fell silent, with only the clucking of chickens and ducks in the yard. Eh, gagaga, giggle, woof woof. Grandma Gu turned her head blankly, looked at the bag of money on the table, and sat back down on the stool with trembling hands. Gu Mansong's face flushed. What had he just said? Had he been teaching Xiaoyuan how to honestly accept poverty? After a long silence, Grandma Gu looked up and smiled. Xiaoyuan, you've been to school, and your knowledge is far superior to ours, who toil in the fields. Just pretend you didn't hear what I was saying. Dan brought over 3 bowls of hot water, and Gu Zhouyuan put a spoonful of brown sugar in each cup. Grandma, I understand what you're saying. You're just trying to help me. He handed a bowl to Grandma Gu with both hands. Grandma Gu took the sugar water, took a small sip, and felt incredibly warm inside. Gu Monsong sipped his sweet soup, looking at his nephew who kept bringing him surprises, and felt very gratified. He seemed to have thought of something, and frowned, saying, Xiao Yuan, since your business is profitable, you're going to do it for the long term, right? Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Of course. So you're planning to hire Uncle Yukai to pick you up and drop you off every day? I heard he paid you 40 coins a day for his work. 40 coins a day is way too much, Gu Monsong said worriedly. That's true. Spending like that every day is indeed quite a lot. I plan to rent Uncle Kai's ox cart first, and then buy my own ox cart after I've made some money, Gu Zhouyuan said after thinking for a moment. Gu Monsong and Gu Dedi's eyes lit up. Men have always been interested in vehicles, and owning a family ox cart is definitely every man's dream in the village. Don't buy an ox cart. Oxen are good for plowing fields, but they're too slow for traveling and hauling goods. An ox costs 20 strings of cash, said old Mrs. Gu. Buy a donkey cart. A donkey only costs a dozen or so strings of cash. It has good endurance and is fast. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. I understand, Grandma. It's too early to talk about this now. Let's talk about it after my business is established. Everyone nodded. It's good to have an additional source of income at home, so we don't have to completely depend on the whims of fate for our livelihood. Early the next morning, Gu Zhouyuan drove his ox cart to the county town. Gu Zhouyuan rented the ox cart for 10 coins a day. He originally intended to pay 20 coins. However, Gu Yukai relentlessly tried to lower the price, saying that he would only give 3 or 5 coins as a token gesture, since he was working these days and the ox cart was just sitting idle at home anyway. Besides, he had used the ox cart all day yesterday, and Gu Zhouyuan charged him 40 coins, so he felt a little uneasy about taking the money. After Gu Zhouyuan's efforts, the two finally agreed on a price of 10 coins per day. Gu Sidon and Gu Zhaodi were also in the car. Sidan is still only a 7 or 8-year-old child, so he can only do chores like serving bowls and clearing away chopsticks. Yesterday's customer feedback was good, and after a night of positive feedback, today's business is bound to be better than yesterday's. Gu Zhouyuan didn't want to be too busy himself, so he brought Gu Zhaodi along to help. Xiao Yuan, should I laugh? Gu Zhaodi asked out of the blue. Gu Zhouyuan was taken aback, but then he understood what she meant. Sitting on the carriage shaft, he turned his head and laughed. Laugh if you're happy, no one's forcing you. But my mother told me that I should be enthusiastic when I see guests, and even if they scold me, I should still greet them with a smile. Gu Zhaodi's anxiety was palpable. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. We're here to sell sweet soup, not to sell laughter. Laugh if you want. No one will make things difficult for you. Given Gu Zhaodi's gentle nature, she would never do anything to neglect her guests. If anyone comes looking for trouble, Gu Zhouyuan will definitely stand up for his older sister. As for this business deal, it doesn't matter whether he does it or not. His comfort calmed Gu Zhaodi down a bit. Sidan wasn't nervous at all. He just laughed. Seeing the copper coins flowing into his house, it was hard for him not to laugh. The ox cart was indeed slow, and even with the best efforts, it was already late afternoon when they arrived at the market. From afar, I could see a large crowd gathered around the plump auntie's stall. Auntie, business is booming today. Gu Zhouyuan stopped the old ox and greeted the plump auntie. Before the plump woman could reply, someone shouted, He's here. The group of people surrounding the plump woman turned around and swarmed towards Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhaodi was unaware of what had happened. She was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale, and she tightly protected Gu Sidon behind her. Sidan was also frightened by the scene, thinking that he had encountered robbers. He stood there dumbfounded, letting Gu Zhaodi pull him along, hiding behind his eldest sister. Gu Zhouyuan paused briefly before jumping off the ox cart. He just saw several customers who had drunk sweet soup yesterday, some of whom were still holding food containers. Wait a minute, everyone. Don't rush. I haven't set up my stall yet. Gu Zhouyuan quickly spoke up to maintain order at the scene. Huh? Gu Zhaodi and Sidon stood there stunned. They're all here to buy our sweet soup? Young man, why are you only arriving now? The market has been open for an hour already. How can you expect to grow your business if you're this lazy? An older woman spoke earnestly, holding a large soup bowl in her hand, and squeezed to the front of the group. Gu Zhouyuan remembered her. This older sister was the first retail investor to drink the sweet soup, apart from young Master Su's group. Exactly. I've been waiting here for 15 minutes, someone complained. You've only been waiting for 15 minutes, but I've been here for half an hour and have already eaten 2 bowls of wontons, a plump woman said. Some of these people had dessert here yesterday and were still craving more, so they came back today to enjoy the delicious treat again. Others heard from relatives and friends that a new dessert shop had opened here, and that the desserts were better than ever before, so they decided to come and see for themselves if it was as amazing as others said. Seeing how popular her dessert soup was, Gu Zhaoti's previous anxiety vanished. She helped Gu Zhouyuan move the table from the ox cart, while constantly calling out, "Please step back so we can set up our stall, otherwise we won't be able to make you sweet soup." A group of people huddled together, pushing and shoving each other to take 2 steps back. Sidan arranged the stools. With everything prepared, Gu Zhouyuan tapped the wooden basin and called out, "Line up, one at a time." Having waited for so long, no one was going to obediently queue up anymore. A group of more than 10 people crowded together and surrounded Gu Zhouyuan. "Don't push. There's plenty of sweet soup today, everyone will get some," Gu Zhouyuan shouted. They knew there was still a lot left, but everyone wanted to be the first to eat, so they ignored Gu Zhouyuan's words. Someone had already stuffed the food box directly into Gu Zhouyuan's hand, along with a small handful of copper coins. "Young man, give me a 20-coin pack of grass jelly." Chapter 84, Buy Some More Geese. Gu Zhouyuan took the food box and handed 20 coins to Gu Zhaoti. "I was well prepared today, and I even brought a large bamboo bucket to hold the money." With a clang, a handful of copper coins were thrown into the bamboo tube. Gu Zhaoti called out, "Those who want cassava soup, come over here." 4 or 5 people squeezed out from the crowd. "Young lady, give me a bowl of cassava soup." A woman handed over 10 coins. "Okay." Gu Zhaoti took the money, picked up a ceramic bowl, and deftly scooped out a bowl of cassava syrup with a wooden spoon. The woman took the bowl of sweet soup she had been longing for, and as soon as her hand touched it, she exclaimed, "Oh, it's ice cold." Gu Zhaoti nodded and said, "That's right, it was chilled." Some people on Gu Zhouyuan's side also noticed that the grass jelly was different from yesterday's. "It's icy cold, which is quite amazing. In this sweltering summer heat, let alone drinking it. Just holding this cool bowl makes me feel much of the heat melt away." Gu Zhouyuan seized the opportunity to shout, "My family's sweet soup is made using a secret method and the best ingredients. The method of chilling it is extremely expensive, so selling it for 10 coins a bowl is not enough to cover the cost." He paused, and seeing that everyone was captivated by his words, he cleared his throat and continued, "I'm raising prices tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, all my sweet soups will be 12 coins a bowl." His words caught Gu Zhaoti and Sidon completely off guard. 12 coins. That's enough to pay someone who carries a heavy load in the city for half a day. Raising prices after only 1 day of sales. Won't that scare away customers? It turned out that only the siblings were surprised. The guests all looked perfectly normal, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You should know that the people who eat sweet soup here are at least from middle-class families. They were willing to spend 10 coins for a bowl of sweet soup and didn't care about spending an extra 2 coins. Besides, being able to have an iced drink in the middle of summer is definitely worth the 2 coins. In other words, Gu Zhouyuan wasn't bold enough. If he had raised the price of the iced drink to 20 coins a bowl today, although he would have lost a small number of customers, there would still have been plenty of people willing to pay. Someone shouted, "Then I'll give you 2 more coins." Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, "I haven't changed my signboard yet. Today it's still the original price of 10 coins a bowl." "The young shopkeeper is so generous," someone in the crowd joked. It's the middle of summer, and someone's actually selling iced drinks. The news spread quickly. Before long, a long queue formed at Gu Zhouyuan's stall. His stall was surrounded by people, some standing and some squatting. With more people coming here, the business of the plump ant next door has also improved. Those who were hungry sat down and ate a bowl of wontons. The plump ant was so happy that her mouth remained wide open. Gu Zhouyuan knew that the sweet soup would sell well today, so he prepared a lot extra. But I never expected the business to be so booming. Grass jelly was still the first thing to sell out. A total of about 80 bowls were sold. More than 100 bowls of cassava sweet soup were also sold. The nearly 200 bowls of sweet soup were all sold out in just 1.5 hours. Gu Sidon was almost frantic with busy cleaning up the dishes. Gu Zhouyuan kept taking bowls out of the empty basket, and by the time he packed up, there was a small pile of used bowls on the ox cart. The copper coins had already overflowed from the thick bamboo tube. The 3 siblings looked at each other and all laughed happily. The plump auntie also started tidying up the tables and chairs early today. "Auntie, are you closing up shop so early today?" Gu Zhouyuan called out to the plump auntie, rubbing his sore arms. "Thanks to you, brother, I've had more customers coming to eat wontons today," the plump auntie said happily. "It's because your wontons are so delicious that people are willing to spend the money," Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. The plump aunt waved her hand, signaling Gu Zhouyuan to stop praising her. "Your sweet soup is selling so well. I've been doing business here for so many years, and I've never seen a business so popular." In just a short while, several more people came to buy sweet soup. When Gu Zhouyuan told them that the sweet soup was sold out, they all looked regretful, shook their heads, and left. Dan wanted to pick up the copper coin and put it on the ox cart, but when he reached out to lift it, he couldn't lift it at all. In ancient my country, copper coins varied in weight due to differences in the style and size of coins minted in different dynasties. Take Song Dynasty copper coins as an example. The standard weight of Song Dynasty coins was 5 Song jin per string. According to the Song Dynasty, 1 jin was 640 grams, so each string of coins was equivalent to about 3,200 grams. Today, Gu Zhouyuan and his group sold nearly 200 bowls of sweet soup, which cost a total of 2 strings of cash, or 12 jin and 8 liang. The bamboo tube was filled to the brim with more than 10 kilograms of copper coins. Gu Sidon strained his waist and exhaled, using all his strength to move the money. He never dreamed that one day his family would have so much money they couldn't move. Gu Zhouyuan picked up the copper coins that had spilled from the table and said to Gu Zhaodi, "We still need to buy some brown sugar later, and then go to the blacksmith shop to buy 2 big pots." Gu Zhaodi nodded, and together they turned the table upside down on the ox cart. Then placed the wooden bucket on the table. After saying goodbye to the plump ant, Gu Zhouyuan drove the ox cart to buy various things he would need for tomorrow. "Ducks, ducks!" Gu Sidon shouted excitedly as he passed a stall selling chicks and ducklings at the market. These days he's been letting the ducks roam freely, and he's developed a deep friendship with them. He was very happy to see so many ducklings. Gu Zhouyuan gently tugged on the reins, and when the ox cart stopped, he said to Dan, "Let's go take a look." Fourth Egg was overjoyed. "Third brother, are you still going to buy ducks? We already have dozens of ducks at home." Dozens of ducks may seem like a lot, but when you put them in the vast fields, they don't look like much at all. Gu Sidon always fantasizes about expanding his duck flock when he gets the chance. In a couple of days, when Third Brother's pond is full of water, flocks of ducks will be swimming in it. Just thinking about that scene is exhilarating. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan and his group intended to buy chicks and ducklings, the stall owner quickly pulled his basket closer to the ox cart. A bright smile spread across his dark face, revealing a set of yellow teeth. "Young man, young lady, would you like to buy some ducklings?" Gu Zhouyuan shook his head and asked, "How much did the goose cost?" Dan's face, which had just fallen, instantly broke into a smile again. "Third brother, buying goslings is fine too. Da Huang and Air Huang can't play with ducks, and it's too lonely with only 2 of them. Whether Da Huang and the others are lonely or not, Gu Zhouyuan doesn't care. He just really likes to eat stewed goose. When we make sweet soup at home, we'll use a lot of cassava flour. The ducks don't like to eat the leftover bits, but the geese aren't picky eaters. Raising more geese can also keep out weasels. If you raise a lot of ducks outside, weasels will definitely be a big problem." Chapter 85 Procurement. Goslings are 8 coins each. There's nowhere cheaper than this. Brother, how many do you want? The dark-skinned stall owner enthusiastically promoted his wares. Although geese are omnivorous, they mainly eat grass. The wild grasses on the mountain that people don't eat are perfect for feeding geese. Add some cassava residue, and raising 30 to 50 geese won't be a problem. But no one knows how this locust plague will develop. If the disaster becomes severe and the locusts devour all the grass and trees, there won't be enough food to feed the geese. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan was hesitating, the stall owner picked up a fluffy little gosling, placed it in his palm, and showed it to Gu Zhouyuan. "My goslings are all very healthy. Take them home and raise them. If they die, come back to me and I'll give you your money back." As soon as he finished speaking, the little goose in his palm tilted its head and fell over. It was too hot, and the little gosling was probably a little afraid of heights, so it kept kicking its legs in the stall owner's hand, trying hard to stand up. The stall owner put his hands behind his back and laughed awkwardly. "Well, this goose likes to take a nap, hee." Gu Zhouyuan. In the end, Gu Zhouyuan bought 10 geese and 20 chicks. The stall owner gave him a discount of 5 coins, and he spent a total of 155 coins. I went to the blacksmith shop and bought 2 large 8-bladed pots. 2 iron buckets were also ordered. Gu Zhouyuan drew a sketch on the ground, and the blacksmith said he could try to make them, but he had to pay a deposit of 100 coins first. I bought 10 jin of brown sugar. It costs 41 per jin here, which is too expensive. Gu Zhouyuan plans to buy brown sugar from the mall from now on and mix it into these 10 jin, 5 caddies, of brown sugar. Money is earned quickly, but spent even faster. After walking around, only half of the copper coins remained in the bamboo tube. Dan and Gu Zhaodi were heartbroken. However, they also know that necessary investments are unavoidable in doing business. Besides, once you buy those big pots and iron buckets, you won't need to buy them again. There are also goslings and chicks. Once they grow up, they can be sold for even more money. Thinking about it this way, they both felt relieved. Gu Dedi said yesterday that the irrigation canal on the mountain would be completed today. From now on, we won't need to cook for so many people. Gu Zhouyuan only weighed 3 caddies of pork, intending to cook braised pork to satisfy his craving today. I also brought a little bit of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. When they arrived, the ox cart was full, and when they returned, it was also loaded with many things. The old locust tree is the only way to get home. The wheat in the field is now half dead, and Gu Zhouyuan has stopped buying grasshoppers, since he's already caught most of them. The villagers had some free time, and many people sat under the big locust tree, enjoying the cool air and chatting. Wang also sat in the crowd listening to the gossip. When she saw Gu Zhouyuan and his 2 siblings return, she stood up abruptly. "Xiao Yuan, how's business today?" she called out as she approached the ox cart. Gu Zhouyuan tugged on the rope, and the ox cart slowed down. "Why are you back so early? Is it hard to sell?" Before Gu Zhouyuan could answer, Granny Zhao, who had walked over quickly, asked. Everyone else had similar thoughts. Just now, Wang was bragging to them that Gu Zhouyuan seemed to have made a lot of money in business. They were all skeptical, but now it seems that either Wang was lying, or Gu Zhouyuan was lying and had also deceived Wang. How can someone do business and go home before the end of the day, around 4 p.m.? Yesterday, Wang heard her mother-in-law praise Gu Zhouyuan for being quick-witted and good at making money, saying that a bowl of sweet soup could be exchanged for 10 coins in the city. She felt a pang of sadness. My sister-in-law's family used to live a very hard life, but now they've suddenly become rich, and she's finding it hard to accept it. After lunch today, she went to the big locust tree and chatted with the villagers about this matter to relieve her complicated emotions. There were a lot of buyers today, so we sold out quickly, Gu Zhouyuan said, pointing to the empty basins on the truck. When Granny Zhao looked, she saw that there were indeed many empty bowls and spoons in the 2 large wooden basins stacked on the ox cart. It's easy to see that what Gu Zhouyuan said was true. By this time, the ox cart had slowly made its way to the shade of the big locust tree. The villagers who were sitting all stood up and gathered around to watch. They even bought meat. Looks like they really made money. What is this? My goodness, so much brown sugar. It must cost several hundred coins. 2 large, 8-bladed pots. Brother Gu, are you building a stove? There are still so many chickens and ducks in that basket. My goodness, Brother Gu has become a tycoon after only 2 days of business. What kind of eyesight do you have? What duck? That's clearly a gosling. The villagers were all amazed. Just as Wang had said, Gu Zhouyuan had made a fortune by acquiring so many things at once. Wang felt a mix of emotions. Hey Xiao Yuan, Sidon went to do business with you, and my area took good care of the ducks. Why did you have to ask Wang Zernizi for help? What a waste of an egg, she said, seizing the opportunity. The implication is that you've made a lot of money in business, but you don't even bother to take care of us when things go well for you. We're family. Si Dan chimed in. Second sister is going up the mountain to pick fruit. An egg is nothing to her. Wang was taken aback and pouted, saying, Arya is busy. You can ask your younger brother Sanyo. Gu Sidon. Sanyo is only 5 years old. You want him to herd ducks? Who's going to herd whom is still uncertain. Then, Auntie, you're busy. We'll head back now. Gu Zhouyuan gave the reins a shake, and the old ox kicked its hooves, pulling the cart slowly forward. Wang's eyes lit up. She ran over, hugged the small stool to her chest, picked up the palm leaf fan that had fallen to the ground, and dashed home. It was still early, and Gu Dedi hadn't returned yet. The gate to the courtyard was open, and Lu was chopping mulberry leaves to feed the chickens and geese. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan and the others return, they quickly dropped their wood-chopping knives and went to greet them. Mother, Gu Sidon exclaimed excitedly. Our sweet soup is selling like hotcakes. Lots of people are scrambling to buy it. Mrs. Lu wiped her hands on her apron and said with satisfaction, Oh, good, good. Gu Zhouyuan put the basket on the ground and smiled at Lu. Sure. Mother, look. Lu leaned closer to take a look and exclaimed, You bought so many chicks. Oh, and goslings too. She gently picked up the chicks and goslings one by one and placed them on the ground. The weather was hot, and the chicks huddled together, their bodies damp and no longer fluffy like before, making them look a bit ugly. Gu Zhouyuan and Gu Zhaodi unloaded everything from the car. Si Dan was the one who carried the bamboo tube of money onto the cart, and now he's also responsible for carrying it down, except the bamboo tube has become much lighter. Mother, mother, he cried, clutching the bamboo tube. Look, this is all we earned today. Chapter 86 Building a Shed. Lu quickly took the bamboo tube from Si Dan's arms. Its heavy feel gives people a sense of security. Mother, where is my second brother now? Is he still on the mountain? Watching his mother happily counting the copper coins, Gu Zhouyuan asked. Gu Dedi had said that the irrigation canal would be completed today, but Gu Zhouyuan was unsure whether he was currently on the mountain or at the pond that had been dug at the foot of the mountain. I want to check. The irrigation canal was laid an hour ago. Dedi is leading them to cut bamboo and build a fence. He said it's still early, so they're also going to fence off the duck pen first. Oh dear, Lu exclaimed. Where was I counting? Gu Zhouyuan smiled and walked outside, leaving his mother to continue her blissful woes. After walking a short distance, Gu Zhouyuan saw a lot of people working hard by the pond. Gu Dedi and his second uncle, Gu Monsong, met head-to-head, as if they were discussing something. Xiao Yuan. Zhao Ergu was chopping bamboo when he saw Gu Zhouyuan from afar and called out. Gu Dedi and Gu Monsong quickly looked up. The other villagers who were working also greeted him. Gu Zhouyuan responded to the enthusiastic villagers with a smile all the way. Xiao Yuan, it's just in time that you're here. I was just discussing with Dedi whether we should build a shack by the pond, Gu Monsong said. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, just building a shed might not be enough. I'm thinking of building a long shed facing south on the north side of the pond. It needs to be able to block the wind and rain, and then we can raise chickens, ducks, and geese in it. Gu Monsong and Gu Dedi were both stunned. Rural families usually raise only 3 to 5 chickens and ducks at most, and they have no experience in raising them on such a large scale. So when Gu Zhouyuan wasn't around, the two of them would discuss and figure things out on their own. Now that Gu Zhouyuan is making suggestions, they won't object. Following Gu Zhouyuan's train of thought, Gu Dedi asked, should the shed be built with bamboo? Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. Drive wooden stakes into the ground on both sides, bend bamboo into a canopy on top, and then cover it with straw mats. The straw mats need to be able to be rolled up and down. Now that it's summer, the straw mats can be rolled up to allow ventilation, and when it gets cold at night in winter, they can be rolled down to keep warm. The chicken coop and duck coop are separated by a short distance. Inside the chicken coop, there are some bamboo frames that are about half a person's height off the ground. The chickens like to sleep on these frames at night. Gu Zhouyuan poured out all the knowledge he had learned from watching short rural videos he had watched in his previous life. Gu Monsong stared wide-eyed for a long time before stammering. Xiao Yuan, how do you know so much? I like to read all sorts of books, and these are all written in books, Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. Gu Monsong nodded repeatedly. Studying is still the best. Their brains are just different from ours. Gu Dedi smiled knowingly. Xiao Yuan's skills were all taught by the immortals. Third uncle, Gu Zhouyuan cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted towards Gu Manton, who was burying a fence in the distance. Gu Manton ran over, wiping the sweat from his forehead. What's wrong, Xiao Yuan? I'd like to ask you to come up the mountain with Brother Dazhu and open the sluice gate of the irrigation canal. I don't know if the pond can be filled overnight, Gu Zhouyuan said. Gu Manton nodded, then called Dazhu, and the two of them walked towards the back mountain together. After discussing the details of the duck shed with Gu Monsong and the others, Gu Zhouyuan returned home. They saw Gu Sidon talking to Wang Ernie in the courtyard. My mother used up all the eggs today for cooking. How about I give them to you tomorrow? Sidan said, standing by the chicken coop. It's okay, you can give it to me anytime, Wang Ernie nodded. Wang Ernie is the second daughter of Aunt Wang next door. She is 14 years old this year, has an honest appearance, and her skin is a bit dark. She seemed somewhat timid when she saw Gu Zhouyuan push the door open and come in. Gu Zhouyuan used to have a bad reputation. Although her mother said that Gu Sanner had changed, Ernie was still afraid of Gu Zhouyuan. Third brother, Sidan called out. Turning to Wang Ernie, he said happily, that's great. You don't have to wait until tomorrow for your eggs. My Dahe and Xiaohe lay eggs whenever they see third brother. Sometimes they can lay several a day. Gu Zhouyuan was speechless. This kid was talking more and more out of line. Gu Zhouyuan smiled at Ernie and said, thank you for your hard work today. Brother Gu, third brother I'm not tired. Wang Ernie stammered nervously. Gu Zhouyuan casually picked up an egg from the chicken coop and handed it to Wang Ernie. Wang Ernie held the eggs in both hands and couldn't help but lick her lips. As for eggs, I can't even remember the last time I ate them. Wang Ernie had just left when Siju arrived. Third brother, Snotgrass, Siju said, panting heavily as he placed the basket heavily on the ground. Gu Zhouyuan weighed it in his hand. Not much today, only 8 Jin. It's all Arya's fault, Siju said through gritted teeth. When she couldn't find wild fruit, she came to dig up snotgrass. The snotgrass on the back hillside has almost been dug up. No sooner had he finished speaking than Arya stormed over, pointing at Siju and saying, I didn't touch that patch of snotgrass on the north-facing slope at all. I dug up a spot I just discovered while I was picking wild fruits. What? You, Gu Siju? own all the snot grass on the back hill, and nobody else can touch it. Siju stuck out his head and said indignantly, "Third brother clearly said that you would pick the fruit, and I would be responsible for picking the snot grass. It's clearly you who broke the rules. When did third brother make this arrangement? How come I didn't know?" Arya sneered. "You can pick wild fruits too. I won't stop you." "You?" Siju was so angry that he had to seek the referee's intervention. "Third brother, do you think Arya is being unreasonable?" Gu Zhouyuan smiled and changed the subject, saying, "Why are only the two of you back? Where's Xiaohua?" "My sister is behind me. She'll be there soon." Siju replied. Arya pouted. She found a big clump of goat milk fruit, but she wouldn't let us help her, as if we would steal it from her. "Take care of yourself first. She's asking you to carry her basket down the mountain. Would you be willing?" Siju rolled his eyes. The three of them are now going up the mountain together, and there's an unwritten rule that whoever finds the mountain goods first gets to keep them, and no one else is allowed to interfere. It's usually the smaller flowers that find the most. Seeing that the two clowns were bickering, Gu Zhouyuan shook his head, took out 8 copper coins, and handed them to Siju, saying, "Here, take your money." Siju happily accepted it, and even made a face at Arya. Arya raised her eyebrows, about to lash out, when Gu Zhouyuan quickly said, "Arya, where's yours? Let your third brother take a look." Arya coldly snorted at Siju, then held up the basket and showed it to Gu Zhouyuan. "I picked some prickly pears, and the rest are just snot grass." Gu Zhouyuan opened the online store and scanned it. There was half a pound of prickly pear and 3 pounds of fairy grass. He counted out 6 coins and put them in Arya's hand. Chapter 87 Locusts. Arya waved the copper coin in her hand and raised her chin defiantly at Siju. "Only 6 coins, what's so great about that?" Siju muttered. Just then, someone knocked on the courtyard gate, and Siju opened it. "Sis, why are you so slow?" Siju complained as she finally saw her teammate appear. Xiaohua wiped the sweat from her face, and Gu Zhouyuan helped her put the basket on the ground. "Third brother, I picked so many goat milk fruits," Xiaohua exclaimed excitedly. With food shortages, wild fruits on the mountain are a real rarity, and all safe places have been thoroughly searched by the villagers. In the past 2 days, she has only found a few stray fish that slipped through the net on the mountain, and she can only earn 2 coins a day. She estimated there might be some goods deep in the mountains, but the mountains were too dangerous, and she was afraid that if she went in, she wouldn't be able to come out. Today, she accidentally discovered a clump of goat milk fruit in a mountain valley. She picked all the ripe ones, estimating that it would weigh about 2 pounds. Gu Zhouyuan scanned it, smiled, and took out 20 coins. "Okay, here's 20 coins for you." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Whatever you do, don't go into the old forest. If I find any of you going into the old forest looking for mountain goods, I won't accept anything from you, understand?" Seeing his stern face, the others all stopped smiling and replied in unison, "Yes, third brother." Gu Zhaodi and Lu Shi had already learned how to make the sweet soup. They were already busy in the kitchen without Gu Zhouyuan even needing to intervene. Business was booming today, and we couldn't keep up with the demand for sweet soup. But since the iron buckets weren't ready yet, Gu Zhouyuan didn't plan to make more. He made about 200 bowls in total, following yesterday's standard. Maintaining a certain level of scarcity in the market can actually be beneficial for subsequent promotion. "I was planning to make braised pork tonight, but I only have 1 pot at home, and I also need to make sweet soup. Braised pork is a slow process." He changed his mind on the spot and simply made a pot of mixed vegetables. He cut another pound of meat and had Si Dan deliver it to the old house. The rice was cooked by simmering it in a clay pot over a small fire in the yard. Each person gets a bowl of white rice, topped with a mixed vegetable stew. 1 bite and you forget your troubles. 2 bites and you swallow your tongue. Gu Zhouyuan and Gu Dedi were both holding pieces of crispy rice crust that had been simmering until golden brown, and they were chewing them with great relish. The next day, as soon as it was light, Gu Zhouyuan went to the pond and took a look around. After being flooded overnight, the water in the pond was already knee-deep. The water is still quite murky, but after it's been drained and left to settle for half a day, it should become clear again. Building chicken and duck sheds is different from digging irrigation ditches. It no longer requires so many people. Gu Dedi suggested that only 4 people should stay at the old house to help, and that the others should not come. Gu Zhouyuan rejected it. He wanted to pull his second uncle, Gu Mansong, along with a few people, to build the stove. "We only have 1 stove for making sweet soup at home, which takes up a lot of time." And his third uncle, Gu Manton, also needed to help him make a few large wooden barrels. "The rest of you, let's all work together and try to finish the chicken and duck sheds today." Gu Zhouyuan drove the ox cart along the road. "Third brother, Why did you secretly collect grasshoppers from Sun Muda's family, but not from other people's grasshoppers? Sidan suddenly remembered this. Our kindness is precious and cannot be wasted. We must save it for those who deserve it, Gu Zhouyuan said slowly. Sidan looked completely bewildered, unable to understand what third brother was saying at all. Then Gu Zhouyuan continued. If kindness has no fangs, it will only invite contempt from others. Sidan became more and more confused as he listened. Just as he was about to ask another question, Gu Zhaodi patted his hand and gently shook her head at him. Smack! Something landed on Sidan's face and was smashed by his slap. Grasshopper! Sidan pulled over some straw from the cart and wiped his hands. So many grasshoppers. He looked up casually and saw a group of grasshoppers flying in the air. Gu Zhouyuan's face darkened. Was the locust plague really coming after all? Gu Zhaodi was also very worried. How can this grasshopper fly so high? Gu sighed and exclaimed. Locusts are a peculiar type of insect. The locusts in their solitary stage are called grasshoppers, and grasshoppers have limited damage to crops. Under certain conditions, grasshoppers will hatch and reproduce rapidly, and when they become too crowded, they will turn into locusts. In fact, their legs rubbing together will cause this change. Once grasshoppers start to swarm, they join other companions, grow larger, change color, and eat anything they can find. The situation is not optimistic. Gu Zhouyuan sighed. Yesterday, the village head went to the county government office and reported the cassava matter to the county magistrate. It is estimated that all villages will receive the news today and begin harvesting cassava in full swing. Although cassava alone cannot guarantee survival during a famine year, it always gives people a better chance of survival. Unlike the tense atmosphere in the village, the city market seemed to be unaffected. Gu Zhouyuan arrived at the same spot where he had set up his stall yesterday, where people were already waiting. The plump auntie's stall opened early today, and some people who had been waiting for a long time ate a bowl of wontons to fill their stomachs first. Gu Zhouyuan finally arrived. Before the ox cart had even come to a complete stop, a group of people rushed over. Some of the guests who were acquainted with them yesterday helped unload the tools from the ox cart. Hey buddy, couldn't you have come earlier? Someone complained. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, I rushed here before dawn, but the journey is really long. I've been hurrying, but I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Then why don't you get up at midnight to travel? Someone shouted from the crowd. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. There's no way we can queue. Just like yesterday, whoever gets to the front gets to do it first. Gu Zhouyuan suddenly thought of a solution. While scooping up the sugar water, he said loudly, I will come at this time every day from now on. Don't come too early, or you'll waste time. If you want to come earlier and are willing to wait here, go to the auntie at the wonton stall and get a number. Then line up according to the number on the number. He pulled out several thin wooden pieces he had just bought at the mall, with the numbers 1, 2, 3 engraved on them in sequence. This is probably the first time in the world that a number-based queuing service has appeared. Everyone understood and praised the idea as excellent. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you, auntie, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile, cupping his hands in greeting to the plump aunt. The plump woman smiled and nodded. What trouble? I'll just put your wooden sign there, and they can go get it themselves when they come. It won't bother me at all. Gu Zhouyuan's booming business has boosted customer traffic, making it much easier for the chubby auntie to sell her wontons. She was grateful to Gu Zhouyuan, so helping him with this small favor was naturally no problem. Hey buddy, you finally set up your stall, a clear voice rang out. Gu Zhouyuan looked up and saw that the person speaking was Su Mufeng, the first customer of the dessert shop, dressed in white. Chapter 88, A Sensation. Oh, young Master Su, it's been so long. I've missed you terribly. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled, his expression slightly exaggerated. Su Mufeng's lips twitched. He was clearly not used to Gu Zhouyuan's speaking style. Young man, you're joking. I came here looking for you yesterday evening, but I didn't see you. I thought you had moved to another place to do business. I came here today to try my luck, and I didn't expect to actually run into you. 2 bowls of cassava soup? Sure. Gu Zhouyuan greeted the customer in front of him. Taking a moment to speak with Su Mufeng, she said, I don't have many sweet soups. I'll close up shop once they're sold out. I figured you were already home by the time you came yesterday evening. Su Mufeng suddenly realized and nodded, saying, I see. Your sweet soup is indeed unique, and it's no wonder it's so popular. This person doesn't buy any sweet soup, he just chats here. I'm so busy. I'm spinning like a top. How can I have time to chat with him? He grinned. What kind of dessert would you like, young Master Su? Or would you like it to go? Su Mufeng opened his folding fan to shield himself from the glaring sunlight and smiled. It's so hot today, perfect for grass jelly. Could you please make me 2 bowls? The 3 siblings, Gu Zhouyuan and his sister, are now quite skilled and can make sweet soup much faster than yesterday. In a short while, half of the dozen or so customers who had been surrounding the area had dispersed. Gu Zhouyuan quickly made 2 bowls of grass jelly. Su Mufeng held the bowl, his eyes immediately lighting up. This bowl of sweet soup was surprisingly ice-cold. He was exceptionally knowledgeable and naturally knew that some high-ranking officials and nobles could also enjoy the comfort of ice in the summer. As early as the Shang and Zhou dynasties, Chinese dynasties attached great importance to ice harvesting. In the Zhou dynasty, the officials in charge of ice harvesting were called Lingguan, and the ice cellars used to store ice blocks were called Lingying. The Ming Dynasty book, a brief account of the scenery of the imperial capital, records the scene of ice harvesting at that time. When harvesting ice, the river was first drained to rinse it, and then a 6-foot-long ice pick was used to harvest the ice. Each time a block of ice, about 1 foot square, is chiseled out, it is placed in the ice cellar on an ice plate made of century-old elm wood. The ice block slides down the ice plate and is stored in a cellar 2 zhang deep. However, the sight of ice at this small roadside dessert stall truly surprised him. Oh, I forgot to tell you, starting today, the price of sweet soup will increase by 2 coins per bowl, 12 coins a bowl. Gu Zhouyuan said, pointing to the change signboard. Su Mufeng nodded blankly. With the addition of the iced flavor, even if the price of this sweet soup increased by 20 coins, he wouldn't have to worry about selling it. Wait a moment, sir, I'll be right there, Su Mufeng said to Gu Zhouyuan, then picked up the bowl and walked out. Gu Zhouyuan glanced over and saw Su Mufeng walk to the entrance of an alley not far away, turn into it, and disappear from sight. This young Master Su is a wealthy and refined man, so Gu Zhouyuan is naturally not afraid that he will skip out on the bill. He looked away and deftly served the customers sweet soup and toppings. One group of customers left to buy sweet soup, and another group immediately arrived. Gu Zhouyuan was so busy he didn't even have time to fart. I need to find 2 more helpers tomorrow. I'll have to be a hands-off manager, he thought to himself. It was quite a while before young Master Su returned. He handed the 2 empty bowls back to Gu Zhouyuan, smiling as he said, "Brother, give me another bowl of grass jelly." Gu Zhouyuan glanced at the 2 bowls and noticed a red lip print on the rim of each bowl. Moreover, the 2 lip prints were slightly different in color. In Gu Zhouyuan's words from his previous life, they were different shades of lipstick. Su Mufeng also noticed Gu Zhouyuan's gaze. He opened his folding fan and fanned himself vigorously twice, then coughed lightly and explained. The 2 bowls of sweet soup I just took were to my sister and one of her friends. They don't like crowds, so they stayed in the sedan chair and didn't get out. Oh, okay. Gu Zhouyuan nodded to indicate that he understood. Actually, he didn't understand why young Master Su was explaining all this to him, since he didn't like to pry into other people's gossip. He was also carrying a rather large food box in his left hand. He placed the food box on the table and said, "Could you please fill this food box for me? There are 2 layers inside. One layer is for tapioca syrup, and the other is for grass jelly. Don't call me little brother anymore. It makes me sound old. My name is Gu Zhouyuan. I'm the 3rd son in my family. You can just call me Gu-san." When Gu Zhouyuan heard him calling him little brother, he always felt as if the background music of a plum blossom melody was playing in his ears. This young Master Su is either rich or noble and has a good personality. Gu Zhouyuan understood that in order to get ahead in this world, he needed to make connections with some influential people. Su Mufeng cupped his hands slightly and said, "From now on, shall I call you Brother Zhouyuan?" Gu Zhouyuan, who was speaking in a very formal and scholarly manner, felt a little uncomfortable. He smiled and said, "Why don't you just call me Xiaoyuan? That's what my older sister calls me." Su Mufeng nodded and said, "Then I'll take the liberty of calling you Xiaoyuan." Gu Zhouyuan filled both food boxes to the brim and thoughtfully placed ice around them before wrapping them with the old cloth he had taken off. Seeing how thoughtful he was, Su Mufeng felt very pleased. He took out a silver ingot from his pocket and stuffed it into Gu Zhouyuan's hand. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to Gu Zhouyuan, picked up the food box, and took his leave. Gu Zhouyuan raised his hand and saw a small silver ingot in his palm. He recognized the silver ingots. He had exchanged them for several after selling the wild boar. "This is a 1-tael ingot of silver." Sidan's eyes widened in disbelief. Last time, he mistook a silver ingot for a stone and made a fool of himself. These days he has gained more experience and is no longer unfamiliar with silver. He also recognized that it was 1 or 2 taels of silver. "Third brother, why did that person give you so much money?" He stared at the silver without blinking. "So that's why you kept talking to him and even added ice to his bowl. Turns out he was the one who gave him the most." Sidan thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. Gu Zhouyuan laughed heartily and said, "That's right. What we're competing on is our attitude. If we make the customers comfortable, they'll naturally be willing to spend money. Gu Zhouyuan instilled in Si Dan the modern concepts of the customer is God and service first. Si Dan nodded repeatedly. If I have a better attitude and smile more, I can earn more money. I understand. Young man, one serving of each of the two kinds of sweet soup. A slightly hoarse voice rang out. The voice belonged to a portly middle-aged man dressed in black brocade robes embroidered with gleaming gold ingots, clearly a man who was not short of money. Gu Zhouyuan ladled out a bowl of cassava syrup and handed it over. The man took the drink, smacked his lips a couple of times, and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "It's really delicious. No wonder it has attracted so many customers in just 2 or 3 days." He took another bite of the grass jelly that Gu Zhaodi had just made, nodded and said, "This bowl of sweet soup is even more delicious. The name grass jelly is truly fitting." Gu Zhouyuan smiled modestly and said, "Not at all, you flatter me." Chapter 89 New Cooperation Model. Young man, I am the owner of Laifu Restaurant. My surname is Qian and my name is Qian Fuqing. I have a business deal I would like to discuss with you. Would it be convenient for you? Manager Qian laughed heartily. In a little while, customers started coming to the stall one after another, unlike before when they were crowding in. Gu Zhaodi could handle it all by herself. Gu Zhouyuan's heart stirred slightly. He smiled and nodded, saying, "I wonder what kind of business Manager Qian wants to discuss with a small stall like me." Manager Qian held the grass jelly in both hands, feeling the slight coolness that seeped through the bowl to his hands. "I really like your sweet soup, and I'd like to offer some money to buy your recipe," Manager Qian said bluntly. Gu Zhouyuan had long known this day would come, but he hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. He feigned surprise. "You own a grand restaurant. Why would you be interested in my ordinary sweet soup?" Manager Qian laughed and said, "My restaurant also offers tea and desserts. Besides, the sweet soup you made is anything but ordinary." Gu Zhouyuan nodded to the regular customers next to him, then turned around and smiled. "My whole family relies on this little stall to make a living, so the recipe is absolutely not for sale." Hearing him say that, Manager Qian was not angry at all. Instead, his smile grew even wider. "I'll offer this much." He held up one finger and gave Gu Zhouyuan a mysterious smile. 1,000 taels. Gu Zhouyuan was shocked. A dark line appeared on Manager Qian's forehead. "Young man, you're joking. It's 100 taels." Gu Zhaodi and Si Dan's expressions changed, and their breathing became rapid. 100 taels. They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a large sum of silver, and now Xiao Yuan is actually negotiating a deal worth 100 taels. "Oh, is it 100 taels?" Gu Zhouyuan asked with little interest. "This recipe is a family heirloom. My father told me that as long as the recipe is there, the person is there. If the recipe is gone, the person is gone. I dare not sell it." Shopkeeper Qian's lips twitched. "You clearly think the price is too low. What are you talking about with these ancestral rules? At least try to make it look convincing." "Young man, how much do you want for this recipe?" "I won't sell it for any price," Gu Zhouyuan said, his smile fading and his expression turning serious. Shopkeeper Qian was taken aback, then shook his head regretfully. He drank the grass jelly in the bowl in one gulp and handed the bowl back. He took 24 coins out of the bag and placed them on the table. He turned to leave when he heard Gu Zhouyuan call out, "Manager Qian, please wait." Shopkeeper Qian turned around with a delighted look on his face. "Young man, have you thought it through? The price is negotiable." Gu Zhouyuan shook his head and said, "The prescription really cannot be sold." Before Manager Qian could ask, Gu Zhouyuan continued, "We can change the cooperation model." "Cooperation model? That's a rather novel term." Shopkeeper Qian became interested. "Oh, tell me, young man." Gu Zhouyuan said, "Here's what I'm thinking. I'll provide grass jelly and cassava syrup, and you can buy them from me and sell them in your restaurant. That way, I won't have to sell my family's secret recipe. Your restaurant can sell my sweet soup too." Manager Qian stroked his beard, a thought suddenly occurring to him. This was indeed a solution. However, this so-called cooperation model is nothing new. It's just the most basic buying low and selling high in business. He nodded and said, "This method is feasible. I wonder what the price is if I buy from you." Gu Zhouyuan scooped up a bowl of sweet soup, took a big gulp to soothe his throat, and then looked up and continued, "Give me 50 taels first, and then 12 coins for a bowl of sweet soup." Even the usually mild-mannered Manager Qian was getting angry. "Young man, are you trying to make fun of me? I have no problem with 12 coins for a bowl of sweet soup. But why do I have to pay 50 taels up front?" Although 12 coins a bowl of sweet soup wasn't the best price, he could still accept it. In his restaurant, a meal would easily cost 3 to 5 liang, a unit of weight, approximately 500 grams, and if better ingredients and drinks were used, It wouldn't be uncommon for it to cost more than 10 liang, another unit of weight, approximately 500 grams. If he priced this sweet soup at a restaurant for 20 or 30 coins, he would never have trouble selling it. A plate of stir-fried vegetables costs 5 yuan at a street food stall, but at a 5-star hotel, it costs 80 yuan and no one complains. People's worth varies depending on their environment. Don't be impatient, Manager Qian, Gu Zhouyuan gestured with his hand and said, "This is the new cooperation model I just mentioned." Suppressing his displeasure, Manager Qian patiently said, "Please tell me quickly, young man." Gu Zhouyuan smiled faintly. "I call my cooperation model the franchise model." "What is the franchise model?" Manager Qian asked. "The so-called franchise model means that you pay a franchise fee up front, and I will be responsible for teaching you all the production processes except for the core technology." Gu Zhouyuan's words contained many strange new words, but fortunately, he spoke very slowly. Manager Qian was a businessman and had a much stronger ability to accept new things than the average person, so he could barely understand them. "Then I won't join the franchise. I can just buy your sweet soup and sell it directly. Wouldn't that have the same effect? I can even save some money." Manager Qian raised his concerns. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and shook his head. "It's different. Once you pay this franchise fee, I will also teach you how to make the new desserts that I launch later. And the amount of sweet soup supplied will be determined based on the needs of your restaurant. But if you're just buying sweet soup from me to resell, then there's no contract between us. If I'm in a good mood today, I might sell you 100 bowls. But if I'm in a bad mood tomorrow, I might only sell you 20 bowls, or even not sell to you at all, and instead sell to the restaurant across the street." After hearing Gu Zhouyuan's explanation, Manager Qian understood the advantages of this so-called franchise model. For him, 50 taels was neither a small amount nor a large amount. He rummaged in his pocket and found that he only had a dozen or so taels of silver with him. He cupped his hands in greeting to Gu Zhouyuan and said, "Please wait a moment, young man. I'll go back and get the money right away." After saying that, he walked away in a hurry. "Xiao Yuan," Gu Zhaodi called out excitedly. She had just heard Gu Zhouyuan talking nonstop in words she couldn't understand. She could only barely make out that Gu Zhouyuan was asking the restaurant owner to pay 50 taels of silver, and that in the future, when she bought goods from his restaurant, it would still cost 12 coins per bowl. Seeing that Manager Qian was clearly tempted, Gu Zhaodi's heart pounded wildly. Hearing Manager Qian say he was going home to get the money, she could no longer contain her excitement. She grabbed Gu Zhouyuan's arm and shook it, saying, 50 taels. He's really willing to pay 50 taels. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, "This Manager Qian is a smart man. He definitely won't lose out on these 50 taels." Gu Zhouyuan suddenly felt that something was wrong today. He thought for a moment and realized that Si Dan, who was usually very talkative, was unusually quiet today. "For eggs, why aren't you saying anything?" Gu Zhouyuan asked. Third brother, please help me up. I'm feeling dizzy." Si Dan turned his head blankly, his voice trembling slightly. Chapter 90, Pre-Order. The sweet soup sold out incredibly fast, even half an hour earlier than yesterday. As Gu Zhouyuan and his group packed up their stall, people continued to come over and asked to buy sweet soup. "Auntie, give us each a bowl of wontons." He hadn't noticed it when he was busy, but now that he was resting, Gu Zhouyuan felt an unbearable hunger in his stomach. It was just past noon, and the blazing sunlight was so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. The plump Annie had set up a simple screen with bamboo on her stall, with straw curtains hanging on it to provide shade. Gu Zhouyuan and his sister sat in a shady spot at the wonton stall. "Third brother, why isn't Manager Qian here yet?" Si Dan kept looking in the direction Manager Qian had left. "What's the rush?" Gu Zhouyuan vigorously fanned himself with a palm leaf fan on the table. Si Dan grabbed a small handful of ice that hadn't completely melted and kept playing with it in his hand. Could it be that he's reluctant to part with those 50 taels and has changed his mind? Probably not. Manager Qian seems quite charismatic. He doesn't seem like the kind of short-sighted person he is. Gu Zhouyuan swung his palm leaf fan so fast that Gu Zhaodi and Si Dan felt a cool breeze. No sooner had he finished speaking than Si Dan jumped up and pointed in one direction, shouting, "Coming, coming." Then they saw Manager Qian, heavily pregnant, hurrying towards them. Before he even arrived, he clasped his hands in apology, saying, "I'm fat and clumsy. I've kept you waiting." Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand to indicate that it was all right. Shopkeeper Qian wiped the sweat from his face and said breathlessly, "I thought of some things on the way here and wanted to discuss them with you, young man." "Please speak." Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "Some dishes in my restaurant taste even better chilled. I wonder if you could provide more ice, young man." Manager Qian's eyes were filled with hope. He knew how rare ice was in the middle of summer. If his restaurant had a long-term supply of ice, he could develop many new dishes. The shopkeeper had a good business sense. Gu Zhouyuan gave him an approving look. How about this? Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said, I'll sell you my sweet soup for 10 coins a bowl, excluding ice. Ice will be provided separately, 1 tael of silver for a bucket. How about that? Shopkeeper Qian did the math in his head. A bowl of sweet soup originally cost 12 coins, including 2 coins for chilling. 100 bowls would cost 200 coins for ice. If the insulation is done well, you don't actually need that much ice to chill these sweet soups. Now, for just 1 or 2 taels of silver, you can buy a whole bucket of ice, which can be used to make sashimi, aspic, and so on. Sure, Manager Qian readily agreed. May I ask you, young man, how is this contract signed? Should I find someone to act as guarantor? Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. No need for that trouble. I'll write 2 copies of the contract now, 1 for each of us. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 sheets of Xian paper from his basket and quickly wrote 2 contracts with charcoal. Shopkeeper Qian clicked his tongue in amazement. Young man, your brush is quite novel, and your handwriting is also unique. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and signed his name on the 2 pieces of paper. He then held up the charcoal black ink and said, I'm just showing off. Charcoal black ink is more convenient to carry than a brush. Shopkeeper Qian took the charcoal black and, imitating Gu Zhouyuan, quickly wrote his name on it. I must say this charcoal black is quite useful. The 2 pressed their fingerprints again, each picked up a piece of paper, folded it, and put it in their pockets. With a soft thump, Manager Qian placed a small cloth bag on the table. Here's 50 taels of silver, young man, please count it. There was no need to count them at all. Gu Zhouyuan opened the cloth bag and found 5 ingots of silver, each weighing 10 taels. Gu Zhaodi and Si Dan's breathing became heavy. This huge sum of money was right in front of them, within reach, and the thrill made them feel like they were floating on clouds. Gu Zhouyuan tied the cloth bag shut, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Manager Qian, and said, Then, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Manager Qian quickly returned the greeting. After a brief encounter today, Manager Qian discovered that the young man in front of him possessed a composure and confidence beyond his years. Judging from his proposed franchise model and his unwavering composure upon seeing 50 taels of silver, this young man's future is far from limited to this. He had the idea of befriending them, and his keen business sense told him that the current investment would definitely bring in a rich return. The plump auntie brought over some wontons for Gu Zhouyuan and his group. Gu Zhouyuan asked Manager Qian, Would you like a bowl? Manager Qian smiled and waved his hand. I just saw Gu Zhouyuan's flamboyant signature on the contract. He stroked his beard and chuckled. My shop is called Laifu Restaurant. I wonder if Brother Gu has ever heard of it. Gu Zhouyuan scooped up a wonton, blew on it twice, put it in his mouth, and breathed on it, saying, I've heard of it, haven't I? Isn't there a Qingshan Academy nearby? Oh, right. And across the street is a Yuanqing restaurant run by someone surnamed Wu. Right. A glint flashed in Manager Qian's eyes, and he asked in a deep voice, Young Brother Gu, do you have some past relationship with Wu Shuiping, the manager of Yuanqing Restaurant? His Laifu Restaurant and Yuanqing Restaurant are mortal enemies. If Gu Zhouyuan also provides sweet soup to Yuanqing Restaurant, then he will no longer have an advantage. We have a bit of a history, Gu Zhouyuan said, smacking his lips as he drank his wonton soup. Upon hearing this, Manager Qian immediately became delighted. Oh, how did Wu Shuiping offend you, young man? Gu Zhouyuan glanced at him, somewhat surprised by his reaction, then immediately understood and said, What? Manager Qian has a story with him too. Wu Yukai is a selfish and narrow-minded person. Although we run a shop across the street from each other, we are rivals in the same industry. We can do business based on our own abilities, and there is no need for us to become enemies. But as the saying goes, even if a person has no intention of harming a tiger, the tiger may have the intention of harming a person's heart. That time, I hired a chef from Shandong who was very good at cooking. Wu Shuiping was jealous and secretly did something bad, spending twice the wages to poach the chef. Another time, I launched a dessert in my restaurant that was very popular with the ladies and wives. He couldn't make it, so he sent someone to my shop to make a scene, saying that he found a fly in my dessert. When Manager Qian recounted these past events, he still couldn't help but grit his teeth. It's true that a daughter is raised like her father. Gu Zhouyuan laughed heartily. Manager Qian, don't be angry. It's not worth ruining your health over such a petty person. Gossiping behind someone's back is not gentlemanly conduct. Manager Qian and Gu Zhouyuan were not even close, yet he poured out so much bitterness to others. He looked a little embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Brother Gu. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. indicating that it was nothing to worry about. Shopkeeper Qian took out a small silver ingot and placed it on the table. Tomorrow I need 100 bowls, 50 bowls of each of the 2 kinds of sweet soup. I'd also like to ask you to prepare a basin of ice. This is 1 tael of silver as a deposit. Chapter 91 Buying a Mule Cart. Gu Zhouyuan accepted the silver ingots. Thinking that he would have to travel to and from the county town every day from now on, it would be inconvenient to keep borrowing Uncle Kai's ox cart. Now that we have several dozen taels of silver, it's time to buy a donkey cart for our family. Manager Qian will be a business partner from now on. He runs a restaurant in this city, so he naturally has connections. Gu Zhouyuan then said to Manager Qian, I'm planning to buy a donkey cart so I can get into town faster in the future. Do you know any brokers? Manager Qian glanced at the ox cart and nodded, saying, Ox carts are indeed unsuitable for hauling goods to the market. I do know some brokers, but... He then changed the subject, saying, Brother Gu, would you like to consider buying a mule cart? Mules have great stamina, good temperament, don't eat much, and are very suitable for mountain roads. Merchants in our area use mules most often when traveling long distances to transport goods, although they are more expensive than donkeys. A mule is the offspring of a male donkey and a female horse. It is larger than a donkey and combines the advantages of both horses and donkeys. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Then let's buy a mule cart. I'm not familiar with this city, so I'll have to trouble Manager Qian to help me out. Shopkeeper Qian smiled and agreed. It's just a little talk, Brother Gu. No need to be so polite. A 5-year-old mule with teeth costs around 20 taels of silver, and with the carriage frame, it will probably cost around 22 taels. Sidan was almost in tears. He hadn't even had a chance to enjoy the 50 taels of silver before it was gone by almost half. But then I thought about it again, and there wasn't even a donkey cart in the entire Datong village, let alone a mule cart. If he were to ride home in a mule cart, wouldn't Sanlu and Pang Xiao's gang of lads be green with envy? His expression kept changing, which amused Gu Zhaodi, who couldn't help but rub his head. 22 taels of silver? That's fine. Gu Zhouyuan took out a silver ingot from his cloth bag. I wonder if 10 taels is enough as a deposit? No need. A deposit of 100 or 200 coins is usually enough. I've dealt with that broker many times before, and we're all familiar with each other. My face is more reliable than a deposit. Shopkeeper Qian said with a smile. Then I'll trouble you, Manager Qian. Please also thank your broker friend for me. Gu Zhouyuan put the silver back into the bag. Haha, we're just doing him a favor. He should be thanking you. Manager Qian chuckled, his words quite pleasing to the ear. After agreeing to have the mule cart ready and delivered the next day, Manager Qian walked away with his hands behind his back, swaying as he went. The ox cart slowly made its way back to the village. Having traveled this road many times, the old ox had long since become familiar with it, and it could pull the cart home by itself without Gu Zhouyuan's intervention. When the old ox sees tender grass by the roadside, it will stop and eat a few bites, but Gu Zhouyuan doesn't bother with it. Gu Zhouyuan put his hands behind his head, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, and tilted his head back as if he were dozing. He covered his eyes with leaves to shield them from the glaring sun. Unlike last time, Sidan no longer clutched the bamboo tube containing the copper coins tightly to his chest. What he was holding in his arms and staring at was a cloth bag containing 50 taels of silver. Gu Zhaodi hugged her legs with both hands, rested her pointed chin on her knees, and swayed with the bumps of the ox cart. Watching the trees and fields slowly receding along the way, she felt peaceful and happy. In this disastrous year of despair, life at home became full of hope simply because of Xiao Yuan. Back in the village, as usual, he was surrounded by a group of villagers asking him all sorts of questions, which Gu Zhouyuan dealt with a smile. With a dozen or so people working together, the chicken and duck shed is now complete. Gu Zhouyuan took a look and found that it basically met his expectations. The pond was already more than half full, but the water has stopped flowing now. It must be that my second brother had someone block the sluice gate on the mountain. A bamboo fence, taller than a person, had a gate facing the direction of Gu Zhouyuan's house. The door was open, probably because the chickens and ducks hadn't been put in yet. A path had been worn into the ground leading from the gate to the pond, and water stains were scattered along the path. These are people from nearby villages. They're too lazy to go to the big locust tree to fetch water, so they come to your pond to get it, the village head said. However, once you lock this door later, they won't be able to get in. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said, Second grandfather, you can have someone find an open space in the village and dig a reservoir. I have the pipes ready, you just need to build a branch to bring the water over. The village head was taken aback. The irrigation canal had been dug for more than 10 days, and Xiao Yuan had to pay more than 10 taels of silver just for his labor. Now the village had taken such a big advantage for nothing. he said with a serious expression. Xiao Yuan, on behalf of all the villagers of Datong village, thank you. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. Second grandfather, what are you saying? I am also a member of Datong village. I am happy to do something for the village. He earns a lot of money every day now, and he also raises ducks and fish. There's no guarantee that some envious villagers won't do something sabotage behind the scenes. The whole village was suffering from drought, but his family was the only one with a large pond, and he wouldn't let anyone else use it. In the end, his family will be isolated by the villagers until they have no place to stand in the village. Now he proposes to use the irrigation canal he funded and worked on to build another reservoir for the village. So, the vast majority of villagers will remember his good deeds, and the few who are malicious won't be able to cause any major trouble. The village head hurriedly said goodbye to Gu Zhouyuan, and then ran off in a flash, probably to get on with the digging of the irrigation canal. The water in the pond was still a bit murky, so Gu Zhouyuan decided to wait a couple of days until the water cleared before putting the fish in. Gu Dedi was building a stove with his second uncle in the yard, with Dazhu and Erzhu helping to break the stones into the right size. Gu Monsong used yellow mud to glue the stones together. Every now and then, he would stand up, take a couple of steps to the side, squint his eyes, and glance at the stones to see if they were laid vertically. Gu Dedi saw Gu Zhouyuan come in, and smiled, and nodded at him. Gu Zhouyuan grinned in response. Second uncle, brother Dazhu, Erzhu, Gu Zhouyuan called out to everyone. Dazhu gave a soft hum. Erzhu retorted somewhat discontentedly. I'm 2 months older than you. Why don't you call me brother Erzhu? Gu Zhouyuan pursed his lips. We're about the same age, so let's not worry about those trivial things. Gu Monsong turned his head and said, Xiao Yuan, you've come at the right time. The stove will be finished soon. Do you think we should just build a canopy as well? Although it's unlikely to rain anytime soon, the drought won't last forever. It will rain eventually. The scorching sun is unbearable, and the northwest wind in winter is unbearable without a roof. Second uncle is right. Then let's build a roof and extend the chimney outside the roof. Gu Zhouyuan readily agreed. Seeing that the group was sweating profusely, Gu Zhouyuan went inside and brought each of them a bowl of iced sugar water. After drinking a bowl of ice water on such a hot day, the coolness went straight from head to tailbone, and the group all breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 92, Hooping the Wooden Bucket. Second brother, have you recorded the number of days the other helpers worked? Gu Zhouyuan asked. I wrote it all down in the notebook you gave me, Guda nodded. He has been learning to read with Gu Zhouyuan these past few days and is already able to write some simple characters. If you encounter a name you don't know how to write, just draw a circle on your notebook. Later, he found that there were too many circles, and he became somewhat confused. He then asked Gu Zhouyuan for help, and now he can write down the names of all the dozen or so villagers who were helping him. I'll have everyone come to my house tomorrow, and I'll pay them their wages. He didn't have enough copper coins on hand, so he would exchange them at the money exchange the next day and then settle the villagers' wages. Erzhu was overjoyed. Including today, he had worked for a total of 20 days. He had already calculated in private that after deducting the 300 coins he gave to his grandmother from the 600 coins he earned, he estimated that he would get 20 or 30 coins as his own. Yes, he was very aware that his mother would never give him half of the remaining 300 coins. However, he was already very happy to have 30 coins in his own pocket. You should know that the greatest wealth he ever had was 5 coins. It was a reward from his mother for catching a few rabbits and exchanging them for money when the mountains were blocked by heavy snow that year. Dazhu remained expressionless, but the slight trembling of his hands as he worked indicated that his heart was not so calm. Where's Uncle 3? Gu Zhouyuan asked, puzzled as he didn't see Gu Monsong. Your third uncle is making a wooden bucket for you. It's a bit crowded working here, so he took the wood home to make it, Erzhu quickly replied. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and said, I'll go take a look. When Gu Zhouyuan arrived at the old house, he saw Sanyo squatting at the gate of the yard, holding a stick and mixing mud on the ground. Considering what Si Dan had mentioned about making mud balls in the competition, Gu Zhouyuan had reason to believe that the water Sanyo used to make the mud was the water he had just peed on. Why do all the boys in Datong village like to play such interesting games? Sensing someone's arrival, Sanyo looked up, his clear eyes meeting Gu Zhouyuan's. Third brother, he called out, trying to get up. Perhaps his legs went numb from squatting for too long. He lost his balance and fell back onto the ground, the stick in his hand flying out. Gu Zhouyuan dodged the flying stick with a quick movement. His face darkened, and he flicked Sanyo on the forehead. That urine would be better used for watering the fields. It's such a waste to mix it with mud. After bypassing the 3 oxen, Gu Zhouyuan entered the courtyard. Gu Manton was seen using bamboo strips to bind the wooden bucket. Grandpa Gu was holding a round plane and was planing the inner wall of another half-finished wooden barrel. Not far away was a large wooden tub that had been made. Urged by old Madame Gu, third Aunt Wang covered her nose and brushed tongue oil onto the tub. Grandpa, Grandma, third uncle, third aunt, Gu Zhouyuan greeted them. Xiao Yuan, how did sales go today? Grandma Gu walked over and asked somewhat nervously. Sold out. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled. Good, good, good. Grandma Gu was immediately delighted. Although she had heard that the sweet soup was selling well, she was always worried that it was just a fluke. Now that Gu Zhouyuan said this, she finally felt at ease. This tongue oil stinks. Madame Wang got up and kept fanning her nose with her hand. Grandpa Gu picked up a long plane and began to trim the mouth of the wooden bucket. As he worked, he said, doing business in the city is not the same as in our village. We have to be polite and courteous in our words and deeds. We should smile when things happen. Sometimes it's okay to suffer some grievances. For the sake of money, we can bear it. He has gained a new understanding of his eldest grandson's temperament these days. He is intelligent, quick-witted, kind-hearted, and even has a touch of traditional Chinese kindness. They possess both the magnanimity of, I will respect others tenfold if they treat me with respect, and the fortitude of, I will retaliate if they offend me. But the world is very complex. It's not simply black and white. This kind of personality is fine in the village. He has a large family and is strong enough to handle things. But once they're out in the world, they're just small farmers. If they offend someone, they'll suffer. Gu Zhouyuan clearly understood what the old man meant. He nodded and said, I know, Grandpa. I'll just focus on making money outside and won't cause any trouble. Grandma Gu's protective instincts kicked in. She glared at Grandpa Gu and said indignantly, Xiao Yuan is educated. He knows more than anyone else. We won't cause trouble outside, but we can't let him suffer injustice. If anyone bullies you, come back and tell Grandma. Grandma will go to his door and yell at him for a whole day and night. Grandpa Gu wanted to say something, but noticing his wife's unfriendly look, he shut his mouth and just kept his head down and worked hard. In fact, the original owner's annoying personality was inseparable from the doting of Grandma Gu. But at this moment, Gu Zhouyuan only felt the intense family affection that made him feel comfortable all over. He looked up at Grandma Gu with a smile and let out a heavy hey. Gu Manton straightened up, twisting his aching waist, and said breathlessly, 2 large wooden buckets, made according to your requirements. This small wooden bucket in my hand. I'll make it for you to put your bowls and chopsticks in. Gu Zhouyuan leaned closer to examine the wooden bucket and chuckled. Third uncle, your craftsmanship is quite good. Why don't you open a carpentry shop? Gu Manton blushed. Xiao Yuan, don't try to embarrass me. I'm only good at making small stools, but making this wooden bucket is a real struggle for me. All I can do is make sure it doesn't leak, and it doesn't look very nice. Open a shop? Haha, no wonder there's no business. Whose fault is that? I paid you to go to the next village to learn the craft from Carpenter Wang, and you got into a fight with his youngest son, and now you're just a half-baked carpenter. Old Master Gu said irritably. That bastard Wang Daqing threw a stinging pepper in my arms. That old bastard Wang Baipi is no good either. He treats me like dirt and bosses me around. He turns a blind eye to his son Wang Daqing's mistreatment of me. Gu Manton jumped up angrily like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Upon hearing this, Madame Wang became displeased, put her hands on her hips, and shouted, You can say whatever you want, but can you please stop swearing? That Wang Baipi is my uncle, and now he's your uncle too. He is indeed my uncle, but he's a wicked uncle, Gu Manton retorted, sticking out his neck in protest. All right, what's all the commotion about? Old Master Gu said irritably. None of you are any easy to deal with. I've told you all before, you should greet people with a smile when you're out in public, and a little patience will bring peace. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Gu Manton muttered to himself. Old Master Gu raised his hand as if to hit him, but Gu Manton threw down the hammer in his hand, shrank his neck, and ran away. Gu Zhouyuan looked at the noisy courtyard, his smile never fading. Third brother, my grandfather is going to beat my father. What are you laughing at? Gu Zhouyuan felt his clothes being tugged. He looked down and saw Senyo looking up at him, his little hands covered in mud grabbing his clothes. His face immediately turned green. Chapter 93 The County Magistrate Makes Empty Promises. Why haven't I seen my second aunt? Gu Zhouyuan asked after looking around and not seeing his second aunt. Your second aunt went up the mountain with Xiaohua and the others, said Grandma Gu. Arya and the others were secretly plotting to go into the old forest to find wild fruits today. I overheard them and they scolded me. Although they assured me they wouldn't go into the old forest, your second aunt was still a little worried. So she went up the mountain with them and blocked the sluice gate at the deep pool. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. I told them yesterday that if they dared to go into the old forest, I wouldn't accept their mountain products. How could I have forgotten in the blink of an eye? It was probably Ya's idea. That brat has the most tricks up her sleeve. Old Mrs. Gu said through gritted teeth. My daughter always takes the blame for all the bad things that happen. Wang pursed her lips, but dared not refute the old lady. Grandpa Gu grinned and said, Your second grandfather reported the method of detoxifying cassava to the county government 2 days ago, and today the county government has already sent people to various villages to teach the villagers. The messenger who came to our village even mentioned your name, saying that the county magistrate greatly admired your selflessness and that the county would reward you after the cassava harvest. The county magistrate will also report this matter to the imperial court and request a reward for you. The more old Master Gu talked, the happier he became, believing that Gu Zhouyuan was very likely to receive an award from the imperial court in the future. Thanks to our ancestors, the Gu family has finally come to this day. Gu Zhouyuan was taken aback. I saw second grandfather today. Why didn't he tell me? I told him not to say anything. You are my eldest grandson, Gu Guanqian, so of course I should tell you this great news. Old Master Gu said with a beaming smile. Things that are far from certain shouldn't be taken seriously. A county magistrate who can become the head of a county must be good at making empty promises. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled twice, feeling that his grandfather was sometimes like a child. Back from the old house. Outside the courtyard, straw mats were laid out, and Misona chinensis was spread out to dry. The eldest sister, Gu Zhaodi, was squatting down, turning the herb over. Nowadays, fresh grass jelly is used to make grass jelly. Any leftover grass jelly is dried and stored for later use. Because of an additional 100 bowls of sweet soup ordered from Laifu restaurant today, Lu had already started preparing the soup early in the morning. Dan couldn't bear to leave his ducks behind, so he asked Wang Ernie where she kept them and then led Xiaobai out. By evening, the new stove and the roof were all finished. The three of them, including my second uncle, were invited to have dinner, but they all declined. A little while later, Dan and Wang Ernie returned with the ducks. The newly built stove takes up a lot of space in the yard, making it difficult for the chickens, ducks, and geese to move around. Gu Zhouyuan decided to put all the poultry into the enclosure by the pond first thing tomorrow morning. When Ernie heard Gu Zhouyuan say this, and thought about how she would no longer have to do the work of getting an egg every day, she became visibly depressed. Gu Zhouyuan handed over an egg and said, Ernie, could you cut a few baskets of grass for me every day to feed the chickens and ducks? How about 1 egg a day? Wang Ernie's eyes immediately lit up again. She took the eggs and nodded repeatedly in agreement. There are plenty of weeds in the fields, and even if she doesn't feed the chickens and ducks, she still has to go out and pull weeds. There are no chickens, ducks, or geese at home, so she used to throw all that grass into the distant ditch. Now she can put it in a basket and carry it over, and she can exchange it for an egg. Yesterday, my mother cracked the eggs into the vegetable puree, and it tasted so good. At the dinner table. Second brother, you have to come to the county town with me tomorrow, Gu Zhouyuan said, picking up a piece of chives and eggs with his chopsticks. Now Gu Zhaodi is willing to use more oil when cooking, and this stir-fried chives and eggs is quite delicious. Are you too busy? Gu Dedi asked, looking up. It's not that I'm too busy, it's just that I asked someone to buy a mule cart, and I'd like you to help me drive it back tomorrow, Gu Zhouyuan said while shoveling rice into his mouth. Gu Dedi was completely stunned. A mule cart? Xiao Yuan, you bought a mule cart. Lu was also stunned, holding her bowl. What did Xiao Yuan just say? He bought a mule cart? Good heavens. Those mule carts are ridiculously expensive. How could Xiao Yuan spend so much money on one? Wait a minute, how much money has Xiao Yuan earned these days? How come he has enough money to buy a mule cart? Gu Zhaodi and Dan were first-hand witnesses, so they weren't surprised at all. Especially Dan, who kept shaking his head smugly, his expression clearly saying, Look at you guys, how come you get so scared over a little thing? You're not calm at all. Gu Zhouyuan noticed his mother and second brother's confusion and explained with a smile, I'm in a joint venture with manager Qian of Laifu restaurant. He paid me a franchise fee of 50 taels. Lu and Gu exchanged a glance. They didn't understand what the franchise fee was, but they clearly understood that they would receive 50 taels of silver. Clatter. Lu's chopsticks fell onto the table, but she seemed not to notice, staring blankly at Gu Zhouyuan with her mouth slightly open. Gu Dedi's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. 50 taels. He had never even heard of anyone having 50 taels of silver. Dan ran into the room and pulled out the cloth bag that Gu Zhouyuan had stuffed under the bed. Place it on the table and open it with a flourish. 5 gleaming silver ingots were laid out there. The oil lamp in the room was dim and not very strong, but Lu and the others felt that the silver was dazzlingly bright. Mother, this silver ingot is worth 10 taels. Gu sighed and showed off his knowledge. Lu reached out her hand, wanting to touch the 10-tael silver ingot, but just as she was about to touch the cloth bag, she hurriedly withdrew it. Gu Zhouyuan picked up a silver ingot and stuffed it into her hand, saying with a smile, Mother, keep this ingot and save it to help your second brother get married in the future. I need the rest to buy a mule cart, and I also need to pay my second uncle and the others for their wages these past few days tomorrow. Holding the silver, Lu seemed somewhat at a loss. In the past few days, including the 10 taels she had, Gu Zhouyuan had given her more than 18 taels of silver. He returned the money he had given Gu Zhouyuan to buy rice, without taking a single penny. She now holds a huge sum of money and feels like she's dreaming. Xiao Yuan, I don't know how to drive a mule cart, let alone a mule cart. I've never even driven an ox cart, Gu Dedi said. He was clearly more concerned about the mule cart. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, It's all right. I've never rushed before. Gu Dedi was getting anxious when he heard Gu Zhouyuan say, but it should be similar to driving an ox cart. If you can't, you can drive the ox cart tomorrow morning and I'll teach you. On the way back, I'll drive the mule cart. That's one way to do it. Guda thought about it for a moment and felt a little more at ease. After dinner, the family got busy again. During the meal, the firewood in the stove was never extinguished and cassava syrup was simmering in the pot. When the newly built stove is put into use tomorrow, cooking 3 pots at the same time will save a lot of time. Chapter 94 Visiting the Market. The next day, the family ate breakfast early. Gu Zhouyuan instructed his mother, Lu, to drive the chickens and ducks to the pond. Gu Dedi was driving the ox cart, and he now found driving it really easy. The old ox doesn't even need him to crack the whip. It knows the road better than he does, and it knows how to make its way on its own. Along the way, we saw many villagers carrying shovels and sickles, walking happily into the mountains. Xiao Yuan, are they going to dig cassava? Gu Dedi asked. Probably, Gu Zhouyuan analyzed. Grandpa said that yesterday, people from the county government came down to teach how to process cassava from various villages, so naturally everyone is eager to dig it up today. Grasshoppers kept flying onto the ox cart along the way, and Dan picked them up one by one, putting them into his small basket, thinking of taking them back to feed the chickens and ducks. We arrived at the market. As Gu Zhouyuan mentioned yesterday, the time for setting up the stall will be roughly the same every day, so customers don't need to come too early. But these words didn't seem to have any effect. There were even more people waiting today than yesterday. But today is different. Each of them is holding a wooden sign. Gu Zhouyuan spotted Manager Qian in the crowd. Manager Qian tried desperately to push his way to the front, but someone in the crowd complained, What are you pushing for? Let me see your number. It's number 21. Get in line at the back. Manager Qian was sweating profusely with anxiety. He waved his hand and shouted, Young brother Gu. Young brother Gu. Gu Zhouyuan replied with a smile. Manager Qian, what are you doing squeezing over there? Come on over here. The others quit. Hey shopkeeper, this isn't right. I'm number 10 and haven't been called yet. So how come number 21 is already ahead of him in line? Exactly. What's the point of us having this number plate? Gu Zhouyuan cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and explained, Please don't misunderstand. Manager Qian is here to buy goods, not to drink sweet soup. He said helplessly to Manager Qian, Manager Qian, what's wrong with you? You could have just waited over there. Why did you go and get that number plate? Shopkeeper Qian gave an awkward smile. I saw everyone going to get a token, so I just took one too. By this time, Gu Dedi and his group had already set up their stall. Gu Zhaodi called out, Please line up according to your numbers. Number 1 first. The crowd was in complete chaos, but after a short while, a crooked line finally formed. Only then was Manager Qian able to squeeze out of the crowd. Gu Zhouyuan pulled him aside and pointed to the 2 wooden basins stacked on the ox cart, saying, 50 bowls of cassava soup and 50 bowls of grass jelly. He then pointed to a wooden barrel wrapped in hay and said, That's the ice you wanted. Manager Qian took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face, nodded and said, All right, I have a carriage ready. I'll have someone come and move it right away. Gu Zhouyuan advised, This ice wrapped in hay might melt a bit too quickly. Manager Qian, you'd better cover it with a cotton quilt. That should keep it from melting for a day. Yes. I'll go and fetch the winter quilts from home in a bit. Manager Qian nodded repeatedly. Oh right. Before leaving, Manager Qian remembered something. Your mule cart will be ready before noon today. I'll bring it to you with some people then. All right. Then I'll trouble you, Manager Qian, Gu Zhouyuan said, clasping his hands in a fist salute. You're too kind. After exchanging pleasantries, Manager Qian hurried back home. The weather was hot, and many of today's customers brought their own food boxes. They bought the desserts and quickly went home to enjoy them. With Gu Dedi coming to help today, Gu Zhouyuan had some free time. He wandered around the market. The market here is well managed. The road is lined with white lines, and the stalls set up by small vendors are all within the lines, leaving a passageway in the middle. In this way, the livelihoods of vendors are taken care of without disrupting public transportation. Along the way, there are stalls selling hair ornaments such as crowns, combs, collars, and hair accessories. There were also stalls selling ironware, with shovels, hoes, kitchen knives, plowshares, and more on display. There are also some small vendors without fixed stalls who walk along the street, using drums and music to attract children and women to watch and selling candy. There were vendors selling porcelain, health supplements, fruits, vegetables, pork, and mutton, everything imaginable. It was no less impressive than the grand markets Gu Zhouyuan had seen in his previous life. Of course, the most sold items were food. Street vendors hawked ginger and fermented black beans, pork skin, roasted peppers, pickled vegetables, mutton fat and leek cakes, pickled lamb trotters, and pickled crabs. There were also stretcher vendors selling spicy braised lung, spicy vegetarian rice noodle soup, cured meat, rice noodles with tofu, ginger shrimp. The people here actually like spicy food. Gu Zhouyuan had inquired and found that chili peppers were not yet an ingredient in the entire Dacian region. The so-called spiciness here mainly came from plants such as dogwood and mustard greens. As I strolled along, I unknowingly arrived at the shop where I had ordered the iron bucket last time. There were also some ironwares for sale outside the blacksmith shop. The shirtless blacksmith was negotiating the price of a kitchen knife with an old woman when he saw Gu Zhouyuan arrive. He quickly called his young apprentice to take over for him. "Brother, you finally arrived. Your iron bucket was finished yesterday, but I didn't know where you lived, so I couldn't deliver it to you," the bearded blacksmith said with a hearty laugh. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, "I didn't expect it to be done so quickly. The shop has a backyard, and 2 iron barrels are placed on the ground in the yard. This iron bucket is shaped similarly to the buckets used in Gu Zhouyuan's previous life's braised meat shop, only it's much larger. Young man, you didn't say whether you wanted a lid or not, so I didn't make one," the blacksmith said with a smile. "It's all right. I'll just make a wooden lid when I get back. The iron lid is too heavy." Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said. After looking around the iron bucket, he realized that compared to his previous life, the workmanship of this bucket was much rougher, but it basically met Gu Zhouyuan's requirements. "How much?" Gu Zhouyuan asked. "1 bucket costs 1 tael of silver, so I'll give you 2 taels in total. I'll also give you 2 small buckets, which I made when I was practicing," said the bearded blacksmith. "Then I'll bring the mule cart over at noon and take it away. I'll pay you then, okay?" Gu Zhouyuan asked. "Of course. In business, we believe in getting the money and the goods exchanged immediately," the bearded blacksmith said generously. He noticed that Gu Zhouyuan was neither as stingy as ordinary rural people nor as calculating as businessmen. I felt that this young man was very much to my liking, and I was sure I could do business with him in the future. He suddenly became much more enthusiastic. "Why don't you give me an address, brother, and I'll have my apprentice deliver the iron bucket to your home?" Gu Zhouyuan smiled and waved his hand. "No need, no need. I have a car." As he walked back from the blacksmith shop, he stopped to look at the stalls that seemed novel to him. "Finally, I carried back a large bag full of wooden combs, hair ornaments, snacks, bath beans, and all sorts of other things. I could see my own stall in the distance, where 7 or 8 people were buying sweet soup. The 2 young women standing at the front were dressed in bright colors. Gu Zhouyuan stared intently at one of the women and realized that he recognized her. "Wu Zhiro," he whispered. Chapter 95 Re-encounter with Wu Zhiro. "Is your bowl clean? Rinse it with water again," the woman in red next to Wu Zhiro shouted. Gu Zhaodi did as she was told, scooping out a ladle of water and rinsing the bowls and spoons while smiling and saying, "Don't worry, miss. Our bowls and spoons are all washed very clean and covered with lids." The woman in red curled her lip and said, "How clean can you villagers be?" Wu Zhiro patted the woman in red's hand and comforted her. "It's all right. We can wipe it off ourselves." As she spoke, she took out a clean white silk handkerchief from her bosom and said to Gu Zhaodi, "Give me the bowl. I'll wipe it." Her words sounded very understanding, but upon closer inspection, she was undoubtedly implying that the food at the stall wasn't very clean. The people around her who were buying sweet soup all turned to look at her. Some people scoffed. "What are you pretending for?" Some people frowned slightly. "Could this really be unclean?" Gu Zhaodi said urgently, "Our bowls are all washed with spring water, and every single one is very clean." Sidan also said, "It's been washed several times. How could it not be clean?" Gouda frowned as he looked at the two young women dressed in flamboyant attire, feeling a deep sense of disgust. But in business, harmony brings wealth, and he couldn't bring himself to put on a smiling face, so he could only purse his lips and remain silent. Gu Zhouyuan walked over quickly and put the bag in his arms on the ground. "It's you." Wu Jiro's expression changed immediately when she saw Gu Zhouyuan. "Miss Wu, it's been so long. You're still as annoying as ever," Gu Zhouyuan said with a forced smile. Before Wu Jiro could speak, the woman in red beside her snapped. "Who are you? Can't you speak properly?" Gu Zhouyuan glanced at her sideways, too lazy to pay her any attention. The woman in red had never been treated with such contempt before. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she was about to lash out. Wu Jiro quickly tugged at her sleeve, shook her head at her, and whispered, "Jiao Jiao no." The image of Gu Zhiyuan's somewhat manic behavior that day flashed through her mind. This man acted without considering the consequences. If they angered him, the two of them would probably be in trouble. "Jiro, what are you afraid of? With his poor and shabby appearance, what could he possibly do to you?" The woman named Jiao Jiao flung her arm away, somewhat surprised that Wu Jiro had suddenly become so good-tempered. "Yes, I didn't provoke him today. I was just buying my dessert when he came over and started talking rudely to me. I suspect he's still after me and is trying to get my attention in this unconventional way." Thinking of this, Wu Jiro straightened her back, glanced at Gu Zhouyuan, and said, "You can go now. I need to buy some sweet soup. I don't have time to chat with you." Gu Zhouyuan looked completely bewildered. "Where am I supposed to go?" Wu Jiro said haughtily. "I don't care where you go. Just don't follow me around all the time." The incident of Gu Zhouyuan assaulting someone had terrified her, and she has been staying at home for the past 2 weeks. "My best friend came to visit me today and said that a new stall selling sweet soup had opened at the market on the east side, and several of her girlfriends had praised how delicious it was. The two of them went out together, wanting to try this drink that was popular all over the city. No sooner had he come out than this kid surnamed Gu came over. It's clear that this person must have been watching her neighborhood for a long time, otherwise it wouldn't have been such a coincidence. She had a crazed suitor who kept harassing her. What should she do? She's so distressed." Jiao Jiao whispered in Wu Jiro's ear. "This guy isn't trying to pursue you, is he?" Wu Jiro feigned anger and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly?" Seeing Gu Zhiyuan's adoring gaze directed at her, she swallowed back the rest of her sentence. "How could I possibly be interested in this poor and hopeless mountain man?" Gu Zhouyuan withdrew his pitying gaze that had been filled with concern for the mentally challenged child. He said helplessly, "Whatever makes you happy. Does he mean he'll do anything I want as long as I'm happy?" Wu Jiro blushed. How could this person be so shameless? "Hey, since you've chased us all this way, I'll give you a chance to be nice. You can pay for these 2 bowls of sweet soup," Jiao Jiao said, raising her chin. Hey, hey, are you guys ever going to stop? If you're going to buy, hurry up and do it. If you're not going to buy, then stand aside. You're just hogging the toilet without doing anything." A middle-aged woman behind them said impatiently. Gu Zhouyuan gave the woman a thumbs up. Turning to Wu Jiro and the other woman, he said, "You two shouldn't drink it. You're wasting such good sweet soup." Jiao Jiao was displeased upon hearing this. No way. You can't even afford 2 bowls of sweet soup." Wu Jiro was also a little angry. It was just 2 bowls of sweet soup. Even the poorest person wouldn't be short of 20 coins. She didn't expect this person to be so stingy, and he even wanted to pursue her. She pulled out her purse with a displeased expression, counted out 24 coins, and threw them on the table. "Jiao Jiao, your bowl is on me." Jiao Jiao gave Gu Zhouyuan a disdainful look, turned around, and turned her back to him, feeling uncomfortable looking at him any longer. Gu Zhaodi smiled at Gu Zhouyuan and served 2 bowls of grass jelly to the 2 women. Wu Jiro didn't have high expectations for the sweet soup at the roadside stall. She always thought that Jiao Jiao had just heard others exaggerate. She took a small sip, and her eyes suddenly widened. This grass jelly was so refreshing and smooth. Jiao Jiao's reaction was much more exaggerated than hers. She took a bite and jumped up and down, spilling half a bowl of grass jelly from her hand. "It's so delicious, Jiro." "Yes, it's really quite good." Wu Jiro nodded. "Hey, what are you still doing here? I advise you not to waste your time. Jiro will never like you." Jiao Jiao snorted. This person is quite handsome, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, and a straight back. It's just a pity he's a bit stingy, or perhaps he really doesn't have any money. Gu Zhouyuan was dumbfounded, but since the person had come to him to make money, he naturally had no reason to turn them away. But Gu Zhouyuan really didn't want to deal with these 2 idiots. He walked closer to the table, intending to move a stool and sit for a while. "You don't want to buy sweet soup, do you? This sweet soup costs 12 coins a bowl. Do you have the money to buy it?" Jiao Jiao asked, pointing to the signboard. Can you shut your damn mouth? Gu Zhouyuan finally lost his temper and shouted. Zhao Jiao and Wu Jiro were clearly startled. Startled for a moment, Zhao Jiao realized what was happening. She pointed at Gu Zhouyuan's nose and angrily said, You. What do you mean? What do you mean? The older woman who had spoken earlier interrupted. Are your two girls a little dim-witted? I've been watching you two for ages, and you've been acting like a storyteller, all back and forth. Get out of here. Get out of here. This stall belongs to that young man. Where else would he go if not here? Do you think I'd follow him to his house? Chapter 96. Manager Wu arrives. This dessert stall is yours. Wu Jiro asked incredulously. Yes, it's mine. Gu Zhouyuan replied calmly. He walked over to Gu Zhaodi and said, Big sister, sit down and rest for a while. I'll take care of it. I'm not tired, you can sit down. Gu Zhaodi smiled faintly. Zhao Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This dessert stall really belonged to this poor boy. Wu Jiro mechanically finished the grass jelly in her bowl, then exchanged a glance with Zhao Jiao and said dryly, Actually, I don't think this sweet soup tastes that good. Zhao Jiao immediately agreed. Exactly. It doesn't taste good at all. After saying that, he ate the grass jelly in a few bites and slammed the bowl down on the table. Gu Zhouyuan curled his lip. There was no point in talking to these two idiots. He turned to Gu Dedi and said, Second brother, would you like a bowl of sweet soup to cool off? I'll take care of things here. Gu Dedi was about to refuse when Gu Zhouyuan snatched the long-handled wooden spoon from his hand, scooped out a bowl of cassava syrup, and handed it to him. He was slightly taken aback, but he had no choice but to take the bowl, shake his head with a smile, and walk to the side to drink the sweet soup. Sidan watched longingly. Under the scorching sun, he was already parched, but his eldest sister and second brother said that a bowl of this sweet soup could cost 12 coins, so he couldn't drink it. I brought a large gourd of water with me, but I haven't had a chance to drink a sip yet, even though I've been busy all this time. Fourth egg, do you want tapioca soup or grass jelly? He was still swallowing his saliva when he heard his third brother ask him. He was a little slow to react, then said, Cassava syrup will do. Actually, he prefers grass jelly, but grass jelly is more popular with customers than tapioca syrup. He should just drink the tapioca soup. He can save the grass jelly to sell. Besides, the tapioca soup is delicious too. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and ladled him a bowl of sweet soup. Sidan happily took it, took 2 steps to the side, squatted down, and started eating. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan didn't even glance at her, Wu Jiro's expression changed repeatedly. After analyzing it in her mind for a long time, she finally figured out the truth. This person was playing hard to get. He deliberately ignored her, pretending to be indifferent to her, hoping to attract her attention in this way. Knowing she likes sweets, I went to great lengths to set up this stall. This man is really cunning. Luckily, Wu Jiro is a seasoned player in love. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been completely manipulated by his tricks. She gave Gu Zhouyuan a meaningful smile. Then, pulling a bewildered Zhao Jiao along, he proudly walked away with his head held high. Third brother, who is she? She seems to know you very well, which seems a bit off. Fourth egg finally couldn't help but ask. Oh, she was your third brother's former love interest. Your third brother was blind back then. Gu Zhouyuan shrugged. Who would insult themselves like that? Sidan stared, feeling that his third brother's words were somewhat inexplicable. After seeing off the last customer in line, Gu Zhouyuan took out the pastries he had just bought. Several people sat or squatted around the table and began to eat. The dessert soup sold out quickly again today. All of it was gone by noon. Gu Zhouyuan and his 3 siblings packed their belongings onto the ox cart. After waiting for a while, Manager Qian still hadn't come over. Gu Zhouyuan wanted to go directly to Laifu restaurant to find him, but he was afraid of going to the wrong place. Just as he was hesitating, 3 people came to the ox cart. The sweet soup is sold out. Sidan looked up and said. Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow and said, Oh my, isn't this Manager Wu? This isn't your territory either, is it? The visitor was none other than Wu Shuiping, the manager of Yuanqing restaurant and Wu Jiro's father. He brought along 2 shop assistants. I think they were named Afu and Agawei. Wu Shuiping's thin shoulders were hunched, and his head was tilted slightly forward, making him look much like Gong Hanlin in the Empress Dowager Grand Restaurant. He said in a high-pitched voice, The sweet soup that's been causing quite a stir in town these past few days, it turns out it's sold at your stall. Gu Zhouyuan swallowed the rice cake in his mouth and smiled. What? Manager Wu also wants a bowl. It's a pity we're out today. If you want some, please come back tomorrow. Wu Shuiping chuckled twice. I'm not here for dessert. I have a business deal to discuss with you. Gu Zhouyuan had a sudden thought and could roughly guess what Manager Wu wanted to say. He stood up and said, Oh, I just sell sweet soup to earn a meager living. I wonder if Manager Wu has any business opportunities we can discuss. Wu Shuiping put his hands together in front of him and grinned, saying, I know it's hard for you to run your stall. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you 50 taels of silver to buy your sweet soup recipe. Gu Zhaodi and the others all changed their expressions, but Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand to signal them not to rush. 50 taels. Gu Zhouyuan looked surprised. That's right, 50 taels. Wu Shuiping thought Gu Zhouyuan was intimidated by the huge sum of money he offered. He said smugly, with these 50 taels, you won't have to set up your stall in the wind and sun anymore. When you go back to your village, everyone will envy you, and you'll be eating and drinking well every day. Gu Zhouyuan glanced sideways at Wu Shuiping, who was still basking in his own self-satisfaction, and said calmly, not for sale. Wu Shuiping paused, then asked incredulously, huh? What did you just say? Gu Zhouyuan. The prescription is not for sale. Wu Shuiping understood immediately. You think I'm not giving you enough? Fine. It's a good thing that young people dare to think and ask for things. I admire you. Here's what I'll do. I'll give you 60 taels. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan remained unmoved, he continued to raise the price. Would you sell it for 70 taels? Would you sell it for 80 taels? Afu, standing nearby, was pulling Wu Shuiping along anxiously, sweating profusely. Shopkeeper, you've given enough. You can't add any more. Adding any more would be a loss. Gue also shouted hoarsely. Yes, shopkeeper. We can't add any more. Whose sweet soup is worth so much silver? With that much silver, we could buy the imperial cuisine recipes from the palace. Shopkeeper Wu flicked his hand and said in a deep voice, I'll offer 100 taels of silver. As long as you sell me the recipe, I'll immediately hand over 100 taels, even if I lose some money. Gu Zhouyuan was tired of seeing this routine in various live streaming rooms in his previous life. Shopkeeper Wu's attitude is remarkably similar to that of those live streamers who desperately seek benefits for their families. Gu Zhouyuan crossed his arms and watched the show with a leisurely air, muttering to himself, that short guy's performance is a bit exaggerated, and Manager Wu's emotional delivery is not up to par. He probably has an idol image to maintain and can't let go of his inhibitions. The tall and thin actor has the best acting skills, but he overshadows the main character and makes Manager Wu seem more like a simpleton. Sidan looked puzzled. What was third brother muttering to himself? He couldn't understand a word he was saying. Manager Wu and his companions sensed something was off. Turning around, they saw Gu Zhouyuan and his three siblings staring at them as if they were watching a monkey show. They quickly stopped pulling and tugging. Manager Wu coughed lightly and said, Don't you know how much 100 taels of silver is? A full 100 strings of cash. With this 100 taels, you won't have to work for the rest of your life. Chapter 97 Exploitation and Seizure. This man is just as self-righteous as his daughter. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, Manager Wu, please stop talking. This recipe was passed down from my ancestors, and I really can't sell it. Manager Wu's face darkened. Today, business at his Yuanqing restaurant suddenly dropped significantly. Some customers who had already arrived at the restaurant were called out by others. He inquired and found out that the Laifu restaurant across the street had gotten some new drinks, called something like tapioca syrup and grass jelly. He had heard of this sweet soup before. His concubine has been asking the shop assistants to buy it every day for the past 2 days, saying that this sweet soup has become popular throughout the county and that young ladies and wives love to eat it. At first, he didn't think much of it. He figured it was just a roadside stall selling sweet soup, and only uncultured women would praise it so highly. He only realized the seriousness of the problem after his business was robbed. I found out that the dessert stall was at the end of Dongsher Street. He then brought 2 of his men and rushed over to have a talk. I also want to buy some sweet soups and sell them in my shop, just like Laifu restaurant. Upon seeing that the stall belonged to Gu Zhouyuan, he immediately changed his mind. This kid sold pork at a stall in front of his shop last time. Later, my daughter told me that this guy was a penniless wretch. The reason he fought so recklessly was probably because he was so poor that he was fearless. I'll spend a few dozen taels of silver this time to buy this kid's prescription. When Laifu restaurant runs out of stock, all the customers who want sweet soup will naturally come to Yuanqing restaurant, since their sweet soup is the only one of its kind in the city. He had high hopes, but he never expected that Gu Zhouyuan would refuse to sell the child. He won't even sell it for 100 taels of silver. This poor boy probably has never even heard of such a large sum of silver. Shopkeeper Wu gritted his teeth and said, You'd better think this through. If you regret it in a few days, you won't get this price anymore. Then there's no need for Manager Wu to trouble himself, Gu Zhouyuan said indifferently. You. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan was unmoved, Manager Wu said angrily, You're just a country bumpkin. You should be careful in this city. It's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. This is a blatant threat. Gu Zhouyuan's face turned cold, and he was about to say something. A hearty laugh came from not far away. Wu Shuiping, you're still as shameless as ever. Manager Wu's expression changed. A mule cart drove up here, and the person speaking was Manager Qian. Once the mule cart had come to a complete stop, Manager Qian got off. He first nodded and greeted Gu Zhouyuan and the others. Then he smiled at Manager Wu and said, Wu Shuiping, didn't you usually resort to underhanded tricks? Why are you robbing me outright this time? Manager Wu snorted coldly. What are you saying, Manager Qian? I don't understand. Manager Qian chuckled and said, Brother Gu, did you offend Manager Wu in some way? You've made him so angry. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hands repeatedly. How could I, a poor boy from a remote mountain village, dare to offend Manager Wu? He was just teaching me how to be a person, telling me to make more friends in the city, because more friends mean more opportunities. Manager Wu is right. Manager Qian nodded. Take me for example. Although I don't earn much money, I still have a few close friends in this county. Brother Gu is now also a close friend of mine. When we encounter problems, we discuss them together, and we can overcome any obstacle. Manager Qian's words were loaded with hidden meaning, and everyone present except for Si Dan understood what he meant. I, Qian, have some influential friends in this county. Gu Zhouyuan is my friend now. Anyone who thinks Brother Gu is a pushover and wants to bully him will have to think twice. Wu Shuiping's face was very ugly. Humph, Manager Qian, the waters in this city run deep. Just because you're laughing now doesn't mean you can laugh later. Having said that, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Ah Fu and Ah Gue followed immediately. Manager Qian frowned slightly as he watched them leave. Turning to Gu Zhouyuan, he said, Brother Gu, you'd better be careful. This Manager Wu is extremely petty. He didn't get his way today, so he probably won't let it go. Gu Zhouyuan clasped his hands in a salute and said, Thank you for your righteous help, Manager Qian. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. I will set up my stall, and I don't think he can find anything to criticize. Shopkeeper Qian shook his head. This young brother Gu seems to be naive and thinks that the way things are in this world is that you don't bother others unless they bother you. He said with a serious expression, In short, it's always better to be careful. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, come to Laifu restaurant to find me. Gu Zhouyuan thanked him again, saying, Okay, I've got it. That's right. Manager Qian clapped his hands and pointed to the mule cart track behind him. This is the mule cart you wanted. It just so happens that someone paid a deposit a couple of days ago but then backed out. So the broker gave you a discount of half a tael of silver. Including the horse and mule, the total cost is only 21.5 taels. Gu Dedi walked around the mule cart, examining it carefully, his eyes filled with joy. He reached out and touched the frame of the mule cart, smacked his lips, and said, This mule cart looks sturdy and solid, and the mule is quite tall. Gu Dedi is usually calm and collected, so it's rare for him to be this excited. This mule cart was second only to the horse-drawn carriage, much like a luxury car in the world. It's rare for a man to be uninterested in luxury cars. Gu Zhaodi nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling. Her family now had a mule cart, something they would never have dared to dream of a month ago. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said to Manager Qian, This price is really fair. Thank you so much, Manager Qian. Shopkeeper Qian waved his hand. It's no big deal. With this mule cart, Brother Gu will save at least half the effort when traveling back and forth. Si Dan ran over and touched the mule's rump, feeling the smooth yet slightly prickly fur. The mule suddenly snorted, scaring Si Dan away. Guiyaran, sitting on the carriage shaft, laughed and said, Don't be afraid. This mule is very gentle and won't hurt you. Si Dan scratched his head, then mustered his courage and moved a little closer. This frame is made of the finest elm wood, sturdy and durable, and will not fall apart even when traveling on bumpy mountain roads. Guiyaran jumped out of the car and introduced himself to everyone. And these wheels, the axles are coated with a special grease. They turn extremely smoothly, reducing friction and saving the mule a lot of effort. Gu Dedi couldn't help but touch the frame a few more times, as if he were caressing a rare treasure. Guiyaran reached out and pried open the mule's lips, pointing to its teeth, and said, This mule was carefully selected. It's 5 years old, has excellent stamina, and can easily run dozens or even hundreds of miles a day. But remember to feed them well, make sure the hay is fresh, and occasionally give them some beans to supplement their diet. Gu Dedi took notes very seriously. He stroked the mule's mane and became more and more delighted as he looked at it. Seeing that the group seemed quite satisfied, Manager Qian was also pleased. He recalled the feedback from diners at the restaurant earlier that day after they finished their sweet soup, and his smile widened. Brother Gu, could you supply more sweet soup to my restaurant tomorrow? 100 bowls are simply not enough to meet the demand. Chapter 98, Driving the Mule Cart Back to the Village. Manager Qian ordered another 150 servings of grass jelly and 50 servings of tapioca syrup. In addition to 2 buckets of ice, the total of 4 taels of silver was paid on the spot. Gu Zhouyuan sold out all 200 servings of sweet soup today, and his earnings for the day amounted to more than 6 taels of silver. Of course, this is just the revenue. Costs haven't been deducted yet. Gu Zhaodi and the others swallowed hard. It turned out that making money was so easy once you found the right method. Before the group could get excited for long, Gu Zhouyuan took out 21 taels and 5 mace of silver and handed it to Gu the broker. Their hearts began to ache again. Money really wasn't so easy to earn. Leaving aside the recipe and the cost, the enormous expense of acquiring the equipment alone is enough to deter most people. Second brother, would you like to drive the mule cart? Gu Zhouyuan noticed Gu Dedi's fondness for the mule cart. No. I've never driven a mule cart before. I don't want anything to go wrong. Gu Dedi waved his hands repeatedly. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, I've never driven a mule cart before either. Besides, it's your first time driving an ox cart today, isn't that great? Gu Dedi was somewhat tempted, but he was also afraid of damaging the precious mule cart. He shook his head and said, You should do it. I'm a little hesitant. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a mule cart. When we make a lot of money in the future, I'll buy you a horse-drawn carriage. Gu Zhouyuan said with great enthusiasm. Gu Dedi's breathing quickened, and it seemed that every promise Xiao Yuan had casually made was slowly coming true. The thought that he might actually own a carriage in the future emboldened him. He nodded and said, Okay, I'll give it a try. They climbed onto the mule cart. Gu Dedi gripped the reins tightly with both hands, took a deep breath, and then gently shook the reins. The mule cart started slowly, and the mule seemed to sense the driver's inexperience. It slowly moved its feet, pulling the cart frame along. Gu Dedi was so nervous that sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes fixed intently on what lay ahead. Gu Zhouyuan encouraged him from the side. Second brother, relax. This mule is very obedient. After walking a short distance, Gu Dedi's tense mood gradually calmed down. He found that apart from being faster, the mule cart was actually no different from an ox cart in terms of handling. He grabbed the reins with one hand, and the mule cart turned a corner and returned to the ox cart. I want to ride in second brother's mule cart. Fourth egg raised his hand and said. Passing by the blacksmith shop, they carried 2 large and 2 small iron buckets onto the mule cart. The bearded blacksmith returned the 100 deposit, and Gu Zhouyuan paid another 2 taels of silver. Seeing the money being spent at such a rapid pace, Gu Zhaodi and the others had become numb. Because he needed to settle the wages with the villagers who had helped him when he got back today, Gu Zhouyuan went to the money exchange to get some copper coins. Having saved up over 3,000 copper coins in the past 2 days, Gu Zhouyuan exchanged them for 12 strings of cash. The mule cart was loaded with dozens of kilograms of copper coins. Gu Dedi was so nervous that he was covered in sweat and kept looking at both sides of the road, fearing that several masked robbers with knives would jump out. Looking at the pedestrians on the street, every single one of them seemed so suspicious. If he encountered someone carrying a machete or a hoe, he would keep his distance and walk close to the other side of the road. All 4 eggs were infected by him, leaning against the iron bucket containing money, their nerves taut, watching their surroundings warily. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and when they finally saw the familiar village in front of them, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Sanner, where did you borrow this mule cart from? From a distance, you could hear Aunt Wang shouting loudly. The villagers who were cooling off under the tree all craned their necks to look over. They saw 2 vehicles coming from the village entrance, one in front of the other. They recognized the ox cart behind as belonging to Gu Yukai. Leading the way was a mule cart. As the car drew closer, the crowd gathered around it, fanning themselves with palm leaf fans. This is a brand new mule cart, pulled by a mule. Mules are more like horses and are much larger than donkeys. The horse and mule had a shiny coat and looked very energetic. It was clearly a young and strong one, and its price must be very high. Dan proudly declared, Aunt Wang, this mule cart isn't borrowed. My family just bought it. These words caused an uproar among the villagers. In this impoverished mountain village, mule carts are a rare sight. The crowd gathered around, curiously examining the mule cart. A young man couldn't resist reaching out and touching the mule cart, clicking his tongue and saying, This must have cost a lot of money, right? Dan proudly raised his chin. Of course, more than 20 taels of silver. The young man quickly withdrew his hand. Aunt Wang exclaimed in surprise. Gu Sanner, you've only been doing business for a few days. How come you can afford a mule cart? Gu Zhouyuan smiled but did not answer. A young woman standing nearby said, didn't he sell a ginseng root? And with the money he made from collecting grasshoppers the other day, he should have enough to buy a mule cart. Granny Zhao's expression changed and she said, Gu Sanner, you haven't spent all the money, have you? My ergo has worked for 14.5 days and hasn't received a single penny yet. Several people in the crowd also became worried, as their families all had people working for Gu Zhouyuan. If Gu Sanner runs out of money, what will happen to his wages? Seeing the hushed whispers and discussions among the crowd, Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, Aunt Zhao, go and tell Ergo to come to my house to collect his wages. And to the elderly folks over there, go back and call them to settle their wages today. The crowd was quiet for a moment, then erupted in chaos again. Granny Zhao nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I'll go back and call my Ergo right away. He ran home as he talked, not even bothering to grab his little stool. The others dispersed as well, and it was believed that the news would soon spread throughout the entire village. The immortal herbs that Siju and the others delivered every day, apart from those made into immortal herb jelly, were all dried. Lu is packing the dried Misona chinensis into a bamboo basket. Hearing the sounds of hooves and wheels outside, she knew the children had returned. She looked up and saw a brand new mule cart parked at the door. She covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. Then they saw Gu Zhouyuan and Gu Dedi carrying an iron bucket and placing it in the yard. She went over to take a look and was so shocked, she almost cried out. The iron bucket was filled with copper coins, countless copper coins. She knew that Gu Zhouyuan had done well in business these past 2 days. I also know that we received 50 taels of money for the joint venture yesterday. But the sheer number of copper coins piled up in the large barrel created a truly overwhelming visual impact. Mother, make extra grass jelly today. The shopkeepers in the city think they don't have enough to sell, Gu Zhouyuan said as he moved things. Lu nodded blankly, clearly still in shock. Gu Zhouyuan and his group unloaded the items from the car. Gu Dedi drove the ox cart back to Uncle Yukai and asked him to come and collect his wages. By this time, several villagers had already gathered outside the courtyard to watch the commotion. They pointed at the mule carts parked outside, and some even reached out and touched the mules. Chapter 99, Wages Paid. In the old house, everyone except Daju's wife, Huang Yang, who was too pregnant to come, came. When Daju and Erju saw the mule cart, their eyes lit up. Sanlu, who told you to climb onto the cart? Get down right now. Erju shouted. There are still 8 pounds left. Don't touch the mule's tail, or you'll get kicked. Erju chased all the naughty children away. He climbed onto the mule cart shaft, loosely pulled on the reins, squinted his eyes, and imagined the feeling of driving the mule cart at high speed. Daju walked around the mule cart twice, touching the sturdy and upright frame, his eyes full of admiration. Gu Song went up and stroked the mule's mane. The mule shook its head and stomped its hooves a few times in place. These horses and mules are so tall and beautiful, he exclaimed. Gu Song squeezed next to Erju and said excitedly, Erju, let me feel it. Erju opened his eyes and reluctantly gave up the driver's seat. Grandpa Gu was all smiles, but he still maintained his composure and refrained from looking at the mule cart. He was afraid that he would also run over there and join his ignorant children and grandchildren in endless amazement. Grandpa, Grandma, Gu Zhouyuan and his siblings quickly called out. MHM. Old Master Gu nodded with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of importance. Grandma Gu pushed him aside and said urgently, Xiao Yuan, didn't Grandma tell you to buy a donkey cart? Why did you buy a mule cart? This mule is much more expensive than a donkey. Besides, you're buying it too hastily. It's not too late to buy it after you've been doing business in the county for a while and have saved up more money. Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. You have to buy it sooner or later, so why not enjoy it sooner? It will also make getting into the city much faster and save you the money of renting an ox cart. Grandma Gu thought about it and agreed. She nodded, then said worriedly, Do you still have the money to pay them their wages? Why don't you just forget about paying your second uncle and the others' wages? Don't owe anyone anything. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand, about to explain. Wang was anxious. That's more than 2,000 coins for 4 people. How could the old lady just say she doesn't want it? Besides, there's 600 coins belonging to her husband inside. It's one thing for the old lady to be biased and use her own money to pay for it, but why should she also have to pay for her family's money? She was sweating profusely and said rapidly, Xiao Yuan, you really are something. You haven't even earned a few coins yet, and you're already in such a hurry to enjoy yourself. Look at this mess you're going to make up for now. Hearing this, old Mrs. Gu, unusually, did not rebuke her. She sighed softly and said, "There's still some money saved at home. Not much, but I'll give it all to you for emergencies." After saying that, the old lady turned around and headed home. "Grandma! Mother!" Two voices rang out at the same time. Madame Wong turned pale with anger. She grabbed old Madame Gu's arm and said urgently, "Mother, you don't want your wages, and you want to use all your savings to cover Xiao Yuan's expenses. What are we going to do with our family of more than 10 people? Are we just going to starve to death?" Grandma Gu shrugged her arm and said, "What do you know? Xiao Yuan is just temporarily short of money. He's making money every day from his business in the county. He'll pay it back eventually. What's the rush?" Wang was about to say something more. Gu Zhouyuan pulled Grandma Gu close and whispered in her ear, "Grandma, I'll take you to see something." Grandma Gu was confused and was pulled by Gu Zhouyuan to a corner of the yard. "Grandma, look," Gu Zhouyuan said, pointing to the iron bucket filled with money. "My goodness!" Wang, who was quietly following behind, exclaimed in surprise. This startled old Mrs. Gu, who turned around and glared fiercely at Madame Wang. Turning back again, she let out a high-pitched exclamation, "My goodness!" She immediately covered her mouth and then used her hand to cover Wang's mouth as well. The bucket in front of me was full of copper coins. "Grandma, I have money," Gu Zhouyuan said with a grin. The courtyard gradually filled with people. Gu Zhouyuan kept the villagers who worked for him, but asked everyone else to go outside. None of the villagers outside the courtyard wanted to go home. It's a rare thing for villagers to be paid wages, so naturally they had to stay and watch the excitement. The courtyard wall wasn't high, so they stood at the base of the wall and peered into the courtyard. Gu Zhouyuan stood at the very front, facing the crowd. He took out the account book that his second brother had kept. "Thank you to all the uncles and brothers for making my pond and shed look so good. We agreed beforehand that each worker would earn 30 coins. Now, when I call your name, come and collect your wages." Gu Dedi and the Dizzy Daju carried the iron bucket containing the money over and placed it next to Gu Zhouyuan's legs. Upon seeing that large bucket of copper coins, the villagers below erupted in a frenzy of excitement. Even those outside the wall exclaimed in surprise. Several children, unable to see what was happening in the yard, hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? What's going on?" Seeing that no one answered them, a child moved a piece of wood, placed it in the corner of the wall, and then stood on the wood, finally able to see into the yard. £8, what happened inside? The other children asked anxiously. "So much money." Ba Jin swallowed hard and stammered. "Gu Yukai? You've worked 14.5 days, so you're entitled to 585 cash," Gu Zhouyuan announced loudly. Another commotion broke out in the crowd. Gu Yukai was so excited that his face turned red, and he strode forward. Gu Dedi and Gu Zhaodi counted the money together. "I'll pay 300, Gu Dedi said. "I'm 285, Gu Zhaodi said. Gu Yukai accepted the 585 coins, pressed his fingerprint on the notebook, and then walked into the crowd with a radiant smile. The people around him looked at him carrying a large string of money, feeling both envious and excited, all waiting for their names to be called. Zhao Ergu, 19.5 days of work, 585 cash, Gu Zhouyuan continued. As soon as Gu Yukai left, Gu Zhaodi and the other woman started counting the money. Zhao Ergu went upstairs to collect his money, which didn't take much time. Granny Zhao outside the courtyard shouted, my ergo received 585 coins. Ha ha, 585 coins. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes and said sourly, what's so great about it? If my Degui hadn't gone to Lantian County, it wouldn't have been your Ergu's turn. Chao Yozi worked for 19.5 days, received 585 coins. Gu Yofu worked for 18.5 days, received 555 coins. Wang watched as everyone else received their wages, but she never heard Gu Zhouyuan call her husband's name. She paced anxiously in circles, wondering if Xiao Yuan had really listened to his mother and refused to pay the people at the old house their wages. Gu Monsong, 20 days of work, 600 coins. Gu Zhouyuan's voice rang out. Wang was overjoyed. She had called out to the child's second uncle, and now it should be her family's turn to call out to Gu Manton. Chapter 100. Even brothers should keep clear accounts. Gu Monsong, work for 20 days, and you'll receive 600 coins. Gu Zhouyuan announced loudly. Gu Daju, you've worked for 20 days, so you'll receive 600 coins. Gu Erju, you've worked for 20 days, so you'll receive 600 coins. The names of the people in the old house were called out one after another, with only a slight pause in between, unlike the previous people who waited until they had received their money before calling out the next person. Gu Monsong and the other three walked forward together. He first counted out 600 coins and gave them to Gu Song. Gu Song, a man in his 30s, smiled broadly, his face crinkling with wrinkles, as he received his wages from his eldest nephew. He had hesitated before about whether to take Xiao Yuan's wages, but now that he sees that Xiao Yuan really doesn't lack money, he feels at ease taking the money. Seeing that she had the money, Wang finally felt relieved. Arya muttered, "It's better to work for third brother. I've been searching for mountain goods for so many days, and I've only earned a few dozen coins. Who told you to know nothing and just follow others around, picking whatever others pick?" Siju sneered. "Who says I don't know anything? Every time, my basket is filled with the most different kinds of things." Arya retorted, "You were the one who picked up the most bitter jujubes, horse chestnuts, and bracken stalks that had grown into tree stumps. You treasured everything that nobody else wanted and brought it down the mountain. It's only because third brother took pity on you that he gave you a penny or two. If it were me, hey, I'd throw it all into the ditch." Siju retorted sharply. Arya was not one to be trifled with. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Siju, she said, "That's still better than you mistaking a wild radish for ginseng. 100 taels of silver? That's laughable. For pillars, you. All right. Are you two ever going to shut up?" "Shut up," old Mrs. Gu said with an unfriendly expression. "Xiao Yuan, count all the ones from my family together. Anyway, we'll have to hand them over once we get to Zhu and Heir Zhu." Sun said with a smile. Zhu had a bitter face. Although his mother was right, he also wanted to feel the weight of the copper coins pressing on his hands. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Okay. Gu Zhouyuan knew the old house's rules. Half of the money had to be given to the old lady. He thoughtfully instructed Gu Dedi to divide the 1,800 coins into 2 strings, each containing 900 coins. Aunt Sun and Gu Song each carried a string of something, their faces beaming with joy. Everyone else was incredibly envious. 1,800 coins. In just over 10 days, Gu Song's family earned 1,800 coins. Wang was no longer happy. "My second sister-in-law's family suddenly received so many copper coins that my own 600 coins suddenly didn't seem so appealing anymore. But there's nothing we can do about it. It's just that my belly isn't cooperating. My second sister-in-law gave birth to 2 boys in a row, and now they're both earning money. My first 2 children were indeed girls, and my third child is only 5 years old. It's really infuriating." When Gu Song and the others came over, old Madame Gu glanced at the 2 large strings of copper coins, then looked ahead as if she was waiting for something. Sun placed a string of coins at the old lady's feet and said with a smile, "Mother, here is 900 coins for you." Grandma Gu nodded in satisfaction and gave a soft "hmm." Wang quickly squatted down, counted out 300 coins, and handed them over to the authorities. She felt a little better now. Although her second sister-in-law's family earned a lot, they also gave a lot to the old lady. The 900 coins handed over were all used by the old lady to buy rice and cloth, which were used for the expenses of the whole family. Of those 900 coins, at least 300 were spent on his own family. Her sullen face immediately broke into a smile again. After receiving their money, the group chatted for a while longer. The crowd gradually dispersed. The 12 strings of coins that were just exchanged in the iron bucket now only have a few hundred coins left. Lu felt as if a piece of her heart was missing, leaving an empty void. Taking his mother's hand, Gu Zhouyuan took out a 1-tael silver ingot and placed it in her palm. He smiled and said, "Mother, don't worry, I'll fill this big bucket up again soon." Lu tried to return the money to him, scolding, "You need money for everything you do. You don't have to keep giving me money. I've kept all the money you gave me before." Gu Zhouyuan didn't take the silver ingots. He put his hands behind his back and said, "Everyone got their wages today. Mother works hard for the family every day, so naturally she should also be paid." Lu patted Gu Zhouyuan's head lightly and said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "These are all things I should do. What kind of mother does chores and then asks her son for money? You may not see other people's efforts, but you can't take their efforts for granted," Gu Zhouyuan said slowly. Lu was taken aback, not quite hearing what Gu Zhouyuan said. Gu Zhouyuan grinned and said, "Anyway, you can keep this money. Grandma takes half of the money that second uncle and the others earn at the old house." Seeing his determination, Lu stopped trying to refuse. In any case, she would keep the money and give it to the children in the future. Gu Zhouyuan took all the copper coins out of the iron bucket. He went back inside and took out the copper coins he had saved from setting up his stall over the past few days, which were under the bed. "Third brother, why did you bring all the money out? Are you going to count it?" Fourth egg asked excitedly. He loves the feeling of counting money. Gu Zhouyuan sat down on a stool and said, "You all find stools and sit down too. I have something to say." Dan ran into the house and brought out 2 stools. Mother, eldest sister, please sit down. He and Gu Dedi sat on small stools in the courtyard. The group sat down, waiting for Gu Zhouyuan to begin. But he remained silent, engrossed in counting the copper coins. 95, 100. He placed 100 copper coins on the table. Keep your head down and continue. 5, 10, 15. He looked up when he had counted 600 coins. He smiled at the group of people who looked completely bewildered. Then he pushed the pile of money in front of Gu Dedi. Gu Dedi was dumbfounded. He looked at Gu Zhouyuan with some fear and unease. Xiaoyuan, what are you doing? Here's your wages, 600 coins. Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Gu Dedi was so shocked that he waved his hands repeatedly. No, 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 I don't want to. Take it, it's yours. We agreed on 30 coins a day. I give the same amount to everyone else, so I didn't overcharge you. Gu Zhouyuan advised. I'm different from others. I'm your second brother. We're family. How could I take your wages? Gu Dedi shook his head violently, feeling an urge to stand up and run away. Even close brothers should keep clear accounts. In my world, every effort should be rewarded. If I were to hire someone else, I would still have to pay them, Gu Zhouyuan said with a serious expression. Gu Dedi was somewhat at a loss. It might be hard for others to believe, but in all his 18 years of life, he had never had a single copper coin in his hand. He never imagined that helping his younger brother with what he could would earn him so-called wages. He was suddenly given such a large sum of money and really didn't know what to do with it. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit, growth stage. Ship class, Spirit Boat, 800 meters. Power system, sails, Spirit fire-powered propellers, water control array. Special module, Information Deduction and Processing Center. Soul ship contract, 500/800. Ship functional cabins, Tier 4 Spirit Field, Aquarium, Weapon Refining Workshop, Alchemy Workshop, Spirit Fire Furnace. Ship weaponry, 5 Tier 5 Flame Psionic Cannons, 20 Tier 4 Ballistae, Thunder Ram, with armor penetration and lightning strike capabilities. Skill list, 5 elements Wind and Thunder Illusionary Light Shield, Wind Control Technique Intermediate, Thunder Control Technique Intermediate, Metal Control Technique Intermediate, Wood Control Technique Intermediate, Water Control Technique Intermediate, Fire Control Technique Intermediate, Earth Control Technique Intermediate, Space Beginner, Swordsmanship Beginner, Fist Technique Beginner, Formation Technique Beginner, Puppet Beginner. The luxurious panel brought a satisfied smile to Wang Hao's face. Although this trip to Liuhua Island was full of twists and turns, the gains were undoubtedly enormous. The Blue Crystal has undergone a qualitative leap in strength. Whether it is long-range attack, close-range defense, or potential, it far surpasses ordinary spirit ships and is even capable of going toe-to-toe with some weaker spirit ships. Wang Hao walked out of the captain's cabin and onto the deck. Zhang Rongrong, Zhang Meyer, and other core members were already waiting outside. Sensing the dramatic changes to the spirit ship, they were all filled with excitement and anticipation. My lord, our ship has become so powerful. Zhang Rongrong's beautiful eyes shone with admiration. Captain, this turret is awesome. Next time someone dares to mess with us, we'll blast them to smithereens. Zhang Meyer waved her fist. Looking at the spirited crowd, Wang Hao felt a surge of pride. This is just the beginning. The Blue Crystal will surely roam the seas in the future, making our name resound throughout the entire imperial seas. Yes, Captain/husband. The crowd responded in unison, their voices filled with boundless anticipation and confidence for the future. The upgraded Blue Crystal, like a sword drawn from its sheath, carries hope and strength, cutting through the waves and heading steadfastly towards Emerald Bay at an even faster speed. Chapter 189 Noble Promotion Qualification. The upgraded Blue Crystal, as if reborn, sailed smoothly back to Emerald Bay at a speed far exceeding its previous capabilities. The ship's streamlined hull, stretching 800 meters, cuts through the waves, its inner radiance gleaming. 5 menacing turrets and 20 gleaming ballistae silently proclaim its inviolable majesty. Standing on the bridge, Wang Hao felt the surging power of the spirit ship beneath his feet and the increasingly rich spiritual energy environment, and he was quite satisfied. The girls on the ship gradually calmed down from their excitement over the transformation of the spirit ship and went about their own business or cultivation, and everything seemed to be in good order. However, this calm did not last long. On the afternoon of the second day of the voyage, the Ship Repair Guild badge pinned to Wang Hao's chest suddenly emitted a continuous and steady vibration, while also emitting a soft white aura. Wang Hao's heart stirred, and he picked up the badge and displayed the projection. Ship Repair Union Urgent Recruitment Notice. Reason: It has been confirmed that the activities of the sea creatures have intensified, with frequent attacks on ship repairs, seriously threatening the security and order of the Empire's seas. Mission: eliminate sea creature units and use the recording stone to fully document the process of killing sea creatures and the characteristics of the sea creature units. Rewards: upload your record using the ship repair badge. After verification, you will be awarded corresponding contribution points based on the strength and number of sea creature units killed. Contribution points can be used to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation manuals, spiritual materials, spiritual treasures, and even noble promotion qualifications and island fiefdoms at any branch of the Ship Repair Guild. Note: sea creatures are ferocious. Please act according to your abilities, cooperate in teams, and prioritize your own safety. The information is followed by simplified illustrations and descriptions of some known marine units. Guild contribution points. Exchange them for noble status. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. This was the first time he had ever heard that this small ship repair badge had such a function. It could directly upload photos to earn points, eliminating the need to go through the trouble of visiting the Ship Repair Guild, and it could even be exchanged for such a noble promotion qualification. Nobility. Back then, the status that countless ship repairmen dreamed of, along with an island fiefdom. A fiefdom with spiritual veins, spiritual fields, and spiritual wood resources, enough to allow a family to grow from nothing to something, and eventually to glory. How many more functions is this little thing hiding from me? The Spirit Boatman's badge has so few functions, but what about the Spirit Boatmaster's badge? Does it have more permissions? Will it be as convenient as the internet in my previous life? As Wang Hao stroked the warm badge, he gained a deeper understanding of the behemoth that was the Ship Repair Guild. This system was clearly mobilizing the entire Empire's ship repair force to deal with the threat from the sea race. Almost at the same time, Zhang Rongrong walked in. "Husband, what's this?" Wang Hao nodded and shared the information about the badge with her. "Contribution points, nobility," Zhang Rongrong murmured, a hint of fervor flashing in her beautiful eyes. Nobility, that was the status countless ship repairmen dreamed of, signifying complete integration into the Empire's system. It seems the Empire and the Guild are serious this time. Wang Hao's gaze turned to the distant sea. The threat from the sea creatures is more serious than we imagined. With the issuance of the recall order, the atmosphere on the flight path has clearly changed. Before, after leaving Liuhua Island, you could occasionally see some lone spirit ships. But now, looking out over the sea, there are almost no ships sailing alone. Most are small convoys of 2 or 3, or even 4 or 5, of the spirit ships, maintaining communication and vigilance distances with each other and sailing in coordination. The composition of these fleets is also diverse. There are cargo ships with merchant flags traveling together, spirit ships with family crests joining forces, and even some freelance ship repairmen who usually work alone and have a fierce aura have put aside some of their arrogance and chosen to temporarily team up with familiar or powerful fleets. Clearly, the fearsome reputation of the sea creatures and the Guild's call to arms have made everyone aware of the dangers of acting alone, and banding together for mutual support has become the mainstream in the current seas. The 800-meter-long giant ship Blue Crystal sailing alone seemed rather abrupt, attracting the wary and inquisitive gazes of many other ships in the fleet. However, after sensing the unfathomable spiritual pressure emanating from the Blue Crystal and the chilling turrets on the ship's side, most of these gazes quickly averted, not daring to look too closely. "Husband, should we also join the fleet?" Zhang Rongrong asked. Wang Hao shook his head and said confidently, "No need. With our current strength, we can protect ourselves unless we encounter a large-scale fleet of sea creatures. Acting alone is actually more flexible, and—" Wang Hao's lips curled into a smile. "These contribution points are a good thing. The more people there are, the harder it is to distribute them." At this point, he had already made hunting sea creatures and obtaining points his next important goal. This was not only for exchanging points for resources, but also to find out the sea creatures' movements and strength in order to prevent problems before they occurred. Who knew that one day we little Karami would be selected to go to the Imperial Defense Front as cannon fodder? Moreover, after killing the sea creatures, they also wanted to see if the spirit ship would undergo any changes after being devoured. Pass down the order. Maintain the highest alert level on the entire ship, activate all observation arrays, focus on scanning the underwater area, and report immediately if any trace of sea creatures is found. Wang Hao ordered. Yes. Like a lone hunter, the Blue Crystal sails through increasingly tense waters, awaiting another clash with the alien races of the sea. The ship repairman's call to arms was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The Blue Crystal sailed alone on the azure sea. Wang Hao's decision was undoubtedly bold, but it was also based on absolute confidence in himself and the blue crystal's capabilities. Wang Hao carefully studied the contribution points system on the ship repair badge. In addition to the detailed introduction of the sea creatures by the shipwrights, there was also a simple list indicating the approximate score range for different levels of sea creature units. For example, the lowest Tier 2 Murloc Scout is worth 10 points, while Tier 3 sea creatures are marked as 100 points. As for the stronger Tier 4 Deep Sea Priest or Tier 5 War Beast, the points can be as high as thousands or even tens of thousands. Wang Hao had never imagined that the sea creatures were so powerful. Their war behemoths were actually Tier 5 beings, which would correspond to a 1,000-meter-long spirit ship master. No wonder those lone spirit ships lost contact after just a few encounters, and there were still so many sea creatures around. Is it really worth sending so many sea creature teams to infiltrate this low-level sea area? Or what is the reason? The exchange list is dazzling, ranging from basic spirit stones and common spiritual materials to rare cultivation techniques and high-level spiritual treasures. The most eye-catching feature is, of course, the noble promotion qualification. Even the lowest-ranking Lord qualification requires 100,000 points and also includes requirements such as cultivation level and spirit ship level. The corresponding fiefdom obtained by exchanging points is an island with a miniature spiritual vein, enough to establish a small family business. 100,000 points. Chapter 190 First stop, Kaohsiung MRT. Wang Hao thought to himself, this is going to drive all the ship repairmen crazy. However, Wang Hao also cared a lot about the nobles, not because of their privileges, but because they could obtain stable resources to evolve their spirit ships. They could exchange contribution points for many resources that were hard to find outside. The reason why Wang Hao couldn't buy high-level spiritual items from the Ship Repair Guild before was because the items sold to the public were readily available, while high-level crystal cores and spiritual materials required a specific identity to obtain them. Authority, in this context, refers to the imperial aristocracy system, which already points to a shortcut to quickly integrate into the empire, obtain stable resources, and rise in rank. Knowing what he had to do next, Wang Hao didn't hesitate and headed straight for the place where sea creatures were present. The blue crystal's solitary navigation made it stand out conspicuously in this sea area where ships were already sailing in formation. Like a lone lamp in the darkness, it inevitably attracts the attention of predators lurking in the deep sea. On the third day of the voyage, just past noon, the blazing sun made the sea surface sparkle. Inside the bridge, Blue Spirit's warning voice suddenly rang out. Alarm! High-speed, underwater moving targets detected. Numerous. Energy reaction confirmed. Sea Clan. Bearing to port aft, 5 nautical miles away, rapidly approaching. Almost at the same time the alarm sounded, through the observation array, dozens of nimble and swift black shadows could be clearly seen breaking through the water flow beneath the sea to the port side, shooting towards them like sharp arrows. Most of them are humanoid, but their bodies are covered with fine scales, their fingers and toes have webbed structures, and their heads have gill slits that open and close on both sides. They are the basic combat units of the sea creatures, fishmen warriors, and their strength is mostly at the second level. Among them were a few taller figures, wielding staffs made of bone or coral, and surrounded by water elemental fluctuations. These were third-tier sea creatures. Further back, one can vaguely see some larger shadows of various shapes, which are clearly some kind of domesticated sea beasts. It's finally here. Instead of fear, a hint of anticipation flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Standing on the bridge, his voice echoed throughout the ship. Attention, all crew. Engage the enemy on port. Ballistae ready. Fire freely at low-level murlocs. Do not activate the turrets yet. Conserve energy. Yes. As soon as the order was given, the 10 gleaming ballistae on the port side of the blue crystal made a soft whirring sound as their mechanisms turned, locking onto the rapidly approaching merman warriors under the precise control of the maid puppets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Specially crafted armor-piercing crossbow bolts rained down like a storm, accurately striking the water. These bolts, optimized by Blue Spirit, were forged to possess extremely high penetrating power and speed. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, bursts of murky blood erupted beneath the sea. The merman warriors at the forefront had their scales torn and pierced instantly by the enhanced crossbow bolts, which were as fragile as paper. A mournful shriek could be faintly heard through the seawater. In just a few volleys, more than 20 second-tier merman warriors were riddled with holes and sank to the bottom of the sea. However, the sea creature's attack did not stop. The third-tier sea creature priests raised their staffs. chanting obscure incantations and water arrows, ice spikes, and mind-disrupting mental waves attacked the blue crystal, attempting to interfere with the ballista's firing and the crew's concentration. At the same time, several sea monsters resembling enlarged swordfish with sharp bony spurs on their foreheads suddenly accelerated, ramming into the blue crystal's port waterline like underwater torpedoes. They clearly intended to destroy the ship directly with brute force. A mere trick, Wang Hao sneered, not even needing to take action himself. The spiritual light flowing across the surface of the blue crystal ship brightened slightly, and a more solid blue spiritual energy shield was instantly generated. The spell attack from the Tier 3 Sea Clan priest landed on the shield, only creating ripples before disappearing without a trace. The sea monsters that crashed into it felt as if they had hit an impenetrable wall, producing a dull, deafening roar. They themselves were shaken so badly that their skulls shattered, they lost consciousness, and slowly sank. Seeing that ranged attacks and ramming were ineffective, the remaining sea creatures seemed to be enraged. They let out sharp screeches and surged forward even more frantically, trying to board the ship. At that moment, Wang Hao made a move. With a flash, he appeared above the port deck, looking calmly at the densely packed sea creatures surging below, and simply raised his right hand. He didn't even use complex 5 elements magic. He simply used the most violent method, lightning control. Boom. Countless terrifying bolts of lightning, as thick as arms and a deep purple color, instantly covered the sea area hundreds of meters off the port side. The lightning struck the water, but instead of being quickly dispersed by the seawater, it seemed to come alive, precisely locking onto each individual sea creature unit and exploding with a deafening roar. In an instant, that sea area seemed to transform into a hellish inferno. Purple lightning leaped wildly, tearing apart and annihilating everything. The second-tier merman warriors instantly vaporized in the lightning, and the pale blue water shields that the third-tier sea priests desperately erected shattered like eggshells, along with their bodies, and were electrocuted into charcoal. The sea creatures lurking underwater were not spared either. They convulsed violently under the terrifying electric current, floated to the surface belly up, and emitted a burnt smell. Just one strike. In less than 10 breaths, the attacking force, which had been so aggressive and consisted of dozens of third-tier sea creatures and a large number of second-tier fishmen, was completely wiped out. The sea was littered with charred corpses and remains, turning the once azure waters into an eerie purplish red and filling the air with a mixture of ozone and burnt smells. The battle began suddenly and ended even more quickly. Those ships watching from afar, witnessing this scene through the observation array, all gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards the blue crystal filled with shock and awe. To wipe out a sizable sea creature raiding party so cleanly and efficiently with a single ship, this strength far exceeded their expectations. Wang Hao gracefully landed back on the deck, his expression unchanged. The bodies and remains of sea creatures floating on the sea surface were clearly recorded, with a focus on photographing several relatively complete corpses of third-tier sea creature priests and special sea beasts. Subsequently, the video data, along with a brief battle description, was uploaded via the transmission array built into the badge. Almost instantly, the badge vibrated slightly, and a message was sent back. Record verified. 8 Tier 3 Sea Clan units, Sea Clan priests, killed, 800 points awarded. 3 Tier 3 Sea Clan units, Spiky Sea Beasts, killed, 300 points awarded. 35 Tier 2 Sea Clan units, Murloc Warriors, killed, 350 points awarded. Total contribution points earned, 1,450 points. Points have been credited to your account. It's quite efficient. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. He had earned 1,450 points in his first battle. Although he was still far from his goal of 100,000, it was undoubtedly a good start. However, just as Wang Hao was about to order the sea surface to be cleared and continue sailing, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Chapter 1, 91 New Abilities. Blue Spirit. He inquired through the soul connection. These sea creature corpses, especially those that seem to contain aquatic essence and a peculiar life force unlike ordinary demonic beasts. If the spirit ship were to devour them, would there be any special changes? For example, would it enhance our affinity for water or grant us other abilities? This idea is not unfounded. The spirit ship itself can evolve by consuming spiritual materials and sea beasts. These sea creatures live in the deep sea for a long time and have unique body structures, which may bring unexpected benefits. Lan Ling remained silent for a moment, seemingly analyzing and deducing before responding. Theoretically feasible. The deep-sea life essence and pure water energy contained within the bodies of sea creature units can serve as nutrients for the evolution of spirit ships. By absorbing and analyzing their life structures, there is a high probability of optimizing the ship's underwater performance, increasing resistance to water magic, and a certain chance of gaining special abilities such as underwater stealth or deep-sea resistance. It is recommended to try it. Good. A glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, and he immediately ordered, Blue Spirit, devour these sea creature corpses and prioritize analyzing their aquatic characteristics and life structure. Command confirmed, commencing absorption. Following Wang Hao's command, the blue crystal ship generated an invisible suction force, drawing the sea creature corpses and remains on the surface of the sea towards the bottom of the ship as if pulled by an invisible hand, and swallowing them up. The entire process was quiet and swift and did not attract the attention of any fleet. After the absorption was completed, the spiritual light flowing on the surface of the blue crystal seemed to become slightly deeper, especially the part of the hull that was in contact with the water, which faintly showed a very faint blue halo. A moment later, Lan Ling's voice rang out again, carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation. Absorption and analysis complete. The spirit ship has grown, its basic attributes have slightly improved, and some traits have been successfully analyzed and fused. New capability. Water affinity enhancement. Reduces the resistance of the spirit ship by 5% and increases the efficiency of water-based spiritual energy absorption by 10%. Primary concealment ripple. Can actively consume energy to generate a special water ripple around the hull, which to some extent interferes with mental detection and sound wave positioning. As Wang Hao sensed the subtle changes emanating from the spirit ship, a delighted smile appeared on his face. It worked, and the results far exceeded our expectations. Not only did it gain real points, but it also allowed the spirit ship to absorb and evolve, acquiring valuable water-related abilities. This is of great significance to the spirit ship, which sails on the endless sea year-round. In particular, the primary concealment ripple is undoubtedly a great help when encountering powerful enemies or needing to lie in wait. Hunting sea creatures can earn points to exchange for resources and also promote the growth of the spirit ship. It's a win-win situation. Wang Hao gazed intently at the deep sea in the distance, which no longer seemed like a perilous place, but a hunting ground full of opportunities. Keep moving forward. Stay alert. Let's see which other fearless sea creatures are willing to send us points and sustenance. The next few days of voyage turned into an efficient hunt for Wang Hao and the blue crystal. It seemed that the sea creatures knew they had been discovered and stopped hiding, launching more proactive and frequent attacks. Thanks to Blue Spirit's powerful detection capabilities and the assistance of primary concealment ripple, the blue crystal is always able to detect the traces of sea creature patrol teams or attack groups one step ahead. Wang Hao either used his formidable strength to clear the field from a distance and his favorite thunder magic, or commanded the ship-mounted ballistae to fire precisely, turning wave after wave of attacking sea creatures into points and nourishment. The contribution points in the ship repair badge were increasing steadily and rapidly, and soon broke through the 5,000 mark. As the blue crystal continued to devour the corpses of sea creatures, its affinity for water systems increased, and the effect became more and more significant. Even the outline of the ship underwater became somewhat blurred, and it hardly stirred up any water currents when sailing. This near-dash, score-boosting efficiency naturally attracted the attention of certain entities. Just as the blue crystal was about to leave this area known for its frequent marine activity and return to Emerald Bay for rest, trouble struck. On this day, the sky was overcast, with leaden gray clouds hanging low, and the sea was calm, presenting a deathly stillness before a storm. Suddenly, Lan Ling issued an unprecedentedly urgent alarm, her voice even carrying a hint of solemnity. Highest level alert. Supermassive life reaction and multiple high-energy reactions detected. Directly ahead, 10 nautical miles away, rapidly ascending. Energy level. Level 5. Level 4. Numerous level 3 and level 2. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and he instantly appeared on the bridge, looking out at the distant sea through the observation array. The once calm sea suddenly began to churn violently, as if boiling. A massive, suffocating shadow was rising from the depths of the ocean at an alarming speed. The first to break through the sea were dozens of Tier 2 Murloc scouts riding ferocious dolphins and wielding bone spears, spreading out like vanguards. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of Tier 3 Murloc priests emerged from the water, led by a Tier 4 deep-sea priest who was exceptionally tall and wielded a coral staff inlaid with a huge pearl. They chanted ancient and obscure incantations and dense water elements gathered around them, forming a hazy blue mist. However, the most eye-catching figures were those guarding the deep-sea priest. Those are Tier 4 sea creature hunters. Their bodies are more slender and agile than ordinary fishmen. Their streamlined muscles are full of explosive power, and the scales on their bodies have a dark blue color that is conducive to concealment. They held curved blades crafted from the bones of some deep-sea creature, their edges gleaming with a chilling light. Their eyes were cold and cruel, like those of the most professional assassins, fixed on the blue crystal, radiating a murderous intent that stung the skin. But that's not all. Boom. A roar, seemingly from a primordial beast, shook the entire sea. Under the fervent and awe-inspiring gaze of countless sea warriors, a truly colossal creature crashed through the surface of the sea, creating waves tens of meters high. It was a terrifying behemoth over 1,500 meters long. Its appearance resembled a ferocious sea lion magnified countless times, but its entire body was covered with a thick, rock-like dark blue carapace, which was covered with sharp bone spikes and eerie runes that shimmered with a ghostly light. On its enormous head was a single eye that occupied half of the head and emitted a bloodthirsty red light. Below it was a huge mouth large enough to swallow a small spirit ship, filled with layers upon layers of sharp teeth like guillotines. Its thick limbs are like giant pillars supporting the sky, with webbed claws at the ends. A powerful weapon cultivated by the sea creatures, a Tier 5 war behemoth. Chapter 192, Dying Struggle. It merely floats on the sea, yet its massive, mountain-like body delivers an unparalleled visual impact and a sense of psychological oppression. The single eye swept across the blue crystal with an indifferent and destructive intent, as if looking down on ants, and a violent aura emanated from its body. The fleet that was also searching for the sea creatures in the distance was instantly dimmed, and the cultivators on board turned pale and could hardly breathe. When they discovered that the main force of the sea creatures was rushing towards the blue crystal, their first reaction was not to come to the rescue, but to turn the rudder and run away. In the face of this terrifying main force of the sea race, ordinary spirit boats that are only a few hundred meters long are indeed like toys. They probably wouldn't even last a single exchange before being torn to shreds by this war behemoth along with its elite troops. Looking at this impressive lineup of sea creatures, especially the abyssal war behemoth that exuded a chilling aura, Wang Hao couldn't help but pause for a moment in surprise. No wonder. Those lone spirit ships couldn't even send out a complete distress signal. Wang Hao muttered to himself, but instead of fear, his eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. The sudden appearance of such a powerful force in this sea area suggests they have something big planned. But a cold, confident smile slowly curved Wang Hao's lips. Perfect for me. The blue crystal's 5 fiery psionic turrets each possess a single-shot power comparable to a 5th-tier attack. Meanwhile, his own spiritual sea is vast and boundless, with the power of the 5 elements of wind and thunder gathered within him. His spiritual sea is immense, and his foundation profound. If he were to unleash his full power and use mixed spells, it would not be impossible for him to fight against a 6th-tier opponent. Blue crystal, enter maximum combat readiness. All turrets, charge. Target, that behemoth. Ballistae, fire freely at low-level sea creatures. Rong, Leiling, you two are in charge of commanding the crew. Focus on eliminating those level 4 hunters and deep-sea priests. Yes. Everyone accepted the order with a stern look in their eyes. Just as the colossal beast raised its massive claws, slamming them down towards the blue crystal with the force to crush everything in its path, the Tier 4 hunters transformed into afterimages, attacking the ship's side like ghosts. At the same moment, the deep-sea priest raised his staff, preparing a terrifying, large-scale water-based spell. Wang Hao made a move. His figure soared into the sky, hovering above the blue crystal. Facing the overwhelming attack, he suddenly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. The 5 elements revolve, and the primordial chaos returns to one. Wind and thunder are the guide, and spiritual fire is the foundation. Boom! 5 colors of spiritual light, red, cyan, blue, yellow, and white, erupted from his body, soaring into the sky, intertwining and merging. The power of wind and thunder roared within, while the newly acquired, earth-vein molten flame spirit fire provided a vast source of fire energy and a stable framework. In the end, all the power converged into a chaotic pillar of light with a diameter of more than 10 meters and an interior that seemed to contain chaotic air currents that were constantly rising and falling. With a terrifying aura of annihilation, it struck first despite being behind, and fiercely slammed into the giant claw that the abyssal dinosaur was slapping down. At the same time, all 5 turrets of the blue crystal roared. 5 slightly thinner, but equally condensed and terrifying crimson beams of light, like 5 red-hot daggers, shot precisely towards the behemoth's relatively vulnerable eyes, throat, and joints. Boom! Wang Hao unleashed his full power to merge the Chaos Light Pillar spell with the war behemoth's massive claws, powerful enough to shatter mountains. Wherever the chaotic beam of light passed, the thick, rock-like carapace on the giant claws of the dinosaur melted and crumbled as quickly as ice and snow under the sun. The annihilating power of the 5 elements and the ferocity of wind and thunder contained within it directly invaded its limbs. Awoo! The abyssal terror turtle let out its first roar since the start of the war, a roar filled with pain, shock, and rage. Its massive body trembled violently, and the front half of its giant claw was smashed to pieces. Dark blue blood cascaded down like a waterfall, staining a large area of the sea with an eerie color. At the same time, the beams of light fired from the 5 flame psionic turrets of the blue crystal also accurately hit their targets. The beam of light aimed at its eyes was blocked by the dinosaur, closing its eyes in time, but the hard eyelids were melted and a charred pit was carved out. The dark red eye was severely injured and blood flowed out profusely. The beams of light aimed at the throat and joints struck the relatively weak points of the carapace squarely, blasting open several huge wounds that revealed the writhing flesh and stark, white bones inside. In just one encounter, this Tier 5 war behemoth suffered unprecedented damage. On the other side, Lei Ling was extremely brave. Her Thunder Fong halberd drew upon the thunder from the heavens, transforming into a huge phantom of the Thunder Halberd, which directly blasted a charging hunter and his weapon into charred remains. Those deep-sea priests who attempted to unleash powerful forbidden spells suffered devastating blows. Under the control of the crew, the 10 ballistae on the starboard side of the blue crystal carried out several rounds of precise volley fire. The specially made armor-piercing crossbow bolts were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly turning most of the Murloc priests who were still chanting into hedgehogs. The leading 4th-tier deep-sea priest had just erected a huge azure shield when Wang Hao pierced his forehead with a Gungjin sword aura, killing him instantly. The devastating blow from the war behemoth and the instantaneous collapse of its high-end combat forces plunged the remaining sea creatures into immense panic and chaos. Roar! The war behemoth went completely mad, its single eye blazing with hysterical red light. Its massive body churned the seawater, creating towering waves hundreds of meters high. It opened its guillotine-like maw and unleashed a dark, destructive energy breath, gathering all its power, like a death beam piercing the heavens and earth, hurtling towards the blue crystal. This was its desperate attack. Sucker Punch. Wang Hao's eyes were icy as he directly mobilized the power of the earth, vein molten spirit fire. A fireball, no bigger than a palm, instantly condensed in front of him. The small fireball seemed slow, but it actually transcended space, floating lightly towards the terrifying dark breath. Laugh. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The breath that was powerful enough to annihilate a small island was instantly decomposed, devoured, and purified the moment it came into contact with the small fireball formed from primordial spiritual fire, as if it had met its nemesis. The fireball continued its momentum, seemingly ignoring the distance, and directly imprinted itself on the huge head of the abyssal terror. For the first time, extreme fear appeared in the war behemoth's single eye, but the next moment, its consciousness was swallowed up by endless flames. The small fireball silently entered its head, and then, buzz! A violent burst of fire erupted from the giant beast's skull. Its massive body was instantly covered with countless cracks from the inside out, and red light emanated from the cracks. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the head of this Tier 5 war behemoth that dominated the deep sea crumbled and shattered inch by inch, eventually turning into countless flickering flames that scattered in the sea breeze. Chapter 193 Advancement to Spirit Boatmaster. With the fall of the war behemoth, the remaining sea warriors and sea beasts completely lost their will to fight, letting out terrified screams as they scattered and fled. But how could Wang Hao let go of these mobile points and resources? Leave no one alive. Wang Hao coldly gave the order, and at the same time, lightning surged around him again, transforming into a covering net of lightning that enveloped a large number of sea creatures trying to escape. The blue crystal's ballistae and remaining turrets roared in their final moments, precisely targeting every visible enemy. However, in a short while, the sea area returned to its deathly stillness. Unlike before, the sea was no longer filled with scattered corpses, but with a luxurious trophy ocean that included fourth-tier deep-sea priests, fourth-tier hunters, a large number of third-tier priests, and countless second-tier fishmen. The fifth-tier war behemoth had completely lost its head, with only a section of its body floating on the sea. The fleeing fleet in the distance had long since fallen into utter stagnation and deathly silence. Many people couldn't even believe their eyes and wondered if they were hallucinating. An 800-meter-long spirit ship single-handedly annihilated a main force of the sea race, including a Tier 5 war behemoth. This is something that only happens in myths and legends. Wang Hao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Using his ultimate moves repeatedly had taken a toll on him, but the results were brilliant. Wang Hao immediately took out the Ship Repair Guild badge and calmly recorded the final scene of the battle, especially the floating fourth-tier sea creature corpses and the remains of the fifth-tier war behemoth. As the images and battle summary were uploaded, the badge quickly vibrated violently like never before, and the feedback even slightly moved Wang Hao. Record verification complete. Defeat 1 Tier 5 Naga unit, War Behemoth, for a reward of 10,000 points. Defeat 4 Tier 4 Sea Clan units, Deep Sea Priests, for a reward of 4,000 points. Kill 12 Tier 4 Naga units, Naga Hunters, for a reward of 12,000 points. Slay 67 Tier 3 Naga units, Murloc Priest / Elite Warrior, reward 6,700 points. Kill 2 15 Tier 2 Naga units, Murloc Scouts / Warriors, reward 2,150 points. Total contribution points earned, 34,850. Points have been credited to your account. In a single battle, I earned nearly 35,000 points. With his previous contributions, Wang Hao's total contribution points have now surpassed the 40,000 mark. He is nearly halfway to achieving the Lord qualification with 100,000 points. Blue Spirit, Devour. Wang Hao suppressed his excitement and gave the order again. With Wang Hao's command, the blue crystal ship once again generated that invisible suction force. But this time, the targets of the devouring were the main force of the sea race, which contained immense energy and the essence of the deep sea, including the fourth-tier deep-sea priest, the hunter, and the remains of the headless fifth-tier war behemoth. The process of devouring was much slower than ever before. The corpses of high-level sea creatures floating on the sea, especially the mountain-like remains of the war behemoth, seemed to be drawn towards the blue crystal by an invisible hand. The entire ship emitted a deep hum, frantically transforming, absorbing, and fusing the life essence of the sea creatures, the source of the water system, and the immense energy contained in the war behemoth that it had devoured. The blue spirit ship was enveloped in a dense, impenetrable blue cocoon of light. Within the cocoon, spiritual light flowed, and the aura rose steadily at a visible speed, spreading out a heart-palpitating pressure that even made the surrounding sea surface as calm as a mirror. Finally, when the last remnant of the sea creature was completely devoured, the blue cocoon of light suddenly contracted inward and then burst open. Boom! An immense spiritual pressure, far exceeding anything seen before, swept across the area like a storm. Amidst the dazzling spiritual light, the hull of the blue crystal began to grow and extend at a visible speed. The ship's hull became longer and more streamlined, and the deck became wider. The original 800-meter hull was stretched by an invisible hand, breaking through the 1,000-meter mark and finally stabilizing at an astonishing length of 1,050 meters. The lines of the hull were full of power and beauty, and the flowing light throughout the ship was as deep as the sea, yet also carried a hint of fiery heat. The 5 fiery psionic turrets seemed to grow along with the ship's hull, becoming even more ferocious and imposing, while the bases of the 20 ballistae became more stable. Evolution, a leap in the level of life. From spirit boat to spirit vessel, this is a qualitative leap. It signifies that the blue crystal has officially entered the ranks of high-level spirit ships, possessing the capability to sail in wider and more dangerous seas. At the same time, as a ship repairman, Wang Hao was intimately connected with the spirit ship. The moment the blue crystal completed its evolution, he also felt the immense power that followed. The spiritual sea space expanded at an unprecedented speed, becoming more stable and vast. The power of the 5 elements of wind and thunder flowed and grew stronger within it, and his ability to sense and control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased several times over. Under this feedback, his cultivation level also naturally broke through to a new level, enough to match this newly born 1,000-meter spirit ship. Success. Wang Hao felt an indescribable excitement welling up in his heart as he experienced the earth-shattering changes in himself and the spirit ship. Lanling's voice rang out at the right moment, carrying a hint of joy after completing a major evolution. Evolution complete. The spirit ship's level has been upgraded to Spirit Boat. The hull strength, spirit power capacity, speed, and firepower system have all been optimized. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit. Ship class, Spirit Boat, 1050 meters. Power system, psionic sails, psionic fire-powered propellers, water control array. Special module, information deduction and processing center. Soul ship contract, 500/1050. Ship functional cabins, Tier 5 spirit field, aquarium, weapon refining workshop, alchemy workshop. Ship weaponry, 5 Tier 5 flame psionic turrets, 20 Tier 5 ballistae, thunder ram, with armor penetration and lightning strike capabilities. Skill list, 5 elements wind and thunder illusionary light shield, wind control technique intermediate, thunder control technique intermediate, metal control technique intermediate, wood control technique intermediate, water control technique advanced, fire control technique intermediate, earth control technique intermediate, space beginner, swordsmanship beginner, fist technique beginner. Core capability update. Advanced water control array, reduces navigation resistance by 200 and increases navigation speed by 500. The concealment field has been upgraded to a spirit boat level concealment field. The concealment effect is greatly enhanced. It can distort light and most energy detection, and it is difficult to detect unless one is a 6th level or higher focused investigator. Deep Sea Intimidation Intermediate increases the range and effect of intimidation and has a strong suppressive effect on low to mid-level below level 5 sea creatures. New ability, Submerged Mode, allows the ship to submerge underwater, currently at a maximum depth of 500 meters. Underwater speed is 60 of the base speed. Note, the diving depth and duration, pressure resistance, and subsequent ingestion of deep-sea special materials are all related. Submersible. Upon seeing this new ability, Wang Hao's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented light. This means that the Blue Crystal is no longer just a surface warship, but also has the ability to dive into the deep sea. Whether it is evading powerful enemies, exploring underwater ruins, or launching surprise underwater attacks, it has endless possibilities. Although it is currently only 500 meters deep, as long as it continues to devour high-level sea creatures or deep-sea spiritual materials, this depth can be continuously increased. A 1,000-meter-long spirit ship capable of diving. This is probably an extremely rare existence in the entire history of ship repair in the Empire. Wang Haoqiang suppressed the urge to immediately attempt submersion. He knew it wasn't the right time yet. He glanced at the sea surface, which had temporarily returned to calm after a series of battles and engulfment. Blue Crystal, target Emerald Bay, full speed ahead. Wang Hao ordered confidently. The newly built 1,000-meter-long spirit ship emitted a joyful and deep roar, its hull shimmering with spiritual light. With the activation of the Advanced Water Control ability, the surrounding seawater seemed to make way for it and give it a boost, its speed suddenly increasing significantly. With an elegance and swiftness far surpassing its previous speed, it broke through the waves and sped towards Emerald Bay. Chapter 101 Keep It All for Mother. Noticing his second brother's confusion and helplessness, Gu Zhouyuan patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Keep this safe, and you can find me a beautiful and virtuous second sister-in-law later. Gu Dedi's face flushed red instantly. He scratched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. Elder sister, this is for you. Gu Zhouyuan counted out another 600 coins and gave them to Gu Zhaodi. Gu Zhaodi's eyes widened in shock. She asked incredulously, Me, I have one too? Gu Zhouyuan nodded and said, Of course, as I said, your efforts will definitely be rewarded. That's how it is with working for this family. All the kindness you showed me in the past will surely be reciprocated, even if it takes a little longer. Gu Zhaodi stared blankly at Gu Zhouyuan. This younger brother of hers was making her feel warm and fuzzy all the time. She quickly lowered her head to stop the stinging sensation in her nose. 4 eggs, Gu Zhouyuan called out. Lost in thought, Si Dan was startled and looked up, saying, Huh? Third brother, you called me. You're still young, so your wages will be lower, Gu Zhouyuan said. Si Dan immediately got excited. Do I get paid too? Yes, you've been quite diligent in herding the ducks. Here's 50 coins, keep it safe, don't lose it, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Hey, okay, third brother, thank you, third brother. Si Dan jumped up and shouted. Lu scolded, Sidon is only 8 years old. What are you doing giving him so much money? He has nowhere to spend it. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled and said, Then let him save it up for when he gets married in the future. Lu couldn't help but chuckle and said, "All right, Sidon, give me the money, and I'll keep it for you. I'll give it back to you when you grow up and get married." Dan wasn't upset at all, and obediently handed the money to Lu Shi, saying, "Mother, here you go, please keep it for me." Gu Dedi and Gu Zhaodi exchanged a glance, and Gu Zhaodi also pushed the pile of copper coins in front of them towards Lu Shi. "Mother, I'm entrusting all of these to you as well. Mother, please keep it for me too." Lu looked at the pile of copper coins in front of her, and then at her 4 sensible children. She was filled with joy and wanted to laugh out loud, but she couldn't help but want to cry. Shopkeeper Qian only sold sweet soup for half a day today, and the response was very good, so he doubled the number of orders. As its reputation grows, the supply of sweet soup will only increase. After thinking it over, Gu Zhouyuan decided to go to the old house. In the courtyard of the old house, San Yo was holding a cicada in one hand, listening to its noisy chirping, looking quite content. Daju was chopping firewood, while his wife, Huang Yang, with her large pregnant belly, was taking a slow stroll in the yard. The 2 brothers, Gu Mansong and Gu Manton, were working with a bunch of timber, probably planning to make some furniture. Second uncle, third uncle, brother Daju, and sister-in-law, Gu Zhouyuan greeted them. They all looked up and responded. "Hey, Xiao Yuan's here. Quick, come inside. It's too sunny in the yard. Daju, bring the stool in." Surrounded by several people, Gu Zhouyuan entered the main room. Grandma Gu came out from the inner room. She had just locked a large sum of money into a cabinet. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan come over, she quickly pulled him down to sit. "Xiao Yuan, is there something you need from Grandma?" Grandma Gu asked gently. "My sweet soup is selling well, so I need to make more every day. My second brother wants to come with me to the county to set up a stall. There's no one at home to chop firewood." Before he could finish speaking, Gu Erju shouted, "Leave it to me. I can help chop firewood." He had just received 15 coins as pocket money from his mother, and he was feeling very excited. Hearing that Xiao Yuan was in trouble, his second brother, Erju, naturally wanted to lend a hand. Gu Zhouyuan looked at Erju and laughed. "My family needs a lot of firewood to make sweet soup. Have you thought it through? Are you really going to buy it?" Erju hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "It's no problem for me to carry an extra load of firewood for you every day." "All right," Gu Zhouyuan said. "Erju, you cut a load of firewood from the mountain, and I'll give you 20 coins." In ancient times, firewood was used for cooking and heating. The price of firewood varied from dynasty to dynasty and region to region. In the economically developed Songjiang region during the Ming dynasty, 100 caddies of firewood was worth 7 to 1 qian of silver, enough to buy a dough of fine white rice. However, in some mountainous or rural areas rich in forest resources, firewood is relatively easy to obtain, and the price may be relatively low. People can even collect it themselves without having to buy it. Qingshan County is nestled among mountains, so the locals rarely spend money to buy firewood. Those who carried firewood on their backs along long mountain roads to sell in the city often couldn't get a good price. Depending on the year and season, the price generally fluctuates between 5 and 15 coins. It was the height of summer, and firewood in the county sold for about 10 won per dan, a unit of weight. Erju remembered Gu Zhouyuan's kindness and had no intention of taking his money. He just thought it wouldn't hurt to work a little harder and spend some time and effort to help chop a load of firewood. When Gu Zhouyuan said he had to pay, and that it was 20 coins per load, he was speechless for a moment. In fact, if Gu Zhouyuan had asked other villagers, he could have gotten someone to do the work for just 5 coins per load. But Erju is family. He said a load of firewood weighs 100 jin, and after chopping it, he had to carry it down from the mountain. That was quite a lot of work. 20 coins, less than 2 bowls of sweet soup. Gu Zhouyuan didn't mind spending such a small amount of money. Gu Mansong said unhappily, "Xiao Yuan, although you've made some money in business, you can't act so recklessly. We don't have enough firewood at home. Your second and third uncles, brother Daju and brother Erju, we can just take a bundle from the mountain. That should do us the work." Daju said in a deep voice, "That's right. We mountain people don't need to spend money to buy firewood. People would laugh at us if they told others." No. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, "I need firewood for business, not for cooking at home. Business requires capital, and firewood is also a cost." Seeing that the men were still refusing, Gu Zhouyuan said, "This firewood is meant to be supplied long-term. We can't let people work for free forever. If Brother Erju doesn't accept the money, I'll find someone else who's willing to take it." Grandma Gu made the final decision. "Stop arguing. We'll listen to Xiao Yuan. That settles the matter." Gu Zhouyuan added, "Xiao Hua, Siju, and Area, You should focus on digging for immortal herbs on the mountain now. Make sure I have 15 caddies of immortal herbs every day, and then we can consider picking wild fruits and herbs. The boy and girl nodded in unison. Yes, I understand. Third brother. Actually, the matter of the immortal herb wasn't too urgent. Gu Zhouyuan could simply buy some of the herbs from the shop and smuggle them in. He's making plans for the future. He probably won't keep setting up a stall forever. Ultimately, he will hand the business over to his family so that the entire operation can continue even without him. Mrs. Sun handed over a palm leaf fan, saying, "Look how hot Xiao Yuan is. Quickly take this fan and fan him." "Thank you, second aunt." Gu Zhouyuan smiled as he accepted the palm leaf fan. Wang's eyes were filled with jealousy. Her second sister-in-law's family had received so many copper coins today. Now that Erju has gotten this job, why is it that none of the benefits go to his family? She glanced at San Nyo, who was still playing with cicadas, and felt a surge of annoyance. He snatched the cicada from San Nyo's hand and threw it outside. San Nyo was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears. Gu Manton frowned, wondering what had gotten into his wife this time. Chapter 102 Home Delivery. The next morning, Gu Dedi drove the mule cart along the mountain road into the city. Gu Zhouyuan, Gu Zhaodi, and Si Dan sat in the back of the car. Gu Zhouyuan rested his head on his arm, half lying down, looking at the sky. The sky looked as if it had just been washed, a deep blue and clear. The first hint of dawn on the horizon was gradually tinged with warm orange and pink, like a beautiful watercolor painting. The chirping of birds echoed from the treetops along the roadside, seemingly celebrating the new day. "Third brother, this mule cart is fast. It's true that you get what you pay for," Si Dan said, leaning against the wooden bucket. Gu Zhouyuan was immersed in the beauty of this summer morning when he heard Si Dan sigh, and he just lazily hummed in agreement. Gu Dedi held the reins with both hands, the trees on both sides rushing past, and the cool breeze brought by the speeding mule cart made him squint. Today, we used a freshly made iron bucket to hold the syrup, which was then placed inside a wooden bucket. The wooden bucket was slightly larger, and the gap between the two buckets was filled with ice. The outside of the bucket was covered with a thick layer of dry grass. Gu Zhouyuan decided to go to the city today to buy a few quilts and replace all the old, worn-out quilts at home. Then the wooden bucket was also wrapped in a blanket, which would keep it warmer and prevent the ice from melting easily. Fortunately, the wooden barrel saved space. If everything is served in wooden basins, the mule cart will be quite crowded with our own 200 servings, the extra sweet soup ordered by Manager Qian, and 4 people. It looks like we'll need to make a few more iron buckets. Because the mule cart was fast, several regular customers were somewhat surprised when Gu Zhouyuan arrived at the market today. "Young Manager Gu, why are you here so early today?" Some people joked. "That's right, I just sat down and haven't even eaten many wontons yet." Gu Zhouyuan clasped his hands in greeting and said, "I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. Today, the mule cart will be faster than the ox cart." "Wow, you've switched to a mule cart? Not bad, not bad. TSK, TSK. They've even changed the container for the sugar water. Young Manager Gu is making money." Several guests with number plates walked over. They had all gotten to know each other over the past few days, and everyone was speaking casually to one another. "Not at all, not at all. I bought this mule cart with borrowed money. I felt bad making you wait, so I borrowed money to get this mule cart," Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Yes, it's really slow to make a living by driving back and forth in an ox cart." A customer helped Gu Zhouyuan carry a stool down. Once the stalls were set up, everyone lined up according to their assigned numbers. Si Dan skillfully handed over the bowl. Gu Zhaodi was in charge of making grass jelly. Gu Dedi was specifically there to serve cassava syrup. Gu arrived a little over half an hour early today. Manager Qian hadn't come to pick up the goods yet. Seeing that his older sister and the others could handle it, and having nothing else to do, he decided to deliver the sweet soup to Laifu Restaurant. It wasn't far from Laifu Restaurant, and Gu Zhouyuan arrived at the place in no time, driving a mule cart. It was just past Chinshi, 7 to 9 a.m., and the restaurant had not yet received any customers. Gu Zhouyuan tied up the mule cart and entered the Laifu Restaurant. Upon seeing the newcomer, the waiter quickly greeted him with a smile. "Oh, sir, please come in. You've arrived earlier than usual today." "You know me?" Gu Zhouyuan asked in surprise. "I recognize you. Aren't you that guy who came with that gentleman last time? You were the most eye-catching among the group last time, and I recognized you at a glance today," the waiter said as he led the way. The waiter greets and sees off guests every day, and is smooth and worldly in his speech and actions. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but admire him for his serious nonsense. "Would you like noodles or a set meal for lunch?" the waiter asked, bowing slightly. It's still morning, so there are usually no customers coming in. People come occasionally, and we just have a bowl of noodles. They might also be here to reserve a table for lunch. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, I'm not here to eat. I'm looking for your manager. The waiter paused for a moment, then nodded and said, the manager is in the kitchen looking at today's dishes. I'll call him for you right away. After waiting for a short while, Manager Qian, heavily pregnant, strode over. Young brother Gu, what brings you here? You're a little early today. Let me bring you the sweet soup. Gu Zhouyuan pointed to the mule cart outside. That would really trouble brother Gu. Manager Qian clapped his hands and laughed. He had the waiter and another waiter in the shop carry the wooden basin down with them. Many customers come specifically for your sweet soup. It's practically a must order at every table. Manager Qian said, his face beaming. The shop just launched a dessert drink yesterday at noon, and the owner didn't expect that this chilled sweet drink would be so popular. As evening fell, many new customers who had come specifically to try the dessert arrived, and his restaurant's business experienced a surge thanks to the dessert. The thought of Wu Shuiping from Yuanqing restaurant across the street pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot plate yesterday filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Gu Zhouyuan nodded, not surprised at all. Those who come to this restaurant are not short of money. In the whole city, only this restaurant has sweet soup, and it's even chilled. This constitutes a product monopoly. It would be difficult for Manager Qian's business not to thrive. Shopkeeper Qian was overjoyed, looking at Gu Zhouyuan almost like he was looking at the god of wealth. He put his arm around Gu Zhouyuan's shoulder and said, Brother Gu, I feel that using a wooden basin is inconvenient. I had someone buy several wooden buckets today. You can use these buckets to hold the sugar water later. Gu Zhouyuan was taken aback, then laughed and said, You and I are thinking the same thing. The sweet soup on my stall today is served in wooden buckets, but I didn't make enough. I was thinking of making a few more. Haha, that's why we two brothers get along so well. Our ideas are exactly the same. Manager Qian laughed heartily. After bidding farewell to Manager Qian, he took 3 wooden buckets with him when he left, 1 large and 1 small. As Gu Zhouyuan turned onto the main road, he saw Manager Wu standing at the entrance of the restaurant across the street. Manager Wu stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Gu Zhouyuan with a meaningful smile on his lips. Gu Zhouyuan felt inexplicably irritated. He gave the reins a tug, and the mule nimbly reared up and headed toward the dessert stall. From a distance, Gu Zhouyuan could see a crowd gathered around the dessert shop. Unlike the bustling scene of people buying sweet soup, the crowd was clearly watching something exciting. Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly jumped off the cart and casually tied it to the side of the road. Push through the crowd and go inside. There were 2 stools lying on the ground. 5 or 6 shady-looking men were standing around the table. A middle-aged man with a fierce face stood on a stool and shouted, Kid, you've been setting up your stall here for days, and you don't know any rules? Gu Dedi smiled ingratiatingly and said, Brothers, we're from the countryside and have only been setting up our stall for a couple of days. We don't know the rules here yet, please. Before Gu Dedi could finish speaking, Gu Zhouyuan squeezed through the crowd. Chapter 103 The Troublemaker Arrives. Gu Zhouyuan is now increasingly entangled with this world and can no longer act as recklessly as before. With all his siblings present today, Gu Zhouyuan couldn't act as freely and enjoy himself as he did the day he sold the wild boar. Before entering the crowd, he took out a small handful of copper coins and asked a few children watching, Does anyone know where Laifu restaurant is? 3 of the children jumped up and raised their hands, shouting, I know. I know. Gu Zhouyuan gave each of them 5 coins. Go to Laifu restaurant and find Manager Qian. Tell him there was trouble at the dessert stall. When you come back, I'll give each of you 5 coins. Is this what happens when you're just watching a spectacle? The 3 11 or 12-year-old children were overjoyed and ran off towards Laifu restaurant. Gu Zhouyuan then pushed through the crowd and went inside. Upon seeing him, Gu Zhaodi and Sidon, who had been terrified and at a loss, both felt a sense of relief. Gu Dedi also silently breathed a sigh of relief. Brothers, I've only been here a short time, and I'm not familiar with this area. I'd like to pay the customary fee, but I don't know who to give it to, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Oh, you know about the customary fee? Looks like you're not a novice, the burly man grinned. The plump auntie at the next stall tugged at Gu Zhouyuan and said, It's also my fault. I've been so busy these past few days that I forgot about it. In our East Market, everyone who sets up a stall has to pay a fee, 1 coin a day. For long-term stalls like ours, it's a monthly fee. Hurry up and give me 30 coins. Don't keep these guys waiting. She deliberately spoke loudly, thinking it was because Brother Gu was unfamiliar with the area and no one reminded him, so that everyone could save face. Gu Zhouyuan quickly took out 100 coins, handed them over, and said with a smile, I'm new here and don't know which Buddha to worship. Actually, I'm very sincere. I'll make up for the customary amount right now. The extra is for you gentlemen to have tea. The burly man took the copper coin, weighed it in his hand, and said, "You're quite sensible, kid." A skinny monkey next to him chuckled twice and said in a shrill voice, "Too bad. You've offended someone you shouldn't have." Before he could finish speaking, the burly man with a face full of scars yelled, "Shut up. Enough with your nonsense." The skinny monkey shrank his neck and stammered, "Yes, yes." Gu Zhou expression changed. Recalling Manager Wu's strange smile earlier, he already had a general idea of what was going on. The burly man stuffed the copper coin into his pocket. He kicked the overturned stool right, then casually sat down on it. He crossed his legs, kept shaking his feet, tapped his fingers on the table, and glared fiercely at the crowd. Sensing that the situation was somewhat tricky, Gu Zhaodi and the others came to Gu Zhouyuan's side. Gu Zhouyuan also moved a stool and sat down next to the burly man. He still had a warm smile on his face. "Is the money not enough? You name a number, and I'll see if my little stall can afford it." This burly man was one of the most idle people on the street, with a gang of thugs under his command. He made his living by collecting protection money from merchants. The merchants here, after paying the government's levies and taxes, also had to pay a customary fee to these street vendors. These rules are basically established by convention. If you don't pay, those thugs will keep causing trouble at your stall, and you won't be able to do business anymore. Reporting to the authorities didn't work either. When the Yamen officials came and drove away one group, another group of thugs would come later. Besides, these hooligans were all familiar with the Yamen runners and the county government, and they would pay a sum of money every year during the 3 major festivals to maintain their relationship. The county government basically turned a blind eye to these matters. That burly man has been collecting protection money for so many years, and every vendor who sees him is obsequious to him. He was quite surprised to see that Gu Zhouyuan showed no reaction. He glanced at Gu Zhouyuan sideways and sneered. "What price do you want?" "I'll say 1 tael of silver a day. Can you afford that?" Gu Zhaodi hugged Dan. Her eyes filled with deep worry as she looked at Gu Zhouyuan. Just when things were getting better and better at home, this happened again. Gu Dedi took a step forward and stood next to Gu Zhouyuan. These people were clearly looking for trouble. He had never experienced anything like this before, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But he still clenched his fists, thinking that he was the second brother and that if anything happened, he would definitely stand in front of Xiao Yuan. Hearing the burly man say this, Gu Zhouyuan became even more certain of his guess. 1 tael of silver a day? My little stall can't even make 1 tael of silver a day, even with the profits. Brother, are you joking with me? Gu Zhouyuan leaned forward with a smile, his arm resting on his knee. My brother is so busy, he doesn't have time to joke with you. Can't afford it? If you can't afford it, then pack up and get out of here, the skinny monkey said viciously from the side. The onlookers also began to understand what was going on. This young stall owner must have offended someone. These thugs have come looking for trouble. Gu Zhouyuan's stall is a bit different from other stalls on the street. His customers are generally people with some wealth. Drinking sweet soup here has become a habit, and in the past few days, everyone has also become familiar with the witty Manager Gu. Now that we see him being harassed, it's very likely that we won't be able to drink sweet soup anymore. They couldn't help but feel indignant. A middle-aged woman in the crowd shouted, "Aren't you bullying people? They gave you 100 coins, and it's not enough. They're offering you 1 tael of silver a day. You can have this stall." The burly man chuckled and stood up. Gu Zhouyuan braced himself on his knees and stood up. He was tall and imposing, a head taller than the short, stocky thug. He looked down at the ugly man and chuckled. "It's not like I absolutely have to set up this stall." He twisted his neck from side to side, and his cervical spine made a crackling sound. The thugs were all taken aback. What did this guy mean by that? You guys aren't even qualified to be thugs. How can you push someone to their death like that? Gu Zhouyuan grinned, revealing his white teeth. As Gu Zhouyuan said, this stall wasn't absolutely necessary. He could just have Manager Qian come and pick up the goods, which would save him some trouble. He was bullied by these thugs today, and he kept giving in. It seems there's no room for negotiation now. Then go ahead and do your thing, but don't go home with a belly full of anger. He browsed through the virtual store, looking for the most suitable weapon to buy. The burly man in front of him felt a little flustered as he sensed the change in the young man's aura. He shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. He snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "Trying to kill me? Haha, don't say I'm not giving you a way out. There's another way for you to choose." He paused, then saw Gu Zhouyuan staring blankly into the void, probably terrified. He chuckled and continued, "Hand over your sweet soup recipe, and you can keep running this stall." Chapter 104 Collecting Protection Money. We need to finish this quickly. Don't involve my eldest sister and the others. Gu Zhouyuan thought to himself. He selected a baton in the online store and was about to click confirm when Jiang Tuanzi, you're quite impressive, a voice called out. Gu Zhouyuan silently put away the panel and turned to look in the direction of the sound. The thugs were also drawn to the attention. The man who arrived was Manager Qian, his forehead covered in sweat, whether from the heat or from anxiety. It was hard to tell. He said to Gu Zhouyuan, slightly out of breath, I got here as quickly as possible. Thankfully, nothing went wrong. Gu Zhouyuan cupped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, Thank you for coming all this way to help me deal with these messy things. Manager Qian waved his hand, indicating that Gu Zhouyuan should not be polite. Gu Zhouyuan took out copper coins and gave 5 coins to each of the 3 errand boys. Looking at the group of thugs, Manager Qian cut to the chase. Jiang Tuanzi, how much did that Wu guy give you this time? Gu Zhouyuan glanced at Manager Qian in surprise. This chubby boss was quite perceptive, which didn't match his appearance at all. And this short, stocky thug is called Jiang Tuanzi. Hearing this cute nickname, Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but want to laugh. What is Manager Qian saying? I don't understand, Jiang Tuanzi said casually, picking at his ear and blowing the earwax off his little finger. Since there was no evidence, Manager Qian naturally wouldn't argue with him. He coldly said, Do you think you, Jiang Tuanzi, are the only one who can call the shots on this street? Jiang Tuanzi looked rather displeased. Although he was in charge of collecting protection money on this street, he also had a powerful older brother. It was just that his job was to collect protection money. He accepted 3 taels of silver from Wu Yukai, asking him to help him get his hands on the recipe for this sweet soup. After the deed is done, give him another 20 taels as a reward. He thought he had landed a great job, having a real grasp on a rural vendor who came to the city to do small business. I never expected this kid to know Manager Qian. He wasn't afraid of Manager Qian, but if Manager Qian reported this to his superiors, he broke the rules by taking on private jobs, and he probably won't be able to explain it to his boss. But now he's stuck in midair, and no one's offering him a way out, which is making him a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Gu Zhouyuan spoke up at the opportune moment. Brother Tuanzi, go back and tell Manager Wu not to do anything underhanded behind people's backs. It's really low class of him to just bring in thugs and hooligans to disgust people. Brother Tuanzi? Jiang Tuanzi was stunned for a moment before realizing that the kid was calling him. Wait a minute. What is this kid saying in such a sarcastic tone? Is he calling them low-class thugs? His eyebrows shot up, and his henchmen behind him took a step forward, looking as if they were about to explode. Gu Zhouyuan has made up his mind not to set up a stall tomorrow. He doesn't care about being alone, but he has his older sister and brother. Being targeted by these idle people is never a good thing. If you're a thief for 1,000 days, how can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Now that we've broken off all pretense, there's nothing more to hold back. When the time comes, he'll just stay in Datong village and not go anywhere else. What can those hooligans do to him? Don't be angry, Tuanzi, let me finish speaking, Gu Zhouyuan said with a sincere smile. Suppressing his anger, Jiang Tuanzi waved to his underlings behind him, signaling them to wait a moment. Speak, he said with an air of authority, guessing that the kid had figured things out and was about to back down. After all, no one dared to offend him if they wanted to do business on this street. Gu Zhouyuan said with a grin, I won't be setting up my stall tomorrow, so I don't need to pay you the usual fee. Just give me back the 100 coins you just gave me. Upon hearing that they wouldn't be setting up their stall tomorrow, Gu Zhaodi and Sidon exchanged a glance, both revealing a hint of sadness in their eyes. Although this small stall has only been set up for a few days, it carries all the hopes of their family. Why? It's so hard for an honest person with no power or influence to get anything done. Gu Dedi gritted his teeth, blaming himself for being incompetent and unable to protect his siblings. Manager Qian glanced at Gu Zhouyuan with surprise, then felt a sense of admiration for him. They are decisive in handling matters and have a clear understanding of how things will develop. Right now, Manager Qian can exert pressure to get rid of Jiang Tuanzi, but he can't keep an eye on things here all the time. Moreover, he had the courage to face several fierce-looking thugs without fear. Jiang Tuanzi, his face full of fat, trembled with rage. You son of a bitch, are you trying to make fun of me? As he spoke, he grabbed the stool in his hand and was about to smash it at Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan lowered his waist and delivered a side kick, striking Jiang Tuanzi's elbow. He had already bought a baton from the mall before he took action. At that moment, he pulled out a baton from his pocket, and with a single swing, the foot-long baton instantly more than doubled in length. He started slapping Jiang Tuanzi across the face, and his henchmen were terrified. How can this guy be so fierce? He's even more skilled at fighting than those of us who work on the streets. While they were still in a daze, Jiang Tuanzi had already fallen to the ground. Seeing that none of his idiots were coming to help, Jiang Tuanzi howled in despair. What the hell are you all standing there for? The henchmen then realized what was happening and rushed over, pulling out their weapons. They only took 2 steps before stopping again, because at that moment, their leader was lying on the ground with a stick stuffed in his mouth. Gu Zhouyuan poked the baton downwards, and Jiang Tuanzi immediately let out a whimpering sound. Gu Zhouyuan felt around in his arms and pulled out a money pouch. He counted out 100 coins and then stuffed the money bag back into its place. The onlookers were also shocked, especially customers who bought sweet soup from his stall. Is this still the same cheerful and good-natured shopkeeper, Mr. Gu? Why is he so violent when he gets physical? The incident happened in the blink of an eye, and Manager Qian was dumbfounded. He had considered 1,000 ways to deal with Gu Zhouyuan. I never expected him to use such a simple and brutal method. The plump woman swallowed hard. The young man had been spending several days with her. She always greets people with a smile, never gets angry no matter what you say to her, and is always smiling with a mild temper. This guy, when he puts on a stern face and starts beating people, is so fierce, it's truly terrifying. Not only were they shocked, but even Gu Zhaodi and her 2 siblings were dumbfounded. Gu Zhouyuan used to be a bully at home, only scolding and beating his family members, but he became a coward outside. If someone bullies him, he will just throw a tantrum and roll around on the ground. I have never seen him fight with anyone. Sidan muttered to himself. Third brother is so fierce. Startled, Gu Zhaodi began to worry. She whispered to Gu Dedi, what do we do now? Gu De shook his head and said, I'll listen to Xiao Yuan. Wow, it's quite lively here, a young man's voice rang out. Outside the crowd, 7 or 8 people, both men and women, had appeared out of nowhere. Gu Zhouyuan recognized the person who spoke. It was Hou Yu, the young master who had treated them to sweet soup that day. Chapter 105 Relief. Upon seeing Hou Yu and his group arrive, Manager Qian appeared somewhat flustered. One of the people in this group was acquainted with Gu Zhouyuan. Su Mufeng frowned slightly as he looked at the mess on the ground. Xiao Yuan, what happened here? Gu Zhouyuan felt somewhat embarrassed. With a plop, he pulled the baton out of Tuanzi's mouth. He chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head. Oh, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Tuanzi roared as soon as she broke free from his control. Upon seeing Hou Yu and the others, his shouts abruptly ceased, and he tightly covered his mouth, daring not to utter another sound. Manager Qian bowed slightly to Hou Yu, clasped his hands in a salute, and recounted everything that had happened. Hou Yu raised an eyebrow and exclaimed in surprise, this pig-headed guy is Zhang Jinhu's subordinate? He's much more arrogant than his boss. These people are truly hateful. They're just selling sweet soup, and they come here to ruin their livelihood. In broad daylight. Is there no law anymore? Said the young lady named Qinglian next to her, filled with righteous indignation. Another young master said indignantly, we previously said that Lord Hou's governance was admirable. Our Qingtian County is orderly, the people are honest and kind, and it is prosperous everywhere. This is all thanks to Lord Hou's wisdom and skill. But this pot of good porridge has a few bad apples. It's really hateful, he sighed in regret. Young Master Hou's face immediately turned ugly. For some reason, Jiang Tuanzi suddenly seemed to be frightened and scrambled to her feet. He rushed up to Hou Yu, bowed, and said, Young Master Hou, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know this young man. Oh no, this young brother knows you. Oh, you mean that those who know young Master Hou are not to be trifled with, but those without backing are to be bullied by you, Su Mufeng said calmly. Young Master Hou glanced disgustedly at the pig-headed man beside him, who was missing 2 teeth. This guy was brainless and couldn't even speak properly. These scholars love to criticize current affairs and condemn all injustices in the world. Their literary spirit, not yet worn down by worldly affairs, gave them an unrealistic naivete. They have always upheld what they believe in as justice, principles, and integrity. When faced with such a bullying incident, it is only natural to stand up and speak out. Now we have something to talk about at the academy this month. Young Master Hou said coldly. Go to the county government office to receive your punishment, and take your gang with you. Jiang Tuanzi's face fell. She knew she was in for a world of hurt this time. But he never thought of running away, because he knew that if he didn't do as young Master Hou said, he would have no place to stand in Qingtian County. Not to mention others, even his own elder brother, Zhang Jinhu, could have gotten rid of him. He led a few henchmen, bending over and kneeling, and walked backwards. What's the background of this young Master Hou? Gu Zhouyuan asked in a low voice in Su Mufeng's ear. Our magistrate of Qingtian County is surnamed Hou, Su Mufeng said with a faint smile. Gu Zhouyuan suddenly realized. This young Master Hou is actually the son of the county magistrate. No wonder that little dumpling brother was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw him. In this world, county magistrates wield multiple powers, including administrative, judicial, tax, and educational authority, and can directly adjudicate some civil and criminal cases. Imagine a street thug running into the son of the police chief. How could he not behave? Moreover, the power of a county magistrate in ancient times was much greater than that of a county head today. A county magistrate who wipes out an entire family, a prefectural governor who ruins a family, has always been a popular saying among the people. The county magistrate held a combination of administrative and judicial powers in local affairs. They have considerable decision-making power in matters such as adjudicating cases and levying taxes. In the local area, there are almost no checks and balances on power, which allows them to inflict devastating damage on ordinary families based on their personal will. For example, during trials, there is a high possibility of subjective assumptions or abuse of power, and the fate of a family often depends on the whim of an official. Seeing that the bullies had finally left, Dan and his companions were finally able to relax. Gu Zhaodi picked up the overturned stool. Gu Dedi put the fallen banner back in. The crowd gradually dispersed. Some customers who bought dessert remained. Gu Zhaodi and her group proceeded with their business as usual, collecting money and making sweet soup, and the business continued. Young shopkeeper, I never would have guessed that you, with your fair complexion, could defeat that villain. Miss Qinglian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled dryly twice. I was just pushed to the limit. It was just a fluke. I just realized that your cassava soup is actually made from kudzu root, young Master Ho said, looking at Gu Zhouyuan with great interest. His father has been busy these days spreading the knowledge about the detoxifying properties of kudzu, saying that in the future, this kudzu that can be used as food will have a new name, cassava. But what's up with this dessert stall? They've been making sweet drinks from cassava all along. These scholars were very concerned about these major events that benefited the country and its people. Everyone had the same question, so they made an appointment to come to this stall together today to find out the answer. That's when they witnessed Gu Zhouyuan beating up the bully. As cassava gradually became more widespread, the secret ceased to be a secret, and Gu Zhouyuan stopped hiding it. He readily admitted, cassava soup is naturally made from cassava. Cassava is the same as kudzu root. Young Master Ho, you are right. Su Mu understood. It was the first time he had ever tasted cassava syrup, and he even asked what was in it. Gu Zhouyuan answered that it was made of cassava. When he got home, he asked around, and everyone said they had never heard of it. He thought it was false information deliberately released by Gu Zhouyuan. The method for detoxifying cassava was only discovered in the last 2 days. Why did you make it into sugar water before that? Young Master Ho asked, voicing his doubts. Because this method was discovered by my third brother. Dan couldn't help but say. Oh, everyone was quite surprised. Dan was very pleased with everyone's surprised reaction and continued smugly. It was my third brother who asked Grandpa Village Head to report it to the county magistrate. The young men and women present were immediately in an uproar. Having mastered a unique skill, he was willing to share it, asking the county magistrate to promote it so that it could benefit all people. They all looked at Gu Zhouyuan with admiration. Feeling those intense gazes, even Gu Zhouyuan, with his thick skin, couldn't help but blush. He's not that noble. It was just a compromise he made after weighing the pros and cons. Su Mufeng patted Gu Zhouyuan on the shoulder and said gently, Brother Zhouyuan, you can base your decision on public interest and regard personal gain as fleeting clouds. Such a choice, prioritizing the collective well-being and the interests of the masses, is truly like a spring breeze and rain, nourishing our hearts. In his excitement, he stopped calling out to Xiao Yuan. Gu Zhouyuan didn't understand his pretentious and affected speech, but he roughly knew that young Master Su was probably praising him. He quickly waved his hand. No. How could I dare? Chapter 106 appealing to both the refined and the popular. These young ladies and gentlemen, like Su Mufeng, all praised Gu Zhouyuan's righteous act. Gu Zhouyuan already knew Ho Gongzi's identity. Birds of a feather flock together. Those who can hang out with young Master Ho are probably not ordinary people from the county. Don't just stand there, everyone. We are very grateful to you all for speaking up for us today, especially young Master Ho, who helped us solve a big problem. Gu Zhouyuan clasped his hands in a fist and spun around to pay his respects. He said to his elder sister and the others, Please serve each of you gentlemen and ladies a bowl of sweet soup. It's on me. Gu Zhaodi and the others exclaimed yes and got to work. These young men and women were all well off, so a bowl of sweet soup costing 12 coins was nothing to them. But the shopkeeper's politeness put them in a better mood. Seeing that the matter was settled, Manager Qian prepared to take his leave. Under Gu Zhiyuan's enthusiastic enticements, he drank a bowl of grass jelly and then hurriedly took his leave, as he still had a lot of things to do at the restaurant. Gu Zhiyuan scooped another bowl of sweet soup and delivered it to the plump aunt to thank her for her support earlier. 7 or 8 teenagers, some sitting and some standing, gathered at Gu Zhiyuan's stall, holding bowls, attracting the attention of many passers-by on the street. "The couplet that Mr. Jingda gave yesterday was far too difficult," said a young man dressed in a dark blue robe. Miss Qinglian covered her mouth and giggled. "Mr. Jingda said that few people can match the couplets he gives each time, which is quite boring. This couplet is already the simplest one." The young man in blue wailed. "How is it simple? Silkworms are raised in mulberry trees. Silkworms spin cocoons. Cocoons are used to spin silk, and silk is used to weave brocade. This is a couplet, okay? It has absolutely nothing to do with the word simple." Linked couplets, also called consecutive couplets or top couplets, use the last word or phrase of the previous sentence as the beginning of the next sentence. A simple example of a couplet using the analogy of goat going down the mountain bumps the goat's horns. Water buffalo going into the water submerges the water buffalo's waist. Su Mufeng and young Master Ho and the others also frowned and began to ponder. "Is it difficult?" Gu Zhouyuan muttered. Those who were nearby heard what he said. Miss Qinglian's eyes lit up. Could it be that the young shopkeeper can come up with a matching couplet? "You've actually studied?" The young man in blue was somewhat skeptical. Scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Scholars would never stoop to setting up stalls to sell things. They had no place to be tainted with the stench of money. Su Mufeng had heard Gu Zhouyuan mention that he had studied at that Qingshan Academy for a few years. Su Mufeng immediately perked up. "Brother Zhouyuan, do you already have a good couplet? Why don't you tell us so that we can learn from and appreciate it?" Seeing Su Mufeng say this, everyone else also looked intently at Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhaodi and Gu Dedi exchanged a glance, full of anticipation. "I've recently witnessed many amazing things about Xiao Yuan. This time, Xiao Yuan is finally going to show his talent in literature." Si Dan held his breath. Although he didn't understand what the couplet was, he liked to see others stunned by his third brother. Gu Zhouyuan coughed lightly and smiled slightly. "People raise cattle, cattle dung. Dung fertilizes the fields, and the fields yield rice and millet." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu sighed and clapped his hands excitedly. "Third brother is amazing. The number of characters in the first line of the couplet is exactly the same as the one they said. But why do these people look a little off?" Yes, they must have been amazed by third brother's literary talent. That's right, that's exactly it. Miss Qinglian and the other 2 young ladies blushed slightly and spat lightly. This couplet isn't exactly poorly written, but it's just too crude. Cough, cough, cough. Su Mufeng probably choked on the sugar water, coughing so hard that tears were about to stream down his face. Unlike the reactions of others, Ho Yu thought the second line was quite good, perfectly matched, and fitting the first line perfectly. As the saying goes, scholarship can be appreciated by both the refined and the common people. It is not necessary to pursue knowledge in a way that is only highbrow and sophisticated. Once, Mr. Jingda presented a couplet. "The fragrance of lotus blossoms fills the marshland, adding to its tranquil charm." After pondering for a long time, he came up with the second line. "Rice grains stick to teeth, cursing in the street." He was angrily rebuked by his teacher, who said he was vulgar and disrespectful to scholars. Now, hearing Gu Zhiyuan's second line of the couplet again, I feel it is very much to his liking. He suddenly felt a sense of kinship. "Excellent, excellent." He clapped his hands and laughed. Brother Gu's couplet is superb. The structure and tonal patterns are perfect. Gu Zhouyuan cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Ho is too kind." Seeing the 2 of them start to flatter each other, the other young men and women all looked at each other in bewilderment. The young man in blue cautiously began. "Brother Gu, this couplet is indeed excellent. But... Young Master Ho glanced at him sideways and finished the sentence for him. "It's just too vulgar, isn't it? You call yourselves refined? Then come up with a refined second line," he sneered. Seeing that they were arguing over his casual couplet, Gu Zhouyuan quickly said, "I'm just a farmer from the countryside, so my couplets will naturally have a rustic feel to them. However, I not only farm, I also go hunting in the mountains, and I even have some couplets from the forests," he said with a smile. Everyone was stunned again. Judging from his words, he could come up with other matching couplets. Moreover, they are all closely related to his life. This is truly astonishing. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Gu Zhouyuan put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. He immediately lowered his head again. The midday sun was too blinding. He opened his mouth and slowly recited. "The grass hides the rabbit grows hair, the hair is used to make a brush, and the brush writes articles. There was a 3-second silence, followed by a roar from the crowd. Silkworms are raised in mulberry trees. Silkworms spin cocoons. Silk is drawn from the cocoons, and silk is woven into brocade. The grass hides the rabbit grows hair, the hair is used to make a brush, and the brush is used to write articles. That second line is absolutely brilliant. Gu Zhou-yuan's 2 couplets, one vulgar and one elegant, are both perfectly matched. What's even more remarkable is that both couplets are derived from his life experiences. Gu Zhou-yuan smiled shyly. Couplets of this caliber had been thoroughly overused in his previous life. In the time it takes him to urinate, he can carry 10 sets of clothes. You're so amazing. Miss Qinglian's eyes were full of stars. Su Mufeng also sighed. Life is full of lessons. Brother Zhou-yuan is truly talented and admirable. I told you, what's the difference between elegant and vulgar couplets? If you can match the vulgar ones, the elegant ones are naturally no problem either, young Master Ho said smugly, as if he were talking about Gu Zhou-yuan, or as if he were speaking up for himself. A round-faced young lady in a pink dress said excitedly. Quickly bring out the couplet that Mr. Jingda wrote the day before, and let Brother Zhou-yuan take a look. Gu Zhou-yuan had just shown off his skills, and now they all followed Su Mufeng's lead and started calling him Brother Zhou-yuan. Everyone perked up. Yes, let Brother Gu take a look. If he can match that couplet, everyone can be spared Mr. Jingda's punishment. Chapter 107 Releasing the Fish. Yes, Mr. Jingda's rule is that you have 5 days to write a poem and 3 days to write a couplet. If no one can answer the question by the deadline, everyone has to copy 10 of the Shanglin Fu poems. No, just thinking about this punishment makes my hands start to tremble. Someone nearby immediately echoed in agreement. Quick, let Brother Zhou-yuan come up with the answer. We'll buy all your sweet soup today. Gu Zhou-yuan's lips twitched. I'm not a reincarnation of the god of literature. I only came up with that couplet because I heard it in my past life. However, if he were to tell the truth at this moment, he would say that he had just gotten lucky and that he actually didn't know how to make a couplet at all. People would probably think he's being pretentious and not loyal enough. Now we have no choice but to bite the bullet and listen to what the first line of the couplet actually is. If I think about it for half an hour and pretend that making a matching couplet is too difficult and I really can't come up with one, I guess people won't be too harsh on me. Seeing that he was listening intently, the young man in blue read aloud in a gentle tone. Tears from the Xiang River flow into the sea. Upon hearing this couplet, everyone fell silent. Even though it wasn't the first time they had heard this first line of the couplet, and they had been racking their brains for nearly 2 days, they were still trying to figure it out. But upon hearing this first line, I couldn't help but rack my brains for a solution. All the characters in the first line have the radical san. This requires that when choosing words for the second line, a group of words with the same radical or component must also be found. Furthermore, these words should be able to form a coherent and meaningful sentence. Furthermore, the theme and artistic conception must match the first line of the couplet. This requirement of having the same radical greatly limits the range of words that can be chosen. Even setting aside the artistic conception, just finding a matching second line with the same radicals and a coherent sentence is a huge challenge. Gu Zhou-yuan secretly chuckled. He's familiar with this couplet. He saw it when watching short dramas in his past life. He rested his chin on his hand, pretending to be deep in thought. Gu Zhaodi, Gu Dedi, and Si Dan all became nervous. Xiao Yuan/third brother just performed exceptionally well. However, judging from the appearance of the others, this match must be even more difficult. I wonder if he can amaze people again. After waiting for a while, some people gave up thinking and started scratching their heads in frustration. Feeling that the time was about right, Gu Zhou-yuan coughed. Everyone looked up at him, their eyes filled with hope. The first line is, tears fall into the Xiang River and flow into the sea. I say, sigh wail, choked with sobs, Gu Zhou-yuan said loudly. A commotion erupted in the crowd. All 7 characters in the first line have the radical, sun, water radical. Gu Zhou-yuan's second line consists entirely of characters with the mouth radical. This first element is completely fine. The first line depicts a sorrowful mood, with tears flowing like water and gathering into a sea, creating a vivid image and conveying a deep emotion. The second line should not only match in form, but also be superior in artistic conception. It needs to create a similar strong emotion or a different profound artistic conception, such as joy or boldness. Gu Zhou-yuan's second line also fits perfectly. Quiet. Everyone fell silent. Even the customers buying dessert were affected by the atmosphere and kept quiet. Good. Young Master Ho was the first to shout. Su Mufeng was also flushed with excitement. The couplet was perfect. The other young men and women also started whispering among themselves. I never imagined that such a small dessert stall would hide such a brilliant and talented person. With such talent, why doesn't he participate in the imperial examinations and instead goes into business? It was probably because his family was poor and he couldn't afford tuition, so he had no choice but to do small business to make a living. Su Mufing's eyes flickered. He had heard Gu Zhouyuan say before that Gu Zhouyuan had dropped out of school because he was dull-witted and couldn't afford the tuition. In retrospect, his claim of being dull-witted was merely a self-deprecating remark. The real explanation was that he couldn't afford the tuition. He stepped forward, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Gu Zhouyuan, and said, "Brother Zhouyuan, have you ever thought about going back to the academy to study?" Gu Zhouyuan was taken aback, then shook his head. "I can speak with Mr. Jingda and ask him to waive your tuition. If Mr. Jingda does not agree, I, Su, will cover all your expenses for studying." Su Mufing thought that he shook his head because of his poverty. He really didn't want to see such a talented person chasing after profit in this market all day long, getting tainted with the smell of money. Scholars have always been prone to belittling each other, but it is truly rare to see someone as genuinely sincere as Master Su. What's even more commendable is that all the friends he made also possessed a pure and innocent heart. Gu Zhouyuan was somewhat touched, but he had little interest in studying and taking the imperial examinations, so he expressed his gratitude and declined with a smile. Although Su Mufing and Hou Yu felt a little regretful, they believed that there would be plenty of time in the future, and they could try to persuade Brother Zhouyuan again later. Today is their day off. I used to think that holidays were too short, and before I had a chance to have fun, the day was over. Now that they have received 2 couplets from Gu Zhouyuan, they are actually looking forward to the start of school tomorrow. I wonder what Mr. Jingda's reaction will be upon seeing these 2 excellent second lines. It was just past noon, and all the sweet soups were sold out. Manager Qian sent someone to say that tomorrow there will still be 50 servings of tapioca soup, and the grass jelly will be increased to 250 servings. Third brother, it seems everyone still prefers grass jelly. Fourth egg said, Yes, I noticed it a long time ago. Grass jelly is clearly selling better at our stall." Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Cassava soup is indeed not as novel in taste as grass jelly, and with cassava becoming more widespread in the future, the sales of cassava soup are expected to decline further. Back in the village, Gu Zhouyuan took a walk alone by the pond. He wanted to buy some fish at the mall and put them in the pond, but he couldn't openly take so many fish fry out of the store. If someone passing by notices him, he won't be able to explain himself. After thinking for a moment, he took out his odds and ends, kicked off his shoes, and jumped into the pond for a swim. He was swimming in the pond, and fish kept jumping out from under him. I bought 100 grass carp fairy, each weighing about 3 taels, from the mall, and put them in the pond. The fish fry are too big for the ducklings to eat. He bought another 200 crucian carp. He likes to drink crucian carp soup, and he also enjoys fishing for crucian carp in his spare time. There are also 100 fathead fish, and chopped pepper fish head is also one of his favorites. The key point is that bighead carp are filter feeders, mainly feeding on plankton. It can prevent excessive proliferation of plankton, which can lead to water quality deterioration. Actually, he prefers to eat pickled fish and boiled fish. But when it came time to buy the black carp, he hesitated. If you buy snakehead fry that are too small, they will be eaten by ducks. If we buy a bigger one, it will eat the duck. After much deliberation, he gave up the idea of releasing blackfish into the pond. Snakehead fish are too aggressive and not suitable for keeping with other herbivorous fish. He was afraid that in the end, only blackfish would be left in this pond. If all else fails, we can just use grass carp instead when making sauerkraut fish in the future, even though the taste will be a bit different. If he really craved pickled cabbage and black carp, he would just buy it from the mall. Chapter 108 Going into the Old Forest to Farm Shop Coins. Since it's still summer, Gu Zhouyuan decided to release fewer fish. Without an oxygen pump, the fish density is too high, making it easy for the fish to die out. After taking a walk around the mountain, I noticed that the water level in the deep pool halfway up the mountain didn't seem to have dropped at all. According to the villagers, this pond has never dried up. It takes an hour to climb up, so villagers rarely come here to fetch water. They only come to drink a couple of handfuls of water when they are thirsty while chopping firewood on the mountain. Gu Zhouyuan observed the terrain and found that the mountainside behind the mountain formed a V-shaped angle with another mountain. Based on his limited geographical knowledge, this is probably the reason why water accumulates in the basin. During geological processes, the rock layers on the mountain may fracture, fold, or form some low-lying basin-like structures. If these structures are located at a low altitude and can collect rainwater, snowmelt, or groundwater, they will form deep pools. In some small fault basins in the mountains, the movement of rock layers can block the passage of underground rivers, causing water to accumulate and form deep pools. Having experienced some things in the county town, Gu Zhouyuan felt an urgent need to improve his abilities. He has too many worries now, and even a few petty thugs can cause him trouble. What gives him a sense of security is his own online store. There was nothing good left on the back mountain, so he ventured into the old forest alone. I opened the system panel and scanned the system all the way through. The panel kept flashing red. Mulberry, chinaberry, fir, and pine trees are the most abundant, but none of them are worth much. This system has a major drawback. Gu Zhouyuan needs to have complete control over these items before he can buy or sell them. For example, the wild boar that attacked the eldest sister, Gu Zhouyuan either had to tame it or kill it. Otherwise, it couldn't be bought or sold in the store. And that time when we were digging for Pinellia ternata, touching it directly was useless. We had to dig it out. Similarly, the trees on this mountain must be cut down or dug up before the system will purchase them. This was actually within Gu Zhouyuan's expectations. If the system didn't set this threshold, he could explore the mountain until it was bare, and his system balance would be off the charts. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, Gu Zhouyuan began to put on a gas mask. In remote, untouched forests, the miasma can silently incapacitate a person. He also carried a truth on his back to protect himself from sudden wild beasts. To be honest, the quality of the mountain products from this old forest has clearly improved. Along the way, Gu Zhouyuan collected quite a lot of some expensive Chinese medicinal herbs, such as Polygonum multiflorum, Anoectoculus roxburghi, and Anoectoculus roxburghi. His online store balance has now soared to over 80,000. His luck was truly not as good as other time travelers. He hadn't encountered a single wild ginseng, a staple for time travelers, and after traveling for so long, he hadn't even found a lingzhi mushroom in the old forest. Of course, the most abundant thing in these mountains is wood. If I could get my hands on a few golden nanmu or wangwali wood, or even a few small leaf sandalwood, I'd be set for life. Gu Zhouyuan muttered to himself. Of course, this is just wishful thinking. These are expensive woods, more valuable than gold, and it's not so easy for him to come across them. However, his luck wasn't completely terrible. Ding! High-quality thorny mulberry tree detected. Along the way, he encountered a forest of thorny mulberry trees, prompted by the system. Looking at the dense red markers on the system panel, Gu Zhouyuan grinned. Items specifically marked as high quality by the system are generally of decent value. This prickly mulberry tree, also known as thornhead, is a very common tree species in rural areas. It is resilient, drought-resistant, and can grow even in rock crevices. Because it is so ubiquitous, it has always been regarded as a useless tree and left to grow and die on its own. In recent years, with the rise of the antique and collectible market, some merchants have seen business opportunities and have begun to turn their attention to undervalued woods, such as the prickly ash tree. Nowadays, thanks to marketing and hype, the prickly ash tree has been dubbed golden wood, and its price has skyrocketed. It is even mentioned alongside rosewood as southern rosewood and northern mulberry wood. Gu Zhouyuan decisively bought a chainsaw, turned it on, and began harvesting with a buzzing sound. Ding! High-quality pine elm wood found, 15 centimeters in diameter. Valued at 1,100 mall coins. So, ding! High-quality pine elm wood found, 18 centimeters in diameter. Valued at 1,500 mall coins. So, for every tree that fell, Gu Zhouyuan would sell it. As the balance in the online store continued to increase, Gu Zhouyuan's smile, hidden beneath his mask, never faded. Gu Zhouyuan was so engrossed in the joy of his harvest that he didn't notice that the sound of the chainsaw had startled a small group of wild boars. This is a sow with 6 piglets. Its nest was right next to a grove of tamarisk trees, and the whole family had just been scared away by the sound of a huge chainsaw. After the noise subsided, it led its cubs back to check on them. The sow with piglets was extremely aggressive, especially when she saw that Gu Zhouyuan was alone. Deep in the remote forest, far from human habitation, this wild boar had never seen such a strange-looking monkey before. This big monkey looks like it couldn't withstand even one of its attacks. Those damned monkeys. They destroyed the woods next to its pigsty and disturbed its afternoon nap with its cubs. It snorted, and its eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Hearing the noise, Gu Zhouyuan turned around to look. Seeing the wild boar only about 50 meters away, Gu Zhouyuan only panicked for 2 seconds. He has a record of killing a boar single-handedly with a compound bow. This female wild boar weighs at most 150 pounds, and it's carrying firearms. He took this staff of truth from behind him, raised it, and aimed it at the somewhat frenzied wild boar. The animals in this world are indeed straightforward. In their past lives, animals' fear of firearms was ingrained in their genes. If this were in that world, I reckon the moment I picked up my gun, this wild boar would tuck its tail between its legs and run away. Now, seeing Guzhou pointing his gun at it from afar, the wild boar showed no fear whatsoever, its eyes even seeming to hold a hint of mockery. In its eyes, Guzhou Yuan was probably just a big monkey who thought he could fight it with a thin stick. It snorted and charged towards Guzhou Yuan. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the charging wild boar fell to the ground. The piglets were also frightened by the loud noise and scattered in all directions. Only one piglet didn't run away. Seeing its mother fall to the ground, it angrily rammed into Guzhou Yuan's foot. Guzhou lowered the gun barrel, hesitated for a moment, but still did not pull the trigger. This is because the piglet weighs only about 5 or 6 pounds and is about the same size as the little white pig at home. Its body is covered with light yellow vertical stripes, and its round shape makes it look quite cute. Having already killed its mother, Guzhou Yuan couldn't bear to kill the little cutie, so he decided to let it fend for itself. Chapter 109 Going Up the Mountain to Find Someone. Guzhou Yuan used his toe to lift the wild boar and kicked it away into the distance. The little wild boar fell to the ground, grunted twice, and then rolled over to get up. He wiggled his chubby buttocks and ran back to nuzzle Guzhou Yuan's shoes. Guzhou Yuan knocked it over again, but it quickly got up and continued to arch. Guzhou Yuan ignored it and walked toward the dead wild boar. The wild boar cubs followed behind him, constantly bumping his feet. Guzhou Yuan reached out and touched the wild boar's rough fur. Ding! Wild boar, 145 gene, spotted. Value, 2,900 mall coins. So, just as Guzhou Yuan was about to click yes, he saw the little wild boar still struggling against his shoes. Like a honey badger on the African savanna, indifferent to life and death, ready to fight anyone who disagrees. He squatted down and stroked the little wild boar's fine downy hair, saying, "Honey badger, say goodbye to your mother properly." The little piglet grunted and twisted its body to avoid his touch. Seeing that the little wild boar didn't cherish this last chance to say goodbye, Guzhou Yuan turned his head, a thought flashing through his mind, and clicked yes on the panel. The little wild boar, seeing its mother suddenly disappear, finally stopped nudging the shoe. It stared blankly ahead, whether from excessive grief or from being startled by the sudden transformation into a live pig. It was hard to tell. During this trip into the mountains, Guzhou Yuan earned more than 350,000 mall coins. Yes, and there's also a little tail following closely behind. By the time all this work was finished, it was already getting dark. This old forest usually has a sinister feel even during the day, let alone now that it's dark. Even though Guzhou Yuan prided himself on being fearless, he felt a little uneasy. Luckily, the honey badger was there to keep me company. The little wild boar seemed to sense the danger and clung tightly to Guzhou Yuan's leg. Guzhou Yuan bought a flashlight, lit it up the way he came, and quickened his pace toward the edge of the woods. Midway through, the little wild boar got tired and couldn't keep up with Guzhou Yuan's pace. Guzhou Yuan then bought another pet carrier and put the little wild boar inside. The little wild boar grunted and struggled a few times before settling back into the bag, poking its head out to curiously observe the outside world from a completely new perspective. It took a full hour before we were almost out of the old forest. As soon as Guzhou Yuan reached the outskirts of the old forest, he heard what sounded like someone shouting something from the mountain. He quickly turned off his flashlight and put his modern equipment into the system store. They walked out of the woods. Xiao Yuan, Gu Sanner, third brother. After walking a few steps, Guzhou Yuan could hear the shouts clearly. His family came up the mountain because he hadn't come down yet. Guzhou Yuan quickened his pace and eventually started jogging. "Hey, I'm here," he shouted as he ran. I heard Xiao Yuan's voice. "Over there." It was Gu Dedi's voice. "I heard it too. Third brother is over there." Xiao Hua's voice rang out. Before long, Guzhou Yuan saw a large group of people walking quickly toward him. There were also 7 or 8 torches lit in the crowd. "Xiao Yuan, you scared your mother to death." Madame Lu rushed over and hugged Guzhou Yuan tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes, which were filled with joy after her fear and anxiety. Gu Zhaodi was already wiping away tears. Heaven knows what kind of fear she had just experienced. She dared not imagine what dangers might be on the mountain. She just kept running, searching, and shouting, not allowing herself a moment's rest. This way, she wouldn't overthink things and could suppress the waves of excruciating pain coming from her heart. Gu Dedi secretly wiped his eyes, then smiled and called out to Guzhou Yuan, "Xiao Yuan." Guzhou Yuan felt both touched and apologetic and quickly said, "I'm fine, I just got lost in the woods and was delayed for a while. I'm sorry to have worried you. Gu Monsong said with a serious face. From now on, when you go up the mountain, you must bring a companion. Don't go into unfamiliar forests. Do you know how dangerous it is to get lost in the mountains at night? I've got it, second uncle. Gu Zhouyuan nodded in agreement. Gu Zhouyuan looked at the large group in front of him, which numbered 30 or 40 people. Among them were not only members of the Gu family, but also some villagers who had joined the search. He felt a warmth in his heart, clasped his hands in a fist salute to the crowd, and said, "Thank you all for making this trip up the mountain so late at night. I, Gu Zhouyuan, am very grateful." Zhao Ergu exclaimed, "Brother Xiaoyuan, what are you saying? We're all from the same village, so it's only right that we help each other out when something happens." Zhao Dajin also called out from the crowd, "Xiaoyuan, you're too kind. Tell me how many good things you've done for our village. Digging cassava, exchanging it for grain, bringing water down the mountain. We remember all of these good deeds you've done. They even made us several hundred coins," someone in the crowd shouted. "Haha, that's right." Everyone else laughed too. When some unruly villagers took advantage of his actions while he was staying true to himself, he scolded himself for being too saintly. At that moment, he finally felt at peace. Human nature is complex and multifaceted. It's not all bad. It's a truly wonderful thing to have someone express gratitude for your efforts. Everything he did was seen and remembered by others. He raised his head, a bright smile on his face, and said loudly to the crowd, "I feel a little bad making everyone run this far so late at night. So, when we get to my house later, each of us who came up the mountain will receive 40 coins as a reward for our hard work." A commotion erupted in the crowd. It took them an hour to go up the mountain, and most of the time to find someone on the mountain. It would take another hour to go down the mountain. 2.5 hours had passed, and they hadn't been of any help. Gu Zhouyuan had managed to walk out of the forest on his own. They'd have to pay them 40 coins, and that's money they'd be burning their hands with. Besides, we're all from the same village, so it's only right that we help each other out when something happens. There's no reason for us to ask for money. Everyone declined. Gu Zhouyuan said, "You must take this money. It's a lesson for me and a warning to others." On the way up the mountain, Gu Zhouyuan listened to everyone's conversation and roughly figured out what had happened. Mother and eldest sister knew that Gu Zhouyuan had gone up the mountain, but when it got dark, they still hadn't seen him come down. The whole family immediately panicked. Gu Dedi picked up his machete and headed up the mountain to find someone. Gu Zhaodi lit a piece of pine torch, and Si Dan and Lu Shi also wanted to go up the mountain together. Aunt Wang from next door stopped them, saying that it was too dangerous on the mountain late at night, and it would be safer to go up the mountain with a few more grown men. Lu then went to the old house for help. Grandma Gu was also very anxious. After a brief discussion, they decided that the elderly and children would stay at home, while everyone else in the family would go up the mountain to look for the person. The 4 pillars, the little flower, and the 2 buds are not quite grown up, but they have been searching for mountain products these days and are quite familiar with the situation in the mountains. Grandma Gu then invited them to go up the mountain together, but they had to stay with the crowd and not act alone. On the way from the village to the back of the mountain, villagers who heard the news kept joining the group. Chapter 110, Wild Boar Honey Badger. By the time we reached the village at the foot of the mountain, it was nearly midnight. Gu Zhouyuan gave each villager who went up the mountain a hardship allowance. After some initial refusals, everyone happily accepted the money at Gu Zhouyuan's insistence. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone went home to sleep. Only the people in the old house remained. Apart from Huinyang, the entire second uncle's family came, a total of 6 people. The people who came to my third uncle's house were Gu Monsong and Area. Wang Shi wanted to stay at home to take care of Sanyo. Grandma Gu and her husband stayed at Gu Zhouyuan's house. Now that everyone knows Gu Zhouyuan has made money in business, and Sidon is the only one at home, they are afraid something might happen to him. The people in the old house naturally didn't want Gu Zhouyuan's money. Despite Gu Zhouyuan's repeated insistence, he was unable to send the money out. Left with no other option, Gu Zhouyuan went inside and fetched a basket of eggs and 2 pounds of dried salted meat, which he then gave to old Madame Gu. They also gave each of Xiaohua, Siju, and Area a handful of candied fruit. "Third brother, if you get lost again, next time you go up the mountain, I'll come looking for you again," Siju said, beaming as he held the candied fruit. Erju slapped him on the head. "Can't you say something nice? If you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth." The little wild boar had been swaying in the cloth bag the whole way and had long since fallen asleep. When Gu Zhouyuan got home, he threw his bag on a stool in the corner. The little wild boar opened its eyes groggily and crawled out of the cloth bag. He fell off the stool with a thud. Everyone looked over. Then you see a round, fluffy little ball that rolls twice on the ground. With a nimble roll, the brown fur ball suddenly stretched out its short, stubby limbs. It started running with a bouncy gait, making humming sounds as it ran. Third brother, what's this? Goosidon's eyes lit up, and he squatted down to touch the little wild boar. Although the little wild boar is small, it is full of wildness. It took a few steps back when touched. It immediately bristled its sparse but stiff mane and let out a short, sharp humph. Its small body was taut, and it charged towards Sedan's leg. Sedan was startled and got up to avoid it. The little wild boar found that all the legs in front of it looked similar, so it randomly bumped into the nearest pair of shoes. Unfortunately, it was too small, and when it bumped into Goodetti's leg, it ended up falling flat on its back. His silly appearance made everyone in the room burst into laughter. It got up, sniffed around, and finally found the pair it was most familiar with among all the shoes. Then he lay down next to Gu Zhiyuan's feet. Where did this wild boar cub come from? Grandpa Gu asked. People living in the mountains naturally recognize wild boar piglets. Of course, it's normal that a kid like Sidon wouldn't recognize him. I found it in the woods. It probably got separated from the wild boar herd, Gu Zhiyuan replied. Gu Manton looked at the little wild boar with tenderness in his eyes. This pig is a bit small, but after plucking its hair and removing its internal organs, it can still yield 3 or 4 pounds of meat. Gu Mansong nodded and said, these piglets are the most delicious. Not only is the meat tender, but they also don't have any fishy smell. Sensing the attention of everyone, the little wild boar grunted twice, climbed onto the shoes, and pinned Gu Zhiyuan's shoes down beneath it. Sedan thought the piglet was very cute, with bright, sparkling eyes and double eyelets. Let's not eat it yet. We have meat at home right now. That's the truth. Ever since Gu Zhiyuan awakened, the food at home has been absolutely fantastic. It seems like there's a lot of urgency in the family about eating meat. Then let's keep it for now, Gu Zhiyuan said with a smile. This honey badger and he had come out of the old forest together, and they had developed some friendship. Besides, he just exchanged the piglet mother for mall coins, and her brothers and sisters haven't been weaned yet, so they probably won't survive in the old forest. It wouldn't be right to wipe them out completely. Let the Pingtu family have some descendants. Little did the little wild boar know that these few short conversations would determine whether it would become a suckling pig sandwich or move into the family's home. It nudged Gu Zhiyuan's trouser leg, pressed its snout against Gu Zhiyuan's ankle, grunted a couple of times, and fell soundly asleep. It was already late at night, and everyone at the old house had to go home to rest because they had to get up early to work tomorrow. Sedan squatted down to look at the little wild boar and asked with great interest, third brother, what should we name this little pig? Call him Flathead, Gu Zhiyuan said, yawning. Flathead? What a strange name. Why is it called Flathead? Sedan said, not understanding. For no reason. A buzz cut just sounds good, Gu Zhiyuan said casually. He picked up the baby wild boar, spread a ball of dry grass in the yard, and placed the baby wild boar on it. Unexpectedly, the little wild boar grunted and followed Gu Zhiyuan wherever he went. Finally, Gu Zhiyuan got annoyed and took off his shoes, throwing them on the hay bales. This trick actually worked. With his head resting on the smelly shoe, he drifted off to sleep peacefully. Gu Zhiyuan simply couldn't stand having 3 men crammed into one small bed. The weather was hot, so he laid a straw mat on the ground, which was cool and allowed him to stretch out his arms and legs. Now that we've saved up quite a bit of money, we're going to put building a house on the agenda. The second brother is only a few months younger than the eldest sister, and he is already 18 years old this year. If one day I find a girl I like, we need a place to get married. Once I'm done with this busy period and have some free time, I'll go find Grandpa Village Head and buy another piece of wasteland to build a big house. The businesses in the city were managed by wealthy shopkeepers. Furthermore, young Master Ho and young Master Su are also on good terms with me. If I encounter any trouble, I would probably be willing to help them. He planned to help out at the stall for a few more days until everything was on track. Then he would hand it over to his older sister and the others. He would go fishing, hiking, and enjoy life. Lying on the straw mat, Gu Zhiyuan thought about many random things until he finally drifted off to sleep after midnight. I was woken up by Sedan this morning. I need to go to the county to set up a stall later, so I need to get up and eat breakfast quickly. Gu Zhiyuan wanted to slack off for the day, letting Gu Zhaodi and the other two go while he continued to catch up on his sleep. But thinking about what happened yesterday, he was still a little uneasy, so he struggled to get up and plunged his head into a basin of cold water to quickly wake himself up. In the yard, Little White ran around Flathead in circles, occasionally rushing over to give Flathead a light, tentative bite. The wild boar cubs were not to be outdone, and tried to butt the little white boar with their tiny heads. However, although it is fast in a straight line, It is not flexible enough when turning and often falls flat on its back while running. Flathead, having suffered a loss at Xiaobai's hands, quickly ran to Gu Zhiyuan's feet and started grumbling when he saw him come out, probably because he was dissatisfied and wanted to complain. Chapter 111 Door-to-Door Humiliation. Dan brought out a bowl of vegetable soup mixed with porridge. Little White immediately stopped teasing Flathead and ran to 4 eggs, wagging its tail vigorously. Dan poured half a bowl of porridge into the dog bowl, and Xiaobai eagerly placed its 2 front paws on the edge of the bowl and plunged its head into the bowl, slurping and swallowing. Dan placed the remaining half bowl of porridge, along with the bowl, on the ground in front of Ping 2. The little wild boar hasn't had a drop of milk since yesterday and is starving. However, it was only about half a month old when it was born, and it could only drink milk and would not lick the porridge in the bowl at all. Dan saw that Ping 2 was only busy circling around and humming, without even glancing at the food in his bowl. He asked anxiously, "Third brother, Ping 2 doesn't want to eat porridge. Does he want to eat meat?" Gu Zhouyuan didn't know much about these wild boars and domestic pigs. He thought the pigs were a bit picky eaters and didn't like cooked food. He squatted down, stroked the flat-headed dog, and coaxed it. "If you don't eat, you'll get eaten." The flat-headed boy was crying loudly from hunger, and he was rubbing against Gu Zhiyuan's feet, trying to find the familiar pacifier. Gu Zhouyuan brought the porridge over and held it to its mouth, but the dog almost knocked the bowl over. Gu Zhouyuan was so angry that he slapped it on the head and yelled, "If you don't want to eat, then starve to death, you stupid pig." When their mother, Lu, came out to call them for breakfast, she happened to see this scene. She couldn't help but chuckle and said, "It's not even a month old yet, so it doesn't eat." Gu Zhouyuan then realized what was happening, rubbed the flat-headed creature's head, picked up the bowl of porridge, and poured it into its mouth. The savory porridge was poured all over the piglet's head and face. Flathead smacked his lips, feeling that the milk flowing into his mouth tasted a little strange. But it was so hungry that it ate the salty milk with great relish. Seeing Gu Zhiyuan's rough movements, Lu couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder and say with a smile, "You guys go in and have breakfast. I'll feed the flat-headed guy." Lu took the baby wild boar in her arms, and Gu Zhouyuan handed her the bowl. Then he and Sidon went inside to eat. After finishing breakfast, the group loaded their belongings onto the mule cart and prepared to head to the city. Then an elderly woman, around 50 years old, wearing a large red flower in her hair, walked over. Her face was covered in thick makeup, making her look exaggeratedly white, and her cheeks were smeared with red rouge, giving her a very festive appearance. "Is this the Gu Manjiao family's house?" the cheerful woman asked. "Yes," Gu Zhaodi replied. Gu Zhouyuan was stunned for a moment before he realized that his father's name was Gu Manjiao. "Then you are." The cheerful woman looked Gu Zhaodi up and down, then covered her mouth and laughed. "You must be Gu Manjiao's eldest daughter." Seeing the old woman's reaction, Gu Zhaodi felt uneasy. She had been on a blind date before, so she naturally knew who this kind of woman came from. In the countryside, someone this old still wearing a big red flower in their hair can only be a matchmaker. She gave a soft and then lowered her head, saying nothing more. Seeing that Gu Zhaodi was beautiful yet shy, the matchmaker nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Is your mother home?" Gu Zhouyuan had already noticed something amiss, and he smiled and said, "She's washing clothes in the yard." "Okay, I'll go into the yard to talk to her about something." With that, he stepped into the yard. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said to Gu Zhaodi, "I'll go and see. Let's just have the 3 of you go to the county today." Turning to Gu Dedi, he added, "If anything happens, don't try to handle it yourself. Go find Manager Qian of Laifu Restaurant." Gu nodded in agreement. 4 eggs, Gu Zhouyuan shouted. "Third brother, you say it." 4th egg perked up. Gu Zhouyuan, "Work hard and don't slack off." For eggs. When Gu Zhouyuan entered the courtyard, the matchmaker had already been invited into the house by Madame Lu. The matchmaker grabbed a handful of prickly pears from the table, threw 2 into her mouth, and chewed them. He said, "The girl who was just sitting on the mule cart, is that your eldest daughter?" "That's right, that's my daughter Zhaodi." "Matchmaker, did you find a suitable family for her this time?" Lu poured a cup of tea and handed it over. "That matchmaker Huang from last time was really messing things up. She introduced a man to my daughter Zhaodi, and he's a complete scoundrel." The matchmaker scoffed. "That Huang matchmaker relies on deception and trickery. It's only in remote villages like yours that people are willing to hire her to arrange marriages and be deceived by her." Yes, her reputation is naturally incomparable to that of you." The matchmaker, Lu said with a smile. The matchmaker picked up her teacup, took a big gulp, wiped her mouth, and said, "Your daughter is quite pretty. What a pity." "What's a pity?" Lu asked, somewhat puzzled. So, the butcher in the county's house has had his wife dead for 3 years, and now he wants to remarry, saying he wants someone young and beautiful, and he's willing to give 15 taels of silver as a bride price. Lu was so angry that she stood up abruptly, pointed at the matchmaker, and was about to speak. Gu Zhouyuan, who was listening in the courtyard, was furious. He rushed into the house and shouted, "Where did this shrewish old woman come from, daring to come to my house and humiliate my elder sister?" With a thud, the teacup in the matchmaker's hand was so startled that it fell onto the table. Lu finally caught her breath. Her hands were trembling as she angrily said, "Matchmaker Hua, you came to my house and I treated you with utmost courtesy because I heard you had a good reputation. How could you say such awful things?" The matchmaker, Hua, calmed down by now. She pursed her lips and said, "Why do I have a good reputation? It's because I say what I mean, unlike the matchmaker Huang who cheats and swindles. Your eldest daughter has already been betrothed once. As the saying goes, every pot has its lid. One is a divorced woman, and the other is a widower. What's the problem with me mediating this?" Lu was so angry she almost fainted. She turned to grab a broom. The matchmaker continued her rambling. "Everyone in the surrounding villages knows she has a lazy, good-for-nothing younger brother who makes a mess of things at home. Isn't that you? But the butcher said he doesn't mind these messy things. As long as the girl is pretty and gives him a son or daughter, he's even willing to help your family and take your daughter and brother to the county to learn how to slaughter pigs and sheep from him." Gu Zhouyuan stopped his mother and said to the matchmaker in a deep voice, "Where did you get this information? My eldest sister was married before." The matchmaker rolled her eyes. Li Qingsong from Xiahe village said that Gu Zhaodi from Datong village was with him, but later he wanted to marry a lady from the city, so he didn't marry her. Finally, the matchmaker added, "Everyone in their village knows." Lu could no longer hold back and picked up a broom to hit the matchmaker. The matchmaker, while raising her hand to protect her head, wailed, "Ouch! Ouch! What are you doing? I've told the truth. I haven't made up a single lie." Hearing these words, Gu Zhouyuan calmed down instead. This matter really has little to do with the matchmaker. It's all Li Qingsong's fault. He steadied his swaying mother and coldly shouted at the matchmaker, "Get out!" The matchmaker quickly covered her head and ran away as if fleeing. A dangerous glint flashed in Gu Zhouyuan's eyes. He came into this world possessing power far exceeding that of this era. However, he had no ambition, always remained calm and restrained, and treated himself as an ordinary person when faced with problems. If pushed to the limit, all they'll do is fight someone. This was the first time he had ever wanted to flip the table. Chapter 112, Visiting Xiahe Village. "Mother, please don't be angry. I will go to Xiahe Village and demand an explanation." Gu Zhouyuan helped Lu sit on a stool and patted her back to help her catch her breath. Lu was truly overcome with anger and anxiety. She took several deep breaths before gradually calming down. She wiped away her tears and said regretfully, "Back then, I was blind to have wanted to marry your eldest sister off to that man surnamed Li. Alas, I almost pushed Zhaodi into a pit of fire." "You can't see into someone's heart. No one can predict this," Gu Zhouyuan advised softly. "What are we going to do? Zhaodi is such an innocent young woman, and she's been smeared like this. They're trying to kill her," Lu said, choking back tears. Gu Zhouyuan wasn't good at comforting others. He simply said softly, "Mother, don't worry. Leave it to me. I will definitely get justice for my eldest sister." Although Lu was angry, she was still afraid that Gu Zhouyuan might do something foolish in a moment of impulsiveness. She stopped sobbing, looked up at Gu Zhouyuan, and said, "The Li family has some influence in Xiahe village. You must not rashly go and cause a conflict with them." "I know, mother," Gu Zhouyuan nodded. After thinking for a moment, Gu Zhouyuan lowered his voice and said, "This matter cannot be known to my eldest sister." Madame Lu nodded. Yes, mother understands." Xiahe village and Datong village are separated by a mountain. Gu Zhouyuan knew this road. Gu Zhaodi almost changed the betrothal agreement last time, and he even went to Xiahe village to cause a scene. As Gu Zhouyuan walked along the mountain path, 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. He was so angry just now that he wanted to go to Li Qingsong's house and kill him to vent his anger. He calmed down a bit. Killing the man surnamed Li was definitely not the best solution. The eldest sister's reputation was ruined, and by then it wasn't just Xiahe village that knew. It probably spread throughout the entire Qingtian county. First, go to Xiahe village to see what's going on. We need to salvage my sister's reputation and then kill him. When Gu Zhouyuan came into this world, he subconsciously viewed most strangers with indifference. The power he wields is unrestrained. Whether it leads to good or evil is entirely up to him. Sometimes he would feel as if a wild beast, chained up, was lurking in the dark chambers of his mind. Waiting for some unexpected opportunity, they attempt to break free of their seal, burst forth, and unleash their ugly, aggressive malice upon the world. Fortunately, most of the people he encountered were warm and kind. This allowed him to continue to imprison this sealed malice, preventing it from running rampant and destroying the beauty and harmony of life. Thinking of his family, Gu Zhouyuan regained his composure. Traveling alone is quite boring, so Gu Zhouyuan brought up the control panel and kept scanning the sides of the mountain road. He sold everything that was readily available and of any value to the marketplace. It took him 2 hours to travel a mountain path that should have taken an hour. However, the balance of mall coins also increased by more than 1,000. In a grove near Xia village, Gu Zhouyuan bought a drooping, soft-winged pheasant headdress and a carrying pole. 2 small baskets hung at either end of the carrying pole, containing miscellaneous items such as needles and thread, wooden combs and spoons, rattles and kites. He learned this style of dress from the peddlers at the market. After thinking for a moment, he took a rattle drum and used it as a peddler's drum. Gu Zhouyuan entered Xia village, shaking a rattle drum. Soon, the village children gathered around. He took out a few candied dates and gave them to the children. He asked with a smile, "Do you know Li Qingsong?" "No, no," a group of children shouted. A child of about 10 years old pointed to the east end of the village and said, "His house is over there, the second row, the one with the osmanthus tree in front of the door." Gu Zhouyuan picked up 2 more candied dates and gave them to the child. "Thank you. Is Li Qingsong home now?" When the other children saw that there was a reward for answering questions, they immediately started shouting for help. "I know he's not home. He was at home yesterday and left by Oxcart this morning. I know, he studies at the county academy. He came back yesterday, saying that the academy had given him a day off. He went to the academy again this morning," said a boy of about 13 or 14. "We had a day off yesterday." Gu Zhouyuan squinted his eyes thoughtfully. The original owner of this body had also studied at the academy. As far as he knew, the academy here would give a day off every 10 days, which was called a regular holiday. There is also a field holiday when the wheat ripens, which lasts for about a month. Yesterday, young Master Ho and the others had a day off, and Li Qingsong also had a day off. Since the holidays for each academy in the county are not the same, it seems highly likely that Li Qingsong is studying at the same academy as young Master Ho and Su Mufeng. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan was muttering something but not offering him any candy, the boy who had just spoken coughed twice and reminded him, "I'm telling the truth." 2 other children shouted, "I said it too." Gu Zhouyuan snapped out of his daze and handed them a few dates. "Who are the members of Li Qingsong's family? Has he ever been married?" Gu Zhouyuan asked softly. "He has his parents and 2 older sisters," a child blurted out. "His sister is already married, so it doesn't count," another child shouted. "He also has an older brother and a younger sister, and his grandparents are still alive. He's never been married. He says he'll wait until he passes the imperial examination to become a scholar before getting married. However, he had a girlfriend last year in Datong village on the other side of the mountain." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhouyuan's expression turned cold. He tried to calm himself down, forced a smile, and continued, "Does anyone know what that woman's name is? Did someone see her, or did she tell you herself?" A group of children looked at each other and shook their heads. "All we know is that the woman is from Datong village. She almost got engaged to him last year, but someone interfered." He said this when he was drunk during the ancestral worship ceremony this year. He said that the woman had taken a liking to him, but he changed his mind and didn't want to marry a farmer's daughter. The children chattered and competed to speak, but Gu Zhouyuan couldn't glean any useful information from their words. He grabbed a handful of jujubes and gave a few to each of them. Just then, a young woman carrying a child who was about 1 year old walked over. "How much does this little drum cost?" the young woman asked, picking up a rattle drum from her basket. Chapter 113. The Li family is a pit of fire. 5 coins, Gu Zhouyuan said casually. "Make it cheaper, 3 coins will do," the young woman bargained. 3 coins it is. Gu Zhouyuan had no intention of selling anything. He took off his hat, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and used the hat to fan himself. The woman picked up a red rattle drum and handed Gu Zhouyuan 3 copper coins. "Erhan, where did you get these dates?" the young woman said, looking at a child. "He gave it to me." Several children pointed at Gu Zhouyuan and said. The woman immediately became alert. She had heard from the old folks that some flower sellers dressed up as peddlers and went from street to street. If a child is tricked into eating his food, he will obediently listen to him. There are even rumors that if they just pat a child on the forehead, the child will become dazed and follow them. Therefore, These traffickers who abduct women and children are called flower-patting devils by the common people. She grabbed Erhan and then yelled at the other children, "Go home and throw away the dates." Gu Zhouyuan was completely bewildered, not knowing why this woman had suddenly gone mad. The children wouldn't listen to her. They continued to laugh and chatter around Gu Zhouyuan's goods. Throw it away? Why throw it away? So that Erhan can pick it all up. A child took a small bite of a jujube and made a face. Ha! All the children burst into laughter. The woman retorted angrily, "What do you know? This man is a con artist. He'll sell you all to some other place." The children had naturally heard of the notorious reputation of the flower seller, and they all ran a few steps away to keep a safe distance from Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan then understood why the woman had reacted that way. He said, half laughing and half crying, "Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. If I were a con artist, would I have chosen to come out in the middle of the day, and on this main road, and taken so many children away at once?" The young woman was taken aback. Gu Zhouyuan's 3 questions were indeed reasonable. The kidnappers usually set out in the evening, targeting lone, playful children on secluded paths. That does seem a bit unusual. Could it be that I've misunderstood something? Gu Zhouyuan saw that she had begun to think. He laughed twice. "I'm really not a kidnapper, but I did come to your village on some business." Hearing him say that, the woman felt relieved. "What's wrong?" she asked curiously. "I came here to find out what kind of person Li Qingsong is. That's why I gave them the dates. You can ask them if you don't believe me," Gu Zhouyuan replied with a smile. "Erhan, is what he said true?" the woman asked the child beside her, looking down at him. The child sniffled, the snot almost reaching his mouth, and looked up, asking, "Huh? What's wrong?" The 13 or 14-year-old boy said from the side, "That's right. He came here and immediately asked about Li Qingsong's family." The woman looked at Gu Zhouyuan with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why are you asking about Li Qingsong's family?" Gu Zhouyuan had already prepared his speech. "I have a cousin who is of marriageable age. Everyone knows that I am a peddler who travels from street to street. My aunt wanted me to keep an eye out for any outstanding young men, preferably those who are literate. Li Qingsong is definitely the best and most suitable person for Xiahe village." These words made perfect sense, and the woman was relieved. She shook the rattle drum to tease the child in her arms, chuckling as she said, "Li Qingsong, that man is all show and no substance. I advise you to ask around more, lest you push your sister into a pit." Gu Zhouyuan's eyes lit up, and he took a small piece of maltose from the basket and gave it to the child in the woman's arms. "Oh, sister-in-law, could you tell me in detail what exactly happened?" Gu Zhouyuan asked. The woman looked around to make sure no one was watching, then lowered her voice and said, "That Li Qingsong's father is an old scholar who works as an accountant in the county. In the village, he's arrogant and looks down on everyone. Li Qingsong is even more outrageous. He thinks he'll pass the imperial examination and become a scholar someday, and he acts all high and mighty like he owns the place." Gu Zhouyuan asked doubtfully, "To say that scholars are proud and arrogant is not a big problem, is it?" "Oh dear, let me finish." The woman was getting into the conversation when Gu Zhouyuan interrupted her, and she was a little annoyed. "He's always thought he was superior to others. Just like you said, he's arrogant. Why don't we just not associate with him? But this guy is a lecher. He's been thinking about finding a wife since he was 12 or 13. Everyone in the village knows that although his family is rich, with that old man and that young girl in the house, the girl's life will probably be tough after she marries in. The girls in the village who love their daughters would naturally not push them into a pit of fire, but this boy actually secretly seduced the eldest daughter of Li Xuanto's family in the village and took advantage of her. His father, Li Changchun, thought that the girl was not dignified enough and said that she could not be his wife, but only his concubine. So he hurriedly found a matchmaker and went to the next village to meet a girl. They almost got married, but the girl's brother ruined it. Look, the woman raised her chin in one direction. Li Xuanto's house was the most dilapidated thatched house at the end of the village. Later, for some reason, the matter was dropped. There are rumors that Li Changchun went to Li Xuanto's house and gave him a string of cash, using a combination of coaxing and intimidation to settle things with the family. Upon receiving this news, Gu Zhouyuan gave the woman a large handful of candied dates, thanked her, and then left Xiahe village. I gained several key pieces of information from this trip. Firstly, it is highly likely that Li Qingsong studied at the same academy as young Master Ho and the others. Secondly, this guy behaves improperly, and the people of Xiahe village don't seem to like him very much. Third, what Huang the matchmaker said was probably an exaggeration. The rumors about Gu Zhaodi were just drunken ramblings from Li Qingsong, and the people of Xiahe village only took them as gossip. However, whether this guy was bragging while drunk or deliberately smearing her, It did indeed have a negative impact on Gu Zhaodi. The matchmaker's visit today is a lingering problem. This isn't over yet. He already had a plan in mind. Xiao Yuan, why did you take so long? Lu Shi stood at the courtyard gate and saw Gu Zhouyuan from afar, so she quickly went to greet him. Gu Zhouyuan suggested going to Shaha village in the morning. She was still angry at the time, and Gu Zhouyuan repeatedly assured her that he was just going to ask about the situation, so she agreed. She had been restless all day, constantly worried that Xiao Yuan would get into a conflict with someone. I don't know how many times I walked back and forth at the door. Seeing Xiao Yuan return unharmed, she finally felt relieved. The mountain road was difficult to travel, which caused some delay and made Mother worry, Gu Zhouyuan said. The two entered the courtyard. Gu Zhouyuan shared the most important information he had gathered. While Lu was furious, she was also somewhat relieved. Luckily, Zhao Di hadn't married into the family. This place was truly a living hell. Chapter 114, Seeking Poems at the door. The mother and son chatted for a while longer, then they heard the sound of a mule cart outside. Gu Zhouyuan and his mother got up and walked towards the courtyard gate. Why are you so late today? Gu Zhouyuan asked before they even reached the door. Ha ha ha. A laugh rang out. Brother Gu, we have come uninvited. We hope you will not take offense. Young Master Ho jumped down from the mule cart and smiled at Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan was somewhat taken aback when he saw another person get off the mule cart. Su Mufeng clasped his hands in a salute and said, Today, Ho Yu and I went to the dessert stall to look for you, but we didn't expect you to not have come into the city today. Gu Zhouyuan thought to himself, I'm not your lover. You can't possibly not be able to stand not seeing me for a day. However, their arrival was quite timely, as I happened to be looking for something to ask about Li Qingsong. He smiled and said, I have some things to attend to at home today and can't leave. I wonder if young Master Su and young Master Ho have something urgent to discuss with me. Su Mufeng looked somewhat apologetic. I have come across a difficult problem today, and I am really eager to share and discuss it with Brother Gu. I apologize for my abrupt visit without prior notice. This person spoke quite normally when buying sweet soup earlier, but these past 2 days his speech has become awkward and difficult to understand, making it very hard for Gu Zhouyuan to follow. However, he still needed to ask people about things later, so he had to be patient. He said sincerely, In the rush, I didn't have time to sweep the courtyard or prepare tea and refreshments. I hope you two gentlemen will forgive me and not take offense. Lu and Gu Zhaodi listened to Gu Zhouyuan talking to someone, and their expressions and tone were very awkward. The two men were dressed in fine clothes and had an extraordinary air about them. They were clearly young masters from wealthy families. Mrs. Lu hurriedly invited the people into the house. Gu Dedi and the others unloaded the items from the mule cart. Once inside, Ho Yu and Su Mufeng looked around the house. The mud brick house had a thatched roof, and some parts were broken, letting in the sunlight. They had only read about the hardships of poor people in books, but had never actually visited a poor person's home. The dilapidated house and broken furniture truly shocked them. Brother Gu's dessert business seems to be doing quite well, so how come he's struggling financially? Gu Zhouyuan brought over bowls and poured 2 bowls of ice water for the two of them. The pity in Ho Yu's eyes vanished immediately. In the sweltering summer, his family couldn't even afford ice water, but look at them, they always had ice on hand. Gu Zhouyuan fanned himself with a palm leaf fan and said with a smile, My home is rather simple. Please excuse my humble abode. Ho Yu waved his hand and said, A lotus flower can grow out of mud, so what does it matter if the house is a little dilapidated? You probably mean to say remaining untainted by mud, right? Gu Zhouyuan's lips twitched, thinking to himself, Ignorance is truly terrifying. Rising from the mud unsullied? Brilliant. Su Mufeng clapped his hands and nodded. Gu Zhouyuan suddenly realized. The world he lived in was called the Great Qian Dynasty, which was different from the historical dynasties he was familiar with. The Chuhan contention in this world was a victory for Xiang Yu, who defeated Liu Bang and established the powerful Chu dynasty. After the Great Chu, there were more than 10 dynastic changes. Based on the timeline of world history, we are now roughly in the Song dynasty of Chinese history. His casual remark, emerging from the mud unsullied, surprised Su Mufeng and the other person. Gu Zhouyuan coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. Didn't you two just have a day off yesterday? How come you have another day off today? Ho Yu said smugly. We took your second line yesterday to answer Mr. Jingda, and he was very satisfied and praised us. At this point, his smile suddenly vanished. It's all Mu Feng's fault. He said that the second line was written by someone else and didn't deserve your praise, sir. You know, it's rare for Master Jingda to praise people. What a pity. He sighed with regret, his words filled with remorse. How could we scholars do such things as seeking fame and fortune? Su Mufeng said calmly. Wait a minute. Gu Zhouyuan was still completely confused. You two have been talking for so long, but you still haven't explained why we have another holiday. Although the teacher reprimanded us for cheating, he is very interested in you. He asked us to ask you if you can compose poetry. Hou Yu looked at Gu Zhouyuan with burning eyes. Gu Zhouyuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, I know a little. Then I silently added in my mind, I can memorize some. Su Mufeng and Hou Yu exchanged a glance, both seeing joy in each other's eyes. Mr. Jingda said that he has composed a new poem called Ode to Summer. Since we would find someone to help us cheat, he told us to continue to come to you. As long as your poem is better than his, not only will we be exempted from punishment, but we will also be granted 10 days of free leave to rest whenever we want. Hou Yu said. Su Mufeng interjected. On the contrary, if we can't compose it, then we'll have to copy the entire book of poetry and the book of rites. Gu Zhouyuan twitched the corner of his mouth. This Mr. Jingda is quite a ruthless person. The complete book of rites alone is nearly 100,000 words, plus the book of poetry. Wow, that's incredible. He glanced at Hou Yu and Su Mufeng, his eyes filled with pity. Hou Yu and Su Mufeng were also unsure, as they knew about Mr. Jingda's background. His poems are so beautiful that few in the entire great Qin dynasty could rival them, let alone surpass them. The Gu brothers are indeed skilled at couplets, but couplets are different from poems. They knew this was Mr. Jingda's punishment for them. You think you can get help? I'll beat all your helpers into submission too. However, they still wanted to give it a try, even if it seemed hopeless. Hou Yu took out a folding fan, opened it with a whoosh, and fanned Gu Zhouyuan with a somewhat obsequious smile. Brother Gu, how about I recite Mr. Jingda's poem for you first? Gu Zhouyuan chuckled and pushed his fan away, nodding and saying, Let me hear you recite it. Ode to Summer? It's not too difficult. There are countless famous poems about summer in Chinese history. Let's listen to Mr. Jingda's poems first, and then consider which poem to use in response. The summer heat rises like clouds. The days are long. Seek coolness under the dense shade. Lotus, lotus. Hou Yu began to stutter as he recited the poem. Su Mufeng was utterly speechless and even rolled his eyes. He said, I'll do it. The summer heat is intense. The days are long, and one seeks coolness under the dense shade. Lotus blossoms sway red in the water. Green willows brush the embankment, fishing in the blue pond. Cicadas sing loudly on high branches, their calls echoing far and wide. Children chase butterflies, their wings fluttering with delight. A gentle evening breeze caresses the starry night. I lie watching fireflies drift into dreams. Gu Zhouyuan was somewhat surprised. This Mr. Jingda was quite something. The first couplet of this poem depicts the everyday scene of people seeking coolness in the shade of trees during the sweltering summer heat. The second couplet depicts the scene of lotus flowers reflected in the water and willows brushing against the embankment, adding a touch of color and liveliness. The next couplet uses auditory and visual imagery to depict the noisy cicadas and children playing, creating a strong sense of everyday life. The final couplet depicts a scene of a summer night breeze and fireflies dancing, full of leisure and comfort. However, although the poem was well written, it was still far from impressive compared to his overpowered nature. He has the backing of thousands of years of Chinese civilization, with countless masterpieces of poetry passed down through generations. Now he has to consider whose poem to crush. Chapter 115, Who Can Compete? Seeing him frowning in thought, Hou Yu gently closed his fan, afraid of interrupting his train of thought. Su Mufeng even slowed his breathing, looking at Gu Zhouyuan with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. The little wild boar, Flathead, has become familiar with Little White, but he is still no match for Little White in their playful fights. It had just been pounced on and teased by Xiao Bai again, so it rushed straight in from the yard, ran to Gu Zhouyuan's legs, rubbed against him, and whined as it complained. Su Mufeng panicked and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Hou Yu's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, This dog looks really strange, but it's quite fun. The crew-cut man grunted twice in protest. Su Mufeng put his index finger to his lips and made a shushing gesture. Gu Zhouyuan opened his slightly closed eyes at this moment. Hou Yu asked impatiently, How is it? Can you feel anything? Gu Zhouyuan frowned slightly. He felt something wet by his legs, which was covered in saliva from the crew-cut guy. Su Mufeng's heart sank slightly, but this was within his expectations. Writing poetry requires inspiration, let alone writing a good poem. He comforted him, saying, It's all right, Brother Gu. The deadline the master gave us is tomorrow at Shunshur, 3 to 5 p.m. Take your time to find your rhythm, don't rush. Although Hou Yu was somewhat disappointed, he still smiled and said, That's right, take your time thinking about it. Mu Feng and I will stay at your house tonight and not leave. Gu Zhouyuan kicked the crew-cut man away, stood up, cleared his throat, and said, "No poem." Hearing him finally say that, Ho Yu's last glimmer of hope was shattered. He forced a smile. "It's all right. Writing poetry isn't something you can just do on a whim. But I have a poem," Gu Zhouyuan said leisurely. Su Mufeng was overjoyed. He stood up abruptly. "Really? The lyrics are good too? You finished them so quickly." Ho Yu also stood up, placed his hands on the table, and said excitedly, "Quick, quick, recite it for us." With his hands behind his back, Gu Zhouyuan recalled the recitation he had specially practiced when he participated in the school's recitation competition. He recited slowly in a deep baritone voice. "The bright moon startles the magpies on the branches, and the gentle breeze awakens the cicadas in the middle of the night. The fragrance of rice blossoms heralds a bountiful harvest, accompanied by a chorus of frogs. 7 or 8 stars beyond the sky, 2 or 3 raindrops before the mountain. An old thatched hut stood by the village grove, suddenly appearing as the road turned by the stream and bridge." Su Mufeng and Ho Yu were both stunned. The subject matter of this poem is ordinary, the language is unadorned, and it does not use any illusions. Yet it paints a picture of tranquil, peaceful, and warm mountain village life. The bright moon, sparse stars, stream bridge, and thatched inn create an atmosphere that makes one feel as if they are in a peaceful and tranquil rural mountain village. The sounds of magpies taking flight, cicadas chirping, and frogs croaking create a melodious symphony of summer night fields. Without piling up fancy words, true skill is revealed in simplicity. With this phrase, who can rival it? Su Mufeng's eyes were already full of stars. Although Mr. Jingda was highly talented and had always been his idol. Although Mr. Jingda and he had a special relationship. But, he still wants to announce that the difference between Mr. Jingda's poems and Brother Gu's lyrics is truly enormous. Ho Yu's face was flushed. Someone had actually managed to beat Mr. Jingda. Ha! He could no longer contain his joy and patted Su Mufeng on the shoulder, saying, "I told you to give it a try." Ha! The family, who were busy making sweet soup outside, heard a sudden burst of laughter coming from inside. They looked at each other, wondering what was going on inside. The crew-cut man, who had been sprawled on the ground, was startled by the laughter and quickly got up and ran away. Little White immediately ran out of its nest and started playing with Flathead. Sedan pretended to go into the house to get cassava starch. The third brother calmly drank his ice water, while the 2 rich young men were flushed, seemingly excited about something. Brother Gu is truly talented. Su Mufeng snapped out of his shock, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and bowed deeply to Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan quickly stepped forward to avoid his deep bow. "What is young Master Su doing?" Ho Yu affectionately put his arm around Gu Zhouyuan's shoulder and said, "That's just how Mu Feng is. He was completely captivated by your poem. However," he added, "he's sometimes too old-fashioned, like an old scholar, quite boring." Su Mufeng wasn't angry at all as he made fun of her. She was still softly reciting Gu Zhouyuan's poem. However, he didn't have the ability to memorize things after hearing them only once. After memorizing a few sentences, he got stuck. He looked at Gu Zhouyuan and said eagerly, "Brother Gu, I'm sorry for being so slow. I only remember half of a good poem. Could you please write it down for me?" Gu Zhouyuan smiled and took out charcoal black and white paper. Actually, his family had writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, although he felt that hard pens were more convenient than soft pens. However, the mainstream practice in this world is using a calligraphy brush. He bought calligraphy copybooks by Wang Shiji and Yin Jinxing from the mall, and had Si Dan and the others practice copying them every night. He would also practice along with them. Su Mufeng had previously heard Gu Zhouyuan say that he liked to write with charcoal. This time I'll finally be able to see it with my own eyes. He and Ho Yu huddled together to watch Gu Zhouyuan write the poem on the white paper with flowing, elegant strokes. "This font is truly unique," Su Mufeng exclaimed. "Hey, Brother Gu." Ho Yu noticed something was wrong. He pointed to the first line on the paper and said, "Shi Jiang Yu. That should be the name of the CI poem title. What is the title of your poem?" Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, "There's no title. Otherwise, let's use the first sentence as the title." This poem was written by Xian Qiji when he was demoted and living in seclusion in Jiangxi. The original title was Shi Jiang Yu, traveling at night on the Yellow Sand Road. The Huangsha Road mentioned in the title is an address, which is now Huangsha Village, Huangshaling Township, Shangrao County, Jiangxi Province. Gu Zhouyuan certainly couldn't copy the original question, but he also didn't want to change Jiaxuan Jusher's question without permission. Su Mufeng picked up the white paper, looked at it again and again, his eyes filled with amazement and admiration. Suddenly, he lowered his head and started pacing around the room, as if searching for something. Mufeng, what are you doing? Hou asked curiously. Su Mufeng didn't answer him. There was probably nothing he wanted inside. He turned his gaze outside. I've got it. His eyes lit up with joy, and he ran into the yard. When he came back, he was carrying a short wooden stick that was about 2 fingers thick. Gu Zhouyuan and Hou exchanged a glance, wondering what he was doing. Su Mufeng thought for a moment, then lifted his long robe, and, to the astonishment of Gu Zhouyuan and the other man, tore off the hem of his inner garment. It's over, Gu Zhouyuan said to Hou. Young Master Su is probably going to sever ties with you. Hou scratched the back of his head, looking completely bewildered. Then Su Mufeng wrapped the torn piece of white silk cloth around the wooden stick. Then, using a wooden stick as a pivot, they carefully rolled up the paper on which Gu Zhouyuan had written the lyrics. With a rip, he tore off another piece of cloth and wrapped the white paper tightly as well. He nodded in satisfaction and tucked the newly made scroll into his sleeve. Chapter 116 Benefiting All People in the Nation. Hou and Gu Zhouyuan exchanged a glance, both completely baffled by Su Mufeng's actions. Hou twitched the corner of his mouth. He was familiar with Su Mufeng and knew that this guy was a bookworm, so he wasn't too surprised by his actions. Auntie, Sister Zhaodi, second brother Gu, fourth egg. Someone was talking outside the courtyard. Hey, it's Wood. Hurry up and put the basket down. Look at you sweating. Lu said. Is third brother home too? Sun Muto unloaded the basket containing grasshoppers from his back. Gu Zhouyuan got up and walked out. Wood, are you here to deliver grasshoppers? Gu Zhouyuan asked with a smile. Third brother. Sun Muto became visibly happy when he saw Gu Zhouyuan. He opened the basket slightly to show Gu Zhouyuan. There are quite a lot of grasshoppers today, probably 4 or 5 pounds. Gu Zhouyuan no longer collects grasshoppers, and the villagers are no longer as eager to catch them as before, so Sun Muta's harvest has increased significantly in the past 2 days. As for collecting grasshoppers from Sun Mutu, Gu Zhouyuan told the outside world that they were used to feed ducks, and he would be paid 3 coins a day. Don't go out to buy and catch grasshoppers in the middle of the day. It would be troublesome if you caught a heat stroke, Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. Yes, I understand, third brother. Sun Muta nodded in response. Gu Zhouyuan weighed the basket in his hand. There are 5 caddies of grasshoppers here. Come back and get the millet after dark. Okay, third brother, Sun Muta said happily. What do you need grasshoppers for? Hou, who had followed them out, watched for a long time but still couldn't understand why Gu Zhouyuan was collecting grasshoppers. Feed the ducks, Gu Zhouyuan said evasively. Mentioning grasshoppers, Su Mufeng said with some worry. Everyone is saying that this locust plague is no less severe than the one 17 years ago. I wonder how many more people will starve to death then. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes also darkened. If either drought or locust plague were to occur separately, the people could still try to fight against the heavens. The fact that 2 disasters came together was truly despairing. In some places, people are desperately trying to find water sources to irrigate their fields, but locusts are still eating the crops. In some places, people were organized to catch locusts, but the fields were dry and the wheat grains were shriveled. With Gu Zhouyuan's intervention, Datong village was able to implement both methods simultaneously, having both a water source and the ability to catch grasshoppers. But it's only slightly better than other villages. The wheat had been half eaten by grasshoppers, and the drought had lasted too long, so the grains were mostly shriveled and dry. The flour that could be ground from the wheat would probably be mostly bran. Hou recalled how his father had been so busy dealing with the drought and locust plague that he had even grown a few more hairs. He couldn't help but sigh. With grain prices soaring, the county's major grain stores are hoarding their grain, selling only a little bit each day, just waiting for the locust plague to break out so they can make a fortune. The farmers are the ones who grow the grain, but the farmers are the ones who lack grain. Sigh. Su Mufeng sighed. My father, cough cough. The county magistrate has already reported this matter to the prefect of Tally County, and I believe the imperial court will respond soon. Hou opened his folding fan and fanned himself. His father was the county magistrate, so it was quite amusing that this young Master Hou was still keeping his identity hidden. It's a pity that since taking office, Lord Hou has devoted himself wholeheartedly to benefiting the local people. With his outstanding achievements during his term, he was expected to be promoted next year, but now this has happened. Su Mufeng slapped his folding fan twice, his words full of regret. Although this is a natural disaster, someone has to take responsibility. My dad had previously estimated that he would be dismissed this time. Hou knew from Gu Zhouyuan's expression that Gu Zhouyuan already knew that Magistrate Hou was his father, so he didn't hide it anymore. It wasn't really a secret anyway. Fortunately, someone contributed a method for detoxifying cassava last time. My dad said that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this matter has benefited the people and the country. He became excited again, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Gu Zhouyuan. With just this one achievement, no one can take away my father's official hat. If this natural disaster doesn't lead to man-made disasters, he might even be promoted another rank. Hoyu's words were not an exaggeration at all. The fact that cassava can be used as a food source is absolutely revolutionary. Cassava is an extremely high-yielding crop. The key is that it has relatively low requirements for soil fertility and planting conditions, and can produce good harvests even on barren land. Moreover, cassava is rarely affected by pests and diseases, so it does not require a lot of manpower to take care of it. It is drought-resistant and can withstand poor soil conditions. It is not picky about the land and does not require manpower. Once this product is produced, the national strength of the Great Qian will rise to a new level. If the current emperor were a magnanimous one, it would be normal for him to be rewarded with some kind of official position simply for offering advice. But none of these things are within Gu Zhouyuan's control. The nation and its people's livelihood are far removed from him. All he wants right now is to live his own peaceful life. Brother Gu, you are truly a benefactor to the Ho family. Hoyu came over and put his arm around Gu Zhouyuan's shoulder again. Not only my dad has to thank you, but I, and Mu Feng, also owe you a lot. You have no idea, just thinking about copying those two thick books makes my head start to hurt. He looked at Su Mufeng, who quickly nodded in agreement. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, "No need for thanks. I just happened to have something to ask you about." Hoyu closed his fan and said nonchalantly, "Just tell me what's wrong, and I'll definitely take care of it for you." Gu Zhouyuan glanced at Gu Zhaodi, who was still kneading pearl dumplings, and said calmly, "I've also built a pond here. Would you like to come and take a look?" Hoyu was naturally very interested. Let's go take a look." Su Mufeng was also in high spirits. Fourth Egg said, "Third brother, I want to go see the ducks too." Gu Zhouyuan, what are you looking at? Go wash the dishes. For eggs, oh. The three arrived at the pond. Because of the high temperature, the crucian carp in the pond were breathing close to the surface of the water. Fish, fish, so many fish, Hoyu exclaimed as if he had discovered a new continent. What? Have you never seen a fish before? Gu Zhouyuan said irritably. Even if you've only eaten pork but never seen a pig run, surely no one doesn't know what a fish looks like, right? Hoyu rolled his eyes. I have a small pond in my backyard with only a dozen or so koi fish. I've never seen a pond this big with so many fish before. He really is a pampered young master. Gu Zhouyuan murmured. Oh, Hoyu exclaimed again. Are those ducks? I've seen pictures of them in books. You actually keep so many ducks at home. A flock of ducks came out of the duck shed and saw that the usual place for them to go into the water was occupied by 3 people. They wriggled their tails and went around to another gentle slope to swim. Chapter 117 New Varieties of Vegetables. Su Mufeng came from an extraordinary background, but unlike Hoyu, he was not detached from worldly affairs. He had traveled to many places with his father and was quite familiar with these things in the countryside. But very few farmers in the village raised so many ducks. Seeing that there were also some geese and chickens in the shed, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Gu, are you raising so many chickens and ducks to do business in this area? Oh, aren't there lots of grasshoppers in this field? Raise more chickens and ducks to eat grasshoppers. The chickens and ducks won't have to worry about food. When they grow up, keep the females to lay eggs and kill the males to eat meat, Gu Zhouyuan replied. Su Mufeng said admiringly, Brother Gu is truly intelligent. He can find ways to make money everywhere. By the way, you just said you had something to ask us. Now that no one's here, what is it? Hoyu said. He wasn't as rough as he seemed. Gu Zhouyuan was clearly somewhat reserved in the courtyard just now. Gu Zhouyuan kept an eye on the gate of his house to prevent Gu Zhaodi from coming over and overhearing their conversation. He said with a serious expression, I'd like to ask you if there's a person named Li Qingsong in your academy? Li Qingsong. Hoyu thought for a moment and said, I've never heard of him. Gu Zhouyuan was somewhat taken aback. Had he made a mistake in his analysis? However, our Qingtian Academy is divided into classes A, B, C, and D. Mu Feng and I are in class A in gold. We only have contact with students in class A. It's possible that this Li Qingsong you mentioned is in another class, Hoyu added. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Then please keep an eye out for me. When Hoyu saw Gu Zhouyuan mention Li Qingsong, his eyes darkened. He asked curiously, Did Li Qingsong offend you, Brother Gu? Hoyu and Su Mufeng both had a strong sense of justice and hatred for evil, so Gu Zhouyuan pondered for a moment and decided not to hide it from them. He briefly recounted how Gu Zhaodi had been slandered by this man surnamed Li. Sure enough, Hou Yu said indignantly, "This scoundrel of a scholar is unworthy of being called a man of learning." Su Mufeng was also furious. "Our Qingtian Academy will never tolerate such scum. I will tell Mr. Jingdo when I get back, and he will definitely punish this person severely." Seeing their reaction, Gu Zhouyuan clasped his hands in a fist salute to them and said, "I thank you both in advance." Su Mufeng returned the greeting, then, as if remembering something, said, "I'm just worried that he's not at Qingtian Academy." Hou Yu patted his chest and said, "What's there to be afraid of? It doesn't matter if he's from Qingtian Academy or not. As long as he studies in Qingtian County, or rather, as long as he's still in Qingtian County, I can make him obediently come to our eldest sister's door and kowtow to apologize." Hou Yu was not exaggerating when he said that. His father was the magistrate of Qingtian County, where he held absolute authority. Hou Yu's refusal to bully others does not mean he lacks the means to do so. If he really puts all his effort into dealing with someone, it's not impossible for him to ruin that person's family. Su Mufeng frowned slightly. He detested the arrogant and domineering behavior of spoiled brats. But he quickly came to terms with it. Li Qingsong had insulted his reputation as if he wanted to take his life, so it was only right that he be taught a lesson. Seeing how helpful Hou Yu was, Gu Zhouyuan put his arm around Hou Yu's shoulder. He laughed and said, "Brother Hou, didn't you say you weren't leaving today? I'll cook you 2 good dishes tonight, and the 3 of us can have a good drink." Hou Yu's eyes lit up. He didn't have high hopes for the food in the countryside. What good food could there be in such a poor and remote place? However, he has always been fond of alcohol, and his father at home forbids him from drinking. The teachers also forbade students to drink alcohol in the academy. He didn't care whether the cloudy wine here tasted good or not. As long as there was wine, he was happy. He had been craving this for a long time. Su Mufeng then warned, "If you return to the academy tomorrow and Mr. Jingda smells alcohol on you, you're doomed." "Ugh, you're always such a spoilsport." Hou Yu complained. "You'll lose your sense of smell after just one night's sleep. You won't be able to smell it anymore." Gu Zhouyuan asked his second brother to fence off a small plot of land not far from the pond. There were some chili peppers and tomatoes planted inside, and they had already produced small fruits when they were transplanted. At that time, Gu Zhouyuan removed the pot and planted it directly in the ground with the large soil ball attached. By this time, quite a few tomatoes and peppers had grown, some green and some red, which was very pleasing to the eye. "What kind of plant is this?" Su Mufeng was knowledgeable and had a good memory. He read a wide variety of books. He had read many books about herbs and plant illustrations, but he had no memory of these 2 plants. "Oh, I transplanted these from the mountain. I initially thought they were cute and wanted to plant them in the yard for decoration." Gu Zhouyuan started his deception. "Later, I mustered up the courage to try making this fruit into food, and found that it actually tasted pretty good." Su Mufeng was shocked. You actually ate it?" It's no wonder he was so surprised. You see, distinguishing between edible and inedible plants often involves testing them with many living lives. Otherwise, we wouldn't have only now discovered that the cassava growing all over the mountains was edible. Moreover, the fruits of these 2 plants are too brightly colored. Our ancestors learned a lesson by risking their lives. The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it often is. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "I've eaten it many times. It's not poisonous." Hou Yu gave Gu Zhouyuan a thumbs up, meaning, "You're awesome. Even more reckless than me." Su Mufeng's face turned pale. He earnestly advised, "Brother Gu, you must never act so rashly in the future. No one is lucky every time." Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, "I know. I always feed the chickens and ducks first to check, and only if there are no problems will I taste it." "So that's what you were raising all those chickens and ducks for?" Hou Yu suddenly realized. He looked at the huge fence and felt that there used to be a lot more chickens and ducks inside. What they are seeing now are all survivors. When Gu Zhouyuan saw the fear in Hou Yu's eyes as he looked at him, he assumed they were still afraid that he would recklessly test the poison. He was touched and said sincerely, "Don't worry, I won't eat indiscriminately anymore." However, he changed the subject. "If I didn't like trying new things, how would I have discovered the detoxification method using cassava?" Su Mufeng and Hou Yu were taken aback. "That makes sense. Have you ever gone fishing?" Gu Zhouyuan didn't want to dwell on this matter any longer, so he changed the subject. "I've fished before," Hou Yu shouted. "I've fished too," Su Mufeng nodded. "I've been to many famous mountains and rivers with my father. When he's in the mood, he'll fish for a few days, and I've gone fishing with him a couple of times. But I've never caught a fish." Su Mufeng was a little embarrassed. "What are you talking about if you didn't catch any fish?" Hou Yu said dismissively. "Have you ever caught one?" Su Mufeng asked, somewhat unconvinced. Judging from Ho Yu's impatient nature, he doesn't seem like someone who knows how to fish. Of course, Ho Yu said smugly. Which river did you fish in? In the pond in my backyard. Chapter 1:18 Leisurely Fishing Time. Modern fishing gear is naturally not allowed to be brought out. Gu Zhouyuan painstakingly searched for super tough silk thread in the online store to use as a fishing line. The fishhooks were ordinary iron hooks that I bought. Use a bamboo pole as a fishing rod and a section of reed tip as a float. 3 simple yet practical DIY fishing gear sets are now complete. The crucian carp in this pond are all adult crucian carp weighing 3 to 5 ounces. As any experienced angler knows, these are the easiest to catch, and they have a good feel for the fish. Su Mufeng and Ho Yu observed the pond for a long time before each finding what they considered to be an excellent fishing spot. Gu Zhouyuan pretended to go to the field to dig for earthworms, and soon returned with a small bamboo tube full of earthworms. Have you set up the nest yet? Gu Zhouyuan asked casually. Ho Yu, what does baiting mean? Bagging involves throwing some food into the water to attract fish, causing them to gather together, and then you can start fishing. So troublesome. I caught quite a lot of fish the last time I went fishing without baiting the shore. Ho Yu said dismissively. Gu Zhouyuan rolled his eyes at him. You can catch a few fish even if you don't bait the small pond in the backyard, and just fish with an empty hook. As the saying goes, if you don't bait the fishing spot, you won't catch many fish. Look, I've already prepared the bait for you. Gu Zhouyuan tossed a handful of fermented rice into the water, clapped his hands, and said, All right, let's start fishing. Ho Yu sniffed. Why does it smell like alcohol? This alcohol smells quite good. Gu Zhouyuan ignored him and ran to the other side of the pond to make a nest for Su Mufeng as well. Su Mufeng and Ho Yu were secretly competing with each other. Gu Zhouyuan found a shady spot and cast his line twice. Then Si Dan came over and shouted, Third brother, second, and is looking for you. Sun stood with Si Dan and smiled. Fishing, Xiao Yuan? This water was just turned in. Will there be any fish? I also saw fish swimming in this pond today. I guess they are fish from the deep pool on the mountain, which have flowed down the irrigation ditch, Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. As they were talking, Gu Zhouyuan noticed that the float was bobbing up and down. With a flick of his rod, he cast a large crucian carp onto the hook. Ho Yu and Su Mufeng both looked over here, their faces filled with envy. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan had caught a fish, they became full of confidence. Ho Yu pulled up the fishing rod and hooked a whole earthworm on the hook. Come over here quickly. I have plenty to eat, he muttered to himself. Su Mufeng used a fan to shield his eyes from the sunlight, his eyes fixed on the buoy. Second ant, is there something you need? Gu Zhouyuan changed the earthworm and cast the fishing rod into the water. Si Dan ran over, grabbed the crucian carp, and exclaimed, Wow, third brother, you're amazing. Madame Sun also walked over to Gu Zhouyuan's side. Here, where the sun couldn't reach, she said, Oh, it's nothing urgent. It's just that your sister-in-law is about to give birth. And Dr. Wei said that pregnant women should eat well so they will have the strength to give birth. Your brother Dezhu just wants to buy a few pigeons to raise at home and kill one when he wants to eat them. Since you have to go to the city to do business every day, I thought I'd ask you to bring a few back for me when you have time. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and said, Sure, but I don't think I've seen any pigeons for sale in the city. There are plenty of chickens, ducks, and geese for sale though. He suddenly remembered Ho Yu, the eldest son of the magistrate, and thought to himself how stupid he was. Asking this magistrate's son to help buy a few pigeons would have been a piece of cake. Ho Yu had just said he wanted to thank him, and he doesn't stand on ceremony with people. After all, that's what friendship is all about. You help me, I help you, and through this back and forth, the relationship becomes stronger. He looked up at Madame Sun and said, But I'll try to find out for you. We should be able to buy it. Mrs. Sun nodded happily. Then you go ahead with your work, I'll head back now. Hey, second ant. Wait a minute. Gu Zhouyuan called out. Take this crucian carp back and make soup for my sister-in-law. Sun was taken aback. In fact, Dr. Wei had also said that eating fish was good for pregnant women. We asked her family to buy some fish to make soup for Huinyang, but it's hard to buy fish in this dry weather. Furthermore, since Xiao Yuan had just caught a fish, she immediately offered to buy it, which made it seem like she was trying to take advantage of him. She didn't mention it, but unexpectedly, Xiao Yuan took the initiative to offer to give her the fish. She was a little embarrassed. No need, Xiao Yuan. You can keep the fish for yourself. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, I still have a lot of fish in this pond. I can catch more if I want to eat them. I'll catch a few more later and have Sidon send 2 more over so that my sister-in-law can make soup tomorrow. Oh, all right. Then Auntie will accept it. Thank you, Xiao Yuan. Sunsure then took the fish and went back with a smile on her face. Dan was very interested in fishing. He squatted down next to Gu Zhouyuan, staring intently at the fishing float. After waiting for a while, Gu Zhouyuan served 2 more crucian carp. These fish haven't been fed for the past 2 days and are in a state of hunger, so they are easy to catch. Hey, it's on the hook. I caught a fish too, Hou shouted excitedly from across the street. He held up a palm-sized crucian carp, raised it high, and defiantly raised his chin at Su Mufeng. Su Mufeng remained outwardly unmoved, but inwardly he grew anxious. Brother Gu has already caught several fish. Even Hou has been able to catch one, but I haven't even seen a single fish scale. He stared at the float and silently prayed. Move. Move. He was usually indifferent and disliked fighting, but for some reason, he just didn't want to lose to Hou today. Gu Zhouyuan understood this mentality. All anglers were like that. It's good that we're all in the Air Force together. I'm going to be the only one in the Air Force. I can't afford to lose face like that. The dignity of anglers must not be trampled on. Fortunately, there were plenty of fish in the pond, and they had been starving. Even with Su Mufeng's tendency to catch nothing, he managed to catch 2 crucian carp by evening. Hou caught 5 fish. He and Su Mufeng have a pretty good relationship. Su Mufeng was good at studying and also handsome. Although Hou wasn't exactly jealous, he did dream of one day surpassing Su Mufeng in some way. Fishing today truly gave him a sense of triumph. As Hou walked along the road, he would ask any villager he met, "Hey, how did you know I caught 5 fish?" Amidst the villagers' bewildered gazes, he added, "That's right, Mufeng also caught 2." Su Mufeng's face remained dark the entire time. This guy is really annoying. Gu Zhouyuan told the 2 of them to go back to the yard with Dan first, while he went back to the pond to get some vegetables. Gu Zhouyuan searched around in the vegetable garden for a while, picked 3 tomatoes, and then picked some peppers. He also bought some seasonal vegetables such as cabbage and loofah at the mall. There were baskets hanging next to the duck shed, and he stuffed all the vegetables into them. After thinking for a moment, he bought a black carp from the mall. When you get back, cook another dish of pickled fish. If anyone asks, just say it was caught in the pond. Chapter 119 Chef Gu is online. Gu Zhouyuan carried a bamboo basket on his back, holding the 4-pound blackfish in his hand. Aunt Wang was standing at the door, talking to Ernie. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan walking over carrying a fish, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Gu Sanner, where did you catch such a big fish?" "It's right there in my pond. I guess it swam down the mountain along the irrigation canal," Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Aunt Wang's eyes were bloodshot. She swallowed hard. There are plenty of fish in that pool halfway up the mountain, but the water is so deep you can't see the bottom. It's impossible to catch them. These fish have no choice but to run down the mountain instead of staying on the mountain. They deserve it. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled inwardly at the sour undertone in her words. Aunt Wang isn't a bad person. It's just that her mouth is so unpleasant. He chuckled and said, "Didn't they dig a reservoir in the village? Maybe there are fish in it too." He just didn't know how to respond to Aunt Wang's words, so he made conversation by randomly changing the subject. But then Aunt Wang slapped her thigh and turned to Ernie, saying, "Go back and start a fire, cook some millet porridge, and I'll go check the water tank to see if I can catch a fire." After saying that, he took off running towards the reservoir. Gu Zhouyuan was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Wang Ernie, who was also standing there in a daze, and found that her eyes were full of speechlessness. "Ahem, Aunt Wang really does things quickly and efficiently," Gu Zhouyuan said with a chuckle. Wang Ernie blushed a little. Her mother was really embarrassing. When Gu Zhouyuan returned to the courtyard, Hou, who was still showing off to everyone, immediately noticed the large black fish in his hand. He darted to Gu Zhouyuan's side in a flash, exclaiming repeatedly, "This fish is huge. Where did this big fish come from? Weren't the fishing rods all packed away?" Gu Zhouyuan said with a faint smile, "It swam over when I was washing my hands and I knocked it unconscious with a stick." "What kind of fish is this? It's really ugly." Hou squatted down and looked at the blackfish. "This is a snakehead fish. I've seen it in a book," Su Mufeng said after studying it for a while. "We call this fire starter. If you get injured, you can use it to make soup, and it will help you heal faster," said Lu, who was still tending the fire. Fourth Egg cheered excitedly. "Third brother, shall we make some fish soup today? I've never had fish soup before." Not only him, but all the siblings in the family, except for Gu Zhouyuan, who had eaten fish soup at a restaurant, had no idea what fish soup tasted like. "I'll make you a fish soup with crucian carp later. I'm going to use this stove to cook another dish." Gu Zhouyuan smiled and patted Dan's head. "Great. Is third brother cooking for himself today?" Fourth Egg's eyes lit up. Third brother's cooking is always delicious. Probably none of the chefs in the city's restaurants can match his skills. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and smiled. We have distinguished guests at home today, so I'm going to cook 2 dishes they've never tried before. What dish is it? Keep it a secret. Hoyu was somewhat skeptical. He came from a wealthy family and had eaten all sorts of delicious food. What could possibly surprise him in this small mountain village? People in the mountains don't necessarily eat as much of those mountain produce and wild game as they do in city restaurants. He didn't recognize the live fire starter, but he ate quite a lot of the food cooked with it. He hasn't eaten it before, unless it's something strange, like insects or something. Wait a minute. He thinks he saw a child giving Gu Zhouyuan grasshoppers today. He asked why they were collecting grasshoppers, and Gu Zhouyuan said they were for feeding ducks. Looking back now, this reason clearly doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Who feeds their ducks grasshoppers? Gu Zhouyuan was probably being secretive because he wanted to cook a plate of grasshoppers for them. That must be it. His face turned green when he saw Su Mufeng still standing there with an expectant look on his face. He quickly pulled Su Mufeng over, dragged him to a corner of the yard, and whispered something to him. When he returned, Su Mufeng's face had turned green. Gu Zhouyuan had no idea what the two of them were up to. He picked up a kitchen knife and went outside to kill fish. Now that we have 3 pots at home, the time spent making sugar syrup has been greatly reduced. The syrup was all made by now, and only 1 pot was still simmering cassava, while the other 2 pots were empty. Gu Zhaodi and Gu Dedi took all the vegetables from their baskets to the pond to wash them clean and brought them back. They weren't too surprised if there were some dishes they had never seen before. It was Xiao Yuan who got it from the mountain, so they're used to it. Gu Zhouyuan bent down and sliced fish on the cutting board. There were 5 people surrounding it. Brother Gu, if you slice the fish, how are we supposed to remove the bones? Su Mufeng asked, puzzled. He doesn't like eating fish because the bones are hard to spit out. He had eaten some sea fish with his father, fish that were mostly bones and thorns, and he thought they were pretty good. Now that Gu Zhouyuan has cut the fish into small pieces, won't those already small and difficult to remove bones become even smaller and more difficult to remove? Do you think it's possible that I can slice the fish into thin slices so that I don't even need to remove the fish bones? Gu Zhouyuan said without looking up. Huh. Su Mufeng was taken aback. This conflicted with his common sense. After slicing the fish, Gu Zhouyuan chopped the fish bones into large pieces and put them in a bowl to make soup with the fish head later. He put the fish fillets into a small bowl, added some pepper to remove the fishy smell, and also added a little salt and a pinch of MSG. Then stir the fish slices vigorously in one direction. Once the fish meat became sticky and coated with the batter, he added some starch and stirred it well, and finally drizzled some rapeseed oil on top. Gu Zhaodi stared intently, trying her best to memorize Gu Zhouyuan's operating steps. Because Gu Zhouyuan only makes many dishes 2 or 3 times. Once Gu Zhaodi learns them, she will be the one to cook them from now on. Gu Zhouyuan no longer hid the seasonings when adding them, unlike before. The Gu family was used to it. They all knew that some of these seasonings were bought in the city, while others were spices that Gu Zhouyuan picked from the mountains and made himself. Hoyu and Su Mufeng had never been to the kitchen before and knew absolutely nothing about these seasonings. Can you eat spicy food? Gu Zhouyuan asked. Sure. Su Mufeng had been to many places with his father and was quite accepting of various foods. Hoyu said nonchalantly, it tastes better when it's spicy. When I eat sashimi, I always dip it in lots of wasabi. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and grabbed a handful of dried chili peppers from the jar. Oh, this thing is called dried chili pepper. The thing we saw earlier is called chili pepper. It looks like this when it's dried. As Gu Zhouyuan spoke, he took a small chili pepper he had just picked from the basin and showed it to Su Mufeng and the other person. Su Mufeng asked curiously, Brother Gu calls this fruit a chili pepper, which means that it tastes spicy and pungent, just like wasabi? As Gu Zhouyuan cut the dried chili peppers into sections, he nodded and said, That's right, compared to wasabi, this stuff is much spicier. The oil in the pan was already hot. He put the fish head and bones in and fried them, then added some scallions and ginger to sauté until fragrant. Finally, I sprinkled some chili peppers in. With a sizzling sound, a cloud of smoke rose from the pot. A strong, spicy smell made them cough repeatedly. Chapter 1: 20 Dishes You've Never Eaten. The pickled cabbage had been chopped and prepared in advance. It was then stir-fried until slightly dry. Gu Zhouyuan scooped 2 ladles of water into the pot and put the lid on. Cough, cough, cough. Su Mufeng and Hoyu choked so hard that tears streamed down their faces. Gu Zhaodi and the others were all right, since they already knew they had eaten chili peppers a few times before. Those 2 times I made stir-fried pork slices with chili peppers, but I used fresh chili peppers, so the flavor wasn't as strong as with dried chili peppers. This stuff is way too spicy, Hoyu said, covering his nose. Is this chili really edible? Su Mufeng was skeptical. Just the smell made his blood boil. What would happen if he actually ate it? Don't worry, we've eaten here many times. Dan was furious that someone dared to question his third brother. After waiting for a while, Gu Zhouyuan saw that the sauerkraut fish soup in the pot had turned yellowish-white and thick. He picked up a strainer, scooped out the pickled cabbage and fish bones, and put them into a small bowl. Even Lu, who was tending the fire, couldn't understand this move. Remove the vegetables, leaving only the broth. Are you suggesting we scoop out and throw away the fish bones and stuff, and all Xiao Yuan wants is the soup in the pot? Gu Zhaodi watched intently, knowing that every step Xiao Yuan took was reasonable, and she dared not miss a single one. Dan and Gu Dedi watched intently, especially Dan, whose dream was to open a restaurant, so he naturally needed to fully understand the food preparation process. As for Su Mufeng and Hou Yu, they were just watching the show. Gu Zhouyuan carefully added the marinated fish slices one by one into the soup. Once the water boiled again, he ladled the fish slices and broth into the bowl that had just contained the pickled cabbage. The snow-white fish meat, placed on top of the pickled cabbage and soaked in the thick fish soup, looks very appetizing. Everyone was amazed. This dish was indeed something they had never seen or heard of before. As usual, Gu Zhaodi picked up the basin and prepared to put it on the table. Gu Zhouyuan said, "Big sister, wait a moment. There's only one more step." He quickly washed the pot clean and ladled in a large spoonful of oil. Under the questioning gazes of the crowd, he sprinkled chopped scallions and garlic, along with a handful of Sichuan peppercorns and dried chilies, on the fish fillets. As the bubbling oil in the pan gradually calmed down, it began to smoke. He scooped up the hot oil and poured it into the basin. With a sizzle sound, a cloud of smoke, carrying a fragrant aroma, billowed from the basin, soon filling the entire courtyard. This spicy and savory flavor hits you right in the head. Color, aroma, and taste, two of these aspects alone are already perfect. Without even tasting it, everyone knows that the flavor must be excellent. Hou Yu swallowed hard. This dish was indeed, as Gu Zhouyuan had said, something they had never seen before. Su Mufeng believed he had traveled all over the country and tried many different cuisines. But the dish made with snakehead fish in front of him truly amazed him. The chili peppers that Gu Zhouyuan brought from the mountains, when used as a seasoning, had such a wonderful aroma. This dish smells extraordinary, and it's just as good as the signature dish of Zuixinlu, Pushi vinegar fish. Su Mufeng said. Hou Yu curled his lip. That so-called signature vinegar fish, I can't eat a single bite. It smells sour and tastes both sour and fishy. I really don't know how it became Zuixinlu's signature dish. Haha. Su Mufeng smiled and said, everyone has different taste preferences, so the evaluation of Pushi vinegar fish will naturally vary from person to person. To be honest, I wouldn't say this dish is bad. How should I put it? It's very hard to describe. It's somewhere between delicious and bad. Is it really that bad? Hou Yu interrupted Su Mufeng and complained. Gu Zhouyuan told Gu Zhaodi to take the sauerkraut fish away. He cooked a few more dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, hot and sour shredded potatoes, hand-torn cabbage, braised crucian carp, twice-cooked pork. When all the dishes were served, everyone was stunned by the sight of the table overflowing with food. Su Mufeng and Hou Yu sat at the table, and all the dishes were new dishes that the two young masters had never seen before. Brother Gu, were you a head chef at a restaurant before? Su Mufeng swallowed hard. No. Gu Zhouyuan sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions into the crucian carp soup. I just enjoy researching new dishes. If you opened a restaurant in the city, Zuixinlu would definitely be no match for you. Hou Yu said with certainty. Gu Zhouyuan smiled, but didn't respond. He looked at Lu Shi and Gu Zhaodi standing to one side and greeted them. Mother, elder sister, why aren't you sitting down? Lu waved her hand and said, there's no reason for women to sit at the table when there are guests at home. Gu Zhouyuan was speechless. What's wrong with women? We don't have all these ridiculous rules in our family. Hurry up and sit down to eat with us. Our table is too small to seat so many people, Gu Zhaodi said with a shake of her head and a smile. It's all right, we can squeeze in and sit down. Hou Yu stood up and sat down at a table with Su Mufeng. Gu Zhaodi and Lu Shi still had some reservations. Hou Yu said, Brother Gu and I are bosom friends. We feel like we've known each other for ages. We're like brothers. Aunt, an elder sister, please don't treat us like guests. In ancient feudal society, outdated ideas such as the 3 obediences and 4 virtues bound women, who were believed to be in a subordinate position. In some family gatherings or banquets, women are placed in secondary positions or are not even allowed to sit at the table. Hou Yu has always been easygoing and doesn't care much about these so-called rules. Su Mufeng, on the other hand, was influenced by his father from a young age, and his thoughts and actions were different from those of ordinary scholars. Su Mufing stood up and said, Ho Yu and I are already very embarrassed to have come to your door so abruptly. Aunt and elder sister are both elders. How can we sit while you two stand? Seeing their insistence, and since the two young masters seemed easy to get along with, Lu and Gu Zhaodi sat down on one side of the table. I steamed white rice today. Although the family can now afford to eat white rice, they are used to being frugal and usually cook rice mainly from millet. Today, we had guests at home. These two young men, dressed like city boys, were worried that they wouldn't be used to eating millet, so Lu gritted her teeth and steamed a large pot of white rice. Everyone waited for Lu to take the first bite. Immediately, everyone started waving their arms, and chopsticks were seen moving around on the table as everyone frantically showed off their dishes. The most popular dish is still pickled fish. Su Mufing never imagined that one day he would be able to eat fish without having to spit out bones. The fish slices were incredibly tender, and the so-called chili peppers, together with Sichuan peppercorns, were released by the hot oil, creating a strong, numbing, and spicy aroma. There's also pickled cabbage at the bottom of the bowl, which is sour, crisp, and refreshing. The spiciness is a completely different kind of spiciness from mustard and dogwood. The sourness is completely different from that of the aged vinegar used in hushi vinegar fish. Chapter 121, Discovering a Huge Business Opportunity. This spicy and sour dish really stimulated his appetite, and even Su Mufing, who usually doesn't eat much, ate 2 bowls of white rice. Ho Yu swallowed the twice-cooked pork in his mouth and said to Gu Zhouyuan, Didn't you say you were going to have a drink with us? Why isn't there any wine? That's just how he is. Once he feels a sense of belonging to someone, he doesn't consider himself an outsider. Such a personality is sometimes not likable, but Gu Zhouyuan felt that he was frank, easygoing, and comfortable to be around. He stood up and said, Wait a minute. After saying that, he walked towards the bedroom. With so many delicious dishes, of course we should have a couple of drinks. Ho Yu said to Su Mufing with a smile. Literati enjoyed wine, just as writers today enjoy smoking. Su Mufing also likes to have a few drinks when he has nothing to do. However, he is a steady and reliable person, unlike Ho Yu, who would directly ask for a drink. What kind of wine should we buy? Gu Zhouyuan looked at the virtual shop panel in front of him and hesitated. The original owner of this body had tasted the wines and spirits of this world. The liquor was rather cloudy and not very strong. The kind of liquor he drank was around 12 or 13 degrees. The most expensive spirits in the restaurant should not exceed 20 degrees. The liquor in the mall has a very high alcohol content. I don't know if Ho Yu and the others can handle it. After much deliberation, he finally bought a bottle of 15-degree plum wine. I also got another bottle of Yonghum Micromolecular, 33.8 degrees. After thinking about it, I bought a few more bottles of low-alcohol sparkling fruit wine. This glass bottle was too frightening to take out, so he searched for antique ceramic wine bottles in the online store. Pour all the wine into earthenware bottles. Ho Yu kept glancing towards the bedroom, but his chopsticks never stopped moving. He picked up a piece of shredded potato with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth, saying indistinctly, It's been so long. Why hasn't Brother Gu arrived yet? We've never brewed wine at home, Gu Dedi thought with some doubt. He looked at Si-Dan, but Si-Dan didn't think much of it. Anyway, third brother would hide a lot of things in the bedroom. Eat your food, Su Mufing said irritably. Look at you. You haven't eaten a single bite of rice. You've only eaten the vegetables. I'm waiting for the wine. Why would I eat? Ho Yu said nonchalantly. Su Mufing felt a little embarrassed, and he gave Lu Shi and Gu Zhaodi an apologetic smile. At this moment, Gu Zhouyuan came out of the bedroom, carrying 4 wine bottles in his hand. Ho Yu shouted, Hurry up and come over. If you come any later, all the food will be gone. Su Mufing, how dare you say that? Gu Zhouyuan sat down, and Gu Zhaodi got up to get 4 bowls and was walking over here. Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and called out, Big sister, bring 2 more bowls. Gu Zhaodi responded. Ho Yu couldn't wait to open one of the bottles and bring it to the mouth of the bottle to take a sniff. Fruit wine. Ho Yu raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he wasn't very interested. Fruit wine is delicious, but it lacks flavor. In his view, men should drink strong liquor, while fruit wine, which is sweeter than water, is for women. Gu Zhouyuan glanced at him. The bottle he had received was 18-degree plum wine. Judging from this guy's expression, he probably doesn't like fruit wine. Just as he was about to hand over the bottle of baijiu with an alcohol content of over 30%, he saw that Ho Yu had already poured himself a bowl of plum wine. Just treat it like sweet soup. When you're eating at someone else's house, you can't be too picky, Ho Yu thought to himself. He picked up the wine bowl, tilted his head back, and poured it down. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly started coughing violently. This wine, he had drunk it too quickly. And whether it was from choking or the alcohol taking effect too fast, a blush had already risen on his face. Why is this liquor so strong? His eyes lit up. Gu Zhouyuan was speechless. 18-degree plum wine. It couldn't possibly be associated with the word strong. Su Mufeng also rubbed his forehead. It was just plum wine. He could drink 3 big bowls without any problem. Hou has always been a better drinker than him. Why is he reacting like this today? Hou noticed that the two men were looking at him with a hint of contempt in their eyes. He picked up the wine bottle and poured a bowl for Su Mufeng and Gu Zhouyuan each. He urged Su Mufeng urgently. Take a sip first, drink a sip now. Su Mufeng shook his head, picked up the wine bottle, and poured wine into Gu Dedi's bowl as well. He picked up the bowl and first smelled a refreshing fruity aroma, guessing that the wine must be plum wine. Then I took a small sip. His eyes widened suddenly. How is it? Hou asked. Good wine. Su Mufeng nodded. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, I'm glad you like it. I was worried you'd find the drinks too bland. Where is it bland? I've never tasted such a strong fruit wine before. It's comparable to the best and strongest Immortal's Drunkenness from Zuixinlu. But Immortal's Drunkenness is a strong liquor. So how come your fruit wine is so potent? After saying that, Hou took another sip and closed his eyes to savor it. Su Mufeng exclaimed, It is both the refreshing aroma of green plums and the fiery intensity of strong liquor. Amazing. Gu Zhouyuan was somewhat taken aback. This wine was only 18 degrees alcohol, so why was he making such a fuss? It's not like those restaurants don't have 18 or 19 proof liquor. He immediately realized that the fruit wine in this world was made by fermenting fruit in a natural environment, and its alcohol content was about 3 to 5 degrees. No one would be willing to soak fruit in strong liquor to make fruit wine. Besides, most spirits in the world are only around 10 degrees alcohol by volume. If the alcohol content is too low, soaking fruit in them will cause them to spoil. This wine, you didn't brew it yourself, did you? Hou stared intently at Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes darted around, and he nodded and said, I brewed it on the mountain. There's a pond and plum trees there. When the Gu family heard him say this, none of them showed the slightest doubt. They all knew that Xiao Yuan/third brother had many amazing skills, all taught by the gods. Hou slammed his hand on the table. Why are you still selling sweet soup? You'll make a fortune selling alcohol. Influenced by him, Su Mufeng also became excited. Hou is right. If you can brew and sell your wine in large quantities, it will definitely be very popular, not only in Qingtian County and Taoli County, but it will even sweep the entire Daqian. The audience for sweet soups is naturally incomparable to that for alcoholic beverages. Upon hearing what the two said, the Gu family members' breathing became heavy. My goodness, if you sold this one item all over the entire Great Qin dynasty, how much silver would you make? Gu Zhouyuan shook his head, and his words poured cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. He said in a calm tone, brewing wine consumes a lot of grain. Now is a famine year, and many people don't even have enough food to save their lives. If we use a lot of grain to brew wine, it will surely bring disaster. Su Mufeng's face was full of shame. Yes, food was in short supply, and he actually thought of using the people's life-saving grain to brew wine in exchange for money. Hou chuckled sheepishly. I was just saying that. Let's wait until the harvest is plentiful before brewing wine and selling it. However, Gu Zhouyuan added, small-scale brewing is feasible. We can make a fortune quietly and first take over the market in Qingtian County. Chapter 122 Sparkling Fruit Wine. Hou became excited again, and he exchanged a glance with Su Mufeng. He stood up and said, leave the winemaking to me. Oh no, you're brewing your own wine, so I'll ask my dad to help you get a special wine account. Gu Zhouyuan stroked his chin, surprised that selling alcohol here was so complicated. The original owner was a good-for-nothing who only knew how to drink and never paid attention to how to brew and sell wine. Do we really have to get that liquor business license? Gu Zhouyuan was somewhat resistant. This so-called liquor business license didn't sound very high class. Su Mufeng joked, there are other ways too. You can open a restaurant and make it as big as a legitimate establishment, then you'll be allowed to brew and sell your own wine. The book, Dongjing Minggualu Records. There are 72 official shops in the capital. There are too many others to count. All the rest are called foot shops. Both Zhengdian and Jiaodian are places that sell alcohol, but the difference between the two lies in the size of the shop. The main store was equivalent in size to a modern 4-star hotel. For large hotels like Zhengdian, the government allowed them to brew their own wine. And of course, taxes were still collected as usual. Smaller establishments like Jiaodian and Funrong that cannot brew their own wine need to wholesale from wine sellers and then retail it. Zuixinlu is the only official restaurant in Qingtian County. Manager Qian's Laifu restaurant and Wu Shuiping's Yuanqing restaurant were mid-range restaurants that sold expensive wines and served fine dining to the middle and upper classes. Fenrong is equivalent to a modern-day food stall. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Young Master Su is joking." Hou took it seriously. He finished the wine in the bowl in one gulp and wiped his mouth. He exclaimed excitedly, "It's not impossible. Your cooking is so delicious, no restaurant can replicate it. And you have this unique wine." Su Mufing's eyes lit up as well. Hou walked over and put his arm around Gu Zhouyuan's shoulder, his smile even a little obsequious. "Brother Yuan." Gu Zhouyuan got goosebumps all over his body. He twisted his shoulder, but couldn't break free. Hou pressed closer. "Do you want to open a restaurant? I'll ask my dad for money, and we can partner up with you." Although his father was a county magistrate, he didn't give him much pocket money each month. Some of his classmates and friends came from families in business and spent money very lavishly. He also wanted to go to Hangzhou to see the most beautiful courtesan, but unfortunately his wallet wasn't up to the task, so he could only hang out with boring people like Su Mufing. Hou was absolutely certain that Gu Zhouyuan would make a fortune if he opened a restaurant. Gu Zhouyuan wasn't interested in opening a restaurant. He had no desire to spend his days cooking in the kitchen and serving those masters and young masters. However, he noticed that his older sister seemed to really enjoy cooking, and she would learn very diligently every time he cooked. But he had heard his older sister say that she loved making clothes the most. But people don't necessarily have only one hobby. He did not give Hou a direct answer to whether it was possible or not, but only said, "Let me think about it." Hou wanted to persuade him again, but Su Mufing pulled him back. "Have you forgotten Brother Gu's talent for composing poems? With such talent, he should be taking the imperial examinations. What kind of business is it to open a restaurant?" Hou looked a little dejected. He sat back down, poured himself another half bowl of wine, and sipped it slowly. Su Mufing is right. In the traditional social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, no matter how much money one earns, it's all beneath them. Capable people all pursue official careers, who would lower themselves to open a restaurant. This was Gu Dedi's first time drinking alcohol, and the high-proof, plum wine was still a bit too strong for him. He took 2 sips, and his face was already a little flushed. Gu Zhouyuan poured the wine in front of Gu Dedi into his own bowl. He opened the bottle containing the sparkling fruit wine. "Second brother, don't you like plum wine? Then try this sparkling fruit wine. It's milder." As he spoke, he poured a bowl for Gu Dedi. Gu Dedi smiled broadly. He had never drunk alcohol before, so there was nothing he was used to or not used to. But Xiao Yuan is never wrong. He picked up the bowl and took a sip. As soon as the wine entered his mouth, he couldn't help but hum in agreement. This wine doesn't have the strong flavor of plum wine. The sweet and sour taste is like sugar water, with a rich fruity aroma and a hint of alcohol, and tiny bubbles popping between your lips and teeth. "Delicious," he exclaimed in delight. Gu Zhouyuan also poured sparkling fruit wine into the bowls of his eldest sister and mother. He smiled and said, "Try it. It won't make you drunk." Lu and Gu Zhaodi took a sip and nodded repeatedly. "It's both sour and sweet, and it's also bubbly. No wonder it's called sparkling fruit wine." Gu Zhaodi was pleasantly surprised. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves, Si Dan was filled with envy. He grabbed the wine bottle and said, "I'll have half a bowl too." Gu Zhouyuan snatched the bottle away and said sternly, "What are you doing drinking alcohol, you little kid?" Si Dan was almost drooling with envy, but he didn't dare to argue with third brother. He lowered his head and devoured 2 large pieces of twice-cooked pork. Hou finished the wine in his bowl in one gulp, then picked up the empty bowl and said to Gu Zhouyuan, "Isn't this wine different? Pour me some too." Gu Zhouyuan poured some for both him and Su Mufing. Delicious." Hou smacked his lips and said, "The texture is quite unique. How can it have so many bubbles?" Rice wine in this world also produces bubbles, but very few. During the process of sifting the wine and pouring it into a glass, the bubbles basically disappear. Su Mufing took a few sips and squinted his eyes, saying, "This wine is indeed refreshing and mellow. It should be very popular with women." "Brother Gu," he said, opening his eyes, "is there any more wine? Could I buy a pot to take back for my sister to try?" Gu Zhouyuan nodded and smiled. "There are still some at home. You can take 2 bottles with you when you go." Su Mufing took out a 10-tael silver ingot from his pocket and placed it on the table. He was still a little uneasy. "I only have this much silver on me. If it's not enough, I'll borrow some more from Hou." Gu Zhouyuan was dumbfounded. 10 taels of silver for 2 bottles of low-alcohol, sparkling wine. He was worried about not having enough money. In ordinary taverns, 40 coins per caddy of wine is already considered quite good. Even if grain prices continue to rise and liquor prices increase tenfold, it would still only be 400 won per jing. Of course, he had never been to a fancy restaurant and didn't know how much the wine cost there. He considered declining, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. Things given away for free seem cheap. When it's time to collect money, collect it openly and honestly. He laughed and said, "It's too much, not worth that much silver." Su Mufeng took it as just a polite remark. Regardless of the dynasty or location, anything that is unique in the world is extremely expensive. This wine has a very unique taste and can't be bought on the market. So let alone 10 taels, if you encounter some shrewd merchants, you could sell it for 100 taels. Chapter 123. No more pretending. The truth is out. By the way, Gu Zhouyuan said, I also have a secret recipe for strong liquor here. I don't know if you would be willing to accept it. Hou Yu immediately sat up straight, asking with great interest, what kind of strong liquor? The two kinds of wine were indeed quite good. He personally prefers plum wine, which is delicious and strong enough. Even when it was a strong liquor that he approved of, Gu Zhouyuan remained indifferent, as if the liquor was not worth mentioning at all. The wine that Gu Zhouyuan is introducing now is solemnly described as a strong liquor. So you can imagine that this wine must be extraordinary. Without further ado, Gu Zhouyuan opened the porcelain bottle containing the baijiu, Chinese liquor. I poured half a bowl for each of them. Hou Yu was about to ask Gu Zhouyuan to pour more when he noticed something unusual about the wine in the bowl. The wine here is generally quite cloudy. Even the best immortal's intoxication has a slightly off-white hue. But the wine that Gu Zhouyuan had just poured was as clear as spring water. Hou Yu felt his nasal cavity instantly assaulted by a strong, spicy aroma of alcohol. The intense and unruly smell of alcohol was something he had never experienced before. He couldn't wait any longer, picked up the wine bowl, tilted his head back, and gulped down a mouthful. Cough, cough. The sudden burning sensation made him cough violently. Ugh, so spicy, he exclaimed, opening his mouth and breathing out. Su Mufeng laughed and said, Don't you like to drink strong liquor? Last time Guan Hao drank sake, you mocked him, saying he was effeminate. Why are you behaving so badly today? You drink. You take a sip first, Hou Yu said in a muffled voice. He picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth to suppress the spicy smell of alcohol. Su Mufeng chuckled, picked up the bowl, and took a sip. His eyes widened suddenly. Extremely spicy. That was his first impression. Burning mouth, burning throat, burning heart. After the intense stimulation, the tongue and mouth responded with a pleasurable sweetness, as if after being tortured. Huh. He let out a long breath, squinting his eyes to savor the rich and mellow aftertaste in his mouth. Good wine, he exclaimed, opening his eyes. He placed the wine bowl on the table and patted it in his pocket. Then, turning around, she took a brocade pouch from Hou Yu's pocket, under Hou Yu's astonished gaze. Su Mufeng untied the silk rope binding the opening and found only a little over 3 taels of silver inside. Somewhat embarrassed, he pushed the loose silver coins to Gu Zhouyuan and said with a forced smile, My father is fond of wine, and he will surely love your strong liquor. Brother Gu, look, this is all the silver I have. How about I exchange the jade pendant for it? Hou Yu was completely stunned. This money is mine, okay? Why are you complaining about it? Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly stopped Su Mufeng, who was untying the jade pendant from his waist. He pushed the loose silver coins on the table back. He picked up the 10-tael silver ingot and said, The money has already been paid. I'll let you take 2 bottles of each kind of wine back with you. Seeing his refusal, Su Mufeng was not one to be coy. There's plenty of time in the future. We can just get along well, and there will be plenty of opportunities to make up for it. He put the loose silver into the brocade pouch and then stuffed it back into Hou Yu's arms. Hou Yu, this wine is amazing. Hou Yu sipped it slowly, smacking his lips. You really don't want to open a restaurant. He couldn't help but bring up the topic again. This time, Su Mufeng didn't stop Hou Yu. He too was won over by the wine in the bowl. Once this wine is promoted on the market, all other so-called good wines will become mere supporting acts. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and said to Gu Zhaodi, Elder sister, would you like to open a restaurant? Gu Zhaodi was stunned. Hou Yu clapped his hands and exclaimed, That's right. Let your eldest sister open a restaurant. She can make money and it won't interfere with your imperial examinations. I can't do it. How would I know how to run a restaurant? Gu Zhaodi said in a flustered manner. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, With me helping you, what are you afraid of? Si Dan stood up anxiously and said, Third brother, are you mistaken? Opening a restaurant is my wish. Eldest sister said the other day that she likes making clothes. You promised to open a clothing shop for her. Gu Zhouyuan glared at him and said irritably, "How old are you? What kind of restaurant are you running? Go away." Dan sat down looking aggrieved. Little White was happily eating fish bones under the table. Flathead grunted and wouldn't eat. It was probably just as depressed as 4 eggs. With a sudden lunge, it knocked Little White over. When Lady Lu heard the young master Ho mention Xiao Yuan's upcoming imperial examination, she was very happy and quickly urged Gu Zhaodi to speak. "Exactly. What's there to be afraid of? When we first went to the city to sell sweet soup, didn't you say you couldn't do it? But now you're doing just fine." Mentioning the dessert stall made Gu Zhaodi even more uneasy, as she recalled the day a group of thugs came to her stall and made things difficult for her. It's just a small stall, and people are causing trouble for it. She dared not imagine how much pressure opening a restaurant would bring. She considered carefully and said, "I guess I can only set up a small stall. Like Xiao Yuan said the other day, if something happens, I can just close the stall. But if I open a shop, there will really be nowhere to hide." Gu Zhouyuan finally understood what his eldest sister's concerns were. The eldest sister has a gentle personality and dislikes arguing or quarreling with others. The thugs who came to cause trouble that day probably left her with psychological trauma. Just as he was about to offer some words of comfort, Ho Yu slammed his fist on the table and said, "With me here, anyone who dares to cause trouble for my eldest sister, I'll kill them." Everyone was terrified by him. Su Mufeng tugged at his arm. "You've had too much to drink." Ho Yu shook him off and said with a hint of drunkenness, "I'm not pretending anymore. Brother Yuan probably hasn't told you guys yet, but my dad is the magistrate of Qingtian County. If anyone dares to bully our eldest sister, I'll make them regret it." Of the Gu family members, only Gu Zhouyuan was not surprised, as he already knew. The others were all stunned. Lu tried hard to recall every word she had spoken to the magistrate's son, fearing that she might have offended him in some way. Gu Zhaodi and her friends met young Master Ho when they were setting up a stall in the city. All they knew was that this young master was forthright and hated evil, and that his family must have some influence. But he never imagined that his father would be the county magistrate. With a thud, Dan's chopsticks fell onto the table. The county magistrate was like a god in the eyes of the villagers. To put it bluntly, the magistrate's influence is greater than that of the emperor. Fortunately, everyone had almost finished eating, otherwise they probably would never have sat down to eat. Su Mufeng sighed and rubbed his forehead. "This guy is like this when he's drunk. Please don't take offense, aunties." Lu waved her hands repeatedly. No, young Master Ho's rice has gone cold. I'll go and get him a fresh bowl." After saying that, he got up and left as if fleeing. Dan also got up. "I'll go serve mother some rice. If you ask who's most afraid right now, it's definitely this kid." He was never polite when speaking to Ho Yu, and even argued with Ho Yu several times. Hopefully, young Master Ho is drunk and will forget everything when he wakes up tomorrow. For eggs prayed. Chapter 124, deciding to open a restaurant. With the magistrate's son as a backer, running a restaurant in Qingtian County would probably deter anyone from causing trouble. Gu Zhaodi began to think about it seriously. Gu Zhouyuan encouraged her, saying, "We're using young Master Ho's name, and I'll be there to look after things at the shop, so there shouldn't be any problems." Gu Zhaodi said, "I'm not a very good cook either. Would anyone be willing to pay to eat here?" Gu Zhouyuan chuckled and said, "We'll find another chef then. You just need to cook the special dishes I taught you." Ho Yu smiled and clinked his wine bowl against Gu Zhouyuan's. He slowed his speech and asked, "Brother Yuan, can I contribute money as a shareholder? It would certainly bring many benefits if the magistrate's son could be associated with me." There was no reason for Gu Zhouyuan to disagree. He picked up his wine bowl and said with a smile, "I wonder how many shares young Master Ho would like to take." Ho Yu did some mental calculations. The annual rent for a mid-range restaurant in the city, plus the cost of furniture, renovations, and hiring chefs and waiters, would probably be no less than 500 taels of silver. Although his father was a county magistrate, he was considered honest and incorruptible, and he would probably only give him 100 taels at most. "I'll take 20%, he said thoughtfully. "Can I also contribute 2 units of capital as a shareholder?" Su Mufeng asked. Gu Zhouyuan still doesn't know who Su Mufeng is. However, judging from his temperament and character, it's certain that he comes from an extraordinary background. The more big shots there are on this ship, the less he has to worry about. Young Master Su is also interested in business? Gu Zhouyuan asked, somewhat surprised. This young Master Su doesn't seem to be short of money, and he has a scholarly air about him. I never expected him to invest money. Su Mufeng also picked up his wine bowl, lightly clinked it against Gu Zhouyuan's, and said leisurely, "Money is indispensable for doing anything. Those seemingly lofty ideals and ambitions are often just castles in the air without the support of money." He could come up with more money, but Hou had already taken 20%, so he couldn't contribute more. Gu Zhouyuan gave Su Mufeng a deep look. This man's awareness was far beyond what ordinary scholars could match. Gu sat quietly to the side, thinking to himself that if his eldest sister went to look after the restaurant, then he and Si Dan would be the only two left at the dessert stall. But it's okay. If I put in more effort and work faster, I should be able to manage. Then Gu Zhouyuan called out to him. Second brother, you might have to work a bit harder then. Gu Dedi smiled and said, what's so tiring about it? Si Dan and I are already quite skilled at making sweet soup. It's only 200 bowls a day. It's not tiring at all. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled. You're still thinking about the sweet soup? What I mean is, you'll have to get involved in everything, big or small, in the restaurant from now on. Gu Dedi was quite taken aback. This was completely different from what he had expected. Gu Zhouyuan continued, you will be in charge of everything, including the new varieties of vegetables I cultivate, the making of sweet soups, and the supply to Laifu restaurant. Suddenly, such a heavy burden fell on his shoulders, and Gu Dedi was clearly flustered. Before selling sweet soup, his biggest business was selling firewood. He swallowed hard and stammered, I can't do it. I'm afraid I'll mess it up. You should let someone else do it. Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow. Find someone else? It's either you or the eldest sister, right? How can you hide in the back and let the eldest sister take the blame? This wave of emotional blackmail was brilliantly executed. Gu Dedi immediately wilted. He suddenly felt something was wrong, looked up and said, isn't there you? Leave everything to me and my older sister. So what are you going to do? Gu Zhouyuan downed the wine in his bowl in one gulp, grinned, and said, drinking tea, watching plays, fishing, playing chess. Which of these doesn't take time? I'm busy too, you know. Gu Dedi. However, everyone knew that this was just Gu Zhouyuan joking, and he couldn't possibly abandon the matter. Brother Yuan, I'll come help out at our restaurant whenever I have time. And all my friends are forbidden from eating at other restaurants from now on. Hou said, beaming. It boasts unique wines and unique dishes. He could imagine that their restaurant would be rolling in money every day. At that point, would Guanhao still dare to act rich in front of him? The business of opening a restaurant is easy to get into. However, in practice, there are still quite a few trivial matters. The restaurant needs to be in a good location, with reasonable rent, and what kind of decor style is desired. The group discussed these matters while drinking. No one expected that the restaurant that would later become a sensation throughout the entire Dakian region would be decided in just one short meal. After eating and drinking to your heart's content, figuring out how to sleep becomes a challenge. There were 2 beds in the house. Since Lu and Gu Zhaodi were women, they naturally couldn't give up their beds for the guests. Gu Zhouyuan suggested that his second brother, Sidon, sleep on the floor with him, while Hou Yu and the other 2 could sleep on the bed. Su Mufeng refused to take up the host's bed and insisted on sleeping on the floor. Hou Yu was already a little drunk at this point, and he slurred, I've never slept on the ground before, so I'll just have to experience it today. Without taking off his shoes or clothes, he lay down on Gu Zhouyuan's mat. Soon after, a soft snoring sound could be heard. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and didn't dwell on these trivial matters. He then laid out 2 straw mats in the main room, one for himself and one for Su Mufeng. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Gu Dedi and the others got up early as usual. The restaurant is still in the planning stage, and it's unclear how long it will take before it actually opens. The dessert stall will continue. Everything was ready, and the 3 people on the ground were still fast asleep. Lu asked Sidon to wake them up for breakfast. Ever since he learned yesterday that Hou Yu was the son of the county magistrate, Si Dan has been somewhat intimidated by Hou Yu. If you're sound asleep and someone wakes you up, you're bound to be grumpy when you wake up. Si Dan didn't dare call out to the other 2, but instead shook Gu Zhouyuan's shoulder and whispered, third brother, wake up. Gu Zhouyuan turned over, hugged the crew-cut man next to him, and continued to sleep. This woke up Su Mufeng, who rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked up, asking, is it dawn yet? Si Dan was startled, but since this young master was not the magistrate's son, he wasn't too afraid. He nodded and said, it's dawn. My mother told me to wake you up for breakfast. Su Mufeng propped himself up and yawned deeply. I drank a bit too much last night. Is Hou Yu awake yet? He's still asleep. I haven't gone to wake him yet. I'm a little afraid to go, Si Dan said with a bitter face. Su Mufeng was taken aback, but he probably guessed the reason. I'll go call him. He got up, put on his shoes, and went to the bedroom. As soon as he left, Si Dan became bolder. He shook Gu Zhouyuan's body vigorously and even slapped him on the face a few times. Seeing that his third brother was still sleeping soundly with his head flat, Si Dan pinched Gu Zhouyuan's nose with one hand and covered his mouth with the other. Chapter 125 Inspecting the Shop. Humph. Gu Zhouyuan was having trouble breathing and opened his eyes groggily. Get up and eat, third brother. Si Dan said obediently, his hands behind his back. Gu Zhouyuan felt a little prickly from the furry thing in his arms. He looked down and saw the piglet with flat head burrowing under his armpit, fast asleep. He was speechless and disgustedly threw the buzz cut to the ground. After getting up and washing up, everyone ate breakfast together. Gu Dedi drove the mule cart, with Gu Zhaodi and Si Dan sitting on the frame. Su Mufeng was sitting in the passenger seat. The mule cart wasn't going very fast today. It was about the same speed as Gu Zhouyuan and Hou Yu jogging. With so many wooden buckets and benches filled with sugar water, plus 6 people, and the mountain path going uphill and downhill, the mule looked to be struggling. It looks like only 2 people can get off to lighten the burden on the mules. Women and children naturally sit in the car, while others are busy driving. Gu Zhouyuan, Su Mufeng, and Hou Yu took turns, with one person riding in the car and the other 2 running around on the ground. Second brother. Stop for a second. Hou Yu said breathlessly. It's my turn to get in the carriage. Su Mufeng fanned himself with a folding fan and turned to Hou Yu, saying, we agreed to take turns every quarter of an hour, and I've only been sitting here for a short while. Hou Yu, ignoring the sweat streaming down his face, gasped. It's been a quarter of an hour, but it feels like almost an incense stick's time. Su Mufeng shook his head and said, no, I feel like it hasn't even been half a quarter of an hour yet. Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Einstein said, when you sit on a hot stove for a minute, it feels like an hour. But sitting next to a beautiful girl for an hour feels like a minute. That's the theory of relativity. The 3 of them took turns jogging for half an hour, then resting for 15 minutes in the car. This kind of slow jogging was not difficult for Gu Zhouyuan. Su Mufeng looked frail, but he managed to hold on for a while. Hou Yu, on the other hand, seemed energetic and lively at first glance, but he turned out to be quite frail. Young Master Hou, why don't you sit in the car and I'll run the errands for you? Si Dan seized the opportunity to curry favor and leaned out to say. Hou Yu could not bear such humiliation. He gritted his teeth, exerted all his strength, and ran wildly, leaving the mule cart far behind. I was delayed on the way here today, and when I arrived at the market, there were already quite a few people waiting there. What's going on, young shopkeeper? Why are you so late today? A customer asked. The mule had diarrhea and was moving a bit slowly on the road. Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. The mule tied to the roadside neighed twice in protest. Hou Yu's forehead creased with a dark line. Why did those words sound like a veiled insult? After unloading the goods from the mule cart, the dessert stall's business officially began for the day. Gu Zhouyuan and the other 2 were covered in sweat, and each drank 2 bowls of rock sugar water. Hou Yu pulled Gu Zhouyuan and Su Mufeng aside, saying he was going to take them to see a shop. Gu Zhouyuan ran back to the mule cart and took his small bamboo basket with him. Sometimes when he goes shopping at the mall, he brings a bamboo basket to avoid being seen. Can we find a shop without going to the dental clinic? Gu Zhouyuan asked curiously. Why bother with the middleman? In the entire Qingtian County, is there anyone who knows the restaurants better than me? Hou Yu boasted shamelessly. Su Mufeng opened his folding fan to shield himself from the sun and walked at the very back. He suddenly remembered something, reached into his pocket, and found the homemade scroll was still in his sleeve, which relieved him. This shop is on the shore of Huiqing Lake. It used to be a restaurant, but I heard that the owner got old and wanted to sell it. Hou Yu said. Oh, Gu Zhouyuan was very interested. The shore of Huiqing Lake was a good place. There were several brothels there, and it was crowded with wealthy people. The Junzai restaurant has 3 floors, it's very spacious, and it's located in the middle of Huiqing Lake. If our restaurant opens there, we're sure to make a lot of money. Hou Yu said as he walked. Such a good place. How could the owner be willing to rent it out? He's getting old. He could just hire a manager to help him look after the shop, Gu Zhouyuan asked Yoda. Hou Yu nodded and said, the manager of Junzai Lai is a cunning and mean-spirited man who is always arguing over every penny. He has a terrible reputation in our Qingtian County, so it's normal that he couldn't continue in his position. His ancestral home is in Huizhou, and it is said that his family owned a lot of shops and farmland. He wants to sell the shops and go back to his hometown to enjoy a comfortable life. Gu Zhouyuan interrupted him, saying, from what you're saying, he wants to sell the shop. I can't afford such a prime location. Hou Yu waved his hand and said, he said it would be best if someone bought the shop, but as you said, his shop is ridiculously expensive, and he's unwilling to share the profits. So even though the news has been out for 2 months, he still hasn't been able to sell the shop. Now he wants to rent it out first, so every day the shop is empty, he loses money. Hou Yu said, his words flowing freely. He wasn't bragging. The restaurant was full of all sorts of information, and even professional brokers in the brokerage industry might not know as much as he did. Su Mufeng, who had been listening quietly, interjected, "You mean he wants to rent it out first?" He emphasized the word first very heavily. Gu Zhouyuan immediately understood what he meant. Hou Yu, however, didn't notice. He nodded and said, "Yes, let's rent the shop first, and then buy it from him once we've made some money." Gu Zhouyuan asked, "What does young Master Su mean? If we finished decorating the shop and just started operating, what if someone wants his shop?" Su Mufeng nodded. "That's right. That's exactly what I'm worried about." Huh. Hou Yu was clearly not prepared for this. He was somewhat bewildered. "It shouldn't be, right?" "What do you mean probably not?" Su Mufeng said irritably. "The risk is too great. Are you willing to gamble on the shopkeeper's character? Then, why don't we just sign a 3-year contract with him?" Hou Yu's eyes lit up, thinking he had come up with a good idea. "You need to understand that a 3-year contract means you have to pay 3 years' rent up front," Su Mufeng said casually. He had some understanding of Hou Yu's financial situation. He knew that Hou Yu couldn't come up with that much money all at once. Besides, Su Mufeng continued, that shopkeeper mainly wants to sell the shop, so he's unlikely to sign a 3-year contract with you. Even if the shopkeeper signs a 3-year contract with you, if he goes back on his word later, he can just compensate you with money. You need to understand, once our restaurant becomes big, how many people will be jealous and envious? With such a big flaw, it will definitely be exploited by someone with ulterior motives. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Zhouyuan couldn't help but applaud. This young Master Su is different from other scholars in every way. He has a keen eye and a clear understanding of how things will turn out. He's quite a character. What should we do then? Hou Yu was clearly aware that this was a potentially huge risk, and he was quite disheartened. Then buy it, Gu Zhouyuan said calmly. What? Hou Yu and Su Mufeng stopped in their tracks and exclaimed in unison. Chapter 126, There's Treasure on the Mountain. Hou Yu thought Gu Zhouyuan didn't know the housing prices around Huiqing Lake, so he quickly explained to him. If June comes again and asks for 3,000 taels, given how stingy Manager Guar is, he can only bargain down by 100 taels at most. With so much money, even if he were the magistrate's son, or even his father, he probably couldn't come up with it. A shy smile appeared on Gu Zhouyuan's face. He lowered his voice and said, I found a treasure on the mountain a few days ago. What treasure? Hou Yu asked excitedly. He suddenly yelled in the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. He quickly covered his mouth and whispered to Gu Zhouyuan, Did you dig up 1,000-year-old ginseng? That was his first reaction. Gu Zhouyuan said he wanted to buy the shop. The only treasure on the mountain worth 3,000 taels of silver was probably the old ginseng. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. Just kidding. The ginseng, a staple for time travelers, has become his biggest regret. He wandered aimlessly up the mountain countless times, trying to find the ginseng that belonged to him, but each time he returned disappointed. Wild ginseng is available for sale in the mall, but the price is even more outrageous than in this world. Not 1,000-year-old ginseng? Then what kind of treasure is it? Hou Yu couldn't help but ask. Hey, stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me what it is. Su Mufeng said in a low voice. There are too many people around here. Let's go to a quieter place. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Hou Yu walked ahead and said, Follow me. I know a quiet alley. Hou Yu led the two through a maze of turns, eventually bringing them to a dead end. It is indeed secluded, but it's a bit too remote. You brought me here. You're not planning to rob me, are you? Gu Zhouyuan joked. Hou Yu was taken aback and rolled his eyes. With his small frame, it's hard to say who will steal whom. There's no one here, so you can tell me now, right? What treasures are up on the mountain? He asked impatiently. Su Mufeng was also very interested. Discovering a priceless treasure on the mountain was a scene from a legendary story told in a tea house. He never expected to see it with his own eyes today. Gu Zhouyuan turned his back, squatted down, and rummaged around for a while before taking out a bead the size of an egg from his basket. When Su Mufeng and Hou Yu saw the beads in his hand, their mouths dropped open and their eyes nearly popped out. Gu Zhouyuan was standing in the corner, and in the shadows, the beads in his hand emitted a faint glow. A luminous pearl. A luminous pearl the size of an egg. Their strong reactions made Gu Zhouyuan somewhat regretful. This is a really big move. I should have brought a smaller bead. This bead is a super bright raw stone fluorescent night shining bead that he bought in the mall. It cost him 50 mall coins. He was worried that the bead wasn't bright enough, so he squatted down and secretly shone a flashlight on it for half a minute. Hou Yu had never seen a luminous pearl before, but he could confirm that this thing was definitely a luminous pearl without needing any expertise. Because the beads in Gu Zhouyuan's hand were emitting a faint green light in the shadows. Keep in mind this is broad daylight. Su Mufeng had seen the luminous pearl once before, at the home of one of his father's old friends. However, the luminous pearl that his father's old friend had carefully treasured was only the size of a longan, and its light was very faint. He remembered that time when he went with his father to visit a friend. After dinner, my father's old friend began to show off his newly acquired treasure, the luminous pearl. He ordered his servants to blow out all the lights in the room, and in the darkness, they could see the tiny bead emitting a faint light. The luminous pearl in Gu Zhiyuan's hand can be seen to shine even in daylight. One can imagine how dazzling the pearl's light would be in the dark. Gu Zhiyuan saw that the two of them were staring intently at the luminous pearl without saying a word. He coughed twice and said, "I wonder if I can use this bead I dug up to buy that shop?" Hou swallowed hard. Buy a shop? Huh. The price of this bead is beyond his estimation. He looked at Su Mufeng, who was exceptionally knowledgeable and should be able to explain things clearly. Su Mufeng habitually fanned himself with his fan, but didn't realize that the fan wasn't even open. He shook his head and said, "I don't know how much this bead is worth, but in my opinion, it's worth at least 1,000 gold pieces." Only 1,000 gold pieces? Gu Zhiyuan was somewhat disappointed. Judging from their reactions, I thought this thing was very expensive. He even thought the beads they took out were too big. What can we do now? It's only 1,000 taels. We can't just take out a few more. That would be too abnormal. I should have just bought a bead the size of a watermelon. Oh, that's not a bead. It should be called a ball. He was still filled with remorse. Su Mufeng realized that Gu Zhiyuan might have misunderstood, so he quickly said, "When I said worth 1,000 pieces of gold, I meant gold in gold." Gu Zhiyuan's eyes lit up immediately. The gold to silver exchange rate in this world is about 1 to 10. In other words, the bead he bought for 50 mall coins can be sold for at least 10,000 taels of silver. Then where should I sell it? At a pawnshop? Gu Zhiyuan asked happily. Pawnshops will try to drive down the price, so I doubt we'll get the highest price in Qingtian County. It would be best to sell it in the capital, where wealthy people love these rare treasures and are willing to spend the money, Hou analyzed. Su Mufeng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Gu, if you trust me, give me this bead, and I can help you find a way to sell it. The price shouldn't be low." Gu Zhiyuan didn't care. He didn't want any trouble and planned to just sell it at a pawnshop in the county. He was willing to accept losing 1,000 or 800. But now that Su Mufeng has said this, if I don't hand it over to him to sell, it will seem like I don't trust him. And of course, it would be even better if we could sell more silver. How long do you estimate it will take to sell? Gu Zhiyuan asked. He's waiting for the money to buy the shop. He doesn't want it to be sold for a year or two. Otherwise, he'll have to think of other ways to make money. But you can't keep getting your hands on treasures one after another. That would be too strange if word got out. If I hurry up, it should be done in about 20 days, Su Mufeng pondered. More than 20 days, Gu Zhiyuan pondered, resting his chin on his hand. If we pay a deposit to manager Jun Zilai first and ask him for an extension of a month or two, it shouldn't be a problem. Hou clapped his hands and said, "That's definitely no problem. If we don't pay the balance in a month, the deposit will be given to him for free." With such a good deal, why would he refuse? Upon arriving at the shores of Huaiqing Lake, which is the most bustling area of Qingtian County, we found ourselves in the heart of the county. Chapter 127, Taking Over the Shop. After months of drought, the water level in Huaiqing Lake has dropped by more than half. Gu Zhiyuan laughed and said that the famous Huaiqing Lake was not much bigger than his own fish pond. Brothels and taverns lined both sides of the lake, and a few people walked along the lakeside amidst the bustling crowd. It was already close to noon, and the tavern was starting to get customers. The aroma of wine mingled with the fragrance of food, filling the air. The waiter greeted the customers warmly, and the sounds of drinking games could be heard from inside the shop. Meanwhile, the nearby theater was bustling with noise and excitement. It was unclear what kind of performance was taking place inside, but cheers and applause could be heard from time to time. Although Huaiqing Lake is no longer as vast and magnificent as it once was, the people here are not affected at all and are still immersed in this bright and bustling city. Drought or other disasters are nothing to them. They only wish to live a life of pleasure and indulgence in the glamorous world by the lake. Several pleasure boats were stranded on the lake shore. Each of these painted boats has 2 levels, with flying eaves and pavilions and lanterns hanging high, making them indescribably magnificent. Colorful curtains hung along the carved windows of the pleasure boat, blocking the prying eyes from outside. Every now and then, scantily clad young women would stroll around inside the painted boat. Hou leaned closer to Gu Zhiyuan and whispered, "Have you ever heard of Yingchun Tower?" Gu Zhiyuan was taken aback. "Yingchunla? I've never heard of that place before, but just hearing the name tells me what kind of place it is." Moreover, Yu was asking the question while looking at the largest and most beautiful pleasure boat. Yu smiled mysteriously, giving him a look that said, I bet you haven't been there either. Ingchun Tower is the largest brothel on the shore of Huiqing Lake. The courtesans there are not only beautiful and have great figures, but they are also all very talented. Some can sing and dance, some can play the zither, and some are skilled at playing the flute. He seemed to have thought of something, and a perverted smile appeared on his face. Gu Zhiyuan's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back to distance himself from him. Su Mufeng frowned and said, Yu, when did you go to the brothel? It's best for us scholars to avoid such places of pleasure. Yu scoffed, clearly disagreeing. Who says visiting brothels is shameful? That's just your own filthy mind. Do you think I visit brothels only to enjoy singing and dancing, drink, and fine women? Su Mufeng glanced at him, his eyes clearly saying, Isn't that right? Yu shouted, Wrong. Utterly wrong. We scholars go to brothels to seek inspiration and exchange poetry and literature with other scholars. Don't you know that many classic masterpieces originated from brothels? Song Wuhuan, the third-ranked scholar of the previous dynasty, and Yuan Taiqing, the poet, were both frequent patrons of brothels. Can you say they were without talent or virtue? Su Mufeng choked, speechless. Gu Zhouyuan patted him on the shoulder and laughed twice. The brothels of this era were quite different from those of later generations. Unlike brothels that specialize in prostitution, brothels are high-end clubs. Each practitioner is assigned to a different field based on their expertise. Those with good voices become singers, and those with good figures become dancers. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs are all basic skills. Most of the courtesans here are both talented and beautiful. Among the 4 great female poets of the Tang dynasty, Xue Tao and Yu Xuanji both came from brothels. Literati and writers are inherently elegant and unconventional. Imagine a group of scholars reciting poems and composing verses together, with several singers and dancers nearby offering toasts and playing music. Wouldn't that be incredibly delightful? In fact, Yu was just showing off. Brothels are notorious for squandering money. With the allowance his father gave him each month, it would take him about half a year to save up enough for a trip to a brothel. Once, Guanhao took him to Yingxinla for a drink, and he often boasted about it to his friends, acting as if he had been there before. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, Weren't we supposed to be looking at shops today? How did we get onto the topic of brothels? Yu slapped his forehead. Oh dear, look at my memory. Let's go. Jun Zilai is just ahead. After walking for a while, Yu led the 2 to stop in front of a wooden building. This is the central location on the shore of Huiqing Lake. This 3-story pavilion, with its flowing eaves and soaring walls, is truly magnificent. Gu Zhouyuan glanced at it and couldn't find anything wrong with either the size or the location. Yu led Gu Zhouyuan and the other person straight to the 3rd floor. The shopkeeper was an old man in his 60s, and he seemed to know Yu. Seeing the 3 enter, he quickly stood up and said, Young Master Ho, it's been a while since we've seen you. I wonder what brings you here today. Yu explained his purpose, pointing to Gu Zhouyuan behind him, and said, My brother wants to buy a shop to do some business. As soon as I heard that, I brought him here. Manager Gua, you'd better give me a better price, or I'll lose face in front of my brothers. So you're young Master Ho's brother. My apologies. Manager Gua, upon hearing that this man was the magistrate's son's brother, naturally dared not be negligent. May I ask how you are addressed, young master? Gu Zhouyuan smiled slightly and said, Manager Gua, you're too kind. My surname is Gu, and my brothers all call me Gu-san. May I ask how much your shop is worth? Manager Gua smiled broadly. To be honest, 3rd young master, my restaurant has an excellent location and exquisite decoration. If it weren't for my old age and lack of energy, I would never have been willing to sell it. However, the 3rd young master is dignified and has an extraordinary appearance. It would indeed be a good outcome for me to hand over this restaurant to him. The 3rd young master is clearly someone destined for great things. Besides, you were brought by young Master Ho, so I wouldn't dare ask for a high price. 2,600 taels of silver, to make it an auspicious number, what do you think? Yu's face lit up with joy. It had to be said that Manager Guo was really giving him face today. He had heard that several groups of people had taken a liking to the shop and come to negotiate the price, but after much haggling, they could only manage to get a maximum price of 2,900 taels of silver. Little did he know that while his reputation was certainly worth something, it was definitely not worth a few hundred taels of silver to the stingy Manager Guo. The reason why Manager Guo was so easy to talk to was because after so many days of waiting, his shop still hadn't sold. Moreover, He offended all the wealthy and interested people in the city who wanted to buy shops when they tried to negotiate the price. He was waiting to return to his hometown to enjoy his retirement, and his son and grandson had written to him several times. This has been delayed for several months, and his confidence and patience are almost completely worn away. Only then did he grit his teeth and bleed, voluntarily reducing his share by several hundred taels of silver. Gu Zhouyuan could tell that this was Manager Guo's bottom line, so he stopped wasting his breath trying to bargain. "I'll pay a deposit of 500 taels of silver first, and the rest will be paid in a month," Gu Zhouyuan said succinctly. Chapter 128. Lots of wood at the dock. Manager Guo has no objection. For large transactions like theirs, they usually pay a deposit first, and then pay the balance later. Buyers are worried that the seller might have unresolved issues, such as outstanding payments or the shop being mortgaged and resold. Some cautious buyers even wait a year before settling the final payment. It's rare to see someone as straightforward as Gu Zhouyuan, only asking for a month. "We don't have that much silver on us. Let's wait until tomorrow and bring it over," Gu Zhouyuan discussed with Manager Guo. No one would carry 500 taels of silver with them when they go out, and Manager Guo expressed his understanding. When the group came out of Junzilai, it was already noon. Having secured such a large deal, Gu Zhouyuan and Hou Yu were both quite excited, while Su Mufeng remained indifferent, seemingly not taking the matter to heart at all. Hou Yu laughed and exclaimed, "Brother Yuan, today is an important day. You have to treat us to a good meal." They found a restaurant nearby and sat down. The three of them ordered 6 dishes, 4 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Hou Yu ordered another jean of the best wine in the shop. He had originally asked the waiter to pour a jar of wine, but Su Mufeng stopped him. Su Mufeng said, "I have to go to the academy to report this afternoon. If I reek of alcohol and Mr. Jingda finds out, I'm doomed." Hou Yu clearly held Mr. Jingda in high esteem, but on such a joyous occasion, it would feel incomplete not to have a drink. In the end, the quantity was reduced, and only 1 jean, 500 g, was ordered. The three of them shared a pound of liquor with an alcohol content of about 10 degrees, which, in Gu Zhouyuan's opinion, was not much different from drinking sugar water. During the meal, Hou Yu looked at Gu Zhouyuan, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "To be honest, I can probably only come up with 100 taels of silver. My original plan was to rent the shop for 6 months first, which would reduce the initial investment, but I didn't expect you to buy it outright. I definitely can't come up with 20% of the capital. Anyway, I only have 100 taels. After calculating, I can probably get 1/70th of the shares." Hearing his pitiful expression, Su Mufeng almost spat out the food in his mouth. Gu Zhouyuan poured wine for the two of them and said with a smile, "We agreed before that you two would each take 20%. How come it changed overnight?" Hou Yu chuckled dryly. "I don't have that much silver." Gu Zhouyuan took a small sip of the wine. This so-called best wine in the shop tasted sour and bland. He smacked his lips and said, "I'll pay for this first. You can pay me back after you've shared the profits from the restaurant." Hou Yu was stunned. Such a good thing. He was so happy he wanted to hug Gu Zhouyuan and kiss him wildly. He stood up, raised his wine bowl, and said, "Brother Yuan is awesome. I'll toast you. I'll drink it all. You can do as you please." Gu Zhouyuan pulled him to sit down. "Between brothers, it's too formal to talk about such things." "Yes, yes, yes." Hou Yu was quite moved. Gu Zhouyuan has helped him so much these days, but he has nothing to repay him with. After thinking it over, he remembered something that Brother Yuan had told him. He secretly made up his mind that he must find that Li Qingsong and teach him a lesson to avenge Brother Yuan. The three of them ate and chatted about what was happening in the restaurant. Hou Yu said, "The tables and chairs at Junzai's place are too old and should be replaced with sandalwood tables and chairs." Su Mufeng said, "We need to find a chef from Shandong at a high price, because the chefs there are very skilled." Gu Zhouyuan thought that it would be best to find the waiters and food preparers in the store from Datong village. They were his own people, and he felt more at ease using them. After finishing their meal, the three said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Hou Yu was going back to ask his father for money, while Su Mufeng was going to copy Gu Zhouyuan's poem and give it to Mr. Jingda. After a satisfying meal, Gu Zhouyuan strolled along Huiqing Lake to digest his food. Near the end, there was a dock where logs were piled up. When Gu Zhouyuan arrived in this world, the first thing the system collected was wood. With nothing else to do, he thought he'd go to the docks and see if he could find some good timber. He opened the virtual panel and scanned piles of wood. The panel was covered with a dense array of red markers, and all sorts of names filled the entire virtual panel. The variety of firewood, poplar, fir, pine, nanmu, elm, dazzled Gu Zhouyuan. The incessant beeping of notification sounds echoed in his mind. He had an urge to sneak over under the cover of darkness and steal all the wood into the mall. Of course, this was just wishful thinking on his part. There must be someone on guard here at night. It's impossible for so much wood to disappear without being noticed. He searched through the constantly flashing red names for anything like mulberry wood, which was worthless in this world but the mall was willing to pay a high price for. He will buy the wood and then resell it to the mall. Jamu, he muttered to himself. There were so many words on the panel, just like the bullet comments on a popular anime in my previous life, so densely packed that it was a headache to find them. Just as he was about to give up and close the virtual panel, his eyes swept to the bottom right corner of the panel, and he immediately opened his mouth wide and froze. It was written there in bold. Ding. High-quality Dalbergia odorifera, Hainan rosewood, detected. He located the spot marked on the panel and looked around. There were 6 logs, each as thick as a person's arm, there. He silently put away the panel, grabbed a laborer carrying timber on the dock, and asked him which one was in charge here. Finding the dock manager, he calmly said, "Hello, Nobiu. I was introduced by a friend. I'm here to buy some timber to make some furniture." "Oh, what kind of wood do you want to buy?" Niobutu asked indifferently. This place is basically a timber wholesale market. Timber merchants, furniture shops, coffin shops, and so on all come here to buy timber. Although he does retail, the volume is small, and he's not particularly interested in it. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, "To be honest, I just opened a shop over there. It used to be called Junzai Lai Restaurant. Now I want to renovate it, and I was thinking of coming to look at some timber myself. I wonder if there are any recommendations in Nubu." Upon hearing this, Nobutu immediately perked up. He knew that June came to the restaurant. Manager Gua had asked for 3,000 taels of silver. This young man was dressed very plainly, but he didn't expect him to have such wealth. Such a wealthy person cannot be easily offended. On the other hand, putting everything else aside, the decoration of the 2-story restaurant alone requires a lot of wood, which is no small business. For general furniture, beechwood is a good choice. It's sturdy, durable, and doesn't easily warp, plus it's reasonably priced, Niobuta said, leading Gu Zhouyuan to a pile of round logs. However, if you want your restaurant to appear more upscale, I recommend using sandalwood. He gestured with his hand, indicating that Gu Zhouyuan should follow him. Sandalwood is hard and has a beautiful grain, making it ideal for elegant furniture, perfect for placing in upscale restaurants. Chapter 129 Super Leak. Niobuta led Gu Zhouyuan to a stop in front of a pile of logs as thick as a thigh. The pile of timber was neatly arranged, placed right next to the wooden hut built on the dock, and surrounded by a fence. It is evident that these sandalwood pieces are quite expensive and are highly valued at the docks. "What is the value of these sandalwood pieces?" Gu Zhouyuan asked. The system's online store displays this as rosewood, without even adding the words high quality. The price is probably a bit high, but not extremely expensive, at least not as high as that of rosewood. Niobutu patted one of the logs and began to explain. This sandalwood was transported all the way from Nanzhou. It is most favored by wealthy gentlemen, and the price is a bit high. At this point, Niobutu paused, and seeing that Gu Zhouyuan's expression remained normal, he continued his introduction with even greater enthusiasm. A piece of sandalwood of this size is truly a rare find. It's perfect for making furniture. Once it's finished, you don't even need to apply tung oil. The color and the luster are simply amazing. This is your first time buying timber from me. We offer discounts to new customers. This log will only cost you 5 taels of silver. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan remained non-committal, he quickly said, "There are 27 logs in total. If you buy them all, I'll take away 5 logs and charge you 130 taels." Gu Zhouyuan reached out and touched the rosewood. Ding! Rosewood detected. Value: 12,000 mall coins. So, a system notification sounded. Some people make money, and quite a lot of it. Gu Zhouyuan suppressed his emotions, frowned, and considered for a while before saying, "It's a bit expensive, and there's not enough." Huh. Niobutu was a little taken aback. Gu Zhouyuan said, "I plan to replace all the doors, windows, tables, chairs, and screens with sandalwood, and also the ones in my house. You only have about 20 pieces, which is a bit too few. And your price, 5 taels for a single piece of wood, isn't that a bit?" Nobutu was just a casual remark. He never imagined that Gu Zhouyuan would buy all the wood and still think it wasn't enough. "This is a big job," he said, perking up. "It's so hot outside. Why don't you come inside and sit down and chat with me?" Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, "Let's talk here. It's better to discuss this while looking at the goods." As he spoke, he took a few steps and stood in a shady spot. Niobutu also stepped forward, and he said with a bright smile, "The price is negotiable. Give me 2 months, And when the next batch of timber arrives from the south, I'll have them get more of the water ash. Most of the timber at this dock comes from local mountains, while other timber, such as rosewood, is transported from elsewhere and may only be available once every 2 or 3 years. This batch of rosewood was leftover wood from when Yingxinla rebuilt its pleasure boat 2 years ago, and it's been piled up here for almost 2 years. Gu Zhouyuan frowned and said, I've already hired a carpenter and am in a hurry to use it. I can't wait 2 months. Niu Butu was in a hurry when Gu Zhouyuan continued. How about this? Let me see if you have any other sturdier wood. We can use other wood to replace it in less important places. Niu Butu introduced Gu Zhouyuan to several good types of timber, but Gu Zhouyuan shook his head, indicating that he did not like them. After wandering around for a while, we finally arrived at the rosewood tree. Gu Zhouyuan casually remarked, What kind of tree is this? It looks quite sturdy. Niu Butu's eyes darted around, and he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Look at my memory. I forgot to tell you. This is also sandalwood, and the quality is in no way inferior to that of Wangshui sandalwood. After Niu Butu finished speaking, he looked at Gu Zhouyuan with some nervousness. This timber has been piled up here for years and is not favored by the market at all. Wealthy families prefer sandalwood, while those with slightly lower incomes use sandalwood. This wood is sturdy, but the grain is too flashy and lacks style. The young shopkeeper looks to be only 17 or 18 years old. You can tell at a glance that he's inexperienced in the ways of the world. I'll try my best today and see if I can trick him into buying this piece of wood. Gu Zhouyuan was secretly pleased. The man at the ox wharf clearly thought he was a fat sheep and wanted to fleece him. However, Nebutu was not wrong. Hainan rosewood is indeed also called Dalbergia odorifera. The development of Hainan rosewood production truly began during the Ming and Qing dynasties, especially during the Qing dynasty. Building upon the foundations laid in the Ming dynasty, Wangwali furniture continued to be favored by the imperial court and high society. In modern times, due to overlogging, the resources of rosewood are extremely scarce. Modern rosewood is sold by weight. Round timber and long planks with a diameter of 20 to 30 centimeters or more are priced between 6,000 and 8,000 yuan per kilogram. During the Tang and Song dynasties, because the cut surface of Hainan rosewood has a ghost face pattern, high-ranking officials and nobles considered it unlucky, and few people made furniture from it. Its value is not highly regarded. They are mostly made into small items such as pen holders, paperweights, and handles. Gu Zhouyuan's heart pounded wildly when he encountered this earth-shattering revelation. On the surface, however, he feigned ignorance. Really? I saw you just casually piled this wood here. You wouldn't even bother to mention it if I hadn't asked. Niu Butu flashed his most genuine smile. I was just busy and forgot. Besides, of course, the best timber is saved for last. With a straight face, Gu Zhouyuan vividly portrayed the role of a novice with no social experience who is a newbie but has to pretend to be knowledgeable. The grain of your material isn't nice, and it doesn't feel smooth enough to the touch. It's far inferior to the sandalwood you just saw. He touched the wood and said seriously. At the same time, the virtual panel was opened. Ding! High-quality Dalbergia odorifera, Hainan rosewood, found. Valued at 1,600,000 mall coins. So, Gu Zhouyuan's heart pounded wildly, and he almost couldn't resist clicking confirm. The log is about 50 centimeters in diameter and weighs at least 200 kilograms. According to his estimation, its value is far more than 1.6 million yuan. However, RMB is not necessarily the same as mall currency, and this system is a scalper who will definitely make a profit from it. One piece of wood costs 1.6 million, and there are 6 pieces in total. Holy crap. It's out. Niu Butu found Gu Zhouyuan's words amusing. What was he trying to prove with such airs? You're just a kid who hasn't even grown up yet. What do you know about wood grain and texture? I'm going to make sure you're completely fooled today. He chuckled twice and pointed at the ghost-faced sandalwood, saying, Young shopkeeper, you jest. This wood is much sturdier than the water sandalwood. If you don't believe me, we'll cut a piece of both woods of the same size and weigh them. You'll see that this wood is heavier. Gu Zhouyuan asked doubtfully, Does a heavier one necessarily mean it's sturdier? Naturally, the heavier one is stronger. Just think, iron is heavier than wood, right? Isn't iron stronger than wood? Nebutu patiently and skillfully guided him. Chapter 130, all transported to the mountain. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. That's true. Well then, I'll take this log too, along with the rosewood from there. How much will it cost in total? Niu Butu's eyes lit up. He knew the harvest season had arrived. He thought for a moment and said, This sandalwood is twice the size of the sandalwood from over there. I usually sell it for 12 taels apiece. However, since you bought so many, I'll give you 10 taels for each of these 6 logs. Is that all right? 60 plus 130. Gu Zhouyuan calculated quietly, then looked at Nobutu and said, a total of 150 taels. If that's okay, I'll pay the money now. Nobutu looked troubled. How about 180 taels? That's the lowest I can go. Gu Zhouyuan, 160 taels. 170 taels. Any less, and I'll lose money. Nobutu said through gritted teeth. All right, 170 it is then. I don't care about a few pennies. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said. Nobutu was overjoyed. In fact, his target price was 140 taels, and he could still make half of that. Young people are so easy to fool. I hadn't even put in any effort before I had him under my thumb. Gu Zhouyuan touched each piece of wood one by one and found that the system gave the same price for all of them. He calmly put away the panel. You're in charge of delivery. Help me deliver the timber to a certain place. Nobutu said happily. Of course, I know the way to Junzai Lai restaurant. I'll find a few donkey carts to take you there in a bit. No. The carpenter I found lives in the mountains. I'll have the wood delivered to his house. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. Don't carpenters usually work in carpentry shops? Why would they need to work at someone's home? Nobutu thought to himself, but he was in an extremely good mood because he had made a lot of money from Gu Zhouyuan today. Customers' demands must be met, especially those big spenders who are rich but clueless. You have to serve them well, or they might come back to spend money next time. No problem. Nobutu patted his chest loudly. Look at this money of yours, he said with a slightly bowed back and a fawning smile. Oh, I'll pay 70 taels of silver first, and then I'll pay the other half when we get there. Gu Zhouyuan said thoughtfully. Yes, very good. Nobutu was overjoyed. Gu Zhouyuan simply didn't have that much money, and he was afraid that going back to get more money now would lead to unforeseen problems. After thinking for a moment, he searched for antique-style silver ingots in the mall. They were 10 taels each and cost 4,000 mall coins each. He bought a total of 17 ingots. He took them out one by one from his pocket and placed them on the wood. Nobutu was completely stunned. Who would go out with more than 10 kilograms of silver in their pocket? Gu Zhouyuan counted out 7 ingots and handed them to Nobu. Here is 70 taels, Nobu. Please keep it. Nobutu took the silver ingot with both hands and found that the silver was only engraved with the words 10 taels, but had no other inscription. Most silver ingots on the market have inscriptions, some indicating the place where the ingot was cast, such as Jingzhou or Yangzhou. This indicates the region where the silver ingot originated. Some silver ingots are also engraved with the year or the specific time of casting, such as made in the Jinchang year or 5th year of Yuanqing. Some will have the name of the bank engraved on them, such as Rixing Bank. Some silver ingots used for special purposes will have inscriptions such as tax silver, tribute silver, or military pay, indicating the purpose and destination of the silver ingots. However, Nobutu was only slightly surprised and didn't suspect anything. After all, there are all sorts of silver ingots circulating in the market. The silver shops would recast the broken silver they received and also accepted custom orders. Some wealthy families would order silver coins with the character Sog, longevity, or Fu, fortune, which was nothing unusual. He picked up a silver ingot with his right hand, weighed it in his hand, nodded and said, Please wait a moment. I'll go find someone to help you load it into the cart. Gu Zhouyuan threw the remaining silver into his basket. I still need to ask Nobutu for a favor. Young manager, just say what you need. Nobutu said without looking up as he carefully examined each silver ingot. Could you please find someone to go to the end of East Street Market and tell the stall owners there to go back first and not wait for me? This has caused such a long delay. It's already past 1 to 3 p.m. The sweet soup had long been sold out. Gu Zhaodi and the others must have been waiting for a long time. This wood is going to be sold to the mall later, and it's easier for me to do it by myself. Nobutu put the silver into his pocket and called over a middle-aged man who was moving wood. Gu Zhouyuan repeated what he had just said, then wrote a note and asked the person to deliver it to Gu Zhaodi. The note said he had some business to attend to in the city and would be waiting for a while. He would find a way back later and told them to go ahead. The middle-aged man accepted the order and quickly left. Nobutu then called over another man and asked him to find 3 donkey carts. Under Gu Zhouyuan's supervision, all the timber was loaded onto donkey carts. Gu Zhouyuan sat on the front donkey cart, pointing the way, while Nobutu brought up the rear, sitting on the back donkey cart. Gu Zhouyuan led the convoy and stopped about a kilometer away from Datong village. Let's unload the timber here, Gu Zhouyuan shouted as he jumped off the donkey cart. It was already late afternoon, and there were hardly any people passing by on this mountain road. There's no village or shop in sight here, Why unload it here? Wouldn't it be better to just deliver it to the carpenter's house? Nyobuta asked, quite puzzled. The carpenter, I found, has a rather eccentric personality and doesn't like people coming to his door. This place isn't far from his house, so he can come and move it himself. Gu Zhouyuan made up a lie. This guy is really eccentric. He's not afraid of it being stolen if he leaves it here. Nyobuta scratched his head, not dwelling on the matter. As long as he gets paid, he'll leave it anywhere. At his shout, several men who had come with him rolled up their sleeves and, in no time, unloaded all the wood and piled it up by the roadside. Gu Zhouyuan took the remaining silver ingots from his basket and handed them to Nyobuta. Nyobuta took the gold ingot, put his arm around Gu Zhouyuan's shoulder, and laughed heartily. Young shopkeeper, you're really bold, carrying so much silver on you and daring to walk this remote mountain path with so many of us. Aren't you afraid I'll get malicious and rob you halfway through? I'm pretty good at judging people. Nyobuta looks like a reliable person. I wouldn't be so naive if it were someone else. Gu Zhouyuan laughed along. His smile was sincere and radiant. Nobody knew that he had been hiding a Glock 17 in his sleeve all along. The magazine was full, and the safety was off. How reckless must he be to be so unguarded as to follow a group of burly men into the mountains? Chapter 131. Sufficient balance, strong confidence. Nyobuta, flattered by his compliment, smiled even more broadly. He patted Gu Zhouyuan on the shoulder and said earnestly, You are young and do not know the wickedness of people's hearts. You should know that you can't judge a book by its cover, and you should always be wary of others. Gu Zhouyuan nodded to show he understood, then pointed to the rosewood trees by the roadside and said, If there's any more of this kind of wood in Nyobuta in the future, please save it for me. I really like the grain of this wood. Nyobuta was overjoyed. He had just been teaching Gu Zhouyuan to be wary of the wickedness of people's hearts, but now he himself was secretly harboring wicked thoughts. This kid is a rich fool. He bought that ghost-face sandalwood for the price of water sandalwood, and he actually fell in love with it. Ha ha ha, he's hit the jackpot with such a sucker, he thought to himself. He remained outwardly calm and nodded, saying, Young shopkeeper, you have a good eye. That sandalwood is indeed a fine material. However, such good things are hard to come by. I can only say that I will keep an eye out for you. Then I'll have to ask Nyobuta to put in a good word for me, Gu Zhouyuan said with gratitude. Nyobuta looked somewhat troubled. I've invested a lot of money to get this timber. If you change your mind and don't want it anymore, then... Oh, Gu Zhouyuan understood instantly. He then bought 2 more 10-tael silver ingots from the mall and handed them to Nyobuta. Consider these 20 taels as my guarantee. Nyobuta's eyes lit up. In reality, he was just adding an extra layer of protection for himself. Whether Gu Zhouyuan gives him a deposit today or not, he will find a way to bring back another batch of ghost-face sandalwood. After all, the profits from this stuff are enormous, so he's willing to take this small risk. Who knew the shopkeeper would be so generous, giving 20 taels of silver as a deposit? In this way, the deal is basically foolproof. Then I'll go find you, Junzalai, once I get the wood. Do you still want the sandalwood? Nyobuta asked, still thinking about the soup in the pot while eating his meat. Forget about the sandalwood. We've bought enough this time, Gu Zhouyuan said with a faint smile. While there's some profit to be made from rosewood, it pales in comparison to Hainan rosewood. After all, he wasn't in the timber business by profession. If he handled so much timber over a long period of time and kept taking it all without giving it back, it would eventually arouse suspicion from those with ulterior motives. Nyobuta bid farewell to Gu Zhouyuan, turned his donkey cart around with his men, and went down the mountain with a beaming smile. Nyobuta thought he had gotten a huge advantage and was so happy that he grinned from ear to ear the whole way. Gu Zhouyuan's smile was even brighter than Nyobuta's. Both parties profited, making this a true win-win situation. It was getting dark, and Gu Zhouyuan carefully looked around. After confirming that no one was nearby, he opened the virtual panel. Ding! High-quality Dalbergia odorifera, Hainan rosewood, detected. Valued at 1,600,000. Sell or not? Yes. Ding! Rosewood detected. Value, 12,000 mall coins. Sell. Yes. This is truly amazing. 27 pieces of rosewood sold for 324,000 mall coins. The value of the 6 Hainan rosewood logs is even more staggering, amounting to a whopping 9.6 million mall coins. Adding the previous balance of over 200,000 in Gu Zhouyuan's online store, the total balance in Gu Zhouyuan's online store has finally broken the 10 million mark. This is what he relies on to make a living in this world. With so many mall coins, he doesn't think he can do whatever he wants. He doesn't have that much ambition. But if he doesn't want to do it, no one can stop him. He walked slowly home, gradually calming his agitated emotions. By the time we reached the village entrance, the sun had already set. I could vaguely see many figures near the big locust tree at the entrance of the village. He didn't take it to heart. The weather was hot, and after dinner, villagers often sat under the big locust tree to cool off and chat. Xiao Yuan. Gu Zhaoti's voice rang out. Xiao Yuan is back. It was her mother Lu's voice. Third brother, you're finally back. It's already dark. Did Gu Saner walk back by himself? Probably. Gu Yotsai's ox cart didn't go into town today, and he didn't ride his own mule cart, so he had to walk back, right? The noise grew louder, and people ran out of the crowd. As they drew closer, Gu Zhouyuan could see who it was. Grandma, mother, second aunt, eldest sister, little flower, second girl. Gu Zhouyuan called out to each person. Why are you so late coming back? We were so worried. Old Mrs. Gu scolded. Lu playfully slapped Gu Zhouyuan. You just said last time that you wouldn't walk on mountain paths at night, and you've already forgotten in just a few days. Gu Zhouyuan said apologetically. I was delayed by discussing business in the city, and I'm sorry to have worried you. If it weren't for Zhaoti having the note you wrote, your mother would have gone looking for you long ago. Old Madame Gu said irritably. Oh dear. The old lady slapped her thigh. Arya and Xiaohua, you two run faster, and tell your grandpa and grandpa that your third brother has returned, and they don't need to look for him anymore. Zhaoti, go tell Dedi that he seems to have gone home to get his wood-chopping knife. Sigh. The group responded and ran home. Your grandpa and the others went home to make torches, saying they're going to follow the road to the city to meet you. Grandma Gu was both happy and angry. Gu Zhouyuan was deeply moved. Enabling these family members to live a good life was his motivation to strive. He put one arm around his grandmother and the other around his mother, saying as they walked, I'm in the city negotiating a big deal. I'll tell you about it in a bit, and you'll be very happy. Lu scolded. No matter how big the deal, you can't come back this late. Do you know how dangerous it is to walk alone on mountain roads? I heard that there are bandits in several nearby counties who specialize in robbing travelers in the mountains. Gu Zhouyuan obediently lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Gu Saner, what big deal are you talking about? Tell us. Granny Zhao shouted, leaning against the big locust tree. Yes, tell us. Has another restaurant ordered your sweet soup? Another villager exclaimed. Gu Zhouyuan didn't hide anything. He said loudly, I'm planning to open a restaurant in the city. Today I'm here to look at the shop. These words shocked the entire audience. What? Several voices rang out at once. Grandma Gu looked anxious and turned to Gu Zhouyuan, saying, Xiao Yuan, your dessert stall makes a good amount of money every day. It's better for us to be down to earth. How much capital do you have to invest in that big restaurant? What will we do if it loses money? The old lady had never left the mountain village her whole life. Gu Zhouyuan's last time selling sweet soup had already made her terrified, and it was only with great difficulty that she finally accepted this. Now Gu Zhouyuan is going to open a restaurant again. He really never stops. If the dessert stall can't continue operating, the worst that can happen is that it has to be shut down. The only loss will be the cost of the ingredients used to make the dessert. But opening a restaurant is a big deal. Rent, furniture, hiring staff, each of these costs a lot of money. If you lose money, your whole family might never be able to recover. Chapter 132 My sister-in-law is about to give birth. Lu had heard Ho Yu and the others mention opening a restaurant last night, so she wasn't particularly surprised. To her surprise, Xiao Yuan went to look at the shop today. That was too fast. Gu Saner, you're really something. Opening a big restaurant must cost at least several hundred taels of silver, right? Aunt Wang said incredulously. My God, several hundred taels of silver. If I had several hundred taels of silver, I wouldn't do anything. I'd just eat and play every day and enjoy life. Why would I bother with anything else? Exactly. There's no such thing as a guaranteed profit in business. If you lose everything, you'll be devastated. The villagers started discussing it amongst themselves. Oh right, Aunt Wang exclaimed in surprise. Gu Saner, you've only been running your dessert stall for a few days. Where did you get several hundred taels of silver? Everyone, including old Madame Gu and Madame Lu, looked at Gu Zhouyuan. Of course I can't come up with that much money myself. I know a few young masters from wealthy families in the city, and we pooled our money to start a business together, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Lu immediately understood that Xiao Yuan was referring to the two wealthy young men at yesterday's dinner table, one of whom was the son of the county magistrate. She felt much more at ease. It is extremely difficult for villagers to do things in the city. Everyone is very cautious when they go to buy things, for fear of offending the city people and causing trouble. Now that the magistrate's son is running a restaurant with Xiao Yuan, there will be far fewer troubles. Moreover, it seems that young Master Ho is very close to his own Xiao Yuan, calling him Brother Yuan repeatedly. Xiao Yuan is talking about those two young masters who went fishing with you yesterday, right? Asked Aunt Sun, who was following behind. That's right, it's those two. Gu Zhou turned his head and nodded to Madame Sun. Oh, those two. I saw them yesterday too. They were wearing satin clothes, and they look like rich young masters. Gu Sanner, how do you know these rich young masters? Aunt Wang gossiped. Oh, we met while buying dessert in town, Gu Zhou replied casually. Grandma Gu was completely confused, but when she heard that someone was offering to invest in the joint venture, her worries lessened. But it was only a little less. She was still worried that Gu Zhou would lose money in business. The wealthy young masters don't care about a few hundred taels of silver, but they, as peasant families, can't afford to lose that much. Fortunately, he's just looking after the shop for now. I'll give Xiao Yuan a good talking to when we get back, old Mrs. Gu thought to herself. The group slowly walked home. Grandma, Arya ran over quickly. What's wrong? You brat, always making a fuss. You're 13 already, and you still don't know how to be more mature. Let's see where matchmakers will come to our door in the future. Old Mrs. Gu scolded, her face darkening. What's wrong, Arya? Gu Zhou asked. Third brother. Arya gasped. Sister-in-law is about to give birth. What? Mrs. Sun turned and ran home. Gu Zhou also set off at full speed. Lu followed beside old Madame Gu, jogging along. As she ran, old Mrs. Gu turned back and scolded. You brat, you can't even speak properly. Your sister-in-law giving birth is a joyous occasion. How can you say it's bad? I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Arya rested for a couple of moments, supporting herself on her knees with both hands, before running home again. Has your grandmother not returned yet? Came Grandpa Gu's voice from inside the courtyard. Grandma is behind. She'll be there soon. Gu Zhou entered the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Gu breathed a sigh of relief. With his wife around, he felt at ease. Have you hired a midwife? Gu Zhou asked. Grandpa Gu said in a deep voice. We need to go to Lianhua village next door to invite a midwife. It's late at night, and it's not convenient to walk along the mountain road. There used to be a half-baked midwife named Zhao in the village, but she passed away a couple of years ago. Old Mrs. Gu had 3 sons and 2 daughters. She only used a midwife when she gave birth to her eldest son, Gu Manjiao. Later, when the daughters-in-law and the family had children, Grandma Gu delivered them most of the time, and there were never any problems. That's how the villagers are. Even though Zhao the midwife doesn't charge much, everyone still tries to save money wherever possible. If there are experienced elders in the family, they will usually help with childbirth. If we encounter a problem that we can't handle, we'll ask a midwife for help. Since we're all in the same village, she can come whenever we call, and it won't delay things. There are no midwives in the village now. Experienced older women in the family help with childbirth. With more experience in childbirth, some women gradually become the village's de facto midwives. Gu Zhou disagreed. Giving birth is like walking through the gates of hell for a woman, so she must be fully prepared. Even with today's advanced medical care, many women still die in childbirth every year, let alone in ancient times. Gu Zhou watched a documentary that showed that during the Qing dynasty, the neonatal mortality rate was 10% to 15%, and the maternal mortality rate was as high as 1.5%. In the original owner's short 10-plus years of memories, several women in the village died in childbirth due to complications. He looked at the 2 brothers, Gu Mansong and Gu Manton, who were waiting in the courtyard, and said in a deep voice, Second uncle and third uncle, come to my house and call my second brother. Have him drive the mule cart, and take you 2 to Lianhua village to fetch a midwife. It's late at night, so be polite and give her more money. Gu Mansong now has complete faith in Gu Zhou. He glanced at old Master Gu, nodded, and turned to walk outside. Gu Manton quickly followed suit. At this moment, old Madame Gu and Madame Lu also entered the courtyard. She didn't object to Gu Zhou's suggestion. After all, having a child is unpredictable, and she had seen and heard many stories of couples dying together. Queen Yang is pregnant with her first child again, so it's always good to have an extra layer of insurance. The family isn't short of money right now. The mountain road is difficult to travel at night. Erju, you should go too, so that you can look after each other on the way, said old Mrs. Gu. Sigh. Gu Erju, who was stacking firewood, responded, picked up the wood-chopping knife on the ground, and stood up. Wait a minute, Gu Zhou called out to the 3 people who were walking out. He remembered what his mother had said before, that things weren't peaceful in the mountains lately, so he bought 2 korka kukris from the mall. The moment it was taken out of the basket, the eyes of all the men in the yard lit up. The knife had a strange shape and gleamed with a cold light under the lamplight. The korka kukri, also known as the dog leg knife due to its resemblance to a dog's leg, is famous worldwide for its unique shape and fierce style. These two knives were obtained from Nebaru by my friends in the horse caravan. Take them for self-defense. Gu Zhouyuan handed over the knives. This knife is obviously not ordinary. It's definitely better than the machete we have at home. The group of people were all a bit stunned. Erju reacted the fastest, and with a loud clang, he threw the machete in his hand on the ground and reached out to catch it. The two brothers, Gu Mansong and Gu Manton, were awakened by the noise. Gu Manton grabbed a curved knife and held it in his hand. It felt heavy and substantial. Chapter 133. The situation is not good. This knife, codenamed Service Number 1, is 38 centimeters long, about the same length as a machete, and weighs approximately 700 grams. Erju waved it a couple of times, clearly enjoying it. Gu Mansong held out one hand, meaning, give it to me. Erju reluctantly handed the knife to Laozi. The moment Gu Mansong held the knife, he felt a sharp sensation wash over him. He wanted to examine the knife closely, but he knew now was not the time. The most urgent thing was to hurry to Lotus Village to fetch a midwife. He waved his hand, and Gu Manton grabbed his knife and ran with him out of the courtyard. Erju was almost in tears. He bent down to pick up the wood-chopping knife he had just thrown away, his face full of bitterness, and chased after his father and third uncle. Grandpa Gu called out from behind. Be careful on the road, be quick-witted if you encounter any problems, and don't try to be reckless. Understood, came Erju's reply from afar. When Gu Zhouyuan took out the knife, old Madame Gu and Madame Lu had already entered Huin Yang's bedroom. Push harder. Push down harder. The voices of Grandma Gu and the others could be heard coming from the room. Wang peeked out of the room and called out, Xiao Yuan, your mother wants you to go home and get some brown sugar. Huin Yang probably won't be able to give birth for a while, so make her some sugar water first so she'll have some strength. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and ran home. Daju stood guard at the door of the room, peeking inside to see what was going on. Madame Wang hurriedly pushed him away, saying, Oh dear, childbirth is an unclean thing for women. Daju, stay away from it, lest you bring bad luck. In ancient times, the birthing room was considered an unclean place, and amniotic fluid and bloody show were considered unclean things. The bloody smell of childbirth was regarded by the ancients as a bloody disaster, and if the man, as the head of the family, got involved with it, he would be considered to have been tainted with bad luck. Let alone in ancient times, even in modern society, there are still many taboos surrounding childbirth in some places. A woman is not allowed to return to her parents' home within a month of giving birth, as it is believed that such a bloody event will bring bad luck to her parents' home. In some cities, landlords often terminate rental contracts when tenants become pregnant to prevent them from having their postpartum period in their properties. Then, how is Huin Yang? Daju asked anxiously, hearing Huin Yang's cries of pain from inside the house. Wang glanced at him and said, It's just labor pains before childbirth. Go wait in the yard. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Daju nearly hit his nose on the door. He clenched his fists and nervously paced around the doorway. A short while later, Gu Zhouyuan arrived. Gu Zhaodi and Sidon also wanted to come over, but Gu Zhouyuan persuaded them to go back. There are many people here who can't help much, and someone needs to watch the house too. Besides, there's grass jelly being made in the pot at home. Xiaohua took the brown sugar and ran to the kitchen to make brown sugar tea. Gu Zhouyuan said to Arya in the courtyard, Arya, go and tell someone to come out and stew this pigeon. Arya nodded, walked to the door, and called inside. Mother, come out. Third brother wants you to make pigeon soup. The door opened, and Madame Wang came out. Oh, where did you get these pigeons? Our young wives more precious now than we were back then. Mrs. Wang said as she walked. When I gave birth to you, I was in pain from morning until noon. Back then, all I could drink was a bowl of rice porridge. There was no such thing as brown sugar water, let alone pigeon soup. She spoke to Arya in a loud voice, so that everyone inside and outside the house could hear her clearly. Xiaohua brought over the brown sugar water and couldn't help but say, Third brother brought both the pigeon and the brown sugar. If third aunt has a baby in the future, third brother will bring you some too. Wang choked, about to retort, when Arya pulled her back. Mother, hurry up and kill the pigeons. Wang rolled her eyes and took the pigeon from Gu Zhouyuan's hand. Xiao Yuan, if your third aunt needs pigeon soup in the future, will you really get it for her? After walking a few steps, Madame Wang turned back and asked. Gu Zhouyuan was taken aback. Yes, yes. This third aunt is too petty and calculating. She argues about everything. Only then was Mrs. Wang satisfied and went to deal with the pigeons. After a while, the aroma of pigeon soup wafted from the kitchen. Suddenly a scream of pain came from inside the room, scaring everyone out of their wits. Daju pounded on the door. Huanyang, what's wrong? Huanyang. Oh, oh. Huanyang's screams grew more and more agonizing, chilling everyone to the bone. Lu rushed out of the door, shouting, "Quick, hot water! Hot water!" Wang hurriedly ran out of the kitchen carrying a wooden basin. The hot water was kept warm in another pot. Lu touched it. "It's too hot. Add half a ladle of cold water." Arya hurriedly ran back and scooped up half a ladle of cold water. "Sister-in-law, how is it inside?" Wang asked, taking the water ladle from Arya's hand and adding water to the basin as she did so. Lu said with a stern face, "The baby is not in the correct position. I'm afraid there will be a difficult labor." "Difficult labor?" Startled, Wang dropped the water ladle in her hand with a thud. Daju's face turned ashen, his legs were weak, and he had to lean against the wall to steady himself and avoid collapsing to the ground. Lu picked up the basin of water and quickly walked into the house. Gu Zhouyuan's mind was a bit of a mess. These days, a difficult childbirth is almost always a harbinger of death for both mother and child. Grandpa Gu squatted on the ground, rubbing his face repeatedly to relieve his inner turmoil and fear. In recent years, every few years, a woman in the village would die in childbirth. I never imagined that something like this would happen to my own family. Daju knocked on the door and called out, "Huanyang, Huanyang. Mother, if anything happens, save the mother. You must save Huanyang." Daju shouted hoarsely. TV dramas often feature melodramatic plots where, in the event of a difficult childbirth, the doctor asks the family, "Save the mother or the child?" People with a little common sense would scoff at this, because the hospital's first principle is naturally to save both the mother and the baby. When faced with a real choice, the answer is always, save the mother. However, in ancient times, there was indeed a real dilemma of protecting the mother versus the child. In cases of difficult labor, if the family chooses to save the mother, there is a rather cruel method called fetal rupture surgery, in which the fetus is hooked and pulled out. Therefore, there is an old Chinese proverb, "A midwife carrying a scale hook, she's going to kill the child." However, this operation is still extremely risky, and often all the hard work ends up killing both adults and children. If the goal is to save the baby, then it's simple. Just cut open the abdomen, take the baby out, and the outcome for the mother is obvious. This is why normal people would have this question. Of course, save the mother. As long as the mother is alive, the child can be born again. How could anyone be so heartless as to choose to save the child? In reality, the situation in ancient times was that the success rate of saving children was extremely high, while saving adults was very likely to result in the death of both mother and child. This was truly a painful and desperate choice. "No, Daju, I want our child," came Huanyang's shrill cry from inside the house. "Hold on, sister-in-law. The midwife is coming soon." Gu Zhouyuan suppressed his anxiety and went over to shout into the house. Chapter 134, Mother and Daughter Safe. His words immediately rekindled hope in the hearts of the despondent crowd. Fortunately, Gu Zhouyuan had made a decisive decision earlier, sending someone to Lianhua village to fetch a midwife. If Huanyang can hold on, there is still hope when the midwife arrives. "Third aunt, is the pigeon soup ready?" Huanyang is almost out of strength. Lu called out, poking her head out. Gu Zhouyuan ran to the kitchen to ask, and Wang said that it would take a while, as the meat was not yet tender, but some soup could be ladled out for Huanyang to drink first. Actually, drinking pigeon soup at this point is not very effective, as it takes time to digest the soup and release its energy. Brown sugar water is now more effective than pigeon soup. However, my sister-in-law is in so much pain right now that she probably can't drink the brown sugar water. He bought a few chocolates from the mall and removed the packaging. "Xiaohua, take this candy inside and give it to your sister-in-law. It will give her strength," Gu Zhouyuan said to Xiaohua, who was sitting on a stool in a daze. Third brother. "No, my legs are too weak." Xiaohua tried to stand up twice, but couldn't. "I'll go," said Siju. Arya chuckled and glanced at Xiaohua, who was slumped on the stool. She snatched the chocolate from Gu Zhouyuan's hand and glared at Siju. "You're a man, you can't get in there." After saying that, she arrogantly tossed her head and walked into the house. "Come back," Gu Zhouyuan shouted. Arya turned around, and Gu Zhouyuan gave her another small handful of ginseng slices. These were genuine century-old wild ginseng slices that he had bought at a high price in the mall. "These are ginseng slices. Keep them in your mouth. They'll help replenish your qi and blood," Gu Zhouyuan instructed. Arya nodded, holding the ginseng slices with great care, even slowing her pace considerably. That's all Gu Zhouyuan could do. He hadn't studied medicine and didn't know how to deliver a baby. Even if you buy relevant materials from the mall now and learn on your own, it's probably too late. He hated himself for not being like the protagonists in other time travel novels, who could perform all kinds of surgical procedures with ease. He silently came out of the courtyard, ran to the village Dr. Wei's house, and pulled Wei out of bed. You need a midwife to give birth. I'm no use to you. Dr. Wei wasn't angry. He was just telling the truth. Gu Zhouyuan pulled Wei Longzhong toward the old house. We've already gone to invite the midwife. We invited you because we're worried about any unexpected situations. You're a doctor, so you can help make a decision. In fact, Gu Zhouyuan had already secretly prepared for the worst. If it really came to that, he would provide anesthesia so that Dr. Wei could perform a cesarean section. Of course, it wasn't the kind of disembowelment where the mother had to be sacrificed for the child. He wanted his sister-in-law and child to be safe, or at least for the adults to be safe. In fact, ancient Chinese medicine was not limited to herbal decoctions and acupuncture. Historical records document many cases of surgical procedures performed by ancient people. The Sui dynasty text, Treatise on the Origins of Various Diseases, records in detail the steps of traditional Chinese medicine intestinal anastomosis surgery. However, due to the rudimentary environment and lack of postoperative infection control measures in ancient times, surgical procedures carried extremely high risks. Blood plasma is also available in online stores. We can use test strips to check my sister-in-law's blood type later. At this critical moment, we can't worry about revealing some secrets. The two entered the courtyard, and the Gu family members were somewhat surprised to see that Gu Zhouyuan had invited Dr. Wei. However, they were not particularly astonished. Grandpa Gu came over to greet them. Siju brought a stool for Dr. Wei and asked him to sit down. Just then, the sound of a mule cart could be heard outside. As the sound of hurried footsteps approached, Gu Monsong and his 3 nephews escorted a woman in her 50s into the courtyard. This must be Midwife Hua, right? I'm so sorry to trouble you to come so late. Old Master Gu greeted her. Midwife Hua waved her hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. What is the mother's condition now? Dazhu shouted. Huinyang, don't be afraid. The midwife is here. Then he ran over, his voice trembling, and said, My wife, she's having an breech presentation. The midwife washed her hands repeatedly in the basin of hot water brought by Siju, and said in a deep voice, An incorrect fetal position is very troublesome. I'll go in and check the situation first. Doctor, is there any way to save my wife? You must save my wife, Dazhu said, his face pale. He was flustered and called the midwife, Doctor. Midwife Hua's voice was somewhat heavy. I will use techniques to slowly correct the baby's position, but this is very risky, so you need to be mentally prepared. Dazhu lost his balance and was about to collapse to the ground. Gu Zhouyuan reacted quickly and caught him. He nodded to the midwife and said, Then please go in and take a look. Please feel free to proceed. No matter what the outcome, we will be grateful to you. Midwife Hua glanced at Gu Zhouyuan with surprise. She had seen many cases of difficult childbirth, and the families either cried and begged her to save the child, or they scolded her for being incompetent and disregarding human life. It's rare to see a young man as calm and reasonable as him. She nodded and, guided by the 4 pillars of destiny, walked towards the delivery room. Everyone waited anxiously outside. Gu Zhouyuan chatted casually with Dr. Wei, asking him questions such as whether he could perform surgery and whether he had a scalpel in his medicine box. It was learned that Dr. Wei had only ever treated broken arms and legs, but had never performed surgery. No, there was a time when a ewe in Xia village had a difficult birth, and I cut open the ewe's belly and took out the lamb. Dr. Wei suddenly remembered this incident. How is the ewe? Gu Zhouyuan asked hopefully. I sewed up the sheep's belly with needle and thread, and I later heard that the ewe was doing quite well, Dr. Wei said with some pride. Great, Gu Zhouyuan clapped his hands. Whether it's for people or sheep, as long as you have experience, that's fine. When the time comes, you can only try anything, even if it seems hopeless. Wei Lang had a vague sense of unease. He seemed to know what Gu Zhouyuan wanted to do by calling him here. Just as his face turned pale and he was trying to find an excuse to escape, a clear and loud baby cry rang out, as if a blessing had descended upon the Gu family's courtyard. Everyone was stunned, and the tension that had been hanging over them all night finally eased. Dazhu was startled and ran into the house. Dr. Wei was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. The entire Gu family looked at him. What was wrong with Dr. Wei? He seemed even happier than Dazhu. Not long after. Congratulations. You have a baby girl. Midwife Hua opened the door, holding the newborn baby in her arms. Dazhu looked at the baby wrapped in swaddling clothes. The baby was all wrinkled, with a layer of vernix caseosa covering its red skin. Its eyes were tightly closed, and its ears were limp. It didn't look cute at all. He took the hard-won child with trembling hands. Where's Huinyang? How is she? Dazhu stood on tiptoe and peered into the house. Don't worry, mother and daughter are safe, midwife Hua said with a smile. Chapter 135. Thank goodness for you. The baby was given a symbolic hug by Dazhu, and then the midwife Hua carried him back into the house. The door was closed behind him. A number of villagers had already gathered in the courtyard. They all offered their congratulations. Congratulations, Uncle Guangqian, on the addition of another great-granddaughter to your family. 4 generations living under one roof. What a joyous occasion. Look at Dazhu. He's so happy to have a daughter. Huh? Dazhu waited outside. His state completely different from before. Now he was waiting with hope. He was overjoyed and satisfied to know that Huinyang was all right. After a short while, the door opened again. Dazhu asked the old lady Gu who had come out, Grandma, can I go in now? Grandma Gu nodded. The room had already been tidied up, so naturally no one would try to stop him. The old lady had a smile on her face, but not much. It's not her fault. That's just how the world is. Preferring sons to daughters is the mainstream ideology, and nobody thinks there's anything wrong with it. Huinyang has such a hard life. She went through so much trouble, only to give birth to a girl. Granny Zhao sighed. Although Grandma Gu didn't get her great-grandson, she still felt a little uneasy after hearing what Granny Zhao said. She gave Granny Zhao a cold look. What's wrong with the girl? The girl is thoughtful. Having a boy isn't necessarily a blessing. Look at your Goshing, always acting like a fool, causing you so much trouble. Granny Zhao choked, wanting to argue further, but Zhao Erga's wife, Fong, pulled her aside. Mother, it's a happy occasion for them today. Why are you saying these things? You can't go too far on someone else's turf. She flicked her arm, hummed a couple of times, and said nothing more. Gu Zhouyuan took some candied watermelon seeds from his basket, put them in 2 small bamboo trays, and distributed them to the villagers who came to offer their congratulations. The villagers' eyes lit up. In the village, if a newborn boy is born, the family will be overjoyed and prepare some pastries or similar treats to distribute to those who come to offer their congratulations. However, those who give birth to daughters usually only offer verbal politeness and will never receive wedding cakes. The Gu family is celebrating the birth of their daughter with a special treat. This candied fruit is no cheap item. I don't like watermelon seeds. Granny Zhao threw the watermelon seeds Gu Zhouyuan had given her back into the small bamboo tray, grabbed 2 large handfuls of candied fruit, and stuffed them into her bosom. After Gu Zhouyuan placed the bamboo tray on the table, she ran over and grabbed a handful of watermelon seeds to eat. The others took the candied melon seeds given to them by Gu Zhouyuan. Some were reluctant to eat them, so they put them in their pockets, intending to take them back home for their children to try. No one touched the food in the bamboo tray on the table. Only Granny Zhao finished eating and then grabbed some melon seeds and candied fruit. Old Mrs. Gu felt a little sorry for her, but she didn't feel comfortable putting the food away. She ran over, grabbed a handful of candied fruit, and called out, Sanyo, come here quickly. Grandma has some good food for you. Sanyo was drawn to the aroma of pigeon soup in the kitchen when he heard his grandmother calling him, and he quickly ran over. Grandma Gu stuffed the candied fruit into his cloth bag and called out, Siju, Xiaohua, and Arya, come and eat. Several little ones ran over, and Grandma Gu stuffed a handful of them into her arms. Seeing that there was only 1 handful of watermelon seeds left in the bamboo tray, Granny Zhao reached out to grab them, but Old Lady Gu caught them first. Grandma Gu glanced at Granny Zhao sideways, then walked towards the kitchen while cracking melon seeds. Some of the women and old women in the village wanted to go into the house to see Huinyang and the newborn. Gu Zhouyuan went to the kitchen and asked old Madame Gu to persuade them all to come back. My sister-in-law just had a difficult childbirth, and the newborn is also very vulnerable. Having so many people crowding into the house will increase the risk of infection. My daughter-in-law, Huinyang, just fell asleep, said old Mrs. Gu. Why don't we wait until after her confinement period to come and see the baby? The villagers understood. After all, they had just heard that Dazhu's wife had almost had a difficult childbirth and was currently weak, so it was indeed not appropriate to go in and disturb her. Gu Jiao was lucky. The midwife arrived just in time, otherwise things could have been very bad. However, it was also because the Gu family valued this eldest granddaughter-in-law that they thought of going to Lianhua village early to invite a midwife. Otherwise, according to the village's custom, if we wait until something happens before looking for someone, it will be late at night and we'll be far away. By the time we get someone to come, it will probably be too late. The villagers, still reminiscing and discussing, eventually dispersed. Gu Zhouyuan pulled Wei Longzhong, who was walking out, and said, We invited you here so late at night and waited for you for so long. Here's the consultation fee. As he spoke, he counted out 66 coins and stuffed them into Dr. Wei's hand. I really feel bad for having frightened Dr. Wei today, and I feel a bit guilty towards him. Dr. Wei refused to accept the money, pushing it back. I haven't been able to help you at all. How can I take your consultation fee? You've come to help. With you here, we feel at ease. My family has a new niece today, so please accept this money to share in the joy, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Having said that, Dr. Wei stopped refusing. He counted out 60 coins and looked at old Master Gu, saying, Uncle Guangqian, this is a gift for the little girl. Please accept it for her. I hope that after this ordeal, the little girl will have a peaceful and smooth life from now on. It's really hard to refuse a gift when you first meet someone. After hesitating for a moment, old Master Gu accepted a small handful of copper coins. Thank you, Dr. Wei. Erju, go and pour Dr. Wei a bowl of tea. Old Master Gu called out. Dr. Wei waved his hands repeatedly. No, it's getting late. You all have your work to do, and I need to go home and get some more sleep. Gu Zhouyuan saw Wei Longzhong out of the courtyard. We really owe a lot to midwife Hua today. If it weren't for your excellent skills, something terrible could have happened. Madam Sun accompanied midwife Hua out of the room. The midwife was washing her hands in the basin. Thanks to your family's thorough preparation this time, those candies really gave me strength very quickly. When she arrived, the situation was not very optimistic. To her surprise, after such a long period of exertion, the mother was not exhausted and could still push as directed. Later, she asked around and found out that the new mother had eaten 2 pieces of dark brown sugar cake. And the ginseng slices also played a big role. She then remembered a little girl who had stuffed a ginseng slice into the new mother's mouth, saying that her third brother had told her to hold it in her mouth. She helped deliver babies for many families. It's truly rare to see a farming family willing to put so much effort into their daughter-in-law. Third brother told me to take those in for sister-in-law. Arya said crisply. Sun's eyes immediately reddened. Xiao Yuan, your second aunt thanks you on behalf of your sister-in-law. Oh no, your second aunt's whole family thanks you. If it weren't for you, your brother Deju's life would be ruined. Gu Monsong patted Gu Zhouyuan on the shoulder, his eyes filled with gratitude and relief as he looked at Gu Zhouyuan. Everyone in the courtyard looked at Gu Zhouyuan with admiration. Today's events were truly perilous. If Gu Zhouyuan hadn't sent someone to fetch a midwife in advance. They also brought over sugar cubes and ginseng slices. While everyone else panicked, he remained calm and methodical in taking remedial measures. If it weren't for him, tonight's joyous occasion would probably have turned into a funeral. Chapter 136 is expensive. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and waved his hand. We're all family, no need to thank me. The midwife dried her hands and said with a smile, my trip today was worthwhile. It's so nice to see your family all together in harmony. How much is the delivery fee today? I'll go get it for you right away, said Madam Sun. This job took a lot of effort for this old woman today, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. Here's 500 coins for the delivery fee, said the midwife, rubbing her sore back and legs. Grandma Gu's expression was rather unpleasant. Back when Zhao the midwife was still alive in the village, she would help people give birth, and the amount she received from the family was up to them. Some families would give her a few eggs, others would give her 2 caddies of millet, and if they were well off, she would only charge them a dozen or so coins as a congratulatory fee. This midwife was quite straightforward and didn't hold back, immediately asking for half a tael of silver. The rest of the Gu family didn't think it was expensive. This wasn't just a simple delivery. It saved 2 lives in the family, so the money was well spent. You should know that skilled and well-known midwives in the city often charge starting prices of 2 taels of silver. Please wait a moment. I'll go in and get the money. Madam Sun turned and walked towards the bedroom. After waiting for a short while, Madam Sun took out a handful of copper coins, wrapped them in a small piece of red cloth, and handed them to the midwife, Hua. The midwife reached out and took the money, counted out 6 copper coins, and handed them back to Madam Sun. This is my gift for the child. This child is very lucky and will surely have a smooth life. Sun accepted with a smile. Thank you, midwife. Gu Dedi drove the mule cart over, and Sun helped Hua, the midwife, onto the cart. Gu Monsong and the others also went up to escort the car. It was already past midnight, and Gu Zhouyuan was a little uneasy. If they really encountered bandits, a few people with a few knives wouldn't be enough to stop them. He then got into the mule cart and went with her to take the midwife home. Father, can I use that knife? Erju stared intently at the knife in Gu Monsong's hand, his eyes filled with longing. Gu Monsong pretended not to hear. He had been playing with it the whole way. He still couldn't put down that dog-leg knife. Xiao Yuan said this knife is called a dog-leg knife, and it does indeed look very much like a dog's leg. He ran his hand lightly along the blade a couple of times, then couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This knife is truly sharp. I've never seen such a fine knife before. Urju then looked at Gu Manton. Third uncle, you've been carrying this knife all the way here. Let me play with it. Gu Manton said irritably. Play with it? This knife is for killing enemies. How can I let you play with it? Urju rolled his eyes, realizing he'd been tricked by his third uncle. They encountered no bandits along the way and successfully escorted the midwife back home. It was already midnight when they got home. Gu Mansong and Gu Manton reluctantly returned the curved sword to Gu Zhouyuan. Seeing the two of them looking so heartbroken, Urju couldn't help but feel a little smug. What's the use of even the best knife? You still have to return it. He looked at the machete in his hand and thought, although you look a bit rough, at least you belong to me. He was so busy that he was dizzy when he got home. He ate a bowl of salty rice that was still warm in the pot and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Gu Zhouyuan was woken up by the buzzcut guy. The flathead has grown very fast these past few days, and the hair on its body has become coarser and stiffer. As soon as Gu Zhouyuan came back, it stopped staying in its own pigsty and preferred to rub against Gu Zhouyuan. The sound of Si Dan reciting the three-character classic could be heard coming from the courtyard. Gu Dedi continued, Fourth egg, you've got it backwards. It's know a certain number and recognize a certain person, not recognize a certain number and know a certain person. Si Dan retorted, I've been so focused on practicing math these past few days, it's normal that I messed up a little. After Gu Zhouyuan got up and washed up, the family sat down at the dining table to eat breakfast. I heard that Gu Zhouyuan has already taken over the large restaurant and is going to pay the deposit today. The Liu family was completely stunned. They didn't know how much silver it would cost to take over a restaurant in the city, but they vaguely understood that it must be a huge sum of money that they couldn't even imagine. Although they had concerns, everyone in the family now unconditionally trusts and supports Gu Zhouyuan. Just over a month ago, who could have imagined that the family would have a fortune of several dozen taels of silver? When Liu entered the room, she brought out a wooden box containing all the money Gu Zhouyuan had given her. Xiao Yuan, you probably don't have enough capital to open a restaurant. Take this money. Liu placed the wooden box on the table in front of Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan pushed the wooden box back and said with a smile, Mother, you should keep this money. I have money. Liu asked in surprise. You put all the money you make from selling sweet soup here every day, so where would you get any money left? Now, after selling all the sweet soup each day, the loose copper coins are exchanged for silver ingots at the silver shop. After deducting the cost, all the money is handed over to Liu for safekeeping. I dug up a treasure on the mountain a couple of days ago. Gu Zhouyuan said in a low voice. What treasure? Si Dan craned his neck and asked in a low voice. Third brother has found another treasure on the mountain. Could it be an old ginseng this time? Everyone else held their breath and stared at Gu Zhouyuan. Night shining pearl. Gu Zhouyuan drawled out in a low voice. Everyone was stunned. They had naturally heard of the famous night shining pearl. That was a priceless treasure from the strange legends told by the village elders. Si Dan tugged at Gu Zhouyuan, eagerly saying, Third brother, let me see it. I've never seen a luminous pearl before. Gu Zhaodi got up, closed the courtyard gate, and closed the house door behind her when she went inside. Young Master Su took those beads and sold them. He has connections and can get them for a high price. Gu Zhouyuan said with a faint smile. Si Dan was a little discouraged. Third brother, why are you in such a hurry to sell it? You could at least have kept it at home for a few days so we could admire it before you sold it. Liu slapped him and said irritably, It's not safe to keep such a treasure at home. It's better to sell it. You'll feel at ease once you sell it. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and her expression changed. Is that young Master Su reliable? He wouldn't have swallowed our luminous pearl, would he? Gu Zhouyuan chuckled. Mother, don't worry, young Master Su isn't that kind of person. It's not surprising that Liu had wild thoughts. He had heard countless stories of people being driven by greed, and there were countless instances of brothers turning against each other and fathers and sons becoming enemies over money. Entrusting such a precious treasure as the luminous pearl to a complete stranger would make anyone uneasy. Gu Zhouyuan had a good impression of Su Mufeng, thinking that he was a gentleman and shouldn't be so despicable. Most importantly, the luminous pearl is worth 50 mall coins. Spending 50 mall coins to get to know someone isn't too expensive. At worst, I can just buy a few more luminous pearls from the mall later. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan was confident, Liu said nothing more. Chapter 137 Stealing Business. We arrived at the market. Third brother, look, our spot has been taken. Si Dan shouted from a distance, pointing to the place where they usually set up their stall. Gu Zhouyuan and his companions looked over and, sure enough, a table and 2 stools had been set up at their stall. There were 6 or 7 people standing or sitting around the table. Gu Zhouyuan said expressionlessly, Let's go take a look first. As soon as the mule cart came to a stop, the plump auntie at the wonton stall stepped out and shouted, "You've finally arrived. Someone tried to set up a stall at your place, but I chased them away." She ran next door and moved the table back. "I put a table here later to reserve your spots." Gu Zhouyuan quickly jumped out of the car to help her move the table. "Thank you, auntie. But we're at the end of the street. There's plenty of open space. Why are people still trying to take our stalls?" "It's not just about taking over a stall." The plump auntie gestured towards the opposite side of the street. "They're here to steal your business." Gu Zhouyuan looked over. Across the street, a stall had already been set up, and the signboard hanging above it clearly read, "Zhang's Sweet Soup Shop." Gu Zhouyuan was taken aback. The reason he named his stall Sweet Soup Shop instead of Sweet Soup Stall is because in his previous life, when he was a child, there was a woman from Guangdong who ran a delicious sweet soup shop near the entrance of the orphanage. The first bowl of cassava syrup he ever drank was given to him by his older sister. Unexpectedly, the stall across the street completely copied his signboard. The method of detoxifying cassava has been popularized throughout the county, and cassava syrup is not difficult to make, so it is to be expected that it will be imitated. Across the street, at the stall, were a man and a woman in their 30s who appeared to be a couple. At this time, there were 2 or 3 people buying sweet soup at the stall. Si Dan retorted indignantly, "They're copying us." Shameless. Gu Zhouyuan didn't mind. He thought, "If you can do business, so can I. We can each make money based on our own abilities. There's nothing to be angry about." Gu Zhouyuan and his group unloaded the tables and chairs from the mule cart. A woman waiting nearby said, "The stall over there only sells tapioca soup. They don't have grass jelly." Another young woman said, "Their sweet soup costs 6 coins a bowl, which is half the price. However, I don't think his is as good as yours." "I'm sticking with your sweet soup," she said, waving the number 1 wooden plaque in her hand. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, "It's okay. It's cheap there. If the food is good, it's normal to go and try it. If it were me, I would eat at his place too." The regular customers who were gathered around all smiled. The young shopkeeper is truly magnanimous. The newly opened dessert stall gradually attracted a lot of people. Most of them were people who had previously been intimidated by Gu Zhouyuan's expensive desserts, wanting to eat them but unwilling to spend the money. Now that there's a more affordable option that's half the price, people will naturally want to try it out. There were also a few of Gu Zhouyuan's regular customers mixed in there. They weren't after a bargain. They just wanted to see what the differences were between the 2 dessert shops and which one tasted better. It's different from the chaotic, crowded scene over there. The customers on Gu Zhouyuan's side lined up in 2 queues according to the wooden signs they received. Those buying grass jelly lined up on Gu Zhaodi's side, and those buying cassava soup lined up on Gu Dedi's side. The plump auntie, having a moment to spare, came over and whispered, "Little San, there are quite a few of them. Once one opens, a second and a third will follow. They're taking away all our business. You need to think of a solution." The plump auntie had become quite familiar with Gu Zhouyuan and his group over the past few days. She was a straightforward person and called Gu Zhouyuan and his friends Zhaodi, Lao Air, Xiao San, and Xiao Si. In business, competition is normal. Customers have different tastes, and everyone makes money based on their own abilities. Gu Zhouyuan laughed. He asked Gu Dedi to scoop a bowl of sweet soup and handed it to the plump aunt. "Auntie, could you please help us save a spot at the stall? It's so hot. A bowl of sweet soup will quench our thirst." "I can't accept that," the plump auntie said politely, picking up her bowl and taking a sip. She smacked her lips and said, "Your sweet soup is really delicious. It's icy cold and thick." The plump aunt suddenly understood why Gu Zhouyuan was so open-minded. His sweet soup was indeed made with the finest ingredients, and his cooking skills were top-notch. Their most secret weapon is that their sweet soup is served chilled. Tell me, besides Zuixinlu, which other food stall in this county has the ability to sell iced drinks in the middle of summer? Just then, a middle-aged woman walked over from the stall across the street and leaned in mysteriously, saying, "Oh, my little shopkeeper, you have no idea. Their sweet soup is so thin you can see your reflection in it. They're stingy with the sugar, and it's warm from being in the sun. It's so unpleasant to drink." Perhaps she has a naturally loud voice. Although she tried to lower her voice, everyone at the stall could still hear her. A customer sitting on a small stool eating sweet soup laughed and said, "You always get what you pay for. You wanted to save 6 coins by being greedy, but in the end you spent 6 coins for nothing." Ha! The other customers also laughed. The middle-aged woman was displeased upon hearing this. "Do you think I'm someone who cares about a few coins? I'm helping the young manager to scout out the enemy's strength. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle." As he spoke, he took out 24 coins and slammed them on the table. "Young shopkeeper, Give me 2 bowls, one of each. Just then, a commotion arose from the stall across the street. An older woman slammed her bowl on the table and said disapprovingly, "What kind of shoddy cassava soup is this? It's watery and not even very sweet. You didn't even learn how to make it properly. You dare to sell it like this with only half a skill." The stall owner smiled and said, "Someone doesn't like it too sweet, so I'll add another half spoonful of sugar for you." The stall owner's wife wouldn't have it. She said coldly, "Why don't you say that my sweet soup is 6 coins cheaper than the one across the street? You want to save money, but also want to eat well. What? You think you're so great?" The woman was speechless. Those words were harsh, but she really had no way to refute them. She ate sweet soup at Gu Zhouyuan's stall every day. Today, she saw this new stall also selling sweet soup and, out of curiosity, decided to try it. However, the taste was truly indescribable. Cassava is cassava, sugar is sugar, water is water, and it's still piping hot. She felt too embarrassed to go back to Zhouyuan's stall to buy sweet soup, so she got up, spat, and quickened her pace to leave. Several customers who had tried Gu Zhouyuan's sweet soup were all relieved that they hadn't been able to squeeze past the others and hadn't managed to buy any. They quickly returned to Gu Zhouyuan's stall. "Young shopkeeper, your sweet soup is still the most authentic," someone said with an embarrassed smile. Gu Zhouyuan didn't dwell on the matter and happily accepted the money and served the sweet soup. After this little incident, a small group of people left the stall across the street, but gradually more pedestrians went to buy sweet soup. Chapter 138: The Locust Plague has arrived. People started coming to the stalls across the street. With Gu Zhouyuan's prices as a comparison, and given that Gu Zhouyuan helped make cassava soup famous, their low-price strategy can attract a wave of customers who are curious about desserts. However, this had little impact on Gu Zhouyuan's business. Comparisons are mutual. Some people who want to save money will compare the price of the dessert across the street with that of Gu Zhouyuan's restaurant. People who are not short of money will compare the taste and texture of Gu Zhouyuan's food with that of the other side. His customers are all well-off people who care about taste. After comparing, they realize that Gu's sweet soup is really delicious. Dan was still a little angry, but seeing that his dessert was still selling like hotcakes, he gradually calmed down. They waited and waited, but Hou Yu and Su Mufeng didn't come. Instead, they saw Manager Qian arrive in a mule cart. "Brother Gu, I haven't seen you these past 2 days." Manager Qian got off the mule cart. The 2 men he brought easily loaded the sugar water onto their mule cart. "Oh, young Master Ho and his family want to open a restaurant, and they've been looking for a shop these past few days," Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Manager Qian was taken aback. "Open a restaurant? What brings young Master Ho to the idea of opening a restaurant?" Manager Qian is a good person. Back then, when Wu Shuiping wanted the recipe for sweet soup, he tried to seize it by force and all sorts of means. Shopkeeper Qian was willing to cooperate with this country bumpkin, and he would also step in to help when Jiang Tuanzi and his gang came to cause trouble. Gu Zhouyuan didn't hide anything from him. "I'm a decent cook, so young Master Ho suggested that the 3 of us start a restaurant together. Oh, by the way, another partner is young Master Su. You know young Master Su, right?" Shopkeeper Qian shook his head. "I'm not very familiar with it. Have you found a shop yet? I know of 2 shops that are for sale. Would you like me to take you to see them?" Gu Zhouyuan originally wanted to ask Manager Qian about Su Mufeng's background, but after hearing Manager Qian say that he was not familiar with him, he gave up the idea. "I found a shop yesterday. You know the Junzai restaurant by Huiqing Lake, right?" Gu Zhouyuan said. "Junzai Lai restaurant? That place isn't cheap." Manager Guo is quite bold in asking for prices. Manager Qian exclaimed in surprise. "I thought they were just having some fun at a tavern, but I never expected them to be so extravagant." The location and size of Na Junzai Lai restaurant are incomparable to his Lai Fu restaurant. "I'll pay the deposit today," Gu Zhouyuan said, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. At this moment, he finally saw Hou Yu and Su Mufeng walking over. "Young Master Ho." Manager Qian greeted him with clasped hands. Hou Yu nodded and said, "Manager Qian, would you like some sweet soup?" No, I'm here to pick up some goods. I order 200 servings of sweet soup from Brother Gu every day to sell at my Lai Fu restaurant," Manager Qian said, bowing. "Oh, you're quick on the uptake. Yuan Ji and I are opening a restaurant. From now on, we won't be selling sweet soup at other restaurants. If you want it, you'll have to come to ours." He paused for a moment. "Yuan Ji, our restaurant doesn't have a name yet. What should we call it?" Manager Qian was anxious. His Lai Fu restaurant attracted many customers with its sweet soups and ice. Ice dessert is now a must-order at almost every table. If we suddenly stop offering it, not only will new customers leave, but we'll also lose a lot of our old customers. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, Manager Qian. You are my franchisee. You have paid the franchise fee, and we have signed a contract. The daily supply of sweet soup and ice will continue as normal. Manager Qian was very grateful. Don't even mention signing any contracts. Contracts are meant to bind ordinary people. If Ho Yu, the magistrate's son, were to speak up, he would have no choice but to obediently take out the contract and tear it up. He glanced nervously at Ho Yu, worried that Gu Zhouyuan's disrespect towards young Master Ho would displease him. Unexpectedly, Ho Yu forced a smile and said, "Oh my, Manager Qian, you actually signed a cooperation agreement with my brother Yuan. What a coincidence. We are both your business partners. It's a pleasure to meet you." Manager Qian was completely dumbfounded. Only then did he realize how young Master Ho addressed Gu Zhouyuan. He actually called Gu Zhouyuan Brother Yuan, and he said it so naturally. Manager Qian, feeling dizzy and disoriented, got into the mule cart and left. "Big sister and second brother, you stay here. I'm going to the restaurant to take care of something." Gu Zhouyuan picked up his small bamboo basket. Gu Zhaodi and the others all knew he was going to discuss the shop, and they all nodded in agreement. Now Si Dan was even more open-minded. Third brother is going to open a restaurant soon, which is 100 times better than setting up a stall. Ho Yu's guess was right. He pleaded and begged for a long time, but his father was only willing to give him 100 taels of silver. It was only after he brought up Su Mufeng, saying that he was doing business with Su Mufeng, that the magistrate reluctantly took out 100 taels of silver from his private treasury. Su Mufeng then took out 400 taels. He knew that Gu Zhouyuan's dessert business hadn't been around for long, and he probably didn't have much money on hand. He sent someone to find a buyer for that pearl, so it can't be converted into cash anytime soon. The deposit was 500 taels in total. After deducting Ho Yu's 100 taels, he added the rest. Gu Zhouyuan did not refuse, since the cost would have to be recalculated later anyway. He quietly put the silver ingots he had bought into the sales area, and the group went to Laifu restaurant to pay the deposit. Gu Zhouyuan signed a contract with manager Gua, and Ho Yu, as the middleman, also signed and affixed his seal to the contract. "Haha, congratulations. Brother Yuan is now the head manager of the restaurant." Ho Yu joked. "We are both shopkeepers," Su Mufeng said, fanning himself with a folding fan. The group laughed and joked for a while. Gu Zhouyuan said, "Aren't you studying at the academy? How come you're wandering around like this every other day?" "I copied your poem and gave it to Mr. Jingda. He liked it very much and granted us a 10-day leave. We used 1 day today," Su Mufeng chuckled. "My father went to the academy to see Mr. Jingda today." Ho Yu recalled something. He said he wanted to ask him how to stabilize grain prices after the locust plague and prevent riots by displaced people. Su Mufeng looked worried. "It seems that this locust plague is unavoidable. We need to start thinking about the aftermath as soon as possible. My dad said that the locusts are already swarming, and most of the crops in Shima County have been eaten by them. I'm afraid the swarms will fly to the neighboring Lantian County tomorrow," Ho Yu said with a bitter face. He had a heart full of patriotism and love for his country and people, but he couldn't think of any solutions. In the face of natural disasters, human power is always so insignificant. Su Mufeng frowned and continued. "When locusts pass through, there will be no harvest. There will definitely be a large number of refugees. If the refugees are not properly resettled, it will cause a lot of trouble." Gu Zhouyuan grabbed Ho Yu's shoulder and said urgently, "You're saying the locusts will arrive in Lantian County tomorrow?" Chapter 139, Relying on God or Relying on Yourself. Gu Zhouyuan grabbed Ho Yu's shoulder and said urgently, "You're saying the locusts will arrive in Lantian County tomorrow?" Ho Yu was somewhat stunned, then nodded blankly. "That's the information my father received. What happened? I need to get back right away." Gu Zhouyuan slung the basket he was carrying over his back and ran back as fast as he could. Hey, Ho Yu called out from behind, but Gu Zhouyuan didn't even turn his head and ran even faster. Where did he rush off to? Ho Yu scratched the back of his head. "Maybe he heard you say the locust swarms were coming soon and went back to make some preparations," Su Mufeng guessed. Gu Zhouyuan ran all the way to the dessert stall, where there was still a little over half left to sell. "Hurry up and pack up the stall. Let's go home now," Gu Zhouyuan said in a flurry. "What's wrong, Xiao Yuan?" Gu Zhaodi asked with a worried expression, afraid that trouble might be brewing again. Gu Dedi also became nervous. He put down the spoon in his hand and looked at Gu Zhouyuan. Sidan asked, "Third brother, what happened? We still have people buying sweet soup here." The customers buying sweet soup at the stall were also curious, wondering why the usually leisurely shopkeeper was in such a hurry today. "Young shopkeeper, were you chased by a dog? You're all sweaty from running, and you're even neglecting your business," a customer asked, puzzled. "I heard that locusts are coming," Gu Zhouyuan said quickly, not hiding anything. "Huh." Everyone was quite surprised. This year's locust plague is basically a done deal. There have been constant rumors that locusts are coming. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan's urgency today, they also became flustered. Then I need to hurry home too, someone said, taking a big gulp of the sweet soup in their bowl. What can you do if you go back? Can you drive away the locusts? Some of the people who had already given up said nonchalantly. We have to go back and do something. If all else fails, we'll harvest the wheat. The wheat grains are all shriveled. What good are they if we collect them? Sigh, the locust plague 17 years ago came about 20 days later than this one. That year there was some rain, and some families harvested their wheat early. Although they lost more than half of their harvest, at least they managed to salvage some grain. This year, sigh. It's tough to rely on the weather for a living. Luckily, my family lives in the city and doesn't farm. Once the disaster gets worse, the city won't be any better, and the imperial court will definitely find some excuse to collect our taxes and grain. The crowd began to discuss it amongst themselves. Gu Zhouyuan apologized to the later customers, saying that he had to close up shop for the day. The customers in front of them quickly finished their bowls of sweet soup and handed the bowls back to Gu Zhouyuan and his group. For customers who weren't in a hurry, Gu Zhouyuan didn't wait any longer. They even abandoned the bowls, and the group quickly loaded all the goods onto the mule cart. Auntie, aren't you going back? Sidan shouted to the plump Annie as he got on the mule cart. The plump aunt waved her hand with a smile. What can I do if I go back? There are no wheat grains left, and we don't raise any pigs or sheep at home. It's no use gritting my teeth and bringing them back. It's a waste of effort. I'd rather use that time to sell a few more bowls of wontons. That makes sense. Sidan pondered. Gu Dedi pulled on the reins, and the mule cart turned a corner, heading towards Datong village. Locusts kept flying around on the road, bumping into people and landing on the mule carts. Xiao Yuan, the locust plague has really arrived. Gu Zhaodi shuddered. Just when things were looking up, so many disasters had struck. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. We need to hurry back and inform second grandfather. We have about 2 or 3 days left, so we need to let everyone make preparations as soon as possible. With a solemn expression, he gave the reins a sharp tug, and the mule quickened its pace considerably. Upon returning to Datong village, Gu Zhouyuan didn't even bother going home. He got off the mule cart halfway there and hurried towards the village head's house. Xiao Yuan, didn't your mother say you were selling sweet soup in the city? Why are you back so soon? The village head's wife was washing clothes in the yard when she saw Gu Zhouyuan come in. She exclaimed in surprise. I heard some things in the city, so I came back early. I wanted to talk to my second grandfather about it. Where is he? Isn't he home? Gu Zhouyuan got straight to the point. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan's serious expression, the village head's wife knew that he had stopped all his business and must have something urgent to discuss with her. She put down the dirty clothes in her hands, got up, and walked into the house. Then they heard the voice of the village head's wife from inside the house. Wake up, old man. Xiao Yuan has come to see you. It looks like he has something important to tell you. A moment later, the village head came out shuffling around in his shoes. As you get older, you tend to get sleepy in the summer. Xiao Yuan, what's up? Gu Zhouyuan recounted the news he had heard from Hou. The village head and his wife both looked sorrowful, but they weren't too surprised, as this was something that couldn't be avoided. The locust swarm is currently in Shima County. The locusts will continue to gather and spread outwards. They will reach our village in 2 or 3 days at most, Gu Zhouyuan analyzed. The village head sighed. I wonder what the magistrate's plan will be. Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow. It's too late to wait for the magistrate's solution now. We need to save ourselves. How can we save ourselves? Locust plagues can only be prevented. Once a swarm forms, there's nothing we can do, the village head said with a worried expression. Tell the villagers to harvest the wheat in the fields right away. Gu Zhouyuan's expression hardened. Then, that wheat hasn't been sizing yet. The grains are all shriveled. If we harvest it, we'll be punished by heaven, the village head's wife said, shaking her head repeatedly. Grinding shriveled wheat into bran is still better than gnawing on tree bark. Gu Zhouyuan was speechless. At this point, people are still worrying about whether the wheat grains are plump or not. His gaze was brooding. Divine retribution? Compared to starving to death, I'd rather be struck by lightning. Li Zheng's face was a little pale. This decision was not easy to make. 17 years ago, the village head led the whole village to harvest wheat early, but the wheat had already been slurred. It was just not ripe yet. That year, the villagers barely survived the famine by salvaging the harvested green wheat. But the village head at the time, who was also his father, fell in the rice paddy the following year and drowned in the shallow water. Some villagers said that the grain was harvested before it was ripe, which angered the local deity. Some people say this is the punishment from the locust god. In ancient times, people believed in gods, and the common people believed that locust plagues occurred because they had angered the locust god. The locust god then sent swarms of insects down to punish the people. When locust plagues occur, even the emperor has to issue an edict of self-reproach in order to appease the locust god's anger. The village head looked at the fields outside the courtyard and murmured, "God of the land, God of locusts, we pray to gods and Buddhas for a better life. If the gods want our lives, then why should we believe in them at all?" Gu Zhouyuan gritted his teeth and said, Chapter 140, Reducing Losses. The village head was taken aback, then gritted his teeth and said, "If it can save countless lives, I'll accept any punishment from heaven." The village head's wife had tears in her eyes, but she knew her husband's personality. Once he made a decision, nothing could change it. Just like her deceased father-in-law, she has a fierce spirit and a strong sense of responsibility. The village headman struck the village gong. This gong is only rung when there are important events to announce in the village. Before long, a large crowd of villagers had gathered under the big locust tree. "What's wrong, Uncle Village Head? What happened? Why are they banging the gong?" The villagers were making a ruckus, constantly asking questions. The village head raised his hands and gestured for them to fall. "Quiet down, everyone." The noise continued for a little while longer before the crowd finally quieted down. According to the news Xiao Yuan brought back from the city, locusts have already swarmed into Shima County and will affect our Qingshan County in another 2 or 3 days, the village head said in a deep voice. The villagers, who had just quieted down, erupted again. "Really, my brother-in-law's brother-in-law is from Shima County. How come I've never heard of this?" Granny Hu exclaimed. "Is your brother-in-law's brother-in-law really that close to you? Locusts fly into his field and eat his crops, and he doesn't care, but he runs 100 miles to inform you?" Aunt Wong sneered. "Exactly. Over 100 miles. How could he possibly outrun locusts? Those things fly." Gu Yotsai's wife chimed in. "Uncle Village Head, is this information accurate?" Someone asked loudly. "That's how people are. They always have a sense of wishful thinking. Even if they know that some things will eventually happen, they still want them to happen later." Gu Zhouyuan stepped forward and said loudly, "I heard it from a friend in the county government, so it should be true." Gu Zhouyuan is no longer the same as before. When he was penniless, he had friends from the caravan who helped him get grain and collect grasshoppers. "Now I sell sweet soup in the county town and earn quite a lot every day. It's not surprising that I come into contact with people from the county government." Most of the villagers believed the news brought by Gu Zhouyuan. "Village head, what are we going to do? We've been catching grasshoppers and drawing water to irrigate the fields. All this hard work, won't it all be for nothing?" Zhao Dajin shouted from the crowd. "When the locust swarms pass through, not a blade of grass grows. The only solution now is to harvest the wheat as soon as possible," the village head said in a deep voice. The villagers were immediately in an uproar. Now is the most important grain-filling stage for wheat. The land is irrigated, and the grasshoppers have been mostly caught. If we just wait a few more days, we will reap the rewards. Although the yield is half that of previous years, we can still manage to get some food to make ends meet. If we harvest the wheat now, all our previous efforts will have been in vain. Let's wait and see. Locust swarms do follow routes. Maybe they'll eat their fill in Shima County and then fly west to Baihe County instead of coming east," Chao Yozi said. As soon as he said this, quite a few people echoed his sentiments. Everyone was hoping for the best and wouldn't realize the reality until the very last moment. At this moment, Granny Zhao stepped out from the crowd and said, "Gu Sanner, didn't your friend say that rich people like to eat grasshoppers? If the locust swarm doesn't come, then everyone will be happy. If it does come, we'll catch grasshoppers and trade them for grain." Gu Zhouyuan chuckled. "Aunt Zhao, are you taking advantage of me because I don't know anything? Can you even eat swarms of flying locusts?" Granny Zhao choked and had nothing more to say. Locusts, also known as locust plague, are green or light brown when they are not causing a disaster. At this time, villagers would catch them, burn them, and eat them, and they taste quite delicious. When locusts swarm in and devour the crops, they turn grayish-brown. Back then, locusts were not to be eaten, as they would anger the locust god, and eating them would bring great misfortune. Some people, unable to bear the hunger, ate locusts during the locust plague and found that the locusts had become bitter and astringent, with a strange taste. Eating too much can cause stiff limbs, dizziness, and blurred vision. Granny Zhao assumed that Gu Zhiyuan's friend was from the city and didn't know the intricacies of the situation. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiaosan, a boy who had never worked in the fields, actually knew that locusts were inedible. Grandma Gu had just wanted to confront Granny Zhao, but seeing that Gu Zhouyuan hadn't fallen for it, she held back and stood silently in the crowd. Gu Zhouyuan knew, of course, that locusts are non-toxic when they swarm in small groups. However, once they form a group, they will secrete the pheromone phenylacetonitril. When attacked, it produces hydrogen cyanide to defend itself against predators. Some novels suggest that people can be encouraged to eat locusts to eliminate locust plagues, which is indeed a bit far-fetched. Even ignoring the locust's damned, strange taste that even chickens, ducks, and birds wouldn't eat, and disregarding the toxins that would make people feel unwell if ingested. Hundreds of billions of insects, including highly mobile flying insects, often devour everything they can before the local manpower to catch them can be gathered, and then head to the next canteen. Just as we cannot drink all the floodwaters, or we cannot use the floodwaters to irrigate our crops. When a natural disaster strikes, it often happens in an instant, leaving no time for you to slowly outweed and outmaneuver it. In short, in ancient times, once a locust plague formed, it was basically unsolvable. Time is of the essence, so stop whining and get home now to grab your sickles and harvest the wheat. The village head's authoritative voice rang out. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder and louder, like a pot of boiling water. Some people have already gone home to get their tools. Some people are still hesitating. The village head stepped down from the stone slab and carefully analyzed the pros and cons with those who were hesitant. The message from Gu Zhouyuan has been delivered. The rest is no longer his concern. The Gu family members all gathered around him at this moment. Xiao Yuan, what should we do? Gu Mansong asked. Time is running out. Hurry up and get to the fields to harvest. Gu Zhouyuan said succinctly. Everyone responded and ran home. Xiao Yuan, Grandma Gu said as she walked with Gu Zhouyuan. Don't you think what we're doing will anger the heavens? The fearless old lady had a strong belief in spirits and supernatural beings. Gu Zhouyuan held onto Grandma Gu's arm and said, Don't worry, Grandma. If there's any punishment, let heaven take it out on me. Grandma Gu quickly covered his mouth, saying in a panic, Pa, 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 what nonsense are you talking about? Grandma Gu let go of his hand and said, Quickly spit on the ground a few times. Then pat your bottom 3 times, and you'll take back what you just said. Gu Zhouyuan found it somewhat amusing, but when he saw that his grandmother was staring at him with a serious expression, he had no choice but to do as she said. When Grandma Gu saw that Gu Zhouyuan had followed the rules and taken back the wrong words that had just fallen to the ground, she breathed a long sigh of relief. They still have time to do their best to minimize the losses. What about the people in those areas already ravaged by locusts? After months of hard work, a natural disaster struck, and everything came to nothing. I wonder how many more people will starve to death, and how many families will be torn apart. Gu Zhouyuan stared blankly at the wheat field in the distance, lost in thought. Grandma Gu clasped her hands together behind him and prayed devoutly in a voice only she could hear. Gods, God of the land, God of locusts, everything my son Xiaoyuan did was at my behest. If there is any guilt, I, his wife, will bear it all. It has nothing to do with my son Xiaoyuan. Chapter 141 New Agricultural Implements. Gu Zhouyuan's family only had 2 sickles. In the past, when harvesting wheat, Lu and Gu Zhaodi would use sickles to cut it, while Gu Dedi would be responsible for bundling it up and carrying it home. For eggs are too small to be of much help when they go down to the ground. Gu Zhouyuan was lazy. He had nothing to do with any work in the fields. Although Datong village is not wealthy, not a single household in the village is a customer. They are all owners. The clients here refer to tenant farmers in rural areas who do not own land and need to rent land from local gentry for farming. Gu Zhouyuan's family has 12 mu of land. At the previous pace, it would take at least 10 days to harvest all 12 mu of land and transport it to the drying ground. The wheat is still green this time, which would normally mean longer transport time, but now that we have a mule cart, the transport will be much easier. They only had less than 3 days left, and everyone was worried. Grandma Gu said from the side, I'll have Erju and Siju come and help. Their task is much heavier, involving dozens of acres of land. It's impossible to finish it in 3 days, Gu Zhouyuan said, trying to dissuade him. The wheat here is not as robust as the wheat Gu Zhouyuan was used to in his previous life, and it is planted much more sparsely. His eyes lit up as he recalled seeing wheat harvesting in the rural areas of Shaanxi during a trip in his previous life. They used a tool that looked like a large winnowing basket, which could harvest a large field of wheat with a single swing. Out of curiosity, he even chatted with someone for a while. That thing is called a saber, and it's much faster at cutting wheat than a sickle. However, it requires exceptionally strong labor to use. In the 1970s and 80s, a strong laborer could earn 10 work points a day, but a person who harvested wheat with a scythe could earn 12 work points a day. The use of scythes has limitations. They are not suitable for high-yield wheat fields, where the wheat grows densely and the stalks are thick, making them less efficient than sickles. The land in this world is free of chemical fertilizers, and the wheat varieties have not been improved like in later generations, making salamanders the perfect tool for harvesting wheat. I'll go outside and get some tools for harvesting wheat, Gu Zhouyuan said, then turned and ran home. Tools for harvesting wheat. Old Mrs. Gu repeated in confusion. Not far away, Aunt Wang, walking on the edge of the field, laughed and said, "What wheat harvesting tool? Isn't it just a sickle?" I know that Gu Sanner has never worked in the fields before, but I didn't expect him to not even recognize a sickle. Grandma Gu and Madame Lu exchanged a glance, both assuming that Gu Zhouyuan had gone somewhere to borrow a sickle. But at that moment, every household in the village was busy harvesting wheat, so who would have a spare sickle to lend him? "If that doesn't work, we'll just have to make do with a wood-chopping knife," Lu said, then bent down and started cutting the wheat. Sidan and Grandma Gu used wheat stalks to make ropes, bundled the harvested wheat together, and tied them up one bundle at a time. Gu Zhouyuan drove the mule cart for a symbolic half-hour, and when he returned, there were 20 scythes and about 10 sickles on the cart. The mule cart stopped on the main road by the field, and the villagers who were harvesting wheat in the fields all looked up at it. "Gu San, what did you get your hands on?" Aunt Wang asked, straightening up. "This is called a saber. I had someone make it for me a few days ago." Gu Zhouyuan took one off the car and walked towards his wheat field. "Didn't you manage to borrow a sickle?" Old Mrs. Gu asked, rubbing her aching back. "Huh." Gu Zhouyuan was taken aback for a moment, then pointed to the mule track. "The sickle is on the cart. What is this thing? Is it a winnowing basket? Why is it always empty no matter how I try to use it?" Grandma Gu asked curiously. Gu Zhaodi also stopped using her sickle, wiped her sweat, and walked over. A salamander is actually a shallow, semicircular basket made of bamboo or wood, with salamander plates placed at the mouth of the basket. A samarium is essentially a large scythe. Its blade is almost indistinguishable from an ordinary sickle blade, with the same width and sharpness, but it is 4 to 5 times longer than an ordinary sickle. "Second brother, come here for a second," Gu Zhouyuan called out to Gu Dedi, who was still working hard to harvest wheat. "Now that we have a mule cart, we no longer need to carry wheat home on a shoulder pole like we used to." Bundling wheat was relatively easy, so today he and Gu Zhaodi were in charge of cutting the wheat, while his mother and grandmother tied it together. Guda responded and walked over, carrying his sickle. "You all stay away, I'll give you an example." Gu Zhouyuan tried hard to recall how others used sampans when he was in Shaanxi. He got into position, gripping the wooden handle of the scythe tightly with one hand, and taut the leather rope attached to it with the other, then swung the scythe. He didn't use his full strength this time, aiming too high. The scythe swept through the air, only cutting down a few ears of wheat. Seeing the puzzled looks on Dan and the others, he couldn't help but blush. "This is a bad example. Let me try to get a feel for it again." He took another step back, steadied himself, and brandished the scythe again. This time, he deliberately lowered his aim, and with a whoosh, a row of wheat fell down, and the scythe stuck into the mud. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled twice and pulled the shovel out of the mud. "I haven't worked for a long time, so I've gotten a little rusty." Everyone rolled their eyes. "When have you ever worked in the fields?" Gu Dedi threw the sickle on the ground. "I roughly know how to use this thing. Let me try it." Gu Zhouyuan handed him the saber, then stepped back 2 paces to watch him perform. Gu Dedi crossed his feet slightly, adjusted the leather strap on the scythe, looked at the wheat, and chose the right spot to begin reaping. With a whoosh, an arc swept across, and the wheat that had been swept by the saber fell neatly into the bamboo mesh basket. Gu Dedi, without any formal instruction, gently lifted the wooden handle in his hand, causing the ram's horn on the opposite side to touch the ground. With a gentle shake, the entire basket of wheat was smoothly poured onto the stubble field behind him. The wheat stalks laid out on the stubble field all faced the same direction and were almost uniform in thickness. With just one swing, he harvested an entire field of wheat, an efficiency that astonished everyone. Gu Zhouyuan was also surprised. His second brother's movements were smooth and elegant, and it was impossible to tell that this was his first time using a scythe. "Xiao Yuan, what did you bring? It's so fast at cutting wheat." Gu Zhaodi exclaimed with delight, then looked at the sickle in her hand. Gu Zhouyuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that using scythes to harvest the wheat was a viable option. He said to Dan, "Go and call second uncle and the others over here." Dan let out a hey and ran off along the ridge of the field. A short while later, Gu Mansong and his group walked over quickly in a large procession. After watching Gu Dedi's demonstration, they were all excited. Given the urgency of the situation, They originally planned to work through the night to harvest as much as they could. Now that they have this small tool called Sam, they are confident that they can harvest all the wheat in less than 2 days. Chapter 142, Harvesting Wheat. Second uncle, third uncle, Daju and Erju. Each of you take a scythe. Xiaohua, Siju, and Area. You follow behind and are responsible for bundling the wheat, Gu Zhouyuan instructed. Erju and Daju hurriedly ran towards the mule cart. Seeing that Sun and the others were also eager to try, Gu Zhouyuan hurriedly said, "This thing is too strenuous. Second aunt and third aunt, it would be better if you used a sickle to cut it." Sun and Wang thought about it and agreed. This thing had to be swung around a lot, relying entirely on the strength of the waist and arms, which most women really couldn't handle. The old house covers a total of about 30 acres. The wheat in this world is sparse and weak. A strong laborer using a shovel can probably harvest 5 or 6 acres of wheat a day. There are 4 strong laborers in the old house, plus a few sickles. They can definitely harvest all the wheat in a little over a day. Just bundle the wheat and leave it standing in the field. Don't carry it home. I'll take it by mule cart later. Gu Zhouyuan shouted to the departing crowd. The commotion they were making had already attracted the attention of the villagers harvesting wheat nearby. Aunt Wang stood in her own field, her eyes wide open. She saw that Gu Zhouyuan still had more than a dozen scythes on his mule cart, and she nudged the stunned Wang Degue with her elbow. "Gu San'er scythes are really useful. Go and borrow one. Would people lend us those good things?" Wang Degue believed that good things should be given to his own family first. He was surnamed Wang, not Gu, and there were so many people with the surname Gu in the village, so it would never be his turn. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes at him. "You're only capable at home. You're a coward outside, a bully at home." She dusted herself off, poured a bowl of water, and ran to Gu Zhouyuan's side. Gu Zhouyuan was practicing cutting wheat with a scythe. He had already figured it out and was swinging the scythe with great skill. "Gu San'er, are you tired? Take a rest and have some water," Aunt Wang said with a bright smile. Gu Zhouyuan stopped what he was doing and turned around. "Aunt Wang, I have water at home. I'm not thirsty right now." Gu Zhouyuan took half a bucket of the unsold syrup and put it on the mule cart. Aunt Wang grabbed his arm and shoved the bowl into his hand without saying a word. "It's so hot. You should drink more water even if you're not thirsty." Gu Zhouyuan reluctantly finished the water in his bowl and handed the empty bowl over, saying, "Just tell me what's on your mind. Could you lend me 2 of those scythes?" Aunt Wang chuckled. "You only have my Uncle Wang in your family. Why do you need 2? Gu Zhouyuan said, wiping his mouth. "Your Uncle Wang has been building houses for people in Lantian County, and I do all the farm work. I've always been the man," Aunt Wang said, patting her chest. "Let Uncle Wang go get one. This thing is better left to the men. It's too much work," Gu Zhouyuan said, wiping his sweat. Aunt Wang was just mentioning it casually. Her real intention was to borrow one, as she was perfectly fine with a sickle. "Wang Degue, Xiao Yuan asked you to get one," Aunt Wang shouted at the top of her lungs. Wang Degue happily ran over and picked up a scythe, then came to Gu Zhouyuan to ask for his tips on how to use it. The news that Gu Zhouyuan had produced a batch of new farm tools quickly spread throughout Datong village. Soon after, villagers came to borrow scythes. Gu Zhouyuan only lends money to families with whom he has a good relationship. Gu Yukai borrowed 2, Gu Yofu borrowed 2, Chuamei's mother came over and borrowed 1, and Zhao Ergu also came over and borrowed 1. Sister-in-law Cheng was acquainted with Gu Zhaodi, so she took the older sister approach and borrowed some money from her. Many of Chao Liuzi's former workers who had worked for Gu Zhouyuan also came to borrow scythes. The remaining dozen or so scythes were quickly borrowed, and those who arrived late all secretly regretted not coming sooner. The field was quickly harvested. Gu Zhouyuan drove the mule cart, and together with Lu and the others, they loaded the bundles of wheat onto the cart and then transported it back, arranging the wheat upright outside the courtyard wall. "We'll cover it up with something, and after the locusts fly away, we'll spread it out on the drying ground to dry." With mule carts, transportation became many times faster than before. By nightfall, half of the 12 mu of wheat had been harvested. "Let's go back and continue tomorrow." Gu Zhouyuan began packing his things. The group, who had originally planned to fight all night, all stopped. Today's progress was unexpectedly fast. There's plenty of time to continue tomorrow. Just then, a villager who had been waiting there came over and rubbed his hands together, saying, "Hey, Xiao Yuan, we noticed that you don't work at night, so your shovel is just sitting idle. Do you think you could lend us your shovel? We want to stay up all night and harvest the wheat. The locusts will arrive soon, and the crops left in the fields will be impossible to harvest. I doubt many people will be able to sleep soundly." Gu Zhouyuan readily agreed, nodding and saying, "Take it and use it. This scythe is tiring to use, so take turns using it with your family. The group of people were overjoyed and left after expressing their gratitude profusely. Back home, I won't have time to go to the city to set up my stall tomorrow, so I don't need to make sweet soup tonight. Manager Qian had no choice but to stand him up this time. Gu Zhaodi and Lu cooked a pot of millet rice and a pot of mixed vegetables. Originally, she was going to cook the food from the old house, but Grandma Gu insisted on going home and cooking it herself. After some back and forth, I couldn't persuade her otherwise, so I had no choice but to let her have her way. The family sat around the table, enjoying the delicious food, and the fatigue of the day slowly dissipated. Gu Zhouyuan took out sparkling fruit wine, poured it for everyone, and put ice cubes in the bowls. Sidan also had iced juice today. He took a sip and squinted his eyes happily. There's something he's been thinking about all day, but he still can't figure it out. He put down his bowl and asked, "Third brother, you said that we didn't go to the city to set up our stall for 2 days, and we lost 4 or 5 taels of silver. Add to that the ice cubes and sweet soup that Manager Qian ordered, and it adds up to about 10 taels of silver." Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow, roughly knowing what he wanted to say. He remained calm as Sidan continued. "We've gone to so much trouble to harvest this green wheat, and after harvesting 12 mu of land, it probably won't even be worth 10 taels of silver. Is it worth it?" Gu Zhouyuan took a big gulp of fruit wine and said softly, "That's not how you calculate it." He recalled seeing on the news in his previous life that a netizen had taken a week off to fly from Tibet back to Hunan to harvest wheat, even though his family only had 6 mu of land. This is the deep-rooted attachment to the land in the Chinese people's bones, their cherishment of food and their respect for the land, that cannot be measured in money. Gu Zhouyuan put down his bowl and looked at Sidan. "Food is the most important thing for people. This land has fed us. Every grain of food that grows on it should not be abandoned. At the very least, we cannot watch the grain be fed to locusts." Sidan blinked, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Gu Zhouyuan rubbed his head, not bothering to lecture him with grand but empty principles, and smiled. "We won't sell the sugar water tomorrow or the day after. We can sell it again in a few days, but if we leave the wheat in the field, the locusts will eat it all up in a couple of days." Sidan was stunned. His question was just a simple arithmetic problem, but third brother didn't seem to have given a direct answer. Chapter 143: Mutual Help and Joint Efforts to Harvest. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, everyone in the Gu family got up. Mrs. Lu got up even earlier and had already prepared breakfast. Harvesting wheat is extremely strenuous work, so you must be well-fed before you can work. Breakfast consisted of millet porridge, flatbread, and 2 boiled eggs for each person. I made a lot of extra flatbreads, planning to take them to the fields later so I can eat one whenever I get hungry. The mule had a lot of work to do today. Before going to sleep, Gu Zhouyuan quietly put a bundle of fresh alfalfa in the trough. Alfalfa is rich in protein, with a high crude protein content and good palatability, making it a favorite food of mules. Gu Zhouyuan also grabbed a handful of barley and mixed it into the grass. If you want the mule to work hard, you have to make sure it's well fed. He didn't go to ask for the sides he had lent out. He went for a walk outside and came back with 2 sides on his shoulders. It took another half day to harvest all the wheat. After hauling his own wheat, he drove his mule cart to help his grandmother's family transport all their wheat back home. Because most villagers worked through the night to harvest the wheat, those who use scythes have almost finished harvesting their wheat by now. These people then went to help families they were on good terms with harvest wheat. Lu kept thinking about Widow Luo's family. When Widow Luo was driven out of the Hu family, the village headman made the decision to give the Hu family a plot of land to her and her daughter. Granny Hu gave them the barren land closest to the foot of the mountain, the farthest from the village, and the land was full of stones, so the yield of crops could only be half that of the good land. The village head also allocated 2 mu of the village's abandoned land to Widow Luo. For mu of land, not even adjacent to each other, Widow Luo, a young woman with a 5-year-old daughter, had to harvest and bundle the crops and transport them home. She probably couldn't even harvest 1 mu a day. "I'm going to see your sister-in-law Luo," Lu said to Gu Zhouyuan. She took 2 new sickles that Gu Zhouyuan had bought with her when she left. She and Gu Zhaodi had both used these sickles yesterday. They were exceptionally sharp and much better than the old, broken sickles at home. "Mother, have Sister Luo tie up the wheat. I'll use the mule cart to help haul it in a bit." Gu Zhouyuan drove the mule cart, which was carrying the last load of wheat for his grandmother's family. Her wheat field is at the foot of the mountain, and it's all narrow paths that mule carts can't get in, Lu said, shaking her head. "It's all right. I'll disassemble the cart frame and lead the mule to carry it. It's much easier than carrying it on a shoulder pole." Gu Zhouyuan immediately came up with a solution. "Chunsheng, go rest under the shade of the tree. Your mother will come to tie you up in a little while. Widow Luo straightened up and rubbed her aching back. Chunxing shook his head, his little face full of stubbornness. Mother, I can help. After saying that, he squatted down and, imitating Widow Luo, laboriously picked up a small pile of wheat and tried to tie it up. But she was small and her arms were short, and after struggling for a long time, she still couldn't succeed, her little face turning red. Widow Luo smiled when she saw this and came over to help tie up the small pile. At this moment, Lu rushed over and couldn't help but praise. Chunxing is such a sensible child. Auntie, what brings you here? Widow Luo asked, somewhat surprised, as everyone was busy harvesting wheat. My wheat has already been harvested, and I thought I'd come over and help you harvest some more. Lu looked at the wheat in the field. It was sparse and looked like a bald patch. How can I let you, Auntie, harvest wheat for my family? Widow Luo said anxiously. I can manage on my own. Lu shook her head. We've only harvested 1 acre so far. I bet you didn't sleep at all last night. How can you keep going like this? Stop talking so much and hurry up and get the grain back so you can get a good night's sleep. Widow Luo's nose tingled with emotion. No matter how bitter or tiring it was, she would never shed a tear, but after hearing Lu's words, tears streamed down her face. The land here is near the foot of the mountain, and it's quite a distance from home. She was not strong and could only carry 4 bundles of wheat at a time, which took her a long time to make a round trip. She really didn't sleep yesterday. She cut a field of wheat, tied it up, and carried it home. She had tried her best, but she only managed to harvest 1 acre of wheat. She brought some boiled cassava to fill her stomach. The weather was hot, and the cassava had gone a bit sour after being left out for a day, but she couldn't bear to throw it away. The mother and daughter each ate a few pieces of sour cassava for lunch. When under a lot of pressure, she is most afraid of someone's casual concern. She is not afraid of hardship, but she will feel wronged. It really makes you cry when someone feels sorry for you. She didn't know what to say, so she wiped away her tears and gritted her teeth, saying, Thank you, Annie. Then he bent down and began to cut the wheat. Lu sighed softly. Huiyu, the sickle you're using is a new one that Xiaoyuan had a blacksmith make. It's very sharp. Widow Luo responded with a heavy nasal tone and took the sickle. The two didn't say much and bent down to harvest faster. Although Chunxing was young, he was not idle. He gathered the cut wheat into heaps so that the adults could tie them up. After a while, Si Dan and Gu Zhaodi sat on the back of a mule, which was led over by Gu Zhouyuan, while Gu Dedi carried a scythe. Seeing the 4 siblings come to help, Widow Luo thanked them with tears in her eyes. Wow, Chunxing, you're amazing. You're even helping to harvest the wheat. Gu Zhouyuan praised Chunxing, who was struggling to carry the bundled wheat, as he loaded it onto the mule's back. Chunxing smiled shyly. Mother is too tired by herself. If I can do some things, Mother can do less. Gu Zhouyuan sighed inwardly. It is often said that children from poor families mature early, but this is actually a complete tragedy. Hardships will deplete a child's nutritional reserves prematurely, making him sensible and capable of doing housework. In reality, more often than not, these are survival skills that people are forced to learn when they have no other choice. He patted Chunxing's head and said with a smile, Now that so many of us are harvesting wheat together, we'll be able to finish harvesting it all very quickly. Thank you, Uncle Xiaoyuan, Chunxing said crisply. He saw Si Dan, who was carrying wheat with him, looking at him, and quickly added, Thank you, Uncle Si Dan, Aunt Zhao Di, Uncle Didi, and Grandma too. After making 2 deliveries, Gu Zhouyuan joined the wheat harvesting team. 3 acres of barren land, so many people working together. Before the sun had even set, the entire harvest was complete and the crops had been transported home. The afterglow of the setting sun, like a thin veil, gently spills onto the earth. The clouds in the sky looked as if they had been set on fire, radiating a fiery red hue. People were still harvesting wheat in the fields, sweating profusely. Xiaoyuan, Gu Zhouyuan was feeding the mule with alfalfa when he heard someone call him. He turned around and greeted, Second grandfather. The village head strode over and asked, Has all the wheat been harvested? Seeing Gu Zhouyuan nod, he continued, Your scythe has been a great help this time, but you still have to do me a favor. I need to borrow your mule cart. There's still a lot of wheat left to harvest in the village. Chapter 144, Teaching the Study of Natural Sciences. The village head stood for a while longer, waiting until the mule had finished eating all the grass in the trough, before he took the reins, mounted the cart frame, and pulled the mule cart away. After dinner, Gu Zhouyuan wrote 20 multiplication problems on a small wooden board. Gu Zhaodi and the others sat around the table, copying the questions onto paper and calculating the answers. What is 7 times 6? 3 times 7 is 21, 4 times 7 is 28, 6 times 7 is 42, The answer is 42. Sidan muttered to himself and wrote 42 on the paper. 4 eggs, just keep it in your mind. Don't make a sound. Gu Zhouyuan coughed and warned. Oh, Sidan shrank his neck. Multiplication tables actually existed as early as the spring and autumn and warring states periods, and Qin Shi Huang must have memorized them when he was a child. The siblings were all quite clever. They memorized all the rhymes in just one night. Gu Zhouyuan is currently mainly teaching them to recognize characters and do simple arithmetic. Gu Zhouyuan plans to find a teacher to teach him the 4-egg system, hoping that he can pass the imperial examinations and return home with a title. His approach was too advanced and unsuitable for the educational model of this world. He was afraid of leading Sidan astray. Gu Dedi had told Gu Zhouyuan that he had no plans to participate in the scientific expedition. The eldest sister, Gu Zhaodi, was a woman, so naturally she could not participate in the imperial examinations. Gu Zhouyuan can teach with confidence and boldness. His teaching methods are unconventional, covering not only character recognition and writing and mathematics, but also other subjects. Basically, I teach whatever comes to mind. He corrected today's math homework. Only Gu Zhaodi got one question wrong, calculating 9 times 5 is 54. All the others were correct. It was still early, and Gu Zhouyuan squinted, wondering what to teach them today. Gu Dedi always looks forward to this time of year the most. He preferred the study of natural philosophy to Chinese language and mathematics. He found things like ice making and the lever principle demonstrated in the last lesson very interesting. I wonder what interesting things Mr. Xiaoyuan will talk about today, and what interesting experiments he will do later. Well, Xiaoyuan says those are experiments. Physics, chemistry, biology, geography. Gu Zhouyuan was still selecting today's topics in his mind. Just then, Little White grabbed a half-burnt piece of wood from the kitchen and ran under the table, with Flathead chasing after it. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes lit up. I've got it. He bent down and pulled the stick out of Xiaobai's mouth. He pointed to the piece of charcoal and asked the 3 of them, "What can you do with wood ash?" Sidan raised his hand. "I know, it can be made into charcoal pencils for writing and drawing." Gu Zhouyuan realized he had misspoken his question, so he turned and went into the kitchen, filling a dustpan with wood ash. "What's the use of this wood ash?" He put the dustpan on the ground. "It can be used to fertilize the land," Lu said from the doorway. After thinking for a moment, she raised her right hand. She suddenly remembered the rule Gu Zhouyuan had set for Sidan and the others. They had to raise their hands before answering questions. Sometimes, after finishing her housework, she would come and sit in on Gu Zhouyuan's lectures. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and nodded. Mother is right. Besides fertile land, what else can it be used for? Wood ash mixed with water can kill insects, Gu Dedi said after thinking for a moment. When the vegetables in the field get infested with insects, he will mix some wood ash into the water and sprinkle it on the vegetable leaves to kill or repel the insects. Yes, Gu Zhouyuan gave Gu Dedi an affirmative smile. Anything else? Could you tell me a use for wood ash, sister? Gu Zhouyuan had completely taken on the role of a teacher, patiently guiding the group of students. Gu Zhaodi rested her chin on her hand and pondered for a moment before looking up and saying, "Wood ash can be used to wash clothes and hair." Gu Zhouyuan clapped his hands and said, "Big sister is right. But have you ever thought about why wood ash, which is dirty, can clean things instead of making them dirtier?" Everyone frowned and began to ponder. But none of them had studied chemistry, so naturally they didn't know that the main component of wood ash is potassium carbonate. It has good water solubility and can form an alkaline solution in water. This alkaline solution can undergo a saponification reaction with oil stains on clothes, breaking down the oil stains and thus removing them. There must be something special in the wood ash, like pig pancreas, oily, but it can wash the oil off your hands, Gu Dedi pondered. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes lit up. His second brother was quite clever. Adding wood ash to water will turn it into alkaline water, Gu Zhouyuan explained, trying to use language they could understand. The reason why it can remove oil stains and dirt is that alkaline water undergoes a saponification reaction with the oil. He paused for a moment, and sure enough, he noticed a pair of bewildered eyes looking at him. "Let's do a small experiment," Gu Zhouyuan continued. The 3 siblings were all invigorated. Each little experiment was very interesting, and they also learned a lot of things that they often encountered in their lives but couldn't understand before. Gu Dedi, in particular, was so excited that his eyes were shining. After each experiment, he would record the experimental process in detail in a small notebook and take it out to review it again and again in his spare time. He successfully rebuilt everything himself, from lever principles to ice making. "Come on, let's go to the yard. I'll make you something nice." Gu Zhouyuan carried the dustpan outside. The group exchanged glances and quickly got up to follow them out. Gu Zhouyuan scooped a few ladles of water into the wooden basin, then poured the ashes from the dustpan into it. 4 eggs. Go get some more wood ash from under the stove. Gu Zhouyuan handed over the dustpan. A short while later, Si Dan came over carrying a full basket of wood ash. Gu Zhouyuan poured all the wood ash into the wooden basin and stirred it a few times with a stick. After waiting a while, the gray water in the basin settled, and Gu Zhouyuan used a ladle to scoop up the slightly yellowish clear liquid on top. This is the alkaline water I was just talking about, Gu Zhouyuan said, pointing to the water in the ladle. Huh? This is the experiment we're doing. Si Dan looked disappointed. Compared to the previous experiments, today's experiment was much more boring. Gu Zhouyuan glared at him. What's your hurry? The experiment isn't over yet. This water contains alkali, which can easily wash away some stains. However, the alkali content here is too low. I will concentrate the alkali solution next by heating and evaporating it. He asked Gu Zhaodi to go inside and get a piece of linen. Gu Dedi helped him filter the wood ash water from the basin into another wooden basin. He originally intended to use an empty jar in the yard to heat and purify the alkali solution in the fire pit. I suddenly remembered what my high school chemistry teacher said. A strong alkaline solution made from wood ash will react with silicon dioxide, so the jar is obviously not suitable as a heating container. Chapter 145, Making Money During Class. There's no other way but to cook it in the iron pot, and then wash it a few more times afterwards. Mother, could you please heat the pot for me? He poured the wood ash water into the pot. Lu set up firewood and started cooking. As the heat continues to rise, the water in the pot gradually decreases. Gu Zhouyuan said to Si Dan, go to the chicken and duck shed and bring back 2 feathers. For eggs, the fur of Big Yellow and Second Yellow? Gu Zhouyuan glanced at him. Whatever, duck feathers or goose feathers are fine too. Si Dan took off running outside with his short legs. A while ago, the family hired a helper to render a lot of lard. Gu Zhouyuan went into the kitchen and took out the earthenware jar containing the lard. Gu Zhaodi was a little stunned. Why was lard brought to this experiment? Was this a cooking class? Steam rose from the pot, and as the steam evaporated, the lye solution inside became increasingly concentrated. Gu Zhouyuan would occasionally poke the feather into the water. Upon seeing the feathers dissolve in the lye solution, Gu Zhouyuan exclaimed, it's done. The fact that the alkali solution could dissolve feathers proves that the pH value of the solution has reached above 12. After the concentrated lye solution was prepared, Gu Zhouyuan asked Lu to remove the firewood and rice from the stove, leaving only a small piece burning slowly. It was summer, and the lard hadn't solidified yet. Gu Zhouyuan scooped up the lard with a spoon and added it to the lye solution. The whole family was stunned when they saw Gu Zhouyuan add lard to the wood ash water. This lard is a real gem. Every time I stir-fry something, just a little bit makes it incredibly fragrant. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan wasting the precious lard like this, Lu reached out to stop him, but after opening her mouth, she held back. Xiao Yuan must have his reasons for doing this, she thought to herself. This trust arose naturally from Gu Zhiyuan's behavior over the past few days. Not only her, but Gu Zhaodi and her 2 siblings felt the same way. The 3 of them were only slightly taken aback, but did not show the slightest suspicion towards Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan kept stirring the pot with a wooden stick. His physique had been enhanced by the system, so he didn't feel very tired. After a while, Gu Dedi came over, took the stick from his hand, and said, stirring? I can do that too. You can rest for a bit. The 2 took turns working, and the solution in the pot slowly began to change. It became increasingly white and thick. Gu Zhouyuan stuck chopsticks into the pot and found that the chopsticks could stand upright. He then knew that the saponification reaction was complete. How did it become like this? It's like. Si Dan looked surprised. He didn't know much and couldn't say what it was like. It looks like they're making maltose, Lu said, craning her neck. Soap made this way is not firm enough, especially in summer. It becomes soft and inconvenient to use. Big sister, could you bring me the salt shaker? Gu Zhouyuan turned around and said. Gu Zhaodi nodded and jogged into the kitchen to get the salt jar. Second brother, you stir it. Gu Dedi took the wooden stick as instructed and vigorously stirred the pot. Gu Zhouyuan prepared a bowl of saturated salt water and slowly added it to the pot. Second brother, stir it slowly. As salt is added, the soap gradually precipitates out of the solution, forming flocculent or lumpy precipitates. This is salting out. Gu Zhouyuan took the stick and continued stirring for a while to ensure the salt had its full effect. Then stopped stirring and let the soap solution stand. Because soap is less dense than a solution, it floats on top, while the lower layer of liquid containing glycerin and impurities sinks to the bottom. Gu Zhouyuan clapped his hands and shouted, success! He picked up the spatula and suddenly realized that making soap was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and he hadn't prepared the molds beforehand. It didn't matter. He grabbed the vegetable washing basin and used a spatula to scrape the pale yellow paste into it. Once it cools down, it will become a large, bowl-shaped bar of soap. Gu Zhouyuan stared blankly at the remaining liquid in the pot. Glycerol, when mixed with a certain proportion of nitric acid, can be used to make trinitroglycerin, which is the famous ammonium nitrate explosive. Glycerin also has strong hygroscopic and moisturizing properties and can be made into skincare products. It can even be made into an enema to treat constipation. However, he doesn't have time to study these things right now. He looked at the soap in the wooden basin, calculating the cost of the soap in his mind. The cost of this stuff is neither high nor low, with the biggest expense being lard. However, cheaper oils, such as tung oil or palm oil, can be found later to reduce costs. Third brother, what kind of pastry did you make? Can we eat it now? Sidan asked, drooling as he leaned against the wooden basin. So it really is a cooking lesson? Gu Zhaodi secretly regretted that she seemed to have missed a few steps. She would ask Xiao Yuan for clarification later. It's made with both lard and salt water, so it's no wonder they got the wrong idea. Gu Dedi found it quite amazing that a mixture of salt water, lard, and wood ash could produce a basin of yellowish-white paste. Gu Zhouyuan patted Sidan on the head and warned, "You can't eat that. Be careful you don't foam at the mouth if you do." Fourth brother's face turned pale, and he quickly ran a few steps away from the wooden basin. Third brother, you've been working on this for so long, and you've ended up with a basin of poison? Are you trying to poison the rats? Gu Zhouyuan ignored him and put the remaining glycerin in the bucket into a small earthenware jar, carefully sealing it, thinking that it might come in handy later. Xiao Yuan, is this poisonous? Gu Zhaodi was confused again after hearing what Xiao Yuan and Sidan were talking about. If it wasn't for making food, then what was this pot of ointment for? What I'm making is called soap. It's a great thing. If you use it properly, you can make a lot of money. Gu Zhouyuan said mysteriously. Sidan's eyes lit up. Make big money? Make money like sugar water. Sweet soup. Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow. That's worth 10 sweet soup shops. The whole family gasped in shock. 10 dessert shops. My goodness. They're going to become incredibly wealthy. Gu Dedi lowered his voice unconsciously. Xiao Yuan, is this thing used for washing things? Gu Zhouyuan looked at him in surprise. Second brother, how did you figure that out? I was just guessing. Gu Dedi scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. My older sister said that wood ash can be used to wash clothes. So you asked us why wood ash can be used to wash clothes, and then you said you would do an experiment to show us. Gu Zhouyuan gave a thumbs up and praised. When we study the science of natural philosophy, we need to have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering things. When Sidan heard that this stuff was for washing clothes and wasn't poisonous, he wasn't afraid anymore. He ran back, lay down by the wooden tub, and poked the paste with his finger. Huh, he exclaimed. This thing is a bit harder than before. Gu Zhouyuan pulled him away. Don't touch it. It's still a bit hot to the touch. We have to wait an hour. After an hour, the soap finally cooled down. Gu Zhouyuan scooped over a basin of clean water and soaked the apron that had gotten dirty while cooking in it. Chapter 146 Opportunities and Risks Coexist. I cut a small piece of soap, rubbed it gently on the clothes a few times, scrubbed it back and forth with my hands, and then soaked it in clean water. The stain disappeared without a trace. Gu Zhaodi, who often does laundry, and Lu were dumbfounded. This soap is amazing. How can it clean clothes so easily with just a few rubs? Using lard to wash away grease stains. Who would have thought of that? Gu Dedi picked up his notebook and quickly jotted down the steps. When they couldn't remember something, they would ask Gu Zhouyuan for help. This soap is more effective at cleaning than bath beans. How much do bath beans cost here? Gu Zhouyuan wiped his sweat and pulled up a stool to sit down. He didn't know the price of bath beans in this world, but they certainly weren't cheap. There is a joke about bath beans in A New Account of Tales of the World. When Wang Dun first married the princess, he went to the toilet. After he returned, a maid carried a golden bath basin filled with water and a glass bowl filled with bath beans. He poured the water into the bowl and drank it, thinking it was dry rice. All the maids covered their mouths and laughed. Wang Dun, born into a noble family and a prince consort in the court, mistook bath beans for dry rice, which led to him being ridiculed by his maid. This shows that bath beans were a rare item during the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties. During the Tang dynasty, bath beans had become an essential beauty and bathing product in the homes of nobles, used by both men and women. Sun Simiao once said in his book, Supplement to the 1,000 Golden Prescriptions, face cream, hand cream, clothing fragrance, bath powder, and other luxury items are all desired by officials and nobles. Sun Simiao recorded the method of making bath beans in detail in his book, Essential Prescriptions Worth 1,000 Pieces of Gold. First, clean the blood and dirt off the pig pancreas. Then remove all the fat and veins and grind it into a paste. The finer the grinding process, the better the finished product. Then add soybean flour, spices, etc., and mix them evenly. Finally, it is shaped by hand and dried naturally to make bath beans. A pig only has one pancreas, which shows that the supply of raw materials for bath beans is severely limited, and various spices must be added to them. The spice recipes differ, and so do the prices of bath powders, but they're never cheap. Gu Zhaodi and her two siblings looked blank. They had never been to the county town more than a few times in their lives, and no one in the village had ever bought bath beans, so they naturally didn't know the price of bath beans. After all, Madame Lu was quite old. As the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. She had heard about bath beans. I've heard people say that the cheapest bath beans cost 5 qian of silver each, and wealthy families often buy hundreds to keep at home, Lu said, recounting what she had heard. 5 coins each. And that's the cheapest price. I'll buy 100 at a time. Dan exclaimed repeatedly. Mother Lu continued. Those bath beans are used up very quickly. You need to use several for each bath. Gu Zhaodi clicked her tongue in amazement. Spending 2 or 3 taels of silver on a single bath is too extravagant. This is still the cheapest bath powder. There are also more expensive ones, which are said to contain musk or some other good fragrance. Those bath powders sell for 5 taels of silver each, and they're only this small. As Lu spoke, she drew a circle with her index finger and thumb to show everyone. Would anyone actually buy something that's so expensive? One of those would be enough to feed an entire family in our village for a very long time, Gu Dedi stammered. These are all used by the wives and daughters of officials. Ordinary people can't afford them, Lu sighed. Gu Zhouyuan, however, felt that all of this was perfectly normal. The extravagant lifestyle of the upper class was something that the lower classes could never imagine. Gu Zhouyuan picked up a knife and cut off a piece of soap, about the same size as the common soaps from his previous life. I'm also prepared to sell this bar of soap for 5 qian of silver, Gu Zhouyuan said. The people in the room were all stunned. There were about 6 or 7 caddies of lard in the jar, and the cost was only a little over 100 coins. It also contains brine. In this world, a pound of official salt costs 51. During the Xining era of the Northern Song dynasty, the price of a pound of official salt was about 47 won. So the cost is at most 200 won. A bar of soap the size that Gu Zhouyuan is holding could be cut into at least 30 or 40 pieces in this wooden basin. Even at the most conservative estimate of 30 yuan, it can be sold for 15 taels of silver. A bar of soap that costs 15 taels of silver only requires 200 coins to make its materials. The breathing of everyone in the room became noticeably rapid. They had no doubt that the soap would sell. Compared to other bath soaps on the market, this unique soap will never have to worry about sales. Even Dan, a little kid who doesn't understand prices, knows how terrifying the profits are. Xiao Yuan, we can't protect this thing ourselves. Should we talk to young Master Ho about it? Gu Dedi said in a deep voice. Having this secret method for making soap is like having a gold mine. But it doesn't matter that this secret technique is in the hands of powerful families. But in the hands of ordinary farmers like them, this secret method is like a child carrying gold through a bustling market. It will not only fail to bring wealth, but will instead invite disaster. Gu Zhouyuan had to reevaluate his taciturn second brother. They are intelligent and can maintain rational judgment even in the face of huge profits. If nothing unexpected happens, such a person will surely achieve great things in the future. He smiled and nodded. No rush. This soap isn't working very well right now. It's best to let it sit for a while. Soap is good for washing clothes and hands, but it's not very suitable for bathing. In the meantime, I also need to develop a scented soap to completely replace bath beans. Scented soap? Gu Zhaodi asked with great interest. Does it contain flower petals? Yes, scented soap is called soap, and it's specifically for bathing and washing your face. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and smiled. The process of making scented soap is similar to that of making regular soap, except for the extra step of adding fragrance. The flowers were collected, and the essence was extracted using distillation. The cost of using flower petals for fragrance will be slightly higher, but when the price is increased, those ladies and wives will naturally pay for it. You can also use the peels of citrus fruits to extract juice, then ferment and purify it to make fruit-scented soaps. These can be studied later. He doesn't have the energy to deal with them now. A bottle of floral water will do the trick. The rest of the family also realized that while this formula could bring huge profits, it would also cause enormous trouble. However, when they thought of Ho Yu, they felt relieved. The county magistrate is the law of Qingtian County. As long as he is firmly tied to young Master Ho, he has nothing to fear. From ecstasy to heaviness, and now to excitement after a period of calm, everyone's emotions have shifted repeatedly. I'll go to the city tomorrow and see if I can find cheaper oil, Gu Zhouyuan said after thinking for a moment. Lard is too expensive and has a fishy smell. He wanted to ask Su Mufeng if there was any way to obtain palm oil. Chapter 147 Crisis. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Gu Zhouyuan drove his mule cart to the city. He was the only one in the car. The rest of the Gu family stayed in the village to help their relatives harvest wheat. As the mule carts entered the city, the village was bustling with activity, but the people living in the city seemed unaffected. However, if you look closely, you can still find some differences. There were noticeably fewer villagers at the market, and Gu Zhouyuan's mule cart moved through the market without any hindrance. Gu Zhouyuan didn't know where Su Mufeng lived, but he figured he was studying at Qingtian Academy, and he would definitely find him if he went to the academy. He inquired briefly and quickly found out the address of the academy. The academy is located in a quiet corner of the city, which is in stark contrast to the hustle and bustle around it. White walls and green tiles, with the 4 large characters Qingtian Academy written in a vigorous and elegant style on the plaque. This academy is not an official county school, yet it is named after the county, Qingtian. I wonder what kind of background its founder has. He did not hear the expected sound of reading aloud. He knocked on the tightly closed brown door, and after a short while, a man in his 20s came out. "Young man, are you here to visit your elder brother?" "It's a pity the academy is closed today," the man said humbly and politely. "A holiday? Doesn't the academy have a regular holiday every 10 days? "It's only been a few days since the last holiday," Gu Zhouyuan asked curiously. "This academy seems to have very lax discipline. They give students holidays every few days. Is that all right?" The man said, "This holiday is not a regular one. Mr. Jingda said that there is a locust plague in the county, so we are giving 3 days off so that the students can go to the fields to experience the natural disaster and the suffering of the people. When classes resume, each student will have to write an article and submit it to him." Gu Zhouyuan felt a sense of admiration for Mr. Jingda. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. It's far better to go out and experience the hardships of ordinary people than to just study books blindly. If you pass the imperial examinations and become an official, you can then think about doing something practical for the people. "Does my brother know where Su Mufeng went?" Gu Zhouyuan asked, clasping his hands in greeting. "I don't know. Senior brother Su went out with Ho Yu this morning without telling anyone where they were going," the man replied, bowing in return. Gu Zhouyuan bid farewell to that person. "Su Mufeng and Ho Yu together? Did they go to a restaurant?" That shouldn't be the case. One is the son of an official, and the other is a scholar in plain clothes. They know absolutely nothing about restaurants. He believed that if he didn't take the initiative to contact them, they would never bother with the trivial matters in the restaurant. He couldn't be bothered to guess where the two had gone. Remembering that he hadn't served sweet soup to Laifu restaurant for 2 days, he figured since they were here, he might as well go over and say hello. Inside the Laifu restaurant, Manager Qian was sitting behind the counter drinking tea. When he saw Gu Zhouyuan coming over, his eyes lit up, and he quickly got up and walked out from behind the counter. "Brother Gu, what brings you here?" he greeted warmly as he walked over. "I haven't had time to make sweet soup these past 2 days, and I didn't get a chance to tell you beforehand. I happened to be in the city today to take care of some business, so I thought I'd come and say hello," Gu Zhouyuan said apologetically. Shopkeeper Qian waved his hand. "I went to your stall yesterday to look for you, but you weren't there. The girl selling wontons next to me told me that you went back to the village to take care of things in the fields. I heard the locusts were coming, so I went back and made some preparations," Gu Zhouyuan nodded. It was still early, and the restaurant hadn't had any customers yet. Manager Qian led Gu Zhouyuan into a small private room upstairs. "Young man, when are you planning to open your restaurant?" Manager Qian asked one of the shop assistants to brew a pot of tea. "Let's talk about it after we're done with this busy period. There's been too much going on lately, and the locusts are coming soon. We farmers are most afraid of our crops being eaten by insects." Gu Zhouyuan picked up his teacup and took a sip. Manager Qian sighed. "With this locust plague, the people are suffering terribly. If the harvest fails, it will inevitably affect everyone in the city." Manager Qian had also experienced the locust plague 17 years ago, and he still felt uneasy when he recalled the scene. Gu Zhouyuan didn't want to discuss these things. It would only cause more trouble and wouldn't help with the impending locust plague. He changed the subject, asking, "Does Manager Qian know where I can buy palm oil in the city?" "Palm oil?" Manager Qian frowned and pondered. "Young man, are you perhaps referring to palm oil?" The the kind of oil extracted from the fruit of the palm tree. After a while, Manager Qian asked. Gu Zhouyuan clapped his hands and said, "That's right, it's palm fruit oil. Is it expensive?" This palm oil has a pleasant fragrance and is mostly used for making desserts. The oil itself isn't expensive. It's about 80 coins per pound, said Manager Qian. 80 coins. Gu Zhouyuan was quite surprised. It would be better to use lard, but if you're making soap in large quantities, the supply of lard would be too limited. Vegetable oil is the most reliable option. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan's surprise, Manager Qian smiled and said, "We don't have palm oil locally. It has to be transported from Johor or Java. The price of this oil is low locally, 80 coins per caddy, and 90 of that goes to transportation costs. Johor is present-day Malaysia, and Java is Indonesia." Gu Zhouyuan decided to ask Su Mufeng if he had any connections, and then set up a special line to transport palm oil from Southeast Asia. Then we can export the soap and soap dishes overseas, and we can also bring back some valuable wood while we're at it. Now he can buy some palm oil from the mall to make soap. As for why he has always insisted on using palm oil instead of local rapeseed oil or soybean oil, that's because obtaining oil here is still relatively difficult. He needs a lot of oil to make soap, and if he uses local oil, it would be like stealing oil from the mouths of ordinary people. Palm oil is mostly imported from abroad. As long as you pay, it won't disrupt the balance of oil consumption. He planned to use the palm oil in the space to make up the difference first. After saying goodbye to Manager Qian, Gu Zhouyuan drove his mule cart home. When they reached a deserted mountain road, Gu Zhouyuan loaded 6 wooden barrels of palm oil and a barrel of coarse salt onto a mule cart and headed home. There are 2 sides to the story. As soon as Gu Zhouyuan left home in the morning, Gu Zhaodi and the others went to help Granny's son harvest wheat. Son Mutu was a boy of about half a year old, and his mother was still in relatively good health. When the Gu family arrived, 3 mu of their 6 mu of wheat had already been harvested. With so many people working together, the remaining wheat was quickly harvested. Gu Dedi stopped son Mutu, who wanted to carry wheat home, and told him to wait for Gu Zhouyuan's mule cart to return so he could use it to transport the wheat. Now everyone is working together to help other villagers with their harvest. "It's terrible. It's terrible," Aunt Wang shouted as she ran over. "Sister Gu, your house is surrounded." Mrs. Lu was stunned. "Surrounded? Surrounded? What do you mean?" Aunt Wang, supporting herself on her knees, caught her breath for a while. Once her breathing had calmed down a bit, she raised her head and said, "That young master from the city brought a bunch of people and said that your goose Sanner needs to come out right now, or he'll have your house smashed up." Chapter 148. The enemy comes knocking. Everyone's expression changed. I don't know how Gu Zhouyuan offended the young master in the city. "Mother, what should we do?" Sidan's face turned pale. "These people came to cause trouble for third brother. Luckily, third brother went to the city today, but we can't let them smash up our house. I'll go take a look." Lu Shiqiang steadied herself, determined to find out what was going on. "Mother, you, eldest sister, and Sidan stay here. I'll go see what's going on," Gu Dedi said in a deep voice. He is the eldest son in this family. Xiao Yuan once said that he is the pillar of the family, and with him around, the family must never be allowed to take risks. "Let's go together." Gu Zhaodi's expression was cold. The person who had a conflict with Xiao Yuan was probably that young Master Zhao who had beaten Xiao Yuan unconscious before. She wanted to see what kind of deep-seated hatred could drive someone to beat another to death and now come knocking on her door, refusing to let it go. Before Gu Dedi could say anything more, his mother, Lu, said, "That's right. How can I feel at ease if you go alone? We can look after each other as a family." The person who came was naturally Zhao Fugui. He got a good beating from Gu Zhouyuan that day and even had his head electrotherapy done. He lay in bed, feeling dizzy for several days. He wanted to take revenge, but the thought of Gu Zhouyuan's crazy, reckless behavior made him shudder. He had a gut feeling that if he angered Gu Zhouyuan, he might really be killed by him. His father happened to be in Tally County on business, so he wrote a letter and had it delivered to his father, Master Zhao. When Master Zhao received the letter, he was furious to see that it was full of his son's tearful pleas. He was determined to rush back and deal with this audacious peasant. But he was busy with important matters and couldn't come back for a while, so he wrote a reply to Zhao Fugui. He told Zhao Fugui not to act rashly and to wait for his return before seeking revenge. He knew his son acted recklessly, and he was worried that pushing him too far might lead to further trouble. "I'll wait until I get back, sort everything out, and crush this reckless brat in one go." Zhao Fugui waited for over a month before his father finally returned from Tally County last night after finishing his business. He met Wu Zhiro a couple of days ago and heard her say that the sweet soup that has become popular all over the city recently was actually created by this kid Gu Zhouyuan, who now has a small stall in the market on the east side. He also told Master Zhao about it. The cunning and shrewd Zhao Yuanwei immediately realized there was something to be gained from this. He went to the county government office early in the morning to find Constable Zhao, who worked there. Officer Zhao was Zhao Yuanwei's cousin, and the two often colluded to do shady things. As soon as his father returned, Zhao Fugui's courage returned immediately. He couldn't wait for his father to arrange everything, so he led 7 or 8 servants and followers to Dongji to cause trouble for Gu Zhouyuan. After searching around and not finding him, I inquired and learned that the kid hadn't been setting up his stall for the past 2 days. He couldn't help but sneer. This kid was indeed cunning. Knowing that he was about to die, he hid at home and wouldn't come out. But it wasn't that simple. He had already found out that the young man surnamed Gu lived in Datong village. Hide away? Will everything be fine if you just hide? As the saying goes, you can run away from the monk, but not the temple. I'm going to storm your house today. He led his men in 2 horse-drawn carriages, marching in a grand procession towards Datong village. He saw several elderly people sitting under the old locust tree, so he got off the carriage and asked which one belonged to Gu Zhouyuan. The villagers knew that Gu Zhouyuan had been doing business in the city these days, and it was said that he was even planning to partner with someone to open a large restaurant. Zhao Fugui was dressed in fine clothes and was riding in a carriage, clearly a young master from a wealthy family in the city. The villagers all assumed that Zhao Fugui was Gu Zhouyuan's business partner in the city, so they pointed out the direction of Gu Zhouyuan's house to Zhao Fugui. When Sanlu returned to get a drink of water, he enthusiastically led the way, taking Zhao Fugui and the others to Gu Zhouyuan's house. The gate to Gu Zhouyuan's house was tightly closed. It was locked from the outside. Despite running such a long way, this kid still managed to get wind of it and run away before it was too late. Zhao Fugui flew into a rage and started cursing at Gu Zhouyuan's locked gate like a shrew. Hearing the commotion, more and more elderly villagers who had stayed behind in the village came to help. They were all secretly surprised when they heard this man call himself Young Master Zhao, and that he had so many followers. However, some people guessed that this person was the young Master Zhao who had previously made an enemy of Gu Xin over a woman. Zhao Fugui looked around and found this dilapidated village to be quite strange. He didn't see a single young person. All he saw were elderly men and women, frail and unsteady, or even babies. As onlookers gathered, he became increasingly arrogant. He kicked the gate and shouted, "Gu Zhouyuan, weren't you supposed to be a good fighter? Why are you acting like a coward now? I'll wait another cup of tea's time. If you don't get out here and kowtow to apologize, I'll smash up your house." He was convinced that Gu Zhouyuan had heard rumors and gone into hiding, and that the unruly villagers must know about it too. He gave the villagers the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to inform Gu Zhouyuan. He won't rest until he's thoroughly humiliated Gu Zhouyuan. Sure enough, he saw a woman from next door running hurriedly into the distance, probably to inform Gu Zhouyuan. Zhao Fugui waited for a while, then grew increasingly impatient. He waved his hand, and 2 burly men came out. "Take this broken door down," Zhao Fugui said arrogantly, one hand on his hip. The subordinate nodded, and the 2 of them rushed toward the courtyard gate together. With a loud crash, the already flimsy courtyard gate was smashed open and flew into the yard. Zhao Fugui swaggered into the courtyard. Xiaobai rushed over and barked incessantly at Zhao Fugui. The crew-cut man also buried his head in Zhao Fugui's calf. Zhao Fugui kicked the flat-headed man, sending him tumbling. "What are you doing?" A man in his 70s, leaning on a cane, stepped out from the crowd and shouted, "What business is it of yours, old man? Go away, stand over there," said one of Zhao Fugui's skinny henchmen, annoyed. "I am Gu Manjiao's 3rd uncle. You're trying to break and pick your way in broad daylight. Are you robbers?" The 3rd uncle slammed his cane on the ground and said angrily, "What the hell is Gu Manjiao?" Zhao Fugui was getting annoyed by the flat-headed man's repeated shoves. He said to one of his men, "Give me your stick." His subordinate quickly handed him the stick. He raised the stick, ready to strike the crew-cut man's head. "Stop!" A loud shout rang out. Chapter 149, The Arrogant Young Master Zhao. Gu Dedi ran over, glared at Zhao Fugui, and said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you causing trouble at my house?" "You're home." Zhao Fugui raised an eyebrow. He handed the stick back to his attendant, walked out of the courtyard, and looked at Gu Dedi with interest. "Who is Gu Zhouyuan to you?" "I'm his 2nd brother. What do you want with my Xiaoyuan?" Gu Dedi clenched his fist and asked. At this moment, Lu, Gu Zhaodi, and Sidon also arrived at the courtyard gate. "Oh," Zhao Fugui chuckled strangely. "That kid Gu Zhouyuan is a coward, so you're the one to step in and take charge." "My 3rd brother is not a coward." Sidan couldn't help but shout, then quickly hid behind Gu Zhaodi again. "Your 3rd brother?" Zhao Fugui turned to look at him. So, you must be Gu Zhouyuan's older sister, and you're his mother. He pointed at Gu Zhaodi and said to Lu, you were the one who hit Xiao Yuan on the head last time, weren't you? Gu Zhaodi's voice trembled slightly. She was most afraid of such a scene, but at this moment, anger suppressed her fear. She lightly bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly in annoyance, and her eyes flashed with furious flames. Zhao Fugui was stunned. He had always thought that women in the countryside were rough, dark, and thin, but he never expected that this guy's sister would be so beautiful. Seeing Zhao Fugui staring intently at her, Gu Zhaodi felt a little intimidated and unconsciously took a step back. Gu Dedi stood in front of her and said coldly, we haven't even had a chance to settle the score with you for hitting someone last time, and you still dare to bring people to cause trouble? Hara, you want to settle accounts with me? Zhao Fugui seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Do you know who my father is? He said arrogantly. My father is Master Zhao. Don't even mention me beating this kid up. Even if I kill him, it's just his bad luck. The villagers all started whispering among themselves. Master Zhao? Why does that name sound so familiar? More than a month ago, Gu Shaoxin was hit on the back of the head. Wasn't it because he was trying to steal a woman from the young master of the Zhao family? Master Zhao? Master Zhao from Baiyun Town? It's said that half the land in Baiyun Town belongs to Master Zhao, and every year, just from the rent he collects from his clients, the money would pile up. The villagers' conversation reached Zhao Fugui's ears, making him even more smug. Go in and smash it. He waved his hand, and all the servants and attendants rushed into the courtyard. Gu Dedi rushed forward, spread his arms to block the courtyard gate, and gritted his teeth, saying, no one is allowed to go in. His purpose in this world is to protect this family. His eyes were fierce, like a lone wolf ready to devour its prey. The servants at the front, intimidated by his imposing manner, couldn't help but take a half step back. They've been in plenty of fights, but the way this young man is acting clearly makes it clear he wants to fight them to the death. Lu and Gu Zhaodi also rushed over and stood with Gu Dedi. My son Xiao Yuan is acquainted with the magistrate's son, and they're even going to open a restaurant together. You'd better not do anything rash. Madame Lu said urgently. Zhao Fugui laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha, the magistrate's son knows a bunch of peasants like you? I know the little prince. Ha. All the servants burst into laughter. 4 eggs. Go and call second uncle and the others. Gu Zhaodi shouted. Sidan took off running outside. The skinny servant was nimble and quick, and in a flash he caught up with Sidan and dragged him back. 4 eggs. Gu Zhaodi and the others all looked anxious. They were surrounded by wolves in front and poisonous snakes behind. What were they going to do? Gu Dedi's eyes were bloodshot as he charged towards Zhao Fugui. As long as we subdue this ringleader, young Master Zhao, our family will be safe for the time being. As long as Xiao Yuan comes back, all the problems will be solved. Wang Debao, who had been protecting Zhao Fugui closely, suddenly sharpened his eyes and struck Gu Dedi with a stick. He was ruthless. He struck Gu Dedi directly on the head with the stick. Gu Dedi instinctively raised his arm to block, and with a bang, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Dedi, Lu and Gu Zhaodi were so anxious that tears welled up in their eyes, and they rushed over to support Gu Dedi. Second brother. 4th egg was being held by Skinny Monkey, his legs kicking and struggling. How dare you come to our village in broad daylight? Put Sidan down right now. Third uncle was furious. He walked over shakily, about to snatch the boy from Skinny Monkey's hands. The Skinny Monkey stepped aside a few paces. You old geezer, my young master has done plenty of heinous things. Do you really have to wait until tonight? If you can't speak properly, then shut up. Zhao Fugui was speechless. He squatted down, looked at Sidan and sneered. Call for help? Call for help to get beaten up together. Ha. The group of lackeys all burst into laughter. Are you bandits? Coming into someone's house in broad daylight to commit evil deeds, is there no law? Granny Sun was so anxious that she jumped up and down. The law? You bunch of poor bastards are talking to me about the law. Zhao Fugui laughed. Haven't you heard the saying, murderers and arsonists wear golden belts? My family is rich and powerful. Even if we go to the yamen, the county magistrate will be on my side. He was truly extremely arrogant. The saying, murderers and arsonists wear golden belts, is a cry of indignation from the lower classes who feel their traditional belief in karmic retribution has been distorted. Yet, he brazenly utters it to flaunt his power and lawlessness. While the Skinny Monkey was laughing with his head tilted back, Sun Mutu suddenly rammed into him. Caught off guard, the Skinny Monkey was hit in the stomach by his head and winced in pain. Skinny Monkey grabbed Sun Mutu, and was about to teach the little kid a lesson. Sun Muto opened his mouth and bit the skinny monkey's hand. The skinny monkey cried out in pain, then let go and started swinging it around with all its might. Sun Muta grabbed Sidan and ran. Damn it, you're a piece of trash. You can't even handle a kid. Zhao Fugui wished he could kick this useless thing to death. What the hell are you all standing there for? Tear this house down. Zhao Fugui shouted at his men. By this time, Gu Dedi and his men had already left the gate, and these lackeys were allowed to enter the courtyard without any hindrance. The sound of things being smashed and broken came from the yard. Gu Dedi, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, was about to rush into the yard. Lu and Gu Zhaodi held him tightly. They are rich and powerful, and they outnumber us. We can't confront them head-on. Gu Zhaodi said, her eyebrows lowered. Wait for Xiao Yuan to come back, she said through gritted teeth. Yes, wait for Xiao Yuan to come back. Lu repeated softly. The average person would hope that Xiao Yuan would not come back, and that he would stay as far away as possible. But their ideas were quite unusual, because their son, Xiao Yuan, was no ordinary person either. Xiao Yuan received guidance from a deity, and he can handle any kind of monster or demon. Who gave you the audacity to cause trouble at my Gu family's residence? A loud shout rang out. Gu Monsong ran ahead carrying a sickle, followed closely by Dazhu, Erju, and Gu Manton. Then, a large group of Gu family members followed. Chapter 150 People arrive at the old house. Zhao Fugui saw a group of people approaching menacingly, with the first few carrying sickles. He was momentarily taken aback. What? What do you want to do? Gu Monsong listened to the noisy sounds of things being smashed in the yard, then turned around and saw Gu Dedi clutching his arm, his face ashen. Gu Zhaodi and her sister-in-law Lu were supporting Gu Dedi as he wiped away his tears. He was grinding his back teeth to powder. He turned around, grabbed his sickle, and went into the yard. Damn it, I'll kill you bunch of bastards. A servant was poking at the bottom of the pot with a stick when Gu Monsong spotted the man's protruding buttocks and slapped him with a sickle. Fortunately, Gu Monsong still retained a sliver of rationality and used a slap instead of a chop. Even so, when the servant slashed with all his might, he still jumped high into the air before collapsing to the ground, clutching his buttocks and howling in pain. Everyone else stopped smashing and looked over. Dazhu and Erju remained silent, the two of them blocking the door with sickles in their hands. The wealthy man. They were indeed a little afraid. But the current situation doesn't seem to be something that can be resolved simply by them being afraid or giving in. This young Master Zhao from the wealthy family came with great force. It seems he's here to ruin Xiao Yuan's family. Are they really going to just stand by and watch Xiao Yuan's family be bullied to death? They can't do that. Then there's nothing more to say, just go for it. It seems like this is the only way forward. The two men stood guard at the entrance like door gods, determined not to let either of them leave. Gu Monsong tried to squeeze in but failed. He said impatiently, "Open the door and let me in." Erju stepped to the side, released his third uncle, and then left. Gu Monsong looked at the mess in the yard. Even the wooden bucket he had painstakingly made for Xiao Yuan was smashed. He laughed in anger. A bunch of bandits. Tie them all up and send them to the county jail. Grandma Gu and the others swarmed around. After hearing what had happened, the old lady started looking for a stick as she circled around. "Grandma, here's my prickly pear stick for you." Siju handed the straight wooden stick in his hand to Grandma Gu. Grandma Gu glared at Zhao Fugui and said angrily, "Last time you beat my Xiao Yuan unconscious, and now you're coming to bully us? What? Do you really think the Gu family has no one to rely on?" Sun went over to comfort Gu Zhaodi and the others. Wang ran over and pulled Sidon away, then stood at the very back of the group with Sanyu. Zhao Fugui was a little confused. Why was this not what he had expected? Shouldn't these peasants be trembling in fear, begging me to let them go? Why are they all so tough? Actually, it was his own stupidity. If he had shown off his strength and power as soon as he arrived, and put pressure on the Gu family, they would most likely have given in. At the very least, they will apologize and beg for forgiveness. After all, the wealthy and powerful man was someone no one wanted to offend to death. But this brain-dead young Master Zhao immediately acted like he was going to kill him, a fight to the death. He has blocked all their escape routes, so how can they blame others for fighting back to the death? Just like how people are afraid of dogs, that's only before the dog bites them. Once a dog bites a person, that person becomes fearless and will most likely be able to kill the vicious dog with their bare hands. Zhao Fugui acts without thinking, which is why Master Zhao told him not to act rashly and to wait for his return before seeking revenge. Two groups of people were facing off in the courtyard. More and more villagers gathered outside after hearing the news. These people were harvesting wheat in the fields when they heard that something terrible had happened to Gu Zhiyuan's family, so they all rushed over. "Auntie, be careful. That guy is a real fighter," Gu Yukai shouted. Zhao Yukai, who had just arrived, saw old Madame Gu carrying a stick and walking towards Zhao Fuguei. The tall, thin man next to Zhao Fuguei had fought with Xiao Yuan before. He could tell that the man was a trained fighter, and he couldn't let his aunt suffer a loss, so he spoke up to remind her. Zhao Fuguei felt extremely embarrassed to be surrounded by a bunch of poor people. His blood boiled, and he looked around and shouted, "My father is Master Zhao. Do you know what will happen if you go against my family?" Throughout his life, Grandpa Gu adhered to the philosophy that suffering a loss is a blessing, and that taking a step back opens up a world of possibilities. He stepped forward and said, "We won't make things difficult for you. You and your people leave now, and we'll pretend that nothing happened today." Gu Monsong and the others all looked anxious. Old Master Gu waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. Zhao Fuguei was still a little apprehensive. These country bumpkins were all brainless, and he might actually kill himself if they acted recklessly. Hearing Old Master Gu back down, his pretentious nature was reignited. "Stop talking nonsense and get that brat Gu Zhouyuan out here. I brought 2 sourwood sticks with me today. Break these 2 sticks. If he's like last time and only needs to lie in bed for a few days, then he'll be lucky." He took 2 sticks, each about 2 fingers thick, from Wang Debao's hand. "If he can't take it, then it's not my fault. I can only say that this kid deserves to die." Old Master Gu's expression changed repeatedly. Zhao Fuguei continued, "If that young lady is willing to come home with me as a concubine, then Gu Zhouyuan will be my brother-in-law. It's easier to talk things out behind closed doors. I'll just take half his life to teach him a lesson." He pointed at Gu Zhaodi with a smirk on his face. Upon hearing this, the Gu family and the villagers who were watching were all furious. Gu Zhaodi felt a surge of bitterness, her face turning pale and then red, and she felt a wave of dizziness. Lu gritted her teeth. "That damned bastard deserves to die." Gu Dedi was about to rush up and fight Zhao Fuguei to the death when Sun Sure held him back. Aunt Wang was initially wary of Master Zhao's power and influence, so she only dared to secretly report the news. After informing Gu Dedi and the others, she ran to inform the Gu family's old residents. At that time, the Gu family members were helping others harvest wheat in the fields. Upon receiving the news, they rushed over. At this point, Aunt Wang couldn't hold back any longer. Before old Mrs. Gu could even open her mouth, she stood in the crowd and started cursing. "You came to someone's house in broad daylight to cause trouble, demolish their house, beat up their second brother, and even tried to forcibly take their eldest sister away. Does this mean that Qingtian County is above the law just because you have absolute power?" The villagers were also indignant and began to criticize Zhao Fuguei. When Grandpa Gu saw that Grandma Gu was about to start scolding him, he tugged at her sleeves. Grandma Gu raised an eyebrow. This old man had been a coward for most of his life, and now someone was taking advantage of him and still putting up with it. Just as she was about to explode, she saw old Master Gu's face turn ashen as he coldly said to Zhao Fuguei, "Old man, I see it now. Young Master Zhao wants my Gu family to be destroyed. Well then, today you won't be leaving this village." Grandma Gu swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue and took Grandpa Gu's hand. Chapter 151 Gratitude. The elderly couple exchanged a glance, both seeing the resolute look in each other's eyes. Zhao Fuguei opened his mouth, wondering how things had gone off track again. As more and more people gathered, and these later arrivals were all able-bodied laborers, the crowd grew larger and larger. In his mind, weren't poor people all timid and afraid to even breathe loudly in front of rich people? Why is Datong village so eerie? All the onlookers have fierce eyes, which reminds him of Gu Zhiyuan's madness that day. He is the son of a wealthy man, and his father will be here soon. Thinking of this, his courage returned. "Datong village, is that it? You think you can stay in this village forever? As soon as you step out of this village, I have 100 ways to deal with you," Zhao Fuguei said sinisterly. Upon hearing this, the villagers reacted in various ways. Just now, everyone was so angry that they wanted to beat these troublemakers to death. Now that I've calmed down and thought about it, I realize that going against the wealthy man would have had very serious consequences. Some people lowered their heads, while others stepped out from the crowd. We'll talk about the future later. If you want to beat people up, demolish houses, and kidnap girls from our Datong village today, then you'll have to ask the sickles and carrying poles in our hands if they agree. Zhao Ergu slammed the carrying pole on the ground and shouted loudly. He has always been a person who hates evil. Previously, Gu Zhouyuan beat and scolded his siblings at home and stole the family's food rations to exchange for alcohol outside. He really disliked Gu Zhouyuan, and whenever he saw Gu Zhouyuan, He wanted to say a few sarcastic remarks. Since Aunt Gu and Gu Zhaodi were actually protecting Gu Zhouyuan, he began to despise the entire Gu family. Later, Gu Zhouyuan changed. He became very good at fighting and even gave himself a good beating. He also became quite capable, hunting wild boars and digging for ginseng. Later, he made a lot of money selling sweet soup, and I heard he's planning to open a restaurant. He didn't admire Gu Zhouyuan's ability to make money, nor did Zhao Erge change his attitude just because the Gu family became wealthy. What he admired was that even though Gu Zhouyuan had money, he still thought of the villagers, leading them to dig irrigation ditches, process cassava, and now he had even brought in sampans so that everyone could finish harvesting the wheat. Gu Zhouyuan has done so much for the village. Now that his family is in trouble, what's wrong with him lending a hand? Granny Zhao panicked and desperately pulled Zhao Erge back. Are you crazy, Ergo? They're not after you. There are so many people with the surname Gu in the village. Why would they need someone like you with the surname Zhao to stick your neck out? He's the son of a wealthy family. Dealing with us poor folks is as easy as crushing a grasshopper. You have a family to support, so don't act rashly and cause a big disaster. She cried and wailed, but Zhao Ergu stood still and said to his wife, Feng Shi, quickly, take my mother away. Zhao Dajin shook off his wife, who was clinging tightly to his arm, and stepped forward as well. I've lived for 30 years, and I've never heard of anyone daring to bully men and women in our Datong village. You can't even do these despicable things on a dark, moonless night. Do you really think there are no men in our village? He met Gu Dedi's gaze and nodded slightly. He had worked with Gu Dedi for more than 10 days and got along very well with him. Now that his brother was in trouble, how could he possibly cower in fear? More and more people are stepping forward. Zhao Yukai, Chao Yozi, Zhao Youfu, Aunt Wang, Widow Luo, Granny Sun, Chun Mei, and many others who worked at Gu Zhouyuan's house. Finally, most of the villagers who had been watching came out. They remember everything Gu Zhouyuan did for the village, every single thing. If Gu Zhouyuan were here, he would definitely say something like, "Who the hell called me a saint? Just be yourself and leave the rest to your conscience." The villagers' faces were grim. They probably wouldn't dare to lay a hand on the rich man's son. However, if they step forward to help, they can protect Gu Zhouyuan's family in their own village without much trouble. At the entrance to the courtyard, there was a dense crowd of people, and more were constantly joining in. Zhao Fugui finally began to regret his actions. He could deal with individual farmers, but he couldn't fight against the entire village. If I had known, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry and would have waited for his father to come along. He's stuck in this predicament, unable to leave or stay. Wang Debao whispered in his ear, "Young master, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Let's go back first, and then get our revenge later when we're all ready." Zhao Fugui's eyes darted around. He had come with great fanfare and high spirits. If he were to slink away like this, he would lose all face. Right now, it all boils down to one word: wait. Wait for his father to arrive. His father was 100 times more cunning and treacherous than him. No, 100 times more shrewd and calculating. As long as Dad comes, all these poor bastards will behave themselves. He had seen too many times how his father used tricks to force people to sell their children, leading to the destruction of their families. Zhao Fugui snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and stood there without saying a word. Dr. Wei touched Gu Dedi's hanging right arm a few times and said in a deep voice, "The bone is broken. I'll go home and get some bone-setting plaster. After applying the medicine, you'll need to put on a splint." Gu Zhaodi and Lu Shi were both so heartbroken that they kept wiping away tears. Si Dan shook off his third aunt and ran over crying. "Second brother, does it hurt?" Gu Dedi knew he'd been hit with a stick before, and he figured his arm was probably broken this time. His expression didn't change much at this moment, and he comforted her, saying, "It's okay. It doesn't hurt much. We're waiting for third brother to come back," Si Dan said fiercely, looking at Zhao Fugui. Just then, a group of people walked towards them from a distance. The one leading the group was the village head. He had just finished inspecting the wheat field furthest from the village and was unaware that something had happened in the village. He only heard about it when he was almost in the village, so he rushed over. "Young Master Zhao, is this Datong village, not your Baiyun town?" the village headman said coldly. "And who are you?" Zhao Fugui frowned when he saw that the village head had an unusual air about him. "I am the village head of Datong village. Does your father, Zhao Baiwan, know about the stupid things you've done?" Through the low courtyard wall, the village head saw that the courtyard was in a mess, and he asked Zhao Fugui in a deep voice, "You know my father is Zhao Baiwan, and you still dare to talk to me like that?" Zhao Fugui asked in surprise. "How dare I speak to you like that?" The village head looked at the fool in front of him. "Even if your father, Zhao Baiwan, came here, He would have to think twice before speaking to me in Datong village. As a grassroots administrative position, the Lijiang was responsible for the affairs of a li. The number of households in a li varied in different dynasties, but was generally around 110 households, including household registration management, tax collection, and corvée labor. In Xintian County, villages are often separated by mountains, making it inconvenient for one person to manage several villages. Therefore, it was stipulated that each village should have a Lijiang, similar to the village chief in later generations. They were able to directly interact with the government and exercise power on its behalf. For example, in tax collection, the village head had the authority to urge every household to pay taxes on time and in full, and could report any delays or tax resistance to the government for punishment. Chapter 152. Tie them all up. The wealthy Zhao family owned a large amount of land and shops. Their substantial economic power allows these wealthy landowners to dominate local economic activities, exerting influence through means such as controlling grain prices and monopolizing local commercial channels. As a member of the local gentry, the wealthy man had extensive interactions with literati and even local officials. They can use these relationships to seek personal gain or benefit local affairs at a higher level. For example, wealthy landowners can leverage their connections with officials to influence the implementation of certain policies in the local area. Master Zhao is financially powerful and adept at managing interpersonal relationships, which may give him considerable influence in economic and social affairs. Gu Lijiang is honest and upright and strictly implements government policies, so his power will be more prominent in official affairs. Neither of them is afraid of the other. However, this is Datong village after all, and it is Gu Guangzong's territory. He couldn't even protect Xiao Yuan's family when a brat led a group of people to their door. He didn't know how he would explain it to Gu Zhouyuan. He glanced at old Master Gu, his eyes filled with guilt. "Brother, Grandpa Gu waved his hand, his voice heavy. They beat up the second son of the Manjiao family, tried to take away the eldest daughter, and even tried to kill Xiao Yuan. The village head was stunned. He had only heard that someone had come to cause trouble for Xiao Yuan, and that he had just seen some things smashed in the yard. But I never expected that this little bastard surnamed Zhao would bully people to such an extent. Damn it. The village head had lost count of how long it had been since he had sworn. All the men of the Gu family, step forward, the village head roared. He is not only the village head, but also the current patriarch of the Gu family. His father was the patriarch before, and his elder brother died young. He is actually the eldest son of the patriarch's lineage. Even if it were just an ordinary villager from Datong, and a group of outsiders came to bully him, he would still demand justice. Suddenly, over 100 young and strong men emerged from the crowd. People behind them tried to squeeze forward, but space was limited. After a while, they couldn't get in and had to stand aside, watching Zhao Fuguei and his group with predatory eyes. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhao Fuguei finally had the idea of running away, but his legs were trembling and he figured he couldn't outrun these farmers who were used to doing farm work. The village headman waved his hand. "Tie up all these sons of bitches. Tomorrow I'll take them to the county government and ask the magistrate to uphold justice." All right, the Gu family members responded in unison. Dazhu and Erzhu rushed into the yard, and a group of strong young men also rushed into the yard carrying poles. A group of Zhao family servants in the courtyard quickly threw down the sticks they were holding and squatted on the ground, covering their heads. Gu Mansong and his men found ropes and tied the person up tightly. Wang Debao raised the stick in his hand, still wanting to try his luck. He was a desperate criminal with blood on his hands. If he were to be exposed at the county government office, wouldn't he be finished? But he saw hundreds of people, half of whom were holding gleaming sickles. He suddenly felt that fighting and killing were rather meaningless. He threw the stick on the ground, put his hands together and stretched them out, cooperating with the others to tie him up. Zhao Fuguei was trembling with fear. He didn't know how things had developed to this point. Gu Zhouyuan is weird. The Gu family is weird. This village head is weird. This whole village is weird. Fortunately, the villagers were angry, but they didn't lay a hand on him. They just tightened the rope when they tied it, and the rope made his arm go numb. Zhao Fuguei and his 9 servants were piled up outside the courtyard wall like dead dogs. "Guangzong," old Master Gu called out. The village head turned his head and looked at him. When he was young, his cousin used to call him his second uncle. Later, after he had a grandson, he changed his address to his second grandfather. It was not common to call him Guangzong like this. "I'm sorry to have troubled you," old Master Gu sighed softly. He could live his whole life without leaving Datong village, but his brother was the village head. The village head had to go out and deal with officials and local gentry. This time, For the sake of his own family, he had offended Master Zhao to the point of no return, creating a formidable enemy outside. He was very worried and felt guilty. The village head patted old Master Gu on the shoulder, his expression calm. I am the village head of this village. My surname is Gu. This is what I should do. Gu Dedi's arm was already in a splint and suspended by a cloth strip. The mother and her children looked into the yard and found that Xiaobai and Pingtu were trapped under the collapsed doghouse. Xidan quickly moved the wooden planks away. Xiaobai whimpered, but seemed to be all right. Flathead, with his thick skin and tough flesh, groaned as soon as he was rescued, arching his back against Xidan's legs. Everyone disperse. There's still a little wheat left in the field. Let's have more people go and harvest it together, the village headman shouted. The villagers, seeing that the matter was temporarily resolved, were about to disperse. You really have some nerve, came an angry voice. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. 2 horse-drawn carriages were traveling along the village road, heading this way. The carriage had no carriage compartment. It was like a mule cart used for hauling goods, with a wooden frame attached to the back. The carriage was now full of people. On the carriage in front, a plump middle-aged man dressed as a wealthy man was glaring with his small eyes wide open, seemingly enraged. Behind him, 10 servants were crammed onto the carriage, each holding a stick. Zhao Baiwan. Gu Lijing's eyes sharpened. Gu Guangzong, how dare you? You dare to kidnap my son? Did you find being a village head boring and turn to banditry? What? How much ransom do you want to release him? Master Zhao slapped a heavy accusation on him. When Gu Lijing heard Zhao Yuanwei make false accusations, he was so angry that he laughed. He said with a forced smile, Zhao Baiwan, you're still as shameless as ever. You're getting better and better at throwing mud at people and crying stop thief. The two were immediately at odds upon meeting, their words clashing like needles against wheat. The servants and thugs on the carriage jumped down, and 10 of them stood behind Master Zhao, holding sticks, looking very imposing. Gu Lijing was taken aback. You want to outnumber me in Datong village? Huh. The villagers all gathered behind him. There were hundreds of men and women. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of heads. Cold sweat appeared on Master Zhao's forehead. He generally dislikes getting into conflicts with people in the villages. These poor farmers in the mountains are extremely united and difficult to deal with. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. If he really needed to get things done in the village, he would first have to cultivate a good relationship with the village head. But this time it didn't work. His stupid son got there first and messed up all his plans. Fortunately, he was thoughtful and managed to persuade a great Buddha to come to his aid. He suppressed his anger and looked towards the carriage behind him. Chapter 153, A Premeditated Crime. The village head also followed Master Zhao's gaze and looked back. The carriage behind was already getting closer. Gu Lijing's pupils contracted. He recognized the man. He was one of only 2 head constables in the county government, Zhao Daqiang. This constable Zhao is Zhao Baiwan's cousin and is highly regarded by the county magistrate. Today's events are likely to encounter further setbacks. He gathered his thoughts, put on a smile, and stepped forward. Officer Zhao, did you come here in pursuit of the thugs? I just caught this group of burglars who broke into a house and injured people, and you arrived with your men. You truly are a divine constable. Officer Zhao chuckled. I did come here to chase after bandits. Recently, a group of mountain bandits have been very rampant, robbing people on the road and kidnapping them for ransom. I received a tip that this gang of bandits is hiding in Datong village. What? Gu Lijing has already caught them? That's a great achievement. Officer Zhao feigned surprise and delight. Are the bandits hiding in our Datong village? Gu Lijing was inwardly annoyed, but his smile remained unchanged. He pointed to a group of people piled up against the wall and said, these people broke into a house in broad daylight, robbed people, forcibly took women, and even injured the homeowner. I wonder if they are the bandits you are looking for, Officer Zhao. Oh, then I'll take him back and interrogate him at my leisure. Come on. Constable Zhao waved his hand, and his group of constables helped up the people tied to the wall. As soon as the rag was removed from Zhao Fugui's mouth, he cried out, Father, Uncle Chong. Zhao Baiwan glared at him, and Zhao Fugui quickly shut his mouth. Officer Zhao frowned slightly as he looked at his disheveled nephew, and cursed inwardly, fool. He doesn't know how many times he's wiped this guy's ass. If Zhao Baiwan weren't his cousin, and if his cousin didn't give him a lot of kickbacks every year, he wouldn't bother with this kid. Guli pretended not to hear Zhao Fugui's words, turning a blind eye and letting the Yamen runners untie Zhao Fugui and the others. He naturally knew the relationship between Constable Zhao and Zhao Fugui, and he also knew that once the person was taken away, the matter would definitely be dropped. However, this was the best outcome he could achieve. Zhao Di was saved, Xiao Yuan was saved, and he had to accept the losses. Under the power of the authorities, he had no choice but to bow his head. The head constable was an important figure in the government office, ranking only after officials such as the county magistrate, the county assistant, and the registrar. Although the head constable belonged to the lowest social class, he and his descendants were deprived of the right to participate in the imperial examinations and could not enter the bureaucratic system through the examinations, so they had almost no room for political advancement. But this also makes them more brutal and ruthless, only looking at the immediate future and willing to do anything to gain illicit income. The common people both hate and fear these people who wield real power. Let Officer Zhao take the person away, and we'll take today's trouble with us. He was willing to back down, but others were not willing to take just one step forward. Officer Zhao exchanged a glance with Master Zhao and said with a forced smile, I received intelligence that Gu Zhouyuan from Datong Village is entangled with Wang Eru, the bandit leader of Black Wind Village in Yodo Mountain. I don't know where Gu Zhouyuan is now. His words immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. The village head's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. This is a trick that these constables and yamen runners usually use. Once a mess is dumped on you, he can rub it all over you at will. Even if you eventually cleanse yourself, you'll be exhausted, as if you've been skinned alive. How could that be? Lu's vision blurred, and she rushed over, saying, My Xiao Yuan is honest and law-abiding. How could he possibly associate with bandits? The village head also said, Officer Zhao is probably mistaken. Gu Zhouyuan has always been in our Datong village. If an outsider came, there would be so many people in our village, it's impossible that they wouldn't have noticed. Can you keep an eye on him all the time? He's been in your Datong village the whole time, but I doubt that. As far as I know, he goes out to set up a stall every day, and you follow him around like a shadow? Officer Zhao glanced at him sideways and sneered. From the crowd, Granny Hu shouted, I knew it. Gu Laosan used to be a good-for-nothing. How come he's suddenly become so successful? Turns out he's got bandits backing him up. The village head was furious. He roared, Bullshit. Which eye of yours saw Xiao Yuan contacting bandits? If you can't speak properly, shut your mouth. Officer Zhao's eyes lit up. He walked to a spot not far from Granny Hu and said gently, Tell me everything else you've discovered. Granny Hu was overjoyed. The matter of Widow Luo and the last time the cassava was divided meant that Granny Hu's family had long been mortal enemies with the Gu family. This time, Gu Laosan offended Master Zhao, and she secretly rejoiced while hiding in the crowd. However, Gu Li is the head of the Gu family. With him protecting Gu Zhiyuan's family to the death, it seems that Master Zhao is about to be defeated. Unexpectedly, the county constable said that Gu Laosan was colluding with the bandit leader. This really was a case of heaven never closing off all doors. When the head constable asked her questions, she naturally had to cooperate with him in handling the case. Granny Hu held up one finger, her face mysterious, and said in a low voice, Master, you don't know that Gu Laosan. Speak louder and stop sneaking around, a constable nearby said unhappily. Yes. Granny Hu was taken aback. They always made up stories about people in the village in this manner, so she was a little unaccustomed to being asked to speak ill of people loudly. That Gu Laosan used to be universally hated in the village. He was lazy, good for nothing, and even dared to harass Chun Mei from the Zhang family. Gu's wife adjusted her voice. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Officer Zhao frowned, and the constable next to him shouted loudly. When the Gu family members saw that the constable was actually letting Granny Hu talk nonsense, their expressions all changed. However, it seems that Granny Hu wasn't wrong in the end. Xiao Yuan did seem to be unreliable before. Granny Hu shuddered in fright and quickly skipped the preamble. That time, Gu Laosan caused trouble outside and got beaten up. He was lying in bed and almost couldn't breathe. She paused for a moment and looked at Zhao Fuguei, standing to the side. Not long after he woke up, he went up the mountain and hunted a wild boar. Now that I think about it, the wild boar was clearly given to him by the bandits in the mountains. Otherwise, how could he, with his lazy body, possibly have been able to defeat a wild boar? The more Granny Hu talked, the more convinced she became of her own truth, and she couldn't help but feel smug. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Chunmei shouted from the crowd. That wild boar was shot to death by Xiao San with an arrow. Zhao Di and I saw it with our own eyes. Granny Hu pursed her lips. Everyone knows that Gu Laosan loves to mess around with you, so it's not surprising that you're taking his side. Chuan Mei's face turned bright red. Gu Zhouyuan used to be a bit of a nuisance to her, and she had never given him a kind look. After Gu Zhouyuan woke up from his coma, Xiao San became much more composed in her speech and actions, and generally stopped teasing her. Chapter 154 Colluding with Bandits. Aunt Zhang, Chuanmei's mother quickly pulled Chunmei aside. When the officials are asking questions, you mustn't interrupt, or they'll arrest you and put you in jail. Although she hated Granny Hu for spreading rumors and ruining her daughter's reputation, she felt a chill run down her spine whenever she saw those constables in their yamen uniforms. Don't interrupt, the constable snapped. Granny Hu wouldn't be bothered by a little girl. She gathered her thoughts and continued. Later, that kid was like he'd stepped in dog poop. He dug up a ginseng root in the mountains and sold it for 15 taels of silver. Needless to say, it must have been given to him by bandits. Granny Hu said with great seriousness. Lu could no longer hold back and pointed at Granny Hu, cursing. You heartless old woman. Even if you've argued with my family, you can't slander Xiao Yuan like this. That ginseng was dug up in the mountains. How did it become a gift from bandits? Why would bandits give ginseng to my Xiao Yuan? That must mean your Gu Laosan was working for the bandits, scouting and finding out who had money. After the job was done, shouldn't he get a share? Otherwise, who else goes up the mountain to collect things every few days like him? Wild boar or ginseng? Granny Hu said unhurriedly. As soon as she said that, some villagers started whispering among themselves. This is indeed a bit strange. Gu Zhouyuan has changed too much recently, and he's also been too lucky. Officer Zhao nodded. Anything else? Before he arrived, Zhao Baiwan told him that he should teach Gu Zhouyuan a lesson. It wasn't just about avenging Zhao Fugui. More importantly, Gu Zhouyuan had a recipe for sweet soup. The sweet soup was extremely profitable, and wealthy families in the city loved to eat it. If you get your hands on this recipe, it's an extremely profitable business. If handled well, earning 1,000 taels a month is no exaggeration. He will receive half of the monthly dividends. With such a good deal, what's there to hesitate about? Dealing with a poor country boy is a piece of cake. He followed his usual routine and fabricated a crime to pin on Gu Zhouyuan. He would then intimidate, beat, and torture him until he obediently revealed all his secrets. However, this story wasn't entirely fabricated by him. There really was a band of bandits on Nyoto Mountain, led by a man named Wang Yeru. Unexpectedly, a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse. It seems that Gu Zhouyuan really is up to something. Seeing that the villagers had been enlightened by her, Granny Hu worked even harder. Later, when grain became unavailable in the city, Gu Laosan said he had friends in the city who could get grain and trade it with the villagers for grasshoppers. At the time, I was a little puzzled. The grain store didn't have any grain, so how could he have such a great ability to get it? Now that I think about it, it must have been stolen by bandits. They wanted to use him to win people over and eventually win over our Datong village, so that they could provide cover for their bandit den. Granny Hu became more and more excited as she spoke. The feeling of unraveling the mystery and uncovering the truth was truly wonderful. You old hag, spouting nonsense. I'll tear your mouth apart. Old Mrs. Gu ignored the village head's warning and pounced on Granny Hu, reaching out to scratch Granny Hu's face. Granny Hu was somewhat afraid of old Madame Gu. She covered her head and ran away, shouting as she ran. Everything I said is true. Having obtained the information he wanted, Officer Zhao paid no further attention to the two old women, one chasing and the other fleeing. He looked at the village head with a half-smile. Village head Gu, your Datong village is quite something. Gu Lijing solemnly said. That old woman who has a grudge against Gu Zhiyuan's family, so her words are naturally not to be taken seriously. I won't concern myself with all that. Whether it's true or false, I'll take the person back for questioning, and the truth will come out naturally, said Constable Zhao, stroking the hilt of his sword at his waist. Gu Zhaodi disregarded her fear of the officials and raised her head to argue. How can you arrest someone just because you listened to the one-sided story of a wicked old woman? Officer Zhao declared righteously. Of course, we won't just listen to one side of the story when we're handling a case. Right now, our top priority is to get the suspect, Gu Zhouyuan, out, whether he can prove his innocence or confess. Hiding isn't a solution. Could it be that he's already fled to avoid punishment? Officer Zhao, with practiced ease, confirmed Gu Zhiyuan's guilt in just a few words. The crowd immediately became noisy. How did Gu Sanner become a bandit? Actually, I used to find it strange that a lump of mud had suddenly become a pillar. It turns out it had started a new business. Don't talk nonsense. I don't think the Gu family's mistress is that kind of person. It's all just that old woman who making things up. The Gu family was anxious, but Officer Zhao's words were so succinct that no one knew how to refute him. Master Zhao whispered something in Zhao Fugui's ear. Zhao Fugui's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He took a step forward and said loudly, I brought my servants here because I learned that Gu Zhouyuan was colluding with bandits. I wanted to arrest him and hand him over to the government to rid the people of this scourge. He transformed his image from that of a bully into that of a righteous man who served the country and its people, a feat that truly astonished the villagers. Gu Dedi retorted angrily, "You're talking nonsense. You let your men come in and start smashing things." Before he could finish speaking, Master Zhao interrupted him. "When catching bandits, it's understandable to use rough methods." Gu Lijing said coldly, "Whether Gu Zhouyuan is a bandit or not is not something you can decide for yourself." Officer Zhao clearly didn't want to waste time here. With a wave of his hand, all the constables behind him came to his side. "Arrest Gu Zhouyuan and his entire family," he said in a deep voice. "Yes." The constables replied in unison and walked toward Gu Dedi and the others. The entire Gu family was stunned. Gu Monsong, carrying a sickle, blocked Gu Dedi and his group, saying urgently, "What do you want to do? How can you arrest people arbitrarily?" Gu Manton and the others also realized what was happening and stood in front of Gu Zhouyuan's family. "Huh," Constable Zhao scoffed. "Gu Zhouyuan is colluding with bandits. His family couldn't possibly be unaware. Whether they were involved or not, I need to take him back for questioning first. I am here on behalf of the county government to arrest the suspect. Are you trying to protect him and openly defy the government?" The Gu family members felt a chill in their hearts. The word official carries weight. This matter could indeed be a big deal or a small one. Officer Zhao continued, "Gu Zhouyuan's son, come with me obediently. If you resist arrest, I have the right to kill the criminal on the spot." After saying that, he drew the broadsword from his waist, the cold glint of the blade reflecting on his face, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. The constables behind him also drew their broadswords. Gu Lijing looked grave. Things had developed to this point, and he no longer knew what to do. If you were to confront these constables with weapons, at the very least, it would be considered protecting criminals and resisting arrest. At worst, it would be considered defying the government and raising the flag of rebellion. A constable pulled out a chain, about to put it over Lu's head. Sun Muta suddenly appeared from the side, grabbed the constable around the waist, and shouted, "Run!" Chapter 155 Gu Zhouyuan is back. Widow Luo and Granny Sun also stepped forward and grabbed the constable's knife and chains. "They are all good people. You can't just arrest people like that," Granny Sun shouted, her voice hoarse. "Where did these shrewish old women come from? Do you know that harboring criminals and obstructing officials from carrying out their duties will land you in jail?" Officer Zhao shouted angrily from the side. Widow Luo's pretty face was deathly pale, but she still clung tightly to the chains. Chunxing hugged his mother's legs and sobbed. "What are you all standing there for? Lock these two up too." Chief Constable Zhao tossed his chin, and two constables rushed forward and grabbed Widow Luo and Granny Sun. The Gu family members were extremely anxious. "Sister Luo, Grandma Sun, please leave quickly and don't worry about us," Gu Zhaodi shouted in a hoarse voice. "Uncle Chong." Officer Zhao. "I've already inquired before, and that woman probably has nothing to do with bandits." Zhao Fuguei pointed at Gu Zhaodi. Officer Zhao naturally knew what his nephew was up to. He could never control the 2 ounces of flesh between his legs. He glanced at Zhao Fuguei with some disgust. However, for the sake of the money, he nodded and said, "Our fast team never lets a bad person go free, nor does it wrong an innocent person. Since this woman is innocent, we will naturally set her free." Zhao Fuguei was overjoyed and turned to Gu Zhaodi with a sly smile, saying, "You should quickly distance yourself from these people. There are bandits coming and going in this village, and it's very dangerous to stay here. Why don't you move to Baiyin Town? I can protect you." Gu Zhaodi gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "Shameless!" Gu Dedi shoved aside the 2 constables, and like an angry lion, snatched the sickle from the ground and slashed at Zhao Fuguei. Wang Debao grabbed Zhao Fuguei and swept his leg, tripping Gu Dedi to the ground. 2 constables pounced on him, pinned him down, and chained Gu Dedi tightly. Gu Zhaodi's eyes were filled with despair as she shouted in one direction, "For eggs, run." Sidan was being led aside by Wang Shi, some distance away from here. He turned and ran without a second's hesitation. He had only one thought in his mind, run. Run to find third brother. Third brother must have a way to save eldest sister and the others. That's Gu Zhouyuan's younger brother. Catch him, Zhao Fuguei shouted, pointing in the direction Si Dan had fled. The crowd parted to make way for Si Dan, who ran away, before quickly closing in again. The 3 Zhao family servants who came after them were blocked by the crowd and could not squeeze through at all. For Eggs lowered his head and ran wildly. Suddenly, with a thud, he bumped into someone and fell to the ground. He was utterly despondent. It was all over. He'd been caught. Everything was over. For Eggs, he was helped up, and the person even dusted off the dust on his buttocks. He slowly raised his head and saw a familiar face. Third brother. On his way home today, Gu Zhouyuan felt uneasy, so he cracked his whip a few more times and drove the mule cart home. They met Ba Jin and Sanlu waiting at the village entrance. On the way, Ba Jin and his companion recounted the events of the day in detail. Gu Zhouyuan pursed his lips, his face turned ashen, and his handsome features now looked somewhat ferocious. He could see the huge crowds surrounding his house from afar. His lips trembled slightly, and without thinking, he turned and ran home. Suddenly a child ran out from the crowd. He looked over and saw that it was Si Dan. Third brother. Wah, please go and save mother and the others. Si Dan suddenly found his pillar of support, as if as long as his third brother stood in front of him, the sky would not fall. They kidnapped mother, broke second brother's arm, and that guy surnamed Zhao even tried to take eldest sister away. Wah! Gu Zhouyuan clenched his teeth. His breathing became rapid and heavy, and his chest heaved violently, as if every breath was filled with anger. He forced a smile. Don't cry, Si Dan, your third brother's here. Gu Zhouyuan quickly bought various weapons in the mall and placed them in the sales area, so he could use them whenever he needed them. Now he is holding a Husa longsword. As he walked closer with Sidon in his hand, someone in the crowd spotted him. Gu Sanner is back. Xiao Yuan is here. What's the child doing back at this time? Isn't this like throwing a lamb to the slaughter? He's holding a knife. He's probably ready to fight someone to the death. Good heavens, drawing your knife against an official is a capital offense. The Gu family also saw Gu Zhouyuan walking over. Everyone in the old house was anxious. It was obvious that Constable Zhao and his gang were targeting Gu Zhouyuan. If he came back now, wouldn't that be playing right into their hands? Gu Zhaodi and the others felt a sense of peace, a feeling of security that was hard to describe. Zhao Fuguei pointed outside the crowd and shouted excitedly. Uncle Chong, that's Gu Zhouyuan. Quickly send someone to catch him. Don't let him get away. As soon as Constable Zhao raised his chin, the group of constables rushed to arrest him. The crowd was packed tightly together, leaving no gaps for them. These troublemakers. Constable Zhao was furious. Get out of the way. If you delay the Yaman's arrest of criminals, we'll arrest you all. The villagers acted as if they hadn't heard anything, and instead crowded even closer together. The group of constables were about to take a detour and arrest the person from another location. Then Gu Zhouyuan said in a deep voice, Dear uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, please make way so I can pass. Xiao Yuan, we'll hold them off for you. You run quickly. Aunt Zhang, Chuamei's mother, whispered. Don't worry, your mother and the others are fine. We all know they were framed, and the magistrate will definitely give them justice, said sister-in-law Cheng. Those people are here to cause you trouble. If they catch you, you might really be killed. Wang Degui kept giving him meaningful glances, urging him to run faster. Gu Zhouyuan said calmly, I appreciate everyone's help today. Now please let me pass. Everyone's expressions turned anxious, and then they heard Gu Zhouyuan continue. My family is all over there. I want to go home. Wang Degui paused for a moment, then sighed softly and took 2 steps outside. Aunt Zhang and sister-in-law Cheng also started to walk out, and soon a path was cleared in the crowd. You wait here. Wait for third brother to go and rescue our mother, eldest sister, and second brother, Gu Zhouyuan said, squatting down and looking into Si Dan's eyes. Fourth egg nodded obediently. Okay, third brother, be careful. Gu Zhouyuan rubbed Si Dan's head, got up, picked up the Husa knife, and walked step by step toward his front door. When Zhao Fuguei saw Gu Zhouyuan, he recalled his experience in the county town that day and felt a chill run down his spine. However, with his father and Uncle Chong here, along with about 20 servants and 10 yamen runners, his courage immediately returned. You little brat, you actually delivered yourself to my doorstep. I don't know whether to call you brave or stupid. Zhao Fuguei chuckled. Chapter 156 Ruthless. Gu Zhouyuan didn't answer him, but looked at the people who were chained up. Widow Luo, Granny's son, and son Mutu had handcuffs on their arms. The 3 of them looked at themselves with worried and anxious expressions. Mother Lu had chains around her head, her thin body slightly hunched over from the weight of the chains, and tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhaodi was not wearing any shackles, and she was surrounded by several servants, her eyes filled with tears. Gu Zhouyuan's lips were pale and trembling, his teeth were clenched, and his jaw muscles were prominent due to excessive force. It wasn't until I saw Gu Dedi's right hand hanging limply in front of him, with the splint and strips of cloth used to fix the severed arm haphazardly hanging on his arm. Gu Dedi was tightly bound by ropes and chains, looking listless. When he felt Gu Zhouyuan's gaze, he forced himself to smile and said, I'm fine. Gu Zhouyuan's ferocious facial expression suddenly calmed down. He turned to look at Zhao Fugui and actually grinned. Zhao Fugui immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He was all too familiar with that smile. The day he was tortured to the point of fainting by Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan had smiled at him in the same way before he made his move. Isn't it better to live a good life? Gu Zhouyuan murmured. He gripped the Husa longsword tightly, pushed off the ground with his toes, and pounced towards Zhao Fugui. The two constables closest to him raised their broadswords and went to meet him. Gu Zhouyuan raised his knife and brought it down. The two knives clashed with a crisp, clang sound, and the knives in the hands of the two constables broke in two. Gu Zhouyuan, undeterred by his retreat, raised his knife and continued to slash at Zhao Fugui's head. Xiao Yuan no. The village head was horrified, although he was also very angry and wished he could tear Zhao Fugui to pieces. If he really killed him, everything would be over. Wang Debao used the same trick again, sweeping his leg towards Gu Zhouyuan. Without pausing, Gu Zhouyuan's body, enhanced by the system, swept past like a human tank. Wang Debao's leg felt like it had hit a steel plate. With a crack, he was knocked to the side, clutching his broken leg and howling in agony. Zhao Fugui was terrified. As he watched the falling knife, a warm flow ran through his crotch. Gu Dedi cried out in pain, causing Gu Zhouyuan to stop what he was doing. He turned his head to look at his second brother and saw that Master Zhao was grabbing Gu Dedi's broken right arm and pulling it repeatedly. Gu Dedi was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely, but apart from that initial, unexpected cry of pain, he kept his teeth clenched and didn't make a sound. He failed to protect his family and has now become a burden to Xiao Yuan. Gu Dedi's eyes were bloodshot. The physical pain was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. Gu Zhouyuan held the knife to Zhao Fugui's neck, gave Zhao the wealthy man a cold look, and said, "Release my second brother." Master Zhao chuckled. "Release him? What makes you think you can negotiate with me?" As he spoke, he pressed hard on Gu Dedi's severed arm again. Gu De let out a muffled groan, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Gu Zhouyuan lowered his eyes and slowly raised the long knife that was held to Zhao Fugui's neck. Master Zhao smiled smugly. Trying to play the desperate fight game with him? Even the sharpest claws and teeth of a caged beast will eventually be forced to lie down and be slaughtered. Zhao Fugui also recovered. With his father involved, there was no one he couldn't handle. He was about to turn his head to see what kind of frustrated expression Gu Zhouyuan had. Just as he felt his ear being grabbed, Gu Zhouyuan said in a low voice, "Don't move. Don't splatter my blood." Gu Zhouyuan raised the knife and placed it on Zhao Fugui's ear, slowly cutting downwards. Zhao Fugui's face contorted in pain, and his voice cracked as he screamed. Zhao Fugui shouted urgently, "Stop! Stop! If you don't stop, I'll chop your second brother down." He pulled a short knife from his pocket and held it to Gu Dedi's face. Gu Zhouyuan glanced up at Master Zhao, his voice indifferent and devoid of emotion. "You can give it a try." But his hands didn't stop. He slowly and deliberately cut Zhao Fugui's ear. Master Zhao tightened and loosened his grip on the knife repeatedly, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. Gu Zhouyuan's madness chilled everyone present. Master Zhao had no doubt that if he dared to use Gu Dedi to threaten Gu Zhouyuan again, this madman would really kill his only precious son. When Constable Zhao saw that someone was treating him like he didn't exist and was harming Zhao Daqiang's men right in front of him, he was shocked. He was furious, pointing at Gu Zhouyuan and shouting, "You audacious bandit! How dare you commit violence and injure people right in front of me? Release him at once, or I'll make you suffer less." Gu Zhouyuan ignored him completely, his mind completely absorbed, as if cutting off an ear was a devout ritual that required his wholehearted devotion. Zhao Fugui trembled all over in pain and couldn't help but struggle. With a forceful slash of the knife, Gu Zhouyuan cut off the entire ear and held it in his hand. He frowned at the bloodstains dripping onto his shoes and said with displeasure, "I told you not to move, but you wouldn't listen. Look, the blood has splattered on my shoes." His voice was devoid of any emotion, yet everyone could hear the morbidity and madness within it. Zhao Fugui continued to shout, and Gu Zhouyuan stuffed the severed ear into his wide-open mouth. He tapped his mouth with the back of the knife and said coldly, "Shut up and don't scream, or I'll cut your tongue out too." Zhao Fugui immediately shut his mouth. This guy was crazy, and he had no doubt that this madman would actually do such a thing. Gu Zhouyuan nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Master Zhao with a smile on his face. "Master Zhao, is that right? It's a pleasure to meet you." Master Zhao. Enraged, Constable Zhao shouted, "How dare you injure someone with a weapon in front of us, constables? Do you think the laws of the great Qin dynasty can't punish you?" Gu Zhouyuan glanced at him indifferently. "Do you know the meaning of the existence of the law?" Officer Zhao was somewhat taken aback, unsure of what Gu Zhouyuan meant by suddenly saying this. He asked blankly, "What is it? So that people like you can break the law?" Ha! Gu Zhouyuan seemed to have told a funny joke, but he himself was amused and burst into laughter, covering his eyes. Officer Zhao's face turned ashen. He said in a deep voice, "Release him immediately, and I'll call a doctor to bandage his wounds. He's injured too. Why don't you let him go and find someone to treat his wounds?" Gu Zhouyuan pointed at the haggard Gu Dedi. "Why the hell do you always have to provoke me?" Gu Zhouyuan frowned slightly, looking at Zhao Fugui with some confusion. "Which hand?" he asked. Chapter 157, Should We Rebel? Huh. Zhao Fugui pursed his lips tightly, trying not to let his ear fall out of his mouth. He didn't understand what Gu Zhouyuan was asking. "Which hand hit my second brother?" Gu Zhouyuan asked impatiently. Zhao Fugui was so frightened that he could barely stand and shook his head violently. He pointed at Wang Debao lying on the ground and mumbled incoherently. "A shill. A shill." Gu Zhouyuan frowned. "Spit it out and explain yourself." As soon as Zhao Fugui opened his mouth, he covered his ear with his hand and said urgently, "It was Wang Debao who hit me. He hit me with a stick." Gu Zhouyuan picked up the knife and patted Zhao Fugui's face. "Have someone bring a stick." Zhao Fugui's eyes followed the movement of the knife. His legs trembled, and he cried out in a tearful voice, "Father, quickly find him the stick." Zhao Yuanwai's eyes gleamed with malice. He had already devised 100 ways to take revenge afterward. He, Zhao Baiwan, swore he would not be a man if he did not skin this brat alive. And this kid's family, one by one, none of them will escape. However, this kid has clearly gone mad. He's capable of anything. My precious son is still in his hands, so I should just go along with him for now. Master Zhao gestured to one of his servants to pick up the 2 rosewood sticks that had fallen to the ground. The servant seemed somewhat afraid of Gu Zhouyuan. He stopped a few steps away from Gu Zhouyuan and threw the wooden stick at him. Gu Zhouyuan picked up the wooden stick, grabbed Zhao Fugui, and squatted down together, looking at Zhao Debao lying on the ground. "It's you again?" Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow. "This guy appears way too often. The original owner of this body was killed by him with 2 blows. Last time he sold pork in town, he tried to hit him on the head with a stick. It was him again this time, breaking my second brother's arm. A top-notch thug." He raised a rosewood stick, leaned over, and smiled. Even though Zhao Debao was a desperate criminal, he was terrified when he encountered Gu Zhouyuan, this madman. His right leg was broken and he couldn't stand up, so he used his hands to support his body and kept moving backward. Gu Zhouyuan suddenly wiped the smile off his face and swung the wooden stick at Wang Debao's good leg. With a loud bang, Gu Zhouyuan struck with all his might, causing Wang Debao's left leg to twist upwards at an unnatural angle. Wang Debao suddenly let out a shrill scream. "This stick is quite handy to use, and there's no blood splattering everywhere. No wonder you've always liked using sticks." Gu Zhouyuan nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the stick in his hand. "This wood is quite sturdy. It didn't break." Zhao Fugui quickly replied, "It's made of rosewood, and it's quite expensive." Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan didn't take him seriously at all, Chief Constable Zhao was furious. He sneered, "Come on, seize this arrogant bandit. If he resists, kill him on the spot." Gu Zhouyuan glanced up at him. The pistol in his sleeve was already off the safety. The world has never changed. Might makes right. Or, let's turn it around. This thought kept popping into his mind. He kept looking at Zhao the constable's forehead and chest, and that look made Zhao the constable feel a chill down his spine, as if he were being stared at by some kind of ferocious beast. Seeing Gu Zhouyuan's unfriendly expression, Master Zhao quickly stopped him, saying, "Daqiang, wealth is still in his hands." Officer Zhao shoved his broadsword into its sheath and gritted his teeth, saying, "Wait a minute, everyone." The constables who were cautiously moving forward all breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Zhouyuan exerted too much pressure on them. Although he was alone, his ruthless and confident demeanor instilled fear in them. Gu Zhouyuan breathed a sigh of relief, but was also somewhat disappointed when he saw that Constable Zhao had actually given in. "If they're not coming, then let's continue," Gu Zhouyuan said, looking down at Wang Debao, who was rolling around in pain. The sound was like a demon's whisper, and Wang Debao's survival instinct made him instantly forget the excruciating pain in his leg. He lay on the ground, supporting himself with his elbows, crawling forward, trying to get as far away from the evil spirit as possible. Gu Zhouyuan stepped on Wang Debao's back, raised the stick, and began to strike him repeatedly. Fingers, arms, ankles, thighs. "Oh, oh." At first, Wang Debao kept screaming, but later his voice became hoarse, and he could only open his mouth and roar, but he couldn't make a sound. Even the extremely sturdy rosewood could not withstand such a dense barrage of blows and snapped in two with a crack. Gu Zhouyuan took 2 steps back and picked up another rosewood stick from the ground. Let's continue. Zhao Fugui had long since collapsed to the ground, like a lump of mud. A stench wafted over, and he was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. The scene was so bloody that everyone was terrified. Gu Zhaodi closed her eyes, not daring to look anymore. Lu was somewhat dazed. She had never seen Xiao Yuan so violent before, but she knew that he had become like this because of his family. Gu Dedi knew that Gu Zhouyuan was avenging his severed arm. Moved, he began to worry about Gu Zhouyuan. He didn't want Gu Zhouyuan to go to jail or even be killed for his sake. But since things have come to this, no matter what Xiao Yuan does, the two brothers will face it together. Sidan was outside the crowd and couldn't see what was happening inside. He heard the crowd gasping for breath and asked anxiously, "What happened? What happened to my third brother?" Aunt Zhang paused for a moment before saying, "Don't ask, and don't look." The village head was extremely anxious, muttering repeatedly, "It's over. It's all over now." Grandma Gu was extremely anxious. "Second grandfather, what should we do?" Everyone at the Gu family's old house gathered around the village head. Gu Li forced himself to remain calm and pondered, saying, "These people broke into a house, injured people, and robbed us. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to act to protect his family. I will explain the situation to the county magistrate later." The eyes of everyone in the Gu family lit up. They knew that the laws of the Great Qin dynasty stipulated that if someone broke into a house and committed violence, the homeowner had the right to kill the thief. Contrary to popular belief, there was a law of legitimate self-defense in ancient China. The Zhou Li Qiuguan Chao Shi stipulated that any thieves, bandits, or thieves in the army, villages, or their families shall be killed without punishment. From that time onward, Chinese law began to focus on protecting residential security. The Han law stipulated that anyone who enters another's house, dwelling, or vehicle without cause, or who tries to force another to commit a crime, shall be killed on the spot without punishment. It clarifies the protection of private residences, vehicles, and vessels, stipulating that the homeowner is only exempt from punishment if the trespasser attempts to commit illegal acts. Throughout the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming dynasties, and even the early Qing dynasty, there were explicit provisions in the laws encouraging people to rise up and resist when they were harmed. Gu Zhiyuan's mysterious and excessive self-defense in his previous life caused many Chinese people to lose their fighting spirit. Who says that ancient laws were necessarily ignorant and backward? However, to be honest, having laws does not necessarily mean having the rule of law. Whether ordinary people can rely on these laws to protect themselves depends on whether local officials are honest and upright. There must have been plenty of idiots like Judge Wang Hao in ancient times as well. Chapter 158 Extremely Vicious. The sound of a stick striking flesh. Bang, 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 bang. Like a heavy drum, each beat struck the hearts of the crowd. Wang Debao, lying on the ground, had his limbs broken inch by inch and had already fainted. He was breathing more than he was exhaling, and it was clear that he was going to die. Gu Zhouyuan casually tossed the stick, which had broken into 2 pieces again, aside. He straightened up, feeling that the frustration in his heart had finally subsided somewhat. He smelled a foul stench and glanced at Zhao Fugui's crotch with disgust. He suppressed his nausea, grabbed Zhao Fugui by the neck, and prepared to lift him up. Zhao Fugui howled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I won't do it again. Please let me go. Please let me go." He lay on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. "Master Zhao," Gu Zhouyuan turned his head, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. "What do you say?" Master Zhao concealed the hatred in his eyes. He had to admit that he wasn't as ruthless as this kid. As the saying goes, those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who have nothing to lose. This kid's whole family has fallen on hard times, so he has nothing left to lose. Once a person is willing to give up everything, they become fearless. He could use the Gu family members. He had to blackmail Gu Zhouyuan into letting Zhao Fugui go. Logically speaking, he had 3 people on his side, so he had more chips, but he just didn't dare to gamble. He had no doubt that this madman would really kill Zhao Fugui. Even if it meant trading 1 for 3, he was unwilling to do so. It seems we have no choice but to compromise today. We'll wait for the future. There will be plenty of opportunities later. He will definitely make the Gu family suffer. Master Zhao leaned closer to Constable Zhao and whispered something to him. Officer Zhao's expression kept changing. After a long silence, he nodded and said, "Release Zhao Fugui first, and I'll have your family untied as well." Gu Zhouyuan kicked Wang Debao, who was lying on the ground like a rag doll, and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Release him? I killed someone right in front of you. Are you going to let him go and wait for you to bring the government officials to arrest me? Then what do you want to do? Officer Zhao had clearly lost his patience. Gu Zhouyuan forced a smile. Otherwise, let's fight to the death. I'll slowly chop young Master Zhao into a human stick first. It's hard to imagine that he could say such terrifying and horrifying things so calmly and naturally. In fact, given Gu Zhouyuan's abilities, it would require immense self-control to abide by the rules of this world. Now someone is telling him that the rules are invalid. So let's go all out and try it out. While he was furious, he also felt a strange, perverse excitement. At this moment, the shotguns and RPGs in the store sales area were all eager to make their appearance in the world. Zhao Fuguei cried out desperately, "No, no." He was filled with regret, wondering why he had come to provoke this devil. Master Zhao was on the verge of collapse. This kid was impervious to reason and was really difficult to deal with. That Wang Debao is a fugitive, Master Zhao said very quickly. He was afraid that if he spoke too slowly, Gu Zhouyuan would raise his knife. Wang Debao committed murder in Luqing County and was being pursued by the government. He fled to Artali County. If you kill him, the government will not only not arrest you, but will also give you a reward. This was something Gu Zhouyuan hadn't expected. He had inadvertently rid the people of a scourge. He laughed and said, "Officer Zhao, did you hear that? I'll have to trouble you to hand me the reward money yourself." Officer Zhao snorted coldly and didn't answer him. The Gu family members were all overjoyed. This was truly a case of after the darkest hour comes the dawn. Grandma Gu thought to herself, once this matter is over, I shouldn't go to Xiao Yuan's dessert stall anymore. Having offended Master Zhao and the constables in the county government, he could hardly move an inch when he went out. It's only safe to stay in the village. Gu Zhouyuan was clearly aware that his future situation was precarious. However, he didn't want to compromise himself. He used to prefer staying in this small village and not going anywhere else. That was because he was content with his lot and had no desires. But now, the so-called powerful forces want him to cower in this village, barely clinging to life to save his own. His smile widened. Fine, release my family first. Master Zhao and Constable Zhao exchanged a glance. This kid is acting a bit strange right now. Let's just go along with him for now and let him go. It won't be too difficult to catch him again anyway. Officer Zhao waved his hand and said, "Release them." Yes. A constable immediately responded and stepped forward to unlock the chains on Lu Shi and Gu Dedi. The servants around Gu Zhaodi also made way. The mother and her two daughters gathered around Gu Zhouyuan. "Xiao Yuan," the three called out in unison. Gu Zhouyuan's lips curled up, and the frightening smile on his face immediately turned warm and gentle. "Mother, eldest sister, second brother, please go into the courtyard first. I'll be there in a bit," Gu Zhouyuan said softly. "Xiao Yuan, I'll go with you," Gu Dedi said solemnly. "Let's listen to Xiao Yuan." Gu Zhaodi gave Gu Zhouyuan a deep look, then pulled Gu Dedi into the courtyard. Lu was somewhat worried, but she said nothing and walked with Gu Zhaodi. "4 eggs," Gu Zhouyuan shouted. "You come inside too and stay with mother and the others." The villagers let Sidon in, and Sidon obediently ran into the house. Officer Zhao chuckled inwardly. If they ran into the mountains, it would be quite a hassle for him to catch them. But the whole brood ran into the house and hid, which made it easier for me to catch them all in one fell swoop. Gu Zhouyuan carried the limp Zhao Fuguei towards his door, and everyone they encountered on the way made way for him. "We've already released your family members. Why haven't you released them yet?" Master Zhao asked anxiously. When they reached the courtyard gate, Gu Zhouyuan kicked Zhao Fuguei to the ground. "You stinky thing, you're not allowed in my house." "Here you go," Gu Zhouyuan said with disgust. Master Zhao took 3 steps and 2 and grabbed Zhao Fuguei in his arms. Seeing his beloved son, who had been tortured beyond recognition, he was overcome with rage and roared at the servants. "Attack him. Chop this brat into 8 pieces." Gu Zhouyuan said coldly. "Don't blame me for not warning you. Anyone who dares to step into this courtyard today will die." After saying that, he turned and went into the courtyard, heading towards the main room. 20 servants, armed with sticks and short knives, rushed to the courtyard gate, but all stopped in their tracks, none daring to take the first step. Master Zhao was so angry he nearly fainted. He roared, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. All of you get him. Whoever can kill that brat will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver." Zhao, the head constable, also said to the constables beside him, "Let's go together and capture this vicious criminal alive." Chapter 159, The Stick of Truth. Master Zhao was so angry that he lost his composure, but Constable Zhao still remembered that the main purpose of coming here today was to get the money-making recipe. If he killed someone, wouldn't he have made a wasted trip? A group of Yamen runners also rushed towards the courtyard. Gu Zhouyuan entered the main room and saw that Gu Zhaodi and the others were all looking at him with worried expressions. Si Dan ran over, looked up, and said, "Third brother, don't be afraid. Our family will always be together." Gu Zhouyuan, however, seemed quite relaxed. He rubbed Si Dan's head and said, "Third brother is going to kill someone today. Close your eyes and don't watch, or you'll have nightmares tonight." Gu Dedi walked into the yard, picked up a wood-chopping knife, and came back. Gu Zhaodi cried out anxiously, "Xiao Yuan, there are so many of them, and they're carrying knives." Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. "Big sister, have you forgotten? I learned skills from the fairy sister." Gu Zhaodi was taken aback, but those were government officials. Lu sighed softly. Things had actually come to this. But it's nothing. They came here to ruin our families. If we don't fight back, are we just going to stick our necks out and wait to die? Outside, everyone in the Gu family's old house had grim expressions. They thought the matter was over, but why were Master Zhao and Constable Zhao still so persistent? Gu Lijing pointed at Wang Debao on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Officer Zhao, since that person is a wanted criminal, and Xiao Yuan subdued the criminal, he has done a good job and is not at fault. Why do we still need to go in and arrest him? His family's collusion with bandits hasn't been settled yet. Merits and demerits are separate, and they can't be offset against each other. Naturally, I have to arrest him and interrogate him to find out the truth." Constable Zhao said in a grand manner. Seeing his beloved son become dazed and confused, with blood constantly flowing from his missing right ear, Master Zhao was consumed by rage and anger. He disregarded everything else and only wanted to skin Gu Zhouyuan alive and tear out his heart to vent his hatred. He craned his neck and cursed into the courtyard. "You little brat, today I will tear you to pieces and make your family men slaves and women prostitutes." The village headman roared, "Zhao Baiwan, do you think this is your Baiyin town? If you dare to cause trouble, I'll make sure you never leave Datong village alive. You believe me?" "Gu Lijing, are you trying to kill us all here? Do you want to become the local tyrant of Datong village and establish your own country?" Constable Zhao said sarcastically. Gu Lijing straightened his face and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "If the Yamen runners act in accordance with the law, everyone in Datong village will cooperate fully. But if anyone thinks we are kind and easy to bully and tries to rob and kill us, humph, they will have to ask the sickles in our hands if they agree." More than 100 members of the Gu family raised their sickles, remaining silent yet exuding a terrifying aura. "Well, it seems your Datong village is plotting a rebellion," Officer Zhao said, his tone fierce but his voice weak. The Zhao family's servants brandished knives and clubs, only daring to shout outside the courtyard gate. Zhao, blinded by hatred, shouted, "They're all old, weak, sick, and disabled inside, and there's only that kid. You have so many knives, what are you afraid of? Get him." The servants thought it made sense. With so many of them and so many knives, if each of them took a knife, the kid would become dumpling filling. They had followed Master Zhao and his son in many acts of ransacking and kidnapping, and were further tempted by the huge sum of 1,000 taels of silver. With a generous reward, brave men will surely emerge. Finally, someone took the lead and stepped into the courtyard. Gumon Song, carrying a sickle, was the first to rush forward, followed closely by Zhu and the others. Gu Lijing gritted his teeth and waved his hand, saying, "Give me all these thieves." He hadn't finished speaking. Then we heard several loud bang sounds. The people blocking the entrance to the courtyard caused a commotion. The crowd seemed to have seen some kind of monstrous flood and collectively took a few steps back, leaving the courtyard gate empty. Gu Lijing walked over and saw 3 people lying on the ground, the 3 servants who had rushed into the courtyard first. Of the 3 people lying on the ground, one had a huge, gaping hole in his forehead. Red and white liquids were slowly seeping out of the hole. Another person was clutching his neck, blood splattering between his fingers. Judging from the amount of bleeding, it was clear that this person was going to die. One person was relatively lucky. He was clutching his thigh and had already gotten up from the ground, limping as he tried to escape out of the yard. Inside the room, Gu Zhouyuan calmly raised his rifle and aimed again. Bang! The powerful recoil pushed against his shoulders, and his body swayed backward. With a thud, the gunshot rang out, and the servant fell to the ground, kicking his legs a few times before losing consciousness. Gu Zhouyuan pulled back the bolt, looked up at his terrified family, and said gently, "This is called the Stick of Truth, a gift from the fairy sister." Gu Dedi tightly covered Si Dan's eyes. He looked at the Stick of Truth in Gu Zhouyuan's hand, his eyes filled with not only shock, but also fervor. Gu Zhaodi snapped out of her daze, bent down, and went outside. Halfway there, She seemed to remember the 3 corpses in the yard and turned back. He rushed to the corner and started vomiting violently. She had never killed a chicken in her entire life, so this bloody scene really shocked her. Lu stared blankly into the courtyard. Xiao Yuan's methods were indeed worthy of being taught by the immortals. This was practically divine magic. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes flickered. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to rebel. His shop has supplies and equipment. Now is a year of famine, and the people are suffering terribly. It is the perfect time to rebel. Once you raise the banner, you can sweep everything aside. Honestly, he has no interest in being the leader of a country. He carries too much pressure, and a single decision can affect the fate of millions of people. This burden was suffocating him, but he had no choice in the matter. If he doesn't show off his muscles, people will think he's weak and easy to bully. If you flex your muscles and arouse fear, like a tiger appearing in the crowd, everyone will be restless and anxious, and the tiger must be killed. Now, we can only take it one step at a time. There was a moment of silence outside the courtyard, which was then thrown into chaos. The servants all scattered and fled, crying and screaming. The deaths of the 3 people in the courtyard were both suspicious and horrific, especially the last one, whose head was blown off right before everyone's eyes. This is sorcery. Sorcery, someone cried out as they ran. Gu Monsong and the others all swallowed hard. What was happening before their eyes was truly beyond their comprehension. Widow Luo, standing in the crowd, smiled slightly. Xiao Yuan has seen immortals. His methods are beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals like you. Officer Zhao stared wide-eyed. The way those people died was too gruesome. With his nearly 20 years of experience in handling cases, he had no idea what kind of weapon they had been killed with. Master Zhao wanted to run away, but his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground in fright. All the servants scattered like birds and beasts, and no one came to help him up. Chapter 160. Things take a turn for the better. The courtyard wall was not high, and Gu Zhouyuan had already aimed his gun at Zhao Yuanwei, who knew that Master Zhao would collapse to the ground, his view blocked by the courtyard wall. He raised the barrel of his gun and looked at Officer Zhao. This guy was incredibly skilled at framing and falsely accusing others today. He's probably tricked countless people before. If I were just an ordinary person, I would truly be at his mercy. Since they've already decided to rebel, this scourge must be eliminated. With a loud bang, the hard-winged turban on Constable Zhao's head was blasted off. Zhao Daqiang, disheveled and bewildered, had no idea what had happened. However, he had been the criminal police captain for 20 years, and his ability to handle emergencies was obviously much better than that of Master Zhao. He dashed into the crowd, and only then did he regain some sense of security under their cover. Gu Zhouyuan was secretly annoyed, realizing that he wasn't a professional gun enthusiast after all. The people in the yard were so close, it took 2 shots to kill one of them. Officer Zhao was a little too far away. The shot was originally aimed at his forehead. Fearing he might accidentally injure a villager, he lowered the gun slightly, losing his aim and hitting Zhao Daqiang's turban instead. He raised his gun barrel, turned around, and said to the group of men who were staring blankly with their mouths agape, "I'm going to take care of those guys." The group all shut their mouths and swallowed hard. Gu Zhouyuan wanted to hand the rifle in his hand to Gu Dedi for self-defense, but when he glanced at the crowd, he saw Zhao, the head constable, trying to slip away. He didn't have time to teach Gu De how to use the firearms, so he just threw down 2 machetes. "Take these for self-defense. I'll be right back." Gu Dedi bent down to pick up the knife and nodded solemnly. There's really nothing to be wary of. There are still 3 corpses lying in the yard, so even if you invite someone in, they probably won't come in. Gu Zhouyuan put away his rifle and held a Glock pistol in his hand. The pistol was lightweight and would be faster when chasing people. When the constables outside saw Gu Zhouyuan come out, they all ran away. Master Zhao had already struggled to his feet and was trying to pull Zhao Fugui, who was slumped on the ground, up. Gu Zhouyuan glanced at Zhao, the constable, who was hiding in the crowd. The villagers quickly pushed Zhao, the head constable, back to the front. Gu Zhouyuan chuckled and said with great interest, "Officer Zhao, do I look like a bandit to you now?" Zhao, the head constable, had disheveled hair and looked quite disheveled, no longer the arrogant figure who once held people's fates in his hands. He still doesn't know what methods Gu Zhouyuan used to kill someone from a distance. Thinking back to how I had previously labeled him as a traitor, it now seems that even bandits are no match for him. With such methods, there's no need to collude with bandits. They could easily become mountain kings and bosses themselves. He knew he had offended people terribly, and begging for forgiveness would probably be of no use. He steadied himself and pretended to be fearless as he spoke, but his trembling voice betrayed his inner fear. "I am the head constable of the county government. If you kill me, your whole family will be implicated. When I didn't do anything, didn't you implicate my whole family? Gu Zhouyuan laughed, raising his eyebrows as if he had heard a funny joke. He raised his hand and glanced at Officer Zhao. Behind him stood a group of villagers, all trembling like leaves. Fearing he might accidentally hurt one of his own men, Gu Zhouyuan bent down and picked up a broadsword from the ground. Officer Zhao glanced around. These unruly people had completely blocked his escape route. He was seething with hatred, but dared not show it on his face. I am a government official. If you hurt me, that's a serious crime of treason, and your whole family will lose their heads, he said, his words threatening, but his heart was weak. Having watched a lot of television in his previous life, Gu Zhouyuan knew that he couldn't afford to waste time arguing with the enemy. He pursed his lips, took a few quick steps, and, to Zhao the constable's disbelief, plunged a knife into his chest and heart. Zhao, the constable, was taken aback and instinctively reached out to grasp the blade, as if trying to prevent it from entering his body. But a sharp pain shot through his chest. He watched helplessly as Gu Zhouyuan slowly approached, the knife plunging into his flesh, finally piercing through his body, tearing through his clothes, and emerging. He saw Gu Zhouyuan seem to grin at him, the smile slowly blurring until it disappeared into darkness. Although they had some idea of what was going on, the scene still caused an uproar among the crowd. He really killed the county constable. What should we do now? Many people also understand in their hearts. Several people have already been killed. One more doesn't matter. Gu Zhouyuan pulled out the knife, and warm blood splattered all over his face. He wiped it haphazardly, and his feigned weakness and wickedness chilled everyone to the bone. Gu Zhouyuan glanced at Zhao Fugui, who was slumped on the ground, aimed at his neck, and raised the knife in his hand. No, Master Zhao was terrified, but dared not go up to stop him, and could only shout. No. Another voice came from not far away. Gu Zhouyuan turned his head, and saw Hou Yu jump down from a horse and run quickly toward them. On another horse, Su Mufeng was gently pulling on the reins. There were people everywhere, and horses couldn't get in. Hou Yu rushed to Gu Zhouyuan's side, panting heavily. No, don't kill anyone. Leave it to me. Leave it to me. Su Mufeng rushed over and said urgently, Brother Gu, don't be impulsive. The magistrate will be here soon, and he will uphold justice for you. Today, Mr. Jingda gave them a day off so they could go to the village and experience firsthand the impact of the locust plague on the people. Their first instinct was to come to Datong village to find Gu Zhouyuan. The memory of running back to the city with the mule cart last time still makes Hou Yu's legs tremble, and he insists on going home to ride in a horse-drawn carriage. When they arrived at the backyard of the county government office, they happened to run into Mr. Jingda, who was looking for Magistrate Hou. Magistrate Hou said that the cassava matter had been reported, and the imperial court's commendation had been issued. He was preparing to go to Datong village to present the reward. Mr. Jingda already knew that the person who contributed the method of detoxifying cassava was the same person who wrote the poem, The Bright Moon Startles the Magpie on the Branch. So he also wanted to go to Datong village to meet this interesting young man. Magistrate Hou sent someone to summon Constable Zhao to go to Datong village with him, but was told that Constable Zhao had already gone to Datong village early that morning with 10 constables to arrest someone. Upon hearing the name Datong village, the group became interested. After pressing them for details, they learned that it was Master Zhao who had come to ask someone to cause trouble for Gu Zhouyuan. Hou Yu and Su Mufeng were in a hurry, so they mounted their horses and rushed to Datong village. Magistrate Hou, accompanied by his yamen runners, rode in a carriage with Mr. Jingda, and then set off. Hou Yu and Su Mufeng saw people dressed as servants fleeing in panic on the road not far from the village. The two stopped a servant and, upon hearing what had happened in Datong village, became extremely anxious. They whipped their horse hard and sped up to reach Gu Zhouyuan's house. From a distance, Hou Yu saw Gu Zhouyuan raise his knife to attack someone, and he quickly shouted to stop him. What brings you here? Gu Zhouyuan felt a surge of warmth upon seeing these two friends he hadn't known for very long. If Zhao Baiwan and Zhao Daqiang represent the cruel reality of the world where the strong prey on the weak, then Hou Yu and Su Mufeng represent the remaining kindness and hope in the world. Su Mufeng stepped forward and patted Gu Zhouyuan on the shoulder. Brother Gu, the magistrate is fair and just, and will surely give you justice. Hou Yu looked at Zhao, the constable who was cowering and trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible, and said with a forced smile, Master Zhao, you're really something else. You can decide the life or death of an entire family with just a word. You're way more powerful than my father. Zhao Baiwan was actually relieved. It seemed his life had been saved. However, it seems that young Master Hou is on good terms with the young man surnamed Gu, so he needs to think of a way to get past this hurdle. His eyes darted around as he kept calculating in his mind. The people inside knew Ho Yu's identity, but they didn't feel relaxed when they saw him arrive. 4 people died. Oh no, there was another one outside who was knocked down by Gu Zhouyuan with a stick. I don't know if he's really dead yet. 5 lives lost, one of whom was a constable. Even if the magistrate himself came, let alone the magistrate's son, it would be difficult to save him. Chapter 161 Repairing Bridges and Roads Leads to Blindness. After a short while, Magistrate Ho and his entourage finally arrived. Magistrate Ho bore a striking resemblance to Ho Yu, though he was slightly overweight and wore a blue, wide-sleeved official robe. He frowned slightly as he looked at the huge crowd gathered there. When he saw Constable Zhao lying on the ground with a large pool of blood beneath him, his brows furrowed even more. A county yamen constable kowtowed to the ground, pointing at Gu Zhouyuan and crying out, "Sir, that brat is incredibly audacious." In broad daylight, he killed several people and even stabbed Officer Zhao to death. He's trying to rebel. No, sir. Gu Lijing ran over. It was Zhao Fugui who brought people to cause trouble. Zhao the constable is Zhao Fugui's uncle. He's distorting the truth and framing people. Gu Lijing recounted the whole story, and the villagers nearby also chimed in with their own testimonies. After everyone finished speaking, Magistrate Ho's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. A middle-aged scholar in his 40s, dressed in black and wearing a headscarf, spoke up. Jingchuan, last time you mentioned that for a county to prosper, it must have a clean government, punish cruel officials, and curb the abuse of power. Only in this way can the people live in peace. It seems that you still have a long way to go in governing Qingtian County. This person was none other than Mr. Jingda. His tone was calm, and there was no sign of anger on his face. Magistrate Ho wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Jingda is right." Gu Zhouyuan watched coldly, then threw the knife on the ground and said calmly to Magistrate Ho, "Your Excellency has come at the right time. It is your duty as the county magistrate to punish the wicked and eliminate evil, but someone has come to my door demanding the destruction of my family. I waited for you, sir, for so long. In order to protect my family, I had no choice but to take matters into my own hands. I killed 4 of the bandits who came this time. You can have the rest." He spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, but Magistrate Ho detected a veiled sarcasm in his words. He was somewhat annoyed and said coldly, "You could have stalled for a while and waited for the officials to come and handle it. Why did you have to cause a death now? Waiting for the government officials?" Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow, pointing at Constable Zhao and the still-shaken constables. "Aren't they government officials? Can the magistrate clearly state whether the government officials are human or beasts?" "You," Magistrate Ho retorted. He glared hatefully at the people in the county government office. It was these few bad apples who ruined his delicious pot of porridge. Mr. Jingda looked at Gu Zhouyuan with great interest. He was exceptionally perceptive and could tell that the young man seemed fearless, but he didn't know what Gu Zhouyuan was relying on. Logically speaking, since Gu Zhouyuan and Ho Yu were on good terms, he should have asked the county magistrate to help him get justice. But he didn't speak kindly to the county magistrate either. Little did Mr. Jingda know that the truth of this world was in his hands. He began by saying, "I really like your poem, young man. As the saying goes, poetry expresses one's aspirations. From this poem, I can see that you are also a broad-minded and insightful person." Mr. Jingda has an excellent demeanor and bearing. Gu Zhouyuan had also heard Ho Yu and the others talk about this gentleman, and he still had some admiration for him. Gu Zhouyuan clasped his hands in a fist salute to him and said loudly, "Poetry expresses one's aspirations, but it can only express the poet's ambitions at that time. Some people want to be open-minded and insightful, but they are forced by reality to be ruthless and cruel." Magistrate Ho wanted to say something, but when he saw Mr. Jingda glance at him, he blushed and remained silent. Then Gu Zhouyuan continued, "I have another poem today that can express my current state of mind. I wonder if you would like to hear it." Mr. Jingda raised an eyebrow. "Please, young man, recite it quickly." Gu Zhouyuan slowed down his speech. "Law-abiding citizens are filled with anxiety every day, while the tyrannical revel every night. Those who harm others for personal gain ride horses and mules, while the honest and fair starve. Repairing bridges and roads blinds, while murder and arson bring many children. I went to the Western Paradise to ask Buddha, and Buddha said, 'I have no solution either.'" The poem's tonal patterns and rhyme scheme were only average, but when Gu Zhouyuan recited it, everyone who understood it felt it was a resounding awakening. Su Mufeng clasped his hands in a salute to Magistrate Ho. "With so many witnesses present today, I'm sure Your Excellency has already made up your mind about right and wrong." Brother Gu has the world at heart and selflessly contributed the method of detoxifying cassava, saving tens of thousands of people from the suffering of hunger. Such a righteous person was not only not rewarded in our Qingtian County, but was also persecuted by local bullies and corrupt officials. Lord Ho, I ask you, who will be willing to work for the well-being of the people in the future? If word gets out, won't others question your governance capabilities? Su Mufeng was always gentle and refined, and rarely spoke so seriously. Moreover, Magistrate Ho was Ho Yu's father, and thus his elder. He was furious. Right under his nose, a scheme involving collusion between officials and businessmen to frame loyal officials was taking place. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the harsher the criticism. He used to praise Qingtian County under Magistrate Ho's governance, but now he discovered that beneath the shiny exterior lay a den of iniquity. Mr. Jingda snorted lightly. Mufeng, watch your words. Su Mufeng's expression changed, and he suppressed his anger, saying in a muffled voice, I understand, father, master. Magistrate Ho looked ashamed upon hearing Su Mufeng's words. Given Mr. Jingda's status, let alone a mere 7th-rank county magistrate like himself, even the prefect would treat him with utmost respect. As for Su Mufeng, he was willing to accept being scolded a few times in his anger. After all, putting aside the relationship between Su Mufeng and Mr. Jingda, Su Mufeng himself is someone who can speak with that person. Mr. Jingda clapped lightly and looked at Gu Zhouyuan, saying, Young brother, although your words are straightforward, they express the injustices of the world. However, you don't need to be too pessimistic. Although there are many injustices in this world, if we work together, we can eliminate one as soon as we see it. Eliminating one means eliminating one less injustice. Gu Zhouyuan gave Mr. Yinder a deep look. This man was no ordinary person. Magistrate Ho respected him greatly, and Gu Zhouyuan even sensed a bit of fear in that respect. Mr. Jingda, you are wise. Gu Zhouyuan bowed, his expression finally softening. He put the pistol into his spatial storage. It seemed that his path of rebellion could be postponed a little longer. Mr. Jingda said calmly to Magistrate Ho, according to the provisions of our great Qian dynasty's Qian law commentary, if a thief breaks into a house, the homeowner shall kill him immediately, without exception. I don't see any room for debate in this case. The dead thief deserved to be killed, and the living thief should also be punished according to the law. Magistrate Ho nodded hurriedly. Of course, of course. It's a joke. If Mr. Jingda were to speak up, let alone kill a few troublemakers, even if he were to lose his official hat and be thrown into prison to be charged with committing murder and holding a position without doing his job, he would still have to agree. Chapter 162 The reward has finally arrived. He turned to the group of constables and said sternly, as members of the government, you should uphold justice, but you have committed such evil deeds. Guards, seize them and take them back to the county government to be thrown into prison to await trial. Immediately, someone stepped forward and restrained these scoundrels. Magistrate Ho then approached Gu Zhouyuan, cupped his hands in a respectful bow, and said, Young Master Gu is a man of great righteousness. I have been negligent in my previous actions, and I will certainly make amends in the future. I will severely punish these wicked people and give justice to you and your family. He had always been grateful to Gu Zhouyuan, and the fact that the cassava project had been reported to the court was also a major achievement for Ho Jingchuan. Even now, he still admires Gu Zhouyuan, who is willing to sacrifice his own interests for the people and also to fight for his family. However, since 5 lives were lost, the impact was too great, so he naturally had to give them a warning. But now that Mr. Jingda has stepped in, all his pressure has vanished. If the higher-ups ask, just say that it was Mr. Jingda who solved the case, and there will be no problem. Gu Zhouyuan was surprised. These 5 lives were just swept under the rug like that? He originally thought that at the very least, he would have to go to court against the Zhao family and then be judged according to the law. The constables collected the bodies and put them in their proper places. Wang Debao's limbs were all broken. He probably died from the excruciating pain. Even though Magistrate Ho had seen many murder scenes, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Killing someone is nothing more than a head falling to the ground. This method was far too ruthless. However, when they saw the 3 corpses dragged out of the yard, they were shocked again. One person had a large hole in their head, and another person's neck looked like it had been bitten by some ferocious beast. They were covered in blood, as if they had just been pulled out of a pool of blood. The most terrifying one was another person whose head looked like a crushed melon, with the left half completely blown off. Magistrate Ho swallowed hard, suppressing the churning in his stomach. Ho Yu had already run to the roadside and bent over to vomit. The sound of vomiting could be heard continuously from the crowd of onlookers. Some of the more timid ones had already picked up their children and fled home in a panic. Su Mufing's face turned ashen, clearly also provoked by this scene. Mr. Jingda glanced at Gu Zhouyuan in surprise. With his knowledge, he had no idea what weapon had been used to inflict these fatal wounds. Hou vomited everything in his stomach before he felt a little better. He wiped his mouth and walked over, saying to Magistrate Hou, "Father, didn't you say you were coming today to reward Brother Yuan? What kind of reward is it?" Magistrate Hou beckoned to his clerk. "Go and bring the things down." The carriage was blocked outside by the crowd, and the clerk, accompanied by several constables, quickly left. "Father, what kind of rewards are they?" Hou couldn't help but ask. "What's the rush?" Magistrate Hou glanced at him sideways. He took out the official document of commendation from his bosom, cleared his throat, and read aloud. "As everyone knows, food is the first necessity of the people, and agriculture is the foundation of the nation. Now, there is a virtuous man named Gu Zhouyuan from Datong Village, Qingtian County, under the jurisdiction of this prefecture, who, with a compassionate heart and concern for the common people, has devoted himself to the study of agriculture. Through his ingenuity and tireless exploration in the fields, he finally discovered a method to detoxify cassava, thus ensuring that the people would not suffer from hunger and could prepare for famine years, bringing blessings to the countryside. In recognition of his merits, this county hereby bestows upon Gu Zhouyuan the honorary title of Righteous Citizen, presents him with a plaque inscribed Commendable Righteous Conduct, awards him 500 taels of silver to help him continue his agricultural endeavors, and grants him 100 mu of fertile land to reward his hard work and recognize his achievements. We hope that you will continue your efforts and make new contributions to the prosperity of agriculture in this county and even the whole country. Prefect of Taoli County, Zheng En. June of the third year of Xuanhe. A commotion erupted in the crowd. The marquis read so much, but they didn't understand most of it. However, they did hear the real details about the reward of 500 taels of silver and the grant of 100 mu of fertile land. The Gu family is now rich. Gu Zhouyuan bowed and accepted the document. Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu happily accepted the plaque covered with red silk. This plaque was given by the government. The Gu family, going back 8 generations, had never received such an honor. There were also 5 constables, each carrying a red lacquered wooden tray containing 10 ingots of silver weighing 10 taels each. Gu Zhaodi and the others ran out of the house, each taking a wooden tray. Even Xiao Sidon and the injured Gu Dedi were each carried in a sling. Seeing that the constable still had a tray of silver in his hand, Madame Wang suddenly jumped out, picked up the silver, and said with a smile, "I'll also share in the good fortune." Her eyes were fixed on the silver in the tray. Good heavens, she had never seen a 10-tael ingot of silver in her entire life. To have the chance to handle so many ingots all at once, well, it wasn't all for nothing. The villagers' eyes were full of envy. 500 taels of silver. How could they possibly spend it all? After watching the commotion for a while, some people remembered that there was still wheat left to harvest, so they shook their heads and prepared to go back to continue harvesting. Gu Zhouyuan put his hand to his mouth like a megaphone and shouted, "Once the locusts are gone, I'll host a banquet in the village. Everyone here is invited to come and eat." He was grateful for the villagers' help and felt somewhat moved. The villagers were all excited. Inviting them to a banquet? There were several hundred people here today, and hosting such a large banquet would cost a lot of money. Grandma Gu's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Why bother with a banquet all of a sudden? Besides, with so many people eating, there's no room for anyone to sit. Zhao Ergo laughed and said, "Grandma Gu is right. We are happy to know that you have received the imperial reward. Just make some wedding cakes or something so that we can all share in the joy. There is no need for a banquet." Many people echoed this sentiment, saying that such extravagance was unnecessary. Aunt Wang wants to attend the banquet. There will be meat at the banquet, and she plans to bring all the children in her family with her. Before the feast, starve yourself for a day, then eat your fill. But she also thought that feeding hundreds of people would be a huge expense. He then joined the villagers in politely saying, "Gu Sanner, you really don't know how to manage money. You can't just squander it like this. Just get some candied fruit and wedding cakes, and we can each have a bite to share in the joy." Seeing how simple and honest everyone was, Gu Zhouyuan said nothing more. This incident also made him truly realize which family he should befriend. "I will definitely make sure these villagers have enough to eat in the future." The villagers gradually dispersed, discussing what had just happened as they walked away. Gu Zhouyuan's ruthless methods made everyone reevaluate him. It turns out he wasn't just lucky enough to make money. He also dared to kill. The government officials also gave so many rewards, and what Lu said was true. Xiao Yuan really did become friends with the magistrate's son. Some people envy it, while others are jealous or hateful. For example, the Hu family, who were sandwiched in the crowd. Chapter 163, Renting a Barren Mountain. Hou patted Gu Zhouyuan on the shoulder and said happily, "With money and land, you've suddenly become a tycoon." Su Mufeng frowned. The fact that cassava is edible is equivalent to discovering a new type of grain, and one that is not picky about the land. This can be described as a great achievement that benefits the country and all the people. Isn't this reward a bit too little? He spoke as if he were addressing Magistrate Hou, but his eyes were fixed on Mr. Jingda. Mr. Jingda lifted his eyelids and said calmly, "Didn't you hear that this is just a reward from the prefecture? The imperial court shouldn't be so quick to grant such a reward." Magistrate Hou nodded and said, "Mr. Jingda is right. In the letter that Prefect Zheng sent to me, he mentioned that he has reported the cassava matter to the court. I suppose the court will issue an order soon." Hou chuckled and said, "The prefect has given a reward, and the imperial court will soon follow suit. Shouldn't our Qingtian County show its appreciation, father?" After saying that, he raised an eyebrow at Gu Zhouyuan, who couldn't help but find it amusing. Magistrate Hou snorted coldly. "I don't need you to remind me. The county will naturally provide the reward." He smiled at Gu Zhouyuan and said gently, "I was originally going to bring the county's commendation today, but when I heard about the incident here, I left in a hurry, so the reward will have to be given on another day." Gu Zhouyuan bowed and said, "Your Excellency, may I ask for a reward myself?" Magistrate Hou was taken aback, then said, "Tell me. I want that small hill next to the back of Datong village." Gu Zhouyuan said calmly and without beating around the bush. "This?" Magistrate Hou looked troubled. "Qingtian County is surrounded by mountains, so a small hill is nothing special. But if it's about rewarding someone with fertile land and livestock, then he does have that right. However, natural resources such as mountains and rivers theoretically belong to the state. County magistrates, as local administrative officials, only perform management duties and do not have ownership rights, so they cannot arbitrarily bestow them." Gu Zhouyuan also realized the crux of the matter and quickly said loudly, "Magistrate, please don't make things difficult. You can rent that small hill to me." Magistrate Hou's expression softened, and he nodded. "Renting? That's fine. Here's what I'll do. I'll rent that small hill to you for 30 years, and I'll charge you 1 coin in rent each year." Gu Zhouyuan was overjoyed and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Magistrate." With his own mountain, he can take all the new varieties from his online store and plant them on the mountain. With a huge mess to clean up, Magistrate Hou couldn't stay any longer and hurriedly left with his Yamen runners. Zhao Fugui and his son had already been taken into custody by the Yamen runners, and they were taken away with them as well. All the servants they brought had vanished without a trace. Magistrate Hou said he would definitely arrest them all and put them in jail when he got back. Hou and Su Mufeng had originally intended to visit Gu Zhouyuan that morning, so they naturally stayed instead. To their surprise, Mr. Jingda didn't leave either. Mr. Jingda was clearly very interested in Gu Zhouyuan. This young man seemed to have many secrets, which made him want to explore them. In the courtyard, a large swarm of green bottle flies, attracted by the smell of blood on the ground, buzzed busily. Everyone else in the old house went back, leaving only Dazhu and Erzhu behind. They took shovels and shoveled away the pools of blood on the ground, along with the dirt. After all this commotion, it was already late afternoon. The whole family had only eaten breakfast today, and Gu Zhouyuan felt extremely hungry. Gu Zhaodi and Lu Shi had no appetite at all. The memory of the bloody scene from before still made their stomachs churn. There wasn't a trace of blood left on the ground in the yard, but they still felt uneasy. Washing vegetables and such was done in a corner of the yard, far away from that scary place. Gu Zhouyuan personally cooked several dishes. Dazhu and Erzhu absolutely refused to stay for dinner, so Gu Zhouyuan had no choice but to give them a plate of braised chicken and a pork stew with vermicelli to take home. Last time Hou stayed for dinner, there were so many dishes that the old table at home couldn't accommodate everyone. The next day, Gu Zhouyuan bought a folding round tabletop. That broken table was smashed to pieces by the Zhao family today, but the round table, which was placed against the wall in the corner of the yard, escaped damage. Gu Zhouyuan then set up several benches in the courtyard, placed a round table on the benches, and a large round table was set up, although it was a little short. It was the first time any of them had ever seen a round table, and they were all quite intrigued. They brought over wooden stakes to use as benches, and everyone sat down. Mr. Jingda was of noble status and had seen and tasted all kinds of delicacies. Even the imperial cuisine in the palace did not seem particularly special to him. When he saw the table full of dishes that Gu Zhouyuan had prepared, he was full of amazement. It wasn't that these dishes were particularly exquisite, but rather that he had never seen them before, not only in terms of the cooking methods, but also in some of the ingredients. "What's this dish called?" he asked, picking up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "Scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Gu Zhouyuan poured Mr. Jingda a glass of baijiu. "Tomato." Mr. Jingda took a bite, his eyes lighting up. "Sweet and sour, delicious." Hou Yu said proudly. "These tomatoes are only available to my brother Yuan in the entire Daqian region." "Oh." Mr. Jingda glanced at Gu Zhouyuan, then picked up another piece of shredded meat with his chopsticks. "What's this called?" "Fish-flavored shredded pork," Gu Zhouyuan replied. "What is this yellow thing?" "Carrot." "What about the green one?" "Green pepper." Mr. Jingda took a big bite of the shredded pork with garlic sauce and nodded repeatedly. "It's sour, salty, sweet, fresh, and fragrant, with a bit of spiciness. I didn't see any dogwood in the dish." "It's not dogwood, it's green pepper." Green pepper is also a type of chili pepper, but it's much spicier than dogwood. As Su Mufeng spoke, he also picked up a piece of shredded pork with garlic sauce and put it in his mouth, saying with satisfaction, "This is delicious. And this is a potato, that's a loofah, and that's a cabbage." It was rare for Mr. Jingda not to know something that he knew, so Hou Yu tried his best to show off his knowledge. "Huh." Hou Yu pointed to a dish and asked, "What's that?" "I've never seen it before." "That's stir-fried lamb with onions, and that's stir-fried zucchini with shrimp." Gu Zhouyuan simply recited the names of the dishes one by one. "Where did you get all these vegetables that I've never seen before?" Mr. Jingda asked curiously. "They all grow on the mountain," Gu Zhouyuan said, using this excuse again. "Oh." Mr. Jingda raised his eyebrows slightly. "You found all these novel vegetables on the mountain?" Gu Zhouyuan said slowly. "Those things have been quietly growing in the wilderness for thousands of years. They have always been there, but no one is willing to approach and understand them. Just like cassava, everyone avoids it like the plague, but if it's handled properly, it can actually be a good thing, can't it?" Chapter 164, How to Prevent Locust Plagues. "That makes sense." Mr. Jingda nodded. He was becoming increasingly interested in Gu Zhouyuan. Being observant and willing to try new things is a rare and valuable quality. The jujube resembles a vegetable but tastes different. Jade and stone are similar but are of different kinds. When observing things, one should distinguish truth from falsehood, refine the essential from the superficial, and see the essence through the phenomena. Skilled in poetry, savvy in business, studious, compassionate yet principled. This young man is extraordinary. He tried each dish one by one and found that every dish was so novel and delicious. I was wondering why Mu Feng suddenly thought of opening a restaurant. It must be because he ate these delicacies here that he had this idea, Mr. Jingda said with a smile. Gu Zhouyuan smiled, picked up his wine glass, and stood up. "I am fortunate that you spoke up for me today, otherwise I would probably be in jail. I toast you." After saying that, he drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Mr. Jingda waved his hand. "They're just a few petty thieves. Killing them is fine. What the great Qian needs is talented people. It's better to have fewer of these filthy and worthless people." He pressed his hand down, gesturing for Gu Zhouyuan to sit down, then picked up his wine glass and downed it in one gulp. "Hiss," he frowned, looking at the empty glass in surprise. "Why is this wine so strong?" Su Mufeng brought him back several kinds of liquor last time, and he liked one of them the most, a clear, strong liquor that was spicy, intense, and extremely potent. Su Mufeng said that the wine was called baijiu, a very ordinary name, not as elegant as names like Zui Qing Feng, but it was quite fitting. As the saying goes, the most common is the most elegant. Wine that is colorless and transparent is called white. Wine that is simple and unadorned is called white, and wine that is pure and pure is called white. He was prepared, but he didn't expect to drink even more heavily today than he did last time. Hou Yu and the others had been craving wine for a long time, but Mr. Jingda was only focused on tasting the new dishes, so they didn't dare to pick up their glasses to drink first. At this moment, Hou Yu quickly gulped down a cup of water. Cough, cough, cough. The extreme spiciness made him cough repeatedly. So spicy. How come it's even stronger than last time? Gu Zhouyuan looked at the ceramic liquor bottle. The liquor he had that day was a low-alcohol baijiu of 33 degrees, but today's liquor is a 53-degree, Fengjiu 30-year-old Qinghua porcelain. The difference is 20 degrees. How could it not be strong? Gu Zhouyuan chuckled and said, "The strength of liquors on the market varies, so I use degree to distinguish them." He pointed to the sparkling fruit wine on the table. "That sweet fruit wine is probably 3 degrees. That plum wine is 18 degrees. Oh right, the so-called strong liquor in the tavern is only around 10 degrees. The liquor we drank last time was 33 degrees. He picked up the bottle of baijiu, shook it, and said, "This baijiu is 53 proof." He helped Mr. Jingda fill his glass. Mr. Jingda was taken aback. The use of degree was indeed exquisite. In ancient times, people often used words such as strong, mellow, and light to describe taste. Liquor that feels harsh and strong in the throat is considered spirits. Wines with a smooth and sweet taste are considered to be relatively mild. Wines that have almost no alcoholic stimulation and a bland taste are called light wines. Unique dishes and unique wines. With these two things, simply opening a restaurant would be a waste of resources. The mystery surrounding this young man seemed to be revealed more and more. Mr. Jingda picked up his wine glass, but this time he did not drink it all in one gulp. Instead, he savored it slowly. I heard from Ho Yu and the others that you're preparing for the upcoming locust plague. Mr. Jingda took a bite of food, suppressing the smell of alcohol in his mouth. There wasn't much to prepare. We just harvested the wheat early, Gu Zhouyuan answered truthfully. I've experienced 2 locust plagues. Mr. Jingda's chopsticks paused in midair, as if he were reminiscing about something. The people watched helplessly as their hard-earned farmland turned into a wasteland in just a few days. The once heavy ears of wheat, which were about to yield a bountiful harvest, were devoured by locusts, leaving only withered and yellow stalks. A brutal catastrophe completely destroyed people's lives, leaving behind devastation and indelible pain. His voice was low, and there was a sense of desolation between his brows. Once a locust plague forms, there is no way to solve it with existing methods. Prevention is the only option, Gu Zhouyuan sighed. Having witnessed the young man's remarkable abilities, Mr. Jingda looked at Gu Zhouyuan expectantly. How can it be prevented? Please explain in detail, young man Gu. Gu Zhouyuan diligently searched for the locust prevention experiences he had read in his previous life, and selected some methods suitable for this world. After gathering his thoughts, he began. We need to construct appropriate irrigation and drainage facilities to maintain stable soil moisture and prevent the formation of wetlands suitable for locust breeding due to drought or flooding. Mr. Jingda nodded in agreement. Locust plagues are usually accompanied by floods and droughts, making the construction of water conservancy projects indeed necessary. It can not only be used to prevent locust plagues, but also plays an important role in ensuring the development of local agriculture. He put down his chopsticks and listened to Gu Zhouyuan continue. We can also plant some crops that locusts don't like to eat, such as beans and beans. Gu Zhouyuan was completely engrossed in the conversation and spoke eloquently. Why don't locusts like to eat beans? Ho Yu asked curiously. As far as I know, locusts don't really like eating bean leaves. If there are other foods available, they will avoid bean fields, Mr. Jingda said. However, he paused and then added, when food is scarce, locusts will also eat bean sprouts, and planting only beans cannot prevent locust infestations. If there were a poisonous crop that humans could eat, but locusts wouldn't dare to eat, that would be perfect. Ho Yu interjected from the side. After saying that, he picked up a piece of chopped chili fish head with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, he felt the room was quiet. He looked around and saw that everyone was staring intently at him. He touched his face. What's wrong? Is there rice on my face? Su Mufeng clapped his hands excitedly and said, poisonous grain. We didn't have it before, but now we do. Ho Yu then realized, cassava. That's right, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Even setting aside the toxicity of cassava, its growth characteristics make it more resistant to locusts than other crops, and its edible parts grow in the soil. Good, Mr. Jingda said in a low voice. I will write a letter to the emperor, to my friends in the capital, hoping that the court can promote the method of detoxifying cassava as soon as possible. Gu Zhouyuan was a cunning man. He heard Mr. Jingda's words of retraction and combined them with the county magistrate's respect for Mr. Jingda. He boldly guessed that this Mr. Jingda probably had friends in the capital. He has no intention of rebelling now. He has to cling to this powerful figure tightly. When Mr. Jingda saw Gu Zhouyuan suddenly put on a bright smile, for some reason, he felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 165 The Curved Plow is introduced. Gu Zhouyuan suddenly stood up, exuding an aura of righteousness. He said loudly, detoxifying this bitter cassava is still a bit troublesome. If it's not handled properly, it could lead to someone's death. Mr. Jingda was taken aback, then shook his head and said, if it can save most people from the suffering of hunger, that is a great deed. If some people are not handled properly, there is nothing that can be done. I have a way, Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. Everyone was a little confused about what Gu Zhouyuan was saying. What do you mean by Brother Gu has a solution? Mr. Jingda asked, puzzled. I found a patch of mutated cassava in a cassava forest on the mountain. The flesh of the cassava is yellow. Gu Zhouyuan mentally prepared his speech before speaking slowly and deliberately. Based on my verification, This yellow-fleshed cassava does not require soaking. It can be eaten directly after steaming. It is tender, fluffy, and has a fragrant aroma with a good taste and no bitterness. Compared to bitter cassava, it is more suitable for large-scale cultivation. Mr. Jingda suddenly stood up, his previous calm and detached demeanor completely gone. Is this really true? He asked urgently, his eyes wide. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Wait for me. He hurriedly ran outside. The Gu family members looked at each other in bewilderment. When did yellow cassava come into existence? How come they didn't know about it? However, Xiao Yuan has too many tricks up his sleeve, so it's not surprising that they don't know them. Gu Zhouyuan went for a walk outside and came back carrying 2 South China No. 9 yellow-fleshed cassava tubes. He peeled off a piece of the outer skin of one of the skewers, took a big bite with a crunch, chewed it, and swallowed it. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Surprisingly, no one doubted Gu Zhouyuan. Everyone in the Gu family knew about his extraordinary abilities. As for Mr. Jingda and the others, it was because they had eaten too many new varieties of vegetables at the dinner table, so it was normal for Gu Zhouyuan to discover this yellow-fleshed cassava. Excellent. Mr. Jingda slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed, and exclaimed excitedly, with this achievement, young Master Gu is worthy of being remembered in history. Gu Zhouyuan came from another time and space, and he had little interest in leaving his mark on the history of this world. What he really cared about was getting some tangible rewards. Even if he doesn't need these openly given rewards, it's still good for his family to have something to be proud of. He coughed and said slowly, this discovery should be considered a separate achievement from the detoxification of cassava. Shouldn't we count them as 2 separate accomplishments? Mr. Jingda was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha! Brother Gu is truly a remarkable person. Don't worry, the Imperial Court's reward will exceed your expectations. Gu Zhouyuan's eyes lit up. This gentleman really does have connections in the court. In his excitement, he wanted to explain the potato matter as well, so he could ask for a big reward later. But after hesitating for a moment, he gave up the idea. Good things should be given out little by little to show one's value. Seeing that Mr. Jingda had given his guarantee, Su Mufeng knew that Gu Zhouyuan's reward would be incredibly generous. He was happy for Gu Zhouyuan and raised his glass to clink with Gu Zhouyuan's. Ho Yu kept saying that Brother Yuan was going to give him more money, so Gu Zhouyuan drank 2 cups in a row. After a while of laughter and joking, the group returned to the topic of preventing locust plagues. We can also cultivate the land deeply, burying the locust eggs underground so they cannot hatch normally, thereby reducing the locust hatching rate and population size, Gu Zhouyuan pondered. Our great Qian has a small population and a lot of land, and there is a serious shortage of oxen. I'm afraid we are not capable of such intensive farming, Mr. Jingda said with a frown. Gu Zhouyuan's mind flashed back to the original owner's memories of villagers cultivating the land. During the spring planting season, the village head would rent 2 oxen from the county's agricultural settlement office to help villagers plow large tracts of fertile land. Others would be plowed by each family using shovels and rakes. The plowshare was pulled by 2 oxen, making it extremely inefficient. There is no curved plow in this world, Gu Zhouyuan murmured. He said softly, well, I have a way. Everyone was dumbfounded. How do you always have a solution? Please tell me quickly, Brother Gu. Mr. Jingda's eyes gleamed, and his voice trembled slightly. There had been enough surprises today. Could there be more? The plows we use in Dakian now are straight-shafted, Gu Zhouyuan said, taking a piece of paper and quickly drawing a simple straight-shafted plow on it with charcoal black. He pointed to the picture and said, this kind of straight-shaft plow is too heavy. It takes 2 oxen to pull it, and it is also difficult to turn around. It is very inconvenient to use. Mr. Jingda naturally knew that plowing required 2 oxen to pull the plow, but this was common sense, and no one thought there was anything wrong with it. Gu Zhouyuan took out a piece of white paper from his pocket. It was a hand-drawn picture of a curved plow that he had bought in his spatial dimension. He stacked several bowls on the table and spread the blueprints on it. Quanli, this is called a curved plow. It saves time and effort when plowing the land. It can be pulled by an ox. When there is no ox, a strong man can take over the plowing and plow 2 acres a day, Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. Mr. Jingda leaned closer to examine the blueprints carefully. He found that the so-called curved plow was indeed much more ingenious in its design. He frowned slightly, mentally rehearsing the image of using the curved plow to plow the land. If you replace this pole with a curved one, you can save the effort of an ox. Ho Yu was clearly a little skeptical. Probably, it should, really is possible, Mr. Jingda said slowly. He had studied natural sciences, and through his deductions, he concluded that using this curved plow to plow the land could indeed save time and effort, and also allow for deeper cultivation. Could I make a copy of this blueprint? Mr. Jingda was filled with excitement. Today, in this small farmhouse courtyard, he had resolved several important matters. It's yours. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Jingda was overjoyed. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan looked a little hesitant, he paused for a moment, then chuckled. Don't worry, I'll write all these things together and recommend you for credit. Gu Zhouyuan was satisfied, but declined, saying, I don't care about those rewards. I mainly want to contribute my meager strength to revitalizing our great Qian. Hou stared at Gu Zhouyuan in shock, unsure whether he was surprised by Gu Zhouyuan's talent or astonished by Gu Zhouyuan's shamelessness. Su Mufeng patted Gu Zhouyuan on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. The group stayed overnight at Gu Zhouyuan's house. Mr. Jingda clearly enjoyed chatting with Gu Zhouyuan. He had seen too many so-called talented people who could only spout long-winded theories about worrying about the country and its people, but the content was all empty rhetoric and had no real practical effect. Unlike Gu Zhouyuan, who solved several enormous problems that had plagued the entire Dacian dynasty in the time it took to eat a meal. He wished he could talk with Gu Zhouyuan all night long. Gu Zhouyuan spread a straw mat in the yard and bought a pillow and a thin blanket at the mall. The four of them were all easygoing people. They lay on the mat, looking at the bright stars in the summer night sky, and chatted until late at night before gradually falling asleep. Chapter 166 Introduction to the Three-Character Classic. The next morning, after breakfast, Gu Zhouyuan and Mr. Jingda looked at the stubble left after the wheat had been cut in the field by the ridge. The wheat stubble was green, with occasional yellowish-brown grasshoppers hopping around among it. Have you ever thought about entering officialdom? Mr. Jingda asked Gu Zhouyuan. No, Gu Zhouyuan answered without the slightest hesitation. Mr. Jingda raised an eyebrow. Logically speaking, becoming an official should be the dream of most people. For some reason, Gu Zhouyuan's answer didn't surprise him much. Oh, with your talent, you would be better able to use your abilities and bring benefits to the people by serving as an official in the imperial court. It's a waste of your talent to spend your days busy in these fields and mountains. He wanted to try again. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, Mr. Jingda, you flatter me too much. I am not ambitious and am used to being lazy. The intrigue and backstabbing in officialdom is not suitable for me. I am afraid that if I enter the field, I will be eaten alive and there will be no bones left. Mr. Jingda shifted his gaze to the distance. Indeed, having spent many years in the imperial court, he had witnessed much deceit and intrigue, and was well aware of the dark and complex nature of officialdom. He sighed and said, You're right, it's just a pity to waste all your knowledge. Gu Zhouyuan picked up a wheat stalk, chewed it in his mouth, and laughed. What suits you best is the best. My home is in these fields. If you were to get into officialdom, spending your days scheming and plotting and only thinking about climbing the ranks, you wouldn't have cassava, curved plows, strong liquor, or new varieties of vegetables. Don't you agree? Mr. Jingda felt as if he had been enlightened. Indeed, the court was not lacking in shrewd and opportunistic people who were eager to curry favor with everyone. However, the several discoveries that brought blessings to the world were all conceived in these mountains and countryside. Third brother. Siju called out from the road. Gu Zhouyuan turned his head and saw the bamboo basket on his back, and asked curiously, Where are you going so early in the morning? Isn't it because the locust swarm is coming? My sister, Arya, and I made an appointment to go up the mountain together to collect all the snot grass on the mountain, so we don't end up feeding the locusts, Siju replied. He took a bite of the flatbread in his hand. His mother had made it for them to eat on the mountain at noon, but he couldn't resist taking it out and taking a bite every now and then. Third brother. Third brother. Xiaohua and Arya arrived one after the other, both fine to greet Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, Locusts generally don't eat snot grass. Don't go anywhere today. The locust swarm is coming. It's safer to stay at home. Oh, then all our preparations were for nothing. My mom even steamed cassava for me, Arya said with a bitter face. Siju pouted and said, My family makes pancakes. They're so delicious. Third brother, the wheat harvest is finished, and we don't need to pull weeds now. Can we go play in your duck pen? Xiaohua asked excitedly, putting her basket on the ground. Third brother's duck pen is so much fun. There are big yellow ducks, little yellow ducks, chicks, ducklings, and geese, as well as a big pond with fish swimming in it. It was all fenced off, and people weren't usually allowed to go in. She had only been there a few times with her aunt. Gu Zhouyuan shook his head. There's a pond there. It's not safe. Oh, Little Flower stuck out her tongue. Don't run around. Come to my house, and I'll teach you to read in a little while. These teenagers are the wildest of kids. The locust swarm is coming soon, and everyone will be in chaos. With the kids running around everywhere, We hope nothing goes wrong. Can you read? Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She had heard that Si Dan and Zhao Di would learn to read with third brother at night, and she and Si Zhu wanted to learn too. But her third brother taught after dinner and before going to bed. In the village, it was not customary to visit each other after dinner, and everyone went to bed early, so it was not appropriate for her to go to her third brother's house to audit his classes. Then I'll go right now. Xiaohua picked up her basket and ran wildly towards Gu Zheyuan's house, as if afraid that her third brother would change his mind. Si Zhu threw the pancakes in his hand into his basket and followed closely behind Xiaohua. Only Arya looked bewildered. Recognize characters? What characters? Go ahead, you'll find out soon, Gu Zheyuan said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Watching Arya walk away, you seemed to be getting to know Gu Zheyuan all over again. He leaned over and stared straight at Gu Zheyuan, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. Mr. Gu, my apologies for my rudeness. Gu Zheyuan laughed and said, when I have nothing to do in the evening, I'll teach a few people in my family to read. Learning to read is the first step in all exploration. Mr. Jingda nodded repeatedly, and Brother Gu would occasionally utter words full of truth. Let's go back and see how Brother Gu begins his child's education. Mr. Jingda was very interested. He deduced from what the children had just said that they must have never attended school. The first lesson is very important, and he wanted to see how Gu Zheyuan would do it. The group followed Gu Zheyuan back to the courtyard. Xiaohua was already sitting upright on her small stool, facing the small wooden board used for class, her back ramrod straight. Arya kept teasing the flat-headed man with her feet. Si Zhu was looking at the words on the wooden board and had sighed and read them to him. The three powers are heaven, earth, and man. The three luminaries are the sun, the moon, and the stars. Si Dan clearly enjoyed being a little teacher, reading aloud with clear and resonant pronunciation. Mr. Jingda was quite surprised. Your introductory essay doesn't use three granaries? The so-called three Cangjia refers to the Cangjia Pian, the Yuanli Pian, and the Bushua Pian. These literacy textbooks were compiled by Li Si and others during the Qin dynasty to unify the written language and make it easier for children to learn to read. They were arranged in a 4-character phrase format. The first 4 lines are, Cangjia created writing to teach future generations. The youngest son received the imperial edict and was cautious and respectful. It is obscure and difficult to understand, which makes people feel intimidated. The 3-character phrase that Si Dan just read was clearly simpler and easier to understand, and it was also catchy. Gu Zheyuan was taken aback. There was no 3-character classic in this world. He had the memories of his predecessor, yet he had forgotten about it. Gu Zheyuan could only chuckle awkwardly. Well, I felt that the 3 song was too obscure and not conducive to early literacy, so I compiled a set of 3-character classics. Most of the characters are simple. It's not too late for students to learn the 3 song after they have a solid foundation. You said you wrote a whole set. Mr. Jingda's eyes widened. At this point, humility is no longer an option. Gu Zheyuan nodded honestly and without hesitation. That's right, a complete set, 1,145 words in total. Could you read the entire text aloud for me? Mr. Jingda asked seriously. He also considered creating a set of easy-to-learn introductory articles, but after writing and rewriting, he was never quite satisfied. Unexpectedly, someone else had already done it before him. He was eager to see the whole thing. How could Gu Zheyuan remember everything? He probably only remembered up to the part about jade must be carved to become a useful object. When teaching Si Dan and the others, they always used lesson plans. Oh, right, the lesson plan. He went into the room and took out the calligraphy copy of the 3-character classic. Chapter 167 Locust Swarms. Mr. Jingda took the notebook, and before even looking at the contents, he was immediately drawn to the elegant and neat handwriting on it. This 3-character classic is a regular script calligraphy copybook that Gu Zheyuan bought in a shopping mall. It was printed out, so it's naturally clean and neat. Mr. Jingda exclaimed, "Young Master Gu is so patient. There wasn't a single correction made throughout the entire piece, not even a single ink stain." Regular script is the basic skill for scholars around the world, and it doesn't reveal any personal style. However, after reading a long article, one can roughly discern the writer's personality, whether they are detached from worldly affairs or calm and steady. The paper was also unusually white and delicate, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. Looking more closely at what was written above, he read it aloud softly. At birth, people are inherently good. Their natures are similar, but their habits differ. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. He felt that the 3-character classic was short, neat, and easy to recite, and it contained all aspects of history, morality, astronomy, geography, and arithmetic. He stopped when he read the phrase, Do Yinshan, with righteous intentions. Who is Do Yinshan? Do Yinshan was Do Yujun, a native of Yinshan during the Five Dynasties period. He was very good at educating his children. Gu Zhouyuan was somewhat overwhelmed, as no one in the world had ever escaped the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period. Oh, this is a fictional character of mine. Then he gave a brief account of Do Yinshan's deeds. Later, when they reached the places where illusions were used, such as Xiang Juling and Rong Sizhui, they told the stories of Huang Xiang and Kong Rong again. Mr. Jingda, along with Su Mufeng, Ho Yu, and everyone else, listened with great interest. This three-character classic is truly fascinating. Not only is it simple and easy to read, but it also includes interesting little stories, making it perfect as an introductory text. Mr. Jingda straightened his clothes and bowed to Gu Zhouyuan with his hands clasped. Gu Zhouyuan quickly returned the greeting. Mr. Jingda, what are you doing? You're too kind to me. Mr. Jingda sighed with admiration. Young Master Gu is truly talented. He used the three-character classic to enlighten children, which greatly lowered the threshold for education and gave more people the opportunity to sweep away ignorance. Young Master Gu deserves my respect. I'd like to extend this three-character classic to the entire great Qian dynasty. What do you think, young brother? Well, this has inadvertently set a precedent in education. Gu Zhouyuan felt a little embarrassed. Sir, you flatter me. If you don't mind that my writing is crude and shallow, you are welcome to take it. However, I have pen and ink here. Please make a copy by hand, sir, Gu Zhouyuan said. Just kidding. He bought a printed version, where the paper and ink are not something you can examine closely. Of course. Mr. Jingda was very happy. He would have Mufeng make a copy later. No, it's better to do something meaningful myself. Mr. Jingda went to the courtyard to copy the three-character classic. Ho Yu and Su Mufeng were busy fanning and grinding ink on the side. Xiao Hua and the others had never been to school, so Gu Zhouyuan first taught them the Chinese characters, then teach everyone their names. The character, Gu, was too complicated. It took almost half an hour of teaching for several people to barely learn it. When they wrote it, it was crooked and not in the correct stroke order. Every stroke was unexpected. Gu Zhouyuan didn't delve into it. The first lesson should focus on cultivating interest and shouldn't be too strict. Arya was the first to learn to write her name, and she waved the paper with her name written on it. He looked at Xiaohua and Sidon with a smug expression and said, You two are so stupid. Look how amazing I am. Xiaohua rolled her eyes. Your name is so simple, I can write it. You try writing my Xiaohua. Arya didn't care about any of that. She blew on the ink on the paper, admiring her own calligraphy and immersing herself in the admiration for her own talent. Siju looked miserable, almost crying. Why did father give me this name? It's so hard to write. I wish I were called Sidon. Si Dan, who was doing word problems on the side, was indignant when he heard this. He looked up and shouted, Si Dan is much harder to write than 4 Pillars of Destiny. Siju scoffed. What's so difficult about writing Sidon? I can write it easily. Si Dan got impatient, put down his exercise book and ran to Siju's side. You're bragging. You write it. You still don't believe me, huh? Siju gripped the pen like a clenched fist, dipped it in ink, and wrote, for O crookedly on the paper. Sidan's face turned green. He angrily asked, What do you mean by drawing a circle? Egg, duck egg. Siju said emphatically, My egg isn't this one. For eggs was furious. Not a duck egg? Then what kind of egg is it? Siju asked in confusion. Could it be a dog egg? For eggs roared. It's the egg in duck egg, but not the duck egg you wrote about. The two continued to pull at each other. In the courtyard, Gu Zhouyuan and the others, who were chatting, all looked at them with amusement. Xiao Yuan. Zhu came running over in a flurry of activity, his face covered in sweat, and said urgently, Uncle Kai's oxcart just came back from outside, and he said the locust swarm is about to reach our village. Gu Zhouyuan stood up and ran quickly out of the house. Everyone in the room followed suit. The group of people who came out later, including Gu Zhaodi, all carried cloth bags. Previously, Gu Zhouyuan had instructed the village head to inform the villagers that each household should prepare a cloth bag. Although it cannot eliminate the locust plague, killing one locust reduces the future number of locusts. Many villagers were already standing on the road, their faces showing anxiety and panic. People's awareness is not high. Since the locust swarm is unavoidable, who has the mind to catch locusts? They can't eat them anyway, so it's a waste of effort. Gu Zhouyuan was grateful for the villagers' help today. He made a megaphone shape with his hands, put it to his mouth, and shouted, Everyone, take your bags and catch locusts. I'll buy 2 caddies of locusts for 1 coin. He had caught mutated locusts in the fields, and the system also accepted them, but at a lower price of 10 mall coins per pound. These locusts that taste bad are probably dried, ground into powder, and used as animal feed. All the villagers who heard this turned around and ran home. We need to grab our bags quickly. With this swarm of locusts coming, a family can easily catch dozens of kilograms, which should be enough to earn 20 or 30 coins. Mr. Jingda was filled with admiration. Brother Gu truly has the world in his heart. To encourage everyone to kill locusts and prepare for future locust plagues, he was even willing to pay out of his own pocket to motivate everyone. No, I need to write a letter to the capital later to help him get double the money back. I can't let him spend his time and money on this. The news spread quickly, and many villagers on the road were already holding cloth bags, looking into the distance with a hint of anticipation on their faces. Some families simply made a cloth bag to pass the village head's inspection. Now they all deeply regret it and are rushing to make new bags. The distant horizon suddenly darkened, initially appearing as a small patch of shadow like a dark cloud, but it spread at an alarming speed. A faint buzzing sound came from my ears, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Gradually, the buzzing sound became clearly audible, like rolling thunder approaching from afar. A massive swarm of locusts swept in, falling from the sky like dense raindrops. Chapter 168, Another Locust Harvest. Gu Sanner, the Wang family from next door were also standing at the door. Aunt Wang said thankfully, "Luckily you got the news and even managed to get that scythe." Yes, with these overwhelming swarms of locusts, no amount of crops could possibly feed them all. The fields were instantly engulfed by a surging brown wave. Fortunately, all the wheat in the field had been harvested, but there were still many weeds growing among the stubble. The locusts swarmed over it, frantically tearing at the emerald green leaves. The rustling sound of chewing gave me goosebumps. Gu Zhouyuan and the others looked at the scene with solemn expressions. But some villagers had already rushed into the field, howling. In an instant, the fields were teeming with people, and cloth bags were flying everywhere. Often, a single bag would contain more than a pound of locusts, which would cost nearly a penny. The expressions on these people's faces were very complicated. They felt a mixture of hatred and love for the locusts. Mr. Jingda was completely stunned by what he saw. He had experienced a locust plague, and the local people were all in despair. There was no one like Datong village, where people were so determined to catch locusts. Everyone was busy catching them, but there were just too many locusts. After catching one wave, another wave of locusts swarmed down. The villagers don't need to run far. Each person can stand in a fixed position within a few steps around them and catch locusts continuously. Even so, the farmland was riddled with holes by the massive swarms of locusts, leaving only bare stalks trembling in the wind. Ho Yu murmured, "This scene is too terrifying." Mr. Jingda frowned and said in a deep voice, "This is not the most terrifying thing. What is truly terrifying is that after the locusts pass through, grain prices will skyrocket, bandits will rise up everywhere, starving people will be everywhere, and even people will resort to cannibalism." Gu Zhouyuan remained silent. Agriculture was the foundation of the ancient economy. Locust plagues caused agricultural production to collapse, food prices to soar, and the local economy to crumble. Decreased tax revenue and financial difficulties made the imperial court unable to maintain normal operations, leading to increased social unrest and even peasant uprisings, which hastened the dynasty's demise. For example, the locust plagues following the Lushan rebellion in the Tang dynasty spurred peasant uprisings, and the locust plagues at the end of the Ming dynasty also propelled Li Zicheng's uprising. This is truly a golden opportunity to rebel. It's a pity. If he had been even slightly more ambitious, or if Ho Yu and the others had arrived a little late today, he would probably have had to wear an extra yellow jacket. With money and grain, and various supplies and equipment in the mall, it wouldn't be a pipe dream for him to change the name of the great Qian dynasty to Gu. However, the success of one general is built on the bones of countless others. With the changing of dynasties and the outbreak of war, countless families will be torn apart. Ho Yu and the others stared blankly at the scene in the fields. Wherever the locust swarms passed, all the greenery was devoured, and the earth seemed to be covered by a strange, ever-changing blanket. This blanket is made up of countless locusts, ruthlessly sweeping away all life. Everyone waved large cloth bags, and children used bamboo trays to patch things up. But the locusts are like a pond full of duckweed. Once you scoop up a bunch, other duckweed immediately fills the gaps. On the trees, locusts were piled up in layers, bending and breaking the branches. In the grass, not a trace of green was left, only a mess. This excruciating feeling of suffocation did not last long. 15 minutes later, the locust swarm, having wiped away all the green, took off again. The sky was completely blocked out, and the sunlight struggled to pierce through the gaps in the insect swarm, but it had lost its usual warmth. The whole world seemed to be trapped in a desperate nightmare. Leaving behind a desolate and lifeless landscape, the locust swarm continued its unstoppable advance towards the next canteen. "My dad's going to be busy now," Hoyu said, swallowing hard. Mr. Jingda looked serious. The follow-up tasks included providing relief to disaster victims, stabilizing prices, and then resettling displaced people and providing porridge and other relief. None of these things can be neglected. The slightest carelessness could lead to a major disaster. This is a great test of the local officials' abilities. Gu Sanner, Aunt Wang, and Wang Digui came over, each carrying a bamboo basket. I weighed them at home, and they totaled 69 Jin 34.5 caddies. "Do you want to weigh them again?" Aunt Wang put the bamboo basket on the ground and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand. "You've weighed it yourself, don't I trust you?" Aunt Wang is a gossipy and talkative person, but she doesn't have any major flaws. Aunt Wang helped a lot with Zhao Fugui's affairs at home. After saying that, Gu Zhouyuan took out 35 coins. He smiled at Wang Digui and said, "Uncle Digui, should I give your shares separately, or should I give it to Aunt Wang as well?" "Give them all to her," Wang Digui said, pointing at Aunt Wang. He did want to keep some money on the side, but no matter where he hid it, his wife would always find it eventually. It's better not to take it at all, and just give it all to her to avoid any trouble. Aunt Wang gave Wang Digui a look that said, "You're smart to know what's good for you." Gu Zhouyuan gave the copper coins to Aunt Wang, went inside to get a burlap sack, and poured all the locusts into it. "Sanner, you can't eat locusts. Why are you collecting them?" Aunt Wang asked curiously. She had wanted to ask this question for a long time. At this time, other villagers who came to sell locusts also came over. "I have my own reasons, but I can't tell you," Gu Zhouyuan replied with a smile. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes. "You little rascal, you're being so secretive and hiding things." "Fine, if you don't want to tell me, I won't ask anymore. But you can't eat this stuff, you should know that." Gu Zhouyuan nodded. "I understand, Aunt Wang." More and more villagers gathered to sell grasshoppers, but Gu Zhouyuan didn't weigh them. He said to Sanlu beside him, "Sanlu, go and call my grandma." Sanlu nodded and was about to run off to call for help. Then they heard old Mrs. Gu call out from behind the crowd, "I'm here, Xiao Yuan." Then they saw old Mrs. Gu leading a group of people from the old house over. Two pillars carried a large bamboo basket, while Gu Mansong and Gu Manton each carried a large bamboo basket on their backs. The others carried baskets or carried backpacks. Grandma Gu walked over and stopped in front of Gu Zhouyuan. "What's wrong, Xiaoyuan? Why did you call Grandma?" Gu Zhouyuan. "I'm collecting locusts, aren't I? I'd like you to help me check the scale." The old lady is good at this job. She was the one who collected grasshoppers last time. Among the crowd, the village head's son, Gu Youfu, had already brought the scale. Grandma Gu directed Dazhu and Erzhu to help the villagers weigh their goods. Gu Zhouyuan went into the house, took out some copper coins and silver coins, and put them in a large wooden bucket. They sent Siju again to borrow a steelyard from Dr. Wei's house, specifically for weighing small pieces of silver. Chapter 169. Brother Gu is anxious for public good and righteous. Mr. Jingda was amazed. After such a great disaster, he could still see the joy of a bountiful harvest on the faces of the people. All of this is thanks to Gu Zhouyuan's selflessness. His eyes were practically overflowing with admiration for Gu Zhouyuan. Little did he know that the selfless young man, Gu, would make a small profit by reselling it at 20 times the price. "Aunt Zhao, how come you caught so many locusts?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "You don't have many people in your family, do you? Even if one person has 4 arms, they couldn't grab this many, could they?" Ergu and his wife just sold locusts. Were these big baskets of locusts caught by Granny Zhao and Zhao Gosheng? How could that be? I saw Zhao Gosheng before. He would grab a little and then rest twice. He couldn't possibly grab 10 pounds at most. Otherwise, why would Ergo and his wife not want to get involved with him and want to sell them separately? Granny Zhao's expression changed slightly, but she didn't back down in her words. "You can't catch anything yourselves, so why are you jealous of my family? It's because you've been eyeing others that you've only managed to catch so few." Grandma Gu also found it strange, but since the locusts were lively and there was no evidence of adulteration, she didn't ask any further questions and helped Granny Zhao weigh them. Several large bamboo baskets were used, and after weighing, they totaled 280 jin, approximately 140 caddies. Another gasp rippled through the crowd. Gu Zhouyuan watched the lively crowd from a distance. These were all minor matters, and he had no intention of going to see what was going on. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that about 20 meters away from the crowd, Granny Hu was peeking out from under a tree by the roadside. When she noticed Gu Zhouyuan's gaze coming her way, she quickly hid behind a tree, concealing herself. Gu Zhouyuan had already heard from his family about what happened today. That old hag who dared to stab him in the back, saying that he was colluding with bandits. He walked to the weighing area at the door and went straight to the point with Granny Zhao. Aunt Zhao, did old Kwai Hu send you to sell these grasshoppers? Granny Zhao, who was waiting to receive the money, changed her expression drastically, but still stubbornly insisted, no, nothing like that. Seeing her expression, everyone immediately understood what was going on. Old Mrs. Gu threw the half-counted copper coins into the wooden bucket, angrily saying, "You dog-like mother, you know perfectly well that my family and the Hu family are sworn enemies, yet you still team up with them to make fun of us." Second Aunt Sun also said, "Why is Granny Hu kicking me when I'm down today? Didn't you see her framing my Xiao Yuan? She just stabbed someone in the back, and now she expects them to take her things? She's dreaming," Aunt Wang said indignantly. The crowd erupted in commotion, all pointing and whispering about Granny Zhao. Granny Zhao's face turned pale and then red. Granny Hu had approached her earlier, asking her to help sell her family's locusts to Gu Zhouyuan in exchange for a 15-won reward. With no effort required, she could get 15 coins for free. Of course, Granny Zhao readily agreed to such a good deal. Unexpectedly, Gu Zhouyuan exposed him. "Mom, how could you do such a thing? Everyone knows our village is united, which is why no outsiders have dared to bully us all these years. But today, we have this traitorous old woman, Hu Posey. She's a real troublemaker. How could you end up with her?" Zhao Ergu was both ashamed and angry. I didn't." Granny Zhao denied it to the death, but her tone became noticeably weaker. "Manton, Erju." Old Mrs. Gu pointed to the bamboo basket that Granny Zhao had brought. "Throw them all aside. Not even the Hu family's dogs are allowed on my Gu family's territory." "Yes." Erju responded to Gu Manton, and the two of them picked up their bamboo baskets and walked out of the crowd. Granny Zhao threw herself onto a bamboo basket on the ground and shook her head, saying, "This basket doesn't contain Granny Hu's stuff. It's all stuff that Go Sheng and I caught." Old Mrs. Hu, who was under the tree, seemed to have noticed something was wrong. She quickly shrank her neck and ran home. Mr. Jingdo watched this scene with great interest. That's how it is in the countryside. There is peace and tranquility, but also chaos and commotion. Gu Zhouyuan walked back and said with a smile, "Mr. Jingda, do you have time to stay for a couple more days? I'd like to host a banquet in the village tomorrow." Mr. Jingda was teaching at Qingtian Academy, and Gu Zhouyuan didn't know how many days off he had taken. Haha, I was just about to bother you for a few more days, young man," Mr. Jingda laughed. He traveled all over China, finally stopping in the hometown of his deceased wife. He casually founded the Qingtian Academy, hoping to discover some talents for the great Qian dynasty. The greatest talent is right in front of him now, so he can temporarily set aside matters concerning Qingtian Academy, as there are other teachers teaching there. Ho Yu and Su Mufeng also looked at Mr. Jingda with anticipation. The locust swarm has passed, and the college's holiday is over today. They also want to stay for the feast. They had never eaten at a village banquet before. Mr. Jingda glanced at the two of them and nodded slightly. Studying by rote is useless. Young Master Gu is insightful and talented. You two should get to know him better and learn from him. Ho and you were overjoyed. With Mr. Gu's approval, it will be perfectly legitimate for me to associate with Gu Zhouyuan from now on. There are drying grounds on the east and west sides of the village, but these are actually large tracts of wasteland. Many villagers have already spread out their wheat to dry. The locust swarm has flown away. Now the most urgent task is to dry the wheat as quickly as possible. These still green wheat grains have a high moisture content and will easily rot if they are not dried in time. They worked until it was completely dark before they finally finished harvesting all the locusts. In Datong village, which has about 100 households, nearly 10,000 jin of locusts were harvested. A locust weighs about 2.5 grams, so 10,000 jin, 5,000 kilograms, of locusts is about 2 million locusts. Don't think that 2 million is a lot. Compared to locust swarms of hundreds of billions, it's really just a tiny number. After the last villager happily went home with his money, Lu and old Madame Gu and the others all rubbed their aching backs. All the men went to dry the wheat, so the task of weighing the locust was left entirely to old Mrs. Gu and the women of the household. Today I truly experienced what it means to count money until your hands cramp. Today, while they were harvesting, Gu Zhouyuan was using a mule cart to transport the locusts out. They said they were going to take it and sell it to merchants outside. Each time, they would haul about 500 jin, 250 caddies, of goods, go out for a stroll, and when they returned, the the mule cart would be empty. Then they would haul another load out. The Gu family members were no longer surprised by his mysterious nature. Mr. Jingda, however, was certain that Gu Zhouyuan was just putting on a show. Who would actually buy locusts? Brother Gu must have transported the locusts outside the village and tried to kill them. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have others follow him? He must have been afraid that others would find out his secret, so he left after the deed was done, concealing his identity and name. This kind of public-spirited and patriotic young man was almost ruined by that damned Zhao Baiwan and his gang. He felt a wave of fear, then became angry. Once I go to the county government, I will make sure Jingchuan punishes these people severely, preferably to the point where they rot in jail. Mr. Jingda made a decision in secret. Chapter 170 Summer Night Barbecue. Gu Zhouyuan made a total of 20 trips back and forth, working until midnight, before he finally finished transporting all the locusts. With 100,000 mall coins in hand, and only 5 strings of cash spent on production, the profit is truly astonishing. After selling the last batch of locusts, Gu Zhouyuan assumed everyone was already asleep. But when he stepped into the courtyard, he saw an oil lamp lit inside the house. A fire was lit in the yard for lighting. No one was asleep. Even Si Dan was fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, waiting for him to return. Gu Zhouyuan laughed heartily. It's the middle of the night. Why aren't you asleep yet? Hou Yu rolled his eyes and said irritably, second brother and fourth brother all said they'd wait for you to come back. How could we possibly go to sleep first? Besides, this fire is right where my bedding is. If I go to sleep, won't I set myself on fire? Everyone burst into laughter at his antics. Third brother, I'm asking Mr. Jingda for advice. Si Dan said as the laughter subsided. Oh, what did Mr. Jingda teach you? Gu Zhouyuan asked casually. He rubbed his stomach, feeling a little hungry. He taught me to recite couplets, stream against valley, water against mountain, towering peak against raging torrent, willow embankment against flower garden, cave against mountain peak. Boat lies across shallow water in the evening village, road leads into verdant mountain temple in the cold. Si Dan recited, shaking his head. Lu hurriedly got up and opened the pot lid. Inside, there was still rice porridge, steamed buns, and some stir-fried dishes. Gu Zhouyuan took a steamed bun, gave Si Dan a thumbs up, and Si Dan's stomach started growling. He put down the steamed bun, looked at everyone, and said, It's been 2 hours since dinner. Everyone must be hungry by now, right? Hou Yu nodded hurriedly. I am a little hungry. When Gu Zhouyuan saw the fire, a thought flashed through his mind, and he said, I brought back some ingredients from outside, perfect for a barbecue. For late-night snacks, barbecue is definitely the best choice. Wait for me to get it. He turned and left the yard, heading towards the mule cart. What is barbecue? Hou Yu asked, puzzled. There is such a thing as barbecue in this world, but it's not called barbecue. It's called roasted meat or fried meat. I don't know. Su Mufeng shook his head. Hou Yu wanted to ask Si Dan, but saw that the kid also looked blank. A short while later, Gu Zhouyuan returned carrying a large basket. He put the basket on the ground, and everyone gathered around. Gu Zhouyuan took out all sorts of skewered grilled meats. Lamb skewers, pork belly, chicken wings and drumsticks, mushroom, chive and potato slices, grilled fish slices with kidneys, and shrimp. There are all sorts of varieties. Pushing aside the charcoal that wasn't burning, Gu Zhouyuan grabbed a handful of lamb skewers and started grilling them over the charcoal. Hou Yu and the others followed suit, and all got to work, each grabbing a handful of skewers and grilling them. We need to get a rack to put these meat skewers on and grill them. We can grill a lot at once, and it won't be tiring for us, Gu Dedi thought to himself. Gu Zhouyuan slapped his thigh. Yes, I had the blacksmith make one. It's on the mule cart. After saying that, he ran outside and bought a rough version of a cast iron grill in the mall. The grill is short, so it sits perfectly over the charcoal fire. Once you place the skewers on the rack, your hands are free to add the seasonings. Once the surface of the lamb skewers turned slightly golden brown, Gu Zhouyuan sprinkled the barbecue seasoning on them. The barbecue seasoning comes pre-mixed, containing chili, cumin, and pepper. Sprinkling it on immediately masks the mutton's gamey smell, releasing a rich and unique aroma. Si Dan swallowed hard. Hou Yu casually placed his pork belly skewers on the grill, then moved closer to Gu Zhouyuan, staring longingly at the lamb skewers in Gu Zhouyuan's hand. After Gu Zhouyuan finished sprinkling the seasonings, Su Mufeng took a small pinch of barbecue seasoning from the bowl and sprinkled it on his prawns. Gu Zhouyuan quickly stopped him, pointing to the barbecue sauce in another bowl and saying, This sauce is delicious with grilled fish and shrimp. Gu Zhaodi grilled potato slices and green peppers, and Gu Zhouyuan brushed a layer of sauce on them for her. She flipped the skewers back and forth with quick and smooth movements, looking quite like the owner of a barbecue stall. As the grilling continues, the fat on the meat skewers gradually melts, dripping onto the charcoal fire and sending up wisps of smoke carrying a smoky aroma. It felt like an eternity before Dan finally heard his third brother say, "All right, we can eat now." He lunged forward immediately, getting ahead of Yu. Gu Zhouyuan handed him 2 skewers of lamb. Yu reached his hand over Dan's head. "Give me 2 skewers too." Gu Zhouyuan had 20 lamb skewers in total. He gave each person 2 skewers, and there were still some left. Dan took a bite, his eyes narrowing with happiness. "I've eaten plenty of roasted mutton, but I've never had anything this delicious before," Yu exclaimed in amazement. Mr. Jingda chewed the mutton and felt that there was no fishy or gamey smell at all. It was fragrant and delicious. Looking at the seasoning in the bowl, he said curiously, "Young man, this seasoning is quite magical. I consider myself to be quite knowledgeable, but this is the first time I've ever tasted such delicious roasted meat." He was being modest when he said he was knowledgeable and experienced. He had tasted everything from coarse mountain food to royal cuisine. There are very few things that can give him such a bright and exciting feeling, if not the only ones. Gu Zhouyuan smiled slightly. "I found several of the ingredients here on the mountain, and I adjusted the proportions myself. You probably can't find these anywhere else. Dakian doesn't have chili peppers, and it also lacks cumin, which is the most important ingredient in lamb skewers. In Gu Zhouyuan's original world, cumin was introduced to China from the Middle East and the Mediterranean region via the Silk Road during the Tang Dynasty. People at that time called cumin anchi fennel. There was no Tang Dynasty in this world, and cumin had not yet been introduced. Su Mufeng, it's really delicious. We can introduce this barbecue to our restaurant sometime. Gu Dedi, this barbecue smells amazing. If it were set up as an outdoor stall, it would attract a lot of people." Gu Zhaodi ate lamb skewers while turning the ingredients on the grill. Putting aside the unique seasoning, this barbecue is incredibly easy to make. She's already mastered it. Lu took a bite of the roasted meat, and looking at this harmonious scene, her eyes were full of satisfaction. Barbecue and beer are a perfect match. However, Gu Zhouyuan knew that the people here had never drunk beer before, and beer might not suit their taste. Compared to traditional alcoholic beverages, beer tastes a bit strange. They probably think it's a big bowl of dishwater. I went inside and bought some sparkling fruit wine. As the saying goes, when you eat meat and drink alcohol, it's more satisfying to have barbecue with low-alcohol drinks. The crowd cheered. The bowls were filled with wine, and everyone stood up, clinking their bowls together loudly, shouting in unison, "Cheers!" Laughter and cheerful voices filled the air on this ordinary summer night, in this ordinary farmhouse courtyard. Chapter 171 Feast for the Villagers. Everyone drank until very late before going to sleep that night. As expected, everyone except Lu got up late the next day. For people were sleeping in the courtyard. Lu was afraid of disturbing their sleep, so she carried the firewood very quietly. Breakfast was cooked in the kitchen inside the house. It consisted of white rice porridge and steamed white flour buns. "I ate too much meat last night, so I need to eat something lighter this morning." Gu Zhaodi, who was the second to get up, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I'm late. Quickly wake Xiao Yuan up. He said there's a feast today." Lu slapped her thigh. "How could I have forgotten about that?" The courtyard was full of men, so it was inconvenient for the 2 women to go and wake them up. Lu entered the room and woke up Gu Dedi and Dan, telling them to go and call Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. "I'm going to the city to buy groceries later. Second brother, you go find Grandpa the village head. Fourth son, go to the old house and invite Grandma and the others over." Mr. Jingda and the others have also woken up. Yu sat up and stretched. Mr. Jingda smiled apologetically at the Gu family. "I am truly ashamed that I slept until this hour." The group got up and rolled up their bedding. After a quick wash, a large group of people had already entered the courtyard of the old house. "Third brother, are you really going to throw a feast for the villagers?" You skipped over. "Yes, but it's not the whole village we're inviting. It's the Gu family and the villagers who came to help out yesterday," Gu Zhouyuan said with a smile. When Grandma Gu heard from Dan that Xiao Yuan was going to treat the whole village to a meal, she was heartbroken, thinking how much money that would cost. Datong village was originally a large village. 17 years ago, during the locust plague, because Datong village was not severely affected, many displaced people settled here. The imperial court's approach to dealing with displaced people was not simply to send them back to their original places of residence. They would also listen to the displaced people's wishes, and those who did not wish to return to their original places of residence could be resettled locally. They would also allocate idle land to displaced people and register them in the local household registration system. The village has about 100 households and more than 1,000 people. If each person pays 20 coins for a meal, the total cost would be nearly 30 taels of silver. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan only invited the people who had worked yesterday, her expression softened considerably. At least half the money was saved. I'll need everyone's help today. I've never cooked for so many people before, Gu Zhouyuan said. Grandma Gu waved her hand and said, "What's the big deal? It's just cooking in the communal pot. Before you separated the households, there were almost 20 people in the family, and I cooked for everyone." Wang muttered. "How could you have cooked all by yourself? You were the one in charge, but I was the one who cooked. My second sister-in-law was in charge of the cooking, and my eldest sister-in-law was in charge of washing and chopping the vegetables." Gu Manton, who was nearby, pulled her aside. This was not something to be said. If the old lady heard it, she would surely get a scolding. With a flick of her arm, and given how far away she was and how soft her voice was, the old lady couldn't possibly hear her. Old Mrs. Gu seemed to sense something, and glared at Wang Shi, who shrank back and hid behind Gu Manton. Mrs. Sun laughed and said, "Your family has 3 pots, plus the 2 from my side, so 5 large pots should be enough for stewing vegetables. We'll need quite a few pots for steaming rice, so we'll have to go to our neighbor's house to steam it." Grandma Gu complained, "Why steam rice? Just make some porridge. There are so many people, even 100 caddies of rice isn't enough." At this moment, the village head and Gu Dedi also came in from outside the courtyard. Grandpa village head, Uncle village head. Everyone greeted each other. The village head responded with a smile to each question. He heard that Gu Zhouyuan wanted to treat the villagers to a feast, and that they were still discussing the dishes and staple foods. He laughed and said, "Our village has more than 1,000 people. Even if you invite half of them to dinner, that would still be about 600 or 700 people. Steaming rice and cooking dishes is too much trouble. If you ask me, why not make some vegetarian dumplings? It's convenient, affordable, and everyone can help out." Everyone's eyes lit up. Actually, the harvest is bad now, so people in the countryside try not to hold banquets. For example, Daju's family didn't plan to hold a banquet when a baby was born. When a banquet is unavoidable, all that's done is steam some millet rice and cook a pot of mixed vegetables, often with hardly any meat in the large pot. Grandma Gu clapped her hands. "That's a great idea. Everyone can help with making dumplings, and they'll taste better than corn and millet porridge. The key point is that it's more economical than the steamed rice and stir-fried dishes we prepared before." Everyone chimed in with their own opinions. Gu Zhouyuan didn't want to agree at first. What kind of idea was it to invite someone to eat dumplings? It was clear that everyone agreed, so he had no choice but to go along with public opinion. "Then I'll go to town and buy some pork and flour, and also some oil and salt," Gu Zhouyuan said. Grandma Gu got anxious again. "Why buy meat? Didn't your second grandfather say that vegetarian dumplings are fine, and we don't need white flour? Just buy dark flour, and mix some white flour in." Dark flour is made from wheat flour that has not been husked or has only had its outer layer of bran removed. This type of flour is darker in color and contains more bran and germ, resulting in a relatively coarse texture. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and said, "Since this meal is specially to thank everyone, we should naturally eat meat." Seeing that old Madame Gu was about to persuade her again, Gu Zhouyuan quickly said, "Grandma, I received a reward of 500 taels of silver. What's a few dozen taels? The magistrate said there will be more rewards from the imperial court later, which should be more than 500 taels." This tactic worked perfectly. Hearing that the imperial court would offer further rewards, old Madame Gu immediately felt relieved. She smiled broadly and said, Okay, you make the decision. Grandma will let you have your way." "Second grandfather, could you please inform the villagers that I'm going to the city to buy groceries right away? But this meal will probably have to be dinner. It takes 2 hours to go to and from the city, and by the time we get back, it's already past noon. After kneading the dough, preparing the filling, and wrapping the dumplings, it will probably be 3 or 4 p.m. by the time all this is done." The village head waved his hand and laughed. "With white flour and meat dumplings to eat, what's the big deal about lunch or dinner? Knowing your treating, I bet a lot of families have skipped lunch and are saving their stomachs for meat dumplings tonight." It's quite possible, and the possibility is not small. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all burst into laughter. Looking at this warm and harmonious scene, Mr. Jingda, who was used to the coldness and warmth of human relationships, was actually moved. No wonder Brother Gu, despite his exceptional talent, was unwilling to serve as an official in the imperial court. The fertile soil that nurtured this unique flower was right here in the countryside, in these earthen walls and courtyards. Note: Chipop was not an insult in ancient times. Gu Zhouyuan kicked the scrambling crew-cut man away. There's no time to lose. I'll leave things here to you. I need to hurry to the city to buy some things. Ho Yu and Su Mufeng quickly said, we'll go with you and help you move your things. Chapter 172, Going to the City to Shop. Gu Zhouyuan quickly stopped him. I have to carry a lot of stuff this time. The two of you together weigh more than 200 kilograms. You two come along. The mules are only carrying people. How much cargo can they carry? Or you can follow behind the mule cart on the way back to the village. He needs to buy many things in the mall, and it's inconvenient to do so with other people around. Ho Yu nearly died last time, and his legs still tremble when he thinks about it now. He chuckled dryly twice. Well, then you go ahead. I won't go. Su Mufeng nudged him. How could you forget? Didn't we come on 2 horses? Ho Yu slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? Gu Zhouyuan wanted to go to the dock today to ask about the wood at Nibiru, so naturally, he couldn't let the two of them come along. You two go to my pond and catch some fish. I'll make some fish dumplings for you to try today. Gu Zhouyuan rolled his eyes and assigned them a task. Fish dumplings? Ho Yu and the others had never heard of them before, but Gu Zhouyuan had so many new dishes that they didn't have any doubts. The two readily agreed, and with great enthusiasm, they grabbed Dan, picked up shovels, and went to dig for earthworms. Mr. Jingda also enjoyed fishing. When Gu Zhouyuan mentioned that the fishing gear was readily available near the duck pen, he left the courtyard and followed Ho Yu and the others. Gu Zhouyuan got into the mule cart and whipped it, heading towards the city. The sight of locusts ravaging the roadside was shocking. The leaves of the crops were eaten away, leaving only bare branches. Some people stood by the fields, watching the fruits of their hard work being destroyed, their faces showing despair and numbness. Their year's hard work went down the drain, and their hopes for life were shattered. The road was filled with devastation. Gu Zhouyuan sighed inwardly. Without money, power, or the ability to hedge against risks, it was always the ordinary people who suffered. At the market, the plump auntie's wonton stall was still there, but no one was seen eating there. The plump auntie watched the passers-by on the street with a bored expression. There were noticeably fewer people at the market than usual. As Gu Zhouyuan passed by, he greeted the plump auntie. Auntie, long time no see. The plump auntie perked up and said happily, Little San, you've finally arrived. So many customers have come to you these past few days to buy sweet soup. I told them I would be coming in a couple of days, and some people left disappointed, while others went to the dessert stall across the street to buy a bowl to satisfy their cravings. Those two people across the street have been all smiles these past few days. But look, as soon as they saw you, their faces immediately fell. Even though they're the ones copying you, it's like you've cut off their source of income. The plump auntie kept rambling on, and finally spat out a contemptuous remark. This plump auntie really does have a kind and warm heart. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, Auntie, don't be angry. In business, everyone earns money based on their own abilities, so there's nothing wrong with that. I came here to buy things today. I haven't finished taking care of things at home yet, so I guess I'll have to wait another 2 days to set up my stall. The plump aunt nodded and said, This locust plague is no weaker than the one 17 years ago. All the crops in the fields have been eaten. Today, many people are rushing to buy grain. Oh dear, I heard that millet has gone up to 20 coins a pound. How are people supposed to live like this? Gu Zhouyuan listened expressionlessly. This was not unexpected. This was how grain prices tended to be after a major disaster. In the early stages of a locust plague, after a sharp drop in food supply, food becomes extremely scarce and precious in the market, and prices rise rapidly, depending on supply and demand. In the middle of the disaster, grain merchants in the affected areas may hoard grain for speculation. Anticipating that the food shortage would continue for some time, they would store their grain in order to make more profit, waiting for prices to rise further before selling it. This made the food supply in the market even tighter, and prices continued to fluctuate at high levels. However, if the government takes measures, such as opening granaries to release grain or transferring grain from other regions for relief, the upward trend in grain prices may be curbed to some extent, and prices may decline slightly or stabilize for a period of time. As time went on, the government organized disaster relief efforts, transporting grain from surrounding unaffected areas. Alternatively, people can be encouraged to reclaim land for planting. Once the new harvest is complete and the market supply of grain increases, prices will gradually fall. However, this process is often quite lengthy. After chatting with the plump aunt for a while, Gu Zhouyuan went to Laifu restaurant. Shopkeeper Qian came out to greet him, saying, The locust swarm has just passed, so the village should be very busy right now. What brings you here today, young man? What's the rush? There are only bare stalks left in the field, so there's no need to plow yet. Gu Zhouyuan pulled over a stool and sat down. Shopkeeper Qian's eyes lit up. Then will you come to the city to sell sweet soup tomorrow? The shop has not been serving dessert for the past 2 days, and customers who come to eat are complaining. Fortunately, no other restaurants offered the same thing, and manager Qian repeatedly assured them that the sweet soup would be available again in a few days, which barely managed to quell the customers' dissatisfaction. Tomorrow? Probably not. Gu Zhouyuan was planning to build a new house. He didn't care that someone had died in the courtyard, but his older sister and mother always felt uneasy. He already has a considerable amount of money on hand, and building a house is about to be put on the agenda. Seeing the shopkeeper's disappointed expression, Gu Zhouyuan pondered and said, "How about I make it for you tonight, and you can come and pick it up yourself?" Manager Qian clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good, good, good. I'll have someone drive a mule cart to pick up the goods first thing tomorrow morning." Gu Zhouyuan gave him the address. Datong Village, is that right? I know Datong Village. It's one of the biggest villages in Qingtian County, with over 1,000 people. Manager Qian nodded and smiled. Why is Yuanqing restaurant closed today? After chatting for a while, Manager Qian escorted Gu Zhouyuan to the door and found that the Yuanqing restaurant across the street was tightly closed. Those who run restaurants usually open their doors very early, by and prepare ingredients, set up chairs and wipe tables, and gather customers as soon as possible. It's almost 10 o'clock, but there's still no movement from Yuanqing restaurant, which is quite strange. Gu Zhouyuan glanced across at the Wu family across the street. They had close ties with young Master Zhao, and probably had heard about what happened in Datong Village. They were a little scared, so they hid for a few days to see how things went. After saying goodbye to Manager Qian, Gu Zhouyuan wanted to buy some oil from the shop to take back and eat. This was genuine traditional handmade oil. But when he arrived at the grain and oil shop and saw the crowd packed like sardines, he silently turned back. They drove the mule cart to the wood dock. Nobutu arrived upon hearing the news, a radiant smile on his face. "This is a big, fat sheep. We have to take good care of it. Young shopkeeper, what kind of wood are you looking at today?" Nobutu even took out a fan and gently fanned Gu Zhouyuan. Chapter 173, Opening a New Route. Gu Zhouyuan found it somewhat amusing. "I just came to see if Nobutu has taken the matter of that ghost-faced sandalwood to heart." "Of course I took it to heart," Nobutu laughed. "As soon as I got back that day, I arranged for people to do it. But Nanzhao is far away from us, and with the time spent buying timber locally, it would take at least 3 months for a round trip." Nobutu paused for a moment and said, "This whole trip is full of ghost-faced sandalwood. Are you sure you can get that much?" Gu Zhouyuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "Don't worry, I'll take as many as you have. I'm not just using them to make furniture for my home. I have other uses for them too." Neobuta's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the young shopkeeper wanted the ghost-faced sandalwood to resell to someone else? He was extremely familiar with the timber market and had never heard of any price increase for sandalwood. He'll have to send someone to inquire later, lest he be happy for nothing only to have someone else take advantage of him. Gu Zhouyuan had no idea what this unscrupulous merchant was up to, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Go ahead and ask around. If you can find any clues, then you're amazing. He suddenly remembered the palm oil. Malaysia and Indonesia are major producers of palm oil. This Nobutu traded timber in the Nanzhao Kingdom, and his activities extended to Southeast Asia. The territory of Nanzhao roughly includes all of present-day Yunnan, western Guizhou, southern Sichuan, as well as parts of northern Myanmar, northern Laos, and northwestern Vietnam. I wonder if he has any connections in Malaysia or Indonesia. Gu Zhouyuan found a wooden stake to sit on, and Nobutu followed him over. "Does Nobutu know anyone in Johor or Java?" Gu Zhouyuan asked bluntly. "Java is also rich in sandalwood and ebony. My fourth brother has been running that route for many years." Nobutu was taken aback for a moment, then replied. He didn't know why Gu Zhouyuan was asking these questions, and thought that the young shopkeeper wanted to test his strength. "As for Johor, the oak and Namu wood there are of very good quality, and I have cousins who work in that area." Gu Zhouyuan was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "I have another profitable business opportunity. I wonder if Nobutu would be interested?" Nobutu wasn't really interested in the business he was talking about. He wasn't eager to make a sale. If there was a profitable business, why would you come to me? However, Gu Zhouyuan was a big customer, so he couldn't afford to offend him. He then feigned excitement. "Oh, what kind of business? Please tell me about it, young manager. You only deal in timber. Your business is too singular. Haven't you heard of not putting all your eggs in one basket? You should spread your business around." Gu Zhouyuan launched his success-oriented lecture series. "That makes perfect sense." Nobutu nodded repeatedly in agreement. Gu Zhouyuan pressed on, saying, "I heard you just say that Java is also rich in sandalwood. As far as I know, Java also has a palm tree whose fruit can be pressed for oil. While you're dealing with the trees, you can also bring back some palm oil. It doesn't take up much space, and merchant ships transporting timber can bring back quite a bit if they have any empty space. You develop a dedicated production line, and I'll buy all the timber and palm oil you bring back. Nabutu was dumbfounded. Develop a separate line? This kid has quite the nerve. He does have the connections to set up a dedicated line, but does he have the capability to take it all on? Nabutu chuckled twice. Young manager, you're joking. I have an existing Nanjiao route. Opening a new route would cost a lot, and it's not worth it just to get some palm oil. Moreover, we Dakian people are not used to this palm oil. If you keep demanding so much palm oil, you will definitely be stuck with it. When you withdraw, you will leave me with a complete mess. Nabutu looks like a big, burly man who might not be very bright, but when it comes to business, he's smarter than a monkey. Gu Zhouyuan thought about it and agreed. Palm oil doesn't sell for a very high price, so there's no need for people to go to the trouble of developing new routes. He rolled his eyes and bought a bar of soap and a bar of bar soap from the mall. He held it in his hand and said slowly, Nabu, don't be in a hurry. I don't need this palm oil to eat. I need it to make soap and scented soap. Nabuta looked at the things in Gu Zhouyuan's hands, two palm-sized pieces shaped like juju paste cakes, one pale yellow and the other light pink. He took it and held it in his hand. It felt smooth to the touch, like touching a piece of warm jade. I sniffed it. The pale yellow one had an alkaline smell, while the pink one had a rich floral fragrance. What's this thing for? A sachet? No, it's yellow and doesn't smell good at all. Nabutu was completely baffled. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, the yellow one is called soap, which is used to wash clothes and hands, and the red one is called scented soap, which can be used to bathe and cleanse the face. Oh, Nabutu asked with a hint of doubt. I'll give it a try. After saying that, he got up and walked towards the wooden house on the dock. Gu Zhouyuan nodded and stayed where he was, scanning the dock with the system to see if he had missed any good timber. Before he could even scan the surroundings, Nabutu rushed back in a flurry of activity. His face was full of excitement, and this time it wasn't an act. Young shopkeeper, your soap is really good. I washed my arms and face, and they felt refreshed and clean. It's even better than bath soap. And that soap, I used it to wash a dirty pair of pants. Hey, they came out clean and easy to rinse. The key thing is that the soap didn't even shrink. Seeing his expression, Gu Zhouyuan knew that the matter was halfway done. He said calmly, this is what I made using a secret method. It hasn't been marketed yet. Palm oil is one of the raw materials. Are you still worried that I can't handle the tung oil that's shipped back? Nabutu was a businessman. In his view, this soap was a revolutionary product that would surely be a hit once it was sold. Moreover, compared to bath beans, this price is definitely not cheap. With this shopkeeper having such a lucrative business, there's really no need to worry about not being able to consume that much palm oil. Seeing that he was somewhat interested, Gu Zhouyuan decided to add fuel to the fire. I can authorize you with exclusive overseas sales rights for these soaps. Exclusive overseas sales rights. Nabutu was a little confused about what this meant. Gu Zhouyuan explained it to him. Nabutu's eyes lit up immediately, and he silently calculated in his mind. They made a fortune by bringing back timber and palm oil from Java. Then they would get soap from the shopkeeper and sell it to the Javanese nobles. Soap and bar soap will definitely sell well, and he still has that exclusive overseas distribution right, meaning he's the only one allowed to sell it abroad. Just thinking about it makes you realize how much money he'll make. He used to sell timber by bringing it back and storing it at the dock to sell slowly. This method was slow to recoup costs, and there was a risk of not being able to sell it for a long time and even being stuck with it. It's like Gu Zhouyuan pre-ordered everything. He brings back the wood, and Gu Zhouyuan pays him. He only needs to cover the transportation costs to make a fortune. What's there to hesitate about? Let's do it. Chapter 174. The whole village participates. Nabutu discussed some details of the cooperation with Gu Zhouyuan. To put his mind at ease, Gu Zhouyuan bought several gold ingots from the mall, showing off his wealth. Nabutu's last lingering concerns vanished, and his attitude towards Gu Zhouyuan had changed. The most obvious change is that Gu Zhouyuan has been addressed as the boss instead of the little shopkeeper. He clearly positioned himself as a professional manager, while Gu Zhouyuan was the big boss. Having resolved the issues of timber and palm oil in one fell swoop, Gu Zhouyuan returned to Datong village with a satisfied smile. The mule cart went into town empty, and it came back empty as well. The mule was probably quite surprised, and it ran wildly on the road, increasing its speed by 20% even without Gu Zhouyuan whipping it. As they approached Datong village, the cart suddenly gained an extra 200 jin of meat, 500 jin of flour, 100 jin of scallions, and some oil and salt. The mule suddenly stopped laughing, whimpering and shuffling heavily as it made its way back to the village. There were already quite a few people under the big locust tree, and they all seemed to be waiting for Gu Zhouyuan. Upon seeing Gu Zhouyuan return, they hurriedly went to greet him. When the villagers saw the huge pile of pork and flour on the ox cart, they were all very excited. "Oh dear, Xiao Yuan, your grandma soaked a lot of dried wild vegetables, saying she was going to make pork and wild vegetable dumplings. Why did you buy so much pork? You even bought so much flour. I heard that grain prices have gone crazy. This flour must be selling for 40 or 50 coins a pound, right? Why do you have to worry about it? These few hundred pounds of stuff are worth at most 30 taels of silver, but they received a reward of 500 taels of silver from the county. Oh, 30 taels at most? You're making it sound like 30 taels is a small amount of money. Even if you emptied your pockets and sold your house, you still couldn't scrape together 30 taels. The villagers chattered amongst themselves, and Gu Zhouyuan casually answered some of their more interesting questions. We arrived at the gate of our house. The family rushed over and unloaded the things. Seeing that Gu Zhouyuan had bought so many things, as expected, old Mrs. Gu immediately launched into a tirade of complaints. Later, he was pulled away by a few old ladies in the village with whom he got along well. Gu Zhouyuan is preparing to make dumplings with pork and scallion filling. Everyone got busy. The women were busy kneading dough and washing scallions. The men were busy chopping meat, splitting firewood, and fetching water. Besides the Hu family, he also wrote down all the people who had deliberately tripped up Gu Zhouyuan before, including those who had been collecting grasshoppers and digging cassava. These families were all unclear, but all the other people, numbering in the thousands, were on Gu Zhouyuan's invitation list. Imagine how lively a gathering of thousands of people would be. The dumpling-making sites were scattered across dozens of households. The gloom brought by the locust plague was temporarily forgotten by everyone, and everyone was in high spirits, as if it were the new year. With so many helpers, Gu Zhouyuan was happy to have some free time. He strolled over to the edge of the pond, wanting to see how the fishermen were doing. Ho Yu and Su Mufeng sat on opposite sides of the fish pond, and it was obvious that they were at odds again. Looking back at the fishing spot in Zhouyuan, Sidon was holding a fishing rod, while Mr. Jingda watched from the side. Gu Zhouyuan walked over and coughed twice. The group of people who were intently watching the fishing float all turned to look at him. Gu Zhouyuan laughed and said, "How was the fishing? Sidan, why didn't you let Mr. Jingda fish? You don't know how to fish." Sidan retorted, "The master is teaching me how to fish. I'm learning very quickly. I just caught one." Mr. Jingda nodded. Sidan learns things very quickly. Those two have only caught one fish each so far, he said, pointing to Ho Yu and his companion over there. Ho Yu was quite far from Gu Zhou. He wanted to say a few words to Gu Zhou, but he was afraid that if he spoke loudly, he would scare the fish away, so he just waved as a greeting. Su Mufeng had the same mentality. He had been humiliated by Ho Yu while fishing last time, and today he wanted to get his revenge. Now he and Ho Yu each caught one fish, and the two sides are tied, with no clear winner. Bubbles are constantly rising from the spot where he baited the area, which means there must be fish gathering underneath. This was a crucial moment, and he was unable to leave, so he simply looked up at Gu Zhouyuan and smiled and nodded. Fishing requires quiet, so Gu Zhouyuan stopped chatting there. He turned and went to the chicken and duck shed. Mr. Jingda walked up from the water's edge and followed Gu Zhouyuan. I heard that this pond was built by Brother Gu himself. In this year of severe drought, it is truly rare to be able to enjoy fishing. Mr. Jingda said with his hands behind his back, full of emotion. This is the most direct and obvious benefit of building water conservancy projects: water conservation during the dry season and flood prevention during the rainy season. Gu Zhouyuan scattered a handful of vegetable leaves and went to feed the chickens. These chickens, ducks, and geese are already quite large. Big Yellow and Little Yellow are like the heads of the family, and wherever they go, a group of little brothers follow behind them. I am well aware of the benefits of water conservancy projects, but digging ditches and canals is an extremely costly and labor-intensive undertaking. It involves many aspects, and if we are not careful, it can backfire and turn a good thing into a waste of money and resources that will be condemned by history. Mr. Jingda said in a deep voice. Gu Zhouyuan was well aware of his concerns. In the past, Emperor Yongguang of the Sui dynasty built the Grand Canal with good intentions, and the results were obvious. The construction of the Grand Canal helped strengthen the central government's control over the southern regions. Waterways enabled more efficient transport of troops and supplies, strengthening ties between the north and south, and consolidating national unity. The Grand Canal also facilitated economic exchanges between the north and south. The economy in the south was gradually rising at that time, and the Grand Canal provided a convenient channel for transporting goods from the south to the north. Goods such as grain, silk, and tea could be transported to the north in large quantities to meet the needs of the north. At the same time, it also facilitated the entry of northern goods into the southern market, promoting commercial prosperity. However, during the construction process, Yangwang conscripted a large number of laborers, which placed a heavy burden on the people. This exacerbated social conflicts and, to some extent, accelerated the demise of the Sui dynasty. Therefore, Mr. Jingda's concerns are quite normal. Spending a huge amount of money and then being criticized for wasting resources is unacceptable. If water conservancy projects are built by increasing corvée labor, it may cause social unrest. Gu Zhouyuan smiled slightly. What you said is all correct, but special times call for special measures. He paused, his smile fading. This locust plague will inevitably create many refugees. Don't you agree, sir? Chapter 175 Work for Relief. Mr. Jingda nodded. It was obvious. Crops were destroyed by locusts, leading to food shortages and famine. Famine made life difficult for the people, and in order to survive, some people were forced to leave their homes and became refugees. Seeing that he agreed, Gu Zhouyuan continued. The methods for disaster relief and comforting the displaced people in various counties will be nothing more than opening granaries to distribute food, setting up soup kitchens, and providing relief to the disaster victims. Mr. Jingda nodded again. Gu Zhouyuan continued. When there are many refugees, social order is easily disrupted and bandits run rampant. The government will then strengthen its security forces, dispatching constables to patrol, crack down on crime, and restrain the refugees. This could increase public discontent with the government and could even trigger a riot by displaced people. Gu Zhouyuan went on and on about all the major risks faced by the displaced people after the disaster. Mr. Jingda thought he was right, but he didn't know how it was related to the previous topic. Gu Zhouyuan scattered a handful of vegetable leaves to feed the geese and said unhurriedly, the grain reserves in the Chongping granary and the charitable granary are ultimately limited. This locust plague is a long-term and widespread famine. If we only distribute grain and porridge, the granaries will soon be empty. Moreover, relying solely on food and porridge distribution for a long period of time will create a dependency mentality among disaster victims, causing them to give up on finding other ways to help themselves. Having said that, and considering what Gu Zhouyuan had mentioned earlier about building water conservancy projects, Mr. Jingda already had a vague idea in mind. He tentatively asked, could it be that Brother Gu wants to ask these refugees to come and work on the water conservancy project? That's right, Gu Zhouyuan turned his head. I call this method work relief. Mr. Jingda perked up. Please tell me in detail, young man. Gu Zhouyuan poured out all the knowledge he had gained about work for relief programs from his previous life. He mentioned everything: promoting infrastructure construction, stimulating economic recovery, maintaining social order and stability, enhancing disaster victims' self-rescue capabilities, and alleviating the psychological burden on disaster victims. I won't go into too much detail here. If I were to write it down in detail, it would probably take 10 chapters. Mr. Jingda's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the way he looked at Gu Zhouyuan was as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Gu Zhouyuan thought for a moment and then said, it's not enough for the imperial court to intervene alone. We can also encourage local gentry and wealthy households to contribute money and effort. During famine years, labor costs are low. Hiring people to renovate houses and build gardens at this time will surely allow you to do the best things with the least amount of money. Besides being profitable, they can also be given titles. Local gentry and wealthy households will fund the construction of bridges and roads and the renovation of temples. The government will bestow various honorary titles upon these people, and the people will erect a monument to their merits, engraving their names on it for future generations to admire and respect. In this way, fame and fortune can be pursued simultaneously, and one of them will surely strike a chord with the wealthy. Mr. Jingda was extremely excited. Who would have thought that such a beneficial policy would be born in a chicken and duck coop? In just 2 days, Brother Gu brought him too many surprises. His own draft memorial had already been revised again and again. Everything else could wait, but there was no time to consult on the various disaster relief matters following the locust plague. He decided to finish the meal and then return to the county town so that Jingchuan could take action first. He also wrote a letter to Guan, asking him to arrange for all the counties under his jurisdiction to carry out work relief in accordance with the method used to help Gu Zhouyuan. Another one, came Si Dan's excited shout from outside. Gu Zhouyuan and Mr. Jingda both went outside. On such a hot day, with so many chickens, ducks, and geese being raised in the shed, the smell inside was indescribable. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air outside, they saw Si Dan holding a crucian carp in his hand, smiling smugly and arrogantly at Ho Yu and Su Mufeng. I spent some more time fishing with the others. Gu Zhaodi came over and said the dumplings were ready, and told them to go back. Ho Yu and Su Mufeng each caught only one crucian carp, which were about the same size, and the two ended the day's competition in a draw. Si Dan was probably still in the beginner protection period, as he caught 5 crucian carp and a small grass carp. Seeing Si Dan's arrogant attitude, Ho Yu and Su Mufeng couldn't help but feel a shared sense of indignation. What's so smug about it? What's there to be proud of? Fish dumplings are just an example. Today's main dish is pork and scallion dumplings. There were too many dumplings and not enough pots, so making and cooking the dumplings were done in many different villagers' homes. Everyone held their bowls, and thousands of people stood on the road eating dumplings. The group ate, chatted, and laughed, creating a lively and festive atmosphere, and the scene was quite spectacular. These white flour dumplings with pork filling are something that villagers can't even get to eat during the Lunar New Year. These dumplings are so delicious. I feel like I could eat 3 more bowls. That's right, you haven't eaten anything all day, and you're just waiting for this meal with an empty stomach. You didn't eat lunch either, and you still have the nerve to criticize me. But let's just have 1 bowl each to satisfy our cravings. Don't overeat, or we'll eat our mistress out of house and home. It's all right. Gusaner already said that we can eat as much as we want. All you can eat. Really? That's wonderful. The Hu family stayed inside their house, not venturing out, secretly resentful as they listened to the laughter and chatter outside. I don't know what stroke of luck Gu Laosan had. He actually got together with the magistrate's son, who Lao Kuai said resentfully. Pa, this dog of a magistrate is no good either. He killed 4 people and should have been beheaded, but who knew it would just be left like this? He's a good-for-nothing magistrate. Granny Hu curled her lips. Mother, please keep your voice down. That Gu Laosan is a ruthless character. He killed 4 people the day before yesterday without batting an eye. If he hears you cursing him behind his back, that would be terrible. Hu Erfa's wife shuddered as she recalled Gu Zhoyuan's cruelty that day. Hu Dafa said unhappily. What's there to be afraid of? Does Gu Laosan think he can do whatever he wants? Does he think he'll come to someone's door and kill them just because they say a few truths? That's right. He invited so many people from the whole village to dinner, but he left us out. He's petty about such a small thing. He'll never amount to anything. Hu Dafa's wife said indignantly. The aroma of the dumplings wafted into the house. She kept looking out from the yard, watching the villagers happily eating dumplings on the street, and her eyes turned red with envy. Mom, I want to eat dumplings too. Hu Dafa's son, Hu Xiaochue, said, tugging at his mother's sleeve. What are you eating? Those dumplings aren't good. Hu Dafa's wife swallowed her saliva and said with her head down. Auntie is lying to you. I can smell the delicious food. Hu Erfa's eldest daughter, Hu Xiaozhao, peeked out through the crack in the door. They're eating so happily. Hu Xiaochue became even more unruly, suddenly lying down on the ground and kicking his legs in circles. I want to eat dumplings. I want to eat dumplings. Hu Dafa's wife was at her wit's end when she heard old Mrs. Hu lower her voice and say, those dumplings were made from people's ears that Gu Laosan cut off. Do you still dare to eat them? Hu Xiaochue immediately fell silent. Every child in the village knew that Gu Laosan could cut off ears. So he cut off his ear to make dumplings. That's terrifying. Chapter 176 Being Pressured to Get Married. There are nearly 100 people with the surname Hu in Datong village, but Gu Zhoyuan didn't call out to any of them. These people, like Granny Hu's family, harbored resentment towards Gu Zhoyuan and cursed him at home. There were also those who had no grudges against the Gu family, but felt implicated by Granny Hu. Looking at her 2 thin, dark-skinned children, Hu Daquan's wife, Hua, slammed the wild vegetable porridge onto the table. He said angrily, your second uncle's family is really something, not only bad but also stupid. Why do they always provoke the Gu family? Just because of what happened to Sanfa's wife? Sanfa fell to his death on the mountain, and his family didn't pity Chunxing and her widow and treated them well. Instead, they took their anger out on Chunxing's mother, calling her a jinx and driving the orphan mother and daughter out of their home. They're always watching Chunxing's mother, just waiting for an opportunity to throw mud at her. Last time they framed Gu Saner for having an affair with Chunxing's mother, but it didn't work out. Now they're falsely accusing Chunxing's mother of having an affair with Air Lizi on the mountain. I'm speechless. I can understand if he doesn't like Chunxing's mother, but why does he keep trying to get involved with Gu Jia? Leaving aside the fact that the Gu family has a large number of people and great influence in our village, Gu Saner alone is not someone to be trifled with. Do you still think he's the same Gu Laosan from before? He has connections and means. He killed 4 people in broad daylight, and the county magistrate still wants to give him silver and land. When trouble comes, we villagers should stand together against outsiders. But his family is doing the opposite, falsely accusing others of colluding with bandits. Aren't they just trying to offend people to the death? Our whole family has been ripped off by them. We don't even dare to walk with our heads up in the village. Hu Duquan squatted in the yard, eating the porridge he was holding, taking bites here and there. He was born with the surname Hu, and he couldn't have chosen to be associated with such relatives. He actually admired Gusaner quite a bit. They taught the villagers how to process cassava. They paid for the water to be brought down the mountain themselves, and even had the village build a reservoir for it. Granny's son was starving to death, and it was only because he was willing to exchange rice for grasshoppers that Granny's son and her grandson were saved. They got them sabers so the villagers could harvest the wheat quickly. He knew that if it were him, he would never have done what Gusaner did. The child's mother asked him, "Why does your second uncle's family always go around provoking other people?" He didn't know, and if he could, he would like to ask that family. Why? What exactly is the reason? Erlazy lay on his bed, which resembled a doghouse, listening to the noisy crowd outside, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Gu Zhouyuan used to be similar to Erlazy in the village. Both were considered village hooligans. Now this thing can stand up on its own. His father still often compares him to Gu Zhouyuan, saying he's a piece of stinking mud and utterly useless. Widow Luo, who longed for Gu Zhouyuan but could not have him, spent all her time hovering around him. Ergo, who had been playing with me since childhood, is now drifting further and further away from me, and instead, he holds Gu Zhouyuan in high esteem. This intensified his jealousy and hatred towards Gu Zhouyuan. Gu Zhouyuan was completely unaware of the various thoughts and intentions of these people. He was currently eating dumplings and chatting with the villagers. "Xiao Yuan, you're 17 or 18 this year, right?" Gu Youcai's wife asked with a smile. "Auntie Yukai is right. My birthday is in April, and I've already turned 17, Gu Zhouyuan replied. "Brother Yuan, you're 3 months older than me. My birthday is in July." Hoyu jumped up and said, "Who asked you?" Su Mufing said speechlessly. "Don't you even ask me? I was born in July, at the hour of Chun, 7 to 9 a.m. Hoyu declared confidently. "You're 18 by the lunar calendar. That's old enough to get married. Look at your brother Daju. He's only a year older than you, and he already has a daughter. And Lu Jin, he got married at 15. Aunt Kai said, holding a bowl and looking at Gu Zhouyuan. "That's right," Aunt Wang chimed in. "You should get married as early as possible. Good girls are in high demand. If you're too late, they'll be someone else's wife." Everyone laughed when they heard what Aunt Wang said was funny. Gu Zhouyuan blushed, a rare occurrence for him. In his previous life, he often saw young people being pressured to get married online. He just took it as a joke because he had no relatives in his previous life. Unexpectedly, after being transported to this alternate time and space, I experienced being pressured to get married. Right now, I just want to focus on making money through business and I don't have any plans to get married yet. Gu Zhouyuan didn't know how to answer, so he could only use a cliché from his past life to brush it off. "I don't want to be in a relationship. I just want to make money." "Hey, what are you saying, kid? Getting married and starting a career means you should get married first before making money. Once a man has kids, he'll have more energy to do business and make money." Aunt Yukai was clearly not so easy to appease. Gu Zhouyuan felt a little awkward, and he kept giving Hoyu meaningful glances. Hoyu is the son of the county magistrate. If he finds an excuse to say a few words on their behalf, the villagers will definitely give him face. But then Hoyu made a face at him, not only failing to help him out of the predicament, but also adding fuel to the fire. "Yes, my dad asked me to go on a blind date with a girl the other day. Yuan is 3 months older than me. He should have gotten married a long time ago." Gu Zhouyuan gave Hoyu a thumbs up. "You're ruthless." Aunt Kai suddenly came over and said, "My eldest brother's family has 4 daughters. The second one is 17 this year, and she's so pretty. I'll bring her to stay at my house for a couple of days, and you two can get to know each other." Gu Zhouyuan was taken aback. With Aunt Kai being so enthusiastic, it turned out she wanted to become a matchmaker. Before he could even refuse, Aunt Wang shouted from the side, "A 17-year-old is already an old maid. You can't take Gusaner." Gu Zhouyuan turned to look at Aunt Wang and heard her continue. "I have a niece from my maternal family who is only 15 years old. She's beautiful and hardworking. If you marry her, she'll definitely manage everything at home perfectly." Aunt Kai was getting impatient. She had clearly laid the line first, so how could someone cut in line? She eagerly spoke up. "My eldest brother's 3rd daughter is also 15 this year. If you're still not satisfied, his 4th daughter is only 13 years old. You can have her come and take a look." Gu Zhouyuan was completely defeated. He was only 13 years old. Did they think he was a beast? Wang Ergu's wife, Fong, whispered to Ergu for a moment, then stepped forward and said loudly, "Hey, my little sister is 16 this year. She's learning embroidery at an embroidery shop in the city. She knows quite a few characters and is pretty too. I'll call her over tomorrow so you can take a look." Seeing that there were more and more competitors, Aunt Kai quickly shifted her focus and walked towards old Mrs. Gu's side. She's a member of the Gu family. Old Madame Gu is her uncle and aunt. She can directly access the upper echelons of society. Chapter 177. Better to die for your fellow Taoist than for yourself. Grandma Gu was watching this scene with a smile. Now that Xiao Yuan is doing well, naturally more people are coming to propose marriage. There are profitable businesses in the city, and he becomes sworn brothers with the magistrate's son. He's good at making money, has connections, and most importantly, he's good-looking. Any girl who marries Xiao Yuan would be incredibly lucky. Then, Yotsai's wife walked over with a smile. "Second aunt, my nieces are all quite nice. How about I bring them to you in a couple of days, and you can help Xiao Yuan choose one?" Grandma Gu was taken aback. "Do you think this is buying chicks? You're picking one out?" She smiled faintly and said, "Xiao Yuan is a man of his own mind. What this old woman likes, he may not like. What does a young man like him know? Shouldn't the elders help him make an informed decision, as the saying goes? Marriage is arranged by parents and matchmakers. You've arranged the marriage for him. How could he not be satisfied?" Yotsai's wife continued. "You said it yourself, it's all arranged by parents. Xiao Yuan has his own mother. Why should I, as his grandmother, worry about him?" Old Mrs. Gu said casually. Aunt Zhang, who was in the crowd, swallowed the last dumpling and nudged Chunmei, who was watching the play. She said irritably, "Are you still standing here like an idiot watching a show? Gu Xiao's and will be snatched away by someone else soon." Chunmei's face flushed instantly. She looked around and saw that everyone was looking at Gu Zhouyuan, seemingly unaware of her mother's words. She breathed a sigh of relief and lowered her voice, protesting, "Mother, please don't talk nonsense. If others hear this, they'll think I'm having an affair with Gu Xiaosan." "What do you mean I'm talking nonsense? Don't think we don't know. That kid used to bother you. Back then, he was unreliable, and your father and I both disagreed with him. Now that he's learned well and become more capable, we have nothing to say about you dating him." Chunmei was so anxious she was almost crying. She quickly went up to her mother and covered her mouth, saying, "Mother, please stop talking. Everyone's looking at you." Sure enough, people around looked this way, but they only heard Aunt Zhang talking about who was bothering whom and whether they were dating or not. Just as they were trying to concentrate on eating their melon, Chunmei snapped the melon vine in time. "You brat, you seem pretty fierce all the time, but why are you so useless when it really matters?" Aunt Zhang slapped Chunmei's hand away. "You're so shy? I'll go talk to Gu Xiaosan later. You have to be persistent when pursuing a girl. How can you give up halfway?" Her voice was quite loud, and everyone around her opened their mouths in an O shape. Gu Zhouyuan and Zhang Jia Chunmei were having an affair? This little brat was keeping it a secret. Chunmei was so embarrassed that her ears turned bright red, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She grabbed her mother, who was wiping her mouth, and pulled her home with all her might. More and more aunts and sisters-in-law gathered around Gu Zhouyuan. Being surrounded by 100 enemies didn't bother him at all, but the oppressive feeling from these women was clearly much stronger. Gu Zhouyuan felt overwhelmed. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he said in a moment of inspiration, "I have older brothers and sisters who are not married yet, so how could it be my turn?" That's true. There's a strong sense of hierarchy in the village. However, it's different for girls than boys. You can't discuss fortune-telling in front of so many people. You have to talk about it in private. This second son of the Gu family is quite nice. He's tall and thin, doesn't talk much, and doesn't have any bad habits. The key point is that he is a grateful and sensible child. Now that Gu Zhouyuan has become successful, he is very close to his second brother. If I can't marry Gu Zhouyuan, I'll marry his brother. As long as I enter the Gu family, my life won't be bad. All the aunties and older women turned their gazes toward Gu Dedi. On such a hot day, Gu Daji felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran. "Chase!" One of the older women gave a signal, and a group of women all yelled and gave chase. Gu Zhouyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and silently mourned. "It's better for me than for you to die, second brother. I'm sorry, but I know you've always been good to me. Please bear with me this time." Ho Yu gave Gu Zhouyuan a thumbs up. "You're amazing. You even tricked your second brother. How can this be called a trap? So many people are introducing wives to him. He's probably secretly pleased with himself." Gu Zhouyuan felt guilty, but he didn't soften his tone. Not far away, Erju said sourly, "I'm 10 days older than Xia Yuan. How come no one has introduced me to a wife? Gu Zhouyuan chuckled upon hearing this. He raised an eyebrow at Ho Yu and said, Look at you. Someone wants a wife, but no one's introducing him to anyone. Su Mufeng was watching the show with great interest when Gu Zhouyuan suddenly leaned close to him with a mysterious smile. Young Master Su, do you want a wife? Su Mufeng. The party went on until dark before everyone finally left. It is said that Gu Dedi was eventually caught despite being surrounded and intercepted by the village's women. After a round of coercion and enticement, Gu Dedi had no choice but to agree. He planned to meet the girls in a couple of days. The candidates included Aunt Wang's niece, Sister Cheng's third sister, and Granny Zhao's great-granddaughter. Many of the village women wanted to marry their daughters off to Gu Dedi, saying it was better to live close to home and keep the good stuff within the family. In short, Gu Dedi's schedule is quite full. Gu Zhouyuan wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that his exhausted second brother's gaze seemed to carry a deep sense of resentment. Because they had promised Manager Qian that he would come to pick up the sweet soup the next day, Gu Zhouyuan's family made the sweet soup at home that evening. He mentally organized his future plans. The locust plague has only just begun, and the situation in the city will become more turbulent in the future, so the opening of the restaurant will definitely be delayed. There's no shortage of market for soap and bar soap. In the past, we had to keep it a secret, but now it seems there's no need to at all. He can now be considered someone with government connections. Ho Yu's father is the county magistrate, and Su Mufeng dared to rebuke Magistrate Ho to his face that day, so he must also be someone of great importance. And then there's this mysterious Mr. Jingda, who keeps writing letters to people in the capital to ask for rewards on his behalf. He seems to have quite a background. These are all people I've shared a bed with, so our relationship is pretty close. Even disregarding these powerful backers, just looking at himself, any one of his inventions and innovations would be recorded in history books, and the imperial court's reward would be substantial. With multiple layers of insurance, even if the profits from soap are enviable, probably no one would dare to cause trouble. Fair competition is fine, but if someone stabs you in the back or attacks you underhandedly, then don't blame him for using brute force to overpower you. As the business expanded, my energy became limited, and I could no longer handle the small tasks of selling sweet soup at the stall myself. Not only can I not do it myself, but my family members also can't afford to get too much energy involved in these little things. What he considered a small business was seen as a lucrative business by the villagers. It's time to keep the profits within the family and help the residents of the old house make money together. Chapter 178, Everyone must learn to read. However, the most urgent task now is to build the house. It's still summer, so sleeping on the floor is fine. When it gets cold, sleeping on the floor won't be comfortable. It's absolutely impossible for him to squeeze into a small bed with Si Dan and the others. Si Dan grinds his teeth at night and likes to kick around in his sleep. He often wakes up with his head and feet reversed. After thinking for a moment, he got up, picked up the fish he had caught that day, and walked towards the old house. To save on lamp oil, villagers usually go to bed as soon as it gets dark. The old house was still lit up today. Gu Zhouyuan knocked on the courtyard gate, and his second aunt, Sun, opened the door. Xiao Yuan. Madame Sun was taken aback, then smiled and said, Come in quickly. Xiao Hua and the others said they learned several characters at your house, and they are writing them down to show everyone right now. Gu Zhouyuan placed the wooden basin in his hand on the stool. These are the fish that Si Dan and the others caught today. Sister-in-law needs to get enough nutrition right now, so second aunt is saving them to make soup for her. Mrs. Sun didn't know what to say. She just kept smiling and nodding. Oh, okay, thank you, Xiao Yuan. Crucian carp soup is excellent for promoting lactation, but crucian carp are hard to find during droughts. She knew there were crucian carp in Gu Zhouyuan's pond. Xiao Yuan had given her 2 last time. She knew that as long as she asked, Xiao Yuan would definitely catch crucian carp for her. But the more she did this, the more embarrassed she became to speak up, feeling as if she were using family ties to blackmail Xiao Yuan. Gu Zhouyuan laughed twice. Why are you being so polite with me, Auntie? We're family. Saying thank you is too much. Madame Sun nodded repeatedly in agreement. As she led Gu Zhouyuan inside, she called out into the house, Little Yuan is here. A large group of people poured out of the house. Third brother. Xiao Yuan. Everyone called out to Gu Zhouyuan, and Gu Zhouyuan called out to each of them in turn. Hey, Siju is practicing calligraphy. Gu Zhouyuan saw 3 smooth wooden boards on the table. On the board closest to him, the words, I Simu Zhu, were written crookedly, sometimes up and sometimes down, with legs crossed and feet kicking. Siju chuckled. Let's consolidate what Mr. Jingda said. Reviewing the old helps with something. Reviewing the old helps us learn the new. Xiaohua corrected from the side. Wang pulled Senyo over and smiled at Gu Zhouyuan. Little Yuan, do you think Senyo can learn to read with Si Dan and the others from you in the future? The room suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at Gu Zhouyuan with anticipation. For farming families, it was no easy task to send one person to school. It usually required the entire family's resources to support that student. Although Gu Zhouyuan only teaches some basic and simple knowledge, as long as you can recognize and write characters, you have already surpassed many people. In the future, when matchmakers help arrange marriages, they will have an added advantage. The young man is literate. You should know that most people in the village can't even write their own names. Gu Zhouyuan rested his chin on his hand and began to ponder. With so many brothers and sisters in the family, they can't all end up like the older generation, only able to toil in the fields for a living when they grow up. His business will grow bigger and bigger in the future, and he will need a lot of talented people to help him. His family members are his most reliable support. We can find an experienced scholar to teach. If we can't find a scholar, a student who has completed the preliminary studies will also be fine. Then, they selectively instill some advanced concepts and knowledge into them, so that they can follow in their footsteps. I'm going to treat my whole family to meet. These things are in Gu Zhouyuan's plan, and there's no need to reveal them now. He nodded. Sure, it doesn't matter how much I teach, it's all the same. Dazhu and Erju will come to listen to the lessons in the future too. Dazhu was taken aback, then pointed at himself and said, Me? I already have a child. It's too late for me to go back to school now, isn't it? What do you mean by too late? Do you think you're asking us to take the imperial examination and become the top scholar? Xiao Yuan tells you to go to school, so go to school. You're acting all dull right now, but maybe you'll become smarter once you can read. Sun slapped him and said irritably. Dazhu stammered, I have a lot of work to do. Gu Zhouyuan said, It's all right. Just come to one class after dinner every day. It won't interfere with your work during the day. Erju shouted from the side. I won't do it. You're not even as old as me. How can you be my teacher? What? You have to be old to be a teacher? Then let your grandpa teach you to read and recite poems. Gu Zhouyuan raised an eyebrow. Grandpa Gu, who was sitting on the side as a background figure, was suddenly looked at by everyone. He couldn't help but cough twice and glare at Erju. Siju shook his head and said, Second brother, what you're saying is rather low class. Little Sidon taught me several lines of the three-character classic today. We should learn from whoever is knowledgeable. What does age have to do with that? Just like you're older than me, you're my second brother, but you can't even write your own name. Not only can I write my own name, but I can also write yours. You should humbly learn from me. Four Pillars' words made Two Pillars blush. He kicked Four Pillars and said angrily, Why do you talk so much nonsense? Did Mr. Yuan teach you all this? Everyone burst into laughter. When the laughter subsided, Gu Zhouyuan finally revealed the purpose of his visit. I want to build a new house. Everyone fell silent for a moment, but there was nothing too surprising. If it were them, or any other villager, with so much money in their hands, they would definitely do two things. The first thing was to buy land, but Gu Zhouyuan already had 100 mu of farmland. The second thing, naturally, was to build a new house. Grandma Gu stood up, took Gu Zhouyuan's hand, and asked gently, Xiao Yuan, where do you plan to build your new house? There's a large vacant lot next to Grandma's house where you can build your house. That vacant lot was originally intended for the sons to build houses when they divided the family property in the future. At that time, Gu Zhouyuan's parents had a conflict with the old house because of Gu Zhaodi's land ownership, and in a fit of anger, they went to the wasteland at the end of the village to build a house. This piece of land has been vacant for a long time, so it was given to Xiao Yuan. Now that we live closer, it will be more convenient for us to get around. Wang wanted to say something, but thinking that Gu Zhouyuan was no longer the same as before and that the family would rely on him a lot in the future, she only opened her mouth and swallowed the words that were about to come out. I want to build the house at the end of the village, where my fish pond, chickens, ducks, and geese are all located. I want to build a big house. That large piece of land near the back mountain is all mine now, and I think it's a good place to build a house. Gu Zhouyuan had already made plans. He not only wanted to build a house, but also to set up a soap workshop at the same time. We need to build another spacious and bright classroom, fully equipped with desks, a teacher's podium, a blackboard, and so on. Chapter 179 Blue Brick and Tile House. The back mountain. Master Gu asked doubtfully. The back mountain is mostly wasteland. I remember the county rewarded you with fertile land. Oh, the county magistrate told me that I could choose any 100 mu of land I wanted, and that 32 mu area behind the mountain is all mine now. Xiaohua brought over a stool, and Gu Zhouyuan smiled and nodded his thanks to her before sitting down and saying, Grandma Gu slapped her thigh and said with great distress, You child are too reckless. Why give up perfectly good farmland and turn it into wasteland? That large plot of land at the foot of the mountain is completely barren. It's full of gravel. You must go find the magistrate and get the land back. Grandma, don't worry, Gu Zhouyuan quickly said. I have a great use for that piece of land. Grandma Gu calmed down as expected. Her eldest grandson was now incredibly reliable. Since he said that, he must have his reasons. I also rented the mountain east of House Han. I've rented it for 30 years, Gu Zhouyuan continued. What? Old Mrs. Gu's emotions, which had just calmed down, were instantly ignited again. Why are you renting that old, dilapidated mountain? It's full of worthless miscellaneous trees. Do you have too much money to burn? 30 coins, Gu Zhouyuan said. What? Old Mrs. Gu was stunned. What 30 coins? Gu Zhouyuan held up 3 fingers. The rent for 30 years is 30 coins. Grandma Gu immediately laughed again. Only 1 coin a year? The mountain will be yours from now on. No one else is allowed to go up there. Gu Zhouyuan nodded. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. I never thought our Gu family would one day be the kings of the mountain. Old Mrs. Gu was so happy that she almost spoke without thinking. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Master Gu hurriedly ran to the door and opened it a crack. He glanced outside twice, and seeing that no one was eavesdropping, he turned around and said somewhat angrily, What do you mean, Mountain King? Is that something you can say to outsiders? Grandma Gu couldn't stand the old man's timid and hesitant manner. She pouted and said, That's not what I meant. We're just having a casual chat as a family. What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Yuan has made something of himself now, and there are quite a few people in the village who are envious. If someone with ulterior motives overhears what he just said, there will be a lot of trouble. Old Master Gu said in a low voice. He was cautious and prudent his whole life, believing that being careful would prevent him from suffering a great loss. Grandma Gu raised her eyebrows, and seeing that the old couple was about to start arguing again, Gu Zhouyuan quickly changed the subject. Grandpa and Grandma, I don't know much about building houses, so I'll have to trouble you to help me keep an eye on things when the time comes. Grandma Gu's attention was indeed drawn, and she turned to Gu Zhouyuan and said, There's not much going on these days. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin making adobe bricks. Your family has 5 people, so you need at least 3 rooms. You'll need quite a few mud bricks. The vast majority of houses in the village are made of adobe, while some poorer families live in simple thatched houses. Adobe bricks are made by removing stones, grass roots, and other debris from yellow mud, preferably clay. Add water and stir, and also add some rice straw and wheat straw during the process to enhance the toughness of the adobe bricks and prevent them from cracking. Then, put the mixed clay into a wooden mold, compact and smooth it, let it dry and set slightly, lift the mold, and a clay brick is initially formed. Then place the adobe bricks in a well-ventilated, sunny place to dry, while preventing them from getting wet from rain. Making adobe bricks is a time-consuming and laborious task. It takes several thousand adobe bricks to accumulate day by day, and it often takes more than half a year to collect enough adobe bricks to build a house. I don't want to make adobe houses. I want to build big brick houses with tiled roofs this time. Gu Zhouyuan said seriously. Building a brick house? No one in the village has a house with blue bricks and tiles yet. Brick houses were only for wealthy gentlemen. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Yuan, the first to recover, was Dezhu. He took 2 steps forward, his face full of excitement. Are you really going to build a big brick house? The whole family lived together in the old house. There were limited rooms. He used to sleep in the same bed with Erju and Siju. Later, he got married, and the wedding room was a room that was extended from the original room using mud bricks. He had fantasized countless times about owning his own house, and even dreamed of living in a large brick and tile house. Now, when Xiao Yuan tells him he wants to build a big brick house, he feels like his dream has come true, even though he's not the one who's realizing his dream. Gu Zhouyuan smiled and nodded. I'll go to the city tomorrow to buy bricks and tiles. I want to build the house as soon as possible. Don't go to the city to buy bricks. Go to Yawang Town. There are 2 brick kilns there, and the brick sellers in our county get their bricks from there, said Grandpa Gu. Xiao Yuan, can you take me with you when you go to buy bricks tomorrow? Dezhu volunteered, which was rare for him. Erju, I want to go too. Gu Monsong stood up and said to Erju, You've never bought bricks before. Why are you joining in the fun? After saying that, he turned around and said, I'm going with Xiao Yuan. Nobody in our village has ever built a brick house. It's not like you've ever bought any bricks. Erju muttered under his breath. Gu Monsong's face darkened, and he pretended not to hear Erju's complaints. I'll help you bargain. Gu Manton clapped his hands and said, My second and third uncles both know how to build houses. Could you help me figure out how many bricks and tiles I would need to build a house like this? As he spoke, he pulled a blueprint out of his pocket. Gu Mansung took the blueprints, opened them, and both he and Gu Manton, who was standing next to him, stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. Dazhu and Erzhu, their faces full of curiosity, also leaned their heads closer. Holy shit, Erzhu couldn't help but swear. The drawing on the paper depicted a large house with 2 courtyards. Erzhu didn't have a large vocabulary. If he had to describe the house, he would use 2 words. Big, expensive. Seeing their reaction, the rest of the Gu family also crowded over. 2-courtyard house. The reactions from everyone were not much better. Amidst the chorus of tisk-tisk sounds, Erzhu occasionally uttered a curse. After a lot of commotion, Grandpa Gu managed to roughly estimate the number of bricks and tiles needed. I've seen this 2-courtyard house in Phoenix Town. It's the residence of Master Wong, who runs a grain store in the city. Grandpa Gu stroked his sparse beard, as if he were reminiscing. Judging from your blueprints, it will require at least tens of thousands of bricks and more than 10,000 tiles. Everyone in the room gasped. Over 10,000 yuan. Building a house in the village usually costs only a few thousand yuan for adobe bricks, but everyone thinks that's a huge amount, and it takes half a year to build. My goodness, how much silver will this cost? Wang exclaimed in surprise. In her mind, the term hundreds of thousands seemed to have never existed. Chapter 180, The Restless 2 Pillars. How much silver? Everyone was clearly concerned about this question and looked at old Master Gu. Grandpa Gu blushed. He had never imagined that he would build a brick house, and had no idea about the price of bricks and tiles. Dazhu spoke up from the side. I inquired and found out that it was 1 coin for 2 bricks, but that was last year's price. I don't know if it has gone up this year. He dreamed of living in a brick house, and when he went to the city to sell firewood, he asked people about the price. Carrying a load of firewood from the mountain, I only got 8 coins in town, which was enough to buy a dozen or so bricks. From then on, he completely gave up the idea of building a brick house. Gu Zhouyuan quickly calculated in his mind. Tens of thousands of bricks, at half a penny per brick, would amount to only a few dozen taels of silver. It's no pressure for him. It's all small change. After agreeing with his second uncle and the others that they would go to Yawang town to buy bricks and tiles early the next morning, Gu Zhouyuan bid farewell to everyone and returned home. At home, Mr. Jingda is teaching Sidon and the others how to do their homework. Even Ho Yu and Su Mufeng were bent over, looking at the paper and thinking about something. Gu Zhouyuan nodded to Mr. Jingda in greeting. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Gu Zhaodi and her 2 siblings had written a math word problem on their paper. Now there is a field that is 15 paces wide and 16 paces long. How much is the field? Here, gong refers to the width of the field, and tung, meaning longitudinal, refers to the length of the field. The question asks for the area of a field that is 15 steps wide and 16 steps long. The area of a rectangle is equal to its length times its width. Gu Zhouyuan didn't teach this concept to Si Dan and the others. It was probably Mr. Jingda who explained it to them. The 4 eggs and the others all wrote on their papers, 15 times 16. The problem of multiplying 2-digit numbers was handed in yesterday, and the 3 of them were clearly struggling with it. This was clearly a question set by Mr. Jingda according to the pace of the group. The first one to figure it out was actually the second brother, Gu Dedi. He wrote the answer on the paper, 240. Gu Zhouyuan had long since discovered that his second brother, Gu Dedi, was a pure science student. He was not as good at recognizing characters and memorizing words as Si Dan and his eldest sister, but he was very interested in mathematics and physics, and he learned very quickly. Gu Zhouyuan then walked behind Ho Yu and Su Mufeng and saw that their questions were much more difficult. The paper read, there are people buying things together. If 8 people pay, there is a surplus of 3. If 7 people pay, there is a shortfall of 4. What are the number of people and the price of the goods? This is a typical profit and loss problem. This means that if several people buy something together, and each person pays 8 coins, they will have 3 coins left over. If each person pays 7 coins, they will have 4 coins left short. Who are the people in total, and what are the prices of each item? This problem is quite difficult. It would be much simpler to solve using a linear equation in 2 variables. This is a problem from the book, 9 Chapters on the Mathematical Art, which also contains solutions to similar linear equations in 2 variables. The book uses the arrangement of counting rods to represent the coefficients and constants in the equations, and solves them using the direct division method, similar to the current elimination method. Ho Yu scratched his head in frustration, while Su Mufeng frowned and remained silent. The 2 were clearly stumped by the question. Ho Yu finally resigned himself to his fate, put down his brush, and lamented, I can't figure it out. Mr. Jingda put on a stern face. I told you to thoroughly understand and master the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, but it seems you've been ignoring my words. These are questions from the book, and none of you can answer them, especially you, Mu Feng. You've clearly been slacking off these days. Su Mufeng nodded with shame and said, Sir, you are right. Ho Yu muttered to himself. I'm not applying for the mathematics subject in the imperial examinations, so what's the point of learning this stuff? Mr. Jingda glared and said in a deep voice, Numerology is the foundation of all things. Agricultural production, astronomy and calendar systems, construction of bridges and water conservancy projects, and many other aspects cannot be separated from numerology. Gu Zhouyuan looked at Mr. Glasses with surprise. This level of awareness is extraordinary. People in this world study strategy, poetry, and methods of governing a country. Mathematics is not valued. Few people can perceive, like Mr. Jingda, that social development and progress are based on mathematics. He hesitated whether or not to reveal the Arabic numerals. Let's wait for the imperial court's rewards to come down and see if the old emperor is generous. If he's stingy, I'll keep these good things to myself, or just give them to my second brother and the others. Gu Zhouyuan thought to himself. The next morning, after breakfast, I heard Gu Zhouyuan say that he was going to buy bricks and tiles to build a house. Mr. Jingda then bid farewell to Gu Zhouyuan and the Gu family, as he needed to hurry back to the county to arrange the work for relief program. Ho Yu clearly wanted to continue following Gu Zhouyuan, but was scolded and sent away by Mr. Jingda. He and Su Mufeng did terribly on the math problems last night, and Mr. Jingda ordered them to go back and thoroughly study 9 chapters on the mathematical art, and that he would give them another test in a couple of days. Gu Zhouyuan drove the mule cart, with Gu Montsong, Gu Manton, Daju, Erju, and Old Master Gu sitting on the shaft. Buying bricks and tiles was a rare thing, and all the adult men in the Gu family wanted to go and broaden their horizons. Gu Dedi wanted to follow, but his right arm was broken and was still in a splint, hanging from his neck. Gu Zhouyuan dared not let him come along on this bumpy journey. It took a full hour and a half to get to Yaoguang town, and we could see several large chimneys standing tall in the distance. There was a large open space in the town, with many wooden stakes erected on it, and 6 or 7 donkey carts and mule carts tied to the stakes. The 2 largest shops on the street, with piles of blue bricks and tiles next to them, were brick and tile shops. Go to that one, Erju shouted, pointing to one of the houses. Have you been here before? Do you know how good their bricks are? Gu Manton asked in surprise. I have a feeling that their bricks are definitely prettier than others, Erju said confidently. Everyone was puzzled. Aren't all these bricks the same? How could they be described as beautiful? Since it was everyone's first time here, it didn't matter which house they went to, so Gu Zhouyuan followed Erju's lead and stopped the mule cart in front of the house he had designated. The shop sign reads, Chow's Bricks and Tiles. As soon as the mule cart stopped in front of the shop, a young woman dressed as a woman immediately ran out of the shop. Please come in quickly, sir. Our blue bricks are renowned throughout Tally County. Her voice was clear, melodious, and very pleasant to listen to. That brick kiln belongs to the Chow family, she said, pointing to the tall, thick chimney not far away. The young woman was graceful and slender, with a pair of beautiful eyes that were full of affection, her gaze sparkling as she looked around. It is indeed very beautiful. The Gu family members who got off the car suddenly realized what was going on and all turned their gazes toward Erju. No wonder he was so confident that this company's bricks were prettier than others. This guy has sharp eyes. Sitting in the back of the mule cart, he's already spotted the shop owner's wife. Erju blushed when his thoughts were exposed. He scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Let's go inside and talk. Gu Zhouyuan leaned closer to Gu Montsong and said in a low voice, Erju has been quite restless lately. Second uncle should arrange a marriage for him as soon as possible. Everyone around nodded in agreement. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit, growth stage. Ship class, Spirit boat, 800 meters. Power system, sails, Spirit fire-powered propellers, water control array. Special module, information deduction and processing center. Soul ship contract, 500/800. Ship functional cabins, Tier 4 Spirit field, aquarium, weapon refining workshop, alchemy workshop, Spirit fire furnace. Ship weaponry, 5 Tier 5 flame psionic cannons, 20 Tier 4 ballistae, thunder ram, with armor penetration and lightning strike capabilities. Skill list, 5 elements wind and thunder illusionary light shield, wind control technique intermediate, thunder control technique intermediate, metal control technique intermediate, wood control technique intermediate, water control technique intermediate, fire control technique intermediate, earth control technique intermediate, space beginner, swordsmanship beginner, fist technique beginner. Formation technique beginner, puppet beginner. The luxurious panel brought a satisfied smile to Wang Hao's face. Although this trip to Liuhua Island was full of twists and turns, the gains were undoubtedly enormous. The blue crystal has undergone a qualitative leap in strength. Whether it is long-range attack, close-range defense, or potential, it far surpasses ordinary spirit ships and is even capable of going toe-to-toe with some weaker spirit ships. Wang Hao walked out of the captain's cabin and onto the deck. Zhang Rongrong, Zhang Meyer, and other core members were already waiting outside. Sensing the dramatic changes to the spirit ship, they were all filled with excitement and anticipation. "My lord, our ship has become so powerful." Zhang Rongrong's beautiful eyes shone with admiration. "Captain, this turret is awesome. Next time someone dares to mess with us, we'll blast them to smithereens." Zhang Meyer waved her fist. Looking at the spirited crowd, Wang Hao felt a surge of pride. This is just the beginning. The blue crystal will surely roam the seas in the future, making our name resound throughout the entire imperial seas. "Yes, Captain/husband," the crowd responded in unison, their voices filled with boundless anticipation and confidence for the future. The upgraded blue crystal, like a sword drawn from its sheath, carries hope and strength, cutting through the waves and heading steadfastly towards Emerald Bay at an even faster speed. Chapter 189 Noble Promotion Qualification. The upgraded blue crystal, as if reborn, sailed smoothly back to Emerald Bay at a speed far exceeding its previous capabilities. The ship's streamlined hull, stretching 800 meters, cuts through the waves, its inner radiance gleaming. 5 menacing turrets and 20 gleaming ballistae silently proclaim its inviolable majesty. Standing on the bridge, Wang Hao felt the surging power of the spirit ship beneath his feet and the increasingly rich spiritual energy environment, and he was quite satisfied. The girls on the ship gradually calmed down from their excitement over the transformation of the spirit ship and went about their own business or cultivation, and everything seemed to be in good order. However, this calm did not last long. On the afternoon of the second day of the voyage, the Ship Repair Guild badge pinned to Wang Hao's chest suddenly emitted a continuous and steady vibration, while also emitting a soft white aura. Wang Hao's heart stirred, and he picked up the badge and displayed the projection. Ship Repair Union Urgent Recruitment Notice. Reason: it has been confirmed that the activities of the sea creatures have intensified, with frequent attacks on ship repairs, seriously threatening the security and order of the Empire's seas. Mission: eliminate sea creature units and use the recording stone to fully document the process of killing sea creatures and the characteristics of the sea creature units. Rewards: upload your record using the ship repair badge. After verification, you will be awarded corresponding contribution points based on the strength and number of sea creature units killed. Contribution points can be used to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation manuals, spiritual materials, spiritual treasures, and even noble promotion qualifications and island fiefdoms at any branch of the Ship Repair Guild. Note: sea creatures are ferocious. Please act according to your abilities, cooperate in teams, and prioritize your own safety. The information is followed by simplified illustrations and descriptions of some known marine units. Guild contribution points. Exchange them for noble status. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. This was the first time he had ever heard that this small ship repair badge had such a function. It could directly upload photos to earn points, eliminating the need to go through the trouble of visiting the Ship Repair Guild, and it could even be exchanged for such a noble promotion qualification. Nobility: back then, the status that countless ship repairmen dreamed of, along with an island fiefdom, a fiefdom with spiritual veins, spiritual fields, and spiritual wood resources, enough to allow a family to grow from nothing to something, and eventually to glory. How many more functions is this little thing hiding from me? The Spirit Boatman's badge has so few functions, but what about the Spirit Boatmaster's badge? Does it have more permissions? Will it be as convenient as the internet in my previous life? As Wang Hao stroked the warm badge, he gained a deeper understanding of the behemoth that was the Ship Repair Guild. This system was clearly mobilizing the entire Empire's ship repair force to deal with the threat from the sea race. Almost at the same time, Zhang Rongrong walked in. "Husband, what's this?" Wang Hao nodded and shared the information about the badge with her. "Contribution points, nobility," Zhang Rongrong murmured, a hint of fervor flashing in her beautiful eyes. Nobility: that was the status countless ship repairmen dreamed of, signifying complete integration into the Empire's system. It seems the Empire and the Guild are serious this time. Wang Hao's gaze turned to the distant sea. The threat from the sea creatures is more serious than we imagined. With the issuance of the recall order, the atmosphere on the flight path has clearly changed. Before, after leaving Liuhua Island, you could occasionally see some lone spirit ships. But now, looking out over the sea, there are almost no ships sailing alone. Most are small convoys of 2 or 3, or even 4 or 5, of the spirit ships, maintaining communication and vigilance distances with each other and sailing in coordination. The composition of these fleets is also diverse. There are cargo ships with merchant flags traveling together, spirit ships with family crests joining forces, and even some freelance ship repairmen who usually work alone and have a fierce aura have put aside some of their arrogance and chosen to temporarily team up with familiar or powerful fleets. Clearly, the fearsome reputation of the sea creatures and the guild's call to arms have made everyone aware of the dangers of acting alone, and banding together for mutual support has become the mainstream in the current seas. The 800-meter-long giant ship Blue Crystal sailing alone seemed rather abrupt, attracting the wary and inquisitive gazes of many other ships in the fleet. However, after sensing the unfathomable spiritual pressure emanating from the Blue Crystal and the chilling turrets on the ship's side, most of these gazes quickly averted, not daring to look too closely. "Husband, should we also join the fleet?" Zhang Rongrong asked. Wang Hao shook his head and said confidently, "No need. With our current strength, we can protect ourselves unless we encounter a large-scale fleet of sea creatures. Acting alone is actually more flexible, and..." Wang Hao's lips curled into a smile. These contribution points are a good thing. The more people there are, the harder it is to distribute them. At this point, he had already made hunting sea creatures and obtaining points his next important goal. This was not only for exchanging points for resources, but also to find out the sea creatures' movements and strength in order to prevent problems before they occurred. Who knew that one day we little Karami would be selected to go to the Imperial Defense Front as cannon fodder? Moreover, after killing the sea creatures, they also wanted to see if the spirit ship would undergo any changes after being devoured. Pass down the order. Maintain the highest alert level on the entire ship, activate all observation arrays, focus on scanning the underwater area, and report immediately if any trace of sea creatures is found. Wang Hao ordered. Yes. Like a lone hunter, the Blue Crystal sails through increasingly tense waters, awaiting another clash with the alien races of the sea. The ship repairman's call to arms was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The Blue Crystal sailed alone on the Azure Sea. Wang Hao's decision was undoubtedly bold, but it was also based on absolute confidence in himself and the Blue Crystal's capabilities. Wang Hao carefully studied the contribution points system on the ship repair badge. In addition to the detailed introduction of the sea creatures by the shipwrights, there was also a simple list indicating the approximate score range for different levels of sea creature units. For example, the lowest Tier 2 Murloc Scout is worth 10 points, while Tier 3 sea creatures are marked as 100 points. As for the stronger Tier 4 Deep Sea Priest or Tier 5 War Beast, the points can be as high as thousands or even tens of thousands. Wang Hao had never imagined that the sea creatures were so powerful. Their war behemoths were actually Tier 5 beings, which would correspond to a 1,000-meter-long spirit ship master. No wonder those lone spirit ships lost contact after just a few encounters, and there were still so many sea creatures around. Is it really worth sending so many sea creature teams to infiltrate this low-level sea area? Or what is the reason? The exchange list is dazzling, ranging from basic spirit stones and common spiritual materials to rare cultivation techniques and high-level spiritual treasures. The most eye-catching feature is, of course, the noble promotion qualification. Even the lowest-ranking Lord qualification requires 100,000 points and also includes requirements such as cultivation level and spirit ship level. The corresponding fiefdom obtained by exchanging points is an island with a miniature spiritual vein, enough to establish a small family business. 100,000 points. Chapter 190. First stop, Kaohsiung MRT. Wang Hao thought to himself, this is going to drive all the ship repairmen crazy. However, Wang Hao also cared a lot about the nobles, not because of their privileges, but because they could obtain stable resources to evolve their spirit ships. They could exchange contribution points for many resources that were hard to find outside. The reason why Wang Hao couldn't buy high-level spiritual items from the Ship Repair Guild before was because the items sold to the public were readily available, while high-level crystal cores and spiritual materials required a specific identity to obtain them. Authority, in this context, refers to the imperial aristocracy system, which already points to a shortcut to quickly integrate into the empire, obtain stable resources, and rise in rank. Knowing what he had to do next, Wang Hao didn't hesitate and headed straight for the place where sea creatures were present. The Blue Crystal's solitary navigation made it stand out conspicuously in this sea area where ships were already sailing in formation. Like a lone lamp in the darkness, it inevitably attracts the attention of predators lurking in the deep sea. On the third day of the voyage, just past noon, the blazing sun made the sea surface sparkle. Inside the bridge, Blue Spirit's warning voice suddenly rang out. Alarm! High-speed, underwater moving targets detected. Numerous. Energy reaction confirmed. Sea Clan. Bearing to port aft, 5 nautical miles away, rapidly approaching. Almost at the same time the alarm sounded, through the observation array, dozens of nimble and swift black shadows could be clearly seen breaking through the water flow beneath the sea to the port side, shooting towards them like sharp arrows. Most of them are humanoid, but their bodies are covered with fine scales, their fingers and toes have webbed structures, and their heads have gill slits that open and close on both sides. They are the basic combat units of the sea creatures, fishmen warriors, and their strength is mostly at the second level. Among them were a few taller figures, wielding staffs made of bone or coral, and surrounded by water elemental fluctuations. These were third-tier sea creatures. Further back, one can vaguely see some larger shadows of various shapes, which are clearly some kind of domesticated sea beasts. It's finally here. Instead of fear, a hint of anticipation flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Standing on the bridge, his voice echoed throughout the ship. Attention, all crew. Engage the enemy on port. Ballistae ready. Fire freely at low-level murlocs. Do not activate the turrets yet. Conserve energy. Yes. As soon as the order was given, the 10 gleaming ballistae on the port side of the blue crystal made a soft whirring sound as their mechanisms turned, locking onto the rapidly approaching merman warriors under the precise control of the maid puppets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Specially crafted armor-piercing crossbow bolts rained down like a storm, accurately striking the water. These bolts, optimized by Blue Spirit, were forged to possess extremely high penetrating power and speed. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, bursts of murky blood erupted beneath the sea. The merman warriors at the forefront had their scales torn and pierced instantly by the enhanced crossbow bolts, which were as fragile as paper. A mournful shriek could be faintly heard through the seawater. In just a few volleys, more than 20 second-tier merman warriors were riddled with holes and sank to the bottom of the sea. However, the sea creature's attack did not stop. The third-tier sea creature priests raised their staffs, chanting obscure incantations and water arrows. Ice spikes and mind-disrupting mental waves attacked the blue crystal, attempting to interfere with the ballista's firing and the crew's concentration. At the same time, several sea monsters resembling enlarged swordfish with sharp bony spurs on their foreheads suddenly accelerated, ramming into the blue crystal's port waterline like underwater torpedoes. They clearly intended to destroy the ship directly with brute force. A mere trick, Wang Hao sneered, not even needing to take action himself. The spiritual light flowing across the surface of the blue crystal ship brightened slightly, and a more solid blue spiritual energy shield was instantly generated. The spell attack from the Tier 3 Sea Clan priest landed on the shield, only creating ripples before disappearing without a trace. The sea monsters that crashed into it felt as if they had hit an impenetrable wall, producing a dull, deafening roar. They themselves were shaken so badly that their skulls shattered, they lost consciousness, and slowly sank. Seeing that ranged attacks and ramming were ineffective, the remaining sea creatures seemed to be enraged. They let out sharp screeches and surged forward even more frantically, trying to board the ship. At that moment, Wang Hao made a move. With a flash, he appeared above the port deck, looking calmly at the densely packed sea creatures surging below, and simply raised his right hand. He didn't even use complex 5 elements magic. He simply used the most violent method, lightning control. Boom. Countless terrifying bolts of lightning, as thick as arms and a deep purple color, instantly covered the sea area hundreds of meters off the port side. The lightning struck the water, but instead of being quickly dispersed by the seawater, it seemed to come alive, precisely locking onto each individual sea creature unit and exploding with a deafening roar. In an instant, that sea area seemed to transform into a hellish inferno. Purple lightning leaped wildly, tearing apart and annihilating everything. The second-tier merman warriors instantly vaporized in the lightning, and the pale blue water shields that the third-tier sea priests desperately erected shattered like eggshells, along with their bodies, and were electrocuted into charcoal. The sea creatures lurking underwater were not spared either. They convulsed violently under the terrifying electric current, floated to the surface belly up, and emitted a burnt smell. Just one strike. In less than 10 breaths, the attacking force, which had been so aggressive and consisted of dozens of third-tier sea creatures and a large number of second-tier fishmen, was completely wiped out. The sea was littered with charred corpses and remains, turning the once azure waters into an eerie purplish red and filling the air with a mixture of ozone and burnt smells. The battle began suddenly and ended even more quickly. Those ships watching from afar, witnessing this scene through the observation array, all gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards the blue crystal filled with shock and awe. To wipe out a sizable sea creature raiding party so cleanly and efficiently with a single ship, this strength far exceeded their expectations. Wang Hao gracefully landed back on the deck, his expression unchanged. The bodies and remains of sea creatures floating on the sea surface were clearly recorded, with a focus on photographing several relatively complete corpses of third-tier sea creature priests and special sea beasts. Subsequently, the video data, along with a brief battle description, was uploaded via the transmission array built into the badge. Almost instantly, the badge vibrated slightly, and a message was sent back. Record verified. 8 Tier 3 Sea Clan units. Sea Clan priests. Killed. 800 points awarded. 3 Tier 3 Sea Clan units. Spiky Sea Beasts. Killed. 300 points awarded. 35 Tier 2 Sea Clan units. Murloc Warriors. Killed. 350 points awarded. Total contribution points earned. 1,450 points. Points have been credited to your account. It's quite efficient. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. He had earned 1,450 points in his first battle. Although he was still far from his goal of 100,000, it was undoubtedly a good start. However, just as Wang Hao was about to order the sea surface to be cleared and continue sailing, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Chapter 1, 91 New Abilities. Blue Spirit. He inquired through the soul connection. These sea creature corpses, especially those that seem to contain aquatic essence and a peculiar life force unlike ordinary demonic beasts. If the spirit ship were to devour them, would there be any special changes? For example, would it enhance our affinity for water or grant us other abilities? This idea is not unfounded. The spirit ship itself can evolve by consuming spiritual materials and sea beasts. These sea creatures live in the deep sea for a long time and have unique body structures, which may bring unexpected benefits. Lan Ling remained silent for a moment, seemingly analyzing and deducing before responding. Theoretically feasible. The deep-sea life essence and pure water energy contained within the bodies of sea creature units can serve as nutrients for the evolution of spirit ships. By absorbing and analyzing their life structures, there is a high probability of optimizing the ship's underwater performance, increasing resistance to water magic, and a certain chance of gaining special abilities such as underwater stealth or deep-sea resistance. It is recommended to try it. Good. A glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes, and he immediately ordered, Blue Spirit, devour these sea creature corpses and prioritize analyzing their aquatic characteristics and life structure. Command confirmed, commencing absorption. Following Wang Hao's command, the blue crystal ship generated an invisible suction force, drawing the sea creature corpses and remains on the surface of the sea towards the bottom of the ship as if pulled by an invisible hand, and swallowing them up. The entire process was quiet and swift and did not attract the attention of any fleet. After the absorption was completed, the spiritual light flowing on the surface of the blue crystal seemed to become slightly deeper, especially the part of the hull that was in contact with the water, which faintly showed a very faint blue halo. A moment later, Lan Ling's voice rang out again, carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation. Absorption and analysis complete. The spirit ship has grown, its basic attributes have slightly improved, and some traits have been successfully analyzed and fused. New capability. Water affinity enhancement. Reduces the resistance of the spirit ship by 5% and increases the efficiency of water-based spiritual energy absorption by 10%. Primary concealment ripple. Can actively consume energy to generate a special water ripple around the hull, which to some extent interferes with mental detection and sound wave positioning. As Wang Hao sensed the subtle changes emanating from the spirit ship, a delighted smile appeared on his face. It worked, and the results far exceeded our expectations. Not only did it gain real points, but it also allowed the spirit ship to absorb and evolve, acquiring valuable water-related abilities. This is of great significance to the spirit ship, which sails on the endless sea year-round. In particular, the primary concealment ripple is undoubtedly a great help when encountering powerful enemies or needing to lie in wait. Hunting sea creatures can earn points to exchange for resources and also promote the growth of the spirit ship. It's a win-win situation. Wang Hao gazed intently at the deep sea in the distance, which no longer seemed like a perilous place, but a hunting ground full of opportunities. Keep moving forward. Stay alert. Let's see which other fearless sea creatures are willing to send us points and sustenance. The next few days of voyage turned into an efficient hunt for Wang Hao and the blue crystal. It seemed that the sea creatures knew they had been discovered and stopped hiding, launching more proactive and frequent attacks. Thanks to Blue Spirit's powerful detection capabilities and the assistance of primary concealment ripple, the blue crystal is always able to detect the traces of sea creature patrol teams or attack groups one step ahead. Wang Hao either used his formidable strength to clear the field from a distance and his favorite thunder magic, or commanded the ship-mounted ballistae to fire precisely, turning wave after wave of attacking sea creatures into points and nourishment. The contribution points in the ship repair badge were increasing steadily and rapidly, and soon broke through the 5,000 mark. As the blue crystal continued to devour the corpses of sea creatures, its affinity for water systems increased, and the effect became more and more significant. Even the outline of the ship underwater became somewhat blurred, and it hardly stirred up any water currents when sailing. This near-dash, score-boosting efficiency naturally attracted the attention of certain entities. Just as the blue crystal was about to leave this area known for its frequent marine activity and return to Emerald Bay for rest, trouble struck. On this day, the sky was overcast, with leaden gray clouds hanging low, and the sea was calm, presenting a deathly stillness before a storm. Suddenly, Lan Ling issued an unprecedentedly urgent alarm, her voice even carrying a hint of solemnity. Highest level alert. Supermassive life reaction and multiple high-energy reactions detected. Directly ahead, 10 nautical miles away, rapidly ascending. Energy level. Level 5. Level 4. Numerous level 3 and level 2. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and he instantly appeared on the bridge, looking out at the distant sea through the observation array. The once calm sea suddenly began to churn violently, as if boiling. A massive, suffocating shadow was rising from the depths of the ocean at an alarming speed. The first to break through the sea were dozens of Tier 2 Murloc scouts riding ferocious dolphins and wielding bone spears, spreading out like vanguards. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of Tier 3 Murloc priests emerged from the water, led by a Tier 4 deep-sea priest who was exceptionally tall and wielded a coral staff inlaid with a huge pearl. They chanted ancient and obscure incantations, and dense water elements gathered around them, forming a hazy blue mist. However, the most eye-catching figures were those guarding the deep-sea priest. Those are Tier 4 sea creature hunters. Their bodies are more slender and agile than ordinary fishmen. Their streamlined muscles are full of explosive power, and the scales on their bodies have a dark blue color that is conducive to concealment. They held curved blades crafted from the bones of some deep-sea creature, their edges gleaming with a chilling light. Their eyes were cold and cruel, like those of the most professional assassins, fixed on the blue crystal, radiating a murderous intent that stung the skin. But that's not all. Boom. A roar, seemingly from a primordial beast, shook the entire sea. Under the fervent and awe-inspiring gaze of countless sea warriors, a truly colossal creature crashed through the surface of the sea, creating waves tens of meters high. It was a terrifying behemoth over 1,500 meters long. Its appearance resembled a ferocious sea lion magnified countless times, but its entire body was covered with a thick, rock-like dark blue carapace, which was covered with sharp bone spikes and eerie runes that shimmered with a ghostly light. On its enormous head was a single eye that occupied half of the head and emitted a bloodthirsty red light. Below it was a huge mouth large enough to swallow a small spirit ship, filled with layers upon layers of sharp teeth like guillotines. Its thick limbs are like giant pillars supporting the sky, with webbed claws at the ends. A powerful weapon cultivated by the sea creatures, a Tier 5 war behemoth. Chapter 192, Dying Struggle. It merely floats on the sea, yet its massive, mountain-like body delivers an unparalleled visual impact and a sense of psychological oppression. The single eye swept across the blue crystal with an indifferent and destructive intent, as if looking down on ants, and a violent aura emanated from its body. The fleet that was also searching for the sea creatures in the distance was instantly dimmed, and the cultivators on board turned pale and could hardly breathe. When they discovered that the main force of the sea creatures was rushing towards the blue crystal, their first reaction was not to come to the rescue, but to turn the rudder and run away. In the face of this terrifying main force of the sea race, ordinary spirit boats that are only a few hundred meters long are indeed like toys. They probably wouldn't even last a single exchange before being torn to shreds by this war behemoth along with its elite troops. Looking at this impressive lineup of sea creatures, especially the abyssal war behemoth that exuded a chilling aura, Wang Hao couldn't help but pause for a moment in surprise. No wonder. Those lone spirit ships couldn't even send out a complete distress signal. Wang Hao muttered to himself, but instead of fear, his eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. The sudden appearance of such a powerful force in this sea area suggests they have something big planned. But a cold, confident smile slowly curved Wang Hao's lips. Perfect for me. The blue crystal's 5 fiery psionic turrets each possess a single-shot power comparable to a 5th-tier attack. Meanwhile, his own spiritual sea is vast and boundless, with the power of the 5 elements of wind and thunder gathered within him. His spiritual sea is immense, and his foundation profound. If he were to unleash his full power and use mixed spells, it would not be impossible for him to fight against a 6th-tier opponent. Blue Crystal, enter maximum combat readiness. All turrets, charge. Target, that behemoth. Ballistae, fire freely at low-level sea creatures. Rong, Lei Ling, you two are in charge of commanding the crew. Focus on eliminating those level 4 hunters and deep-sea priests. Yes. Everyone accepted the order with a stern look in their eyes. Just as the colossal beast raised its massive claws, slamming them down towards the blue crystal with the force to crush everything in its path, the Tier 4 hunters transformed into afterimages, attacking the ship's side like ghosts. At the same moment, the deep-sea priest raised his staff, preparing a terrifying, large-scale water-based spell. Wang Hao made a move. His figure soared into the sky, hovering above the blue crystal. Facing the overwhelming attack, he suddenly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. The 5 elements revolve, and the primordial chaos returns to one. Wind and thunder are the guide, and spiritual fire is the foundation. Boom! 5 colors of spiritual light, red, cyan, blue, yellow, and white, erupted from his body, soaring into the sky, intertwining and merging. The power of wind and thunder roared within, while the newly acquired, earth-vein molten flame spirit fire provided a vast source of fire energy and a stable framework. In the end, all the power converged into a chaotic pillar of light with a diameter of more than 10 meters and an interior that seemed to contain chaotic air currents that were constantly rising and falling. With a terrifying aura of annihilation, it struck first despite being behind, and fiercely slammed into the giant claw that the abyssal dinosaur was slapping down. At the same time, all 5 turrets of the blue crystal roared. 5 slightly thinner, but equally condensed and terrifying crimson beams of light, like 5 red-hot daggers, shot precisely towards the behemoth's relatively vulnerable eyes, throat, and joints. Boom! Wang Hao unleashed his full power to merge the Chaos Light Pillar spell with the war behemoth's massive claws, powerful enough to shatter mountains. Wherever the chaotic beam of light passed, the thick, rock-like carapace on the giant claws of the dinosaur melted and crumbled as quickly as ice and snow under the sun. The annihilating power of the 5 elements and the ferocity of wind and thunder contained within it directly invaded its limbs. Awoo! The abyssal terror turtle let out its first roar since the start of the war, a roar filled with pain, shock, and rage. Its massive body trembled violently, and the front half of its giant claw was smashed to pieces. Dark blue blood cascaded down like a waterfall, staining a large area of the sea with an eerie color. At the same time, the beams of light fired from the 5 flame psionic turrets of the blue crystal also accurately hit their targets. The beam of light aimed at its eyes was blocked by the dinosaur closing its eyes in time, but the hard eyelids were melted and a charred pit was carved out. The dark red eye was severely injured and blood flowed out profusely. The beams of light aimed at the throat and joints struck the relatively weak points of the carapace squarely, blasting open several huge wounds that revealed the writhing flesh and stark, white bones inside. In just one encounter, this Tier 5 war behemoth suffered unprecedented damage. On the other side, Lei Ling was extremely brave. Her Thunder Fong halberd drew upon the thunder from the heavens, transforming into a huge phantom of the Thunder Halberd, which directly blasted a charging hunter and his weapon into charred remains. Those deep-sea priests who attempted to unleash powerful forbidden spells suffered devastating blows. Under the control of the crew, the 10 ballistae on the starboard side of the blue crystal carried out several rounds of precise volley fire. The specially made armor-piercing crossbow bolts were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly turning most of the Murloc priests who were still chanting into hedgehogs. The leading 4th-tier deep-sea priest had just erected a huge azure shield when Wang Hao pierced his forehead with a Gungjin sword aura, killing him instantly. The devastating blow from the war behemoth and the instantaneous collapse of its high-end combat forces plunged the remaining sea creatures into immense panic and chaos. Roar! The war behemoth went completely mad, its single eye blazing with hysterical red light. Its massive body churned the seawater, creating towering waves hundreds of meters high. It opened its guillotine-like maw and unleashed a dark, destructive energy breath, gathering all its power, like a death beam piercing the heavens and earth, hurtling towards the blue crystal. This was its desperate attack. Sucker punch. Wang Hao's eyes were icy as he directly mobilized the power of the earth, vein molten spirit fire. A fireball, no bigger than a palm, instantly condensed in front of him. The small fireball seemed slow, but it actually transcended space, floating lightly towards the terrifying dark breath. Laugh. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The breath that was powerful enough to annihilate a small island was instantly decomposed, devoured, and purified the moment it came into contact with the small fireball formed from primordial spiritual fire, as if it had met its nemesis. The fireball continued its momentum, seemingly ignoring the distance, and directly imprinted itself on the huge head of the abyssal terror. For the first time, extreme fear appeared in the war behemoth's single eye, but the next moment, its consciousness was swallowed up by endless flames. The small fireball silently entered its head, and then, buzz! A violent burst of fire erupted from the giant beast's skull. Its massive body was instantly covered with countless cracks from the inside out, and red light emanated from the cracks. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the head of this Tier 5 war behemoth that dominated the deep sea crumbled and shattered inch by inch, eventually turning into countless flickering flames that scattered in the sea breeze. Chapter 193 Advancement to Spirit Boatmaster. With the fall of the war behemoth, the remaining sea warriors and sea beasts completely lost their will to fight, letting out terrified screams as they scattered and fled. But how could Wang Hao let go of these mobile points and resources? Leave no one alive. Wang Hao coldly gave the order, and at the same time, lightning surged around him again, transforming into a covering net of lightning that enveloped a large number of sea creatures trying to escape. The blue crystal's ballistae and remaining turrets roared in their final moments, precisely targeting every visible enemy. However, in a short while, the sea area returned to its deathly stillness. Unlike before, the sea was no longer filled with scattered corpses, but with a luxurious trophy ocean that included 4th-tier deep-sea priests, 4th-tier hunters, a large number of 3rd-tier priests, and countless 2nd-tier fishmen. The 5th-tier war behemoth had completely lost its head, with only a section of its body floating on the sea. The fleeing fleet in the distance had long since fallen into utter stagnation and deathly silence. Many people couldn't even believe their eyes and wondered if they were hallucinating. An 800-meter-long spirit ship single-handedly annihilated a main force of the sea race, including a Tier 5 war behemoth? This is something that only happens in myths and legends. Wang Hao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Using his ultimate moves repeatedly had taken a toll on him, but the results were brilliant. Wang Hao immediately took out the Ship Repair Guild badge and calmly recorded the final scene of the battle, especially the floating 4th-tier sea creature corpses and the remains of the 5th-tier war behemoth. As the images and battle summary were uploaded, the badge quickly vibrated violently like never before, and the feedback even slightly moved Wang Hao. Record verification complete. Defeat 1 Tier 5 Naga unit, War Behemoth, for a reward of 10,000 points. Defeat 4 Tier 4 Sea Clan units, Deep Sea Priests, for a reward of 4,000 points. Kill 12 Tier 4 Naga units, Naga Hunters, for a reward of 12,000 points. Slay 67 Tier 3 Naga units, Murloc Priest / Elite Warrior, reward 6,700 points. Kill 2 15 Tier 2 Naga units, Murloc Scouts / Warriors, reward 2,150 points. Total contribution points earned, 34,850. Points have been credited to your account. In a single battle, I earned nearly 35,000 points. With his previous contributions, Wang Hao's total contribution points have now surpassed the 40,000 mark. He is nearly halfway to achieving the Lord qualification with 100,000 points. Blue Spirit, Devour. Wang Hao suppressed his excitement and gave the order again. With Wang Hao's command, the blue crystal ship once again generated that invisible suction force. But this time, the targets of the devouring were the main force of the sea race, which contained immense energy and the essence of the deep sea, including the 4th-tier deep sea priest, the hunter, and the remains of the headless 5th-tier war behemoth. The process of devouring was much slower than ever before. The corpses of high-level sea creatures floating on the sea, especially the mountain-like remains of the war behemoth, seemed to be drawn towards the blue crystal by an invisible hand. The entire ship emitted a deep hum, frantically transforming, absorbing, and fusing the life essence of the sea creatures, the source of the water system, and the immense energy contained in the war behemoth that it had devoured. The blue spirit ship was enveloped in a dense, impenetrable blue cocoon of light. Within the cocoon, spiritual light flowed, and the aura rose steadily at a visible speed, spreading out a heart-palpitating pressure that even made the surrounding sea surface as calm as a mirror. Finally, when the last remnant of the sea creature was completely devoured, the blue cocoon of light suddenly contracted inward and then burst open. Boom! An immense spiritual pressure, far exceeding anything seen before, swept across the area like a storm. Amidst the dazzling spiritual light, the hull of the blue crystal began to grow and extend at a visible speed. The ship's hull became longer and more streamlined, and the deck became wider. The original 800-meter hull was stretched by an invisible hand, breaking through the 1,000-meter mark and finally stabilizing at an astonishing length of 1,050 meters. The lines of the hull were full of power and beauty, and the flowing light throughout the ship was as deep as the sea, yet also carried a hint of fiery heat. The 5 fiery psionic turrets seemed to grow along with the ship's hull, becoming even more ferocious and imposing, while the bases of the 20 ballistae became more stable. Evolution, a leap in the level of life. From spirit boat to spirit vessel, this is a qualitative leap. It signifies that the blue crystal has officially entered the ranks of high-level spirit ships, possessing the capability to sail in wider and more dangerous seas. At the same time, as a ship repairman, Wang Hao was intimately connected with the spirit ship. The moment the blue crystal completed its evolution, he also felt the immense power that followed. The spiritual sea space expanded at an unprecedented speed, becoming more stable and vast. The power of the 5 elements of wind and thunder flowed and grew stronger within it, and his ability to sense and control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth increased several times over. Under this feedback, his cultivation level also naturally broke through to a new level, enough to match this newly born 1,000-meter spirit ship. Success. Wang Hao felt an indescribable excitement welling up in his heart as he experienced the earth-shattering changes in himself and the spirit ship. Lanling's voice rang out at the right moment, carrying a hint of joy after completing a major evolution. Evolution complete. The spirit ship's level has been upgraded to spirit boat. The hull strength, spirit power capacity, speed, and firepower system have all been optimized. Ship name, Blue Crystal. Ship spirit, Blue Spirit. Ship class, Spirit Boat, 1050 meters. Power system, psionic sails, psionic fire-powered propellers, water control array. Special module, information deduction and processing center. Soul ship contract, 500/1050. Ship functional cabins, Tier 5 spirit field, aquarium, weapon refining workshop, alchemy workshop. Ship weaponry, 5 Tier 5 flame psionic turrets, 20 Tier 5 ballistae, thunder ram, with armor penetration and lightning strike capabilities. Skill list, 5 elements wind and thunder illusionary light shield, wind control technique intermediate, thunder control technique intermediate, metal control technique intermediate, wood control technique intermediate, water control technique advanced, fire control technique intermediate, earth control technique intermediate, space beginner, swordsmanship beginner, fist technique beginner. Core capability update. Advanced water control array, reduces navigation resistance by 200 and increases navigation speed by 500. The concealment field has been upgraded to a spirit boat level concealment field. The concealment effect is greatly enhanced. It can distort light and most energy detection, and it is difficult to detect unless one is a 6th level or higher focused investigator. Deep Sea Intimidation Intermediate increases the range and effect of intimidation and has a strong suppressive effect on low to mid-level below level 5 sea creatures. New ability, Submerged Mode, allows the ship to submerge underwater, currently at a maximum depth of 500 meters. Underwater speed is 60 of the base speed. Note, the diving depth and duration, pressure resistance, and subsequent ingestion of deep-sea special materials are all related. Submersible. Upon seeing this new ability, Wang Hao's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented light. This means that the blue crystal is no longer just a surface warship, but also has the ability to dive into the deep sea. Whether it is evading powerful enemies, exploring underwater ruins, or launching surprise underwater attacks, it has endless possibilities. Although it is currently only 500 meters deep, as long as it continues to devour high-level sea creatures or deep-sea spiritual materials, this depth can be continuously increased. A 1,000-meter-long spirit ship capable of diving. This is probably an extremely rare existence in the entire history of ship repair in the Empire. Wang Haoqiang suppressed the urge to immediately attempt submersion. He knew it wasn't the right time yet. He glanced at the sea surface, which had temporarily returned to calm after a series of battles and engulfment. Blue crystal, target Emerald Bay, full speed ahead. Wang Hao ordered confidently. The newly built 1,000-meter-long spirit ship emitted a joyful and deep roar, its hull shimmering with spiritual light. With the activation of the advanced water control ability, the surrounding seawater seemed to make way for it and give it a boost, its speed suddenly increasing significantly. With an elegance and swiftness far surpassing its previous speed, it broke through the waves and sped towards Emerald Bay.